This young man has an extremely unique hobby, which is to lie still and let demons and monsters attack and trample him. If he wasn't tormented by demons 36 hours a day for even one day, he'd feel extremely uncomfortable, yet he doesn't feel any pain instead. He lies still and enjoys it as if he's getting a neuro massage. The main reason is that he is a transmigrator, possessing an extremely crappy system. That is, every time he is attacked by demons, his strength will increase infinitely. The story begins. In the Great Yin Dynasty, Demon Suppression Division, this young man is Gu King Feng. He was originally a normal transmigrator, nothing unusual. Diligently working every day at the Demon Suppression Division. His main goal was to one day be transferred, to be a little further away from the Demon Suppression prison and those demons. He never imagined that one day he would wish to stay here and take a beating. Gu King Feng reached out and pushed open the prison door, his whole body trembling. He walked in slowly, thinking to himself, starting today, I'm dead meat. As soon as he stepped into the prison, a bewitching voice called out, Sir, can you let this little girl out? The girl inside the prison cried and begged, tears streaming down her face. Don't let her appearance fool you. This is a succubus, a demoness, but looking this tempting. If she were mine, I'd comment for 3 days and 6 nights, wouldn't I? The air around him suddenly became ambiguous. His face also flushed red as he shyly thought, isn't this face that of a hot influencer? I, Gu King Feng, am an intern demon exorcist and jailer of the Demon Suppression Division. In this era of science and technology, I probably have no competitive edge. Suddenly, the girl in front of him lost her pitiful look, replaced by a cunning face, her eyes flashing with a bewitching light. The space became increasingly eerie. Meanwhile, he stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to speak, only able to think helplessly, damn, I can't speak. Is this the consequence of the charm spell? Thinking so, he bit his lip tightly, trying to stay sober. Recalling the previous corpses, he knew everything before his eyes was just an illusion. If I open the door and rush out, she'll drain my blood. Many colleagues in the Demon Suppression Division have died at her hands. I absolutely cannot follow in their footsteps. No sooner said than done. Gu King Feng stood in front of her cell and shouted, How dare you, demon! I can tell with one glance that you are not human. Just a charm spell, and you dared to show off in front of a master. With that, he turned his back and walked away without looking back, surprising the demoness in the room. Seeing him walk straight ahead, she grumbled, Little brat, I don't believe you weren't affected by my charm spell. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately stood up, and her whole body once again emitted a bewitching light. In a flash, she transformed into an utterly seductive woman, her tight red dress short to her hips, swaying temptingly. She pointed at him, unwilling to give up. That man, I order you to open the door immediately. By now, he was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth, glanced back, and thought to himself, twin cultivation big sister. Damn it. His face was still flushed, trying to keep his head clear. Just one glance. No, I can't fall for it. Gu King Feng, you must calm down. Calm down. Think about where this is. This is the Demon Suppression Division, the Demon Suppression Prison, where only demons are held. He strode away resolutely, determined not to be distracted. Turn around. Don't look at her. Looking into the cell is very dangerous. This world is truly terrifying. But behind Gu King Feng, continuous cracking sounds rang out. Crack, 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 crack. The cracking sound pierced his ears, extremely irritating. It kept rattling in his ears, preventing him from concentrating. The demoness took out a pink leather whip and challenged, That man, you dare to defy my command. I will punish you severely. Even though he didn't turn around, the sounds behind him were still very enticing. Damn it. How can it be so stimulating? His mind was hesitant, and two personalities immediately appeared. One line of thought was, absolutely cannot turn back. This is a demon's charm spell. Once you turn around, you'll fall for it. The other line of thought was incredibly excited. What's going on? What's going on? The demon suppression prison is filled with ceiling formations everywhere. As long as I don't open the door and rush out, I won't be in danger. The two opposing thoughts argued, no, with your cultivation, you fundamentally cannot escape, but the other personality was drooling. He really wanted to go back to the succubus. What are you afraid of? Outside, there are heavily armed guards. Even if something happens, they'll arrive in time to save me. In the end, the personality that desired beautiful women won. What's the harm? He tearfully turned around and said, this is nothing. What's the harm anyway? Seeing that he was lured, the demoness called out bewitchingly, husband. His eyes sparkled as he turned around, a faint purple light swirling round him. She sat in the cell, raising her slender legs enticingly and asked, am I beautiful? Just this sight made his nose bleed. He was overjoyed and shouted, in front of a seductive beauty, nothing else matters. With the key in hand, Gu Qingfeng, as if possessed, immediately inserted it into the lock, opened the cell door, and walked inside. The succubus saw him enter and smiled sinisterly, ready to attack. Her eyes lit up, sharp fangs protruded, and she bared her teeth with a wicked grin. Her entire body exuded an even denser evil aura. Swift as lightning, she rushed forward and embraced him. She skillfully bit Gu Qingfeng's shoulder hard. He didn't dodge at all. But strangely, no matter how much she bit, he remained unharmed. Even she didn't understand what was happening. His entire body was clearly controlled, his eyes still full of hearts, causing her to turn pale and retreat helplessly, unable to attack. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng woke up. He scratched his head and read the words displayed on the system. System detected that the host is about to be attacked by a demon. The Become Strong system is officially activated. You are being attacked by a succubus. After reading these lines, he exclaimed in confusion, what the hell? Gu Qingfeng rubbed his head, frowned, and looked into the room, uncomfortably asking, what's that noise? Why is it always bothering me? He seemed more sober now. Turning round, he saw the succubus raising her hand, about to touch him. This action startled him, his face turning pale with fright. He probably didn't realize he had already opened her cell door. He screamed in terror with all his might, which also startled her, making her scream back. So the two of them in the cell screamed, frightening each other. He screamed and ran for his life. A ghost. The demoness quickly used magic to try and pull him back. She crouched and leaped high, quickly chasing after him. Her slender leg brushed past his head. Then she landed precisely in front of him, blocking Gu Qingfeng's path completely. She thought she had him for sure this time and rushed forward like a moth to a flame. Once again, the succubus aimed for his shoulder and bit down hard. He thought in horrified fear, it's over, it's over. The system displayed another warning. You are being attacked by a succubus. Defense +1. Being attacked didn't reduce his strength. Instead, it increased it. He was thrown far back by her, slamming straight into the wall. The wall where he hit was deeply dented and shattered, but he sat on the ground completely unharmed. She walked menacingly and stood in front of him. Seeing that he was still safe, he let out a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. It's not an illusion. There really is a system. Discovering this made him much more confident. He clenched his fists, stood up, and asked, System, are you there? The system immediately responded, only you can see me now. His eyes lit up with curiosity as he asked, what are your functions? At this moment, the succubus leaped to a great height and lunged to attack. He calmly stood there, reading the words on the system. Basically, when she attacks him, he gains strength. The harder she hits, the stronger he becomes. What could be more fun? Gu Qingfeng put his hands on his hips, his face beaming, and laughed happily, looking up at the sky, thinking, can't I just walk around the demon suppression prison as I please? Just then, her demonic hand accurately struck him hard, startling him, leaving him wide-eyed and stunned. By reflex, he threw a punch straight at her face. After hitting her, he frowned and looked at her, saying, you almost scared the bad habits out of me. Looking at the succubus sitting on the ground in shock, he yelled, you damn well turn back. Give me back the little loli. She was now so astonished that she couldn't speak, her eyes wide, her mouth agape in confusion as she looked at him. Then she immediately turned furious, her entire body seething with murderous intent, thinking bitterly, "Despicable human, how dare you disrespect me?" Fearless of death, she lunged at him again. Her two hands reached out, aiming precisely for his neck and grasping it. Her strength was considerable. She threw him backward. She was like a madwoman, striking violently, constantly gripping his neck tightly. The system announced, "Defense +2." He lay on the ground, feeling no pain at all, his whole body even glowing, wishing she would hit harder and even intentionally provoked her. "Haha, succubus, she's getting angry. It seems provoking her can continue to increase my defense. Not bad, not bad." The system even added, "Haven't eaten, have you? Use some strength, right? It seems I am your food, and you really haven't eaten. My apologies, I blamed you wrongly." In front of the enraged succubus, he calmly sat cross-legged, propping his chin with his hand, looking at her provocatively. The succubus immediately flew into a rage. Her hair grew longer, her eyes turned blood red, and her sharp fangs protruded as she roared ferociously. She swiftly lunged towards Gu Qingfeng. A flurry of punches rained down on him, but he wasn't scared at all, still sitting calmly cross-legged as the strength points on the system continuously increased. His eyes were tightly shut, his entire body emanating a blue aura, sweat profusely. Ignoring her attacks, he kept saying, "Right, right, right, a little harder, just keep hitting like that, 80, 80, I've been sitting too long these past 2 days. My back and waist are a bit sore, put some more effort into it." He even lay prone on the ground while the succubus ran around, frantically hitting him. He even pretended to be tired and complained, "Hey, hey, hey, what's wrong with you? Are you getting lazy now? Quickly give it your all, don't make me hit you." The strength bonus points were getting fewer and fewer while he was yawning sleepily. Suddenly noticing the points, he said with dissatisfaction, "Damn it, why is it getting less and less? What's wrong with the system?" It immediately displayed the answer, explaining to him, when the host's defense power increases, the succubus's damage to you decreases, and the reward also decreases. After reading it, he frowned and asked, "Damn it, doesn't this mean I can't rely on being beaten by one demon to become invincible? I'll have to find stronger demons." A single phrase, "That's right," from the system immediately appeared. Seeing this, he got annoyed and gave her a hard slap across the face, cursing, "Useless. That's how he is after using someone, such a brute." What's more, he was quite bossy, lying on the ground, pillowing his head, and ordering, "Quickly massage my legs for me, Grandpa." How could the succubus immediately agree to do it? She continuously punched him, cursing, "You lowly human, how dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you." The more she punched, the more he liked it. The system even announced, "Congratulations, host, your defense has reached its maximum limit, acquiring the bronze skin, Iron Bone's talent." She was utterly exhausted from hitting him, but he remained unfazed. Seeing that his body had significantly leveled up and her attacks no longer added any strength points, Ko Feng looked at his hands and said, "Hey, you really are useless." He sat up, lifted her chin with his hand, and her face had returned to its seductive and gentle appearance. He pursed his lips, making the girl blush with embarrassment. She stared at him, confused, not knowing what he intended to do. Unexpectedly, he angrily squeezed her face and scolded, "Tell me again, why haven't you changed back yet? Do you only consider my words to be wind blowing past your ears?" After saying that, he added a strong shove, stretched, and prepared himself. "If you're going to be so disobedient." Outwardly, he appeared fierce, but in reality, he was chuckling to himself, thinking, "I'll just test out this bronze skin, Iron Bones a bit." After saying that, he rushed in, beating and trampling her relentlessly, causing her to cry in pain, begging for mercy, I'll transform immediately." Without daring to delay a second, the succubus knelt on the ground, wiping her tears and crying, "Transforming." He stood still, staring at her transforming body. His eyes lit up and he said seriously, "You can no longer help me increase my defense, so dance for me, an alluring dance." So he dragged her back to his private cell. In this closed cell, the succubus twisted and danced before him. Her entire body was beautiful, with alluring curves and a captivating face. Ko Then Fong even personally instructed her, one hand tightly around her waist, the other holding her to hands above her head, in quite a suggestive pose. After several dances, the succubus was so tired she collapsed to the ground, out of breath. Finally, he left her cell. Before leaving, he waved his hand and instructed, "Remember all the poses I taught you." He locked the door tightly, standing outside and watching her lying weakly inside. He added a slightly threatening remark, "Practice quickly. I'll come back to check next time," he said, then left immediately. In this vast prison, he was the only guard. Ko Then Fong went to a study room with many books piled on shelves. He stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head back to scan the bookshelves as if searching for something, then finally reached for a book. The book stated that the demon-suppressing prison was divided into 3 levels. The first level was for detaining low-level demons and evil spirits. The second level was for mid-tier demons, accessible only to exorcists of the yellow rank or higher, who held a certain position. The third level was for high-tier demons, accessible only to exorcists of the profound rank or higher. To enter the demon-suppressing prison, one needed to provide a token. After reading, he immediately envisioned his next course of action. What needs to be done now is to quickly become a yellow rank exorcist. At most, I'm currently just an associate. He closed the book, determined, I'll still explore the first level first. No sooner said than done. He immediately returned to the prison cells. His face was extremely serious, striding quickly and fiercely. Just then, a voice called from the door, "Ko Then Fong, it's time for the shift change." He looked out in surprise, thinking, is it time for the shift change already? No matter what you're doing, when work hours are over, who doesn't want to go home? He happily ran to the door. Alright, let's go. Ko Then Fong changed his clothes in the room, calling out as he did, "System, are you there?" He put on his simple tank top. "I ask you, apart from demons actively attacking me, is self-cultivation useful?" But the system didn't answer for a while, making him anxiously wait. Then Ko Then Fong left the place, muttering as he went, "Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself." He went straight to a place where someone was already sitting inside. This was the large study room with many books. He went directly between the bookshelves, searching, when suddenly he saw something. Looking at those books, he happily exclaimed, "That's right, it's this one." Then he immediately took it down. He held the book, stroking his chin in thought and saying, "The bronze skin, iron bones talent and iron cloth shirt are both about strengthening bones and tendons. One could say they are perfectly compatible." Having found the right book, he eagerly grabbed it and quickly ran to the librarian. The librarian frowned and reminded him, "No running, keep quiet." He didn't respond, completed the book procedures, and went straight out the door, his hurried demeanor making the librarian look after him in confusion. He gleefully ran home, very excited. Once home, he immediately opened the book to study, sitting cross-legged on a chair, reading intently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. His whole body seemed to tumble and drift into a mystical space, becoming weightless and floating, then being sucked into an incense burner on a table. The sky today was clear blue, the peaceful scenery shattered by his excited shout. It really can be cultivated. He looked at himself in surprise and marveled. Incredible speed. What others need decades for, I only need a day. I truly am a cultivation genius. With everything done, he confidently walked out. Now his muscles were bulging, his whole body full of powerful vitality. The iron cloth shirt was successfully cultivated, which was great, as it could perfectly conceal his bronze skin. Iron bones talent. Finally, it was time for work. He changed into his neat uniform and went to the prison cell. He yawned as he entered, stretching, and said, "Trong Chin, I'm here to change shifts." Seeing him arrive, the other guy's jaw dropped in surprise. "Ko Then Fong, You're so proactive today. You came early. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment at hearing him say, "This time you're not half an hour late." In moments like these, one just needs to smile brightly. He replied, "Isn't it that I've seen the light? That I've decided to work hard? To repay you for all the overtime you've covered for me these days. How about I come an hour early every day from now on to change shifts?" Trong Chin was witnessing one surprise after another today. He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Really?" He thought to himself, "Did this kid take the wrong medicine today?" He smiled and replied, "Of course." Although he was suspicious, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. His face lit up, and he waved goodbye immediately. "Good brother, that's enough sincerity. I'll buy you a drink sometime. I'm leaving now." He also bid him farewell. "Alright, see you later." After he disappeared, Ko Then Fong immediately turned to look into the prison cell. He walked inside, smiling with delight, wondering what interesting things awaited him within. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Whose card will I draw today? The dangling bunch of keys on his hip looked truly authoritative. He walked to the door of a cell covered in talismans, observing it intently with a bit of surprise. This door was not only covered in talismans, but also had sealing spells on it. He reached out and slid a bar on the door side. Inside, a giant, blood-red eye was already looking out. Ko Then Fong was lying on a green grassy field. There were also many red flowers blooming. He propped himself up on the ground and slowly sat up, looking around blankly. His eyes narrowed with suspicion, trying to stay clear-headed. This place, the twilight was so beautiful. In front of him was a couple talking. He looked around in confusion and asked, "Where is this?" Suddenly, the girl ran closer to the boy. He stood, looking up at the sun, and sighed, "So peaceful and warm." Suddenly, he pointed up in confusion, thinking, the sun. That crimson sun had now transformed into a giant eye, slowly opening and staring at him, looking very peculiar. The eye opened wider, pressing down on him and falling. He stood frozen stiff, amazed, craning his neck to look at it. This beautiful place was now dark. The flowers on the ground had turned into ghastly white skulls. The scene was barren and desolate. He stood here alone, surrounded by skulls. The eye now shrunk again, becoming only a distorted pupil. A giant figure approached, but it had no head. Its head was that ghastly white pupil. This giant simply walked towards him. Its foot aimed at him and stomped down, kicking him backward. That eye stared down, making a gurgling sound. Its leg attacked crazily and continuously. He stood still, predicting its attack direction, and exclaimed, "Son." At this moment, the system opened again, displaying a notification. "You have been attacked by the eye demon. Soul power plus 10. Just then, he seemed to have woken up. The surrounding space returned to the prison cell. Now, looking at the door in front of him, he realized illusion technique. A strange voice from behind the door echoed, "You, my servant, obey my command, open the door and rush out." Ko Then Fong heard these words and opened his mouth in annoyance. He unlocked the prison cell and removed the talismans on the door. He directly opened the door and walked in. Inside, the voice still echoed, "Servant, open the door." Inside was just a small, round eye, yet it dared to threaten him so boldly. Perfect. Trinkets of the demon-suppressing division. Once I'm out, I'll show you what my wrath is like. He said nothing, just pushed the door shut. This eye was the eye demon. Seeing him close the door, it angrily flew up and cursed, "I haven't gotten out yet." He was shaking all over from holding back. Seeing no reaction from him, it flew lower, tilting its head to observe. "Hey!" It arrogantly shouted again, "Servant, open the door." He stared at it with wide, vacant eyes. The eye demon saw this and flew close to his face, its eye wide open, pressing against his and staring intently. Just as it was most unguarded, he immediately reached out and grabbed the eye. So he had been acting all along. Ko Then Fong smirked triumphantly and gave it a beating. His 2 fingers plunged straight into the giant eye, making it scream in agony. Blood pooled on the ground. The eye demon shrieked in pain and cursed, "It hurts so much. It hurts so much. You lowly human. How could you break my ocular technique? Ko Than-fong looked up at it and calmly replied, "You're bleeding. Come, I'll take you for some treatment." His face became twisted as he stared at it. "Come on." Seeing his scornful attitude, the eye demon glared furiously and shouted, "Bastard, unforgivable." But there was nothing it could do. It turned tail and climbed straight onto the ceiling, cursing loudly, "I underestimated you just now. I'll show you what true wickedness is." With that, it spun around, its eye glowing and emitting a red light that shone directly on him. It was up to its tricks again. Ko Than-fong covered his eyes and yelled, what did you say?" making it even more helpless and enraged. At this moment, the space around him began to change. He looked down at his hand. The light had turned green. In front of him was the same eye-headed giant from earlier, sitting imposingly on a chair, all muscle. He broke out in a sweat and chuckled softly, "Here we go again." The eye demon leaned down, looking at him threateningly. "I will torment you with every suffering. I will make you regret ever coming into this world." His entire body felt suppressed by some force. He thought to himself, "Although I know it's an illusion, the feeling of oppression is overwhelming." The demon roared again, "You lowly human, kneel!" It increased the pressure, but he still stood there unmoving, rooted to the spot, challenging it. But after a while, his body involuntarily collapsed. He thought in confusion and anger, "This doesn't count as an attack. Damn it, my limbs aren't listening to me." Hundreds more eyes appeared in the space, staring intently at him. Shouts continuously echoed, "Kneel." He stared wide-eyed at them, his gaze filled with hatred, his entire body drenched in sweat. Ko Than-fong urgently pleaded, "System, quickly make me wake up." At this moment, the system appeared. "You received an attack from the eye demon, soul power plus 10. The points kept increasing. The more the eye demon attacked him, the more he benefited. Finally, his soul power broke through its limit. "Congratulations, host, you have gained ocular technique." One of his eyes lit up. He was also shocked by this new power. Amazing. He clutched his eyes with both hands, tilting his head back and shouting with delight, "Whoa!" He was so happy he could cry. Gaining an illusion technique was like cool oil in his eyes. It felt so refreshing. Now, the eye demon was nothing in his eyes. He reached out a hand towards it, ready to execute this foolish monster. In a flash, he was sitting in its chair. Now everything was in his palm. It had lost control. His eyes glared furiously. "Good, just in time to test it on you." The eye demon, now weak and shrunken, stood stiffly on the ground, frozen in fear. This time, it was definitely dead. His power began to surge fiercely. He looked like a demon sitting there, ready to execute the sinner. The eye demon immediately trembled uncontrollably, so frightened it was about to wet itself. He sat with his legs crossed, coldly propping his hand, and ordered it, "Crawl over here." It was threatened within its own dark magic, shaking with fury, tightly closing its eyes and stubbornly arguing, "This is my ocular technique." Sweat drenched its terrified body as it stammered in his hand, "You broke it. No, you seized my ocular technique." He raised his hand and flicked it gently. The surrounding space returned to its original state, back to the prison cell door. He prepared to throw it into the room. It continuously begged, "Spare me, spare me." Ko Than-fong didn't deign to reply, simply throwing it straight back into the room. It bounced like a ball, hitting here and there. Finally, he clasped his hands together, waiting for it to bounce back towards him. Just as expected, the eye demon, like a ball, slammed directly into his hands, shattering into pieces, blood gushing out. Seeing it battered and lying on the ground, he smiled and closed the cell door, not forgetting to mock, "Considering you provided me with a skill, I won't kill you. Cultivate diligently. I'll be back next time." With that, he slammed the door shut, without a trace of mercy, leaving the eye demon to scream in agony and terror. Next time, still coming next time. How could one tormenting be enough? In another room, Ko Than-fong held a book in his hand, studying it and saying, "So this is an illusion technique. Illusionary ocular techniques have two functions. They can control others and create illusory realms. The practitioner can control the actions of a mid-tier expert, The mid-tier expert will fall into an illusory realm created by the practitioner. The more he read, the more he learned. The weakness of illusory vision is that it requires direct eye contact with someone whose soul power is inferior to one's own. Otherwise, the effect will be reduced or even fail, and the strength of the illusory vision depends on the practitioner's ability. After reading these things, he closed the book and happily thought, "This is great. It's a skill that can grow. With my current soul power, activating illusory vision should be no problem against martial artists of the Chi-gathering realm." But what about martial artists of the inner Chi realm? Martial arts are divided into 5 major ranks: Chi-gathering realm, inner Chi realm, true Chi realm, aura Chi realm, and innate realm. These 5 major realms correspond to the 5 great demon exterminating envoys in the demon suppressing division: apprentice demon exterminator, profound rank demon exterminator, heavenly rank demon exterminator, imperial rank demon exterminator, and earth rank demon exterminator. Each major martial arts realm is further divided into 9 minor realms, from 1 to 9 heavens. 9 is the highest. One can only break through the old realm, advance to a new realm after reaching the 9th level of the previous realm. He clenched his fist, trembling, his heart filled with determination. My chances of victory aren't high. Ko Thenfong bit his lip, secretly resolving, after all, I'm currently just a pathetic 3rd heaven Chi-gathering martial artist. He walked along, talking to himself, but in just a short days, the system has directly made me invincible. What if in a few more days, I could clear all 3 levels of the demon suppressing prison? Just as he was deep in thought, a voice called out, "Young man, come here." He flinched and glanced over. The call came from a door carefully wrapped in chains and adorned with many talismans. He looked at the door and exclaimed, "Oh, being proactive, are we?" Ko Thenfong didn't hesitate to open the cover on the door. Looking inside, he only saw an old man. The old man saw him and said, "Young man, have you also come for talisman materials?" After hearing this, he frowned in confusion. He hadn't planned on doing anything. The old man had called him first, so he cautiously asked back, "Talisman materials?" The old man pulled open his shirt and told him, "It seems the recent battles of your demon-suppressing division have been a bit intense." Then he reached into his shirt. "I remember the last time you came here for materials was half a month ago. I didn't expect you'd use them all up so quickly." His face contorted in pain, his hand still inside his shirt. It was unclear what the old man was doing, and he looked very strange. Ko Thenfong immediately became vigilant, stepping away from the door and exclaiming, "You damn pervert! What are you trying to do?" To his surprise, the old man straightforwardly peeled a piece of skin from his own body, but when he took it out, it turned into a piece of brown bark. The old man offered it to him, holding out the bark and saying softly, "Young man, for you." He had never encountered such a situation before, frowning and grumbling in response. What? So it was material taken from the body. Finding it interesting, he immediately reached in and took it. Seeing Ko Thenfong's hand waving before his eyes, the old man also thought in surprise, directly putting his hand into the demon prison. Seeing the old man hesitate, he urged, "Didn't you say you had a welcome gift for me? Why aren't you giving it?" Impatient, he slammed his hand on the door and loudly scolded, "Hey, are you going to give it or not?" The old man gave a cunning smile, without saying a word. He wickedly placed the tree bark on his hand. It was clear he was hatching a dirty plan. After giving it, he chuckled to himself, her, such a strong body, that old man is truly a pervert." Having received that piece of tree trunk, Gu Qingfeng held it up to examine, secretly assessing, "Isn't this just a piece of bark? Damn it, and that old man just said it was a talisman." He even brought it to his nose to smell it, and immediately realized that the smell of the talismans on the prison door was similar to the smell of this bark. He gripped the bark tightly in his hand, only now realizing its potency. So that's it. No wonder they wanted to establish the demon suppression prison. This old man must be a tree demon. The bark on his body can be used to create talismans. Connecting these events, he gave a sly smile as he realized, so, The Demon Suppression Division comes to get bark from him every few days. The Demon Suppression Division is truly cunning. This is like a never-ending resource depot. Good things must be kept hidden. He immediately looked around to see if anyone was watching, then quickly tucked the bark into his shirt. If bark could be used to make talismans, it would save some money. At least Gu Qingfeng still had some conscience and was fair. He propped his hands, peered into the cell, and opened his mouth to haggle. It's not really appropriate to use him for cultivation now. Taking the bark and then also demanding to cultivate seems a bit greedy, so he was still considering. He decided to let him go. Alright then, I'll go find someone else. Just as he was about to leave, the old man called out loudly, "Young man." He startled and turned back. The old man stood looking out the door and began to strike up a conversation, asking, "Are you in a hurry to return? If you're not in a hurry, would you mind talking to this old man?" His somber voice echoed, "I've been imprisoned in this Demon Suppression Division for 10 years, and no one has spoken to me in all that time." He even put on a pitiful act, leaning on his staff and trembling. "My lifespan is almost over. Before I die, I want to find someone to talk to and ease my sorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the cell door. He had returned, peering inside and coldly looking at the old man, replying, "All right then, what do you want to talk about?" Gu Qingfeng even resolutely opened the door. The old man, huddled inside, began to cross his arms, bowing his head and acting deeply, saying, "Shall this old man tell you a story?" Unexpectedly, he was very enthusiastic. "That's great, I love hearing stories the most." The old man began to recount. 100 years ago, in Jixian County, there was a small village called Zhangjia Village. The people there were simple and honest, isolated from the world. There was a young boy named Zhang Heng who accidentally planted a small pagoda tree. As he spoke, he was plotting in his head, "This old man will slowly lure you to open the door," but unexpectedly, before he could even lure him, he had already opened the door and walked straight in. His sudden action startled the old man, making him freeze and stop narrating, looking at him in confusion. He frantically yelled, You, why did you come in here? I'm a demon, aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" He even sat on the old man's vines as if playing on a swing. Sitting beside him, he calmly replied, "I can tell you're a good demon. Besides, listening to stories from behind a door just doesn't feel right." The old man started sweating, speechless, thinking, "Why isn't this idiot following the plan? This old man hasn't even finished the story yet." Seeing him silent, he excitedly urged, "Go on, tell me more. I'm listening. What happened to the little pagoda tree?" He happily swung on the vine, showing no caution towards the old man. Watching him play before his eyes, the old man thought helplessly, "What now? Should he continue the story or attack right away?" He hadn't anticipated his move. He stood up and continued in a monotonous voice. "After the small pagoda tree grew up, it turned into a demon and then ate all the people in Zhangjia village. His branches were secretly extending while he continued to swing freely, asking, 'Is that all?' The old man's roots and vines spread throughout the room, targeting him, and he said, 'That's all.' Exuding murderous intent, he was impatient. "You're right in front of me. What's with the storytelling? Just eat him already." With a thwack, a branch fell straight down. In a flash, he had transformed into a tree demon, but just as he roared, he was slapped directly in the face. He lost his enthusiasm, froze stiff, and was stunned. Before he could even collect himself, Gu Qingfeng threw a punch straight at the old man's face, a thump accompanied by a shout. "Get to the point!" Annoyed, he stood with his hands on his hips, pointing directly at the old man and shouting, "Can you be a bit more dedicated? Can you at least finish the story before attacking?" The old man, angered by the beating, stood up with wide eyes. He sarcastically mocked, "You're no different from those sloppy guys." Upon hearing this, he bounced backward, but still pompously placed his hand on his chest and declared loudly, "And you're about to die and still dare to hit me, I'll turn." The old man's tentacles extended, lunging straight at him, and he yelled, "Into my nutrients!" He was a little startled, leaning back to dodge the old man's extending branches. But in the end, he was tightly entangled by them, left dangling in midair. The system announced, "You have been hit by the century-old pagoda tree demon's attack. Strength +5. The old man walked over to where he was hanging, a triumphant smile on his face. He even dared to poke his finger hard on his chest. But he felt no pain at all, even laughing provocatively. "Press harder, my skin is very thick." Seeing this, the old man became even more furious, suspending him. The tree demon raised his voice in disdain, turning his back and yelling, still daring to brag. With a flick of his wrist, countless vines, like living snakes, immediately lunged, tightly wrapping round Gu King Feng, turning him into a living mummy. The vines emitted an eerie green glow, constantly draining his life force. Paradoxically, the system in his head continuously announced points being added. The more the old man tortured him, the more his points soared, and his strength exploded accordingly. A cracking sound emanated from inside the plant cocoon. Gu King Feng had actually torn through the old man's seemingly solid defense, easily escaping. He lightly jumped down to the ground right in front of the old man, a satisfied smile on his face. He didn't know how many points he had accumulated just now. Seeing his prey escape, and their roles completely reversed, the demon retreated in horror, yelling, You, don't come over here." But how could he let him off? He cracked his knuckles, his smile turning wicked. "Keep screaming, no one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse." Gu King Feng cracked his knuckles and lunged like a whirlwind, yelling, "Feel the fear, O old geezer." The old man trembled uncontrollably, unable to dodge. Dry thump sounds continuously echoed in the cell. After a good beating, the old man, his face covered in blood, immediately became a devoted servant, massaging his back and dutifully confessing, "Actually, I am that pagoda tree. Because of a spiritual weapon, I turned into a demon, and then you captured me and imprisoned me here until now." He even had to use his branches to give him a full-body massage. It seemed he had become much more compliant. He even had to massage his feet. He calmly asked back, "So you're saying you turned from an ordinary pagoda tree into a demon because of a spiritual weapon?" The old man quickly admitted, "That's right, master. That year, beneath where this little demon was planted, a wood attribute spiritual weapon was buried. This little demon was nurtured and nourished day and night by that spiritual weapon, only then taking human form." King Feng lay stretched out on the table, happily enjoying the head-to-toe service, then questioned, "What kind of powerful spiritual weapon was that? It must have been at least profound grade, right?" The old man, his face bloody and head swollen, replied, "Master has a keen eye." He hastily explained, "Spiritual weapons are powerful, sentient artifacts divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, corresponding to the 4 grades of demon slayers." Recalling the sword of yesteryear, he recounted that spiritual weapon was called the Wood King's Sword. 100 years ago, it was a high-grade earth-level spiritual weapon. While massaging his feet, he continued, "However, it seems that spiritual weapon was damaged. Over 100 years, its sentience continuously dissipated, and now its grade has fallen to low-grade profound." Hearing this, he shot up, immediately grasping the key point. It wasn't just damaged, was it? Over the years, to take form, I'm afraid you absorbed quite a bit of its spiritual energy, didn't you? The old man couldn't deny it, only admitting, "Master has a keen eye." Seeing that he had extracted quite a bit of information, he put on his boots and coldly said, "All right, no more flattery." But with such a bargain, how could he let it go? He asked directly, "Where is the Wood King's sword hidden?" The old man replied, "That year, when the demon slayer came to capture me, I knew I couldn't win, so I hid the Wood King's sword in a very secret place. Only I know this place." The old man hadn't finished his sentence when he impatiently leaned forward. With one hand, he grabbed the old man's collar, and with the other, he pushed his head down, scolding, "I hate it when people beat around the bush with me. Get to the point. Exactly when asked, just answer directly instead of deliberately dragging it out." Frightened, the old man quickly stammered, "Yes, yes, yes, master. The Wood King sword is hidden beneath the mountain god temple behind Zhongjia Village Mountain, Jixian County." Having gotten the address, he immediately put on his clothes, preparing to leave. When he was done, he walked out of the cell, not forgetting to call back, "I have to go somewhere else. I'll come find you again tomorrow." Watching him slam the door and leave, the old man could only bow his head and say, "Yes, yes, yes, master. Go slowly. Welcome back next time." Gu Qingfeng walked out of the cell, muttering to himself as he went, "Damn, that tree demon talked too much and wasted my time. It's almost morning now. It's probably too late to go to the next room. We might have to switch shifts halfway through." Suddenly, he remembered someone and his steps halted. He looked towards another cell, hesitating. "It's been a day since I saw little succubus. I wonder how far she's progressed with those poses." Thinking this, he went to her cell and decisively unlocked it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw her sitting in the room practicing. He smiled brightly and waved, "Succubus." She was a bit surprised to see him. He put on the face of a demanding director, giving instructions, change into a dominant older sister look, then wear the outfit of a courtesan. It must be a red dress. Got it? Her face flushed red upon hearing this. She bowed her head, having no other choice but to obey. "Yes, master." With a boom, the succubus transformed into exactly the look he desired. She wriggled, looking at him and asking, "Man, are you satisfied yet?" Gu Qingfeng looked at her slender figure, clapping his hands in endless admiration. "Beautiful, beautiful. But all good things must come to an end." He only admired for a moment before abruptly turning his back and leaving her standing there bewildered. Before leaving, he also instructed, "I'll go and be right back." The scene suddenly changed. At a modern school, a small and held out an envelope with a pink heart, and a soft, coy voice rang out, "Senior Qingfeng, please accept this." Before him was the succubus in a schoolgirl uniform. Her face flushed as she confessed her feelings under a romantic cherry blossom tree. I like Senior Qingfeng the most." The other girls standing round watching this scene began to murmur, "Senior Qingfeng is being confessed to again. What? How could she make a move on Senior Qingfeng, my favorite?" At this moment, he seriously replied to the succubus with a reason that couldn't be more patriotic. "Sorry, my heart has no room left. My heart only holds our great motherland." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls admired him even more. Why is Senior Qingfeng so charming? Senior Qingfeng is so handsome. As the crowd was captivated, a snap of fingers suddenly echoed. The two of them seemed to be sucked into an endless spatial vortex. A demon eye appeared, cutting the scene immediately. A terrified shout rang out, "Report!" A soldier frantically ran into the palace, where he and several other palace maids were chatting happily. In this setting, Gu Qingfeng was an emperor, surrounded by beautiful women. The shout rang out again, "The female leader of the 7 kingdoms has surrounded us." The servant knelt on the ground, reporting, "She said she must marry the Lord." Several beautiful girls ran in from outside, making him even more scared. "It's bad. They've broken through." The girls ran straight to him, each earnestly pleading, "Today, you must marry me." Gu Qingfeng sat on his throne, wearing a crown, smiling gleefully. "Why do mortals always covet my beauty? HMPH, stop fighting. Let's all live together." Just then, the images of the girls blurred, and the sounds became unclear. Lord, Lord, he suddenly woke up, returning to harsh reality. He had emerged from the illusion, back in the cell, lying shirtless on the bed, enjoying the massage from the succubus. Annoyed, he looked at the demon eye, questioning, "Hey, Big Eye, I was having fun. Why did you suddenly cancel the illusion?" The big-eyed demon quickly stammered in fear, explaining, "Boss, it's time for the shift change." Seeing this, he didn't question further, letting out a long, satisfied yawn. Then he got out of bed, patting the succubus's head with satisfaction. Stepping out of the cell, he didn't forget to lock the door. As he walked out the door, regretfully thinking to himself, "Fun times always fly by fast," he also met Zhang Zheng, who was gleefully coming to change shifts. Seeing him, he smiled and said, "The mountain roads here are winding and treacherous." He looked at him but didn't reply. But seeing his cheerful demeanor, he waved and asked, "Oh, why are you so happy today? Did you step in dog poop on the street?" Suddenly, he grabbed his arm tightly and exclaimed, "Something big has happened at the demon suppressing division this time." He also cautiously looked around to see if anyone was there. Seeing no one, he adopted a secretive manner and told him, "Just now I heard that a few days ago, Senior Yang, a Zhuan-level demon slayer, led a team to the Bone Forest to exterminate demons. The result was that the entire army was wiped out." He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Seeing his apparent excitement, he curiously asked if the entire army was wiped out. "Why are you so agitated? Was an enemy of yours among them?" Seeing that he didn't seem to understand, he put on a mysterious expression. "Think about it. The staffing of our demon-suppressing division in Wudong County is always full. This guy is truly astute. When others face misfortune, he's already calculated his own benefit. This time, 4 Huang-level demon slayers died, and 1 Zhuan-level demon slayer. Suddenly, there are many vacant positions." After hearing him, he was also a bit stunned. Gu Qingfeng truly hadn't thought of this. He scratched his head and replied, "Even if there are vacant Huang-level demon slayer positions, how does that concern you? You're only at the 4th stage of qi condensation now, aren't you? It's not your turn yet." He didn't deny it, replying, I know. So this time, they've promoted for inner qi realm trainee demon slayers to Huang-level demon slayers. Zhang Zheng told him everything he knew, and they promoted 1 Huang-level demon slayer to fill Senior Yang's position. He raised his pinky finger, indicating, "So there's still 1 vacant Huang-level demon slayer position, but all the inner qi realm trainee demon slayers have already been officially promoted. What about that vacant spot?" He was still confused when he suddenly chuckled. Finally, he shouted, "Of course, according to tradition, it's a martial arts competition." His words truly broadened his knowledge. Through martial arts competition, they'll select the most capable person to fill the vacancy, and then urge that person to cultivate. He listened, mouth agape in surprise, thinking, a martial arts competition. Zhang Zheng continued, "The time for this competition is set for 3 days from now. I just passed by and saw many people signing up. It's very lively." Gu Qingfeng seemed quite interested. He smiled faintly. For this competition, only trainee demon slayers at the 9th stage of qi condensation can sign up. The other man stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "To be honest, there are no restrictions. Quite a few at the 8th stage of qi condensation also went." Hearing this, his entire body surged with energy. Though he said that his mind was already calculating, "This is great, only 3 more days. If I can be promoted to a royal exorcist this time, I'll have the right to freely enter and exit the 2nd floor of the demon suppression prison. By then, I'll be able to interact with more demons and then work with the system." His eyes lit up and he chuckled with delight. This is a rare opportunity. Suddenly, the other man walked past him very quickly. He rested his head on his hand, seemingly advising, "However, I'm just telling you this, they're truly fantasizing. Challenging beyond your level isn't easy. Ultimately, the winner will definitely be someone at the 9th stage of qi condensation. If you have time, it's better to just work honestly. You should go home and rest early too." But he still had something to ask, so he quickly grabbed the hem of his robe and pulled him back. "Wait, where do they sign up?" The other man looked back at him with a hint of doubt and replied, The Righteousness Hall." He smiled happily, "Thanks." He looked at him in surprise, probing, Why are you asking about this?" He didn't answer but directly turned around, waving goodbye to him. "You've worked hard. I'm leaving now. Goodbye." He also waved back, goodbye." Gu Qingfeng looked down at his hand, secretly calculating, "The system only works on demons. Martial artists can kill me. Moreover, participating in a martial arts competition like this doesn't suit my humble personality." But he looked at the system, his hope growing even stronger. Clenching his fist, Just one of these skills is enough to crush someone at the 9th stage of chi condensation, and I have for kinds. He walked out the door with great vigor. The strength of someone at the 9th stage of chi condensation is for 1,500 jin, while I have over 10,000 jin. There's no way I can lose. Seek riches in danger. Seeing his demeanor, Zhang was also surprised. He ran back to him, sweating, and asked in confusion, "Hey, you're not planning to participate in the competition, are you?" His face darkened and he said concisely, "Of course." The other man saw this and scoffed in disbelief. "Brother Gu, you are my elder brother. You really dare to think that? Do you know that guy at the 7th stage of chi condensation?" But before he could finish, he coldly interrupted, "As long as I win, everyone will have to shut up." Seeing his resolute and serious demeanor, he dared not say anything else, silently gaping and thinking, when did this kid become so cool? Is he crazy? Watching him walk decisively out the door, he still tried to shout after him, "Hey, have you been enchanted by a demon?" Zhang even chased him all the way to the main gate. "Hey, wait." But he walked very quickly. He stood there, sweating profusely, helplessly saying, "When did this kid get so fast?" Finally, he stopped chasing, reaching into his shirt to retrieve something. Never mind. It turned out he pulled out a notebook and studied it carefully. "I can't hold you back. Let me check my notebook and think of a way to persuade you." At this moment, in the Righteousness Hall, where people were signing up, an old man with white hair sat at a table, surrounded by several guards. He slowly asked, "Name, cultivation, position." The red-haired man standing there to sign up looked quite rebellious. With his hands on his hips, replied, "Hu Bansheng, 9th stage of chi condensation, trainee demon slayer of Squad 7. As soon as he finished speaking, the others standing behind immediately started whispering, "Is that Hu Bansheng? I heard he alone killed an armored zombie." Wow, isn't that something only an internal chi realm expert can kill? He's only at the 9th stage of chi condensation. It seems this promotion to Imperial Demon Slayer will go to him. There's also by Moming, the successor of the White Horse Silver Spear. He's participating too. That Hu Bansheng looks so arrogant standing at the registration desk. Wow, if I'd known he was coming, I wouldn't have come. The old white-haired man just said coldly, "Next." From the crowd, a figure stepped forward. He had long white hair and stood proudly at the registration desk, declaring, "Yizhuan, 7th stage of chi condensation, trainee demon slayer of Squad 2. The old man looked at him and asked, 7th stage of chi condensation? Are you sure you want to register?" He replied without hesitation, "Absolutely." The others immediately started buzzing, turning to each other and saying, "Did I hear that right? He's only a 7th stage chi condensation cultivator and he dares to participate. Is this kid still half asleep?" The others also mocked, "Haha. Another deluded fool has appeared." Another person chimed in, "I'm at the 8th stage of chi condensation and I don't even dare to sign up. Someone like him truly doesn't know his place." Yizhuan heard this, glared back at the crowd, and sneered coldly, "A bunch of frogs in a well. If victory and defeat are decided by cultivation, then what's the point of a martial arts competition? Wouldn't it be enough for everyone to just state their cultivation levels?" He even sneered, "You don't dare to compete yourselves, yet you mock others. How foolish." Those guys, after being lectured, began to argue shamefully. I call that knowing myself, unlike someone who doesn't know his place. Just as things were getting intense, a loud voice boomed, "Brother, you're absolutely right. I second that." The astonished crowd looked over. The one who spoke was none other than Gu Qingfeng. He squeezed through the crowd to Yizhuan and said with a smile, "Brother Yi's courage is truly admirable. I'm greatly inspired by it." In the early morning sun, he clasped his hands and looked at him sincerely. "I was originally hesitant because of my low cultivation." He gently patted his shoulder in a familiar gesture. "Now that Brother Yi is leading the way, I'll join in the fun too." He understood and replied, "Brother, you are righteous and straightforward. Your courage is commendable. What does it matter if your cultivation is low?" The entire crowd fell silent. No one said another word. Yizhuan took the opportunity to lecture the crowd. A martial artist must have a resolute heart, unafraid of strong enemies. Even the old man at the registration desk felt a twinge of guilt. Brother Yi's gaze is steady and cold. If you dare not draw your sword against a strong enemy now, it will be the same tomorrow. There will always be people with higher cultivation than you in this world. So, does that mean you'll never dare to draw your sword your entire life? The weaker ones standing outside felt their courage ignited and cheered enthusiastically. Full of admiration, young hero Yi is absolutely right. I'm also at the 7th stage of Qi condensation. I want to sign up too. Lu Nanja, am already inspired. That makes a lot of sense. I want to participate too. Me too! Gu Qingfeng held out a hand, looking sincerely at Yizhuan and calling out intimately, "Brother." The other man didn't hesitate to take his hand. He said to him, "If you and I fight side by side, even if we are only at the 7th stage of Qi condensation, we can still carve out our own path." Upon hearing this, he blushed, scratched his head shyly, and coughed. Actually, I'm only at the 3rd stage of Qi condensation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yizhuan was also startled, completely speechless. The people around them broke out in a cold sweat, shouting in surprise, "Challenging 6 levels higher? If you want to die, you can choose another way. You don't need to humiliate yourself like this." But while others worried, he remained carefree, smiling brightly and waving at them. "Don't worry, brothers. If I dare to sign up, of course I have a certain degree of confidence." Even the old man at the registration desk stared at him with his mouth agape. He didn't hesitate at all, placing the wooden registration plaque on the table. He declared loudly, "Gu Qingfeng, cultivation at the 3rd stage of Qi condensation. Position, jailer of the demon suppressing prison." That night in Zhang family village, horses galloped swiftly. Gu Qingfeng rode his horse, thinking, there are still a few days until the competition. I need a suitable spirit weapon. He was also full of hope, thinking that the Mechvin sword that the locust tree demon mentioned was the best choice right now. Suddenly, he looked up with a start, breaking into a cold sweat. Ahead, a dazzling green orb floated in midair, appearing to grow as it absorbed the surrounding energy. He clutched the cloth bundle in his hand and shouted, "I deliberately avoided the main road because I wanted to find you." Seeing this orb, he deduced, "The treasure is nearby, there must be demons." Gu Qingfeng even stood up on his saddle, his eyes fixed on the orb, "And demons are my experience bags." His feet lightly pushed off the horse's back, and his entire body reached out, trying to grasp the light. He caught it precisely, but an indescribable sense of emptiness came over him. His hand seemed to grasp nothing but air. In a flash, he jumped down to the ground. When he opened his palm, a firefly flew out. It turned out the orb of light was just a cluster of many fireflies. Gu Qingfeng stared blankly at the scene, wondering, fireflies? Fireflies in this alternate world look like demon eyes. What a false alarm. Looking at the fireflies, their light shimmering magically under the moonlight, he thought, however, this place is truly beautiful. But he quickly had to dismiss the beautiful sight, leading his horse away. "Alright, I'll go find the Wood King sword first." At this moment, the mountain god temple appeared before him. He hadn't encountered any demons on the way. Should I say my luck is good or bad? No demons, only 5-clawed fireflies. My luck isn't good then. He entered the temple, thinking in surprise. The spirit tree said the Wood King sword is buried 3 fen under the old Hoa tree in the mountain god temple, behind Zhang family village mountain. Thinking this, he hurriedly opened the temple door and went inside, excitedly calling out, "In the courtyard, in the courtyard." In front of him, there really was a very large pagoda tree. He couldn't help but exclaim, a tree this big might just turn into a pagoda tree spirit in a few years. He took out the digging tools he had prepared beforehand. Looking up at this software tree, I decided I'll take this wooden sword king. He threw his tool bag to the ground. Nothing was missing. He picked up the shovel and enthusiastically shouted, "Let's begin." Then he diligently began to dig. Time passed, and he had dug a huge hole under the tree. He dug and sank tirelessly until suddenly his shovel hit something hard. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Jackpot. Digging further, he found a wooden box carefully buried beneath the earth. In the quiet of the night, only Gu Qingfeng sat there. Before him the opened wooden box, inside a wooden sword. He stared at the wooden sword, finally speechless and breaking into a cold sweat, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. You picked up the sword. This isn't the sword made by the demon Sophra tree, is it? He held the sword, thinking, rough texture, let's try it out. He quickly swung the sword, trying out a few moves. Gu Qingfeng aimed at the shovel handle and struck down hard with the wooden sword. But the sword simply broke in half. Seeing it break, he was utterly distraught. All that effort digging, and the sword was weaker than a shovel handle. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. The Wood King's sword broke, but the shovel is fine. This time, he was both disappointed and furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, wishing he could chew that old man's head off. You demon Sophra tree, you're dead for sure. Just wait until I get back. I'll chop you down. But before he could even vent his anger, the broken sword instantly restored itself. He asked in disbelief. It restored itself. The broken sword tip on the ground just buried itself into the earth. The pagoda tree's roots also stretched out fiercely, overturning the soil and pushing their way up. He was also stunned by these changes. The pagoda tree roots surprisingly stretched out and grabbed him tightly. They aimed for the sword and wrapped around it, refusing to let go. A green light shot up from the ground into the sky, pulling his sword high up. He asked in shock and alarm, "What's going on?" He yelled, "Avada, take this," then shot a direct spell at the pagoda tree. The Sophra tree took this blow, its trunk completely dented on one side. He was startled, his eyes lighting up with excitement. So this was the precise way to use the Wood King sword. After the pagoda tree was struck, the sword also no longer glowed like that. He sat down intently looking at the sword in front of him. As the locust demon said, he had to drip blood to make it his own. He spread his hand out to look. The sword already had a chipped edge. He angrily slammed the wooden sword onto his hand, but it remained completely unaffected. Suddenly, several small green sprouts grew from the sword on the ground. But in the blink of an eye, these saplings had grown powerfully, taller than him. They even aimed directly at Gu Qingfeng's chest and plunged down. He was startled and exclaimed, "Holy moly!" Green and red streaks of light successively pierced his chest, lifting his entire body into the air. The sword's body also gradually cracked into long, blood-red streaks, looking very sinister. What Gu Qingfeng didn't know was that a spirit weapon wouldn't casually accept a master. Its master needed to possess corresponding strength to control it. Otherwise, during the process of accepting a master, one could be drained of blood by the spirit weapon until death. He lay on the ground, his entire body radiating strange red light, and cried out in some pain, why are you still sucking?" He quickly clenched his hands, and a fierce green light also radiated from them. He raised the blood-red sword in his hand and shouted, "Stop! Stop right now, or I'll bury you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword immediately retracted its killing intent. Gu Qingfeng leaned on the sword and knelt down. His eyes widened, sweat poured down, and he gasped in slight fear, thinking, "Damn it, this is too evil. If I hadn't subdued it today, it would have drained all my blood." He put the sword down on the ground, no longer touching it. His body quickly recovered its strength. Ordinary spirit weapons required a practitioner of the inner chi realm to control them and needed to be supplied with enough energy to absorb. He took a deep breath, balancing his body. With hands placed before his abdomen, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and cultivated his vital energy, his entire body radiating green light. As for Gu Qingfeng, who was only in the chi condensation realm, he could only rely on supplying blood for the spirit weapon to absorb. If his constitution weren't extraordinary, he would have been a corpse long ago. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, frowning as he stared straight ahead. The system displayed information about this wooden sword, including its level and special abilities. The sword was marvelous. Even if chopped apart, it could still regenerate. After reading these lines, Gu Qingfeng picked up the blade from the ground and thought, indeed, the sovereign tree spirit didn't lie to me. The Wood King sword is truly powerful. He placed his hand on its surface, intently observing the sword, carefully considering, as a reward, once I find an opportunity, I will free that sovereign tree spirit. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky, accompanied by a rumbling thunder. Anyway, being imprisoned in the demon-suppressing dungeon is suffering. It's better to use it to nourish the Wood King sword. Just thinking about it made him smile sinisterly. Soon, it started raining heavily. He suddenly looked up at the sky and thought, it's too dark. There's no way to go back now. I'll have to take shelter in the temple. He hurriedly ran into the ruined temple, throwing open the door. In the center of the room was a headless statue. Gu Qingfeng entered and quickly closed the door. Looking at the room, he said, according to the demon-suppressing handbook, the mountain god is worshipped by thousands, gathering the will of all beings, and possesses a certain ability to ward off evil and ill fortune. This temple looks very old, with spiderwebs covering the roof, and the god statue has lost its head. Therefore, once the mountain god statue is broken, it means a powerful demon capable of damaging even the mountain god has appeared here. This is extremely ominous and requires caution. With that thought, he lit a fire to warm himself inside the temple. As he did so, he mused, no demons on the road, but I've gained quite a lot at the mountain god temple. Eating a baked bun, this is so bad. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. He was startled and looked out vigilantly, but he calmly lay down on the floor to rest without a hint of fear. Outside, in the rain, a group of people was approaching. Hearing the sound, he also looked up and out the door, listening, thinking, have demons and ghosts found me so quickly? A voice suddenly sounded from outside, stop here. Then very quickly, the temple door was opened. 3 people from outside entered, one of whom was a veiled girl who, even with her face covered, appeared very beautiful. He was startled, quickly turned around to face them, and said, hello. Looking at the people who had just entered the temple, Gu Qingfeng thought, so it's not a demon after all? The people stared at each other. Suddenly, the bald man frowned and looked at him. He seemed highly vigilant. He quickly shielded the girl and called out, young miss, it's raining heavily today. He sat silently by the fire, looking at them without speaking. The man looked him over, from his clothes to the digging tools he had placed beside him. Then he turned back to the girl, speaking with a serious demeanor. This temple is quite safe. The subordinates will stay by your side. Young miss, please rest assured. The girl sighed in relief and replied, thank you, Uncle Hin and everyone. You to follow me. As for the others, Uncle Hin, please arrange them. The others clasped their hands and shouted, yes, young miss. The group split up to stand guard around the temple. Gu Qingfeng remained seated silently by the fire. He looked at the group and thought, what a large formation. Outside, there were also several men standing in the rain, keeping watch. Suddenly, something made them look around, highly tense, wondering if tonight would be peaceful. Inside, the beautiful girl smiled radiantly and raised her hand to him. Hello, young master. Seeing this, he also smiled back. Hello, young miss. Suddenly, a silver ingot was thrown in front of him. The man said to him with a disdainful tone, young man, this mountain god temple is too small and cramped. I have 2 taels of silver here. Take it and go somewhere else. Gu Qingfeng was a little surprised to hear this, but he ignored the man and calmly picked up a piece of bun to eat. His face showed annoyance as he thought, this is the place I found first. Who do you think you are? He shoved the entire bun into his mouth, chewing and looking at the man provocatively, replying, not enough, you need to add more money. The other man immediately replied, then you name your price. His eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately stated a number, 20 for taels. Hearing this amount, the bald man was furious, his eyes bulging with killing intent as he threatened, young man, don't be insatiably greedy. Seeing him like that, he was also a little startled, realizing, damn, a Truchi realm cultivator. This guy is clearly much stronger than I thought. If the opponent were in the inner Chi realm, I could rely on some skills to take a gamble, but this person is in the Truchi realm. Only the wise know when to yield. Just as he didn't know what to do, the beautiful young lady stepped between the two of them. She held back the bald man and said, "He clearly arrived first. How can we drive him away?" The young lady even blushed charmingly, looking at him with a slight smile. "My household members are a bit rude. Please don't take offense, young master." Since the beautiful lady had spoken, he also took the opportunity to say, "No problem, but are you really not considering 20 for tails? Or 22 tails? We can still negotiate." Clearly, what he was after was money. But the young lady sat down beside him, friendly, removed her veil, and said with a smile, "Young master, please don't joke around anymore. It's nighttime now, and it's raining heavily outside. There might even be demons." In the room, several people sat around his fire. Since she had said so, he didn't haggle anymore and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, young miss." However, in his heart, Gu Qingfeng was regretting, thinking, "Oh, what's so scary about demons? I wish I hadn't bargained. 2 taels of silver is better than nothing, but now I've lost my chance to make money, so I'll just gnaw on this bun angrily." Suddenly, a large bolt of lightning struck outside. The rain showed no sign of stopping. The ground was now covered in blood. Right in front of the mountain god temple, several corpses lay strewn about. Suddenly, a chicken drumstick appeared before his eyes. It was the beautiful young lady offering it to Gu Qingfeng. The young lady looked at him bashfully. "Young master, if you don't mind, we can share a meal." The knight standing around the two of them looked at this scene, infuriated. "Young miss, we don't have much food left." But he didn't stand on ceremony and immediately accepted. "Well then, I'd be honored to accept. Why wouldn't I eat good food?" As he took the chicken drumstick, their hands even touched. The girl immediately blushed, her heart pounding. It seemed she was already smitten. She quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushed, her eyes demurely looking at him full of charm. The other men grew even angrier. They pressed closer to him, wishing they could gang up on Gu Qingfeng. Seeing their tension, he also broke out in a sweat, explaining with a smile, "Brother, my hand just trembled." The men's gazes could almost burn him, but he remained nonchalant and unafraid, deliberately asking, "Indeed, young lady, your beauty is matched by your beautiful heart. Gumo has remembered this meal. Oh, right, how should I address you, young lady?" She shyly looked away and replied, "My name is Tavi. What about you, young master?" He chuckled, holding a chicken drumstick, and leaned towards her. "Gu Qingfeng. Oh, right, where are you all headed?" The girl honestly replied, "My father was transferred to Widong County a few days ago. He has settled in today, so he told me to go find someone." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. What a coincidence! I didn't expect young Master Gu to also be from Widong County. Under the flickering firelight, the two chatted happily. I wonder if young Master could introduce some interesting customs and traditions of Widong County? He also replied casually. Then, young lady, you've asked the right person. This Widong County. The two continued to talk endlessly. Suddenly, the bald man became vigilant, his eyes flashing with fire as he looked outside. He held a large broadsword hidden behind his back and gestured to everyone, "Silence." The atmosphere instantly became tense. He seriously instructed, "You all protect the young lady well. I'll go out and see." Seeing this, the men quickly surrounded Tavi and loudly exclaimed, "Yes." The bald man rushed out like lightning. He was startled by what he saw ahead. The temple courtyard was now filled with corpses and blood. He looked around in surprise, thinking with confusion, I didn't even notice because of the rain? There wasn't even any sign of a struggle, a single fatal blow. He didn't notice the figure on the roof. This strange demon had long red hair and sharp fangs, staring intently at him, and spoke. "Finally found you, old ghost Xing. You made me search all the way here." The bald man immediately looked up at the ceiling where the other person was standing. The figure jumped down, his whole body emitting blood-red spiritual energy. "I can't believe you didn't take the main road, but instead ventured onto this small path." He jumped directly behind the bald man. Old Ghost Xing's eyes widened as he turned around, seemingly confused. and asked, "You are the white bone immortal of the blood demon sect?" The other man glanced at him and replied without denying, "You're somewhat knowledgeable today. I'm in a good mood. As long as you hand over your daughter to Qingyun, I can spare your life." But of course, the bald old ghost Xing wouldn't agree. He raised his sword in front of him, his eyes glaring, and declared, "Even if I die, I won't let you lay a finger on the young lady." With that, he charged forward to fight. Inside the temple, Gu Qingfeng and the others also heard the bald man's shout from outside, "Even if I die, I won't let you lay a finger on the young lady." He was also a bit startled as he looked outside, thinking, "Blood demon sect, white bone immortal." Vi, hearing the commotion outside, also looked nervously at the bodyguards and asked, "What is the blood demon sect? Who is the white bone immortal? Why do I hear that Uncle Xing is very wary of this person?" The bodyguard replied, "Young lady, the blood demon sect is a cult organized by martial artists who worship demons. These people are all madmen," he said with some worry in his eyes. In pursuit of immense power and immortality, they cultivate demonic arts, intending to transform themselves into demons. Their followers are all neither human nor demon. The Whitebone Immortal is a high-ranking figure among them, a powerful expert in the Qi manifestation realm, and also a successor of the corpse refining clan. Just hearing these words, the young lady was so horrified that she covered her mouth and screamed, "Eat! Eat people!" Then in her fear, she collapsed backward, fortunately caught in time by someone. It was Gu Qingfeng who quickly caught her. He asked kindly, "Young lady, are you alright?" She blushed and shyly replied, "No, I'm fine. Thank you, young master." She worriedly asked, "Why does the blood demon sect want to capture me? Is it because of father?" One of the two bodyguards turned to her and replied, "The reason Lord was promoted to Wudong County governor is that not long ago, he solved a major case related to the blood demon sect. The blood demon sect wants to capture you, young lady, probably to use you to get revenge on Lord." Gu Qingfeng looked at the group before him, thinking with some surprise, "I didn't expect this Vi to be the daughter of the Wudong County Lord." However, he then called out to the two men, "Big brother, I wanted to ask a bit. Are the people of the blood demon sect human or demon?" The bodyguard turned to him and retorted, "Why are you asking that?" Seeing their attitude, Gu Qingfeng's face darkened, and he pointed at himself, angrily asserting, "My specialty is dealing with demons and ghosts, so I just want to confirm." He confidently glowed, self-promoting himself. "Let me introduce myself. I, Gu Qingfeng, am a probationary demon slayer of the Wudong County Demon Suppression Division." Upon hearing this, Tivi's eyes lit up, and tears welled up as she exclaimed, "Young master, that's wonderful. I can't believe you're with the Demon Suppression Division. I heard that the demon slayers of the Demon Suppression Division are best at exterminating demons. You must have a way to deal with the Whitebone Immortal, right? Immortal, right?" But to her surprise, her innocent question became a joke to the two bodyguards. After hearing it, they clutched their stomachs and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." One of them said with contempt, "Young lady, he's just an intern demon exorcist, the lowest rank. His cultivation is only at the Qi gathering realm. What can he do?" The young woman heard that and immediately switched from trusting to worried, hastily pulling his arm. "Oh, is that so? Then young master, don't go out, let Uncle Xing and the others protect you." He heard that but didn't care in the slightest, only seriously replied, "You don't need to worry so much. I just want to know if that white bone superior is human or demon." The other person sneered and replied, "They are half human, half demon, implanted with demon organs." Having obtained the necessary information, he then secretly asked the system, "Can these half-demons injure me?" But ironically, this time the system didn't help much. Instead, it displayed a cold message. The system only gets stronger when attacked by demons, not half-demons. This meant that half-demons couldn't activate the system's features. Gu Qingfeng's face turned ashen after reading it, feeling as if glue had hardened inside him. He had just boasted big, but now he was helpless. He thought to himself in embarrassment, "The system is utterly useless." If those guards can't defeat the White Bone Superior, won't I also be implicated? If I had known, I wouldn't have said so much. Before they could even prepare, the temple door was suddenly flung open by a terrifying force, leaving the two guards inside to only stare in shock. They could only hold their swords, blocking the entrance, waiting with utmost vigilance for the stranger to enter. The one who entered was a gray skeleton. One of its eyes glowed red, and its sharp teeth protruded, looking extremely disgusting. As soon as he saw it, he was a bit startled. A thought flashed through his mind. A zombie, the same kind as the little enchantress. Seeing a swarm of living corpses rushing in from outside, Ziwei looked at him worriedly while he stared intently at the door, guessing. It seems these must be the zombies cultivated by the White Bone Superior. The zombies swung their arms, grabbing the guard's sword. Neither of them was a match for the zombies. With a light flick of their arms, both men were thrown far away. The guards still bravely held their swords, blocking the front, then Gu Qingfeng, and finally the young woman Ziwei, cowering behind him. One guard used his sword to block the first zombie, quickly shouting to his comrades, "There are too many." The one behind him replied in a panic, "But you can't stop them alone." The other man shouted back, "Don't say another word." His comrade quickly ran off, nodding in agreement. He stayed behind to block the path. Feeling his strength rapidly draining away, he fearfully thought, "Burn my life." He swung his sword, striking down one zombie, but countless more were rushing in from outside. The remaining guard sat cross-legged amidst a circle of fire, likely trying to create a barrier. Gu Qingfeng couldn't stand by and watch anymore. He drew his sword and charged forward, thinking to himself, "I can't deal with that old White Bone Superior, but these zombies are simple. It seems I might find an opportunity to break through the encirclement later." Just as they were fighting, a zombie quietly appeared right behind the young woman. Seeing its arm reaching out towards her, he quickly shouted, "Ziwei, watch out behind you." Fortunately, a hat flew over and severed the zombie's arms. At the same time, a shout rang out, "Barrier complete." The guard, covered in blood and wounds, still happily said, It's done." The sword in his hand had shattered. He couldn't believe even a bronze-armored zombie could be so hard. His figure was gradually fading. He smiled, looking at the young woman, thinking, "It's good that the young lady is safe." They had tried their best to protect their master. At this moment, dozens of other zombies rushed in from outside. Outside, Old Man Xing and the White Bone Superior were locked in a fierce battle, an evenly matched fight with no clear victor. But the demonic cultist had already landed a blow on Old Man Xing's arm, and he laughed triumphantly. "Don't even think of succeeding." Old Man Xing's sword glowed with purple light and flew downwards. The White Bone Superior laughed sinisterly and said, "Your battlefield is here." Old Man Xing's sword was caught by him, dragged, and plunged straight into the ground. The two stood opposite each other in the rain, and the other man declared, "None of you will escape." Old Man Xing's eyes burned with intense anger, and his entire body transformed, muscles bulging, and his wounds rapidly healing. He glared, purple light emanating with killing intent, and roared one word, "Die." Then he clenched his fists and charged forward. But the White Bone Superior showed no fear, laughing triumphantly. "You want to fight to the death, just you?" The two clashed again. Old Man Xing threw a powerful punch, but he easily dodged it by moving to the side. When the punch almost touched his forehead, he just smirked lightly, HMPH. Then he opened his mouth and retaliated with a single move. That one move sent Old Man Xing flying to the ground. His whole body trembled, sliding across the ground before crashing directly into the base of a tree, and fresh blood gushed from his mouth. Old Man Xing angrily leaned against the tree, furrowing his brow and saying, You actually refined yourself into a silver-armored zombie." The White Bone Superior walked over with a sinister laugh. He held out his hand in front of Old Man Xing, red killing intent emanating. "This is the strength of a zombie. A truly perfect creature, invulnerable to blades, immensely strong. As long as it sucks fresh blood, it can live forever. Ha 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 ha." Inside, seeing this scene, Ziwei cried out worriedly, "Uncle Xing." Gu Qingfei also felt a bit of fear. his eyes wide, gritting his teeth as he thought, a silver-armored zombie. The monster just then looked inside. He laughed triumphantly. Oh, the vital energy over there is truly abundant. Old man Xing slumped his head to his chest, struggling to say, "Quickly take the young lady away." Looking at the demon's retreating figure heading towards the temple, Old man Xing worriedly called out, "Young lady, go quickly," but he couldn't speak anymore. Seeing the zombies surrounding the two men's protective circle, Gu Qingfeng quickly asked, "System, are zombies also considered within the range of demons and monsters?" He clenched his fists and charged forward. If someone has refined themselves into a demon, today, it'll be my turn to reveal myself before them. The young woman Ziwei frowned worriedly and asked, "Young master, what are you saying? Reveal what?" He approached her and reassured her. "Nothing. I meant to say thank you for your grilled meat, young lady. To repay you, I will help you deal with the white bone superior." The young woman looked incredulous. "Young master, can you really?" One man, sitting cross-legged on the ground cultivating, heard this and immediately spoke up. "Young lady, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. He's clearly so scared he's gone mad." No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Qingfeng quickly snatched a pane of glass from his head. "Excuse me, Junior." And so, that protective sphere enveloped him, regardless of the others' panicked cries of, "Young master." He alone, replacing the two men, stepped forward to fight the zombies in front of them. The young woman Ziwei cried out worriedly, "Young master." But in a flash, all the zombies rushed towards him, surrounding him, and his sword clanged to the ground. Seeing the sword fall, the young woman became even more worried. He was fighting the zombies barehanded. At this point, he had lured the zombies out the door, away from the others. The young woman stood inside the protective circle, looking out, deeply moved. "Young Master Gu must be buying us time to escape." The man sitting there also had to change his tone. Admiring him, he said, "Young Master Gu, I judged a noble man by a petty man's heart just now. I will never forget your kindness." At this moment, his system displayed a series of notifications. "You have been attacked by a metal-armored zombie. Defense points increased." And so the bonus points kept increasing. Suddenly, the young woman Ziwei looked outside and cried out, "Look, the zombie ball is heading towards the door." The other man also happily guessed, young Master Gu might still be alive. By now, the zombie ball surrounding him had rolled out the door. There were so many zombies that his figure was no longer visible. Only the system's voice incessantly rang out, "Congratulations, host, you have broken through the defense limit. Iron skin and bones has evolved into adamantine body." The young woman Ziwei stood by the door, peeking out, marveling to herself, as expected of the young master. At this moment, outside, the white bone superior and old man Xing, who were fighting, had to stop and look over, filled with confusion. Just as they were looking, Gu Qingfeng burst forth from the center of the zombie ball, stretching out his arms and shattering the zombie ball from within. The white bone superior immediately widened his eyes, staring. He stood still, hands clasped behind his back, eyes gleaming, looking at the two figures before him with excitement. The white bone superior's eyes were wide, veins bulging red, his sharp fangs bared in a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha ha." He swiftly launched a fiery red attack at him, thinking to himself, "I can't believe there's someone so arrogant in this world. He doesn't even dodge the white bone demonic flame. Even if your cultivation is higher, your body's stronger. Then what?" He stood, looking at the roaring flames in front of him. "My white bone demonic flame was forged over decades using the white bones of tens of thousands of people, combined with hundreds of demonic skeleton remains and chi-gathering realm cultivators. It specializes in polluting bodies and souls, even if you..." He was thinking that Gu Qingfeng was surely dead, when a voice rang out, "Phew, it's so warm." Hearing the voice, the white bone superior froze, his eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. He quickly sprang back to avoid it. The flames gradually dispersed. Gu Qingfeng flicked his hand, and the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the innate ability, Flame Control." His attack not only failed to kill him, but also gave him more power. Congratulations rang out continuously. He had already gained many more abilities. Seeing the fire gradually dissipate, he winked at the man and asked, "Any more?" The other man looked on in terrified sweat, his mouth agape, speechless, thinking, impossible, there's no one in this world who can survive the white bone demonic flame. He stared at his red flame in Gu Qingfeng's hand, frozen in disbelief. No way, no way. I can't sense my white bone demonic flame anymore. Was it stolen? He quickly clasped his hands together, trying to direct them towards the flame, calling out, "Fire, fire, fire." As he called, he quickly retreated. Gu Qingfeng looked at the flame in his hand, which remained completely still. It's not obeying him anymore. Gu Qingfeng smirked mockingly. Oh dear, if that's the case, then go die. He stubbornly maintained his stance, thinking to himself, the white bone demonic flame that I painstakingly refined for decades, you cannot take it from me, give it back to me. Seeing him like that, he lost patience and warned, I'm very easy to talk to, you know? Gu Qingfeng's foot pressed down on the ground. Give it back to you, give it back to you. He began to make a motion as if to throw the flame at him, but the man didn't dare to look, quickly turned his back and ran for his life, utterly terrified. But how could he compare to the power of this flame? He turned his head and saw the flame right at his heels, running and screaming loudly. His face was drained of all color. In just a few seconds, the fire engulfed his entire body, creating a massive, devastating explosion in the area. The fiery red flame shot straight up from the ground to the sky. A tremendous boom echoed, and the people inside the house rushed out. The girl Tvi was also frightened by this power, raising her hand to cover her face, trying to look outside. Old Ghost Xing was also flung in an arc into the air by this force and then fell back to the ground. He lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, tears streaming down his face. It was clear he was in immense pain. The people inside the house hurriedly shouted, Brother Xing. The girl Tvi also anxiously called out, Uncle Xing. Seeing the red flame gradually dissipate, he thought to himself, that should be enough. Thinking so, he took a deep breath, gathering all the flames back into his chest. For some reason, at this moment, Old Ghost Xing's body was flung into the sky, making the other to exclaim in alarm, Brother Xing. They rushed to him, and he quickly reassured them, I'm fine, I'm fine. But his whole body was still uncontrollably rolling round on the ground. It was clear he wasn't fine at all, but they were speechless. Gu Qingfeng looked at him, also confused as to why his entire body kept bouncing up and down like that. Tvi ran to him, calling, Young Master Gu. And the other man helped Old Ghost Xing to his feet. Seeing her run out, he also asked with concern, Miss Tvi, are you not hurt? She smiled happily and replied, No, I'm not. Looking at the ashes on the ground, they all exclaimed in shock, Grand Master Whitebone has burned to ashes. Only then did he notice, scratching his head in embarrassment. He couldn't touch the corpse now, a peak-level Kangxi realm expert. His spatial storage ring surely contained countless rare treasures, spirit weapons, spirit medicines, secret techniques, gold, and silver. The more he thought, the more his head ached. Seeing him sitting on the ground, clutching his head in distress, the girl went up to him and asked with concern, Young Master Gu, are you all right? Unexpectedly, her body was now leaning towards him, her full chest directly in his line of sight. He said he was fine, his gaze perfectly leveled with her chest. Tvi realized he was looking, and she felt embarrassed and dizzy all over. But very quickly, she closed her eyes and turned away, her chest seemingly swelling a bit more. Gu Qingfeng couldn't take his eyes off her either. He even thought, Little maid, she's fallen for me. The two men, supporting each other, watched this scene with wide, astonished eyes. He even confidently felt, well, of course, what woman could refuse a man who is handsome, dashing, powerful, and also funny and interesting like this? Finally, he stood up, adjusted his collar, and said nothing, feeling shy. He looked at the two men, ha ha ha. Well then, good, let's continue eating. That roasted meat earlier was delicious, don't waste it. Seeing this, one of the subordinates tilted his head and asked in surprise, "You just killed a peak-level Kangxi realm expert in a second, and you still remember to eat roasted meat?" He walked past him indifferently. "Heaven and earth are vast, but eating is the most important thing." I heard this and quickly followed him, repeating his words, "Heaven and earth are vast, but eating is the most important thing." Uncle Xing walked slowly. The four of them made their way into the dilapidated temple. The kindling was still there. As soon as they entered, old ghost Xing suddenly clasped his hands and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." Previously, this old man was blind and disrespected a Grand Master. "I beg Senior for forgiveness." Seeing his serious demeanor, he chuckled while lighting the fire. "What's with Senior and not Senior? I'm just a probationary demon slayer at the Demon Suppression Division. I saved you all." He looked at the lucky meat roasting in the fire, drooling with delight. "It was my duty. Besides, Mischievous's roasted meat is truly delicious." Old Ghost Xing's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Then he burst into hearty laughter and mocked himself. "I was indeed presumptuous. Thank you, young Master Gu. To be frank, I am the steward of the newly appointed Lord Yun, the prefect of Wudong Commandery. This is our young lady." I was also a little surprised to hear him introduce her like that. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket for something. That's right. He held up a wooden plaque carved with the words Prefect's Order and offered it to him, saying, "Please accept this command plaque, young master." He respectfully presented it with both hands, politely saying, "In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in Wudong Commandery, young master, just present this plaque. Those people will show some deference to my master." Hearing that it could be useful, Gu Qingfeng gladly accepted. "Then I respectfully accept your kind offer." He looked at the wooden plaque with a bit of surprise, thinking a command plaque. Suddenly, one of the men knelt directly on the floor. He knelt, clasped his hands, and earnestly said to him, "I spoke improperly to young master, offending you, but young master did not hold it against me and even saved my life." He even seriously kowtowed and said, "This humble one feels deeply ashamed. Please punish me, young master." Gu Qingfeng heard this and casually said, "You really should be punished." I heard this and looked back at him with a bit of surprise. She probably intended to intercede for the man, young master. But before she could say anything, old Ghost Xing grabbed her by the shoulder and stopped her. He said to her, "Young lady, no. An expert of this era is not someone ordinary mortals can offend. It is inappropriate to displease a Grand Master level expert for the sake of a mere guard." He heard this, his eyes lit up, and he casually told the man, "Then I'll fine you 20 for taels." Vi's face brightened like a flower upon hearing this. Old Ghost Xing, however, gasped in astonishment. The guard, overjoyed, cried and kowtowed repeatedly, "Young master, it's my fault. Don't say 20 for taels, even 200. He heard this, his eyes turned into money symbols, and he drooled. "How much?" But before he could agree, old Ghost Xing rushed in front of the guard and loudly scolded him. Nonsense, he even raised his hand to stop him. Feigning understanding, he lectured the man for a while. "What kind of status does young master have? How could he be interested in your silver? Young master has already shown you mercy. Why aren't you thanking young Master Gu quickly?" The guard felt enlightened, now realizing with astonishment, that's right, young Master Gu is a Grand Master level expert. He gasped, how could he lack money? Mentioning money isn't just insulting a Grand Master, is it? Thinking this, he cried again and kowtowed, "This humble one thanks young master, boo-hoo-hoo." But he had to endure watching the money fly away. He almost got a pile of money. The guard knelt and offered him a silver ingot. "Please accept it, young master." He took it without hesitation. Then he put it straight into his clothes. Old Ghost Xing even smiled contentedly at this. Gu Qingfeng was also annoyed. The money was at his fingertips and slipped away, all thanks to that meddling old man. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, glaring at the man fiercely, thinking, 20 for taels is equal to my 10-year salary. I value it greatly, of course. I value it greatly. Why did you stop him? He really wanted to tell the old man all these words directly. Old Ghost Xing saw him looking like that and didn't understand, becoming even more confused. Did I say something wrong just now? Perhaps young master doesn't even want these 20 for tails and only wanted to verbally punish him. He was truly naive. If he didn't need money, he would have long since lived in seclusion in the mountains. After receiving the money, he also told the guard, "Let this matter go, you may stand up." The two men were quickly and easily forgiven by him without any punishment, and they were overjoyed. One thought, as expected of a Grand Master level expert, so generous. The other thought, young Master Gu's character is a shining example for us to follow. At this time, inside the mountain god temple, the two men were roasting a lot of meat. Gu Qingfeng held a chicken leg and ate heartily. So delicious, so delicious. After eating, he rested, letting the others serve him. His status was now on a different level. He lay on the soft straw pile, his arm under his head, thinking, this world is truly realistic. Before and after what just happened, their attitudes towards me were completely opposite. Today, if I wasn't an expert, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, you have received the Vager card and the fire control talent. He read the uses of these two items, his eyes widening in surprise, asking himself, that powerful? Looking at the flame in his hand, he thought with satisfied delight, plus, the white bone demonic flame given by Grandmaster White Bone. Just thinking about it made him comfortably lie down and happily rest. This time, the harvest was truly abundant. Outside this temple, the scene was desolate and ruined. It was already morning. The next morning, he packed his belongings, preparing to leave, when a voice called from behind, "Young Master Gu." He turned around to find it was Miss Si Wei. Her eyes sparkled and her face was beaming as she invited, "Young Master Gu, would you like to return to Wudong Commandery with us?" Suddenly, she raised her hand and removed her veil. Her beautiful face instantly appeared. Gu Qingfeng stared blankly. This is too beautiful. He stared until his face turned red, his continuous gaze making Si Wei tilt her head and call, "Young Master Gu." How could he refuse such a beautiful girl's invitation? He immediately agreed without thinking. It would be Gu Mu's honor to travel to Wudong Commandery with Miss Si Wei. Blushing shyly, she softly replied, "Then on the way, I hope young Master Gu will take care of me." 2 days later, they arrived at Wudong Commandery. His carriage procession thus entered the city. Upon arriving, he waved goodbye to Si Wei and her group. "Miss Si Wei, I have other matters and must return to the Demon Suppression Division. We part ways here. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows." Sitting in her carriage, she pulled back the curtain and shyly waved goodbye. "Young Master Gu, please travel safely." Even after he left, she continued to watch his retreating figure. Old Demon Xing cupped his hands and bowed, telling her, "Young lady, you both reside in Wudong Commandery. There will be many opportunities to meet young Master Gu in the future." Her face still blooming like a flower, she softly replied, "Uncle Xing, we should go back to the manor to find father first." He replied from outside, "Yes, young lady." The scene here was bustling, with people moving about in great numbers. Everyone was as excited as if attending a festival. Indeed, some competition was being held here, with long tables for the judges to sit at. Someone loudly rang a bell and shouted, "First match, Yi Zhuan, Qi Condensation Realm, 7th Heaven, versus Han Yi, Qi Condensation Realm, 9th Heaven, begin." In the arena, two people stood facing each other. They charged forward with their swords and began to fight. The people around watched the match and discussed, "Han Yi is really lucky. He immediately faces a Qi Condensation Realm, 7th Heaven Cultivator. It seems he can easily advance." Other people maliciously commented, "Ha ha ha, I remember this Yi Zhuan. He spoke so loudly when he signed up." On the stage, the two sides were still fighting intensely. Those people watched Yi Zhuan being beaten helplessly by the other guy and gloatingly discussed, I remember, he said something about cultivation level not being important, and strong combat power being the true path." Yizhuan on the stage was indeed defeated by the other guy. The spectators seemed delighted. Today, I must see how he kneels and begs for mercy later. The other guy pointed his sword directly at Yizhuan, extremely arrogant. You lost. Then he used his knee to forcefully strike Yizhuan's face, causing him immense pain. After that blow, he fell straight onto the stage. Hani even spat on him with contempt and ridicule. Just a chi condensation realm, 7th heaven cultivator, yet you could withstand 3 of my moves. You should be proud, but if you want to defeat me, go cultivate for another tiers. With that, he walked away, leaving Yizhuan lying there alone. Just then, Gu Qingfeng ran over and helped him up. Seeing him, Yizhuan seemed to perk up and shouted, "Brother Gu." On the stage, someone rang the bell again. Next match, Gu Qingfeng, Qi Condensation Realm, 3rd Heaven, versus Lin Xiao, Qi Condensation Realm, 9th Heaven. Yizhuan seemed worried and advised him, "Brother Gu, you should still." He immediately interrupted him. A gentleman's word is his bond. Once spoken, it cannot be unsaid. With that, he resolutely stepped onto the stage. The crowd of spectators seemed very pleased. They began to laugh and talk amongst themselves. Ha ha ha, Qi Condensation Realm, 3rd Heaven. Who can tell me where this madman Gu Qingfeng came from? The person next to him also said, "This time, Lin Xiao has it easy. He can easily advance to the next round." Another person chimed in, "A Qi Condensation Realm, 3rd Heaven cultivator wants to contend for the position of Imperial Demon Suppressor. Are you kidding?" This fool is the one who listened to Yizhuan's nonsense earlier. Yizhuan, standing below, heard all these insults. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in regret, blaming himself. In the end, I'm the one who harmed Brother Gu. As he sat there with his head down, a figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was the tall man in the red cloak. He told Yizhuan, "Since young Master Yi has lost, please leave quickly." He was bewildered, but he seemed to want to stay and watch Gu Qingfeng fight. But the other person directly interrupted. The Demon Suppression Division's martial arts arena has its own rules. Seeing how insistent he was, Yizhuan had no choice but to leave. At this moment, he had already stepped onto the stage. Lin Xiao looked at him excitedly and thought, "Indeed, a Qi Condensation Realm, 3rd Heaven, this is practically a free win. Heaven is truly helping me." Thinking so, he sneered contemptuously and began to mock him. Truly drawing a snake and adding feet. Why bother coming up here? The result will be a loss anyway. Hearing him say that, Gu Qingfeng showed his displeasure and retorted, "What you said, brother, is wrong. The match hasn't even begun, so who knows who will win or lose?" The other person's eyes lit up with cruelty. "HMPH, you don't know what's good for you. Don't say I'm bullying the weak. I'll give you a chance. Take out your weapon." He twisted his body in front of him and asked with a hint of curiosity, "You're not using a weapon?" The other person frowned, showing clear contempt. "To deal with you, I don't need a sword." "So that's how it is." Gu Qingfeng tilted his head, looking at him suspiciously. "No, that wouldn't be right. Wouldn't I be bullying someone who's unarmed? If I defeat you with a weapon, you'll definitely say I didn't win convincingly." The other person's face grew even more smug and disdainful after hearing that. "Go ahead and use any weapon you like. If you can make me move my feet, then I lose. I won't say you didn't win convincingly." Hearing his words made him a little annoyed. He stopped being polite, drew his sword, and thought to himself, even if he took a bullet, he wouldn't dare to speak such arrogant words. Gu Qingfeng's expression became serious, and he warned him, "You said that." The other person was a bit startled seeing him like that. His mouth agape, he is. But it turned out he wasn't surprised by his aura, but by the wooden sword he had pulled out. Gu Qingfeng proudly raised his sword and introduced, "This sword is 3 kai and 3 kun long, 1 kun and 8 fen wide, weighs for liang and 5 jin, and is made of wood." This sword was taken from the far north, the heartwood of a 1,000-year-old Willow King, and took 18 years to forge. Its name is the Wood King Sword, a Zhuang-grade low-tier spirit weapon. Please, brother, appraise it. As soon as he finished speaking, Everyone present burst into laughter and pointed fingers, ridiculing him. Ha 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 ha. A broken wooden sword claiming to be a Zhuan-grade low-tier spirit weapon. Another person, laughing until tears streamed down his face, stood up and loudly said, I get it, I get it. No wonder this kid dared to participate in the martial arts competition. He's a lunatic. The entire stands echoed with laughter and mockery directed at Gu Qingfeng. According to him, then my pure cleansing sword must be a heaven-grade spirit weapon. How special. This match will definitely be the most exciting one today. Gu Qingfeng, hearing these words, thought, they're insulting me to distract me, then taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and win. He raised the sword in his hand and smugly looked at Lin Xiao, asking, brother, since I'm using a Zhuan-grade spirit weapon, you won't say I didn't win convincingly, right? The other person was completely stunned at this point. His face turned pale. He clearly looked at him if he were an alien, simply thinking he was a fool. So he said without any guard, no, I won't. Seeing this, he was relieved and ready to fight. He got into position. Very well, brother, you are truly generous. With that, he charged forward with his sword. Then I shall make my move. Receive this. On the dueling stage, the two were fighting fiercely. The judges also watched intently. Gu Qingfeng decisively thrust his sword towards Lin Xiao. A gash appeared on his chest. He still gripped the sword tightly, mocking, only children play with wooden swords. He even glared and warned, stop your foolish behavior. With that, he decisively snapped off the sword tip. Gu Qingfeng watched, furious. Just then, the hand gripping the sword suffered a large gash, and blood began to flow. He was astonished and froze. The broken sword tip also flew out forcefully. He asked in a panic, what's going on? The broken sword tip, lying on the ground, began to emit spiritual energy. Only now did he realize a Zhuan-grade spirit weapon. In an instant, the small wooden sword tip transformed into a massive tree that tightly entangled Lin Xiao. He screamed miserably, so he was telling the truth. I was the clown all along. This worthless thing is actually a Zhuan-grade spirit weapon. Unbelievable. The tree began to wrap around him and attack, swallowing him within its trunk, making him think in fear. A Zhuan-grade spirit weapon. How could a Qi condensation realm, 9th heaven cultivator like me break free? He already knew deep down that he would lose. The tree wrapped tightly around him like a large python coiling around its prey. It seemed like he was just moments away from being squeezed to death. His eyes turned red and blood gushed from his mouth. Gu Qingfeng still stood there, casually taunting him, I've already gone easy on you. The guy was so angry he gnashed his teeth. Sweat trickled down as he bitterly replied, Gu Qingfeng, your victory isn't convincing. He started to go back on his word, now completely contradicting what he had said earlier. Seeing this, he smiled faintly, mockingly, brother, you were the one who told me to use a Zhuan-grade spirit weapon. How can you say my victory isn't convincing? Hearing that, he started to act petty and argue, you're lying. Who would know a wooden sword was a Zhuan-grade spirit weapon? He argued like a child. He was annoyed by what the guy said, so he raised his sword and tapped it, explaining, before the martial arts competition, I clearly introduced this to you as the Wooden Sword King. I also told you it was a Zhuan-grade spirit weapon. Everyone here heard it. You can't play dirty. But the other guy still wailed and whined like a child. I'm not convinced, Gu Qingfeng. You won by relying on a weapon. It's not convincing. If you're so good, fight me again without a weapon. Seeing him like that, he hurriedly called out to the judges, Your Excellency Deacon, please make a ruling. Are there rules in martial arts competitions that forbid the use of weapons? Hearing him say that, the other guy panicked a little. Hey, don't just wave it around. What a hilarious fight. It had gone from fighting to arguing. The female judge sitting below couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, I really like this kid. He Feng Hua, you tell him. The guy's face darkened as he looked up. He had to admit, there really was no such rule. Then the clear CH and H bell rang. In this martial arts competition, the winner is Gu Qingfeng. At this moment, he controlled the sword to release Lin Xiao, then turned and walked away. The other guy was still not convinced. He continued to haggle loudly. Gu Qingfeng, don't leave, let's fight again. He just turned his head, gave a mocking smile, and didn't bother to reply. At this moment, He Fenghua slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Alright, Lin Xiao, if you lose, get down from the stage." He had no choice but to say yes. Bitterly, he watched him wave goodbye with a bright, flowery smile. As he was walking alone in the corridor, a voice suddenly called out, "Little brother, please stop." Gu Qingfeng immediately turned around, a little surprised. "Your Excellency," he. As soon as he saw him coming to find him, he asked, "Does Your Excellency he want to buy my wooden sword, King?" The other guy didn't refuse and accepted it directly. "That's right, your current cultivation is too low. You can't unleash the true power of a Zhuang-grade spirit weapon." This official agrees to offer a price 1,000 taels higher than the market, which is 2,000 taels of gold, to buy your spirit weapon. Hearing him say that, he scratched his head with a happy smile. "To tell you the truth, Your Excellency, this wooden sword is an ancestral item, even with more money. This subordinate cannot sell it." But in reality, he was annoyed and thought, 2,000 taels, am I begging for alms? The wooden sword King was once a Earth-grade spirit weapon, its price immeasurable. The other guy's eyes lit up as he stared at him, full of murderous intent. He took a step closer to him. Just then, the female judge who was sitting next to him earlier suddenly walked out, waving her hand and calling loudly, "Oh, Your Excellency, haha, you're here." He also glanced back at her. The beautiful lady said to him, "Earlier, that selfish brat who wanted to challenge you was taught a lesson by me. What was his name again? Lin something. The demon suppressing division strictly forbids harming fellow colleagues. I can't believe he didn't understand. The decisive battle is about to begin. Let's hurry back." Seeing this, He Fenghua coldly looked at him. "Since that's the case, a gentleman doesn't steal what others cherish. Let's leave this matter here then." With that, he followed the lady away. Before leaving, she tilted her head and asked him, "Hello, Gu Qingfeng, I think highly of you." He was a little surprised and quickly replied, thank you." He thought to himself, "She's trying to recruit me, but even if she wants to, she'll have to ask if my White Kingdom demonic flame agrees." She looked at him meaningfully, then left. He Fenghua turned to her and said, Stop looking. Isn't the martial arts competition about to start?" He was clearly annoyed by her recent appearance. His eyes narrowed as he cunningly thought to himself, "Gu Qingfeng, I have many ways to make you obediently hand over that spirit weapon, a flickering flame." In this room now, only Gu Qingfeng remained. It was already dark, so he lit 2 rows of flames on the table, saying to himself, "It seems people here highly value cultivation realms. I haven't been cultivating much since I transmigrated and got the system. Even if I don't rely on cultivation to increase my strength, just advancing realms can save a lot of trouble." He opened a book and read. Moreover, a higher realm also extends lifespan. Thinking this, he immediately sat down to cultivate. The tension in his body finally gathered. Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, hands on his thighs. The next morning, a loud, shrill scream echoed through the house, startling the birds perched on the roof into flight. What, he realized in a daze, I fell asleep. Seeing no change in himself, he sighed dejectedly. "Oh, it's not that I don't try, but cultivation is too boring. Dry." He called out, "System, tell me, why can't you enhance my cultivation?" He opened the system panel and read intently. Confused, he wondered, every time it enhances some strange attribute, either defense or strength, does it want me to develop into a muscle-bound brute? But at this moment, the system announced, because the host has no cultivation, the system cannot enhance the host's cultivation. His face darkened in frustration. "You can't just say that. I clearly have cultivation. What about Qi Condensation Realm, 3rd Heaven?" The system displayed information for him. Qi Condensation Realm is merely using the body to store spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It is not considered true cultivation. He finished reading, his face bewildered and darkened. Can't you make an exception? The system unhesitatingly gave Gu Qingfeng a smack on the head, making him dizzy, and two words echoed in his mind, cannot. Gu Qingfeng, with a bump on his head, frowned in pain and thought, with my aptitude relying on cultivation, who knows how long it will take to reach Inner Qi realm? Helplessness overwhelmed him, but he couldn't do anything else. He put aside his worries and went outside. Oh, forget it. It's time. I'll go participate in the second round. Time to get ready to fight again. The surging crowd once again poured towards the competition venue. Gu Qingfeng struggled to squeeze through the crowd, not without surprise, asking, "Why are there so many people today?" Suddenly, someone turned around, looked at him, and called, "Gu Qingfeng." He asked in surprise, "Brother, you know me?" The guy grabbed his hand and excitedly told the crowd, "Brothers and sisters, look, Gu Qingfeng is here." The crowd immediately turned, swarming round him like a disturbed beehive, as numerous as ants. Everyone crowded around him, asking repeatedly, "Is that wooden sword on his back the legendary Zhuang-grade spirit weapon?" One asked, "Are you Gu Qingfeng?" Another crowded in and said, "I never imagined I'd have the chance to see a Zhuang-grade spirit weapon in this lifetime. I can die without regrets." Their wave of curiosity and excitement made him feel startled. They still wouldn't leave. "Wow, look at that shiny wooden sword. Its design is incredibly fashionable. Don't you feel an ancient, mysterious aura emanating from it?" Ordinary yellow-grade demon suppressors usually only use common weapons. Only Zhuang-grade demon suppressors can possess a yellow-grade spirit weapon. They kept crowding in, preventing him from escaping their encirclement. These people were as numerous as ants and excitedly lifted him up, tossing him into the air. I heard that in the demon suppressing division, only Earth-grade demon suppressors have Zhuang-grade spirit weapons. What's Gu Qingfeng's background? Another person immediately said, "What do you mean? There's only one Earth-grade spirit weapon in the entire demon suppressing division." That's right. It's in the hands of the Heaven-grade demon suppressor, Li Tianren. I saw him wearing it. Can I also dream of encountering a legendary Heaven-grade weapon? The competing voices rang out, and he couldn't even answer them. "Brother Gu, I am from the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Wudong County. I want to buy the Wooden Sword King. The price is up to you." "Brother Gu, don't listen to him. Sell it to me. No matter what price that kid offers, I'll pay double." "Brother Gu, don't listen to him. Sell it to me. No matter what price that kid offers, I'll pay double." Just then, a loud roar cut through everything. "What's with all this disorder? What kind of system is this? Get out of the way." The loud shout startled all of them, making them retreat to both sides, clearing the way. No one supported Gu Qingfeng anymore, causing him to fall hard on his butt, hurting badly. The person walked over to him, hands clasped behind his back. "Gu Qingfeng, it's almost your turn. Hurry onto the stage." He sat on the ground, flustered, yes, then picked up his sword and walked straight onto the arena. The shirtless guy on the stage was already waiting for him. He looked at the wooden sword in his hand, seemingly surprised, and thought, "This is that Zhuang-grade spirit weapon? He's so brazen about it." He gripped his sword tightly and began to strategize how to fight. "My only chance is to defeat him in one move before he uses his spirit weapon." Thinking this, he charged forward with his sword, shouting loudly, "Let the martial arts competition begin." He wanted to gain the upper hand, so he rushed in for a preemptive strike. But he didn't expect that his opponent's sword transformed into a sturdy wooden shield, blocking his sword strike completely. The guy stared in horror, mouth agape, eyes wide, thinking, "This is a wooden shield. It can't be cut." He quickly leaped backward, distancing himself from the wooden sword to avoid a counterattack. He held his sword up, knelt on the ground, and stared intently at him. At this moment, the wooden sword had completely enveloped him, leaving no opening for an attack. He was terrified, thinking, "Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this?" Seeing him jump away, the wooden pieces protecting him slowly receded. Then it immediately turned to attack the other guy. While he was swinging his sword, the wooden tree extended a long branch, coiled around his sword, and took it away. He and the wooden tree struggled intensely in the end, he couldn't hold onto his sword, lost it, and fell to the ground. After that, the wooden tree frantically chased him all over the arena. Without a weapon, he could only turn and flee. At this moment, tree trunks continuously sprouted from the arena floor. Huge tree trunks burst through the concrete ground and surged to attack him. Fragments of shattered rock flew up, hitting his face and making him bleed profusely. Seeing him beaten so miserably, Gu Thanfong took his sword, chuckled smugly, HMPH, trash. Just then, the other guy hadn't given up. His eyes gleamed with ambition. The chance is here. The tree coiled tightly and a cracking sound could be heard. The shirtless guy jumped away from it right in front of him. Gu Thanfong took his blade and held it out. He handed it to him, saying, "Brotherly, your saber." He was instantly stunned, his face filled with fear. Teeth gnashing, he suddenly charged forward, punching him hard, cursing loudly. "You're bullying me too much." But he didn't even need to do anything. The tree had already knocked him back. He was slammed headfirst into the ground, falling unconscious. All the spectators were silent, their eyes wide. Next, several more challengers stepped up. Each of them was thoroughly beaten by the wooden sword that transformed into a tree. He didn't have to do anything. The tree even spared those who were too weak, coiling around them, gently releasing them from the arena without bothering to fight. The spectators looked a bit bored. No one cheered because they knew he would win anyway. An old man stepped onto the stage, pointed directly, and shouted, "Gu Thanfong, if you don't use your spirit weapon, I'll suppress my cultivation to Tri-Stage Chi Gathering Realm, fair and square." But the old man couldn't even boast for 3 sentences before the tree tossed him away. Why shouldn't he use his spirit weapon? If he had it, he'd just use it for convenience, especially since the old man was all talk and the tree even threw him high into the air. Gu Thanfong covered his eyes and mocked. What did he just say? The wind's too strong. I couldn't hear him. Oh well, he's flying too high. Who knows how many times it had been, but the announcement, winner, Gu Thanfong, rang out again. The audience was sick of hearing it, their faces grim, devoid of any excitement. They even started complaining, "Lord Ha, this despicable scoundrel Gu Thanfong is openly cheating, relying on his spirit weapon to win. What's the point of this martial arts competition anymore?" Ha Fanghoe took a sip of tea and told his subordinate, "You know what to do, don't you?" He quickly clasped his hands and bowed, replying, "Yes, sir, I understand." That day, Gu Thanfong was sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing, his eyes open and extremely serious. But when he reviewed himself, it was useless. He sighed in frustration. Ugh, it seems the original owner's body isn't suitable for cultivation. 3 hours of meditation and no progress whatsoever. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Brother Gu, are you there?" He looked out and shouted, "The door's not locked. Come in." The masked man decisively opened the door and walked in. Seeing him, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and softly asked, "May I know why Lord is looking for me?" He began to beat around the bush, asking, "Brother Gu, do you know that you're being boycotted by the other apprentice demon slayers and martial artists?" Gu Thanfong was not pleased upon hearing this. He crossed his arms and retorted, "What?" He closed the door, looking mysterious. "They've already reported it to Lord Ha." Before he could say anything, the man continued, "But Lord Ha has agreed to help you." He asked back with some suspicion, "Really? Did Lord Ha really say that?" He glanced at the man, thinking to himself, "Ha, so this is where he's been waiting for me. Who knows if Ha Fanghoe is intentionally playing tricks?" The masked man turned and walked further inside. As he walked, he continued, "If you agree to sell the Wooden King sword to Lord Ha will naturally be happy to resolve this crisis for you." He even stood smugly in front of the water dispenser, thinking, as expected, he's ignorant. Lord Ha just needs to add a little flavor, and he'll fall for it. He looked around furtively, perhaps a bit nervous from doing something bad, and said, "Lord Ha allows you to use the Wooden King sword when you become an Imperial-ranked demon slayer. You'll return the Wooden King sword to his lordship." From hearing that, it was clear they had planned it all out. He hadn't said anything yet, but the man was acting as if he had already won. He was overjoyed and kept prattling on. You'll not only gain a large sum of money, but also become an imperial rank demon slayer and earn Lord Ha's approval. But he probably didn't expect that he would firmly place a hand on his shoulder and coldly ask, "What if I refuse to sell it?" He heard that and got goosebumps. He quickly shrugged and shook his head. Then in the martial arts competition, you'll be forbidden from using the Wooden King's sword. You'll only make it to the semifinals. Have no chance of becoming an imperial rank demon slayer and anger Lord Ha. Then he turned, grabbed his shoulders, and leaned his face close to his, threatening, "Which side is heavier? Which side is lighter? Brother Gu, think about it yourself." He showed no deference, bluntly swatting the man's hands off him. With an extremely contemptuous attitude, he turned and left. Upon reaching the door, he clasped his hands, turned back, bowed slightly, and said, "Please tell Lord Ha that the Wooden King's sword is an ancestral artifact and is not for sale." He made his stance clear to him. After that, Gu Thanfong even waved cheerfully, bidding farewell to the man who was fuming as he walked away. "Go slowly. No need to see you out." The man couldn't do anything to him. He could only walk away cursing. HMPH, what a shameless idiot. After seeing him off, he slammed the door shut. In a flash, it was his turn to compete again. Next match, Gu Thanfong, Tri-Stage Chi Gathering Realm versus Hu Banthan, 9-Stage Chi Gathering Realm. The spectators began to murmur. It's a pity for Hu Banthan. He was once the most hopeful for first place. They watched this man walk up with his sword, continuously saying, with just the Tri-Stage Chi Gathering Realm, to be able to cleave through iron armor. This strength is almost at the internal Chi realm. One could say he's half-step into the internal Chi realm, but who told him to meet Gu Thanfong? The shouts rang out, the duel begins. But just then, a hand was raised to stop them. Wait, Lord Ha, esteemed judges, your subordinate has something to say. The other man allowed him speak. Hu Banthan clasped his hands. Thank you, Lord. He stood before the judges. Gu Thanfong, relying on his spirit weapon, brazenly exploits a loophole in the rules to openly cheat, incurring public resentment. This competition is to select the strongest individual, one who can earn everyone's respect to become an imperial rank demon slayer. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, pointing at him and arguing. But this person, apart from his spirit weapon, possesses no notable strength. He is thick-skinned and shameless, utterly incapable of earning respect. The judges also listened with some interest. Your subordinate requests, esteemed judges, that you revoke Gu Thanfong's qualification to use his spirit weapon, so that the martial arts match may be fair. Ha Fenghoa looked at him, his face darkening, and asked, Gu Thanfong, do you have anything to say? It seemed he still hoped he would change his mind and leave the sword for him. But to his surprise, he replied very casually, I used the spirit weapon because I was afraid I'd hurt your self-esteem. You all think I only win because I use my spirit weapon. His eyes lit up with smugness, completely unafraid or considerate. What if I don't use my spirit weapon? The crowd burst into mocking laughter. Did I mishear? This kid means he can win even without his spirit weapon. Is he relying on his spirit weapon to defeat those 9-stage Chi Gathering Realm guys and now thinks he can win purely on strength? Ha ha ha. Without a spirit weapon, what are you, boasting shamelessly? Another guy, however, seemed to break out in a sweat, rubbing his chin. Why do I feel like he's not joking? Gu Thanfong was also quite annoyed hearing them say that. He retorted, I originally intended to interact with you all in my ordinary capacity, but you scoffed and mocked me. He frowned at them, put away his wooden sword, and said, Alright, I won't pretend anymore. Let's show our cards. In truth, I've long been undefeated in the Chi Gathering Realm. Ha Fenghoa heard him say that and stiffened, asking again, Gu Thanfong, do you mean you agree not to use your spirit weapon? He decisively replied, I can win without using it. Seeing him so confident, he was a bit confused, thinking, could it be that he has another trump card? The spectators in the stands began to shout wildly, Brother Hu, beat him, Beat this trash who doesn't know his place to death. Yes, beat him. Hit him hard. Hu Banthan's eyes lit up hearing the crowd's cheers. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He said to him, then prove it with your strength. Let the duel begin, Gu Thanfang. It seems your arrogance has angered everyone. He retaliated with a cold, challenging gaze. Arrogant, I'm only speaking the truth. The other guy got furious. He thought, speaking the truth, that's as good as calling me trash too. Thinking so, he thrust his sword hard into the ground. He declared loudly for everyone to hear, today, I want to see whose mouth is bigger or whose fists are harder. Gu Thanfang's expression remained unchanged. He even looked at him provocatively. Oh, I heard your specialty is saber techniques. Why are you using fists now? So Hu Banthan decisively clenched his fist and charged forward, his eyes sharp, to deal with you. I'm afraid I'll dirty my saber. Take this. He swung his fist with all his might. Today, I'll make sure you die a definitive death. A punch went straight to his head, red and blue intertwined, covering Gu Thanfang's head, but he himself was astonished, his eyes wide open. He felt the bones in his hand shattering. In pain, he clutched his hand tightly, threw his head back and screamed miserably, As arrogant as Hu Banthan was a moment ago, now he was just as miserable. Rolling on the ground, screaming, my hand, but Gu Thanfang was completely unharmed, not a single scratch, and hadn't even bothered to dodge the punch earlier. Ha Fanghuo looked at this scene in astonishment and thought to himself, iron-clothed shirt at Grand Master level, how can this be? The beautiful girl seemed very excited. There really are geniuses who cultivate external martial arts in this world. All the judges were surprised and speechless, only thinking to themselves, how can this be? Hu Banthan reached for the sword he had planted in the ground. Blood dripped from one of his hands. He struggled to drag himself to the sword. The onlookers began to comment, how is that possible? Gu Thanfang is only at Spirit Gathering Realm, 3rd Heavenly Layer. How could he block a punch from someone at Spirit Gathering Realm, 9th Heavenly Layer, and even cause him to injure his hand? Hu Banthan was drenched in sweat, his head bowed, already tense, having to listen to the whispers of the others. Gu Thanfang has actually cultivated the iron cloth shirt to Grand Master level. No wonder he could block a punch from Hu Banthan. Is the iron cloth shirt that strong? It allows someone to defeat an opponent 6 levels higher. No, I'm going home to cultivate it too. The others all started discussing, cultivate your head. I've already practiced the iron cloth shirt, but it's very difficult to cultivate. It can't be mastered in less than a few decades. The voices of others also rang out. Then why did Gu Thanfang manage to cultivate it? The more Hu Banthan heard these words, the angrier he became. He drew the sword from the ground with a swift motion. He stood there, the sword hanging loosely in his hand, looking up at the sky. A voice asked, desperate, aren't you? He spun around towards Gu Thanfang, pointing his sword at his face and retorted, impossible, you're only at Spirit Gathering Realm, 3rd Heavenly Layer. Why is it like this? He looked at him calmly and replied, it's just the Grand Master level iron cloth shirt. Want to learn? I'll teach you. His eyes gleamed with killing intent. He shouted and cursed, damn it, you bastard, I'll chop you to death. How hard can you be compared to my saber? With that, he leaped up, chopping wildly, die, 5 tiger-cleaving doors. A clanging sound echoed in the air. Hu Banthan froze, his hand still in the downward chopping position. Gu Thanfang's mocking voice rang out, overestimating yourself. Unexpectedly, he directly used his bare hand to grab the blade of the saber, causing him to shriek in horror. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He pushed his sword away, saying, nothing is impossible. With that, he directly squeezed it once, and the opponent's blade shattered into pieces. He dropped the fragments, looked at him, and asked, do you know the gap now? The other guy was stunned, stammering, He glared, his face darkening, and told him, I originally didn't want to use my true strength, for fear of hitting your self-esteem. Now that you've been defeated by a martial artist from Spirit Gathering Realm, 3rd Heavenly Layer, how do you plan to comfort yourself? Truly profound, Hu Banthan was stunned after hearing this, gritting his teeth and yelling, I haven't lost, you only have a hard body to defeat me. You're still to green. Seeing him still stubborn, Gu Thunfang walked over and placed his hand on his head. His eyes immediately turned red as he looked up. Terrified, Gu Thunfang asked coldly, won't concede? As soon as Hu Banthan stared out the word no, Gu Thunfang immediately slammed his head straight into the ground with one move, even breaking the tiles. Seeing him lying face down on the ground like that, he looked truly in pain. After doing it, he even dusted his hands a few times. Seeing that he could no longer move, Gu Thunfang turned his head to the judges, smiling cheerfully, my lords, please announce the result. So the young woman stood up and shouted, the winner, Gu Thunfang. Among the judges, Hu Banthan was the most pensive and unhappy. He looked cunning, thinking to himself, HMPH, showing off, are we? The onlookers' eyes were now wide with astonishment. Strong, so strong. Is he really at Spirit Gathering Realm, third heavenly layer? Another person said, perhaps he should use a spirit weapon. Another chimed in, I cursed him quite a bit just now. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge. So Gu Thunfang was finally victorious, standing happily on the stage, waving. The people below enthusiastically discussed, before, I always felt that among the participating contestants, Hu Banthan and Bai Mamin were the most likely to win. These two have already stepped into the inner chi realm. In terms of strength, they are no less than any ascending inner chi realm expert. Their faces flushed, their hands clenched. They looked at him with admiration. Gu Thunfang, how interesting. Another chuckled smugly, young Master Bai is in trouble. A shining spear, this man in blue held the spear and looked at him, thinking, can my spear pierce Gu Thunfang's skin? At this moment, in a courtyard, this man felt sleepy after training. He pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside, someone was already waiting. It was Hu Banthan. Seeing him enter, this man turned and said, Bai Mamin, do you have confidence you can defeat Gu Thunfang in tomorrow's martial arts competition? Bai Mamin's face darkened upon hearing this. A spear user values mental fortitude above all and emphasizes striking without retreat. I certainly cannot hesitate or be afraid, but I no longer have that mental fortitude. I cannot penetrate Gu Thunfang's iron cloth shirt. Suddenly, the other person took a cloth from the table, revealing a long spear. He held up the spear and said, what if you use this? Looking at the long, gleaming spear in his hand, Bai Mamin asked in surprise, this is a spirit weapon? Ha Fengho immediately told him, that's right, this spear is called Phoenix Calling, a low-grade imperial spirit weapon that this official obtained through good fortune many years ago, and has never used in front of others. Hearing this, Bai Mamin asked doubtfully, what does Lord Ha mean? He put his hand to his mouth, turned to look at him, and replied, Ha, Gu Thunfang is arrogant and overbearing. If he becomes a demon exorcist, it won't be good for the common people, so this official intentionally wants to give you a hand. This man was truly deceitful, using public affairs for personal revenge. Hearing these words, Bai Mamin thought he was very kind, so he accepted the spear, clasped his hands, bowed his head. Thank you, Lord Ha. If I have a chance to turn things around this time, I will not only get the opportunity to become an imperial-level demon exorcist, but also gain the appreciation of Lord Ha. Ha Fengho laughed upon hearing this. How can a mere iron cloth shirt withstand the sharpness of a spirit weapon? Tomorrow, you use this spear to fight, and Gu Thunfang will, like today, try to block it with his body. His expression darkened with malice. At that time, without any unexpected circumstances, you will be able to defeat the enemy with a single move. Bai Mamin was a bit timid. After hearing this, he asked worriedly, my lord, isn't it forbidden to use spirit weapons in this competition? Wouldn't I be openly breaking the rules? The spear in his hand was sharp and gleaming. After Bai Mamin finished speaking, Ha Fengho asked in return, who said that using spirit weapons is forbidden in this competition. It's only forbidden for Gu Thunfang to use one. He even frowned intensely, staring at him, trying to persuade him. It was Gu Thanfang himself who said he wouldn't use a spirit weapon. What does that have to do with you, Bai Ma Min? Hearing these words, Bai Ma Min also hesitated a bit, thinking to himself, he wants me to cheat, but he's also the referee. As long as he agrees, the competition can proceed smoothly, but I will have to bear a lot of bad reputation. Inside him, two personalities, good and evil, fiercely fought. The evil side thought, what's a reputation worth? If you become an imperial-level demon exorcist, would those people dare to gossip about you? The good side tried to persuade himself, as a future demon exorcist, one should uphold justice. Moreover, you will be cursed by many people. But in the end, this man decided to follow his evil side. He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and smiled. Please await good news, my lord. Finally, the day of the match between Gu Thanfang and Bai Ma Min arrived. Even before the two entered the arena, the sounds of discussion echoed throughout. Normally, a martial artist challenging someone one level higher is already a genius. The other people also said, more than 2 levels is an absolute genius. He's 6 levels higher. Isn't that just monstrous? Many of my acquaintances have decided to cultivate the iron cloth shirt. Now, the iron cloth shirt manual can no longer be borrowed from the scripture library. He had now become a celebrity, admired and emulated by everyone. Seeing him come out, the others were still praising, in the history of the demon-suppressing division, no, in the history of this great Yan dynasty, there has never been such a monster. Seeing him, they shouted encouragement. Gu Thanfang is here. Bai Ma Min now stood there, already holding his long spear, waiting. He also heard those discussions. He thought enviously, clearly, I should be the focal point of this match. Why is Gu Thanfang stealing all the attention? His face darkened with resentment. Let you be arrogant for a while. We'll see who has the last laugh. Gu Thanfang walked straight onto the stage, looked at him and asked frankly, Brother Bai, do you want to go through the motions and then concede, or just concede now? Bai Ma Min's face was cold. He looked at him and replied, Gu Thanfang, don't be so arrogant. I admit your defense is unparalleled. But I, Bai Ma Min, am not to be underestimated either. I have my own self-created spear technique, with astonishing power, capable of breaking through anything. With that, he flourished the spear in his hand to show off. If you can withstand one of my spear strikes, I will concede. What do you say? Hearing this, he calmly pulled aside one side of his robe, revealing flawless white skin. It seems you want to go through the motions. All right, come on. He even pointed to the exposed shoulder and said, Pierce right here. I'm afraid you'll tear my clothes. Bai Ma Min looked at him. His cheeks flushed and gave a thumbs up. Exactly as Lord Ha had predicted, he raised it in admiration for Ha Fenghe. But in Gu Thanfang's eyes, he became a pervert. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself, does this guy have some strange fetish, staring at my chest muscles for so long? And even excitedly giving a thumbs up. Bai Ma Min began his demonstration. The spear in his hand seemed to spark, moving up and down, twirling wildly, and he shouted, Take my Thundershock spear! While he was attacking Gu Thanfang, below, the voices of people discussing rang out. They forbid Gu Thanfang from using a spirit weapon but allow Bai Ma Min to use one. How despicable. So everyone knew he was cheating. The sharp, powerful tip of the spear struck directly into his chest, creating a huge explosion that shook the arena. But the one who was flung back and fell was Bai Ma Min. He tumbled once on the ground, while Gu Thanfang's spot was engulfed in flames. After delivering that blow, he turned back smugly, thinking, this time, I've surely finished you off, Gu Thanfang. But before he could even smile, he was startled. On the arena, Gu Thanfang was still safe and sound, a blue light surrounding him. Bai Ma Min looked on in horror and shouted, No way! His whole body radiating spiritual energy. He walked towards Bai Ma Min. Bai Ma Min was completely flustered now, shouting frantically, I used a spirit weapon. How can his body be harder than a spirit weapon? Absolutely impossible. All the spectators were surprised to see this, saying to each other, It's the Golden Bell Shield. This golden light. It's the perfected Golden Bell Shield. Another person gasped, What? He not only perfected the iron shirt technique, but also the golden bell shield. Another person said, no wonder he could block a spirit weapon. Perfected golden bell shield combined with perfected iron shirt. These two techniques allow his body to block spirit weapons of lower imperial grade and below. Who would have thought such a genius in external cultivation existed in this world? At this moment, Gu Thunfang gradually withdrew the spiritual energy surrounding him, looking at Bai Mamin with disdain and scoffing. So this is the self-created spirit technique you mentioned. Using a spirit weapon makes it. Self-created, does it? What a genius! Now Bai Mamin was completely distraught, screaming in fear, impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. He didn't give up, continuing to charge forward with his spear, thrusting again. But this time, just like before, no matter how hard he thrust, he couldn't hit him. He even scratched his head mockingly. Is stabbing me fun? Bai Mamin's face turned pale as he thought, divine body. Seeing him stare so intently, he asked impatiently, hey, what are you pervertedly staring at? Bai Mamin replied, before, you always used words to entice me to attack your chest. The spear in his hand blazed again. He thought, it must be your chest that has a problem. I'll change where I stab. With that, he immediately readied his spear. He looked at Gu Thunfang, analyzing him while he wasn't wearing clothes, and affirmed, the navel, it's here. After identifying his target, he charged forward with his spear, ready to act. The judges sitting in their seats were all wide-eyed in disbelief. This time, Gu Thunfang actually used only 2 fingers to block the spirit spear. No matter how hard Bai Mamin tried, the spear wouldn't budge. He thought in horror, damn it, I can't stab. He looked at Gu Thunfang's hand, trembling 2 fingers. Gu Thunfang even lifted his spear with 2 fingers and asked, where are you stabbing? Then he flung it away, scolding, how rude. The spear flew past the stands. Everyone looked up to see where it went. The spectators began jostling and pushing, running in the direction the spear flew. What's the point of watching the match now? Go pick up the treasure. Don't push. The most angry and anxious person right now was Hefeng Hua. He quickly stood up. Steward Huang, you'll be giving the winner the token and official uniform later. I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Steward Huang stood in the corner and respectfully said, yes, Lord He. He left with a dark expression, thinking, Gu Thunfang, I'll remember this debt. If I can't get the Wooden King's sword, and Chufeng is taken by someone else, it'll be like losing rice trying to steal a chicken. I need to hurry or I'll lose more than just that. On the arena, Bai Mamin was still arguing with Gu Thunfang. He frowned and questioned, I knew it. Your chest definitely has a problem. Why won't you let me stab somewhere else? Gu Thunfang irritably explained to him, stabbing, what's with all the stabbing? I'm a man. Gu Thunfang even playfully touched his face, making him blush. Didn't I tell you before the match, don't tear my clothes? Then a series of slap sounds rang out. Gu Thunfang hit him several times, swelling his mouth, face, and eyes. He painfully admitted his mistake. I was wrong, I'm sorry. He knelt on the ground obediently, thinking, so he didn't want me to stab his stomach because he was afraid of tearing his clothes. Gu Thunfang overlooked it, put his hands on his hips, and stood up. Not a bad attitude. Don't make me do it. Get down yourself. Bai Mamin was in anguish, blaming himself. So even with the spirit weapon, I couldn't tear his clothes. Why did I sacrifice my reputation for this? Just as Gu Thunfang stood up, Bai Mamin's kneeling knee pressed onto his robe, tearing it completely. Seeing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with horror. His face darkened and he struggled to explain, he cried out, head. He couldn't even finish a sentence before Gu Thunfang delivered a knee straight to his face, along with the insult, go die. He was sent flying by Gu Thunfang, soaring into the stands. The announcement rang out. The winner this time is Gu Thunfang. Bai Mamin lay flat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. What does that have to do with me? You clearly tore it yourself. The purple-haired girl and Steward Huang brought items to Gu Thunfang. The girl smiled happily and said, Congratulations, young Master Gu, on becoming an Imperial-grade demon slayer. Didn't you win? New clothes and a new saber are issued together. Here, take them. He immediately changed clothes on the spot, revealing his alluring muscles. Please dispose of all my old clothes for me. The girl looked on with interest and replied, Alright. Then she turned and bid farewell, leaving. Let's talk again if there's a chance. I have something to do. Goodbye, Gu Thanfang. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at him, saying, Steward Huang, you'll be giving Gu Thanfang the token and official uniform later. I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Upon hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and questioned, Isn't that what Lord he said earlier? Did you copy him? So he had a new saber, a wild goose spirit saber, and a new token, the Demon Slayer command. The new black outfit looked much more impressive. Steward Huang, who was walking ahead, turned back and told him, Young Master Gu, when you're ready, follow me. He immediately followed him, holding the letter of appointment in his hand. Great Yin Empire's Gu Thanfang has won the Demon Suppression Division Martial Arts Tournament. According to the Demon Suppression Division system, it is decided to promote Gu Thanfang to Imperial Grade Demon Slayer in the Demon Suppression Division. After reading it, he said indifferently to Gu Thanfang, Congratulations, Lord Gu. But in his heart, he thought, Idiot, offending Lord He and still being so happy. Let's see how long this position of yours lasts. Gu Thanfang put the book on the shelf and said, You too. Oh, Steward Huang, I heard that Imperial-grade demon slayers have quite a few initiate benefits, don't they? He didn't hide it and replied, That's right, Imperial-grade demon slayers can receive one chi replenishing pill and choose a martial art technique from the scripture pavilion. Having said that, he left. At this moment, on the second floor of the scripture pavilion, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, at the grand sight before him. At this moment, someone came over and first congratulated Gu Thanfang. You have 1 hour to choose a book here. When the time is up, you must leave. He leaned on his hand, looking around, and thought, I never had a chance to come to the second floor before. Although the layout is more upscale, there are very few books. Not as many as on the first floor. Then he started choosing a book. Let's see how my luck is. With that, he closed his eyes and began to sense. The other person saw this and thought in surprise, choosing a book with his eyes closed. This young man is really different. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This is it. The librarian saw him holding the book and reminded him, Young man, that book is very dangerous. Choose another one. He told Gu Thanfang, The book in your hand is the one-character sunburning sword. He informed him that it was an extreme sword technique. It involves absorbing solar fire energy into the body to condense it and confront enemies. It could be said that it harms oneself before harming the enemy, and it has extremely high requirements. If you're not careful, you'll burn yourself to death. He seemed to know a lot about the books here and was somewhat kindly reminding him, Shadowless Sword, Blazing Sun Slash, Demon Breaking Boundary. These books are specifically used to kill demons. Choose again. There's no such thing as shameful martial arts. The key is what suits you. Upon hearing this, he trembled all over, looking at the book in his hand and thinking, Suits me. This really suits me. Seeing him tremble like that, the other person thought he was scared and asked again, Scared, aren't you? Time isn't up yet. Young man, choose again. But he ignored him completely, quickly opening the book to read. I have extremely high physical constitution plus fire control talent. This sword technique was truly born for me. If the white bone demon fire can be combined with the one-character sunburning sword, then I'll have another trump card. Just thinking about it made him excited. He looked at the book, smiled smugly, and decided, I'll choose this one. Seeing his expression change, the other person was astonished. His mouth agape. He's smiling. He hurriedly reminded him, Calm down. Gu Thanfang happily took the book and left, only replying to him, I also want to go to the first floor to get the golden bell shield. He was drenched in cold sweat, now terrified of Gu Thanfang. Of course, you can, however, This cultivation technique is very dangerous, but he resolutely walked past him, even teaching him a philosophy: no pain, no gain. He smiled lightly and asked, "Do you believe in fate? It chose me." The other person's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at him and continued, "If there's only one person in the great Yin dynasty who can receive it, then it definitely belongs to me, Fan Fong." The librarian stood silently, listening to him speak, unable to respond. Gu Thanfang left with the book, thinking to himself, "I've said it very tactfully. Should I have just said outright that I have muscles and..." He left, leaving the other man standing there in a daze. Gu Thanfang. He suddenly turned pale, thinking deeply, "I've harmed him." On the bustling street, a man walked and kept thinking, "I never expected Gu Thanfang to be such a young man." He was Steward Huang, always wearing a mask, he thought, although I didn't lead him to claim his benefits at the time. Curious about what cultivation technique Gu Thanfang had chosen, Steward Huang decided to wait outside the scripture pavilion. He recalled the moment he met Gu Thanfang as he walked out with the books, at which time he even actively showed him the books. At that time, Gu Thanfang held up the 2 books he had chosen and said, "On the 2nd floor, I chose the one-character sunburning sword. I chose the golden bell shield on the 1st floor. The 1st floor isn't restricted, right?" At that time, he replied to him, "The 1st floor really isn't restricted, but haven't you already perfected the golden bell shield? What do you need it for?" The more he pondered, the more Steward Hong felt that Gu Thanfang's demeanor was truly extraordinary. He even used the words of a sage to enlighten him. That reviewing knowledge brings new experiences and repeated practice can lead to higher breakthroughs. Now I understand why he was able to master the iron cloth shirt and golden bell shield. I'm afraid it's not just talent, but also his constant revisiting of them. At that time, after hearing it, he was incredibly impressed and bowed to him with clasped hands, thinking to himself, "He actually shared such a profound principle with me. I truly admire him." This man secretly made a decision in his heart. From now on, as long as Lord he doesn't give a clear order, I will no longer make things difficult for Gu Thanfang. Just then, as he was returning, he happened to meet He Fenghua. Seeing him with his face covered again, he asked in surprise, "Lord He, what are you doing outside the mansion that you're still wearing a mask?" He Fenghua glanced at him, thinking to himself, "You must have a stuffy nose," then replied, "It's nothing, the latrine exploded." Just hearing that makes one's hair stand on end, yet he said it was nothing. Steward Huang asked in a panic, "The toilet? Who dares to attack Sir his toilet?" This move was truly malicious. Ha Fenghua counted the scene back then. Opening the door revealed a courtyard full of flying shit like fireworks. "I was looking for True Fuang when I found it had fallen at my house. That scene is probably unforgettable for a lifetime." At that time, the Azure Spirit Soldier actually fell into this guy's latrine. Truly, evil begets evil. He even shamelessly cursed. Damn Gu Qingfeng, he actually dared to throw True Fuang into the cesspit. How sharp was that spirit soldier? It plunged straight to the bottom of the cesspit. Looking at the now shit-free courtyard, he's still reassured, but rest assured, the courtyard has been cleaned. It's just the smell. Ha Fenghua then told Steward Huang, "You're back just in time. I've heard that Steward Huang can't smell anything, and meeting you today, it's truly a well-deserved reputation." He even patted his shoulder and assigned the task. "This mission can only be entrusted to you." That night, Steward Huang actually had to go into the cesspit to solve the problem. Ha Fenghua stood beside him, urging, "Go, go. Inside is your bright future." He had to go into the cesspit to retrieve the spirit soldier for that malicious guy. Looking at the cesspit in front of him, Steward Huang was terrified, sweating as he exclaimed, "I think my sense of smell is back. It's a bit disgusting." But with just one scream, he was pushed and fell into the cesspit. At the same time, at that house, an excited shout rang out, "Excellent!" It was Gu Qingfeng, his entire body brimming with vitality, both hands raised to the sky in delight. "I can't believe I've achieved great mastery so quickly." He held the golden bell shield manual, looked up at the ceiling, and secretly made a resolution. If others say my golden bell shield is greatly mastered, then I'll truly make it greatly mastered to avoid exposure. Relying on the Vajrabhati foundation, cultivating external martial arts is truly as easy as turning a hand. He sat there thinking about his martial power. If I practice the one character burning yang sword here, I might burn down the entire room. I can't afford to compensate for that. The outskirts are more suitable. Thinking this, that very night, he went to the outskirts of Wudong County. In an open clearing in the forest, he sat cross-legged alone, practicing martial arts. Opening the book, he read, "Continuously expose oneself to the sun for long periods, absorbing the sun's fire energy according to the method in the book." Reading this, he chuckled. There's no sun at night. Next. The next page in the book stated, "Let the sun's fire energy permeate the internal energy, changing the nature of the internal energy, condensing and nurturing internal energy infused with the sun's fire energy until it explodes like fire." Reading this, he sighed again. This old man doesn't have any internal energy. Next. According to the method in the book, condense internal energy like fire onto the sword, use its characteristics to draw it out, then compress it, ignite it, and detonate it. The more he read, the darker his face became. Clearly, this book wasn't for him. It was useless sitting out here if he didn't have extremely high control. He might burn himself even before he swung the sword. Finally, Gu Qingfeng couldn't take it anymore, covering his face and crying out in anguish. What the hell is compress and detonate? After sitting there all day without being able to practice, he wondered, can the Yao Fire Bone be compressed and detonated? So he extended his hand forward and called out, "Sword." A wooden sword appeared in his hand like a flash of lightning, his eyes shining with determination. He gradually tried to follow the book's instructions, slashing with the method of the one character burning yang sword. If successful, this martial skill would be even stronger and faster than just throwing the Yao Fire Bone. He gripped the sword, which was ablaze. Oh, compress it. He managed to do it in an instant. Looking at the sword, he felt it doesn't seem that difficult. Thinking so, he began to swing the sword and try a few slashes, but then suddenly realized something's not right. One strike he slashed to the ground resulted in an explosion that formed a smoky skull shape. Under the night sky, a dark silhouette stood firm in the smoky battlefield. Gu Qingfeng, with messy hair and a smudged face, calmly assessed, "He seems a bit too hasty." Returning to his sword dance, his mind was calm as water, the sword in his hand ablaze with fire. He swung it, but it seemed to fail, smoke swirling above his head. It then formed a skull-shaped cloud of smoke, which he called double happiness at the door. After constant failures, he finally understood, my mind is broken. How can a fire elemental cultivation method be calm as water? But King Feng stubbornly continued on his dark path. Again, next came an explosion of 3 yangs opening spring, followed by a fuse of 4 seasons of prosperity. Then a fireworks display, 5 blessings descending, 6 great fortune, 7 stars shining bright, 8 directions linked, 9 returns to 1 character burning yang. A ferocious final red slash finally succeeded. The slash was both fast and swift, carving a path across the ground it passed over. It collided with the cliff face opposite, creating a blue light. This light energy then gathered into air pressure, concentrating at one point. When the blue energy stream was compressed into a small ball, it then evenly radiated its energy. It concluded with a sky-shaking explosion with a large spread. Debris and smoke flew everywhere from the aftershocks of the explosion. King Feng realized, so the characteristic of the one character burning yang sword is to suppress, condense, and then detonate. Then he suddenly remembered, startled, oh no, what if the lingering sword energy waves accidentally injure others? He frantically ran towards Wudong County, disappearing from the training ground in a flash. As soon as he left, 3 people were led to this place by his sword move, concluding that sword was used here. The leader of the 3 attracted here was Li Tianren, a heavenly grade demon exorcist from the Demon Exorcism Division. Sensing the lingering sword energy, Li Tianren guessed, this is the aura of the Yao Fire Bone, and its refining method is only possessed by the Blood Demon sect. The other two initially hadn't reacted to these words. It took a moment for them to be startled by the name, Blood Demon Sect. One of them asked with a doubt, I heard the Yao Firebone is the skill of Bone Immortal, with this level of power. Could it be that Bone Immortal has advanced to Grandmaster? Li Tianren descended to carefully observe the sword mark. According to him, this was the Yao Firebone combined with swordsmanship, and Bone Immortal didn't use a sword, so it wasn't him. The older looking of the other two refuted, the Yao Firebone is extremely yin and evil, ferocious and strange. How could it merge with swordsmanship? The other person also offered their opinion. Then how incredibly strong must one's fire control be? Can anyone achieve that level? Li Tianren was confident in his judgment. His assessment couldn't be wrong. This person must be a Grand Master of the Blood Demon Sect skilled in both swordsmanship and fire control. Moreover, Li Tianren keenly observed that this swordsmanship, if he wasn't mistaken, must be the one character burning Yang Sword of the Demon Exorcism Division. He deduced that this meant the opponent had either been to the Demon Exorcism Division or there was a spy within the Demon Exorcism Division. The other two were startled. They asked Li Tianren what he thought the Blood Demon Sect Grandmaster's intention was in coming to Wudong County in the middle of the night. Li Tianren reasonably believed that the Blood Demon Sect's biggest enemy was the Demon Exorcism Division, so it could be a signal to the Demon Exorcism Division. I can roughly guess the intention, but this matter concerns the Demon Exorcism Division. Without evidence, I can't speak carelessly. The next morning, at the Demon Exorcism Division, Li Tianren was still troubled by the previous night's events. This time, the Blood Demon Sect sent a Xiantian grade expert to Wudong County to strike a single sword blow. In the night, no one was harmed, only a mountain was destroyed. This was clearly a provocation to the Demon Exorcism Division. Li Tianren couldn't help but overthink it, because this person chose the place where he patrolled. Besides intimidation, there must be other intentions. Today, that person used the one-character burning Yang Sword, which means they've planted an informant in the Demon Exorcism Division and know the secrets of the one-character burning Yang Sword. From this, Li Tianren guessed that his objective was very clear, the one-character Bamboo Yin Sword. The one-character Bamboo Yin Sword is an Earth-grade middle-rank martial skill, and the one-character Burning Yang Sword is a profound-grade middle-rank martial skill. Both sets come from the 10-character Blazing Flame Sword, a heaven-grade martial skill. Because it's an incomplete volume, they need to be combined for use. Li Tianren knew this clearly because he himself had practiced both types of swordsmanship. Even if the two were combined, a part would still be missing. Relying on these to halves still can't recreate the 10-character Blazing Flame Sword. The Demon Sect is probing so openly, aren't they trying to make me chaotic? Then send a spy to search for the one-character Bamboo Yin Sword? To find its location, dream on. By doing that, you've actually reminded me that its hiding place is very safe and doesn't need to be moved. Picking up a cup, Tianren said, if you come looking for it yourself, then I'll use your own scheme against you, luring you with the one-character Bamboo Yin Sword. I'll use your own methods against you, then set up a heaven and earth net to kill you. Then he turned the cup upside down, symbolizing an inescapable cage. Thinking quickly, doing so would not only eliminate the core members of the Blood Demon Sect, but if he could acquire the remaining part from them, he could complete the heaven-grade martial skill killing to birds with one stone. Li Tianren hurried to find his companions. This matter needed further discussion. He needed to find his 3 colleagues. On his way to meet his friends, Li Tianren coincidentally ran into Gu Qingfeng. Although they met, each had their own affairs, so they merely passed each other indifferently. In a resting room, Gu Qingfeng's destination, he secretly sighed in relief that Wudong County was fine. Today's experiment was successful, but he never expected the combination of the one-character Burning Yang Sword and the Yao Firebone to be so powerful. If this move accidentally injured innocent people, it would be a huge problem. Approaching a table, he thought, that last sword strike was a lucky success. If I tried it again, I might not be able to do it. Sitting down to rest, he told himself, I must practice more to achieve stable execution. complete control, and reduce accidents. It's just that the power is too great, the commotion too loud. I can't practice it secretly. He hung his head, puzzled, condense and nurture internal energy infused with the sun's fire energy until it explodes like fire. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Normal fire. He realized, that's right, I can change the Yao Firebone to normal fire, then the power won't be so strong. Moreover, isn't what I'm practicing a combination of fire manipulation and the one character burning yang sword? Finding a more viable path, King Feng brightened up. I have a talent for fire manipulation. I can control any fire, normal fire or Yao Firebone. There's no difference. This way, when I use the one character burning yang sword, they won't find anything strange. Although the primordial nurturing pill is a medicinal pellet needed by martial artists in the internal energ Y realm, those in the chi gathering realm can't absorb much from it. But if I don't eat it, I might not reach the internal energy realm even if I die. Thinking this, he swallowed a primordial nurturing pill, his expression seeming to choke. Blue energy surged within his slightly trembling body. He clutched his head because it was too stimulating. Then, a hidden fire energy subtly surged. He felt, this is the effect dissolving. Quickly sitting cross-legged on the floor, he secretly grumbled, why no warning? What a waste. Those around him were all impressed to see him like that. Is there anyone here who cultivates so diligently he doesn't even forget to cultivate in the resting room? Impressive. He maintained that posture for an entire hour. It's over. It's almost the crucial point. Everyone in the room understood and moved away to give him a peaceful space. In the resting room, a foul stench rose, making everyone cover their noses and feel nauseous. The only one who seemed unbothered was Gu King Feng, because he had finally broken through to the chi gathering realm. Suddenly, blue energy surged from his core, and he abruptly fell flat. Trembling as he tried to sit up, he returned to a meditation posture to regulate the chaotic flow of energy. After a while, the energy flow officially integrated into his body. Time passed, and King Feng patiently sat, consolidating the spiritual energy within him. Once he felt stable, he opened his eyes. To his surprise, he had advanced to the peak of the fourth layer of the chi gathering realm. He mused, this old man won't dislike the bitter origin cultivation pills anymore if I take a few more. Wouldn't I directly reach the inner chi realm? But how could things be so easy? King Feng stood up, stretched, and secretly grumbled. The demon suppressing division is too stingy. They only gave one origin cultivation pill. If a Huang-level demon exorcist wants origin cultivation pills, they can only exchange them for earned mission points. With elixirs that speed up cultivation, who'd want to do strenuous work, the demon suppressing division is truly stingy. He just needs to earn 996 points every day, honestly working as a laborer. He rubbed his chin, pondering the number 996, labor, Huang-level demon exorcist. He suddenly remembered, holy moly, I'm a Huang-level demon exorcist now, an official. Today's my first day to report. King Feng hurried. He couldn't be late. He rushed to a room. His superior was here, early in the morning. The esteemed elder had excitedly come over. Who knew Gu King Feng wouldn't show up for so long? What's with this quiet atmosphere? The person in the main seat called King Feng, who was peeking outside, to come in. King Feng thought, this is my superior. No wonder he was the referee for this martial arts competition. So he replaced Lord Yang, the deceased Zhuan-level demon exorcist. He presided over the martial arts competition to choose his subordinates. I refused twice, so he's probably going to make things difficult for me. King Feng stated frankly, subordinate Gu King Feng reports for duty. Everyone in the room fell silent. This made King Feng uneasy. How awkward. He's not saying anything. Is it going to stay like this? A woman with an eye patch stretched and yawned, saying, you're finally here. King Feng secretly appreciated her. This big sister is here too. What an angel. The woman came over, patted King Feng's shoulder, and transmitted, I can only help you so much. She friendly grabbed his shoulders and said, late for your first day of work in the hour of the rabbit. No discipline. You're fined 1 month's salary. Let this be a lesson to you. Before King Feng could react, the woman still asked with a closed mouth, He Feng Hua, what do you think? She secretly meant well, wanting to use this punishment to get past He Feng Hua. The person in the main seat, He Feng Hua, agreed to this handling. King Feng secretly grumbled, damn it, fined a month's salary on my first day of work. So this old man has to work for free for a month? Are those two playing a trick on me? In the superior's office, King Feng was unwilling. Fine. When I arrived, the sundial was still a bit before the hour of the rabbit. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me report? He unhappily retorted to He Feng Hua, you weren't speaking just now because you were waiting for the hour, weren't you? He Feng Hua frowned and reasoned, this official enforces fairness. Whether it's late or not, we'll know by looking at the sundial outside. Feng Hua further pressured him, saying, or you can admit your mistake, and I'll consider a lighter punishment. King Feng saw no fault in himself and had nothing to fear, retorting sarcastically, Lord, he is very imposing, isn't he? I think you're using public office for personal revenge. One of the people present had to speak up to reprimand, but the one being reprimanded was King Feng. King Feng is truly audacious. On his very first day, he's already arguing with his superior. Although Lord he started it, one cannot refuse to bow under someone else's roof. Does he not understand this principle? As a superior, Feng Hua calmly questioned him, King Feng, do you know how slandering a superior is punished? King Feng's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. I don't need your forgiveness. Quickly send me to the demon-suppressing dungeon. Everyone was stunned by this response. Feng Hua crushed the teacup in his hand. He went along with King Feng's wish, thinking, arrogant and overbearing, he must have been infected by evil demonic energy. This official will send you to the demon-suppressing dungeon. You'll only be a jailer for life. But for King Feng, it was a blessing. Holy moly, such good fortune falling from the sky. I was worried about not having a reason to go to the demon-suppressing dungeon after my promotion. He Feng Hua's action is perfect. He immediately approached He Feng Hua and sincerely grabbed his hand in gratitude. He feigned concern and said, Benefactor, why are you so careless? He Feng Hua was startled by his unusual behavior and asked, do you admit your crime? King Feng, meanwhile, suddenly found He Feng Hua much more handsome. The woman with the eye patch quickly stepped forward to intervene. Lord, he isn't a cold-hearted person either. She tried to reason, we've just gone through personnel changes and we currently need people. She earnestly pleaded for King Feng, citing it as his first offense. But little did she know that her actions would harm King Feng. King Feng stood up, resolutely demanding to be sent to the demon-suppressing dungeon. He loudly suggested, Lord there's no time like the present. How about today? The woman with the eye patch angrily shouted, King Feng, I can't believe you're so determined to seek death. The Lord has given you an out. Just accept it. Do you really want to spend your whole life in the demon-suppressing dungeon? But King Feng seemed to genuinely want that. This made her crazy, unable to understand. This kid, what's wrong with him? Feng Hua, seeing this, gradually became strange, then cleared his throat and said, today, this official is magnanimous and won't quarrel with you. He stood up and assigned tasks. Steward Huang, quickly take them to choose people. This official has documents to process. Steward Huang bowed respectfully to see Lord He off. Lord He walked away, briefly thinking, problems right after promotion. Fewer people mean my performance will be ranked last. Compared to those things, what's a King Feng? This official will endure. With that thought, he merely glanced back and disappeared, leaving King Feng full of regret. My second floor. Steward Huang, following orders, instructed King Feng, alright, King Feng, the new recruits are waiting for us at the training ground. Let's go. The primary responsibility of the lords is to slay demons and exterminate evil. As Lord He is busy, I will represent him in choosing subordinates for you all. All relevant personnel gathered at the training ground. A command of attention brought silence. There were 5 people in total, including King Feng, who were future superiors. Steward Huang introduced them first. The young man with the squinty eyes is the new Huang-level demon exorcist, Wang Shu. with a cultivation of the second layer of the inner chi realm. The indifferent young man who ignores everything is the new Huang-level demon exorcist, Chui Zimuo, with a cultivation of the third layer of the inner chi realm. The man who looks like a big, burly uncle is the new Huang-level demon exorcist, Zhou Zhang, with a cultivation of the first layer of the inner chi realm. The only woman among the five is Li Shangnan, with a cultivation of the second layer of the inner chi realm. Finally, it was Gu Qingfeng, who revealed his own cultivation of the third layer of the Qi gathering realm. Everyone started buzzing upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's name, so he's Gu Qingfeng. I heard he won the martial arts competition relying on a spiritual weapon, the Golden Bell Shield. Didn't everyone go watch? Hu Bingqing and Bai Miming, who were half a step into inner Qi, were no match for him. He can defeat inner Qi realm cultivators who have inner Qi. Completely not on the same level as the Qi gathering realm, fists couldn't break his defense. Could it be that inner Qi entering his body couldn't harm him? Someone's opinion hit Qingfeng's sore spot. External cultivation is easy to start, but its limits are low. It can intimidate lower cultivation individuals, but if the opponent's cultivation is high, external cultivators are just targets. According to this person, Gu Qingfeng was the weakest and shouldn't be chosen. Qingfeng clenched his fists, secretly saying, "A bunch of blind fools." Actually, this old man has already reached the fourth layer, just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Steward Huang was the only one who noticed Qingfeng smiling to himself like an idiot. Restoring order, Steward Huang requested, "Silence. The new Huang-level demon exorcists have been introduced. You all know the next procedure. Each Huang-level demon exorcist may have a maximum of 5 subordinates. Once chosen, stand before the demon exorcist." Steward Huang signaled, "Begin." Everyone chose the demon exorcist they wanted to follow. At Chui Zimuo's spot, the queue already exceeded the limit. Huang-level demon exorcists could choose 5 people themselves. Chui Zimuo sternly and clearly stated, "My team has no need for useless people. Those below the 8th layer of the Qi gathering realm, step out." Qingfeng couldn't help but feel envious, just a show-off, and so popular. Qingfeng was annoyed because no one volunteered to follow him. He felt sorry for himself for being disliked. A furious female voice rang out, "You to get out of here. My team doesn't need lecherous types." The only female Huang-level demon exorcist harshly chased away the scoundrels. The 2 guys who were kicked out not only weren't ashamed, but also laughed and said. The other guy chimed in. Seeing this, Fanfong didn't think of stepping up to help the beauty. Instead, he actively poached people from other demon masters. He bravely stepped forward and spoke. To Li Fengnam's surprise, "Everyone, listen to what I have to say. I know that following a strong team leader means higher safety when undertaking missions. But what if you encounter a demon even stronger than the team leader? If you join me, I guarantee your survival rate will definitely be higher than mine." The 2 guys heard that and immediately lost interest and left. Fanfong didn't know what to do. He could only try to persuade them, saying, "Don't go. We can talk it over slowly. I'll teach you the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt techniques." One individual was swayed by Fanfong's words. This person asked for clarification. "Lord Gu, do you mean you will stand in front of us?" Fanfong affirmed confidently, "I will, of course, fight for everyone and by time for you to escape." Thanks to this, Fanfong recruited the first person to join his team, Fativan. Fativan and a few others happily walked towards Fanfong. Shohang looked down on them greatly. According to him, as demon exorcists, they should be focused on eradicating demons and earning merit, not thinking about running away. They were a bunch of cowards who clung to life. Hearing Shohang's scornful words, many who were heading towards Fanfong turned back, saving face. Fanfong couldn't help but feel disappointed, but after all, there were still 2 people who didn't mind and stayed to encourage him. "Cheer up, Lord." Fanfong looked up. The tall Fativan slowly said, "We are still willing to follow you, Lord." The other person willing to follow Fanfong was a slender, scholarly young man named Ha Fam. Fanfong couldn't believe it, but Ha Fam seriously confirmed it was true. Fanfong immediately cheered up. "See, There are still sharp-eyed people who recognize a hero, who know that following me leads to boundless prospects. Fanfong led his two future teammates to complete the remaining procedures. The 5 Huang-level demon exorcists and their teams gathered in a large room. Here they were informed that, according to the rules of the Demon Exorcist Department, each Huang-level demon master would be responsible for an area, managing demonic affairs in that area. Ha Fangho was the one who stood up to divide the areas. He sent his wishes, hoping that every Huang-level demon exorcist would fulfill their duties conscientiously, so that their administered areas would always remain peaceful. Fat even stood behind, praying worriedly, "Heaven help us, don't let it be Blackwater Village." Fanfong was puzzled. What's wrong with Blackwater Village? Fat even explained, "Lord Gu, you may not know since you moved here recently, but you must know this. The Zhuan-level demon master died in Blackwater Village before." According to Fanfong's information, didn't Lord Diandiang die in the Bone Forest? Why is it Blackwater Village now? Fatty Vianning's face turned pale as he replied, "The Bone Forest is behind Blackwater Village. It was originally a graveyard." He recounted, on a starless, moonless night in the forest full of bones reeking of death, Lord Diandiang, accompanied by 4 Huang-level demon exorcists, was patrolling the Bone Forest when the white skeletal demons suddenly transformed into evil spirits. The ghostly skeleton approached from behind the unsuspecting man. Streaks of red blood adorned the gentle moonlight. The skeleton quickly dispatched the man. The story continued. After the demon killed Lord Diandiang, the Qian-level demon master was furious upon learning of it. He immediately dispatched a Dil-level demon master and 3 Zhuan-level demon masters to Blackwater Village, but they ultimately found nothing. They concluded that the demon committed a mobile crime and was not local. Just think, those were just excuses to comfort others. Demons love places with heavy yin energy, and the yin energy of the Bone Forest is even heavier. This demon must be highly intelligent. It hides when demon masters arrive and continues its crimes when they leave. After that, Lord Ha Fanghui took over Lord Didiang's position, becoming responsible for Yinsun County. Blackwater Village is a village in Yinsun County, so we absolutely cannot be assigned there. As for Lord Gu, what is your relationship with Lord Ha? Maybe you can talk to Lord Ha. Gu Thanfang simply said, "My relationship with Lord Ha is very good. He will definitely take special care of me." Fat even heard this and immediately relaxed. "I chose the right person, a cultivation of Qi condensation realm's triple heaven, yet holding the position of a Huang-level demon exorcist. He must have extensive connections. I've been commanding the wind and clouds for so long. It's all based on my keen eye." But immediately after, Deputy Lord Ha announced, "Gu Thanfang, Blackwater Village will be your responsibility." This was like a bolt from the blue for Fativan. "Lord Gu, didn't you say your relationship was very good?" Gu Thanfang admitted they had some disagreements, which made Fativan fall to his knees, lamenting, "I've boarded a pirate ship," while Ha Fam remained calm and upright. Lord Ha said, "Rest and regroup for 3 days. After 3 days, all Huang-level demon exorcists will go to the towns and villages they manage. That's all for today. You are dismissed." Having received his assigned area, Fanfong's spirits lifted. "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. Let's go." While resting and preparing for the trip to his assigned area, Gu Thanfang was called back. Fat even called Thanfang, crying, "Lord Gu, in 3 days we'll just direct from outside Blackwater Village. Not go in. That way, we can still hand over our report. You are a fraud. As a demon exorcist, my duty is to eliminate demons and protect the people. Knowing that Blackwater Village is plagued by demons, yet neglecting it, how can I face the common folk?" Fat even urgently sought an ally from Ha Fam. "Bookworm Ha, don't just stand there dumbfounded. Quickly persuade Lord Gu." Ha Fam, though slender and scholarly, also spoke with great spirit. "Lord is right. Saving lives is like putting out a fire. Dangerous places are where we are most needed. I truly didn't come to the wrong place. Lord Gu is a hero." Fat even stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. Are you flattering him, or have you really lost your mind?" Fatty Vianning's face darkened. Is it too late for me to prepare for my funeral now? In contrast, Ha Fam admired Gu Thanfong even more. Thanfong confidently said, "Don't worry, with me, a mere demon is not worth mentioning." At this point, Fat even had no choice but to accept, enthusiastically declaring, "As long as you agree, Lord, I'll find you anything you want to eat." Ha Fam calmly advised, "Fatty, don't let desire invade your will," but was told to shut up by Fat even. In front of him was a row of candles. Gu Thanfong looked at the 5 candles. "I have to go to Blackwater Village in 3 days. I must practice." Gu Thanfong picked up a burning candle. "Ordinary fire is too weak. In the future, I must use ordinary fire combined with the 1-character sunburning sword. When combining, I also have to light it. Why not simplify the ignition process? It would be best if fire appeared as soon as I draw the sword." Thanfong was surprised to see fire dancing on his fingertips. Thanfong suddenly thought, "Isn't this a lighter?" In his mind, he simulated the sword being separated into 2 parts, the scabbard and the blade. Thanfong thought, "If I use specially made flint for the blade, fill the scabbard with kerosene, and make a switch, like the sword sliding out of its sheath. As soon as it's drawn, the blade will rub against the switch, igniting the kerosene. That way, when drawn, it will be a fire sword. Just like candle wax, the kerosene left in the scabbard isn't afraid of burning. I can extinguish it with fire control." Understanding the principle, Thanfong smugly thought, "Perfect. As a modern person, my thinking is truly unique." In a place with a sign indicating it was a weapon shop, a burly old man was doing push-ups. Just then, someone walked into the shop. The old man shouted, 520. Thanfong pushed the door open and his face darkened. "What did you say?" The old man said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a handsome old man before?" Thanfong still remembered why he was there. He said, "I want to commission a weapon." The old man refused immediately. "Commission what? We're closed." Thanfong retorted, "You're closed first thing in the morning." He secretly thought, just like a civil servant. The old man also spoke frankly, "My whole body's muscles tell me they need training. Kid, do you have a problem with that?" Thanfong handed him a sword design and a gold ingot. The old man peeked at it. Then his eyes widened and he snatched the blueprint. As if seeing Thanfong's novel idea, the old man did a 180-degree turn but still said gruffly, "Little brother, don't misunderstand. This old man is simply appreciating art. Besides, forging also trains muscles. I love forging. I adore forging." After reading it, he put the blueprint down. The old man offered his opinion. According to Lord Gu's idea, it is indeed possible to forge a fire sword like this. But a sword made of flint will definitely be very weak, breaking on impact, unsuitable for cutting people. Thanfong didn't see that as a problem, so he said, "It's fine, just forge it as I've instructed." After all, he didn't care about the quality. He wasn't going to use this sword to chop people. He just wanted to use it to demonstrate the 1-character sunburning sword. "The customer wants it, so I'll comply." The old man agreed. "All right, this old man will give it a try. Come back in 5 days to collect it." But 5 days was too long given Thanfong's situation. He had to go to Blackwater Village in 3 days. He couldn't risk his life. Thanfong stood up, pulled out a heavy pouch, and demanded 3 days at most. The old man sweated at his resolute stance. With a refreshed spirit, he accepted the job. "No problem, 3 days it is." He then immediately started forging the sword, even happily wiggling his hips. Thanfong, meanwhile, continued his daily routine steadily. Days passed, and his once full money pouch gradually dwindled and became thin. On a clear day, Thanfong stood dumbfounded, looking at the items before him. For swords of various types, a stack of talismans, a bottle of medicine, he couldn't help but think, "Isn't this a bit much?" With the help of his art, the flint sword was completed in 2 days. The newly forged sword was named Yama by him, a Cinnabar evil-slaying sword personally consecrated by his senior disciple brother, specializing in exorcising evil spirits. The Cinnabar evil-slaying magic sword was a copper coin sword inscribed with demonic talismans. A short sword he received from his senior sister superior. Blowing fire into a fire starter tube, Fanfong threw the fire tube down onto the wooden sword king. The fire tube fell onto the wooden sword, but surprisingly, the sword was not burned by the fire. This was the sword he obtained during cultivation. It could not only regenerate, but also maintain its form as per its owner's request. Fanfong made a surprising discovery. The flame did not burn the wooden sword, but only flowed, enveloping the entire sword. This sword could change its material and wrap around items that needed to be carried. He still had 7 talismans and a bottle of chi-nourishing pills in his hand, so he thought, this time, they were safe. His 2 companions had also arrived completely and on time. Both were ready and said in unison, "We're ready, we can depart now." Fanfong suddenly wondered, "Fatty Wong, why are you even fatter after not seeing you for a few days?" "No, Fatty Wong isn't any fatter," he replied. He took off his outer shirt to prove it. "Commander Gu, please don't tease your subordinate anymore. I'm wearing armor." Fanfong was impressed. This Fatty Wong was truly talented, still able to move with such thick armor on. With everyone present, Fanfong signaled, "Let's go." By the time the 3 of them reached Yinshan County, it was already dusk. Fatty Wong was talking about the permanent residents in Blackwater Village when he suddenly felt as if he was being watched, so he looked up at a nearby tall tree. The wind whistled through the leaves, and Fatty Wong looked up with suspicion. He saw the silhouette of a bird in the tall tree. Looking closely, he saw it was a black bird pecking at the tree trunk with its beak. Fatty Wong wiped his forehead. "It's just a woodpecker." Guthan saw Fatty Wong lagging behind and urged him, "Hurry up. If we don't reach Blackwater Village before dark, we might encounter demons." Pulling on the saddle, Fatty Wong galloped to catch up with the group. He only returned to his usual speed once he caught up with the group. Seeing that Fanfong and the other person hadn't moved on, Fatty Wong asked, "Why aren't you two moving anymore? This forest isn't safe." He was about to say more but was cut off by Fanfong, who said, "We've arrived at Blackwater Village." Fatty Wong was surprised. That fast? Just as Fanfong had said, before the 3 of them was a small village with a moderate population. This village looked quite peaceful, making Gu Fanfong confused. "This is Blackwater Village, and there are demons here?" Fatty Wong added, "Perhaps, as the Earth-ranked demon exorcist said, the demon commits crimes on the move, silently seeking good fortune." He thought, "Finally out of that damn forest. This peaceful village should be safe for now, right?" Fanfong pulled out the black sword from his sheath. He needed to go assess the situation. As the 3 rode into the village, they met an old man leaning on a staff standing in the middle of the road. Fanfong pulled on the reins to stop his horse, and the old man respectfully greeted the 3 guests. "Greetings, 3 lords of the Demon Suppression Division." The old man introduced himself. "I am Hu Luong, the village chief of Blackwater Village." Fanfong politely dismounted and told the old man not to be so formal. Gu Fanfong also introduced himself. "I am Gu Fanfong, a yellow-ranked demon exorcist from the Demon Suppression Division. I will handle the demon affairs from now on." Elder Hu praised him without reservation. Such a young yellow-ranked demon exorcist. The villagers couldn't help but exclaim, "Commander Gu is so young yet already a yellow-ranked demon exorcist. Truly talented at a young age. Having Commander Gu protect our Blackwater Village is truly a blessing for the village." After the flattery, Elder Hu immediately took on the role of guide, walking and speaking. "Commander Gu, let's talk as we walk." It seemed his presence brought him some relief. "Commander Gu, you've arrived at just the right time." Hearing his tone, Fanfong knew there was trouble, so he didn't beat around the bush. "If you have any difficulties, just say so." Elder Hu began to recount the whole story. This story dates back to last month. Before that, Blackwater Village was very peaceful, but a month ago, a black wind suddenly swept through the village, and this black wind devoured children. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention, thinking they were taken by wild beasts. After all, we have many mountains here, so there are many wild beasts. But a few days later, several more children went missing right inside their homes. Some said they saw a black wind blow past, making them unable to open their eyes, and when they opened their eyes, the child was gone. Elder Hu shared warily, when I was young, I traveled north and south, encountering many demons. I suspect these children were taken by demons, which is why I reported it to the Demon Suppression Division. Then followed the story about Commander Yang that Gu Thanfang had heard. But what surprised the villagers the most was that after Commander Yang left, no more children went missing in the village. It seemed the demon, just as the Earth-ranked demon exorcist said, had committed crimes on the move and had already left. After hearing the story, Thanfang replied, "Village Chief Hu, you go back first. It's still early, I'll go check out the bone forest." As soon as he heard this, Elder Hu showed his worry. Thanfang confidently reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Didn't you say the demon had already left?" Thanfang carried his bag of supplies, preparing to go with his two colleagues to investigate the situation on the ground. However, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back. Fatty Wong was as timid as a mouse and wouldn't dare rush into danger, so after hearing Elder Hu's story, he immediately suggested, "Commander Gu, there haven't been any demons causing trouble for days. It seems the demon has left. How about we go back and report?" Of course, Thanfang couldn't accept such a perfunctory attitude. He snapped, "Shut up. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm staying here today." He didn't forget to throw Fatty Wong a sharp warning. "If you dare to leave, I'll announce to the world that you abandoned your post in battle." In reality, Thanfang also had his own selfish reasons. With the powerful system he possessed, he was eagerly looking forward to encountering demons to level up. Fatty Wong didn't dare leave alone, so he could only wave his hands. "I wouldn't dare. Commander Gu, you go ahead. Zhu Fan and I will follow behind to protect you." At this point, Thanfang only felt more bothered. Just then, a clear cry suddenly rang out from behind. "Candied hawthorns here." This person was a young man, carrying a stick full of candied hawthorn skewers on his shoulder, calling out, "Cheap and delicious candied hawthorns here." These skewers had a shiny sugar coating and emitted a delightful aroma. Just hearing it made them sound delicious. While Zhu Fan and Thanfang were still dazed, their attention was drawn to the sound of Fatty Wong gulping and swallowing. This fatty couldn't resist drooling when he saw delicious food, but at least his craving hadn't driven him insane yet. Still remembering Zhu Fan and Gu Thanfang next to him, he turned to ask them if they wanted any. Zhu Fan was about to give Fatty Wong a lecture on the harms of eating candy, when beside them, Commander Gu, for whatever reason, chimed in, "Give me a skewer." Fatty Wong received the signal and couldn't wait any longer. He replied, "I know, I won't buy any for the bookworm." When Fatty Wong rushed off to buy candy, only Zhu Fan remained, looking at Thanfang with an accusing gaze. Thanfang could only force a laugh. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't expect this fatty to run so fast when he sees food." Fatty Wong swiftly leaped over a villager's wall, confirming his target was the candied hawthorn seller. His eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the man. Thanfang then urged Zhu Fan, "Stop looking, let's go." Just then, a piercing scream echoed from somewhere, very likely a demon manifesting again. Gu Thanfang followed the scream and found Fatty Wong. When he arrived at the scene, he only saw Fatty Wong sitting alone on the ground. Thanfang and Zhu Fan, who followed behind, were also startled. Fatty Wong, frightened, pointed forward, reporting, "The hawthorn seller is gone. This is a dead end." Hearing that, Thanfang and Zhu Fan approached to examine it closely. There are no mechanisms. The vendor and Fatty Wong had entered the dead end one after another. One should know that Fatty Wong was a martial artist at the 8th layer of the Qi Gathering realm to disappear so quickly before his eyes. The opponent must at least be a martial artist of the true Qi realm. Thanfang reasoned, perhaps the opponent is a reclusive master, but if that were the case, they would have already solved the missing children's case themselves. So this candy seller must be a demon, but we need evidence now. Looking at the children playing nearby, he thought, these children have always played here. They must have seen something. So the three of them, Gu Thanfang, walked towards the children. 3 children were laughing and playing happily when 2 of them suddenly stopped. Thanfang took a boy's top knot and praised, "Little friend, your little tuft of hair is so cool, isn't it?" He crouched down, took the boy by the shoulder, and asked, "Did you see anyone suspicious just now?" The clever boy replied, "Suspicious? Who's more suspicious than you guys? Is there money for listening to stories?" Fatty Wong was about to roll up his sleeves and teach this smart Alec a lesson in manners. It turned out he was just showing off. He turned to Zhu Fan and said, "You should at least hold me back a little." Fan Fong generously gave the boy 2 coins and asked about the candy hawthorn cellar. He wanted to know where the cellar went. The boy, having received the money, scratched his head and said, "I didn't see the candied hawthorn cellar." Fan Fong couldn't believe he was tricked out of money by a brat. He yelled, "You didn't see him and still dared to ask for money. That person was selling candy right next to you just now." Fatty Wong said in fear, "A demon? It must be a demon. Commander, before it gets dark." Before he could finish, the 3 heard a cry from somewhere. Fan Fong was startled by the news. The 3 looked up at the sky, which had just been late afternoon but had now become a dark, starry night. Why did the sky suddenly turn so dark? Fan Fong's arm was grabbed, and a voice cried out, "We're doomed. It's dark. Commander, let's run. We still have time." Fan Fong was uncomfortably grabbed by Fatty Wong and had to reassure him, "Relax, with me here. You two will be fine." Fan Fong understood that if he didn't properly comfort his teammates, they wouldn't be able to go anywhere, let alone investigate the candy seller's identity. Clutched tightly by a terrified Fatty Wong, Fan Fong had to appeal to his colleague Zhu Fan, but Zhu Fan was busy lost in his own thoughts. Fan Fong silently cried in helplessness, "These 2 are tormenting me, aren't they?" Fatty Wong needed reassurance of the affirmation, "Commander Gu will not abandon his people." Then a hand touched his shoulder from behind, making Fatty Wong's heart stop in fear. Village chief who held a lantern, his face half lit by the lamp. In the current atmosphere, it would scare the living daylights out of anyone faint-hearted. Fatty Wong panicked and screamed. Fatty Wong quickly hid behind Fan Fong, while Old Hu said, "I have prepared food at my home. I hope you honored sirs do not disdain it. Please follow me home to eat." Fan Fong naturally accepted. He cupped his hands in thanks. "Then we'll trouble you." Old Hu, holding the lantern, said, "Please, the 3 of you, follow me." Fatty Wong was still very scared. He said, "My lord, let's not eat any more. In my opinion, this village is very strange. We should leave early." Fan Fong couldn't possibly agree with him, so he told him to shut up. Fan Fong unconsciously glanced back, only to see that the 3 children who had just been standing there had vanished without a trace. He looked back at the empty courtyard devoid of people. Everyone present also noticed the disappearance of the 3 children. Constantly being startled, Fatty Wong shrieked in fear, "The children are gone." Fan Fong found him too noisy and had to yell at him to shut up again. This phenomenon even made Fan Fong happy. He said, "How interesting. Your village is very interesting. First the hawthorn candy seller disappeared. Then the children, 2 consecutive times. It certainly can't be a coincidence. The demons are provoking me." But Old Hu's reply was even more baffling. "Children? What children? It's late now, and our village just had demons here. What parents would dare let their children out to play at this hour?" All 3 of Fan Fong's group gaped, secretly thinking, if the village chief wasn't lying, then it meant the candy seller and those children were all demons. Gu Fan Fong said, "Village chief, I hate it when people lie to me." Old Hu calmly replied, "Lord Gu, what are you saying? Even with 100 more guts, I wouldn't dare to deceive you." It was precisely this overly calm demeanor that fueled Fan Fong's suspicion. Now he felt that the village chief in front of him had problems, and so did this entire village. Fan Fong put his arms around his 2 teammates, turned away, and discussed, "Let's do an experiment." Fan Fong told the other 2, "Let's count to 3 and all turn around together to see if the village chief has disappeared." All 3 counted together, 1. At the same time, a black bird was perched on the mouth of the well. 2. The black bird was agitated by something. 3. All 3 simultaneously turned their heads. In the dark night, a crow's cry echoed, and all around the 3 of them was desolate emptiness. Fatty Wong leaped onto the scholarly young man Zufan, screaming, "The village chief is gone." Fatty Wong noticed that his Lord Gu was silent and hadn't reacted. Then he turned around and was startled again. Gu Thanfong was furious, resentful that he had been deceived again. Thanfong angrily condemned, "I wanted to eat hawthorn candy, couldn't eat it, and the seller disappeared, asked 3 brats, and got conned out of 2 coins." Thanfong's eyes were sharp. Beyond frustrated, he said sharply, "That old village chief. What a good act. If he's not at the Oscars, there's definitely something fishy going on." Fatty Wong, Zufan, follow me. We're searching every house. Find that old man, those 3 children, plus that candy seller for me. Thanfong growled, "You played a trick on me. Don't let me find you, otherwise, I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces." In the desolate night, Thanfong began his work. Searching through the houses, there was no one. The entire village was empty at night. Zufan reported, "The eastern room is empty." "Fatty, what about your side?" Fatty Wong stated, "The west is the same." "My lord, this village is too strange. How about we go back and find reinforcements?" Thanfong scratched the back of his head, not replying to Fatty Wong, nor looking back. Thanfong guessed, "The whole village is empty. I've been under an illusion since I entered the village." In his mind, he called out to the system, "Why did I fall for an illusion without receiving a power-up notification?" The system coldly replied, "I am a system that powers up when attacked by demons. Please comprehend this yourself, host." But the system wasn't entirely heartless. Seeing its host in trouble, it kindly suggested, "Oh well, I'll give the host a hint. Look up. There are 2 possibilities ahead. First, this is not a demon's illusion. It could be caused by humans. Second, this is a demon's illusion, but it's like a blinding spell because it causes no harm. The system doesn't react." Thanfong was stunned. No harm caused? Now he understood. Back at the demon-suppressing prison, I was hit by the demon's illusion. The demon wanted to use illusion to invade my brain and control my body. That was an attack, which is why the system reacted. After conquering the demon, I could still use it to cast illusions on myself because it wasn't an attack. This time I wasn't harmed, so the system didn't react. Thinking this, Thanfong drew his sword. The 2 behind him were puzzled by Thanfong's action of drawing his sword. Without explaining anything to his 2 teammates behind him, he charged forward with the mindset, "I want to see who you are." He ordered, "Go to the bone forest." In the forest full of bare trees without a single leaf, and flocks of crows constantly circling, the air screamed a harbinger of death. The 3 men lit torches and quietly entered the bone forest. Thanfong called out loudly, "Hu Luong, get out here right now." Thanfong stomped rapidly like the wind. He actively peered into every nook and cranny, hoping to find any living soul here. Thanfong threatened, "Hu Luong, and those 3 brats, do you think if you don't speak up, I won't find you?" Zufan, seeing Thanfong's madness, couldn't help but call out to him. But Thanfong was excited, so he said, "Playing hide-and-seek with me? Then you'd better hide well. Otherwise, once I find you, asterisk cackle, cackle, cackle asterisk." Didn't this guy look exactly like a villainous demon? The 2 behind him shared the same thought. Who exactly is the demon? Lord Gu is terrifying, yet inexplicably safe. Why is that? Thanfong constantly called for the mastermind to come out. Zufan watched and thought, before, when the demon-suppressing division carried out missions, which Teen wasn't cautious and reserved, only afraid of losing to the cunning demons, but with Lord Gu, the situation is completely opposite. Facing demons that once wiped out the High-and-Jai Demon Envoy squad, Lord Gu is not only fearless and doesn't flee, but he's actively searching for them everywhere. Lord Gu is truly a heroic figure. In this incident, the 2 learned something about their superior demon envoy. It was also because the demons deceived him. From now on, we must not deceive Lord Gu. But in an instant, the 2 had been left far behind by Gu Thanfong. They had to shout, "My lord, wait for us." In the eerie forest, there was no human sound, only the wind whistling through the branches and grass. Behind one of the bare trees, a ghostly shadow emerged. This creature with glowing red eyes was the demon Thanfong's group was looking for. The demon wondered, could it be that guy isn't human? Why isn't he afraid? If he searches randomly like that, he might disturb the blood god seed. If it weren't for the fear that killing him would attract the attention of the demon suppressing division again, like last time, and delay the timing. I have time to wait, but the blood god seed, the demon then decided to follow Thanfong and adapt as circumstances changed. An owl hooted in the forest as Thanfong's group reached an area concentrated with stone tombstones. Thanfong, with a gamer's mindset, thought, according to previous gaming experience, basically, this kind of place is where you encounter the boss. Thanfong quickly tapped on this tombstone, kicked that tombstone, to the wide-eyed, open-mouthed astonishment of his two companions. Seeing that his desecration of the graves hadn't caused any changes, Thanfong thought again, could it be that my opening method is wrong, or am I mistaken? And there's nothing strange here at all? His train of thought was cut short by Fatty Wang's scream. Thanfong turned back to scold, Fatty Wang, are you crazy? Can't you be a little more manly? Don't just scream at every little thing. Fatty Wang pointed at the tombstone that had made him fall backward in shock. This tombstone. Thanfong quickly walked over to examine it, and the words on the tombstone also surprised him. The tombstone read, Village Chief Huluang of Blackwater Village. Zufan gasped, confirming to Thanfong, what you see is what we see. All those tombstones, Village Chief Hu, are all the villagers of Blackwater Village. Thanfong naturally understood. Do you even need to say it? The Huluang we met today must have been his ghost. The two wanted to ask Gu Thanfong what they should do next. But Thanfong had run out of patience. You wretched old man, making me search for so long, and you dare to feign death, don't you? He kicked straight into the tombstone, shattering it. Thanfong stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the shattered tombstone, still not appeased. The specter here was frustrated, but could do nothing, only silently cursing. All that's missing is the blood of a true martial artist, and success will be mine. I can't let a rat's turd like Gu Thanfong ruin this big plan. I'll tolerate you this time. Thanfong turned to order his two subordinates, dig up Huluang's grave for me. I want to see what this old man is playing at. The two couldn't believe what they just heard. Dig up a grave. Fatty Wang turned pale. Oh heavens, Lord Gu, digging up someone's grave, you'll be cursed by the heavens. Thanfong used a stick and carrot approach to bring his two subordinates in line. If you don't dig, I'll beat you first. The two had no choice but to surrender to Lord Gu's intimidating aura. Lord, you cherish your subordinates so much. We have nothing to repay you with. Just leave it to us. Thanfong stood above, watching his two subordinates strenuously digging up a grave, until their shovels hit something hard below. The two successfully found a coffin emanating a dark, ominous aura. Even at a glance, the coffin was clearly not ordinary. Seeing the target, Thanfong jumped down and told the two to step aside. He smashed the coffin lid, revealing the almost perfectly preserved corpse inside. He stared at the old man's corpse, which was only slightly decayed. The corpse seemed to be disturbed. Its eyes snapped open, black and empty, and its two hands shot up. The corpse sprang out of the coffin like a zombie. Lan Thanfong was startled too. Oh my god, a corpse rising. The old zombie floated, attracting a large amount of yin energy towards itself. Thanfong, full of fighting spirit, leaped up. Old man, you made me search for so long. Before the old zombie could react, Thanfong's foot was already near its face, sending the old zombie flying far away with a single kick. The two subordinates were utterly impressed, maintaining their audience spirit by applauding the impressive performance. The old zombie was knocked out cold and no longer moved. Zufan raised a question. How strange, looking at the corpse, it must have only died recently, so why is the corpse aura so heavy, and why did it transform into a zombie? Fatty Wang didn't think too much, so he said, Zu, bookworm, why are you still surprised? This is a zombie, Zufan argued, although the village chief turned into a zombie. The transformation time wasn't long, and he wasn't a martial artist before he died, so it's just a low-level zombie. Its strength is probably only around the 4th level of Chi Gathering realm. No need to be afraid. Lord Gu, if your subordinate hasn't guessed wrong, the person who tricked you earlier must have been Hu Luong's specter, and the zombie you see now is his corpse. A zombie has no consciousness. Fanfeng understood what Zhu Fan was trying to point out, meaning it wasn't the real culprit. Knowing this, Fanfeng said, annoyed, in that case, I'm not playing with you anymore. Yin energy emanated from Ult, whose corpse in all directions. A hand, carried by the yin energy, emerged from the ground. Not just one, but countless hands burst through the earth. Many corpses in the graveyard reanimated, lumbering like ghosts towards where the living were. The three, including Fanfeng, quickly sensed danger. It was clear that all these corpses were not friendly. The three wondered, how can there be so many zombies? All of them transformed at once. Fanfeng said, it's getting hot now, while kicking a zombie that was approaching him. He pushed back the zombies and asked, how many people lived in Blackwater Village in total? The answer he received was, more than 500 people. Hearing that, Fanfeng regarded it as a warm-up. Alright, this barely gives me some anger to vent. Zhu Fan saw that simply charging in and defeating them all was not the way, so he suggested, Lord, there are too many. Let's break through from one side and retreat. Fanfeng sprang up, quickly dispatching several zombies in one go. He had to find the demon responsible to make it attack him and level up. So he said, retreat, the real fun has just begun. Several zombies lunged to ambush Fanfeng from above. They used a human wave tactic to pin Fanfeng down. The other two were extremely worried to see Fanfeng surrounded. But before they could do anything to help, the yin energy from where the zombies gathered gradually released. Fanfeng used his martial artist's strength to blast away the zombies swarming him. He provoked the one controlling from the shadows. The zombie wave tactic isn't new. Can you make it more exciting? He was answered with a subsequent wave of attacks. Fanfeng didn't hold back, touching several corpses. He was still annoyed. He made the zombies taste his flesh sandstorm, shouting, this is for tricking me out of my money. The zombies were thrown around by Fanfeng like paper dolls. After a satisfying warm-up, Fanfeng exclaimed, awesome, what a great fight. The remaining ones were to be used to test the **** subtitle translation complete ****. I have successfully translated the entire set of subtitles, maintaining the exact original order and number of lines. No extraneous text, comments, or indices have been included. The translations prioritize natural spoken English, reflecting the original meaning and tone, and strictly adhere to all specified constraints. Equipment issued by the Demon Suppression Division, while his two subordinates behind him only saw Fanfeng as unscientifically powerful. Searching through his bag, Fanfeng pulled out several talismans. He threw a talisman towards a moving zombie, but the talisman didn't stick directly to the zombie as he expected. It slowly fell halfway down. The talisman fluttered down onto a still active zombie. Upon contact with the zombie, the talisman immediately glowed intensely, and the cursed zombie exploded. The talisman's effect left Fanfeng utterly dissatisfied. One talisman can only deal with one zombie. That's too weak. Damn it, I'd do better fighting myself. Though he complained about the talisman's effectiveness, his hand still pulled out another one. But this time, he didn't throw it at a zombie. He dropped it into the middle of the zombie trap. The talisman hit the ground, creating a massive explosion. The zombies vanished without a trace, and at the center of the explosion, dark yin energy spread out. While the other two were still marveling at Fanfeng's abilities, he was thinking, if I didn't have fire control skills, I'd say this young fire talisman is decent, but it's a waste. Fatty Wang said, completely convinced, Lord Gu, from now on, you are my idol. Your subordinate's admiration for you is like an endless river. Fanfeng quickly cut off these flattering words. Alright, no need to flatter me. We've only dealt with the corpses. We still haven't found the specter. The demon pulling the strings, hiding behind a nearby tree, had to acknowledge Fanfeng's worth. Such a powerful physical body combined with the cultivation of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. His blood quality is probably even higher than that of ordinary true Qi martial artists. So the demon decided he can definitely satisfy the blood god's requirements. This time, there's no need to waste effort luring a profound great demon slayer. Deciding on its course of action, the demon scattered streams of dark energy, stealthily approaching the three, including Than Fong, from behind with Gu Than Fong as the main target. Than Fong was already on guard, so he only needed to slightly tilt his head to dodge the sneak attack. The dark energy grazed Than Fong and plunged directly into the ground. The other two hadn't understood what happened, but Than Fong knew that the mastermind had finally arrived. Than Fong thought while sensing the situation, the wind is picking up. No, the corpses are gathering at that light. Indeed, the corpses Than Fong had defeated were pulled by an invisible force, forming a mountain of corpses. This corpse mountain formed a colossal zombie monster that was already half-formed. Zhu Fan's eyes widened at the giant monstrous zombie as he advised, a horde of zombies forming one big zombie. Lord Gu, we should run while we still can. Than Fong saw no need to run and said, it looks intimidating, but I don't know its actual strength. I'll probe it first. You to stand back. The other two felt they had witnessed enough of their superior's strength, so they earnestly advised, Boss, why are you still showing off at a time like this, even with the golden bell shield? You might not be able to withstand this. The colossal zombie roared aggressively, charging quickly towards the three. Suddenly, its abdomen was destroyed by an attack. Than Fong was the one who caused the damage, still complaining, this monster is too weak. One young flame talisman did this much, but the monstrous zombie immediately showed him that it wasn't just big, but also possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Witnessing the damaged part return to its original state ignited Than Fong's interest. Zhu Fan reminded him, Lord Gu, this kind of combined monster usually only has one core. If you hit that core, it'll die. This monster formed from zombies. Its core is definitely in its head, but there are over 500 heads. Than Fong didn't need such a long theory. Alright, I don't have much time to search now. At most, it's just a matter of one sword strike. He drew his newly forged sword from its sheath, not forgetting to remind the other two, you to stand further back. If you want to say anything, yell it up to me, otherwise I won't hear you. Yama, it's your turn to shine. Judging by its form alone, Than Fong was tiny compared to the colossal monstrous zombie. But his face showed no trace of fear. He raised Yammer and unleashed the newly mastered one-character dividing Yang sword strike. A fierce blast of fire energy slashed towards the monster. Done, he calmly said to the other two, want to see some fireworks? The sword strike made the monster's upper body burst into a brilliant explosion. Than Fong showed a confident and smug smile at the destructive power of his last slash. The seemingly formidable corpse monster fell after just 2 blows from Than Fong, prompting Fat Wang to ask, Lord Gu, are you really only at the 4th layer of Qi Gathering Realm? Or are you a grand elder hiding your true power to experience life? Actually, the power of the new sword far exceeded Than Fong's expectations. He didn't expect the special kerosene to be so powerful. He'd have to reward that old man when they got back. But their business here wasn't over yet. They still hadn't found the one who tricked him. The other two now had much more faith following Than Fong. They shouted, we won't let Lord Gu down. Fat Wang, afraid of not keeping up with Than Fong's swift pace, said, Your Excellency, please slow down and wait for us. In the desolate forest, only the sound of wind could be heard, as someone was brewing a more audacious attack. It seems I'll have to show my true capabilities. This is also a good chance to test the limits of your power, so I can report back to the Blood God. Than Fong, for the first time needing his colleague Zhu Fan's help, asked, Alright, Bookworm, you've read a lot of books. Tell me, is the reason we can't find Hu Liang's ghostly soul because this bone forest holds some secret? But there was no response from Zhu Fan. Fat Wang was confused, not knowing when their companion had gone missing, so he said, Your Excellency, did the bookworm get lost? Let's go back and look for him. Although he said that, Fat Wang didn't believe Zhu Fan could get lost, and neither did Than Fong. Than Fong, of course, wouldn't abandon Zhu Fan. The bookworm is my subordinate. If I brought him here, I'll bring him back. Fat Wang gave a thumbs up and said, Lord Gu, I knew choosing you was the right decision. But Than Fong poured cold water on him, saying, Fat Wang, if I turn my back and don't look at you anymore, will you disappear? Fat Wang felt a sudden chill. He quickly clung to Than Fong, crying, My most respected lord, I beg you, please don't turn around. Than Fong knew he had scared him, so he comforted him. I figured out the rule. If I turn around and then turn back quickly, nothing will happen. Only then will we know where Zhu Fan and the one who tricked me went. Having said that, Than Fong mercilessly pushed Fat Wang away. Seeing him about to turn, Fat Wang panicked and yelled, Lord Gu, no, please don't turn around. I'm scared. Than Fong didn't listen. He closed his eyes, turned quickly, and then immediately turned back to look. He saw Fat Wang trapped inside a water bubble. He quickly rushed over, entering the water bubble with Fat Wang. The water bubble swirled, creating a distortion in space. In a flash, Than Fong and Fat Wang were transported to a bright place with lush green grass. Than Fong opened his eyes. Sitting up, he saw himself on a hill looking down at a village. This scene was too familiar. Isn't this the scene we saw when we came to Blackwater Village during the day? In a place of lush green vitality, completely contrary to the Bone Forest. The three Than Fong's group were reunited, but they were now somewhat suspicious of each other. Zhu Fan pointed and said, Fat Wang, you're a demon. Fat Wang stepped in front of Than Fong and retorted, Lord Gu and I arrived here at the same time. We never left each other. So whether I'm a demon or not, Lord Gu can testify. Zhu Fan firmly asserted, but I am the real Zhu Fan, not a demon. Seeing the two bickering back and forth, Than Fong stepped forward and suggested, All right then, each of you slash me once. I'll know if you two are demons. Both looked confused and simultaneously asked, Slash you? Than Fong even encouraged them, saying, Hurry up. I have the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt at grand completion. Am I really afraid of you? It wasn't that Than Fong enjoyed being hit that he made that suggestion, but because he had an advantage, he thought, I can just rely on the system to differentiate. A quick victory, I still have to catch those tricksters. The two complied, drawing their weapons and approaching Than Fong. They called it slashing, but both merely made symbolic slashes, and this alone clearly showed their identities. But Than Fong had to confirm it just to be sure. System, was the attacker just now a human or a demon? Than Fong announced the conclusion. Based on analysis, both of you are human, not demons. Both breathed a sigh of relief, having finally proven their innocence. Zhu Fan reported, Your Excellency, your subordinate arrived here first. After careful study, I fear this place is the Yin realm. Zhu Fan explained to them that the sound domain is an otherworldly space, independent of reality, created by a supremely gifted demon using its own power. They twist a part of reality to create their own domain. These demons can rely on their innate talent and resonance with the laws of heaven and earth to distort real space. Than Fong found it illogical and unreasonable, not as strong as a Grand Master, yet they can resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. Grand Masters can't, so why can demons? Zhu Fan agreed, so he could only hypothesize for now. This is also what your subordinate doesn't understand. Perhaps this place favors demons more. Fat Wang didn't have as many questions. He just wanted to return safely, so he urged, Now isn't the time for sentimentality. Shouldn't we leave this place first? So he awkwardly asked, What's the purpose of the Yin realm? Are we stuck here? Zhu Fan replied, In the Yin realm, too. Get out, you must understand its rules. Hearing this, Than Fong eagerly set off first. To him, isn't this like escaping a secret room? Moreover, this demon is so special. Who knows, it might give me some good innate skills. Fat Wang carefully asked, Zhu Bookworm, is there anything we need to pay attention to here? Zhu Fan replied, The most important thing is not to be reckless. Sometimes a very small thing can escalate. Meanwhile, Fan Fong was excitedly looking for Elder Hu. As soon as he saw Elder Hu, Fan Fong demanded to give the old man a beating immediately. Both shouted, "Lord Gu, no!" Fan Fong ignored them and punched Elder Hu straight in the face. Elder Hu's face shattered like glass from the punch. All three witnessed this scene in stunned silence. According to Zhu Fan's knowledge, Mirror Demon, impossible, didn't the Mirror Demon die 200 years ago? So strange. Why did Hu Liang turn into a Mirror Demon? With his impulsive nature, unwilling to listen to others, Fan Fong didn't bother being cautious. He said, "Could this be the rule of the Yin realm? A dead person turns into a mirror. Let me see." Zhu Fan quickly tried to stop him. "Lord Gu, don't look." He was stopped, but Fan Fong still picked up a shard of glass and looked, even complimenting his reflection. "No wonder it's me, truly handsome." The shard of glass Fan Fong looked into emitted a dazzling red light. Before Fan Fong could understand what was happening, he was sucked into the mirror, disappearing before the eyes of his two teammates. Zhu Fan warned, "Don't look into the mirror, Lord Gu, quick." "Oh no, this time we're finished." Fat One also panicked. "Zhu Bookworm, why are you screaming? Where's Lord Gu?" Zhu Fan explained the situation. "He was sucked into the Mirror Demon. We've been through so many trials, and Lord Gu still got sucked in." Fat One stammered, "Mirror, mirror, mirror demon, 777 demon generals, the 7 demon generals under the blood demon 200 years ago." Fan Fong was currently having knowledge imparted by the system. Character introduction, Mirror Demon, identity, 3rd demon general of the blood demon sect, skill, mirror domain. Once you look into a mirror within the mirror domain, you will be sucked into a mirrored space. Inside, an identical copy of yourself will appear. You must defeat it to escape. Weakness, unknown. Fan Fong also knew that 200 years ago, the blood demon ravaged the land, established the blood demon sect, and gathered demons from all over the world. The 7 strongest among them were called the 7 demon generals by the world, and the mirror demon was one of them, ranked 3rd. Outside, the other 2 crouched, pondering a solution. Fat Wong said, "Weren't they surrounded and eliminated by the demon suppression department? I heard countless grandmasters died in that battle." Zhu Fan said, "That's what they say, but who knows what methods they had to survive." The records of anomalies of the blood demon sect was a mandatory class for us. Didn't you listen? Fat Wong chuckled awkwardly. "I must have fallen asleep then." Fat Wong didn't know what to do, so he asked, "So what do we do now? With your knowledge of the mirror demon, does Lord Gu have a chance to win?" Zhu Fan calmly said, "Ultimately, the copy will win." Fat Wong wondered, why, if they're exactly alike, why would it win? Zhu Fan had a reason for that conclusion, because the copy does not feel fatigue, is not afraid, has no emotions, and is very rational, so it will not make mistakes. Whereas humans will make mistakes at times. 200 years ago, the mirror demon left a famous saying, "The only one who can defeat you is you." Yet Lord Gu was sucked in. Suddenly, Zhu Fan started to walk away, and Fat Wong had to call him back. Zhu Fan felt, wait, if Lord Gu comes out, we'll find a way to live. If Lord Gu dies, we won't be able to escape either. Saying that, he approached the broken mirror. At that moment, Fan Fong was facing his original self created by the mirror demon, saying, "So you're my copy? Damn, it's really exactly alike." He walked closer, placing his hand on the copy's shoulder and admiring it. "However, this is my first time looking at myself from this angle. Damn it, I'm 360-degree handsome with no blind spots." The copy couldn't stand this self-admiring attitude, so it spoke up. "Don't you have any shame?" Seeing Fan Fong surprised, the copy said, "I was copied from you, an independent entity, of course, I can talk." Fan Fong didn't like the mirror demon's attitude. This mirror demon is truly rotten, always playing tricks on people. How many times has he tricked me since I came to Blackwater Village? Before fighting, Fan Fong wanted to be more certain, asking the system if the copy could copy the system. The system confirmed, this system is unique and cannot be copied. If that's the case, what was Fan Fong afraid of? This was a good opportunity to become stronger. But he suddenly thought, no, wait, this seems to be a loop. He walked around his copy to examine it carefully, rethinking, his abilities are like mine. If he hits me, I'll get stronger. After I get stronger, because he copied me, then, if this continues, he'll also get stronger, an endless cycle. The feeling of being stared at like a monkey in a circus made Fan Fang's clone extremely irritated. It growled, "What do you want to do? You're not that narcissistic, are you?" "It's not that I want to." Finishing its words, the clone didn't bother to say anything more, acting as an answer with a punch. Of course, Fan Fang wouldn't easily take the blow. He immediately threw a retaliatory punch. Two equal forces clashed. Neither side sustained any damage. Fan Fang wanted to try again. Unexpectedly, he also had the adamant body. So what about the Wood King sword? Fan Fang drew his sword, plunged its tip into the ground, then shouted loudly, "Heavenly Wood Forms Forest, Myriad Wood Forms Forest, Myriad Manifestations." The sword suddenly transformed into countless clusters of intertwining vines, emerging from the ground. Both Fan Fangs remained still as the ground beneath them began to crack. Countless vines grew rapidly from underground, and a cluster of them immediately surrounded the clone. The barren landscape instantly transformed into a lush forest. It was as if Fan Fang had broken through the space of the demon mirror, returning to the dense forest before Blackwater Village. The vines surrounding the clone had now turned into sturdy tree trunks, tightly coiling round the target. Fan Fang spoke, "This is the Wood King Sword's ultimate move, although the Wood King Sword's grade has decreased." While Fan Fang was still proudly praising his move to the heavens, the clone opposite him also shouted, "Heavenly Wood Forms Forest, Myriad Wood Forms Forest, Myriad Manifestations." In an instant, that clone had freed itself from the restraints. It moved nimbly through the tangled roots, followed by an eye-catching blue explosion. Fan Fang was unharmed and leisurely exclaimed, "The demon mirror truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 7 demon generals. It can even copy profound great spirit weapons." So what about the Grand Master level White Bone Demonic Flame? The Azurewood sword in his hand flared with blue-white bone demonic flame. Fan Fang approached the clone standing proudly on the tree roots. Fan Fang unleashed a slash, a profound grade mid-tier martial art. One-word Sunburning Sword. A powerful sword strike emanated, but the clone countered with an identical move. The two slashes collided, merging into a giant swirling fireball that destroyed all trees within its radius. Both Fan Fangs once again found themselves in a stalemate. Fan Fang secretly admired, "You also have the fire affinity talent." The clone asked, "Feeling despair yet?" Fan Fang agreed, "I feel it now." Fan Fang didn't bother trying anymore. He lay down on the ground and said, "Go ahead and attack." This unusual reaction made the clone suspicious. "What trick are you playing now?" Fan Fang calmly replied, "What I know, you also know. What tricks could I possibly play? Go ahead and attack. Don't waste any more time." The clone was still skeptical. "Just giving up like that? Not going to try anymore?" Fan Fang retorted cheekily, "I'll try your head. Stop talking so much." Fan Fang could do this because he was confident in his one unique advantage over the clone. He had a system to cheat. If that's the case, what else is there to do? Isn't it better to just wait and get stronger? Although the clone still had many questions, it was quite confident. "My strength is equal to Gu Fan Fang's. No matter what tricks he plays, I'm not afraid." The clone pointed its sword at the ground and unleashed a move, Azurewood Dragon Imprisonment. The tree roots grew again, encircling Fan Fang, who remained lying there. Fan Fang allowed himself to be tightly bound, while the clone moved in close, raining down a barrage of punches upon him. The clone's punches had no effect on Fan Fang. Fan Fang scoffed, "Are you brainless? Don't you know you can't break through my defenses? Use the one-character Sunburning Sword. You pig-headed idiot. Only a Grand Master level strike, using the one-character Sunburning Sword combined with the fiery demonic white bone, can break through." The clone innocently realized. At that moment, a red stream of fire energy rushed from somewhere and merged into its body. The clone was enveloped by a blazing red fire energy, leaving Fan Fang, who was witnessing it, unsure of what was happening. He only knew that the clone was filled with an overflowing power and its eyes had turned red. After a moment, the red energy gradually subsided. Fanfong asked, "Is the true master here?" The clone confirmed, "That's right, I am Kinyu." Fanfong was no longer bound. He said, "I know, aren't you the third general among the 7 demon generals?" Kinyu reached out, lifted Fanfong's chin, and declared, "Second. Based on my talent and strength, how could I, Kinyu, be inferior to that fool? I am the second in command under Lord Blood Demon General, second." Fanfong slapped his hand away. From these words, Fanfong understood. It seemed the 7 demon generals had internal conflicts. He asked, so the third is equivalent to the second. What are you doing here?" The wooden sword reappeared. Kinyu showed a serious attitude but maintained his arrogance. "Fanfong, you are young yet possess strength comparable to a grand master. As long as you submit to me and help me complete the grand plan to revive Lord Blood Demon, you will live." Fanfong listened, silent for a moment, then asked, "So, you killed the people of Blackwater Village and lured the demon masters here because you want to revive the Blood Demon?" Kinyu admitted that was his purpose. Kinyu frankly stated, "I originally intended to use you for a blood sacrifice to the Blood God's son, but considering your strength, I can reluctantly recruit you into the Blood Demon cult. Do you want to submit?" Fanfong immediately questioned, "Didn't you clone me? Why do you need me to submit?" Kinyu was silent for a moment before explaining, "You don't know, but the clone cannot leave the mirror space. If you die, the clone will also die." Therefore, Kinyu eagerly persuaded, "As long as you submit to me, I will certainly not mistreat you." Kinyu happily spread his arms, welcoming the potential new member, and said, "Join us." Fanfong asked, "What if I say no?" The wooden sword instantly pressed against Fanfong's throat. According to Kinyu, you decisively gave up when you knew you couldn't defeat the clone body, which shows you are someone who accepts fate. Kinyu softly threatened, "Now your fate is in my hands. Do you accept it?" Fanfong pushed the blade away, responding with annoyance, "I accept your head." Fanfong was fed up with this brainless villain. "I haven't even asked anything, and you've already spilled all your plans. Are you afraid others won't know you want to revive the Blood Demon? Do you know what it means for a villain to die from talking too much?" Kinyu sprang back, keeping his distance from Fanfong. Kinyu replied, "What is there to hide from a dead man?" Fanfong had given up on this guy, so he hit him where it hurt. "You really are an idiot. No wonder you're the third general." Kinyu's blood boiled, and he roared, "I'm the second general, the second, die, you vile, stinking ant." Fanfong's continuous provocation was all to wait for this moment, talking nonsense for half a day, and finally you make a move. "Do you know how impatient I've been waiting? Whether I can break through the limit of the adamantine body depends on this sword." The system notification appeared. Host has actively deactivated the fire control talent. This blow from Kinyu was very fierce, and also exactly what Fanfong wanted because the system announced, "Host suffered an attack from Kinyu, defense plus 1000. Congratulations, Host, defense has broken through the limit. The adamantine body has evolved into the indestructible adamantine body." Seeing Fanfong even more formidable after being hit, Kinyu had to ask, "What exactly are you?" Fanfong, of course, wouldn't tell him the reason, only enjoying the feeling himself. "I've become strong. This feels great. Below the Grand Master level, everyone is just an ant." Fanfong nonchalantly declared, "Third General, you're no good." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere around them instantly grew heavy. Kinyu angrily jumped up, "I'll chop you to death." Kinyu had no idea that the more he attacked, the stronger Fanfong would become. The continuous, storm-like attacks had no effect on Fanfong, making Kinyu the one who now felt despair. The situation was reversed. Kinyu helplessly asked, "What kind of physique do you have? Why are Grand Master level attacks ineffective against you?" Fanfong countered, "Aren't you my clone? You don't even know what my physique is. Could it be that you don't evolve with me?" Kinyu was bewildered. Evolve? Seeing that Kinyu had no concept of evolution, Fanfong realized, "So, Kinyu's clone takes me at the moment I entered the mirror space as its standard. Is this your weakness?" From this, Fanfong secretly concluded, This means, if I can break through in the mirror space, the clone won't get stronger with me. No wonder Kinyu was defeated 200 years ago. Someone must have found this weakness already. Kinyu stuttered weakly. What do you want to do? Fanfong said indifferently, I'm giving you one last chance. Bring out any powerful moves you have left. Otherwise, Fanfong made a throat-slitting gesture. Kinyu naturally understood his meaning. Saying he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Outwardly, Kinyu tried to save face. Boy, I am a 7th demon general with a soft spot for talent, so I don't want to kill you. But in his heart, he still harbored a sliver of hope. This kid is just putting on a show. Looking at his foundations, he can't even be considered a cultivation genius. Fanfong quietly observed Kinyu, then sat down, his tone clearly disappointed. It seems my guess was not wrong. Aside from your cloning ability, you have nothing else. Fanfong added salt to the wound. No matter how you look at it, I'm a cut above you. You're pathetic. Kinyu still wanted to resist, but Fanfong no longer considered him a threat. You have a cloning cheat. Sorry, I have a system cheat here. You can clone me, but you can't clone my system. Kinyu thought his defense is very strong, and he can also control fire. My strongest ultimate move, the one-character Sunburning Sword, has fire attributes. However, the power of the one-character Sunburning Sword can reach the Grand Master level. Faced with this kind of attack, the fire control talent can only reduce damage, not make it completely ineffective. Based on the above analysis, Kinyu decided to change tactics. Now I don't know if the one-character Sunburning Sword can injure me. Should I lure him into hitting me? Fanfong, meanwhile, was much more relaxed. He thought, I can torment him to death. Or should I take this opportunity to test out the indestructible adamantine body? Kinyu realized this isn't how the script is supposed to go. Fanfong blinked, moving behind Kinyu, and said, Do you think I can't kill you? Before Kinyu could react, Fanfong threw a punch, colliding with Kinyu's defense layer. Cracks appeared in the defense layer, and it was ultimately completely destroyed before Kinyu's astonished eyes. Fanfong's punch could now strike him directly. Kinyu was sent flying by a single punch. Fanfong added, The impossible things are still to come. Fanfong moved at high speed, delivering several basic attacks to Kinyu while he was still in the air. By the time Fanfong landed, only the tragically defeated Kinyu remained, lying in a shallow crater where he had crashed. He cried, complaining bitterly, Why is your true body so much stronger than your clone? Fanfong was tired of Kinyu, so he decided to finish him off, saying, If these are your last words, then goodbye. Kinyu, still clinging to the will to survive, hurriedly said, Wait, you can't kill me. Fanfong paused for a moment, wanting to hear the reason why. Kinyu explained, I am Lord Blood Demon General's most beloved subordinate. I bear a mark left by the Lord on my body. If you kill me, the mark will transfer to you, and Lord Blood Demon General will surely not spare you. Fanfong frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed, smiling mischievously. Holy cow, buy one get one free, there's good news like this? Then I must kill you. Kinyu was once again left bewildered. No, this isn't how the script goes. Kinyu pleaded, Don't be arrogant. Lord Blood Demon General's strength is already above the Grand Master level. Killing you is as easy as turning over a hand. Fanfong was even happier to hear that. Above Grand Master level, that's perfect. Kinyu only cursed his extreme bad luck that day. What's wrong with this person? Fanfong grabbed Kinyu by the neck and lifted him up, asking again, Are you sure you can leave a mark on me? Don't you die and leave nothing, then who will I argue with? Kinyu's eyes blazed red as he said, You really want to kill me? Kinyu was not resigned. He thought, I'm about to die. It's only been 200 years. Has Lord Blood Demon's terrifying reputation, which once made children cry, lost its effect? Fanfong accused Kinyu, I hate nothing more than being lied to. You used the lingering spirits of Blackwater Village residents to trick me countless times. So you must die. Kinyu quickly clarified, I didn't trick you. I just wanted to scare you back then. Who knew you would be so impulsive? Fanfong continued to list the most serious offense. The most important thing is that you stole 2 of my coins. 2 coins. Can you felt truly wrong? What my accomplice did has nothing to do with me. Seeing the fist nearly upon him, Kinyu quickly cried out, "Wait, I have one last thing to say." Fanfong actually stopped, giving Kinyu a chance to speak. Kinyu only needed this one moment. He laughed triumphantly, throwing Fanfong's earlier words back at him. Villains die from talking too much. But this villain who dies from talking too much isn't me, it's you. He transformed himself into demonic energy. Fanfong's hands were now enveloped by a cloud of demonic energy. Before he even knew where Kinyu went, Fanfong suddenly felt something strange. Kinyu entered Fanfong's body through his nostril. Poor Fanfong, your body belongs to me now. Become my mirror slave. A red circle formed on Fanfong's abdomen. Fanfong was uncomfortable, but essentially remained calm. You say that, but I'm the protagonist. Protagonists win with their words. Only villains die from talking too much. As Fanfong said, he was the protagonist, and specifically, it was because he had a powerful backer, the system. Host has suffered Kinyu's attack, currently incubating a mirror clone. The moment the system acted, Kinyu inside Fanfong's body screamed in pain. What's happening? What kind of power is this? My body is melting. Kinyu cried out in agony repeatedly, forced to watch as Fanfong, he didn't know when, had already created a clone to observe him from within. Kinyu shrieked in unison, "Mirror clone! How can you comprehend the mirror clone technique?" Pushed to the brink, Kinyu could only wail, "Lord Blood God, save me." Immediately after, something escaped from Kinyu's glabellar. It was a drop of blood, which spoke, "Useless fool. This venerable one was about to revive, yet I'm expending energy for your sake. After this, sacrifice 10,000 people to this venerable one." Then it turned to assess Fanfong. Not bad, this kid's physical body is barely qualified to be this venerable one's vessel. Fanfong looked at the drop of blood and commented, "Blood demon, a drop of blood. What did it release inside my body? It's so hot." The drop of blood scattered like fireworks, fell and merged into Fanfong's body. Fanfong didn't understand what was happening. He just knew it was all too much. In the ancient forest, 2 people from Fanfong's group were sitting in front of a piece of Kinyu. Fat One asked Bookworm Zoo, "What should we do now? Does the book say anything?" Zufan suddenly shouted, "Found it." Fat One hurriedly asked, "What does the book say?" The 2 were overjoyed at finding a solution. Zufan stated, "The book says, a gentleman who wants to endure must rely on himself, meaning rely on oneself." Zufan added, "The book says that if the mirror image shows a red glow, it mostly means that the person who entered the mirror has died at the hands of Kinyu." Fat One leisurely ate a snack. "So what?" Zufan pointed at the glowing red mirror piece and said, "Let's run." The 2 scattered and fled. At the same time, in Kinyu's illusory space, Fanfong was being aided by the system. Host has suffered an attack from the Blood God's son, accumulating bloodline concentration. The Blood God's son's consciousness in the drop of blood also met its end at the hands of the system. He screamed, "How can this be? What kind of power is this? My body is melting." The system concluded, "Congratulations, Host, for acquiring the divine ability, Mirror Clone." Mirror Clone creates an identical duplicate of the main body. The clone's strength, including weapons, is also identical. Its duration is determined by the host's cultivation realm. Currently, it can be maintained for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Fanfong was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Oh my, isn't this Kinyu's skill? But it's not restricted by the mirror space. Excellent. It's just a bit short on time, but it's fine. As my cultivation increases, the duration will lengthen." The system continued with good news. "Congratulations, Host, your bloodline concentration has reached its limit, awakening your bloodline." Fanfong exclaimed, "Why am I so lucky today? And what does awakening bloodline mean?" Fanfong suddenly saw the Blood God's son's drop of blood grow wings and fly out of his glabellar. Fanfong was completely bewildered, while the system's voice still echoed in his ear. This is a necessary path when awakening a bloodline. The infuriated drop of blood continuously pecked at Thanfong, seemingly with the system's deliberate intent. Thanfong complained, "Are you playing Russian dolls with me? Why is there still another one?" The blood god's son was indeed worthy of his name. Even after being dealt with by the system, the drop of blood still had the strength to speak. "Kid, your body is truly strange. To think it could destroy this venerable one's primordial essence blood. This venerable one must extract your soul to refine your spirit. Otherwise, this hatred cannot be quelled." Before he could finish speaking, the blood god's son was interrupted again. "This mysterious power again. How can it be? Even my soul power." The blood god's son was originally arrogant, yet today he suffered such a loss. He was unwilling. "No. This venerable one has plotted for 200 years. I'm almost able to revive. I can't die here." Thanfong finished these words, completing the blood god's son's dramatic speech. Sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, Thanfong yawned, waiting for the system to improve him. "Congratulations, host. Your soul power has repeatedly broken through limits. You have gained the talents, acute hearing and eyesight, photographic memory, pure mind, clairvoyance, and spiritual perception." Thanfong listened to the list of newly acquired talents and proudly puffed out his chest. "Holy crap, I've hit the jackpot overnight." Thanfong felt something surging over him. He decided to sit down for a moment. 200 years ago, a group calling themselves the Righteous Alliance selected 10 Grand Master-level martial artists to hunt down Kinyu, aiming to block the blood demon's path to revival. A mirror clone entering the main body and successfully possessing it, turning the main body into a mirror slave. Only a Grand Master martial artist could stop this move. After that great battle, Kinyu was barely clinging to life. Thanfong digested the information and offered his thoughts. According to the blood demon's memories, the blood demon's primordial essence was damaged back then. To revive, he needs blood to restore his essence. After the blood god's son absorbs enough blood to revive and gather, the blood demon will return to the human world. For the past 200 years, the blood demon cult has committed many wicked deeds to achieve its revival. Now a drop of blood has merged with me, but this won't affect the blood demon's revival. It will just make his power weaker than before. Although these memories make me clearly understand the matters of Kin, you and the blood demon, I'm not interested in such trivial affairs. Thanfong lost interest and stomped on the mirror floor beneath his feet. That drop of blood was still clinging to Thanfong's wrist. Thanfong regained his composure and said, "Well, that's better. There's no reason to trap me in this rotten place." The blood god's son's attack increased your own bloodline concentration, then stimulated your bloodline to awaken. Thanfong was puzzled as he felt nothing. The system explained, "These bloodlines are passed down from generation to generation. Their expressed abilities are not obvious. That's because the power within this bloodline is not provided by me, nor is it managed by me. I cannot help the host. The host can only awaken it himself. As for what bloodline the host's ancestors possessed, we'll see once it awakens." Putting aside the bloodline matter for now, Thanfong switched topics. What about the other skills? The system offered advice. Awakening the bloodline is not suitable here. We'll talk about it once you return to Demon Suppressing Town. The system further explained, acute hearing and eyesight enhance senses, increasing hearing and vision. Photographic memory, the literal meaning, books once read will never be forgotten. Pure mind strengthens resistance to illusions, a talent against chi deviation, can use the spiritual platform to maintain clarity, avoid losing rationality, enhance comprehension, and minimize the risk of chi deviation. Clairvoyance can see internal organs, meridians, and the dantian within the body. Although it's a supporting skill, it's beneficial for cultivation. During normal cultivation, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth and circulating it through the meridians. Being able to see the meridians reduces the chance of the host going astray. Spiritual perception, beyond the 5 senses, can foresee danger, sense others' malice, and feel being secretly watched. Thanfong was curious. It seems there's also an ability the blood demon helped with. What is it? The system replied, Blood Drop Rebirth, one of the Blood Demon's 36 arts, a skill for the Blood Demon to revive, even if his body is completely destroyed. As long as a single drop of blood remains, he can be reborn, a miraculous life-preserving ability. Reminder, although this technique is powerful, it also has limitations. Limitation 1. The blood must be primordial essence blood. Limitation 2. The primordial essence cannot be damaged. Limitation 3. After rebirth, the body is very weak and requires slow recovery. Fan Fong was overjoyed. As long as the primordial essence blood is preserved, I can be reborn. It's like having an extra life. This skill is too powerful. I've really profited this time. He imagined someone kneeling in complete admiration, gleefully saying, from now on, when I deal with demons, I can act decisively. A crack suddenly appeared in the mirror sky and a rather large piece of mirror fell. Somehow, it landed directly on Fan Fong's head. Fan Fong cursed, damn it, the sky is falling. And indeed it was. More and more cracks were appearing in the mirror sky. Fan Fong looked up. A large hole had appeared in the mirror sky. Fan Fong wondered, what's happening? Kinyu is dead and the sky is falling apart. Through the hole in the mirror, Fan Fong saw the outside sky and some familiar tree branches. He realized, that's the Bone Forest. Fan Fong thought, could Fat Wong and Bookworm Zoo have been sucked into the mirror? Fan Fong called out, Fat Wong, Bookworm Zoo. The two, whose names were just called, emerged from two different mirror fragments. Fan Fong was surprised. He looked at his two subordinates, who had fallen on top of each other. Zufan adjusted his glasses, still dazed. Bone Forest. Fat One heard him and immediately asked, Old Zoo, is that you? It's not Kinyu, is it? Fan Fong stood stunned, then announced, I've killed Kinyu. According to Fan Fong, he must have died, which is why they managed to escape. The other two mumbled as if in a trance. There's a long-haired version of Lord Gu here. Lord Gu, it's fake, isn't it? Kinyu is one of the 7 demonic generals. Even a Grand Master wouldn't dare say they could kill Kinyu. Fan Fong generously suggested, if you don't believe me, you two can try cutting me twice, just like last time. Seeing Fan Fong holding his hair, Zufan asked curiously, what are you doing? You keep telling us to cut you. It seems you really are Lord Gu. Fan Fong took Zufan's hair tie to neatly tie up his own hair. Fatty Wong eagerly agreed, right? Among all the demon suppressors, only Lord Gu could calmly say he killed Kinyu. Zufan also affirmed, this means Kinyu is dead, otherwise, the underworld wouldn't have collapsed, and we wouldn't have been kicked out of the mirror space. The two began to guess Fan Fong's true identity. Lord, could it be that you're a legendary reclusive master, your cultivation at the 4th heaven of Chi-gathering realm just a disguise? And in reality, you're a Grand Master? Fan Fong just smiled smugly when suddenly the bone forest around all three trembled violently. All three understood. It seems the underworld is still collapsing. Run. If we don't leave this place before it completely collapses, we'll be crushed by the power of space. But where do we run to? Fan Fong took the lead. Let's go out the door. That must be the exit of the underworld. Now that the underworld is collapsing, the exit must be open. Before them was a pitch-black crevice emitting dark energy, and from it, soul phantoms escaped. Seeing a group of soul phantoms, Zufan said, just ignore them, run quickly, Kinyu is dead, so these soul phantoms have lost control. Fan Fong signaled the other two to run, while he stayed to fight. He said, when you joined, I told you that when danger strikes, I would cover your retreat, buying you time to escape. You two run ahead, I'll block the soul phantoms for you. The two naturally disagreed with this idea, but Fan Fong brushed them off, saying, don't try to persuade me. I've made up my mind, you go first. This is my responsibility as captain. Fan Fong did all this with an ulterior motive. He thought, what an award-winning performance. Those two must be so touched. The collapse of the underworld is shattering space. If I don't go, I'll be torn apart by the spatial force. This way I can enjoy the power of space and move those two, killing two birds with one stone. I'm so smart. But to his embarrassment, Fatty Wong called him back. No, Lord Gu, What your subordinate wants to say is that these soul phantoms are just ordinary people. Even if they turn into demons, they're not strong at our speed. They definitely won't catch up. There's no need to block them. Fanfong felt utterly humiliated, so he grumbled irritably, "You're so meddlesome. I like it this way. Alright, now scram, don't interfere with my performance." Zufan followed the adage that sometimes it's best not to interfere. He covered his friend Wang's mouth and said, "Lord Gu, we'll scram immediately." Zufan and Fatty Wang took off, and Fanfong was temporarily satisfied. His grand gesture ruined, Fanfong turned to blame the soul phantoms. "It's all your fault. Why are you so weak? You made me lose face." Fanfong furiously punched the soul phantoms away, sending them back to the netherworld. Noticing something, he looked up. A large section of the bone forest's sky had shattered. The cracks in a chain reaction quickly spread throughout the entire forest area. The mirror fragment containing Fanfong was also affected and cracked. The system immediately recorded this as an attack from Qin Yu and increased his spatial attribute points. Even though Qin Yu was clearly dead, truly, there's no reasoning with something called a system. The system continuously recorded Fanfong being attacked by Qin Yu and constantly added spatial attribute points to him until it announced, "Congratulations, host. You have received heterogeneous space." Fanfong was surprised by the new skill's name. The system explained, "Heterogeneous space, an attribute similar to the underworld space, can be called a small world. Functions store objects, house living beings, cultivate plants. Stability rules, similar to the real world." Fanfong hadn't finished receiving spatial attribute points. He leisurely stood there, letting the storm intensify. At the same time, outside, the other two had safely escaped the underworld. Looking towards the place where continuous shattering sounds echoed, Fatty Wang couldn't help but worry. Fatty Wang and Zhu the Scholar were alarmed. "Lord Gu, don't cause Lord Gu any more trouble." Zhu the Scholar ran after him, saying. Fatty Wang shouted, "What are you doing? Lord Gu hasn't come out yet. Aren't you worried?" Zhu the Scholar replied, "Lord Gu acts with his own profound intentions. We just need to obey orders." Fatty Wang said, "Profound intentions? What profound intentions?" Zhu the Scholar looked bewildered. "I don't know either." The two of them stood confused, watching the hole in front of them slowly close. Zhu the Scholar said, "I feel like Lord Gu went to take revenge on those soul phantoms. After all, they tricked Lord Gu. Just for one trick, is it worth it, risking his life for revenge?" Fatty Wang agreed. "I think that makes sense. Just how petty is Lord Gu, after all?" On this side, Gu Fanfong was leaping through the air. He landed with a thud, a force shooting straight up into the sky. Boom! A surge of power enveloped him like ocean waves. Gu Fanfong looked down at the houses. Blackwater Village? The system announced, "Congratulations, host. The range of your heterogeneous space now covers the entire Blackwater Village." Gu Fanfong turned his head. "Here, you are the master. You can raise demon slaves, allowing them to live here. The rules of survival are the same as in reality. They will obey your commands at all times." Gu Fanfong deduced, "This means I can." He chained a young woman by the neck. Gu Fanfong chained a beautiful woman by the neck. Ha 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 ha. The system said, "Host, your subordinates are still waiting for you. Do you want to leave now?" Gu Fanfong replied, "Let's go." A spatial door appeared, creating a gust of wind. Gu Fanfong thought, "When I get back, I need to figure out how to range the space." He glanced at Fatty Wang and Zhu the Scholar talking. So Lord Gu is really petty. Ever since those 3 kids tricked him out of a few silver coins, everything went haywire. Look, he's so angry he won't come back, digging up people's graves and destroying their corpses. Gu Fanfong angrily drew his sword. The two of them were still oblivious. Fatty Wang asked, "Have you read so much that you've become stupid? Lord Gu's pettiness isn't new. Do you think you're still in the dark about what's been happening these past few days?" Zhu the Scholar replied, "Not deceiving superiors is our duty. Moreover, I don't think Lord Gu is petty. Rather, he hates evil like a mortal enemy and is simply fulfilling his responsibilities." Fatty Wang worried, "Oh, I suddenly wonder how long Lord Gu's golden bell cover can hold up in the underworld. Gu Thenfang held his sword to Fatty Wang's neck, his voice stammering, Lord Gu, you've safely returned. Your humble servant has always been praying for you. Gu Thenfang said, scram quickly. Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll take you back to the Demon Suppressing Division to collect your rewards. Whether you cause trouble or not depends on my mood. The two stood up and said in unison, yes. Gu Thenfang sheathed his sword, and they returned to the Demon Suppressing Division. Lord, he said, Gu Thenfang, did you really kill one of the 7 demonic generals? Gu Thenfang calmly replied, yes. The aura of death in the Demon Suppressing token cannot be faked. If your lordship doesn't believe me, you can inspect the Demon Suppressing token. Lord, he put his hand to his forehead. If I find out you're cheating, Gu Thenfang, you won't have a good end. Lord, he absorbed energy, and purple light enveloped him. This is Gu Thenfang's Demon Suppressing token space. Lord, he thought, after demons die, they are recorded in the Demon Suppressing token space in the form of light. The stronger the demon, the greater the amount of knowledge required, and the rougher it is. Although these demons aren't high level, their numbers are enormous. That shadow actually materialized like that? Lord, he glanced over. Numerous sources of light of various colors rained down. He said, it's true. Lord, he returned to his normal state. Lord, he held the Demon Suppressing token in his hand. This truly is a great achievement. Leave the Demon Suppressing token with me for now. The 3 of you go rest. I will report to the higher-ups to bestow your rewards. Gu Thenfang said, thank you, your lordship. In his heart, he thought, why would he be so kind? I can't shake the feeling this guy is up to something. Zhu the scholar asked, this time, it's thanks to Lord Gu. How should I thank him? Fatty Wang happily said, there's hope for a promotion. Gu Thenfang said, we'll take our leave. Lord, he held the Demon Suppressing token and watched them leave, then immediately stood up. He looked at the hanging cards, utterly excited. Ha ha ha. Where should I put them? They're mine. He smirked sinisterly. They're all mine. Ha 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 ha. Lord, he, what are you laughing about? Lord, he startled. Who's there? Gu Thenfang poked his head in. Hi, Lord, he. Lord, he reprimanded. Why are you eavesdropping on me? Gu Thenfang, you must fix this habit of yours in the future. Besides, I'm happy for you. You've achieved such great merit, and I get to benefit from it too. Gu Thenfang replied, so that's it, your subordinate here thought you were trying to claim my credit. Lord, he responded, how dare you think ill of your superior like that? I act with fairness and integrity. I would never do such a petty and despicable thing. Furthermore, the Demon Slaying token is yours, registered at the Demon Slaying Division. Gu Thenfang then said, in that case, your subordinate is reassured. Lord, he stepped closer. So, do you have anything else? He asked. Gu Thenfang replied, that's all. Lord, he said, then withdraw. You've worked hard. Go home and rest quickly. Gu Thenfang replied, yes, your subordinate will take his leave. Gu Thenfang walked away leisurely, humming and singing. Lord, he glanced left and right, closed the door, turned around and went inside, then sighed in relief. Lord, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. That fool actually believed it. Although the Demon Slaying token is yours, the aura within it can be extracted by a formation. Just find a formation master, and they can transfer all the aura from it to my Demon Slaying token. By then, ha ha ha, all the credit will be mine. Once my merits are recognized, you'll just be a lowly official. No matter what you say, no one will believe you. Ha ha ha. The day I get promoted to Earth Rank Demon Slayer is coming soon. Lord, he placed the token on the table. Someone called out again. Lord, he. Gu Thenfang poked his head in. He peeked from the window. Lord, he. What are you laughing about again? Lord, he was annoyed. Why are you back again? Gu Thenfang said, your subordinate forgot something, so I came back. Lord, he asked, what is it? He thought to himself, I wonder if he heard anything I said. The demon's death aura hasn't been transferred yet. Nothing can happen now. Gu Thenfang raised his hand. I forgot to take my Demon Slaying token. Lord, he replied, if you take your Demon Slaying token, how can I request a reward for you? Matters concerning the 7 demon generals require meeting Lord Li, an Earth-ranked demon slayer. With your rank, you cannot meet him. Gu Thenfang reached for the demon-slaying token. It's fine. You can take me to meet him then. Lord He grabbed his hand. Reckless. Withdraw quickly. I must report to the demon-slaying division now. Can you bear the responsibility if I'm late? Gu Thenfang asked. Lord He, are you sure you won't return my demon-slaying token? I already heard what you just said. I also heard that Lord He is about to become an Earth-ranked demon slayer. Congratulations. Congratulations. Lord He froze solid. He thought, I can't let this person live. Lord He said, so what if you heard? You're just a petty demon slayer. No one will care what you say. Gu Thenfang turned his face. Ah, right. Lord He said, only the wise adapt to circumstances. He frowned. He's exposing me. Isn't it because he wants a benefit? Gu Thenfang grabbed a megaphone and shouted, guards, He Fenghua wants to embezzle. He Fenghua immediately covered his mouth. Gu Thenfang spat out the cloth. Gu Thenfang continued to yell, huh, causing He Fenghua to fall backward. He Fenghua handed over the demon-slaying token. Faced with Gu Thenfang's threat, He Fenghua frantically waved his hands. Don't yell anymore. I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. He was screaming internally. The demonic death aura still lingered. If discovered now, the evidence would be undeniable. By then, not only would he not become an Earth-ranked demon slayer, but even his current position would be difficult to keep. Absolutely cannot let anyone else come here. Gu Thenfang casually patted his shoulder, his tone full of teasing. Wouldn't it have been easier to do this sooner? Always wanting to mess around. A gag fee. 100 taels. He Fenghua gritted his teeth, painfully pulled a heavy money pouch from his pocket, and handed it to Gu Thenfang. But Gu Thenfang was still not satisfied. He continued to demand more. Bang! He Fenghua was furious. 100 taels of gold. Why don't you just rob me? Gu Thenfang calmly replied, I am robbing you. He pointed directly at He Fenghua's face. Lord He, which is more important, your reputation or your wealth? I believe Lord He understands. A flash of insight sparked in Lord He's mind. An opportunity had arrived. He decisively drew his sword. Killing intent flared, and Lord He swung his sword, ready to attack. However, facing the sharp blade, Gu Thenfang merely widened his eyes unperturbed. The sword gleamed with cold light, ready to strike, while Lord He was in a battle stance. Suddenly, He Fenghua paused. I forgot. Gu Thenfang smirked. I have an indestructible Vajra body. With that, he easily gripped Lord He's sword hilt. Gu Thenfang's astonishing strength made He Fenghua tremble all over, the sword clattering to the ground. Lord He, what do you think now? Lord He stammered, fear clearly visible on his face. Give. I'll give it to you. I'll give you as much as you want. Gu Thenfang stated the price decisively, 100 taels of gold. He Fenghua roared indignantly, why don't you just rob me? Gu Thenfang shrugged and replied, what do you think I'm doing? After achieving his goal, he smiled and said, Lord He, please continue laughing. Your subordinate won't disturb you anymore. Gu Thenfang turned and left, leaving Lord He spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood from anger. He didn't forget to turn back and advise, oh, right, Lord He, next time, please be a bit more careful when you speak. I'm not sure I won't ask for more next time. Looking at He Fenghua's pathetic state, Gu Thenfang mumbled, oh, such poor mental fortitude. He Fenghua lay sprawled on the ground, thinking bitterly, will I ever have the additional charge of causing a superior's death from anger in the future? Gu Thenfang showed no mercy, ransacking all of He Fenghua's possessions before speaking in a sympathetic tone. Well, for the sake of your money, I'll kindly save your life. Then he shouted loudly, Lord He has fainted. Someone, quick, come and save him. The scene quickly spread to the demon-slaying division, and people were buzzing with discussion. It seems Lord He fainted from too much joy. Have you heard anything? The Imperial-ranked demon slayer Gu Thenfang has slain Jing Yao, one of the 7 demon generals. No way? Lord He is a very upright person. What? I heard that Lord he was greedy for Gu Thanfong's credit, so he got taught a lesson. What do you mean, no way? Among the crowd, someone suddenly noticed that people from the Dark Division had arrived. Gu Thanfong, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but wonder, Dark Division, what is the Dark Division? Fatty Wong leaned close to his ear and whispered an explanation. The demon-slaying division's eyes and ears are all over the world. Besides the visible demon slayers, there are also hidden eyes and ears. That is the Dark Division. We are the visible demon slayers, responsible for exterminating demons. The Dark Division is responsible for gathering intelligence, monitoring the world, and the visible division, preventing spies or demon slayers from being seduced by demons. Understand, my Lord Gu. Gu Thanfong happily patted Fatty Wang's head. Understood, understood. He thought to himself, isn't this just the inspection organization? I spread those words just to ruin He Fenghua's reputation. I didn't expect to gain something else too. Just then, an old man rushed over, and Gu Thanfong turned to ask Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang, earlier you said there were 2 families near the demon-slaying division. Before he could finish, a hand was placed on Gu Thanfong's shoulder. The old man said sternly, Lord Li wants to see you. Gu Thanfong was startled. You? The old man calmly replied, I am from the Dark Division, Lord Li's subordinate. Gu Thanfong also patted his shoulder back, showing friendliness. Then let's go, don't make Lord Li wait anxiously. He turned to remind them, Fatty Wang, quickly call Bookworm Zoo, we're departing. Fatty Wang quickly replied, yes. On the way, Gu Thanfong casually chatted with the old man. Old brother, tell me, how is Lord Li? Is he strict? Lord Li's subordinate replied, Lord Li is very easy to talk to. As the two of them walked, Gu Thanfong thought to himself, only the wise are heroes, not bad, he has a future. In a dim hall, Li Tianren, a heaven-level demon slayer, sat majestically on high. He looked at Gu Thanfong, his voice cold. Gu Thanfong, do you know this is treason? Gu Thanfong was puzzled. What do you mean, Lord Li? Li Tianren replied, revered. One of the 7 demon generals will die by the hand of a martial artist at the 4th heaven of the spirit gathering realm. You say you practice external martial arts. Which external martial art is that powerful? He continued, his voice full of suspicion. In the battle 200 years ago, how many grandmasters who practiced external martial arts died at the hands of revered? Gu Thanfong secretly exclaimed, this plot, why does it feel like my lie is about to be exposed? Li Tianren narrowed his eyes, his words sharp as knives. Even grandmasters who practice external martial arts couldn't defeat revered. How could an imperial-level demon slayer like you do it? Or perhaps you can tell us, so we can learn from it and gain more life-saving skills. Gu Thanfong maintained a calm expression. Every word your subordinate speaks is true. Your subordinate indeed relied on external martial arts to defeat revered. But in his heart, he was calculating. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Everyone here is a master. If I get seen through, even if I don't have to fight them. But I have so much energy, running away is definitely not a problem. It's just a bit harder with Fatty Wang and Bookworm Zoo. Li Tianren pointed, tell us the whole story from beginning to end. Gu Thanfong had made up his mind to go all in. Alright, I'll take it one step at a time. He stood up straight, ready to recount the story he had fabricated. Reporting to your lordship, Li Tianren suddenly interrupted. Wait! He pointed at Fatty Wang. Wang Shan, you tell it. Gu Thanfong cursed silently. Damn it, daring to play me. Fatty Wang trembled as he began to recount. Upon reaching the Bone Forest, we discovered the villagers had turned into zombies. Under the leadership of Lord Gu, the two of us fought tirelessly, taking several hours to kill those zombies. Then Fatty Wang paused, thought for a moment, and an image of Lord Gu appeared in his mind. This scene makes Lord Gu look a bit foolish. He's so petty. He might make things difficult for me. I can't say that. He immediately changed his narrative. Then, because Lord Gu rushed in recklessly, he entered the mirror space himself. In the demonic realm, over 500 villagers wielding mirrors chased us. Lord Gu, to protect us, blocked them in front of us. As a result, he was sucked into the mirror space. Gu Thanfang secretly chuckled upon hearing this. "Oh, I'm that great? Is that really me? Not bad, not bad. The child is teachable." Fatty Wong continued. "In the end, thanks to Lord Gu's bravery, we managed to escape." Gu Thanfang looked at Fatty Wong, feeling a little touched. So in Fatty Wang's heart, I'm that great. I blamed him wrongly before. This kid is talented. I'll be a bit easier on him in the future. After listening, Li Tianren asked those around him, "Do you believe it?" A female official next to him immediately objected. "No, if that's how he won, wouldn't those grandmasters 200 years ago have died in vain?" Another official also spoke up. "In my opinion, Gu Thanfang and that revered might have conspired with intentions against the demon-slaying division." Gu Thanfang stood silently, listening. Li Tianren nodded. "I also fear it might be a trick by Revered and the Blood Demon sect. According to the rules, if you want to prove your innocence, then allow us to inspect your body." The candles in the hall flickered and Gu Thanfang's face turned pale. He felt a powerful surge of energy gathering behind Li Tianren. Before Gu Thanfang could agree, Lord Li acted, a surge of energy enveloping him. Li Tianren began to sense. After a moment, he thought in astonishment. He can actually practice so many different techniques simultaneously. He is an unexpected genius of external martial arts. He spoke. Perhaps Gu Thanfang is telling the truth. The female official still didn't believe it. "Lord Li, how can that be? How will you explain to your superiors that those grandmasters who practiced external martial arts couldn't kill Revered, but he could?" "Lord Li, how can that be? How will you explain to your superiors that those grandmasters who practiced external martial arts couldn't kill Revered, but he could?" Li Tianren slowly explained. "The body belongs to Yang, the soul belongs to Yin. External martial arts, which cultivate the body, are the ultimate Yang and ultimate strong methods, making the body as tough as steel. The demonic energy of demons is Yin attribute, and Yin and Yang counteract each other. Moreover, Revered cannot completely replicate Gu Thanfang's external martial arts cultivation. Therefore, he can rely on external martial arts to defeat the replicated body and defeat Revered." Gu Thanfang secretly nodded in agreement. He's not wrong, but besides this reason, I really can't think of another. He said it so seriously, if I hadn't experienced it myself, I might have believed him. That other official still had questions. "That's not right, Lord Li. According to you, then those grandmasters who practiced external martial arts also couldn't be completely replicated by Revered. So why couldn't they defeat Revered with external martial arts?" Li Tianren roared. "Foolish, you've already stepped halfway into the Grandmaster level, yet you don't understand this. Upon entering the Grandmaster realm, with vital energy protecting the body, Golden Bell Shield and Iron Claw Shirt cannot enhance strength. Facing the replicated body, these weak demonic techniques are as good as nothing." The official bowed his head. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Lordship." Gu Thanfang couldn't help but admire him. Truly a logical genius. If this were modern times, he'd be the master of making things up, a boss-level fabricator. Li Tianren spoke again. Although that's what's said, Revered might not necessarily have been killed by Gu Thanfang. Gu Thanfang thought helplessly. "Brother, what are you imagining again? Playing such stimulating games isn't good." Li Tianren continued to analyze. "As far as I know, besides its replication ability, Revered also has a mirror infiltration move. Similar to soul possession, it can turn the opponent into a mirror slave. Only grandmasters can block it, because grandmasters' souls are inherently very strong. That's also why the demon-slaying division sent 10 half-step grandmaster talents that year to deal with Revered. Could this Gu Qingfeng in front of us be a mirror slave?" He looked directly at Gu Qingfeng. "Gu Qingfeng, how should you prove your identity?" Gu Qingfeng, facing a series of complex thoughts, explained. "If you can imagine it like that, why don't you just explain it for me already? I can't reveal the system. Facing these grandmaster experts, I definitely can't escape. Or should I just kill them all? So many experts dying in a short time would also be a hassle." Fine, I'll explain and see how it goes. If not, then… No, wait! His mind raced quickly. Soul power. Gu Qingfeng decided to ask a question in return. Isn't this the best explanation? Lord Li, I don't know what mirror infiltration is, but before the revered died, it did launch a soul attack on me. It entered the clone, then transformed into a streak of light and entered my body. The revered wanted to kill my soul and possess my body. I was forced to counterattack, using my soul power, and accidentally killed the revered. The female official drew her sword, but Lord Li stopped her. Whether he's telling the truth or not, I'll know by testing him. Li Tianren summoned his energy, and an invisible force pierced straight into Gu Qingfeng's body. Fatty Wang and Scholar Zhu were surprised, but Gu Qingfeng stood still, unmoving. A powerful force attacked, creating a magic circle under his feet, its power making everyone around them stumble backward. The officials struggled to resist, but the power had surrounded Li Tianren and Gu Qingfeng. Li Tianren was extremely surprised. He thought to himself, he didn't lie at all. A gathering Qi realm, fourth heaven cultivator, yet his soul power is on par with the Grand Master. What kind of monster is this? He withdrew his energy and said, your soul power is no weaker than mine, and your vital energy is stable, without any demonic aura. It seems you weren't lying, the accompanying official said joyfully. If Gu Qingfeng didn't lie, then this great merit can be reported to the Imperial Court. Our Wudong Prefecture Demon Suppression Division can now hold our heads high in front of other colleagues. Thanks to the revered incident, we found a genius with extraordinary soul power. It's no small gain. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. You people, you change your tune so quickly, Li Tianren announced. Since there's no misunderstanding, let's discuss merits and rewards. He ordered promoted 1 rank, rewarded 1,000 taels of gold, and 1 million merit points. I, on behalf of the Internal Demon Suppression Division, will reward you first. After reporting to the Imperial Court, the court will have other rewards. Everyone around was amazed. To have such ability at a young age, his future will surely be boundless. Such rewards, I'm so envious. Gu Qingfeng was beaming with joy, cheering in his heart. I have money now, I have money now, ha ha ha. The female official leaned into Li Tianren's ear. Lord Li, your subordinate has no objection to other matters, but is 1 million merit points not too much? Gu Qingfeng is only at Gathering Qi Realm, 4th Heaven now. So many merit points won't be fully utilized. Li Tianren replied, if you can kill a demon general, your reward will only be greater than Gu Qingfeng's. Merit points are the currency circulated within the Great Yan Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division, valid across all branches. They are usually obtained after completing missions to eradicate demons and devils. After obtaining merit points, one can exchange them for supplies in the Contribution Hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Merit points can also be exchanged for supplies at the Demon Suppression Division headquarters, for things not sold externally, items that money can't buy. Killing a pre-heaven realm demon can earn 100,000 merit points. 1 million merit points is equivalent to killing 10 pre-heaven realm demons. Its value is unimaginable. The female official knelt down in fright. No, I wouldn't dare. Lord Li said, all right. You may leave, I have something to discuss with Gu Qingfeng. She obediently retreated. The hall door closed, and the others also left, leaving only Gu Qingfeng and Li Tianren. Li Tianren asked, Gu Qingfeng, do you know that you will become famous throughout the Great Yan Dynasty? Gu Qingfeng replied, a Gathering Qi Realm, 4th Heaven cultivator killing a demon general. It truly is astounding. Li Tianren continued, fame always comes with trouble, especially since you are only at Gathering Qi Realm, 4th Heaven. People will admire you, envy you, but they won't respect you. Gu Qingfeng smiled brightly. A genius who doesn't incite envy is not a true genius. Li Tianren analyzed. Although you have excellent body refining talent and outstanding soul talent, your qi refining talent is too poor. This means that even if you cultivate to the extreme, you won't be able to contend with the protective qi of the qi guarding realm, and thus cannot become a grand master. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. So my aptitude is that bad? He thought to himself. I didn't expect the original host's aptitude to be so poor. Without the system, TSK, it would truly be a disaster. Li Tianren nodded. Yes, but alchemy, talismans, and formations all require strong soul power to support them, which you possess. I asked you to stay because I want to ask you, do you want to pursue those paths? Gu Qingfeng immediately asked for advice. Then Lord Li, which path do you think I should choose? Li Tianren answered decisively, alchemy. Although alchemy is the most common, I ask you to choose it because I want to give you a mission as long as you complete it, even if you can't reach Grand Master. You can still achieve a status and wealth far superior to a Grand Master. Gu Qingfeng was curious. Please explain in detail, my lord. Li Tianren explained. Go to the Jade Dragon secret realm and help His Majesty obtain the immortality elixir. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. The Emperor? Li Tianren confirmed, completely shocking Gu Qingfeng. He leaned close to Gu Qingfeng's ear and whispered, His Majesty's Great Tribulation is approaching this year, in more than 10 years. His Majesty has issued 3 imperial edicts. Whoever can present the immortality elixir will be granted nobility and a high position, and now it has been directly elevated to being conferred as a first-rank parallel king. Gu Qingfeng wondered, first-rank parallel king? Doesn't that mean being able to sit as an equal with the emperor? Lord Li replied, almost. Gu Qingfeng calculated in his heart, if he wanted a higher status, he would also have the resources to rebel. He said, Lord Li, please explain it more thoroughly to me. Li Tianren replied, all right. Over 100 years ago, Alchemy Grand Master Ku Yulong researched and created the immortality elixir. From ancient times until now, there's no first in alchemy and no second in martial arts. Martial artists can determine the top their competition, but alchemy cannot. Every alchemy Grand Master has their own specialty elixirs. It's very difficult to judge the value between 2 different types of elixirs. Alchemy Grand Master Ku Yulong refined the immortality elixir and was thus revered as the Elixir King. The immortality elixir cannot grant eternal life, but it can defy the heavens to extend lifespan, rejuvenate one's appearance, and change one's fate against the will of heaven. After all, people must be alive to have opportunities. Unfortunately, though the Elixir King had disciples before his death, none could inherit his divine refining method. He didn't care if this method was lost, so he left it in the Jade Dragon secret realm. Inside, there is his lifelong alchemy legacy, along with the divine refining method, and even the immortality elixir itself. Li Tianren continued. The Jade Dragon secret realm opens once every 5 years. Inside, there are sealing formations and various alchemy trials. Those above the True Ji realm cannot enter, in order to select young alchemists to inherit his legacy. Gu Qingfeng's jaw dropped in surprise. Li Tianren continued. There's still 1 year until the Jade Dragon secret realm opens, and your mission is to enter it. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand to interrupt. Stop! Lord Li, the Jade Dragon secret realm has been open for over 100 years. Has anyone obtained the legacy? Li Tianren calmly replied. No! Why? Gu Qingfeng said. No one has obtained it until now, so why do you think I can get it? Li Tianren turned his head. I'm not sure either, but at least you have hope. He patted Gu Qingfeng's shoulder. Alchemy requires soul talent. Other things can be supplemented later. You can think about it. No need to answer me in a hurry. Gu Qingfeng thought. Li Tianren recommended me. If I succeed later, he, as the recommender, will also be rewarded. If I succeed, not only can I become a prince, but becoming a prince will surely bring a lot of money. If I don't succeed, there's no punishment either. Let's just consider it a trip. Anyway, I have the system, so sooner or later I'll accomplish great things. Gu Qingfeng accepted. I accept this mission. Li Tianren said. Since that's the case, in a few days I'll arrange for you to study alchemy knowledge, plus enhance your fire attribute physique. Gu Qingfeng said. Lord Li, you don't need to prepare any elixirs to enhance fire attribute. Li Tianren wondered. Why? Gu Qingfeng drew his sword because my fire-controlling ability is probably extraordinary. Gu Qingfeng conjured a fire dragon in front of Li Tianren. Li Tianren looked at it. Physical cultivation talent, soul talent, fire control talent. I found that besides cultivation, you're good at everything else. Gu Qingfeng interjected. Hey, Lord Li, don't break your cool image in my heart. Li Tianren replied. Alright, there's nothing else, you may withdraw. Gu Qingfeng said. Lord Li, if I go to the Jade Dragon's secret realm, I want to ask you for a demon. It's the pagoda tree demon in a demon-suppressing prison. Li Tianren asked. What do you want the pagoda tree demon for? Gu Qingfeng coughed. Of course, it has its uses. When the time is right, I will tell you. Li Tianren agreed. Gu Qingfeng bid farewell. Then thank you, Lord, your subordinate bids farewell. Li Tianren sat holding a notebook. Deep in thought, a shadow lurked behind a pillar. He discovered me. Li Tianren replied. Yes, his soul is very strong. It's not strange for him to discover you. The demon said. He didn't discover me because of his soul. When I secretly watched him in the dark, his expression showed a hint of unnaturalness. Though he didn't see me, I knew he had detected me. Li Tianren closed the notebook. It seems he has quite a few secrets. His body might have exchanged souls. As for his soul, rather than calling it talent, I feel like he was taken over by some powerful expert. The demon said, There's no demonic aura. The one who took him over must be a human Grand Master. Li Tianren said, If he was taken over by a Grand Master, then the chances of success will be higher. I didn't expect him to have such strong fire control talent, which increases the chances of success even further. Other things don't matter, I only need the immortality elixir. The demon said, Is it worth it? By doing this, you'll be going against the whole world. You have a brighter future ahead. In the future, you'll have the opportunity to interact with those above the Grand Master level, but you're doing this for. Li Tianren shouted. Shut up, do you think I wouldn't dare kill you? The demon said, Fine, have it your way. It then disappeared. Li Tianren closed the alchemy scripture. The air grew quiet. Gu Qingfeng on his side lay thinking, there was another person in that room, also a Grand Master. Could it be Li Tianren's secret guard? He tossed and turned. Every word he said today was hinting at me taking this mission. Why exactly? He's treating me too well. It's a bit unusual. I need to be careful. Gu Qingfeng sat up. He said, Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Whatever his motives are, isn't it all for the Jade Dragon's secret realm a year from now? Things might not even be certain tomorrow, let alone a year from now. Gu Qingfeng tilted his head back, looking up. Ah, a voice echoed in. Is that Lord Gu Qingfeng? A person carrying a stack of boxes approached. Gu Qingfeng said, Indeed, it is this official. Greetings, Lord Gu. He said, This is the reward Lord Li has bestowed upon you. Gu Qingfeng wondered, Rewards? So is the monthly salary the same as a mystic-level demon exorcist? He replied, It's the same. Gu Qingfeng said, That's good, nothing else, you may go. Your humble servant bids farewell. Having said that, he vanished in an instant. Gu Qingfeng said, A vacant position. Lord He must feel wronged then. Lord He, on the other side, sneezed, having been mentioned. Gu Qingfeng stood in the middle of the room. Gu Qingfeng opened the reward, filled with gold, silver, and jewels. He was overjoyed. Out of respect for the gold, I'll let He Feng Hua live for a few more days. He hugged the pile of gold. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. I'm rich. He peered through the doorway and threw the reward out there. Gu Qingfeng looked. It's been a long time since I've seen Little Corpse Enchantress. I should go see how her training is going. Outside, there were clop 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 sounds. Little Corpse Enchantress was inside. Gu Qingfeng walked over. Little Corpse Enchantress rushed to hug him, her eyes sparkling. Master, you're back. Where have you been these past few days? I missed you so much. Gu Qingfeng patted her head. Good girl, Master missed you too. While I was away, did you practice well? She replied, I practiced every day. So much that my legs hurt. Little Corpse Enchantress suddenly changed her outfit into a school uniform. She danced with her short skirt, each step incredibly graceful. Little Corpse Enchantress swayed and twisted continuously, dancing without stop. Little Corpse Enchantress asked Gu King Feng, "How's this?" Gu King Feng smiled cheerfully. "Not bad. The feeling of home is still the best. The demon performance has been suppressed. Master. A moment later, Gu King Feng was still there. He yawned repeatedly. Gu King Feng said, "Now for the main business." A clattering sound appeared. The old man was surprised. "Why is he here?" He walked over. "Master, you've arrived." "Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the Wood King sword." Gu King Feng replied, My pleasure. I came today to congratulate you too." The old man wondered. "Congratulate me? Congratulate me on what?" Gu King Feng said, "Congratulations on leaving this place soon. I'll take you to a good place." The old man asked, "Master, do you want to release me from the demon suppression prison?" He thought, could it be that this youngster is releasing me because I helped him get the Wood King sword? If so, then Master, where do you want to take me? He asked. He had already prepared his strength. Gu King Feng replied, "To the western heavens." Gu King Feng stabbed him with the sword. The old man was shocked. Why are you killing me? I rendered meritorious service to you, told you stories, and even massaged you. You can't." Gu King Feng replied, "Because you're not dedicated at all. I obtained the Wood King sword myself. It has nothing to do with you. The stories you told were boring, and your massages aren't even as good as Little Corpse Enchantresses." The old man screamed his last words. "Why?" Then he turned into a dried corpse and fell. The system announced, "The Wood King sword has upgraded from Mystic level lower grade to Mystic level middle grade." Gu King Feng said, "Besides, do you think I didn't see your hand behind your back? To have you by my side forever in another form is also a favor." Gu King Feng collected it. "This bark, if brought to the talisman-making place, will surely produce many talismans. It can't be wasted." Only ashes remained. At the contribution hall, Gu King Feng stepped forward. He said, "I want to exchange items." The vendor thought, what's a G-Gathering Realm Cultivator doing at the contribution hall? He pointed over there. "Those are the low-grade items list. Check it yourself." Gu King Feng presented his demon exorcism token. The vendor looked annoyed. "I already told you it's over there. If you dare cause trouble, I won't let you off." He took Gu King Feng's demon exorcism token. He was surprised. Mystic level demon exorcist, 1 million contribution points. G-Gathering Realm Fourth Heaven, killed a 7 demon general. Every piece of information shocked the vendor. Oh my god, having worked at the contribution hall for so long, this is the first time I've seen a living G-Gathering Realm Fourth Heaven cultivator who killed a 7 demon general and has 1 million contribution points. The vendor respectfully handed the item back. "Sir, the list you require." "Sir, please tell me." Gu King Feng interrupted. Stop. What I like will surely spread in a few days. You'll know by then." Gu King Feng walked away. He snapped his fingers. A series of elixirs had been bought. Gu King Feng's eyes shone like stars. The vendor assessed. "Oh, I knew it. Everyone who comes to exchange items with contribution points is like this." The vendor was surprised. Gu King Feng said, "Give this official an entire volume." A list dated the 20th was placed on the table. The vendor said, "Sir, your contribution points are not enough." Gu King Feng was furious. "What?" The vendor said, "Lord Gu, how dare this humble one joke? These items are all high-grade elixirs. If you want to buy a few pills, this humble one can contact the headquarters to get them for you, but if it's an entire volume, each of these elixirs is incredibly valuable. For example, this Heaven Fragrance life-extending pill, one pill costs 100,000 merit points. This humble one really doesn't have that much authority, and moreover, your contribution points are truly insufficient." Gu King Feng slapped him on the head. "You're giving me something from the Great Yin Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division's contribution hall. but I want something from the Wudong County branch. The vendor replied, this humble one will immediately go and fetch the elixirs from the Wudong County branch. Gu Qingfeng thought, I thought 1,000,000 contribution points could clear out the entire contribution hall. Gu Qingfeng ran with hurried steps. Gu Qingfeng took out a stack of books. He opened a page. It was the list of mid-grade elixirs. He opened to the price page. The prices seemed reasonable. Gu Qingfeng slapped the table. Give this official 1 volume. Can I buy it this time? Hurry up and get them for me. The vendor replied, yes, I'm getting them for you right away. Gu Qingfeng pointed ahead. I also want that spirit weapon. Yes, the Gale Whirling Carp. And also the Pure Yang Limitless Art. The Qianqin Ring. Don't get them wrong. These things are very important to me. The vendor was annoyed. Is this Gu Qingfeng stupid? People buy elixirs by the pill, by the bottle. This guy buys them by the volume. I don't know what stimulated him. He said, Lord Gu, this is the invoice. Please sign. Gu Qingfeng signed with a flourish. He then strutted out. Gu Qingfeng held the Qianqin Ring. It just so happened that the anomalous dimension needed an entry point, and this Qianqin Ring was excellent. No one would notice him wearing it, and with this intermediary object, it would be more convenient to place items in the anomalous dimension later. Gu Qingfeng was very satisfied. The system announced, Mysterious Grade Low-Grade Spirit Weapon, Gale Whirling Carp, Wind Attribute, Auxiliary Spirit Weapon, Lightweight when worn, increases speed. Wind Riding can also fly for a short time. The Gale Whirling Carp can compensate for his slow speed. His life-saving skills are now solid. The system announced, Pure Yang Limitless Art, Extremely High Difficulty Coefficient, an evolved version of the Pure Yang Art. Only a portion of the cultivator's Divine Yang True Qi can be converted into Divine Yang Limitless True Qi. Only by gathering 100 strands of Divine Yang Limitless True Qi can one break through to the next realm. The Pure Yang Art's requirements are too low, not suitable for a genius like me. The Pure Yang Limitless Art truly matches my temperament. Gu Qingfeng looked at Fatty Wang and Bookworm Zhu, who were standing there. Gu Qingfeng asked, why are you two waiting for me here? Fatty Wang said, Lord Gu, there's a celebration banquet at Tianxiang Tower today. Have you forgotten? Gu Qingfeng was pleased. How could I forget? When is it? I was so engrossed in buying earlier, I almost forgot about the celebration. The space was decorated with riddles. At Tianxiang Tower, many people came and went. Gu Qingfeng said, let's go. A beautiful woman in lingerie stood at the door. Sir! She came forward and grabbed his hand. Gu Qingfeng pushed her away. Gu Qingfeng continued inside. Give me the biggest private room. The beautiful woman said, yes, young master, please come in. The esteemed guests were led to Mooncloud Pavilion, where beautiful women were performing dances. Gu Qingfeng assessed. Her dance isn't bad, and this environment too. I'll have little Themi try it later. Gu Qingfeng said, Fatty, look at the path for me to ask. Someone blocked him. Esteemed guest, please stop. The server said, please, esteemed guest, flip a card. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. What's with flipping cards? There are 3 rows of cards in total. The top row is courtesan queens, the middle is courtesan beauties, and the bottom is courtesan girls. They represent the 3 grades of ladies at our Tianxiang Tower. The quality goes from high to low, and the prices also go from high to low. If you fancy any lady, flip her card. Cards with a carved flower mean the flower is already taken. You cannot choose them. Gu Qingfeng said, you guys really know how to play. He reached out to choose. The server said, esteemed guest, what sharp eyes, like a flower, like jade is one of Tianxiang Tower's courtesan queens, a rare flower sister. Please wait a moment in your private room, they'll arrive shortly. Gu Qingfeng said, look at your virtuous maidens, go pick them. Fatty Wang and Bookworm Zhu blushed deeply. In each room, everyone had beauties to attend to them, and even dancers. Fatty Wang was extremely pleased and happy. They toasted. At the same time, there was a clop 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 sound, and a beautiful woman entered. The person on the throne said, you've arrived. Jing Yao is dead. She asked again, what? The masked man replied, not only that, the blood god orb on him is also gone. She wondered even more, gone? Blood god orbs can sense each other. Have you tried? This person replied, I can't sense it. Perhaps someone used a special method to hide the blood god orb, cutting off our connection to it. That's why I need you to go investigate. She asked, who killed Jingyao? The masked person replied, Gu Qingfeng, a demon slayer from Wudong Prefecture's demon suppressing division, with a cultivation level of 4th stage Qi gathering realm. The beauty excitedly said, 4th stage Qi gathering realm. How interesting. I have a clone in Tianxiang Tower in Wudong Prefecture. Just leave the rest to me. Alright, coincidentally, I also want to thank him for killing Jingyao, eliminating my trouble. Before dying, Jingyao left a mark on Gu Qingfeng, which shows he is currently at Tianxiang Tower. Thought, Tianxiang Tower, what a coincidence. The scene shifts to Tianxiang Tower. Gu Qingfeng was whispering in her ear. He caressed the beauty he had chosen. She said, young master, Miss Hongli's room has someone in it. Will I be lucky enough to meet her today? Everyone craned their necks. This old man didn't come in vain today. As long as I can make Miss Hongli smile today, I'll pay any price. Gu Qingfeng trembled. Miss Hongli? Who's that? The beauty replied, she is the top courtesan of our Tianxiang Tower. The beauty lay on the bed. Ah, young master, didn't you say I had a great misfortune omen and needed help turning ill luck into good fortune? What now? Gu Qingfeng bluntly said, with the top courtesan here, who would bother looking at common, powdered faces like yours? Gu Qingfeng pushed through the crowd. There was a clang-clang sound. The announcer called, Miss Hongli comes out to welcome guests. The maids opened the door for her. Hongli stepped out in a red dress. She grasped the flowing silk ribbon, Hongli's hand taking hold. She swayed gracefully, then sat down in the hall. Her figure was incredibly alluring, drawing praises from everyone. The men shouted incessantly, so fragrant. This is Miss Hongli's ribbon. Gu Qingfeng grabbed it, thinking a magic trick. Gu Qingfeng said, this kind of low-level illusion can be broken if one has a firm will. At my demon suppressing division, everyone is embracing petals. Haha, mine. Gu Qingfeng punched Fatty Wang, distorting his face. Fatty Wang asked, what's wrong, Lord Gu? Gu Qingfeng was annoyed. You fell for such a simple illusion. Wipe your drool. Don't disgrace this official. Fatty Wang replied, Lord Gu, if you're so serious, you'll miss out on so many interesting things. We're here to have fun. No need to be so serious in this place. He pulled Gu Qingfeng along. My lord, Miss Hongli is famous in Wudong Prefecture for her illusion and charm duality. Many come from afar to experience her illusion and charm arts. Fatty Wang happily said, why not for a small amount of money? You can make up for the greatest regret in reality. Gu Qingfeng asked, is that so? Gu Qingfeng said, if that's the case, I'll give it a try too. Gu Qingfeng flew down. Fatty Wang said, Lord Gu, wait for me. Everyone shouted, where's Miss Hongli? Don't go. I rode a horse for 5 days and 5 nights from Wudong Prefecture just to get here. Just to catch a glimpse of Miss Hongli's face. Miss Hongli, I want to take a photo of the goddess. A girl stepped out. Esteemed guests, our Miss Hongli has finished her performance and gone to rest. But it seems there's still a chance to see her. Miss Hongli has posed a challenge. If you can answer it, you'll be able to go to the back garden and drink wine and converse with her all night. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand the fastest. Gu Qingfeng thought, isn't this like the logic in those cool novels? The protagonist goes to a brothel, then uses poems, riddles, or knowledge from a past life to astonish everyone. Then he's admired by the courtesan queen. Looks like I have protagonist luck after all. I can actually encounter such good fortune. Others also began to speak up. I'll try too. Exactly, to spend a beautiful night with Hongli. What are a few poems worth? Whoever answers it, I'll pay 1,000 taels of gold for the answer. The girl began to reveal the question. The theme is flowers. This is too simple. I could randomly come up with 10 poems. Gu Qingfeng was smug. The girl said, esteemed guests, please look. Esteemed guests, This is a painting of 100 flowers in bloom, personally drawn by Miss Hong Li. However, only 3 of them are real flowers. Amidst the illusory scene, only 3 flowers are real, the rest are illusions. The challenge this time is to find them. Each person only has 1 chance to choose. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's not about poetry. Why did it turn into distinguishing illusions?" Immediately, someone else chimed in agreement. "Exactly, are you messing with us? I'll buy the real flowers for 10,000 taels of gold. Today, I must see Miss Hong Li." The beauty on the high platform spoke in a clear voice. "Ultimately, 3 people will get to go to the back garden to meet Hong Li. Begin." Full of determination, Gu Qingfeng declared, "For Hong Li, I'll give it my all." Then he turned and called, "Fatty Wang, let's go." Fatty Wang hastily replied, "My lord, wait for me, I'll go first." One by one, people chose a flower and gave it to the beauty, but all of them were wrong. Gu Qingfei also observed carefully. Among a variety of different flowers, he chose one, thinking, "I thought it would be harder." Then he presented it for verification. The beauty smiled and announced, "Congratulations to this young master. You are the first to find it." Immediately, murmurs of doubt rose. Who said it was a surprise? A 4th stage Qi gathering realm cultivating could break the illusion. How can that be? It's impossible. Did he pay in advance? Another person shouted loudly, "That's right. How could a mere 4th stage Qi gathering realm cultivator break it before a true Qi realm like me? He must have paid for Tianxiang Tower to let him cheat." Everyone complained indignantly, "Is Tianxiang Tower playing games with us?" But the beauty paid no attention, only turning to Gu Qingfeng and saying, "This young master, please proceed to the back garden." A girl led the way for him and invited, "Please, please." Fatty Wang tried to hold Gu Qingfeng's hand, making him flash a fond smile before resolutely swatting his hand away. Leaving Fatty Wang with a sad, teary expression, the night gradually fell. Outside the tranquil lake, Gu Qingfeng followed the instructions into a space that looked incredibly ethereal. The guide said, "Young master, please go to room number 1 to rest for a while. Our young lady will arrive shortly." Then turning to the next people, "Young master, please go to room number 2 to rest for a while. Our young lady will arrive shortly." "Young master, please go to room number 3 to rest for a while. Our young lady will arrive shortly." The 3 people stood in front of the room doors, looking at each other, each with a different attitude. Gu Qingfeng pointed and asked, "What's with these 3 numbered rooms?" The guide explained, "After entering the room, there are still 2 more doors. The room numbers represent the order of answering. Number 1 starts, number 3 finishes. If you all pass, then our young lady will choose one of the 3 to receive." Gu Qingfeng replied concisely, "I understand, you may withdraw." Then he mumbled to himself, full of confusion, "What kind of game is this? 3 doors and then 2 more doors. By the time those 2 doors are done, it'll be morning." On the opposite side, the 2nd and 3rd individuals disagreed, contemptuously saying, "Just a martial artist at the 4th level of Qi gathering realm, and he found the real flower first. You're lucky, but if you want to monopolize room number 1, you'll have to see if you're qualified." Gu Qingfeng calmly challenged, "Then make your move." The man immediately rushed forward, growling, "A good-for-nothing, yet you act like that. Today, I'll show you your place." He flew up but couldn't touch Gu Qingfeng, feeling surprised. "This golden bell shield is so powerful, I can't hurt him." The other person spoke up, "Your external cultivation is good. It can be considered capable, but you're barely qualified to sit here. Wanting to contend for my esteemed guest position is a pipe dream." Seeing him walk away, Gu Qingfeng called him back, "Stop." The opponent turned around and replied, "I kindly spared you. Why are you calling me back?" Gu Qingfeng retorted, "If I didn't have the golden bell shield today, what would your palm strike have done to me?" He thought to himself, "You provoke me and then just leave. Dream on." He replied shamelessly, "You'd be dead, of course. Martial artists are like big fish eating small fish." Hearing that, Gu Qingfeng said coldly, "You attacked a stranger just for a test, and you still boast shamelessly, showing no regard for human life." With that, he yelled and charged. Too bad you're the small fish now. Go die. Gu Qingfeng retaliated, and his opponent retreated, but Gu Qingfeng continued to charge. He yelled loudly, "You overestimate yourself," then drew his sword. He struck back at Gu Qingfeng, but Gu Qingfeng blocked it and the sword shattered. Gu Qingfeng sneered, "Ha! Is that all you've got?" He yelled in panic, "How can this be?" Then he continued to use his power, aiming directly at Gu Qingfeng's head, but he was utterly shocked. Gu Qingfeng stood unharmed and even twisted his arm back. He twisted his opponent's arm like a toy, making him cry out in pain, my arm, my arm." Gu Qingfeng frowned, quiet, then lifted him up. He stammered, begging, Please spare me." Gu Qingfeng scoffed, "Weren't you so arrogant when you were killing others? Why are you begging for mercy now? If you don't know your place, you die. Isn't that right?" He could only scream without resisting. Gu Qingfeng continued, "Killing you would dirty my hands. Your twisted values won't change even if you die, so I'll let you live, so you can spend your whole life atoning for your mistakes. I'll cripple your dantian, sever your meridians. From now on, you'll be the small fish you spoke of." He stammered in despair, "No, don't." The guide quickly spoke up, "Young master, please show mercy." Gu Qingfeng lightly pressed on his body and asked, "Do you think you'll regret provoking me today for the rest of your life?" He spat blood and collapsed. The guide questioned, "Why did you strike so hard?" Gu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, "He hit me with a palm strike just now. Isn't it only natural for me to return it?" The girl said, "But you weren't hurt, so why did you hit him so hard?" Gu Qingfeng asked her back, "According to you, what should I have done?" He cursed in his mind, "Another benevolent saint from another world." She replied, "Of course, it's best to maintain harmony. If he already acknowledged your strength and wasn't going to take your room anymore, you absolutely didn't need to attack him. Wouldn't it be better if everyone took a step back?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Oh, I see." Then he slapped her. She cried out indignantly, "You hit me. You're a man, yet you hit a woman. Do you know how much our young miss likes me? I know the Grand Prefect of Wudong County, you." Gu Qingfeng leaned close to her ear and whispered, "SHH, please maintain harmony." She slapped his hand away. The beauty angrily said, "You slapped me and you still want me to maintain harmony with you? Just you wait, I'll tell my young miss right now, and you'll be dead for sure." Gu Qingfeng grabbed her neck, making her tremble. He stared into her eyes. "Do you misunderstand something about me? I spoke politely to you, so you thought I was easy to talk to? Didn't you talk about maintaining harmony? Why are you getting so agitated now that you're the victim? Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're no different from that brat. Your values are twisted. This is a sickness that needs to be treated. It just so happens that my specialty is treating this illness. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I won't charge you for the treatment." Gu Qingfeng channeled power into her and said, "Enjoy the illusion." Then he walked away, leaving her behind. She stammered and wailed, "No, no, that's not right. You all, no, that's wrong." A pair of feet with red clogs approached. It was Miss Hong Li. She rescued the beauty from the illusion. Gu Qingfeng changed his demeanor, saying sarcastically, "Didn't she just hit you twice? You're not in any danger. Why bother making such a fuss?" The beauty next to her laughed and said, "Wasn't it just a little push? It's nothing. Why be so calculating?" Hong Li smiled charmingly. "What powerful illusion arts. How interesting. Young master has such profound illusion arts." It truly broadened Hong Li's horizons. Gu Qingfeng replied, "Miss Hong Li, you flatter me." But in his heart he thought, TSK, the courtesan queen truly is different from those vulgar, gaudy flowers. Miss Hong Li continued, "I'm not being polite, but speaking the truth. People call me the twin illusion enchantress, but my meager abilities are mere child's play in the eyes of an expert like you. My maid receiving such profound illusion arts can be considered beneficial. She should indeed thank the young master." Gu Qingfeng glanced at her. "Oh, you don't blame me. You even want to thank me?" Miss Hong Li explained, "Normally, my maid follows me and hears many praises, getting carried away and projecting her own thoughts onto others." She bowed her head and continued, "I've reminded her several times, but advice is never as effective as flattery. She often forgets my words, so for the young master to correct her. Of course I should thank you. Gu Qingfeng nodded. It seems Miss Hongli is a reasonable person. Hongli replied, big fish eat small fish is a common, simplest truth. They provoked someone they shouldn't have, and they truly deserve to pay the price. Then she leaned into him, speaking seductively, young master, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Don't let this matter spoil your mood. This humble one has prepared wine and dishes in her room. Please grace me with your presence. Gu Qingfeng wondered, aren't there 2 doors? Hongli replied, young master in room 2 was knocked out by you, and the one in room 3 was scared away by you. Now there's only you left, if you continue with the test. She pulled at Gu Qingfeng's waistband, her voice full of invitation. If the young master is eliminated, this humble one will be very lonely tonight. On the table were a pair of chopsticks and a cup of water. Miss Hongli served him attentively. She asked, I still don't know the young master's esteemed name. He replied, Gu Qingfeng. Miss Hongli poured wine, saying, so it's young master Gu. This humble one greets you. Gu Qingfeng laughed. Oh, young master Gu sounds so distant. You can just call me Big Brother. Hongli looked at him and said, Big Brother. Gu Qingfeng was so delighted he almost got a nosebleed. He took her fair hand. Miss Hongli leaned into his arms, and they gazed passionately at each other. As Gu Qingfeng's hand caressed her, Miss Hongli held it back. Young master, don't be in a hurry. Then she quickly jumped up. She said, my maid offended you earlier, so now your younger sister will perform a dance to apologize. I hope Big Brother won't hold it against her. Gu Qingfeng drooled, replying, alright, but I prefer a more revealing style of dance. I wonder if that's possible? Miss Hongli pouted, Big Brother, you only know how to bully me. Gu Qingfeng replied, yes, I'm bullying you, so what? Hongli picked up the wine pot and said, of course, it's as Big Brother wishes. The candle was still burning brightly. Gu Qingfeng ate while enjoying the dance. Miss Hongli swayed seductively. Then she leaned into Gu Qingfeng's arms. She looked at him and asked, Big Brother, how was my dance? Gu Qingfeng replied, very revealing, but the night is as cold as water. Be careful not to catch a cold. Hongli hugged herself and said, Big Brother just said it. I feel a little cold. Why don't we drink some warm wine? Miss Hongli stood up to pour the wine, then held the cup to her mouth. She tilted her head back, letting the wine flow down her body. Gu Qingfeng wondered, damn, why is this wine light purple? It's not poisoned, is it? He lunged forward. Miss Hongli leaned back, but still struck a sleigh pose. This wine is called Purple Yang, stored in purple bamboo, which dyes it purple. That's why it has a light purple color. This wine is very rare, worth a fortune. If I want to spend the spring night with Big Brother, how could I possibly harm you? Furthermore, Hongli dances to earn money. It's hard work, so how could I poison such fine wine? Gu Qingfeng scratched his head, not expecting this wine to be so expensive. Miss Hongli thought to herself, that foolish look, one glance and you know he's a frog in a well who's never seen anything good. Gu Qingfeng hugged her. It's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother didn't expect my little sister to entertain me with such good wine. A misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Miss Hongli stepped forward. If it's a misunderstanding, then would Big Brother drink a glass? Gu Qingfeng was hesitant before the wine glass, thinking, this wine is so expensive. How should I drink it to look like I have good taste? Should I take a sip or drink it all? Miss Hongli offered the wine, calling out, good Big Brother. Inside, Lord Hongli was afraid. Am I exposed? Has he seen that I put poison in the wine glass? No, the blood linglong is colorless and tasteless. Even a Grand Master wouldn't detect it. Besides, he's just a weakling at the fourth heaven of Qi-gathering realm. Miss Hongli used a honey trap. She rushed forward and hugged him. Good Big Brother, why aren't you drinking? Are you afraid I poisoned you? Gu Qingfeng kissed her. How could I doubt my good little sister? He then picked up the wine glass. He said, wine poured by a beauty. Even if it's poisoned, I must drink it. But drinking this wine requires a ritual. He looked at the wine cup and drained it. Gu Qingfeng commented, "This wine is initially cool, then warms up in the stomach, making the whole body feel warm. It goes down cool, but burns in the heart." Then he asked, "Good little sister, aren't you like this too?" Miss Hongli blushed, utterly puzzled. Why hasn't he fallen yet? Did I put into little wine? She turned around, picked up two wine glasses, and walked towards Gu Qingfeng. "Good big brother, then please have another glass." Gu Qingfeng took the wine glass and replied, "All right." Suddenly, a lightning-like flash crossed his ears, and a mechanical voice echoed in his head. "Ding! Host has been attacked by Shadow Demon. Toxin resistance plus 1000. Congratulations, host. You have gained the talent of 100 poisons immunity." Gu Qingfeng immediately realized. He pointed at the wine glass. This wine is poisoned. Don't drink any more, little sister." He snatched the wine glass, his face full of righteousness. "I'll drink it." Miss Hongli said, "Good big brother, don't scare me." The more he drank, the system kept announcing, "Host has been attacked by Shadow Demon. Toxin resistance plus 1000. Miss Hongli was furious in her mind. Is this person stupid? He killed the mirror demon just like this. The intel couldn't have been wrong, could it? Gu Qingfeng thought, just need to increase toxin resistance, but 100 poisons immunity hasn't leveled up. Seems I haven't drunk enough yet. He looked at the wine bottle on the table as if it were glowing, exclaiming, "Wine." Then he threw away the glass he was holding. Gu Qingfeng walked to the table and said to her, "Let me tell you, little sister, in our hometown, there's a saying, if you drink but don't drink your fill, it's worse than taking a beating." Miss Hongli didn't understand. "Huh?" Gu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Today, if you don't let me drink my fill, you're not going anywhere." Miss Hongli was stunned. Gu Qingfeng chugged the wine bottle, his power continuously increasing. The system announced again, "Toxin resistance has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. You have gained the talent of Heavenly Poisons immunity." The wine bottle fell and shattered, dark energy flying out from it. Gu Qingfeng said, "Not enough yet." Miss Hongli looked towards the shattered wine bottle. Gu Qingfeng held the poison in his hand, surprising Miss Hongli it was her own poison. She remembered he had been fiddling with it. Turns out, Gu Qingfeng poured the entire packet of poison into his mouth. The system announced again, "Host has been attacked by Shadow Demon. Toxin resistance plus 100, 100, 100. Toxin resistance has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. You have gained the talent of Myriad Poisons immunity." Gu Qingfeng asked, "Well, my good little sister, do you have any more? Hurry up and hand over the poison. I hope you know what's good for you." Miss Hongli replied, "Good big brother, what are you saying? Why don't I understand?" Gu Qingfeng showed a disgusted face. He turned his back. "Don't pretend anymore. As long as you quickly hand over the poison, I won't pursue the matter of you trying to kill me. Otherwise," he smashed the table. "It'll be like this table." The table broke in half. Miss Hongli growled, "You want to cause trouble. You haven't even looked to see where you are." Gu Qingfeng retorted, "You want to stop me from causing trouble. You haven't even looked to see how much you weigh." Miss Hongli attacked, but her hand couldn't reach him. Gu Qingfeng attacked with a single blow, making her fall backward. He smiled sinisterly, "You hit me first, you know." Miss Hongli lay slumped. Her head was gone, but she still got up. Miss Hongli's head regrew, and she called out, "Good big brother." She gave a sinister laugh. "You really don't appreciate beauty." Then she glanced, but Gu Qingfeng kicked her. He said, "Without poisoned wine, you dare to call me." Miss Hongli cursed, "Damn it." She flew up. "You ungentlemanly man, you just keep on and on." Gu Qingfeng sneered, "You're just too ugly." Miss Hongli's energy wrapped around his leg. Gu Qingfeng created a vortex to protect his body, black energy enveloping him. He said, "Such a precious yin domain. Some people just use it whenever they want. In your 7 demon generals, is this thing worthless?" Miss Hongli was surprised. "You saw through my identity so quickly." Gu Qingfeng replied, "I read books and history. The matters of your 7 demon generals are not a secret. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Shadow Demon, ranked second among the 7 demon generals, right?" Miss Hongley looked at him and replied, "Consider yourself clever. I don't care how you killed that idiot mirror demon, but today, you won't be so lucky." The precious yin domain enveloped the entire room. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. The lights on the ceiling made him look up. He summoned power, manifesting a sword. Miss Hongley spun from behind, her face like a demon preparing to attack him. As she was about to stab, Gu Qingfeng brought his sword behind him, blocking her attack. Then he turned around but saw no one. But when he turned, Miss Hongley appeared behind him again, attacking his back. The system announced again, "Ping, host attacked by Shadow Demon, Shadow Attribute plus 100. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Shadow Attribute. What the hell is that? The space around him seemed to darken. Gu Qingfeng sensed it. Then he glared and counterattacked Miss Hongley. He cut a section of her hair, then he disappeared from the frame. Gu Qingfeng stabbed straight down from above, but Miss Hongley dodged in time, so he immediately changed the direction of his sword. He lunged straight at Miss Hongley, but she dodged, the sword grazing her face. Gu Qingfeng said, "You didn't get to be second in command through underhanded means, did you? I feel like you're not even as tough as the Mirror Demon. It's still not as hard as fighting the Mirror Demon. Are you really the second of the 7 demon generals? So pathetic?" Miss Hongley peeled off her mask. "Oh my, big brother looks down on me. If that's the case, little sister will just have to use her true abilities to fight big brother." Her true face was like a demon's. Gu Qingfeng couldn't believe his eyes. "My goodness, what is this? Just now Miss Hongley, in her demonic form, said, "How is it, my good big brother? Do you like little sister's new look?" Gu Qingfeng asked, "Are you male or female after all?" Miss Hongley replied, "My good big brother, do you think the Shadow Tribe is divided into male and female?" Gu Qingfeng was disgusted. "Ugh, I was with some neither male nor female thing. Ugh, good big brother. Ugh, good little sister. Ugh." He raised his sword, roaring, "Damn it. You're dead for sure, Shadow Demon, damn it. Finally, I know why the Mirror Demon called you an idiot, something that doesn't even understand male or female. Anyway, I address you is inappropriate." Gu Qingfeng charged, using the one-word scorching young sword. Miss Hongley, in her demonic form, stood there proudly. A flash of light passed, and Miss Hongley's body split in two, a voice saying, "Good big brother, how's this body of mine?" Gu Qingfeng cursed, "Bitch, shut up." She said, "It's useless, swords can't harm a shadow. How about you submit to me and give me your life?" Her shadow healed. Gu Qingfeng smirked, "Elementalization. There must be something that can counter this. My illusions are very strong, good big brother." His sword split into 3. Gu Qingfeng used green wood binding dragon. The shadow was immediately tied up by many tree trunks. It even pierced through Miss Hongley's shadow. Gu Qingfeng was smug, "Ha ha." His face suddenly changed. The shadow broke free and flew up, "Ha ha." Miss Hongley's shadow said, "Don't you understand yet? I am a shadow. Do you think anything in this world can harm a shadow?" Gu Qingfeng immediately used the fire control art. She smiled smugly. He thought to himself, "It can defend against any physical attack or magical attack. If I can't hit it, there's no way to win." No wonder the respected one was ranked below it. Just what kind of monsters are gathered among the 7 demon generals? Miss Hongley called out, "Good big brother, if you don't move, I'll take it as you submitting to me, okay?" This shadow continuously leaped around Gu Qingfeng. He stood still and asked, "Are you tickling me?" The system notified again, "Ping, the host has been attacked by the Shadow Demon, Shadow Attribute plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. Her face was full of malice. You, just what kind of body do you have? Something too strong, no, a body too strong." Gu Qingfeng replied, "Is this your power? It seems I can only use my ultimate move now." 2 shadows rushed forward using shadow blades. Gu Qingfeng held on. The system notified, "Ping, the host has been attacked by the Shadow Demon, Shadow Attribute plus 1000. Congratulations to the host for breaking the Shadow Attribute limit and obtaining the power of Shadow Shifting. Shadow shifting allows movement within any linked shadow. The shadow thought, if shadows aren't linked, this skill can't be activated, but my shadow isn't linked to the shadow demon. How can it suddenly appear behind me? It was furious, can't retract. Gu Qingfeng charged, I got you. He thought, so that's it. No wonder it had to activate the shadow domain before attacking. A shadow is actually an object that blocks light, creating darkness. Within the shadow domain, everything is covered by darkness. This means the shadow demon can move limitlessly within its shadow domain. This must be its shadow domain's rule. With such a perverted contestant, how did the righteous alliance win so easily back then? But that's not important. What's important is that now it's my turn to take the initiative. I'll play with this demon in the palm of my hand. Then he said, watch what I do. Gu Qingfeng lamented, how sad, the last battle shattered my meridians. As expected, Your Excellency, who ranks second among the 7 demon generals, has such strength. I am ashamed to be inferior. Today, I, Gu Qingfeng, am willing to proclaim Your Excellency the strongest. The shadow thought, the energy to maintain my shadow domain is insufficient, and it's almost dawn. I must leave quickly and then figure out how to deal with this strange thing later. It left and said, Big brother, your acting skills are too exaggerated. I can't stay awake. Gu Qingfeng's face was dumbfounded, thinking, don't you understand what acting is? He sat up. If you don't cooperate with this old man's act, and I let you escape today, then I'm not named Gu. Then he sped away at light speed. That evening, in the suburbs of Wedong District, the shadow flew in with full spiritual power. It landed in the middle of the forest, causing the island to fall. The shadow sighed, phew. There was a rustling sound from behind. Gu Qingfeng appeared. The shadow was on the defensive. Who exactly are you? How do you know shadow shifting? Could it be that you also belong to the Shadow Clan? Gu Qingfeng replied, who I am isn't important. What's important is why you didn't act along with me. The shadow yelled, you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? It thought, previously, when I competed for the second position with the respected one, I had to open my shadow domain and exhaust all his energy to win. It shouted, this kind of forest is my territory. Old man, you're celebrating too early. The shadow ran from that direction. Gu Qingfeng observed from atop a tree. He said, after talking for so long, aren't you still running away? However, you can't run. He dashed forward, looking up. Gu Qingfeng asked, not going to recover this time? You like playing hide-and-seek, don't you, my good little sister? Well, you have to hide well, I see you. The shadow gradually appeared from behind the tree. It worried, damn it, I finally came out. He heard a rustling sound. Incorrect. A rabbit hopped past a rabbit. The rabbit hopped again. Gu Qingfeng asked, are you very curious why a timid rabbit would run back to a dangerous place like you? Because the rabbit was frightened by an even more dangerous person, me. He laughed heartily, ha ha ha. The shadow was dizzy, screaming for help, help. Someone wants to eat a demon. No, I am the demon. The demon continued to wail, help. Someone wants to eat a demon. Gu Qingfeng said, did I scare you senseless? Is that it? He was surprised. The demon said, Gu Qingfeng, everyone knows shadow shifting. If you keep chasing, it's meaningless. How about we just stop here? Gu Qingfeng replied, no way. If I don't give you a hard time today, I'll have to change my surname. I have no plans to change my surname anytime soon. Besides, you're just a shadow as long as there's light. The shadow was scared. What trick is he trying to pull now? I don't have much power left. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Gu Qingfeng thought shadows only appear in dark places, but not where there is sun, light, sun, no shadow. He realized, I understand. To counter shadow shifting, I must first eliminate darkness. Only light can eliminate darkness, so light is its greatest nemesis. Gu Qingfeng asked it, do you believe in light? He used his power to conjure a flame. Gu Qingfeng stood in that flame, which cast light across the entire forest. That light shone on the shadow. Note that a shadow demon is an independent shadow, capable of life, and will not be erased by light. The shadow was gradually being burned, the fiery light seeming to incinerate it. It could only scream, then was burned by the fire, which grew larger and larger. The shadow said, "Even if you want to block my path, so what? I can feel that the shadow power in your body isn't much. I can continue to fight you. Neither of us will benefit." Gu Qingfeng said, "I think you misunderstood. I trapped you not because I want to kill you." The shadow asked, "Don't want to kill me? So you want to get information about the blood demon cult from me, or is it about that poison?" He thought to himself, "You came with ill intentions, and you're much stronger than me. How should I transmit the news to them?" Gu Qingfeng said, "I'm not interested in the blood demon cult or that poison. Hit me hard. As long as you make this old man happy, I'll let you go. How about it?" The shadow was confused, thinking, "This guy doesn't have some strange fetish, does he?" It yelled, "Are you sick or something? Why are you chasing me? Not for the poison, but to make me hit you." Then it thought, "Are humans all this strange now?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "According to the records, shadow shifting also uses soul power for positioning. Your ability to use this move shows that you have a soul." Ha 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 ha. Your shadow shifting isn't as far as mine, which shows that your soul isn't as strong as mine. Your Hongli incarnation is known as illusory charm twin perfection. Although your illusion techniques are potent, their quality isn't high. This indicates that your soul is your weakness, which is why you use incarnations to train yourself. Have you thought it through? Will you do as I say? The shadow stammered, "No, I want." Gu Qingfeng said, "You're really stubborn." Inside the illusion, Gu Qingfeng snapped his fingers. A barrage of swords flew towards the shadow, piercing through it. He said, "Hit me or be beaten to death by me. Choose." The shadow is slowly disappearing. Ha! Do you think defeating me means you've won? The me you see is just a clone. Your soul power can defeat my clone, but it can't defeat my true form. For the past 200 years, I haven't let time pass in vain. My soul has long ceased to be my weakness. Gu Qingfeng said, "If you choose the latter, just say so. Why talk so much? Don't you know villains die from talking too much?" He raised his sword. Swords came, plunging down with an asterisk clank 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 asterisk. A sword lifted, asterisk swoosh asterisk. All the swords rushed to one side. It rushed straight towards the shadow. Gu Qingfeng asterisk swooshed asterisk a sword. He looked at the large sword lying below. The shadow slowly vanished. Gu Qingfeng said, "Sai, you'd rather die than fight me. If no one knew, they'd think you're such a good demon. Sai, pour my money, pour my courtesan." Well, the courtesan is gone. If Han Lai is one of the 7 demon generals, then I'll use you to exchange for a reward. Last time, exchanging that other person for a reward also yielded a lot. At Tianxiang Tower, a notice was posted. The top courtesan, Han Lai of Tianxiang Tower, is a shadow demon, one of the 7 demon generals. She was banished with 1,000 identities. She has been eradicated. Now I'm so sad. I suspect there are still remnants of the blood demon sect in Tianxiang Tower, so Tianxiang Tower will be sealed. A person shouted, "Oh, what are you demon suppression division lackeys trying to do? I am the direct descendant of the Li family. Miss Hong Lai is gentle and lovely. How could she be a demon? You're lying. Who is in charge? Tell him to get out here. How dare you seal Tianxiang Tower? You must have eaten a tiger's guts and a bear's gall. Do you know who owns Tianxiang Tower?" Another person advised, "Don't make trouble. Actively cooperate with the Demon Suppression Division's work. Anyone who dares to cause trouble is an accomplice of demons and will be immediately executed without mercy." Gu Qingfeng spoke up, "I am the Demon Eradication Envoy of the Demon Suppression Division, Gu Qingfeng. This morning, this official received a report suspecting that the top courtesan, Han Lai of Tianxiang Tower, is a demon, so I purposely came here to investigate the situation thoroughly. This Han Lai is not only a demon, but also a clone of a shadow demon, one of the 7 demon generals. This official saw through her. She is dead. Now this official suspects there are still remnants of the blood demon sect in Tianxiang Tower." Everyone was in an uproar. 7 demon generals. How are we still alive? Miss Hong Lai is a shadow demon. How could that be? He specially changed clothes to investigate today, clearly having clues long ago. Coming prepared, I think it must be true. Didn't you hear Lord Gu say he received a report early this morning? That means there might still be remnants of the blood demon sect hidden in Tianxiang Tower. They shouted, "My lord, you must ensure our safety." Yes, yes, we are not evil creatures. Two soldiers reported, "Lord Gu, through our investigation, we have captured two remnants of the blood demon sect. We have sent the criminals to the Demon Suppression Division to be handed over to Lord Li. Lord Gu, you've worked hard." Gu Qingfeng replied, "Good, I know. I will report this matter clearly to Lord Gu when I return." Then he thought, "You make me sick. You neither male nor female thing. I'm going to smash your nest." Fatty Wong and the beautiful woman called Lord Gu. He asked, "What is it? Speak slowly. Don't move your hands and feet. Who knows what strange monster you might have transformed into? Don't touch me." She wiped the table, then moved her arm towards Gu Qingfeng's body. Fatty Wong watched them affectionately. Helpless, Lord Gu. The beautiful woman shyly pushed him away. Gu Qingfeng watched. Fatty Wong said, "Lord Gu, I just remembered that Scholar Zhu needed to see me about something. So, after we're done, we'll return to the Demon Suppression Division ourselves, okay?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "All right, go on." Fatty Wong thought, "Damn, Lord Gu, you can even take out your gun here. It's incredible. From now on, if there's a beauty next to his lordship, I'll absolutely stay away." Fatty Wong pulled Scholar Zhu along with him. Gu Qingfeng asked the beautiful woman, "What do you want to talk to me about? Say it." The beautiful woman replied, "Of course. I hope Lord Gu will speak well of our Tianxiang Tower in front of Lord Li." Gu Qingfeng took a handkerchief from his hand. The beautiful woman said, "Lord Gu, don't rush. Look what this is." She pulled a silver note from her chest. It was one tael of gold. She placed the tael of gold in his hand. "Lord Gu, please." Gu Qingfeng held her face. Not enough sincerity. The beautiful woman said, "This incident with Han Lai has truly frightened me. I must go rest to recover." The beautiful woman turned to leave, then turned back and waved. "Lord Gu, when you're done, could you come find me at Tianxiang Tower? Only your calming presence can make me feel a little at ease." Gu Qingfeng said, Of course. Although I couldn't spend a spring night with the courtesan, this harvest isn't bad either." At Tianxiang Tower, a notice, Demon Suppression Division public announcement. Gu Qingfeng exposed a demon, protected the people, awarded 10,000 merit points. Tianxiang Tower concealed a 7-demon general and will cease business for renovation starting now. In the future, anyone who discovers clues about remnants of the Blood Demon sect and reports them to the Demon Suppression Division will be heavily rewarded. Wutong District Branch of the Demon Suppression Division, an imperial edict was issued. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees. He said, Gu Qingfeng, for his merit in discerning a demon's identity, protecting the people, and bravely capturing remnants of the Blood Demon sect, is hereby granted the title of Baron, awarded a chest of gold and jewels and a mansion, received the edict. Annotation: the titles of the great Yin dynasty are Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron. Titles are usually hereditary. Gu Qingfeng bowed his head. Thinking this, he asked, "Am I not dreaming?" The eunuch replied, "Of course it's real. No matter how bold we are, we wouldn't dare forge an imperial edict. If Lord Gu has the opportunity, don't forget to enter the palace to express your gratitude." Gu Qingfeng replied, "Thank you for the reminder, eunuch." The eunuch left, then turned back and said, "When you rise to power later, don't forget me." Gu Qingfeng thanked him. This subordinate would forget anyone but you, eunuch. Holding the imperial edict in his hand, he said to Fatty Wong and Scholar Zhu, "You to take the belongings to my place. I'll join you later to see the new house." Fatty Wong wondered, "Lord Gu, where are you going?" He replied, "Cultivating." Gu Qingfeng was soaking in the water. On the table were spirit-nurturing pills and true essence pills. He soaked, exuding spiritual energy in the tub. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th heaven of the Qi Gathering realm." Gu Qingfeng was delighted. Indeed, With the addition of True Essence pills, cultivation is faster than before. The pure Yang Qi has also transformed into limitless Origin Qi. And my foundation is much more solid than before. Not bad, not bad. As soon as he activated the limitless Origin Qi, Gu Qingfeng saw the water in the tub change color violently. He focused on cultivating, while also sensing this strange change. Could this be a sign of an impending breakthrough to a new realm? Gu Qingfeng dismissed the thought. Never mind, I'll cultivate first and deal with it later. Looking up at the boiling red water, he suddenly screamed as the water condensed into the shape of a ferocious dragon. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host for awakening the two-clawed flood dragon bloodline. Please note, host, the bloodline you have awakened is the flood dragon bloodline, not the true dragon bloodline." Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Is that even possible? My bloodline is actually such a majestic black dragon. Does this mean the identity of a dragon descendant can also be used in another world? He put his hand to his head, deep in thought. Damn, it's a whole rank lower. No wonder it only has 2 claws. But system, a flood dragon isn't human. Does it count as a demon? The system immediately responded, yes. Gu Qingfeng smirked. A flood dragon counts as a demon. So if I have the flood dragon bloodline, am I also a demon? Doesn't that mean I can also beat myself to become stronger? The system announced again, host, you are merely a human possessing a partial flood dragon bloodline. The host can inherit the flood dragon bloodline because your ancestor drank flood dragon blood and survived. Gu Qingfeng mumbled to himself, a man cannot wither twice in the same place. The system then gave a friendly reminder. The host's flood dragon bloodline is only partially awakened. Therefore, currently the host only possesses the strength of a flood dragon. Once the concentration of your bloodline increases, you can gain flood dragon abilities. Cultivate diligently to possess the talent of one with a demon bloodline, and your strength will far surpass cultivators of the same rank. Gu Qingfeng finally realized, wow, no wonder the blood demon sect was so powerful back then, with 7 top-tier perverts. Yet it was defeated by the Righteous Alliance led by the Demon Suppression Division. Perhaps the reason lies with those who awakened this bloodline. This is truly using demons as teachers to defeat demons. Wait, he thought, can a bloodline be awakened multiple times? This time, I was able to increase my bloodline concentration all thanks to the blood god's son. If I want to increase it in the future, the best way is to continue collecting blood god's sons. Alright, this time I must completely confront the blood demon sect. He resolutely stepped out of the bathtub, let out a long yawn, and got dressed. A plan was already forming in his mind. I need to see if there's any news about the blood demon sect and materials for inheriting demon bloodlines. At the same time, at the Gu family, one of the 4 great families of the Great Yan Dynasty, an old man glared, his white hair fluttering as he channeled his spiritual energy in his hand. That spiritual energy transformed into a tiny bead on his finger, lying still. The ancestor swung it towards the sky, creating an entire crimson sky. He said, "Go, call the family head here." The soldiers immediately obeyed. Yes, ancestor. The family head stepped forward. Ancestor, you sent for me. The ancestor said, the Zhu bloodline has stirred. It's coming from 5,000 miles to the east. It must be a lost descendant of our family awakening the dragon god bloodline. And the awakening level is low. The dragon god bloodline cannot be lost outside. You must send someone to bring them back. The family head replied, 5,000 miles to the east must be within Widong County. It seems most of them are descendants of that sinful bloodline from back then. I didn't expect that after so long, that line still has successors. The ancestor said, now they still have a chance to return. That is a great favor from the family. Go. The family head replied, yes, ancestor. As he stepped outside, the family head secretly thought to be able to awaken a bloodline on their own without the family's help. This person must have some talent, but unfortunately, they carry a sinful bloodline. There's no need for them to live any longer. He gave the order, go to Widong County. Immediately, a figure on the rooftop disappeared. Gu Qingfeng placed the true origin pill in his hand down on the table with a clunk. He flipped through a book. The Great Yin Dynasty allows the inheritance of demon bloodlines. If a human awakens a demon bloodline, then their ancestor must have drunk demon blood and survived. As demon bloodlines have developed to this day, some people carry demon bloodlines passed down throughout the Great Yin Dynasty with various identities. That's what Gu Qingfeng read in the book. He thought those who awaken demon bloodlines could be nobles or even royalty. After awakening a demon bloodline, one can refine prime essence blood. At critical moments, a drop of blood can bring them back to life. Refining prime essence blood requires condensing the vital energy of the entire body. The process is very painful and will constantly drain one's vital essence. A large amount of vital essence must be mobilized to refine even a single drop of prime essence blood. Gu Qingfeng opened the lid of the bottle, closed the book, and drank. He thought, having an extra life, what's a little pain like this? Now this old man will begin refining. His body sweated and drops of blood fell. He remained seated, cultivating his energy, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling as if his body's energy had been completely drained. After that, Gu Qingfeng collapsed, his vital energy seeming to be sucked into a single point. He muttered, "Damn, just one drop of prime essence blood almost cost this old man half his life. Yet that idiotic blood demon managed to produce 36 drops. What an animal." There was a knock on the door from outside. Gu Qingfeng warily said, "Come in." Fatty Wong opened the door and burst in. "My lord," he shouted, "my lord Gu." Fatty Wong quickly helped Gu Qingfeng. "Oh, my lord Gu, didn't you say you were going into seclusion for cultivation? Why do you look like this?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Cultivation is too tiring." Fatty Wong thought, "My lord Gu, you should come up with a better excuse if you're going to lie to an idiot like me. It's as if I've never cultivated before." "I get it now, Lord Gu is just like me. The fire from Tianxiang Tower hasn't completely died down, and he indulged a few times, and now." Gu Qingfeng immediately spoke up, "Fatty Wong, what are you thinking about?" Fatty Wong started, then replied, Lord Gu, I'm here to inform you that you need to go to Yinshan County. You've been cultivating these past few days. So Lord He is very displeased and wants you to go report to him." Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. He thanked you, ha! He put a hand on his head. That bastard must be unhappy because he didn't get any credit, right? He thought, after all, with that demon whale incident, even Fatty Wong and Zumo Shu got thousands of merits, and their cultivation reached a new level. This guy must be looking for an opportunity to make things difficult for me again. To profound rank demon slayers, why can't you to fight face to face? Why do you always have to put me in the middle? Fatty Wong still stood by, asking, "Lord Gu, when do you plan to depart?" Gu Qingfeng turned around. "Depart your head. Let him wait. This old man wants to sleep." Fatty Wong quickly tried to dissuade him. Gu Qingfeng snapped. "What? Get out of here. Don't disturb this old man's sleep. If anything happens, tell that guy to come find me." With that, he rolled over and slept. Fatty Wong thought, although Lord Gu is very formidable in other aspects, once he relaxes, he's no different from us, and he even stuck his butt in my face. Fatty Wong suddenly realized, but this. He thought, I get it. Lord Gu must trust me a lot to entrust me with such an important matter. Indeed, being by Lord Gu's side requires a lot of thought, understanding the hidden meaning behind every action of Lord Gu's to avoid trouble. Fatty Wong made up his mind. "Lord Gu, don't worry. I will definitely not let Lord He know the truth. I will certainly protect your reputation well. If I do this well, Lord Gu won't hold it against me for ruining his good time at Tianxiang Tower anymore." The next day, Fatty Wong shouted, "Lord Gu, it's not good." Gu Qingfei also yelled, "Fatty Wong, you're dead." He was angry. "Don't you know how to knock before entering? Be careful. This old man will deduct your salary." Fatty Wong, with sparkling eyes, said, "Lord Gu, your subordinate is incompetent and couldn't help you relieve your worries. Because you left your post for too long, Lord He has reported you to the enforcement hall. Gu Qingfeng grabbed Fatty Wang's collar angrily. Say that again. Fatty Wang stammered, Lord He reported you to the enforcement hall, deducting 1 month's salary from you. Gu Qingfeng angrily said, how old is he to still be tattling like that? He thought, fortunately, because of the Jade Dragon secret realm and Li Tianren must have stepped in. Otherwise, with he think he was dog-like personality, the enforcement hall might have even stripped me of my official position, not just deducted my money. Gu Qingfeng grabbed a towel and said, come on, Fatty Wang, to Yinshan County. Gu Qingfeng calculated in his head, 1 month's salary. There are 12 months in a year. So this old man has lost 1/12 already, huh? Old dog he. I can't live under the same sky as you. You just wait. At Yinshan County, Demon Suppressing Division Branch. Gu Qingfeng walked in. He sighed, reminding himself, absolutely must not get angry. If you get angry, you'll be finished. Even if you're angry inside, you must smile. Your momentum cannot lose. It cannot. Gu Qingfeng asked, oh, old he, having a meeting, are we? He Fenghua angrily said, insolent, no respect for hierarchy. You should call me Lord He. Gu Qingfeng dug his ear. Lord what? Person what? I remember we're of the same rank, right? If I call you Lord He, shouldn't you call me Lord Gu? He Fenghua said, this official is the commander-in-chief of the Yinshan County Demon Suppressing Division, and you are merely my assistant by both reason and etiquette. You should address this official as such. Gu Qingfeng said, oh, come on. You were over 40 when you became a profound rank demon slayer, and I'm not even 20 yet, and I'm already at your rank. In a few more years, I might even become Earth rank or Heaven rank. Don't you agree, old he? Old he, have you ever heard this saying, if you're not respectful to me today, tomorrow I'll make sure you can't reach high enough. Do you know why I'm here to see you today? I'm not talking about anyone else, old he, but you're so old and still tattling behind people's backs, asking the enforcement hall to find me a month's salary. Do you think I care about this little silver? I'm telling you the truth. I used to care a lot, but who knew I got lucky a few days ago and picked up over 20,000 taels of silver outside? Old he, tell me, what idiot would be so foolish as to just drop over 20,000 taels? There's gain and there's loss. You're over 40. Why don't you understand this principle? Gu Qingfeng has no shame, and there are many strange things about him. Old he calmed down. Confronting him head-on won't do any good. I must remember. Today is the official meeting to discuss the demon-slaying mission in Yinshan County. Please, take your seat. Old he reminded Gu Qingfeng. This official has been in charge of Yinshan County for so long. Although Yinshan has always been peaceful, demons are cunning and hide in the dark, so we cannot be unprepared. Today, I have called everyone here to assign specific responsibilities and deploy troops for prevention. What a lot of unnecessary talk, like old ladies' foot wraps, both long and stinky, Gu Qingfeng scoffed. Old he coldly said, if Lord Gu doesn't wish to listen, then this official will discuss Lord Gu's assignment first so Lord Gu can leave early. Alright, Qingfeng replied. He thought, last time, he Fenghua directly gave me a big gift, the 7 demon generals in Blackwater Village. I wonder what surprise he'll have this time. Gu Qingfeng, you have now been promoted to a profound rank demon slayer, and the entire Blackwater Village you were in charge of has been annihilated. Therefore, after careful consideration, this official has decided to put you in charge of all demon-slaying affairs in Yinshan County. He Fenghua announced. Really, Gu Qingfeng didn't change his expression. Gu Qingfeng asked in surprise. Not so. You must remember that the higher the official position, the greater the responsibility. He Fenghua reminded him. Old he, if I'm in charge of all the demon-slaying in Yinshan County, what will you do? Old he replied, of course. This official will be responsible for managing administrative affairs, planning, and strategic deployment. HMPH, I see. You'll do nothing, Qingfeng sneered. If a demon slayer encounters a powerful demon during a mission, logistics involves deploying troops for reinforcement, discussing strategies, coordinating, and securing the rear. What if, King Feng laughed loudly. Why make it as complicated as you say? Just charge straight in, that's all. I did that with the demon whale last time. King Feng laughed heartily. Feng Huo was stunned. He continued, if Lord Gu is so confident, then surely Lord Gu has his own way of slaying demons that can help other demon slayers broaden their horizons and improve work efficiency. Therefore, all demon-related matters in the areas you are responsible for must be reported to King Feng, as he will be entirely in charge. Yes, Lord He, the group chorused in unison. You old dog, you're probably waiting for me here, wanting to see me make a fool of myself, right? In your dreams? King Feng cursed silently. I want to see how long you, King Feng, can be so arrogant, he thought. Wang Bao, Zhu Morsh, you to go find all the recent demon-related books in Yinshan County and bring them here to this lord, King Feng ordered. Yes, Lord, Wang Bao worried. Lord, you're sure you didn't say that wrong, right? Zhu Morsh worried. Lord, it's still not too late to change your mind now. Of course not, King Feng was firm. He thought, these for obviously lean towards Feng Hua. Ordering them now definitely won't work, and even if I could, if they just pretended to cooperate. Wouldn't I be handing Feng Hua an opportunity to make things difficult for me? This official has his own plan. Just follow this official's orders. Yes, Lord, both chorus. The two thought to themselves, is the Lord preparing some big plan? I don't think so. In the room, King Feng was studying a pile of documents. Wang Bao brought the next stack of books, staggering in. Lord Gu, these are the demon records from this year, detailing all the major and minor demon events and strange occurrences in Yinshan County over the past year. Alright, just put them there. Do whatever you need to do. Don't disturb me, King Feng ordered. On the map page, record 1. In the northern suburbs of Yinshan County, in a desolate, uninhabited area, people often saw an ancient manor. Passers-by once mistakenly entered it, and later their family went looking for them. But no matter how they searched, they couldn't find this manor. Record 2. In the south of Yinshan County, residents reported occasionally hearing the joyous laughter of a wedding in the middle of the night. Some brave souls went to see and found palanquin bearers carrying a large bridal palanquin with a matchmaker picking up the bride. Yinshan County did not have the custom of picking up the bride at night. Record 3. Outside Qingxi Town in Yinshan County, there is a deep, icy cold pond, so deep one cannot see the bottom. It is rumored that many years ago, a loose woman who stole men drowned there. After that, the water in the pond grew colder and colder, and whenever children played there, they would be snatched away by the water ghoul. Demon slayers had investigated these matters before, but for various reasons, they returned empty-handed. He threw the book to the ground. Haunted house, water ghoul, mysterious cases. Interesting. First, let's deal with the simple water ghoul. Early morning in Qingxi Town, Yinshan County, neighing of horses. King Feng stopped his horse and dismounted. He approached the pond. Wang Bao worried, Lord Gu, I know you're eager to catch the demon, but you must be careful. This water ghoul has been here for many years. Its power cannot be underestimated. If it doesn't come out, don't rush and jump in. Our strength is greatly reduced in the water. Zhu Morsh added, moreover, with the pond blocking it, all kinds of talismans and evil warding items are useless. Lord Gu, I think the best way is for us to lure it ashore. Lord, Wang Bao froze when his cloak was thrown into Zhu's face. Lord, Wang Bao shouted, but he had already plunged into the lake. No, Wang Bao, what do we do now? Old Fatty calmly ate. What do we do? Of course, we wait. Wang Bao replied calmly. But Lord, Zhu Morsh worried. Can you defeat the water ghoul? Do you have an indestructible body? Are you better than the Lord? Wang Bao scoffed. Old Zhu joined the food. I still trust the Lord. Wang happily said, so, to enjoy the Lord's heroic and majestic appearance, eat some dried meat. What's the connection between these two? Zhu Morsh was confused. Nothing, I just want to eat dried meat. Wang Bao replied. Under the lake, King Feng had approached the water ghoul. He grabbed its hair and pulled hard, provoking it. He activated his divine eyes to observe. Beneath the long hair was a small, pimply water ghoul. He swam closer. Suddenly a black stream of energy shot straight in front of him. The water ghoul approached him, revealing its face, its hand lunging at him. King Feng mused, "My friend died 3 days ago and wasn't this pale. How did she lose so much hair and still not go bald? Can I ask for her secret? Trying to scare me to death, now's not the time to marvel at hair quantity. Based on my experience dealing with Red Mark and Whale Demon, the first step when encountering ghosts is to pretend to be scared, save energy for acting later, and prepare for battle." Gu King Feng quickly swam upwards. The water demon's hair quickly restrained him. Ding, the system reported, host was attacked by water demon. Water attribute +1. +1, why is it so weak? He was puzzled. Or maybe I shouldn't struggle. What if I break her hair? If I scare her away, who will I find? He let himself drift, not resisting. Half an hour later, ding, host was attacked by water demon. Water attribute +1. After n repetitions, who knows how long it had been? He thought, the system reports water attribute +1. Ding, host was attacked by water demon. Water attribute +5. Congratulations, host's water attribute has reached its limit. You have gained the water-breathing skill. A surge of power erupted, surrounding Gu King Feng. Gurgle, gurgle. Why isn't this person dead yet? The water demon was confused. She quickly chased after King Feng. Hair wrapped around his neck. It's so itchy. The water demon realized something was amiss. She mused. This person is definitely not human. Humans can't be this strong. Gu King Feng turned back towards her. I just got one skill. I can't let it be ruined midway. He lunged forward. This creature is so weak. What if I use too much force and kill it? King Feng grabbed her hair and tied his own feet. But he pulled too hard, causing the hair to break. The water demon spoke. Don't you dare think I'm stupid. I'm not that naive. The goose-named man was disappointed. His acting couldn't fool her after all. King Feng said, you people, one after another, doubt this old man's acting skills. Unforgivable today. If I don't wring out every last drop of water attribute from you, then I'll share your surname. He flexed his muscles and shot straight towards her. King Feng slammed her down. You want to escape from my hands? He grabbed her by the top of her head. Gu King Feng confidently declared, to deal with you, only the simplest method is needed. How is it? Do you feel despair yet? She opened her mouth and shot out a purple stream of power. She wanted to fight back against Gu King Feng. He quickly retreated and resisted. The system reported water attribute +5. Continuously increasing. Congratulations, host's water attribute has reached its limit. Innate ability. Water repel. Water repel. He was surprised. He raised his hand to gather a ball of divine power. Damn. This water demon looks weak, but is surprisingly useful, giving me 2 abilities in a row. Gu King Feng unleashed his move. Very quickly, the water demon jumped to dodge the attack. The water demon continued to attack. King Feng was excited. Fighting underwater is a lot of fun. Are you ready? Thousands of purple arrows shot towards him. King Feng counterattacked. The arrows stopped and gradually dispersed. He approached the water demon expectantly. I wonder if you can provide me with a 3rd ability? Gu King Feng quickly moved to control the water demon. Therefore, I can't let you go. Don't scream, just cooperate obediently and I guarantee I won't harm you. Otherwise, a chain coiled around her. He held a wooden sword against her neck. The water demon raised a white flag. Very good. Now continue to attack me with water arrows like you just did. Use all your strength. Understood? As long as I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. The water demon tried to say something. King Feng slapped her hard. Didn't I tell you not to scream? Don't you know how unpleasant your screaming is? He compromised. Say whatever you want to say. The water demon gestured for him to understand. You mean you have to scream before you can launch water arrows? You can't launch them without screaming. She nodded in agreement. Gu King Feng covered his ears and said, all right, it seems I misunderstood you. You can continue screaming. The water demon screamed. This time the water arrows launched with more power than before. But despite her best efforts, it didn't faze King Feng. He pondered, could it be that my water attribute has increased, so the effect of the water arrows is no longer obvious? He grabbed her. I'll keep you here first to see if I can activate a third skill, but I need to make you completely afraid of me first. He pulled the water demon up, spun her several times, and then forcefully threw her into the depths of the lake. Thud, the water demon reeled. King Feng approached and made an offer. Wake up. Now I give you two choices. 1. Surrender to me, or 2. Be beaten to death. You choose. She quickly raised one finger, choosing the first option. Actually, I admire you very much. King Feng said, although you are a demoness, you are very tough. You endured hundreds of spins before surrendering. The demoness retorted angrily, but you didn't say you wanted me to surrender at first. If you had said so earlier, this old hag would have agreed already. I wouldn't have had to endure hundreds of your spins. You trash. King Feng suspected, are you cursing me in your heart? The demoness frantically shook her head. Lord Gu smiled. That's better. Be good. Stay in there for now. I'll call you when I need you. Alright? The demoness was bewildered. Where is this? Wang Bao and Zhu Morsh worried together. Lord Gu, are you alright? Where's the water demon? King Feng confidently said, of course, I captured it myself. Let's go back to Yinshan County. Then we'll celebrate at the largest establishment. Good, Scholar Zhu excitedly said. Fatty Wang thought to himself, every time Lord Gu is generous, it's never for a good reason, plus, he's a miser who never spends a penny. Isn't he trying to eye my and Scholar Zhu's money this time? King Feng replied, I still have official duties to attend to, you to hurry up. At the Demon Suppressing Division branch, He residence. Lord He, your subordinate reports that, as per your instruction, I have always been following King Feng. For the past 2 days, King Feng has led to subordinates to Qingxi Town, intending to deal with the water demon beneath Qingxi Town's pond. But there was no movement, and now he's at Drunken Immortal Tower. His purpose is unclear. He Feng Hua said sternly, understood, you may leave. Old he thought, King Feng, you don't even know your own weight. Do you think the bit of power I gave you is yours? Just wait. He Feng Hua pondered, this demoness's ability is so weak. She definitely couldn't have disappeared immediately under my nose. Could someone be controlling her from behind? Lord He, what happened? The servant asked. He Feng Hua calmly said, I'm fine, don't come in. Yes, Lord He, the servant replied. Old He was enraged. Where are my clothes? Has the demoness started stealing clothes now? Are demonesses nowadays also indecent? To dare plot against me like this, you underestimate me far too much. This petty trick to humiliate me, that's a pipe dream. Someone come quickly. Old He called his faction. The house is on fire. The servants panicked. Was that a shadow over there just now? One of them exclaimed. He Feng Hua thought to himself, I can only take a gamble. You'd better not let me catch you, or I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. The guards shouted, Lord He, are you in there? Someone, follow me in and save Lord He. Boss, is that He Feng Hua's house over there? The strangers asked, what is old He up to? The female leader of the strangers wondered, shall I go investigate? A subordinate suggested. I'm afraid there's no time. Let's go together, the woman decided. Oh, this is truly interesting, King Feng remarked. Based on their direction, they'll definitely meet here. As long as Lord He doesn't get embarrassed and run away, that's fine, have fun. King Feng said, whose backside is that up ahead? It's shining so brightly. The female leader was surprised. Lord He, what happened? What is this? It's too dazzling, the people shouted in alarm. I can't believe the image clone did so much. King Feng chuckled. Lord Gu, what are you laughing at? Fatty Wang was curious. Today's moon is truly both white and round. Ha ha. King Feng laughed heartily. Tomorrow at work, remember to move around more. Did I do something wrong? Has Lord Gu decided to execute me by 1,000 cuts in front of everyone? Fatty Wang worried, telling me to move around more. Is it because he wants me to bid farewell to the demon suppressing division? Lord, can I be treated with leniency? Fatty Wong pleaded. Lord He, Gu Qingfeng searched. Lord He. Where is Lord He? I heard this place caught fire last night. Is Lord He all right? Qingfeng asked. The servant replied, last night, Lord He caught a cold and left during the night. Caught a cold last night was as cold as water. If I had known, I would have reminded Lord He to wear more clothes. Lord Gu regretted. It seems last night's events were a great shock to He Fenghua. Ha ha ha, indeed he should have worn more. The servant chuckled. HMPH, why do I feel like you're gloating over someone else's misfortune? What exactly happened last night? Nothing happened, the servant replied miserably. Why did I blurt out what was on my mind out of joy? Lord Gu is surely in cahoots with Lord He. What if he gossips to Lord He and accuses me of slandering a superior? I don't know anything. Lord Gu, my wife is calling me home for dinner. I'll be going first, the servant stammered. It's only morning and he's just started work. What dinner? Can't he find a better excuse? Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. It seems these people are still very afraid of He Fenghua. It's alright, there's still plenty of time, Qingfeng said confidently. There are other disgusting matters. Once I've gathered enough evidence, I'll deal with He Fenghua. Fatty Wong, I'll give you a task later, Gu Qingfeng ordered. Lord Gu, aren't you angry with me anymore? Fatty Wong asked. Why should I be angry with you? Lord Gu replied. That's good, that's good. What task do you intend to give me? Fatty Wong was curious. Carefully monitor He Fenghua's recent actions. If there are any problems, report them to me quickly. I'll give you an extra year-end bonus, Gu Qingfeng instructed. Yes, sir, Fatty Wong exclaimed excitedly. Noon, in the bamboo forest on the outskirts of Yinshan County. Damn it, who told me where to find donkey meat char siu? I've already searched north, south, east, and west 3 or 4 times, Gu Qingfeng fumed. Friend, meeting is fate. Why not sit down and have a cup of tea? The masked man suggested. I'm certain there was no one here when I passed by, Qingfeng mused. Even a Grand Master couldn't appear silently beside me. His ability is definitely superior to mine, or he possesses some bizarre stealth mystic art. May I ask who you are, senior? Gu Qingfeng bowed. You may call me Pu as in Dandelion Pugong Ying, the masked man replied. Is that really a name? Qingfeng chuckled inwardly. Pugong Ying, wait, he suddenly remembered. Holy crap, the leader of the 7 demon generals, Demon Pu, also has this name. Good fortune truly comes when you least expect it. Look, didn't a demon deliver himself to my door? This makes up for my regret of not finding a place selling breakfast, Gu Qingfeng excitedly said. Could it be that senior is Demon Pu, the leader of the 7 demon generals? Qingfeng approached and asked. I can't believe that after 200 years, someone still remembers me, Demon Pu said in surprise. Gu Qingfeng is only so-so. I really don't understand why the shadow demon failed. Lord Gu commented. It seems you are more than just a notch stronger than the shadow demon. The other man replied, you flatter me. If you are truly Demon Pu, then you must have met Shadow Demon when he fled back, right? Qingfeng picked up the teacup. Didn't Shadow Demon tell you after he returned? Your father, liked to drink poison. Gu Qingfeng slowly poured the water down, smiling provocatively. I don't drink things without poison. Meeting you is my destiny, but you meeting me is your calamity. A so-called calamity is a destiny at my will, understand? Piu Yavo calmly replied, calamity or destiny, it's at your will, unless you are invincible to all enemies. Qingfeng was surprised. Holy crap, isn't that a lyric from my world? Could Piu Yavo also be a transmigrator? He excitedly probed the other party. Moonlight shines by the bed, bones paired, please replenish, 3.1 for 326. Piu Yavo shouted irritably, enough. Gu Qingfeng realized, it seems you're not from my hometown, in that case, prepare to die. Piu Yavo calmly said, I came to kill you, to slay you, didn't you realize, but now I've changed my mind. Gu Qingfeng launched a move. Piu Yavo created a shield to block his attack. Gu Qingfeng, I want to discuss a business deal with you. If it succeeds, There will only be benefits for you, no downsides, Piyu Yavo proposed. Alright, tell me, if I'm not satisfied, it won't be too late to kill you. Piyu Yavo continued, I sense the aura of the blood godson on you, but I don't sense the remnant soul of the blood demon. This means you have devoured the blood godson. Is that all? Gu Qingfeng coldly prepared to strike. Piyu Yavo held his hand to stop him. Listen to me first. He continued, 200 years ago, even the Demon Suppression Division, leading the Righteous Alliance, couldn't destroy all 36 drops of the blood godson of the blood demon. The resilience of the blood godson had long been deeply ingrained in people's minds, but you were able to devour the blood godson and make it your own. This means you can kill the blood demon, who was known as immortal and indestructible. Piyu Yavo, with teary eyes, embraced Qingfeng's shoulder. My savior, this time I've come to join forces with you to kill the blood demon. Gu Qingfeng was helpless. I didn't expect you to be an idiot. What does idiot mean? Piyu Yavo asked in surprise. Lord Gu pulled his hand away and coldly replied, it means a traitor. The demon asked, you know I can completely absorb the blood godson as my own. Aren't you afraid I've already allied with the blood demon? Of course not. Letting others take the initiative is not the blood demon's personality. Piyu Yavo replied, you're the top henchman under the blood demon. Not only do you not want to help him revive, but you even want to kill him. Gu Qingfeng questioned him. The blood demon enslaved me for hundreds of years. There wasn't a moment I didn't want to kill him, but I'm not his opponent, Piyu Yavo explained. Now the blood demon is as good as dead. Couldn't you just run away? He left a spiritual brand on me. Until I remove it, I'm still the blood demon slave. Piyu Yavo lifted his clothes to reveal the mark. Years ago, he had already gathered enough blood godson to revive, but his power hasn't fully recovered to its peak. He's always been dormant, accumulating energy. Gu Qingfeng laughed excitedly. What? The blood demon is still alive? He thought to himself, that's the leader of the blood demon sect, much more useful than other small demons. Gu Qingfeng couldn't hide his excitement. Where is my blood demon? Huh? Piyu Yavo was dumbfounded and discontent. He wondered why Shadow Demon lost to this idiot. Or perhaps it's been so long since they were taught a lesson by the blood demon that the Shadow Demon's abilities have regressed. Unable to even defeat an idiot. You've only swallowed the blood godson. You can't defeat the blood demon yet. To regain his power, he will surely kill you. You can only survive if you join forces with me to kill the blood demon. Piyu Yavo patted his shoulder. Gu Qingfeng's eyes sharpened. How could you betray Lord Blood Demon? He pushed his hand away. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said today. However, you must introduce me to Lord Blood Demon. I've admired him for a long time, Qingfeng said. He secretly warned, you dare touch my big prize, be careful, I'll strangle you. Piyu Yavo clutched his head and spun around. Why do I have to find an idiot to join forces with? Why do I have to find an idiot to join forces with? Why do I have to find an idiot to join forces with? Gu Qingfeng grabbed his shoulder. You passed the test. It seems you really want to kill the blood demon. Old Feng mused. Forget it. I'll play along with him for now. Then wait until I get the big prize to decide. Piyu Yavo was confused. Then what? Qingfeng asked him back. Tell me, how do you want to join forces? Do you really want to kill the blood demon? Piyu Yavo asked him seriously. Qingfeng put on a determined facade. As a demon exterminating envoy, slaying demons is my responsibility. He shouted, he's so evil. I definitely can't let him live in this world. Piyu Yavo considered, then I'll temporarily believe you. Piyu Yavo analyzed for Gu Qingfeng. You must be a fated anomaly, which is why you can devour the blood godson. The man named Gu asked back, what is a fated anomaly? Piyu Yavo patiently explained to him, a fated anomaly is a person belonging to destiny, a rare human physique that only humans possess. There are many types, but their numbers are scarce. The dragon's bloodline on your body is obtained by humans through special means. People with this type of demon race bloodline are called hetero-blooded individuals. Although hetero-blooded individuals are powerful, they are still far inferior to fated anomalies. Pay attention to the distinction. He pointed at King Feng. You are the legendary heaven-devouring demonic physique. It is rumored that the heaven-devouring demonic physique can devour all things and transform them into its own. The reason you can quickly learn demon race skills is also because of this heaven-devouring demonic physique. Gu King Feng replied, got it. Now, you must quickly advance to the Grand Master realm. Only then will our plan have a chance of success, Piyu Yavo reminded him. King Feng became more serious about the matter. So what exactly is your plan? The two sat down and drank water. Piyu Yavo was honest. We've just partnered. I can't completely trust you yet. I can only tell you the first step. Gu King Feng stood up. If you don't want to talk, then don't. If you don't say anything, I'm leaving. Old Piyu Yavo quickly stopped him. The first step is to use your heaven-devouring demonic physique to devour the blood godson before the blood demon does. I will provide you with the whereabouts of the blood godson, and at the same time, secretly prevent the blood demon sect from finding the blood godson. It seems you already have clues. Where is it? He asked coldly. Piyu Yavo replied, the third floor of the demon suppression dungeon. What on Commandery Demon Suppression Division? Holy crap, my treasure is at my own home, Gu King Feng exclaimed in surprise. But, Piyu Yavo said. But what? King Feng asked back. The third floor of the Demon Suppression Dungeon is the most mysterious place in the Demon Suppression Division, with countless restrictions. Only Li Tianren, a heaven-level demon exterminating envoy, can enter. What do you plan to do? Piyu Yavo hesitated. If this is the first step of your plan, then you must have already prepared thoroughly. Why are you asking me back? King Feng was surprised. How would I know? I can't beat Li Tianren, he thought. Piyu Yavo gave him a dandelion. This is a dandelion taken from my body. It can help you break the restrictions. I am a dragon transformation realm expert, so of course it's not a problem, Piyu Yavo explained. He thought, although he doesn't seem very smart, he's still decent at critical moments. He can break Li Tianren's restrictions. Gu King Feng took the dandelion. His eyes were scrutinizing. So what's your domain? Piyu Yavo bluntly replied, I don't have a domain. I want to know what you want. He explained, a domain can be shattered. True self-power is the king's way. You'll understand when you reach the dragon transformation realm. I don't have much time to stay out. Let's discuss the specific details of the third floor of the Demon Suppression Dungeon first. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the sky. Which of you is named Gu? From above, a strange man rode a giant eagle, swooping down. An acquaintance of yours? Piyu Yavo asked curiously. How would I know? Gu King Feng shrugged. Then deal with it quickly. Once you're done, we'll depart, Piyu Yavo urged. However, out of respect for our cooperation, I'll remind you of something. I can sense the same dragon's bloodline as yours on him. He must be of the same clan as you, Piyu Yavo added. Alright, Gu King Feng replied simply, I'm named Gu. King Feng waved, raising his voice, Brother, are you looking for me? The man immediately jumped off the eagle's back, swiftly moving in front of Gu King Feng. He handed him a red orb, which immediately emitted a strange light. His face beamed, descendant of the sinful blood. I finally found you. Hello, hello. Gu King Feng also laughed cheerfully, ha ha ha. And who might you be, brother? Suddenly, the smile on the stranger's face vanished. He drew his sword and held it directly against King Feng's neck. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I break your legs and drag you back? Gu King Feng remained calm. Do people nowadays all speak so arrogantly? Should I take care of him for you? Piyu Yavo offered. Go ahead, remember to leave him with one breath. I have something I want to ask him, Gu King Feng requested. Alright, I'll go easy on him. Piyu Yavo agreed, disdainfully viewing his opponents as mere imps. Piyu Yavo unleashed a move, creating a dazzling red energy domain that shot directly at the man, easily controlling his body. He trembled and collapsed to his knees, his face full of fear. No, no, it's not me, please stop. Gu King Feng quickly stopped Piyu Yavo. That's enough, if you continue, he'll die of fright. What's your name? King Feng asked. Reporting, Senior. My name is Gu Yang. I am from the Gu family. one of the four great families of the imperial city. Gu Xiaosheng is my ancestor, he replied, prostrating himself on the ground. Although this person is only at the 5th stage of Qi gathering, he can speak as an equal to experts above the Grand Master realm. He's definitely not ordinary. I must plan for the long term. Gu Yong thought to himself. The Gu family, one of the four great families of the imperial city. Who is Gu Xiaosheng? I didn't expect my nominal relative to have such a formidable background. Gu Qingfeng mused. The old ancestor of the Gu family, a dragon transformation martial artist, is just a useless old man on the verge of death, Dandelion added. Who exactly is this person to not even bat an eye at my ancestor? Gu Yong thought in horror. Qingfeng stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and lifted him up. So, what do you want with me? Gu Yong honestly replied, Senior, not long ago, my ancestor discovered through the bloodline orb that someone in Wedong County awakened the dragon god bloodline. So he sent me to bring that person back. A dandelion suddenly fell, boom asterisk. A terrifying explosion of fire erupted violently, and his corpse turned to ashes. Only a clump of hair remained in Qingfeng's hand. Gu Qingfeng complained, if you wanted to kill him, you should have waited until I finished asking, why act so fast? Dandelion explained, he wanted to take you away, which would disrupt your emotions and our plan. If he wants to take me, I have to go. Don't I have a say? How could I bear to leave my little charmer? Lord Gu replied, the blood demon isn't in my hands yet. I can't kill this fool. Just endure, he thought to himself. Pu Yao suddenly had an idea. Little junior sister, human love, I can use that. Well, since he's dead, Gu Feng said. Suddenly, Dandelion realized something was wrong. An explosion occurred right behind Gu Qingfeng. Gu Feng observed the corpse. Is this person really from the Gu family? Why is he so poor? A golden ring fell from the corpse. Qingfeng happily picked it up. I take back what I said. You're quite rich, after all. Beside him, a sword suddenly glowed. Why did this sword's body disappear so quickly? Gu Feng wondered. He quickly chased after it. Could my luck be this good today? Not only did I get information about the blood god child, but I also found a good weapon that can hide itself freely. Gu Qingfeng took the sword and tried to lift it. He was delighted. Could the body of this sword be made from the wings of a cicada-like demon? The blade appeared and disappeared right before his eyes. What a divine sword! Gu Feng cut his hand and dripped blood onto the blade. The system reported, mysterious grade high-rank spirit weapon with 3 abilities. Gu Qingfeng held the sword. Not bad, not bad. It's even 1 rank higher than a king's sword. In the Dandelion Demon Association's cave, an image of Gu Qingfeng appeared. He was being monitored. Lord Blood Demon, Gu Qingfeng has fallen into the trap. Very good. You didn't disappoint me, Lord Blood Demon praised. Your praise is too high. This is merely my duty. It's just that Gu Qingfeng, Dandelion continued, acts oddly and doesn't follow common sense. I fear he won't be under my control. He will definitely come looking for you. You don't need to worry, the commander declared. Why are you so sure, Lord? Pu Yao asked suspiciously. The sky-devouring demonic physique has a significant flaw. It's gluttonous, Lord Blood Demon replied. Once he tastes it, anything valuable he encounters will make him want it even more intensely. Gu Qingfeng has already swallowed this venerable's blood divine seed, so he will naturally proactively seek out the next target. What demon artifact could be more precious than this venerable's blood divine seed? You just need to follow the plan. Dandelion couldn't hide his admiration, replying, my lord's foresight and thorough thinking are truly admirable. In his private room, Gu Qingfeng was studying books. He pondered, the Gu family is really strange. They clearly have the bloodline of a flood dragon, yet they keep calling themselves dragons. Suddenly, it turns out even great clans deceive people. Suddenly, a fiery red dandelion flew in from the window, transforming into a letter that landed in front of his hand. It was a letter from Dandelion, mentioning the event 3 days later. At dawn, when Li Tianren's blood divine seed would be taken. As soon as he finished reading, the letter spontaneously combusted and burned to ashes. Gu Qingfeng mused, "You don't show your face. You just casually send a minion to lead Li Tianren away, but I have to go steal it myself. If I get caught, only I will be in danger. Even if I swallow the blood divine seed, besides getting a drop of it, what else is there?" Wait, Gu Qingfeng walked closer to the bed. The young man pondered, "If I let the blood demon swallow this drop of blood divine seed, then wouldn't this old man receive a super big gift? If I can make Dandelion Demon so angry that he beats me up, wouldn't that be a double blessing?" Qingfeng smirked. "Dandelion Demon, this time you'll have to perform by yourself." He sat on the bed in meditation. 3 days later, at dawn, a subordinate reported, "Lord Li, just now the demon-revealing mirror showed an Xiantian realm demon appearing in the west of Wudong County." Old Li heard this and immediately rushed off. As soon as he went out, he was stopped by an eagle. The eagle, as soon as it encountered him, quickly flew away. Want to run? Old Li quickly gave chase. So fast, the strange bird exclaimed, Li Tianren, am just passing by. Why are you relentlessly pursuing me?" The black eagle wondered. As expected of a heaven-ranked demon slayer, if I were to face him, my chances of winning are not great, the bird mused. Li Ren replied to him, "Killing eagle, just based on you being a member of the blood demon sect and coming to Wudong County, I cannot spare you." He concluded, "Indeed, a member of the blood demon sect, their strength cannot be underestimated." Killing Eagle shouted, "Li Tianren, you haven't considered why I suddenly came to Wudong County tonight, have you? Aren't you afraid this is a lure the tiger out of its mountain lair scheme?" Li Ren quickly pulled out a sound transmission paper. It informed of increased demon patrols. He coldly replied, "At the demon suppressing division, besides me, there are many high-ranking demon slayers. You don't need to worry. However, if you've come, don't expect to leave." He formed a hand seal, teleported close to the bird, and struck with a palm. Just a moment later, the bird's head was in Li Tianren's hand. On the blood demon side, upon receiving the signal that Killing Eagle had disappeared, Dandelion Demon quickly reported to his boss, "My lord, Killing Eagle held on for about half an hour. That should be enough time. Gu Qingfeng must have succeeded." HMPH, succeeded. The blood demon sect master was angry, but this venerable still senses that blood divine seed is still in demon suppressing prison and hasn't been touched at all. Dandelion Demon was shocked. "What? Impossible. I clearly gave Gu Qingfeng so many benefits. He can't possibly not take the bait." The blood demon commander sternly ordered, "Gu Qingfeng and the blood divine seed must not be compromised. This concerns this venerable's grand plan. Quickly go investigate thoroughly." Dandelion Demon accepted the order. Yes, your subordinate will go immediately. My lord, calm down, calm down." Dandelion sent a message to Gu Qingfeng. A dandelion tried to lift the book covering old Gu's face. Dandelion Demon asked, "What do you want to do?" The dandelion flew into the air and exploded. "Before dawn, I'll be waiting for you at 10 Mile Slope." Gu Qingfeng sat up abruptly and grumbled, "Bad handwriting." Gu Qingfeng quickly moved to the meeting point. He opened the door and walked in. "You've fallen quite a bit, haven't you?" Dandelion Demon sat with his back to him, speaking, "You're here. Huh, why didn't you succeed tonight?" Qingfeng walked over and patted his shoulder, yawning wearily. "That's right. It's because something happened." What? Dandelion stood up abruptly. He seriously stared down at Gu Feng. Could it be that the sky-swallowing demonic body has a problem? Realizing something was wrong, Gu Qingfeng shouted, "What are you looking at? I've noticed my body hasn't been very good recently. I can't stay up late." "Who told you to assign a task so late?" "So I overslept." Dandelion Demon froze. "Overslept?" He yelled, "And you actually overslept? Do you know what a huge price I paid tonight to lure Li Tianren away? A Xiantian realm demon died because of it, and you're here telling me you overslept." He was furious. "Yes, I overslept. I can't lie to you," Gu Qingfeng admitted. "You wouldn't understand. For humans, sleep is very important. Once they don't get good sleep, people become agitated and mentally disturbed, lacking spirit, and feeling sluggish and tired for work the next day. Even more seriously, they can go bald. I don't want to go bald while I'm young, Gu Qingfeng explained. Gu Qingfeng, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Dandelion threatened. What? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Scared yet? If you're scared, then Dandelion Demon continued. I bet you don't dare, Gu Feng scoffed. Already angry, huh? A rare opportunity. Can't miss it, he thought to himself. Dandelion Demon, if you're so good, try hitting me, Gu Qingfeng challenged. You, Dandelion Demon was enraged. If it weren't for my lord's plan, I would chop you to pieces today, he thought to himself. For my lord's plan, I'll endure it. But I didn't say I wouldn't teach you a lesson, he thought to himself, then launched a swarm of dandelions to attack Gu Feng. Host was attacked by Dandelion Demon, defense plus 10,000, the system announced. These dandelions are inside your body, they're enough to make you suffer, Dandelion Demon said. Is this the strength of the dragon transformation realm above Grand Master? How much more could I gain if I went all out? The young man named Gu thought to himself. Gu Feng played dumb. Who are you trying to scare? Huh? Gu Qingfeng challenged. Damn it, I'll kill you, Dandelion yelled. Ding, defense has reached its limit. Indestructible diamond body upgraded. Ding, the system has detected that the Flood Dragon bloodline and blood rebirth can be fused with the indestructible diamond body to upgrade. Fuse, the system asked. Fuse, Gu Qingfeng decided. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received the initial Black Dragon immortal body, the system announced. Initial Black Dragon immortal body, he thought to himself. Gu Qingfeng, are you convinced? Dandelion Demon asked. Ding, host was attacked by Dandelion Demon, defense plus 1,000, the system announced. Dandelion Demon pressed on. Make your moves stronger, brother. Ding, congratulations, host. Your strength, defense, speed, and physique have all been enhanced through testing. Speed is no longer the host's weakness, the system continued. Gu Qingfeng, are you convinced? Dandelion asked. Ding, congratulations. Host's strength is nearing the Dragon Transformation Grand Master realm, the system announced. Holy cow, I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Just the initial Black Dragon stage is already this powerful. So wouldn't intermediate and advanced stages be invincible? I must keep Dandelion Demon around for a while, he thought to himself. I need to pretend to be injured. It hurts so much, Gu Qingfeng cried out. You know my power now, don't you? Dandelion Demon asked. This old man is not convinced. If you're so good, kill this old man, Gu Qingfeng challenged. Good, very good. Dandelion Demon threw a punch. Defense 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, the system announced. Gu Qingfeng, you still won't yield? This old man respects you as a true hero. Dandelion turned pale. If you had cooperated with this old man, would you have been beaten like this? Dandelion Demon asked. Are you done hitting? Gu Qingfeng asked back. This old man is still not convinced. If you're so good, kill this old man again, Gu Qingfeng challenged. What? Dandelion Demon started to feel scared. Who said I wouldn't cooperate? Gu Qingfeng replied. Since childhood, this old man hated most being asked if I'd yield. Even if you kill this old man today, I still won't yield. Every day, this old man goes to bed at midnight. Hurry and adjust your plan according to this old man's schedule, Gu Qingfeng demanded. 3 days later, at the hour of high, proceed with the old plan, Dandelion Demon calculated. Alright, Gu Qingfeng agreed. Hey, why are you leaving like that? Aren't you going to complain for a bit? Gu Qingfeng wondered. This person acts strangely. I attacked him for so long. Yet he didn't fight back, and he doesn't have a single scratch on him, he thought. After the Lord's plan is complete, he must be killed, he thought. Isn't this where Dandelion Demon just stood? Could he have left it behind? Gu Qingfeng thought. Gu Feng picked it up to examine. Damn, this medicine is real. It's worth 1,000,000 taels of gold total, Gu Qingfeng thought. My lord, it has been thoroughly investigated, Dandelion Demon reported, speaking to the cold commander. Last night, Gu Qingfeng fell asleep. The subordinate reported, he was hit by a sleeping drug or an illusion. Neither. He was simply sleepy, Dandelion Demon explained. How interesting, the commander commented. Dandelion Demon, know yourself, know your enemy, and you'll win 100 battles. This venerable one doubts if you truly understand Gu Qingfeng. The commander's killing intent flared. Let me think, Dandelion Demon thought. Dandelion Demon, perhaps you should try a different approach to dealing with Gu Qingfeng. It might yield better results. The boss continued, thank you for your guidance, my lord. My lord, if this Gu Qingfeng is not easy to control, why not replace him with someone else? A different approach. What kind of approach? Dandelion Demon broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Gu Qingfeng has the heaven-devouring demonic physique. If he swallows the blood divine seed, its aura won't leak out, allowing him to safely take the blood divine seed out of the demon-suppressing division. The commander assessed. Then this venerable one will possess him. Only by obtaining the heaven-devouring demonic physique can I rely on devouring living beings. Plus a trace of divine will comprehended over the past 100 years. To break through to the divine realm, my lord truly has profound foresight. Your subordinate admires you greatly. Dandelion knelt respectfully. Dandelion Demon, this venerable one's patience is limited. You know I will not tolerate repeated failures from anyone, he warned. Within 3 days, this venerable one must hear news of Gu Qingfeng successfully devouring the blood divine seed. Otherwise, your subordinate understands. Dandelion Demon hastily kowtowed to accept the order. Young sir, what does Lord Li want with me? Gu Qingfeng asked. Reporting to Lord Gu, your subordinate doesn't know, the attendant replied. Great Master, if I, Li, have been less than courteous in any way, I hope Great Master will forgive me, he said politely. What is Lord Li saying? This old man heard that you found a good disciple for me, which made this old man excited all night and unable to sleep. As soon as I received the letter, I rushed here immediately, Gu Qingfeng said happily. Lord Li, Lord Gu has arrived. The attendant pushed the door open and entered. Old Li, Gu Qingfeng called out loudly. Gu Qingfeng, don't talk nonsense in front of the great master, Li Tianren warned. Lord Li, is this the Gu Qingfeng you spoke of? The old man sitting nearby asked Lord Li. What's wrong, old Li? Who is this old man? Gu Qingfeng wondered. Gu Qingfeng, don't make me warn you a second time, Li Tianren said angrily. Don't be so rigid. Given our relationship, if we talk about status, I'd say we're like brothers. That's how we can cooperate long term. Don't you agree? Gu Qingfeng said with a smile. You, old Li was furious. Stop with the you. Quickly tell me, who is this old man? Gu Qingfeng urged. This is the sect master of Dan sect, Great Master Dan Qishuang. The Great Master is a master alchemist at the Grand Master level, and also the teacher I found for you, Mr. Li explained. For this year, you will follow Great Master Dan to Dan sect to learn alchemy, preparing to deal with the Jade Dragon Secret Realm 1 year from now. For the Jade Dragon Secret Realm, I'll endure it, he thought. That's a god-forsaken place, where even birds wouldn't defecate, Gu Qingfeng complained. I'm not going, even if you kill me. I'm not going, Gu Qingfeng stated firmly. How can I leave my dear little concubine all alone in a room? What if my dear Dandelion Demon can't find me? Gu Qingfeng thought. You want me to leave the demon-suppressing division? Dream on, he vowed. Gu Qingfeng lordly growled. If you force me, do you believe I'll break our cooperation? Whoever wants to go to the Jade Dragon Secret Realm can go, Gu Qingfeng challenged. You two, stop arguing, Dan sect intervened. Gu Qingfeng, if you've already decided to go to the Jade Dragon Secret Realm, then why won't you follow Great Master Dan to learn alchemy? Li Tianren asked. Learning alchemy doesn't require becoming a disciple. Just give me a few books, and I'll learn on my own, Gu Qingfeng replied. HMPH, a mere boy who doesn't know his place. The alchemy Tao is profoundly mysterious, and you intend to learn it on your own. Truly a fool's dream, the old alchemist scoffed. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, Gu Qingfeng challenged. Lord Li, forgive this old man's limited ability. I cannot teach this genius you speak of. Dan's sect bowed to refuse. HMPH, old man, let's make a bet, Gu Qingfeng challenged. If I can refine a pill just by looking at a method, then I win, otherwise I lose. Well, the confident young man challenged. What do you mean? You win, I lose. The man named Dan was angry. The way you put it, I'll lose no matter what, tell me. Do you bet or not? Gu Qingfeng challenged, bet, dressed in rags like that. What do you have to bet with me? Dan Sek scoffed. Gu Feng pulled out a small bottle of medicine. How about now? He asked the old man again. This old man also wants to see what you intend. The man from Dan's sect opened the bottle to examine the medicine. Ascension Origin Pill, he exclaimed in surprise. Gu Qingfeng pulled out a series of medicine bottles he had. And there's more. The old man looked around with great excitement. Profound Origin Pill, Blood-Dripping Pill, 100 Revolutions Pill, all high-grade elixirs with sky-high prices. Is that enough? If not, I still have more, Gu Qingfeng smiled. Where did he get so many high-grade elixirs? Li Tianren thought. Enough, more than enough. The old sect master joyfully embraced the pile of medicines. So what about you, old man? Gu Qingfeng countered. What do you have to bet with me? Lord Li, please hold these. The old man handed the pile of medicine bottles to Lord Li. Little brother, look here. With that, the old man raised his hand and released a surge of power around him, causing an antique item to appear. This cauldron is called the Seven Mysteries Cauldron. It possesses the Seven Mysteries true fire, mysterious and warm. Although it cannot be used to fight enemies, it is most suitable for alchemy. The Seven Mysteries Cauldron is a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual weapon. Its value comparable to these elixirs of yours. Elixirs are easy to come by, but Earth-tier spiritual weapons are not sold anywhere. Will you agree to bet with this cauldron? Dan sect asked Gu Qingfeng. Agree. Give me the alchemy method. Gu Qingfeng consented. If Gu Qingfeng loses, then I can only find another way. He acts inexplicably, strangely, neither great nor small, and still needs another way to control him, Li Tianren thought. Ordinary elixir formulas are no secret. Our bet is so big. So naturally, we can't refine common elixirs. The old sect master seriously held the alchemy formula. This old man has a secret alchemy formula, unknown to the world. How about we bet using this formula? Alright, but I don't have the ingredients and tools. You'll need to provide them, Gu Qingfeng requested. Alright, this old man's Seven Mysteries Cauldron is yours to borrow. Dan sect agreed. The ingredients are ready. Let's begin, Gu Qingfeng urged. What are you doing? The old man was surprised when Gu Feng returned the alchemy book to him. Are you going to give up at the crucial moment? This alchemy method, Gu Qingfeng said, I only need to look at it once, Gu Qingfeng said confidently. Such theatrics, Gu Qingfeng sighed. Move aside, Gu Qingfeng commanded. I thought this person was arrogant and unruly because he truly had talent, but now it seems he's just good at boasting, old Dan thought. A student like this, it's fine not to teach him, he just won't put in the effort. Lord Li can't blame me, he thought. However, if this boy loses and then relies on Lord Li to refuse to admit defeat, what then? He thought. Success, Gu Qingfeng rejoiced. HMPH, if the pill is done, then I'll open the cauldron, Dan sect sneered. How can that be? He was stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 14 pills. Old Li and old Dan were dumbfounded. How can that be, even for an experienced person like me? At most, I can only refine 5 pills in the time it takes an incense stick to burn, old Dan thought to himself. Yet he could refine 14 pills, and this is his first time refining pills. Moreover, he didn't waste any herbs. Dan sect continued to ponder. That's impossible. It must be an illusion. When did you cast an illusion on me? Hezong was furious. Is it an illusion or not? Gu Qingfeng challenged. Won't you know if you taste it? Gu Qingfeng said, Hey! Li Tianren sternly reminded, know when to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, Danisect grabbed a pill and threw it into his mouth. Chewy, swallowed, intensely fragrant, strong scent of immortal herbs. It's real, he fell, a red pouch. Hey, old man, don't pretend to be dead. Are you trying to extort me? Gu Qingfeng exclaimed. Do all you people have this trait? Lord Li pondered. Old Li shoved an antidote pill into Hezong's mouth. Thank you, Lord Li. He sat up. Don't talk, Tian Ren said coldly. So green, even bubbling, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Is this old man an idiot to risk trying a pill? Does he not know how dangerous that is? Gu Qingfeng wondered. If this kind of person were my master, it would truly be an insult to my intelligence, he thought. How did you do it? After all, old Dan awkwardly stood up. Isn't this something you can do if you have hands? Gu Qingfeng replied. What? He froze. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment, old Hezong said. Saying so, he handed him another vial of medicine. This is a breakthrough pill I obtained from an ancient ruin. It can help martial artists increase their chances of breaking through. Drinking it will increase the chance of successfully breaking through to the inner Qi realm by 80%, to the true Qi realm by 50%. It has no effect on grandmasters for breaking through the Qi realm. This pill is worth 1,000 gold. As long as you answer my question, I will give it to you. A breakthrough pill is exactly what I need, Gu Feng thought to himself. This is truly sending charcoal in snowy weather, he thought to himself. Gu Qingfeng drew with a stick. Mr. Gu, what does this mean? It's very simple, Gu Qingfeng said. It looks like I put all the ingredients in, but in reality, I controlled the fire, dividing it into more than a dozen parts to refine different types of ingredients. It's equivalent to simultaneously using more than a dozen alchemy furnaces. When they are successfully refined, I then range them in order, finally forming the pills, Gu Qingfeng explained. What did you say? Li Jianren was surprised. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Danisect vehemently disagreed. Why not, old man, tell me, Gu Qingfeng challenged. Leaving aside how to meticulously control the fire like that, just consider that in such a small space, how can more than a dozen fires not affect each other? Old Dan countered. Some ingredients require a large fire, some require a small fire. If these two fires are placed together, the large fire will affect the small fire. Gu Qingfeng retracted the two blue and red flames, confidently saying, how about now? Mr. Gu's alchemy is unparalleled. This old man was blind not to see Mount Tai. Danisect saluted in admiration. Humble, Gu Qingfeng replied. Mr. Gu, your talent is truly unrivaled under heaven. There is no second person like you in the entire Great Yin dynasty, old Dan praised. Spit it out, your flattery skills are too poor. I don't want to hear it, Gu Qingfeng stated bluntly. This old man hopes Mr. Gu will join my Danisect. He didn't hesitate to extend an invitation. Your talent is so strong. You need a good guide to go even further on the path of alchemy. Perhaps in the future, you can compare to Pill King Qiu Yulong, and my Danisect will also be renowned. Stop, Gu Qingfeng interrupted. What's wrong? Hezong asked. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Gu Qingfeng was skeptical. Mr. Gu, you're joking. This old man is of shallow talent and learning. How would I dare to shamelessly accept a genius like you as a disciple? Therefore, this old man wants to accept a disciple on behalf of my master. What do you think? No, Gu Qingfeng refused. A sect master like you isn't even as strong as I am. Why would I join your sect? Gu Qingfeng said disdainfully. I don't want to leave my lovely demons. He thought to himself. Master Dan, Gu Qingfeng is a member of the Demon Suppressing Division. He cannot join a sect. Lord Li spoke up. Mr. Gu, this is the Danisect token. With this token, you can come to Danisect anytime, and you'll receive a half-price discount at all pill shops under Danisect. If one day you change your mind, the gates of Danisect will always be open for you. Saying so, Danisect placed the token in Gu Qingfeng's hand. Half-price discount, VIP card. Gu Feng took the token, full of surprise. Really, so tell me what good things your sect has? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Qingfeng, I didn't expect you to have such talent. Li Jianren thought to himself. It seems you are the most hopeful person to inherit the Pill King's legacy. I hope you don't disappoint my expectations. In the room, Gu Qingfeng was refining a divine weapon. Someone tried to open the door and enter. He unexpectedly launched a move. Lord Gu, it's me, Fatty Wang entered. If I hadn't worn my soft armor today, I might have become a vengeful spirit in your hands, Lord Gu, Fatty Wang said. Say what you have to say, dare to speak quickly, Gu Qingfeng urged. There are two matters. First, Lord Li asked me to give this to you. Fatty Wang handed him a book. What else? Gu Qingfeng asked. Lord, did you forget about Are You Hua and Are You? Fatty Wang reminded. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. You said 2 days ago that you wanted to rest in the rooms of young ladies Are You Hua and Are You today. Fatty Wang reiterated. Oh, my lord, how old are you already? The fatty was helpless. Where's my Lord Gu? Where did my big Lord Gu go? Before he finished the sentence, Qingfeng hurriedly ran off. Fatty Wang, Are You Hua called me to her room. I'm going ahead, Gu Qingfeng said. In the two young ladies' room, Gu Qingfeng took off his clothes at lightning speed, looking eager. Let's change places, Gu Qingfeng suggested. Saying so, he carried the two young ladies towards the bed. Oh, Lord, you're hurting me. Hurting you, Gu Qingfeng smirked. Outside the shimmering screen, 1, 2, 3 figures intertwined in bare flesh, intoxicated. The morning after, Fatty Wang asked, Lord, what are your plans next? Of course, I can't waste time. I must cultivate, Gu Qingfeng replied. Has Lord Gu become this weak? Fatty Wang thought to himself. What on earth is happening? The elemental energy is too overbearing, Gu Qingfeng thought. Could it be that I've become a demon? Gu Qingfeng worried. Does the demonic energy in Bonefire count as a demon? So am I a demon now? Gu Qingfeng asked himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Gathering Chi Realm 7th Heaven, the system announced. Gathering Chi Realm 7th Heaven? I can't believe I've entered the late stage of Gathering Chi so quickly. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. The first 3 layers of the Gathering Chi Realm are the early stage. Gathering Chi Realm 4th Heaven to 6th Heaven are the middle stage. And Gathering Chi Realm 7th Heaven and above are the late stage. The system explained. After cultivating Dragon God art, my physique has changed, and the elemental energy attributes have also changed, Gu Qingfeng realized. Could there be some unknown reaction between Dragon God art and the undying black dragon body? Then I must study it thoroughly, he thought to himself. Gu Qingfeng, come to you, Shili. A letter from Pu Yao flew over. Your father is here, Gu Qingfeng replied. Why are you looking for me? Gu Qingfeng asked. I've prepared some things for you, Pu Yao said. These 3 things are definitely not ordinary items, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Are you giving them to me? Gu Qingfeng asked. Of course, let me tell you how to use them, Pu Yao agreed. Is this brat planning some dirty trick? He thought, introducing the function of the illusionary spirit ghost mask. If you wear it, you can freely change your face and physical characteristics, simultaneously changing your aura and cultivation level. Even a dragon transformation realm expert would find it very difficult to discern low-grade heavenly tier. Introducing the function of the elixir. This is the Berserk Demon Pill. Taking it will have a huge impact on the body, changing one's strength, falling into a bloodthirsty berserk state, craving to kill for a short period. Although the side effects are significant, it's the best life-saving item. Introducing the function of the Jade Talisman. This is a teleportation talisman. Once activated, it can instantly teleport you 1,000 miles. It can be used a maximum of 3 times, after which the spatial power within it will be completely depleted. Why are you suddenly so generous? Are you having trouble with your cultivation recently? Gu Qingfeng wondered. Or are you trying to say you can't kill the blood demon with me, and I have to go alone? Gu Qingfeng was suspicious. Who told you to mess things up last time? I'm just worried about you, Pu Yao explained. As long as you complete the mission well, just tell me what you want, and I'll try my best to get it for you, Pu Yao reassured. If it weren't for the Blood Demon Lord's instruction, I wouldn't even think about giving these treasures to you, Pu Yao thought. What do you want to do? Pu Yao asked. You'll really give me whatever I want? Gu Qingfeng challenged. If it's not too outrageous, then yes, Pu Yao replied. Then give me some more divine arts, talismans, elixirs, spirit weapons, and formations, Gu Qingfeng demanded. Damn it, why don't you just take my Qianqin ring too? Pu Yao snapped. My apologies, but if you insist on giving them to me, I guess I'll have to accept, Gu Qingfeng replied. Does anyone beg like you? He didn't give enough gifts, didn't know how to speak nicely, and then just left, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Pu Yao, just you wait. On the day of the mission, I'll definitely be sleepy. As soon as it gets dark, I'm going to sleep, Gu Qingfeng threatened. Pu Yao looked at him with murderous intent. Oh, isn't this Pu Yao? You're back? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Gu Qingfeng, don't push your luck. I've given you 3 priceless treasures. Are you still not satisfied? Pu Yao was furious. Priceless, huh? A heavenly tier spirit weapon with no offensive power, a highly dangerous berserk demon pill, a teleportation talisman that can only be used 3 times? Gu Qingfeng scoffed. Let me tell you, without 80 heavenly tier spirit weapons, I will definitely go to sleep that day, Gu Qingfeng challenged. What did you say? 80 items. Why don't you? Pu Yao was astonished. Well, I'm going to sleep then, Gu Qingfeng replied. You vile, despicable, greedy worm. Once the blood demon lord regains all his power, I will definitely kill you, Pu Yao thought to himself. How precious are heavenly tier spirit weapons? I only have one of them myself. Change your demand. Pu Yao conceded. For the blood demon lord's grand plan, endure, Pu Yao thought. Alright, then open your Qianqin ring and let me choose for myself, Gu Qingfeng demanded. Gu Qingfeng, don't be so shameless. Pu Yao was angry. I can't stay up late. Gu Qingfeng replied. You can have anything you want, but you must agree to one of my requests. Pu Yao proposed. As long as it's not too outrageous, agreeing is fine. Gu Qingfeng agreed. You just need to swear on it, and drip your blood on the scroll. If you break it, you will suffer the backlash of the outer realm heavenly demon, Pu Yao demanded. You swear that on that day, you will definitely go to the 3rd floor of the demon suppression prison to devour the blood divinity, Pu Yao said, then unrolled the item. System, are heavenly demons considered demons? Gu Qingfeng thought. Yes, the system replied. You don't trust me? Gu Qingfeng asked. I need to put on an act. If I agree too quickly, he'll get suspicious. What if I don't swear? Gu Qingfeng thought. Do I need to remind you about the previous 2 times? Pu Yao reminded. Ahem, well, I need to be sure too. Give me your Qianqin ring. Then I'll do it, Gu Qingfeng demanded. After the blood demon lord's grand plan is complete, you'll be a dead man, Pu Yao thought. At that time, I'll take back the Qianqin ring, so I won't lose anything, Pu Yao thought. Pu Yao, truly worthy of being a dragon transformation realm expert. He has so many treasures. Gu Qingfeng praised. Hurry up and swear, Pu Yao urged. Gu Qingfeng cut his hand and used his blood. I swear that on the auspicious day, I will definitely go to the 3rd floor of the demon suppression prison to devour the blood divinity, Gu Qingfeng swore. The blood oath scroll is now effective, Pu Yao thought. This kid isn't like ordinary people. What if he acts up and wants to test the power of the heavenly demon blood oath? Pu Yao worried. No matter how strong a divine realm expert is, they are still just terrestrial immortals, bound by the rules of this world. Pu Yao thought. But heavenly demons are outside the rules, not bound by the world's regulations. No one knows how powerful they are. Pu Yao continued to think. To be safe, I'll say a few more words. Pu Yao decided. Really? Gu Qingfeng asked. Really, take care of yourself. Pu Yao replied. When the time comes, I'll give you a token. Remember to bring it with you to the 3rd floor, Pu Yao instructed. Host was attacked by Pu Yao. Congratulations, Host has comprehended the soul tracking art, the system announced. Just now, Pu Yao secretly attacked me in front of me, Gu Qingfeng thought. 3 words appeared in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Soul Tracking Art. The system's voice explained, soul tracking art is soul positioning and tracking. You can use this soul positioning technique to pinpoint the opponent's location on the condition that there is physical contact. Gu Qingfeng thought of Pu Yao and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it, I'm already like this, and he's still not at ease with me. As he thought, he grabbed his shoulder and said, "You take care of yourself too." Pu Yao couldn't help but worry. Could it be that he's already discovered I'm using the soul tracking art? But then he reassured himself, no way, the soul tracking art is an ancient secret technique. Only someone at the Blood Demon Lord's level can sense it. What's Gu Qingfeng anyway? He's probably just having another one of his fits. Half a day passed and he saw Pu Yao still didn't move from his spot. Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself, is this soul tracking art even working? Half a day has passed and Pu Yao hasn't even taken a step. He continued to speculate. Did he discover it, or is this guy really just going home to sleep? If he's just going home to sleep, then won't I fail to find his lair? This thought made Gu Qingfeng worried because he was the Blood Demon subordinate, and there might be traces of the Blood Demon in his lair. Then I can quickly find the Blood Demon, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. He decided, that's right, I can't keep taking advantage of Pu Yao like this. I need to find the Blood Demon to share the burden with him. If that's the case, why not go all out? Just then, Dandelion sent a message. Gu Qingfeng, stop sleeping. It's time to act. This is the token for you. Gu Qingfeng lazily replied, I know. What's the rush? On the third floor of the Demon Suppression Prison, Gu Qingfeng secretly sighed. No wonder no one needs to guard the third floor with such a strong oppressive feeling. How many people who break in can leave alive? Thanks to the token Dandelion gave him, Gu Feng was able to go deeper inside. He admitted, Pu Yao really does have some ability. The Demon Suppression Division really put a lot of thought into suppressing the Blood God Child. Gu Qingfeng sighed. Dandelion nearly died just opening the door. He continued. Dandelion channeled all his power to release the shackles. It's all going too smoothly, Gu Feng said as he pried open the mysterious chest and pulled out what was inside. Logically speaking, shouldn't the protagonist encounter some difficulties before obtaining the treasure? Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself, I really have a big mouth. Speaking of the devil, here he comes. He confidently thought, this is a perfect chance for me to test the defensive power of a third-level Grand Master. A system notification sounded. Bing. Host attacked by Fox Demon. Defense plus 100. Gu Feng was stunned. A third-level Grand Master only adds 100 power. So weak. He suddenly realized something was wrong. No. Why is the attacker a demon and not a demon slayer? Did a demon escape from the Demon Suppression Division? Behind him, the figure of a girl appeared. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, what an enchanting face. The Fox Demon looked at him. I never expected there to be such a handsome man in the world. Gu Qingfeng smugly thought, you're mesmerized by this handsome face that I spent half a day creating, aren't you? If I take her in, she can be a companion to little Demoness. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. No. He was surprised by this Grand Master or, damn it. Gu Qingfeng realized, isn't this girl the innate Grand Master who was hiding in Li Tianren's room that day? I thought Li Tianren was so loyal to the Demon Suppression Division, but he actually used his authority to hide a beauty, and even a demon at that. He thought gleefully, this time I've got him by the throat. I'm going to make a fortune. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly. The female demon asked, who are you to dare to break into the Demon Suppression Prison? Gu Qingfeng replied, hey, what does me breaking into the Demon Suppression Prison have to do with a vixen like you? Do you think you're a demon slayer? The Fox Demon thought to herself, this person actually saw my true form, and that blow just now didn't even injure him. This person is at least a late-stage Grand Master, perhaps even a great Grand Master. I can't fight him. The system reported again, Bing, host attacked by Fox Demon. Willpower 69 plus 69 plus 69 plus 69 plus 69 plus 69. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. I wasn't hit by a charm spell, so why are you adding attributes? Moreover, my willpower has been full for a long time. How can it increase? The system remained silent. The fox demon thought to herself, this man actually ignored my beauty and didn't do anything excessive. He's a true gentleman. More importantly, he seems to be ignoring me, which is a good opportunity to escape. Did a mouse just run by? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. The moment he turned, she was nowhere to be seen. A thought flashed through his mind. She ran fast. He muttered to himself, I have important business today. I'll settle accounts with you another day. With that, he continued towards the door ahead, his heart full of curiosity. What exactly is hidden with the blood god child? He exclaimed, indeed, there's something here. Gu Qingfeng realized this book is related to the one-word burning sun sword. Even the name is similar. On the outskirts of Wudong County, Li Tianren worried, this is bad. The spatial restriction I set up has been broken. Something happened on the third floor of the demon suppression prison. The blood god child is bound by hundreds of chains, so it should be fine. Only the one-word bamboo yin sword. Could it be him, the mysterious innate grand master of the blood demon sect who appeared in Wudong County? Last time, he caused such a big stir to provoke me. For the one-word bamboo yin sword. I thought he gave up after not finding it, but who knew he would infiltrate the demon suppression division silently? Li Tianren quickly returned to his mansion. I never thought you'd be so clever as to break through my eye-masking technique. Today, let me learn from you. As Gu Qingfeng read and studied the book, he muttered, I never knew that the one-word bamboo yin sword and the one-word burning sun sword combined to form a heaven-rank martial skill. The 10-word bright flame sword. The system explained, the one-word bamboo yin sword uses yin fire, and the one-word burning sun sword uses yang fire. Yang fire causes the temperature to rise after use, while yin fire causes the temperature to drop after use. Gu Qingfeng was disappointed. What a pity, it's missing the yin-yang combination part of the two swords, so it can't be combined into a heaven-rank martial sword for now. But then an idea struck him. However, I have the talent of fire control. What if I use my fire control talent to forcibly combine yang fire and yin fire? In that case, it seems I wouldn't need a fusion method, but I don't know if it's possible. As Li Tianren entered, Gu Qingfeng just teleported away. Still one step too late, the blood god child was stolen. Prepare to confront the blood demon at any time. Lord Li quickly sent a message. The one-word bamboo yin sword is also gone. I'm afraid there are problems in other places where the blood god child is hidden. Could it be that the target of that blood demon sect grandmaster wasn't me, but the entire demon suppression division? Li Tianren was full of worry. It seems this will be a big battle. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, no wonder Pu Yao kept making me swallow the blood god child. It turns out that the blood god child leaving the demon suppression division would create such a big comet. This is a mysterious power appeared. Gu Qingfeng realized this is the heavenly demon. He was surprised. Good heavens, is the heavenly demon's blood oath really that effective? I just broke the oath and already sensed it. The system notified, Bing, host attacked by vowed heavenly demon. Congratulations, host, you have received the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Gu Qingfeng rejoiced. Now I can see clearly. The heavenly demon exclaimed, is that person hell itself? Gu Qingfeng encouraged, come on, brother. He thought to himself, if I can drag my soul into hell to suffer torment, and that place is full of demons, then won't I be soaring high? The system reported again, Bing, host attacked by vowed heavenly demon. Congratulations, host, you have received the oath contract. The system explained, oath contract, an oath as a contract. If you betray the oath, you will suffer the punishment specified in the oath. Gu Qingfeng schemed, using this thing to enslave demons. I'll make a fortune just by lying down. Have you eaten yet? Come on, I'll drag you down faster than you can drag me. Gu Qingfeng teased. I'll pull it down. With that, he grabbed its red energy string and pulled it down hard. Gu Qingfeng pondered, then wouldn't it have to obey me? This thing is completely unreliable. The heavenly demon was furious. Gu Qingfeng sighed, what a pity. He decided, if I can't profit from the heavenly demon's oath, then I can only profit from you, my dear blood demon. This was the warning from the illumination mirror when the blood divine son left Demon Suppression City. Bo, this is the oversight you mentioned. The boss was angry. Blood demon, Lord Blood Demon, please calm down. I clearly led Lai Tianren away already, Bo Yao argued. And I even told Gu Qingfeng to sign the Heavenly Demon Blood Oath. Bo Yao continued. The angry boss formed a binding rope, intending to hit him. Why did it fail? Why did it fail? Why? Lord Blood Demon, please spare my life. Your subordinate will investigate immediately, Bo Yao pleaded. Investigate? What's the use of investigating now? We didn't get the Blood Divine Son, and Gu Qingfeng is dead too. My grand plan to become a god has been ruined by a waste like you, the boss raged. Someone is carrying the Blood Divine Son across space. A voice spoke from behind. It's me, Gu Qingfeng appeared. Bo Yao was surprised. No way. No one can escape the Heavenly Demon Blood Oath. No one. What kind of monster are you? Gu Qingfeng challenged. Are you very disappointed that I didn't die? Are you worried that your scheme to harm Lord Blood Demon will be exposed? Bo Yao secretly thought. He believed those few lies. Gu Qingfeng recounted, Lord Blood Demon, a few days ago, Bo Yao contacted me, saying I was the heaven-swallowing demonic physique, and told me to swallow the Blood Divine Son and then team up with him to kill you. He also said that you've enslaved him for hundreds of years and he's had enough. But I've long admired Lord Blood Demon, so for your safety, I pretended to agree. Your Excellency, don't believe him, Bo Yao cried out. Gu Qingfeng continued, actually, I wanted to secretly bring the Blood Divine Son back to offer it to your Excellency, and coincidentally, to let your Excellency see this despicable villain's true colors. The boss rubbed his head. Don't talk, let me think. Gu Qingfeng suggested, Lord Blood Demon, if you can't bear to act, then let me. Gu Qingfeng, calm down, calm down. Bo Yao explained it to him, the boss demanded. Bo Yao explained, actually, from the very beginning, Lord Blood Demon and I conspired. The talk of revenge was just to trick you into swallowing the Blood Divine Son. Gu Qingfeng was disappointed, so I was tricked again and again and again. He secretly thought, I originally thought I could stab Bo Yao in the back, but I didn't expect these two to be in cahoots. Bo Yao said, Gu Qingfeng, I know you can't accept it right now, but our goal is all for Lord Blood Demon. So we're all on the same side. I hope you understand. He continued, also, remember to return the Qianqin ring to me later. Gu Qingfeng rebuked, you tricked me into this state, and you only remember the Qianqin ring, heartless. Gu Qingfeng was bitter, full of resentment, rolling his eyes and cursing, in this life, I hate being tricked by others the most, but you shameless, despicable, vile, bastardly, lowly blood demon cult members who lie all day, have tricked me 3 times. He pointed at his opponent and cursed. Jing Yao tricked me out of 2 copper coins. Ying Yao almost tricked me out of my body. And you, Bo Yao, don't have a single honest word in your mouth. The blood demon crossed his arms, frowning and rebuking Gu Qingfeng. Watch your words. Gu Qingfeng, taking a breath as if poked in a hornet's nest, turned back and cursed. Watch your head. I haven't even talked about you yet. A perfectly good blood demon cult, raised by you into a bunch of fraudsters. Aren't you ashamed? No wonder 200 years ago you were beaten like a dog. Damn it. Who wouldn't want to beat a bunch of fraudsters like you? These words angered the blood demon. He snarled, Gu Qingfeng, his blood aura flared around him. The dangerous blood demon narrowed his eyes. Don't think that just because you risked coming here to deliver the Blood Divine Son, you can act spoiled. I'll give you one last chance. The blood demon hadn't finished speaking when Gu Qingfeng cut him off. He curled his lips and asked, You're giving me a chance? Gu Qingfeng spread his hands, playfully asking, Don't tell me you thought I'd pledge allegiance to you? He pointed at the blood demon. I just wanted to see how the once peerless blood demon has become such an idiot. He pretended to sigh, unfortunately, I only see a dog that only dares to hide in its doghouse and deceive people. The blood demon's finger twitched, and in an instant, he was close to Gu Qingfeng. who was standing near the cave entrance. He raised his hand, his blood aura transforming into a sharp sword, striking directly at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng indifferently raised his eyes, watching the blood demon's hand approach him. A golden thump rang out. Beneath Gu Qingfeng's feet, fresh blood flowed onto the ground. Gu Qingfeng's face was calm, looking straight ahead. Clearly, it was not Gu Qingfeng's blood. Bo Yao stood in front of him, shouting, "Lord Blood Demon, you can't kill Gu Qingfeng." Bo Yao used his back to shield Gu Qingfeng from the blood demon's attack. The blood flowing on the ground was his. At this moment, Bo Yao was still trying to dissuade the blood demon. He has the heaven-swallowing demonic physique, which is key to your grand plan to become a god. The blood demon was quite willing to step down the ladder his subordinate had laid out. Gu Qingfeng indifferently raised his hand, watching Bo Yao, covered in injuries, slide to the ground. Bo Yao wiped the blood from his mouth, saying to Gu Qingfeng, "No need to thank me," without noticing that the person in front of him was secretly channeling his power. Only a faint light appeared in an instant. Bo Yao was struck in the neck by Gu Qingfeng, his mouth agape. He was sent flying far away, falling to the ground. Gu Qingfeng's handprint was clearly visible on his mask. He asked in shock, "I saved you, and yet you hit me?" He struggled up, shouting, "Gu Qingfeng, I'll kill you." But before he could do anything, the hand that had just struck his back now landed a blow on his other cheek, sending Bo Yao crashing into the cave wall next to Gu Qingfeng. The blood demon calmly said, "Bo, calm down. You can't kill him. I still need to seize his body." Bo Yao, with his head stuck in the wall, replied glumly, "Yes." Then the blood demon turned to Gu Qingfeng with an empty expression and said, "I've decided to seize his body ahead of schedule. His body is my body." The blood demon crossed his arms, proudly explaining why he had beaten Bo Yao to a pulp. "You disciplining him means you're disciplining me. Understand?" Bo Yao, who was leaning against the wall trying to pull his head out, obediently replied, "Understood, sir." Gu Qingfeng was excited within. It's finally starting, the body seizure is starting, but on the surface, he looked annoyed. "Will you two just stop?" He approached the blood demon. "If you want to act, hurry up. My mother's waiting for me to come home for dinner." The blood demon coldly channeled his power. A small red orb appeared in his hand. "Then I shall grant your wish." The small orb began to expand, lightning bolts shooting out around it. The candles all lit up simultaneously, and a faint aura surrounded the blood demon, with him at the center. Gu Qingfeng blandly praised, "Cool." The lightning bolts from the orb converged into one, striking Gu Qingfeng's forehead. Gu Qingfeng lowered his head and closed his eyes. In Gu Qingfeng's consciousness, the blood demon had now transformed into a giant. Gu Qingfeng was startled by this colossal size. At a glance, he wasn't even as tall as the blood demon's knees. The blood demon laughed arrogantly, "HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. Gu Qingfeng, although I can't torture your body, I can torture your soul. When you cry and beg for mercy, I will slowly devour your soul and seize your heaven-swallowing demonic physique." Gu Qingfeng's expression sharpened as he slowly asked, "I've always been curious. If you seize my body, what about yours? Your body is at the peak of the dragon transformation realm." The blood demon's face was arrogant. He laughed disdainfully, "Ignorant indeed. I will let you die knowing the truth." The blood demon's giant body held a sparkling orb in his hand, looking like a miniature galaxy from afar, as he explained to Gu Qingfeng. "Once you swallow the blood divine sun, I will seize your body, then use your heaven-swallowing demonic physique to devour my old body, thus perfectly integrating our powers." Gu Qingfeng genuinely asked in surprise, "You eat people, and then you eat yourself? You're a pervert, aren't you?" The orb in the blood demon's hand condensed into an exquisite red whip. He snapped the whip, glaring at Gu Qingfeng, and roared, "You dare to disrespect me even on the verge of death." The blood demon raised the whip and lashed it to the ground. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." He suddenly stopped. The blood demon stood up in surprise, forgetting about disciplining Gu Qingfeng. "What's going on? My connection with my body has been cut off." "Who is it?" The blood demon's spirit body instantly seemed to be drained of blood. Shriveling up, he looked at his body in shock. Gu Qingfeng was equally surprised. He quickly asked, "System, was that you?" The system replied aggrievedly, "No." Gu Qingfeng walked, saying, "We'll know as soon as we go out and see." Both of them withdrew from Gu Qingfeng's consciousness. Outside, a golden light filled the sky, continuously swirling in the cave. Gu Qingfeng squinted, looking ahead, and an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving both him and the blood demon gaping in shock. The blood demon yelled, "Bodhi demon, what are you doing?" At this moment, the Bodhi demon was absorbing the blood demon's body, letting out a sinister laugh. HMPH hehe. The Bodhi demon cast a sinister glance at the two, his eyes bloodshot. "As you can see, I'm devouring Lord Blood Demon." Bodhi, the blood demon, was taken aback. He growled, "You actually dared to betray me." Even Gu Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Holy cow, a double agent!" The blood demon's spirit body quickly attacked the Bodhi demon, trying to stop his actions. But the blood demon's attack was blocked. A golden armor appeared on the Bodhi demon, resisting the blood demon. That golden vortex of energy was even superior to the blood demon's power, easily sending him flying away. The blood demon's eyes widened. He looked at his body and the Bodhi demon, who were emitting golden light, and screamed, "The 36 Heavenly Guard soul-seizing grade ray." The Bodhi demon replied indifferently, his hands still continuously devouring the blood demon's body. "Consider yourself knowledgeable." The blood demon panicked, preparing his technique. "The Reikor, where is the Reikor?" He looked around and suddenly yelled at Gu Qingfeng, who was standing dumbfounded beside him, "If we can just find the Reikor and destroy it, we can stop the Bodhi demon." At this moment, the Bodhi demon slowly said, "Don't bother looking." His sinister gaze shifted to his former superior. "The Reikor is right inside your body." The blood demon was stunned, unable to believe what he just heard. "What?" The Bodhi demon calmly recounted, "For the past 200 years, I've been helping you find the blood god seed. With my strength, I couldn't do anything to your body, but I could set up an ray on the blood god seed." The spot where the Bodhi demon and the blood demon's body stood was enveloped by a red swirling vortex. He continued to explain his plan. "Originally, I planned to wait for you to collect all 36 drops of the blood god seed, and for my formation to also gather all 36 heavenly guards before making my move." But the Bodhi demon suddenly laughed. "Ha ha!" He pointed at Gu Qingfeng, who was standing nearby. "I didn't expect the heavens to send Gu Qingfeng to help me. The moment you seized the body was when your control over it was weakest. This was my opportunity." Gu Qingfeng, standing nearby, felt annoyed. "Hey, don't point." The blood demon's face darkened. He growled, questioning, "Bodhi demon, I treated you well. Why did you do this?" Gu Qingfeng's expression was calm as he answered for him, "Of course, to become a god." The Bodhi demon's old memories resurfaced. He scoffed, "Do you think I swore allegiance to you back then because you were powerful? Back then, you recognized my strength and wanted me to submit." The blood demon's expression was arrogant. He turned around, ignoring the Bodhi demon kneeling on the ground. Thus, he didn't see that on the Bodhi demon's face. Hidden beneath the mask, there was no respect, only calculation, and me. His eyes were sinister as he stared at the blood demon, growling, "I also recognized your strength." The blood demon was alarmed and quickly tried to persuade him. "Your and my powers inherently conflict. Forcibly devouring me will only destabilize your foundation. You won't be able to become a god." The Bodhi demon pondered, looking at the blood demon's body, a part of which had already been devoured. He suddenly turned his head. "Lord Blood Demon, you're not naive enough to think my true form is a dandelion, are you?" A bizarre, blood-red dandelion suddenly appeared above the Bodhi demon's head. The blood demon was startled. "You're a blood-sucking dandelion, the legendary exotic species of heaven and earth that feeds on fresh blood." The Bodhi demon replied arrogantly as the dandelion floated down to hover before his chest. "That's right, Blood Demon, you are my most delicious meal. 200 years ago, it was also I who caused your demise." "Hold on!" A voice interrupted the Bodhi demon's storytelling. Gu Qingfeng, who had been standing to the side all this time, suddenly interjected. He raised his hand like a student wanting to speak. Gu Qingfeng frowned, feigning deep thought. A blood-sucking dandelion. Is it still a dandelion? The Bodhi demon's sinister demeanor was shattered in an instant. He yelled, "Is that the main point? Is the dandelion the main point? Can't you tell who's in control of the situation right now? I'm making my comeback. Get lost, you old man." The Bodhi demon suddenly froze. Sharp spikes abruptly grew from the ground. The blood demon seized the opportunity while the Bodhi demon was talking to Gu Qingfeng, summoning the spikes to pierce the ground. He yelled, "Die, traitor." The Bodhi demon frowned, looking at the approaching spikes, but the moment the spikes struck his body, they broke in half. From where the Bodhi demon stood, a column of golden energy appeared. His eyes were sharp, enveloped in a powerful golden aura, and above the Bodhi demon's head, a light blue orb hovered. The blood demon saw it all and yelled in disbelief, "Jialan Pearl." The Bodhi demon raised the Jialan Pearl with both hands. He had clearly prepared for this moment for a long time. This Jialan Pearl is meant to restrain you. The Jialan Pearl can defend against soul attacks, though it can only last for the duration of a stick of incense at most. For me, that's enough. He indifferently clutched the Jialan Pearl, mockingly asking the blood demon hovering in the air, "Lord Blood Demon, it's your turn to choose. Should you escape while I'm immobile? Or stay and fight to the death?" The blood demon gritted his teeth, his mind racing. It's come to this. The best option is to run. If I wait for the Bodhi demon to finish devouring and reach the peak of Dragon Transformation Realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. But my body, the blood demon hesitated, unable to decide. Gu Qingfeng appeared out of nowhere, placing a hand on the blood demon's shoulder. The latter turned back in stunned surprise. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng pushed the blood demon aside, aggressively charging forward to confront the Bodhi demon. "Bodhi demon, you son of a b***********, you tricked me again." He pointed at the Bodhi demon and cursed. "Didn't you say you only had one heavenly grade spiritual weapon?" The Bodhi demon couldn't help but curse silently. Why is Gu Qingfeng's attention always so peculiar? Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, his face resentful. "I knew it. How could you so readily give me a Cosmos ring? Turns out the important stuff wasn't in it." Gu Qingfeng, just you wait. After I've devoured the blood demon, you'll be the first one I kill, and I'll steal your heaven-devouring demonic physique. The Bodhi demon weakly clenched his fist, threatening Gu Qingfeng. The other man, looking indifferent, hooked his finger. "Come here, if I even frown, I'm your father." The blood demon, behind Gu Qingfeng, immediately seized the opportunity to possess him. Blood energy erupted around Gu Qingfeng, making his robes billow, and the system notifications kept popping up. Dragon Transformation Realm, First Heaven, Second Heaven, Third Heaven. Gu Qingfeng frowned, clenching his fists as he looked at the notifications. A stream of golden light enveloped Gu Qingfeng's body, illuminating the entire cave. The notifications still hadn't stopped. Dragon Transformation Realm, 7th Heaven, 8th Heaven, 9th Heaven, Peak. Gu Qingfeng's expression was confident. Two streams of golden light converged on either side of his ears. At the same time, the system stopped updating his level. Beyond Peak, the blood demon spirit body frowned, watching his own body vanish. How can this be? What kind of power is this? My soul is disappearing, he gasped, terrified beyond measure. The blood demon disappeared, his last words still expressing his incomprehension as to why he failed. How could this be? Gu Qingfeng gave a half smile, satisfied as he looked at the system's new notification. "Ding! Host soul has reached its limit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the soul trait, Indestructible Godsight." Gu Qingfeng's expression instantly became serious, exiting his consciousness. Now only the Bodhi demon remained. In the cave at this moment, only the Bodhi demon, motionless, devouring the blood demon's body, and Gu Qingfeng remained. Gu Qingfeng, who had been closing his eyes, immersed in consciousness, suddenly opened them wide. He propped himself up with one hand, looking confidently towards the Bodhi demon. At this moment, The Bodhi demon still didn't know his former superior had failed. He mockingly asked, "Lord Blood Demon, why haven't you run yet? Are you perhaps still attached to your body?" Gu Qingfeng smirked. "The Blood Demon is dead. I am Gu Qingfeng." The Bodhi demon frowned. He asked in confusion, "My Lord Blood Demon, what trick are you playing now? You don't even dare to admit your own identity. Or do you think if you pretend to be Gu Qingfeng, I won't know?" Gu Qingfeng frowned and cursed. "Pretend to be your head? You idiot. I told you the Blood Demon is dead. Now I'm going to settle scores with you. You tricked me so many times. Today, if I don't kill you, I won't be named Gu." At the same time, he slapped the Bodhi demon on the head. The Bodhi demon was smacked so hard he teared up. He winced, clutching his head, and asked in surprise, "You're not dead. How is that possible?" Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms. "Even if you die, I won't. How much longer do you need to finish devouring? Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Gu Qingfeng's tone was completely indifferent, as if urging a friend to eat faster. The Bodhi demon uneasily clenched his fists. This provocatively casual demeanor. This isn't the Blood Demon. It's Gu Qingfeng, he thought in surprise. How could Gu Qingfeng kill the Blood Demon's soul? How is that possible? He immediately looked warily at Gu Qingfeng, who stood with crossed arms outside the red barrier. Does Gu Qingfeng have some heaven-defying magical treasure in his hands? Enough to deal with the Blood Demon. He's disguised himself to well all this time. I must be careful not to fall into his trap. The Bodhi demon gripped the head of the Blood Demon's body, pretending to be dangerous as he threatened, "Gu Qingfeng, you're no longer of any use to me now. I'll give you one chance, otherwise, after I finish devouring the Blood Demon, it'll be your turn." Gu Qingfeng scoffed, pointing at himself. He confidently said, "Run? Run your head. You tricked me 3 times. If I don't kill you today, I won't be named Gu." He suddenly spun around. A lavish banquet table abruptly appeared, but this old man still understands martial ethics. "I definitely won't do anything opportunistic." Gu Qingfeng sat down on a chair that suddenly appeared from thin air, leisurely crossing his legs, saying, "I'll wait for you to finish devouring, then I'll teach you a lesson." On the other side, the Blood Demon's body had been more than half devoured. From the chest down, it had turned into white bones. It wouldn't be long before the Bodhi demon would complete devouring the Blood Demon. By the way, Bodhi demon, how many of your 7 demon generals are still alive? Gu Qingfeng, lounging on the table, suddenly asked. "Only the top 3 are still alive." The Poya demon had finished devouring the Blood Demon. Now, the Blood Demon was nothing but a pile of stark white bones. But even the bones weren't spared by the Poya demon. They gradually vanished while Gu Qingfeng nonchalantly chatted with the Poya demon. "People like a lively scene. If all 7 demon generals are still alive, remember to call them over." The Poya demon absorbed the entire Blood Demon's body, then thoughtfully looked at Gu Qingfeng, who paid no attention to anyone. He sat with his back to him, as if Gu Qingfeng was truly just waiting for him to finish eating. "And by the way, congratulations on becoming the boss of the Blood Demon sect. You also need to call the Shadow Demon and tell it to bring poison. That life-giving wine is so delicious. It'd be a pity not to add poison." Round the Poya demon, a powerful surge of blood energy slowly erupted. His eyes filled with murderous intent, he angrily looked at Gu Qingfeng's back, a blind cat pretending to be a fried fish. "Just because you killed the Blood Demon, you think you're invincible? Yet he has no preparations at all and dares to provoke me. Ha! He overestimates himself." Gu Qingfeng suddenly turned his head to look at the Blood Demon, a half-eaten chicken drumstick in his hand, his mouth still munching. He ate and spoke. "You're finally done. I've been waiting for you to wither away." The Poya demon slowly approached Gu Qingfeng, blood energy and murderous intent surging with each step. "Although I don't know how you killed the Blood Demon's soul, but I am at the peak of the dragon transformation realm, 1 level higher than the Blood Demon, plus I am a refined rare creature of heaven and earth. My strength is much greater than others at the same level. Do you understand what that means?" The Poya demon asked Gu Qingfeng with a confident voice, but the person in front of him seemed to deliberately not understand. Gu Qingfeng casually waved his hand, mockingly replying, "It means unless you're a god, you have no chance of winning." Gu Qingfeng smirked, "Or do you want to call me a demon?" The poor demon was enraged. He took an attacking stance against Gu Qingfeng. "Gu Qingfeng, you're at death's door and still so arrogant." Gu Qingfeng didn't even acknowledge the poor demon. At this moment, he was busy pouring the last glass of wine. "If you want to fight, you'll have to wait a bit. Life-giving wine is expensive. Let me put it away first." The poor demon raised his hand, and a blood-red flower gathered between his palms. The flower flew out, its murderous aura wildly attacking everywhere in the cave, sending rocks and soil flying. Gu Qingfeng indifferently held the chicken drumstick, resting his hand as he watched the attacking energies, his eyes following the continuously popping system notifications. Ding! The host was attacked by the poor demon. Defense power increased by 50,000, increased by 50,000, increased by 50,000. He munched on the drumstick with wide eyes, ignoring the solidifying murderous energies attacking him. Ding! The host's defense power has reached its limit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Black Dragon Scales. The notification of immortal body, intermediate level echoed in his mind, making Gu Qingfeng unable to contain his joy. The corner of his mouth unconsciously curved into a smug smile. The Black Dragon immortal body has leveled up. The poor demon watched in horror as Gu Qingfeng was enveloped by a thick black aura, exuding an evilness even greater than his own. As he circulated his cultivation, Gu Qingfeng was secretly astonished. He didn't expect to level up after one attack from the poor demon, his physical body strength reaching the early stage of dragon transformation. Amidst the swirling black energy, he put his hands on his hips and tilted his head back, laughing arrogantly, "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and swirling white energies flew out. Just one roar was enough to crack the surrounding cave walls. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingfeng circulated his cultivation, and streams of emerald green true qi immediately condensed beneath his feet. Abruptly, a small brown mass was spat out of his mouth. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng hovered in midair, lifted by the green true qi. His eyes widened in astonishment, looking towards the brilliant light ahead. Gu Qingfeng sprang out of the cave, returning to the clear blue sky and dazzling golden sun. He gently landed on the ground. As soon as he stood firm, Gu Qingfeng excitedly turned his head and raised his hand in provocation. "Poor demon, come again!" But all around were only lush trees, absolutely no sign of anyone. He turned around in confusion, his eyes scanning everywhere. True qi flowed into his eyes, allowing his vision to stretch for thousands of miles. Very quickly, Gu Qingfeng spotted the poor demon's true form, a blood-red dandelion, flying far in the distance. He paused briefly. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath, then roared, "Damn it, running away again. This old man has to chase again." By now, the poor demon had run more than 10,000 miles away. "Don't even think about it." Gu Qingfeng immediately activated his lightness skill, darting like an arrow after the poor demon, muttering irritably, "In this day and age, why is it so hard to get a beating? Damn it. If this old man doesn't catch up to you, my name will be written backward." Gliding past the dense canopies, he secretly calculated, "But that brat's speed is faster than mine. Moreover, I still have the soul-chasing art on me. Once I get close to him, he'll definitely run again. I must remove the soul-chasing art first." Thinking this, Gu Qingfeng stopped, closed his eyes, and circulated his cultivation. Wine from his true qi rose, blowing his robes. The moment his eyes snapped open, a hand was placed on his chest, where a black-green flame was fiercely burning. Gu Qingfeng pressed his hand down, and in an instant, the flame extinguished, vanishing into thin air. Confidently resting his hand on his hip, Gu Qingfeng looked at the mountains and forests ahead, concealing all his aura. "This time, even if I stand behind the poor demon, he won't discover me." He took a mask from his chest. With an eager expression, he put on the mask. "Poor demon, I'm here. Be good, wash up and wait for me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu King Feng crouched down. The ground where he stood, affected by the powerful true qi, immediately cracked open into a hole. Immediately after, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, chasing after the Poya demon. In another forest, the Poya demon was leaning against a rock wall, panting heavily. He looked up into the distance, sighing in relief. Phew, good thing I ran fast. He stumbled backward, muttering, "There really are gods in this world, and I didn't expect a god to have such a strange personality. And he likes to pretend to be a normal person. Escaping is enough. First, digest the blood demon's power, stabilize my realm, and then plan further." Thinking this, the Poya demon sat down, crossed his legs, and entered a state of meditation. Suddenly, he flinched. Gu Qingfeng had discovered his soul-chasing art. The Poya demon tensed, quickly standing up. Perhaps because I just swallowed the blood demon, and my body's aura isn't stable. I couldn't sense it. He closed his eyes, not believing the truth, and told himself, try again. The Poya demon clasped his hands together, and blood energy poured from his palms, rising high and weaving into a layer of crimson barrier around himself. The Poya demon sat cross-legged, reassuring himself, he's a god. Removing a mark is very simple. There's nothing to panic about. He bowed his head in contemplation. Looking at the countless layers of barriers surrounding him, he thought, with so many barriers, not even a fly could get in. He can't possibly find me. After reassuring himself, the Poya demon re-entered meditation to stabilize his realm. But he lost his concentration again. The Poya demon flinched. At some point, a face had moved close to the Poya demon's ear, sporting a very sinister smile. Observing him, the Poya demon fell backward, asking in panic, "Who are you?" The owner of the face frowned slightly, angrily resting his hand on his hip and scolding, "Damn it, Poya demon, we just parted ways, and you've already forgotten me?" It turned out to be Gu Qingfeng, who had caught up to the Poya demon. The Poya demon realized this, flinching and screaming as if he'd seen a ghost. Gu Qingfeng stared blankly as the Poya demon frantically smashed through the wall and fled, leaving a huge, human-shaped hole in the cave. Gu Qingfeng helplessly looked at the hole in the wall, sighing, "Iron-headed kid, you should have let me finish talking. I came to help you become a god, not to beat you." An earth-shattering explosion rang out, the fiery blast completely destroying a section of the mountain. Gu Qingfeng emerged from behind the explosion, leaning against a rock, gritting his teeth as he looked into the distance. Over there, the Poya demon was fleeing. Gu Qingfeng put his hands on his waist and muttered to himself, "It's morning, so I can't use shape-shifting and shadow-changing technique." He smirked. "Oh well, I'm in a good mood today, so let's play hide-and-seek." The Poya demon ran desperately all the way from the upstream to the downstream of the river, without any particular direction. He leaned his hand on the tree trunk, panting. The Poya demon was tired, leaning his hand on his forehead, muttering to himself, This time I must have shaken him off, right?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Poya demon, what did you say?" I couldn't hear clearly. The Poya demon's eyes widened in horror, and he frantically turned his head back. He gaped at Cici Fanfong, who was leisurely sitting on a rock, even relaxing and eating a bowl of noodles, with one hand holding a leaf to shade himself. The Poya demon turned his back and continued to flee. Seeing this, Cici Fanfong quickly stood up. He leapt into the air. He threw the soft leaf in his hand towards the Poya demon. The Poya demon keenly sensed a wave of pressure from behind. He nimbly turned around, dodging the incoming leaf. The leaf plunged into the ground, instantly creating a deep hole. Only then did the Poya demon freeze, realizing that the thing attacking him was a leaf, using a leaf as a weapon. He couldn't believe it, looking back at the leaf stuck in the ground, harder than even stone, creating a large crack. A leaf! A gentle breeze blew past, the spiritual energy on the leaf dissipated, and it became soft again, carried by the wind. A hand approached from behind. Cici Fanfong placed a hand on the Poya demon's shoulder and said in a low voice, "I have no other intentions. I just want to help you become a god. CC Fanfong gazed intently at the Poya demon, asking softly, "You don't believe me." The Poya demon struggled with difficulty, his face blank. "I believe your ass. You humans are so wicked." He thought to himself, CC Fanfong works in strange ways, defying common sense. He frowned uncomfortably. Perhaps he's still interested in me now, but once he loses patience, that will be the day I die. The Poya demon told himself to stay calm. The Poya demon suddenly realized a loophole. He quickly thought, he's a god, so of course he has a way to sense my aura. If I want to live, I must run to a crowded place, where auras are chaotic, allowing me to hide. CC Fanfong on the other side pondered and asked, "What do you want me to do to make you believe me?" The Poya demon let out a dry laugh, gesturing towards CC Fanfong's hand, and which was like a vice on his shoulder. "You let me go first," CC Fanfong replied. "Alright," but as soon as he was released, the Poya demon shot away. He activated his lightness skill, instantly leaving CC Fanfong behind, fleeing thousands of miles away. CC Fanfong stared wide-eyed at the Poya demon, speechless. The Poya demon quickly fled. "As long as I reach human territory, it's crowded there, CC Fanfong definitely won't find me." CC Fanfong silently watched the Poya demon run far away again, muttering, "You want to play? Ha! Alright, I'll play with you." At Vilang Manor, Chanvi sect, an old man hovered in midair. Well below him, disciples stood in defensive sword stances. His disciple flew up, standing next to him, and asked, "Grand Elder, what's happening?" This old man was the Grand Elder of the Chanvi sect. He looked gravely into the distance and replied, "A powerful peak dragon transformation realm expert is rushing towards the Chanvi sect." His disciple's face went blank. Peak dragon transformation realm, could it be the current imperial preceptor? The Grand Elder replied solemnly, "The one approaching is not human, but a demon." He looked up at the red shadow flying closer and shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoist of the demon tribe, I wonder why you are coming to Chanvi." The Poya demon had no interest in listening to humans ramble. He raised his hand to form a palm strike and cursed, "Get out of the way." With that, he unleashed a palm strike towards the Grand Elder. The Elder was cut off mid-sentence, but had no time to be angry. He quickly raised his hand to create a protective barrier against the attack from the mysterious enemy. The disciples of Chanvi sect watched their Grand Elder take a palm strike, dust and smoke flying, obscuring their view, leaving them unsure of the outcome. They only saw the Poya demon fall to the ground with a thump, then use the momentum to shoot high into the sky again, leaving a large crack on the tiled floor. Two bewildered disciples pointed at the hazy smoke and dust, asking each other, "Was that a big black rat that just ran through here?" The other replied, It seems so." The Grand Elder's disciple quickly descended to the ground, approached the Elder, and asked, "Are you all right?" He stared in horror as the Grand Elder, peerless in their sect, was defeated in just one blow. The Elder lay on the ground, spitting blood. The Elder frowned, never expecting such a powerful demon to exist in this world. This strength could rival the current Imperial Preceptor. However, looking at his panicked expression, it seemed he was fleeing. Could someone be chasing him? He pushed himself up, looking at the sky, a peak dragon transformation realm demon, yet he's being chased so desperately. Perhaps the one chasing him isn't human, but a. At this, both the Elder and his disciple turned pale and exclaimed, "God!" The Elder staggered to his feet. The Grand Elder flew up again. He turned back and commanded the disciples, "Everyone quickly activate the Mountain Protection Grand Formation. Do not go outside. This matter is extremely serious. I must go to the Imperial capital to see the Imperial Preceptor." Before the Elder could fly away, from afar, a surge of green energy even more terrifying than the Poya demon approached. The Grand Elder watched in shock as the green energy drew closer to him. CC Fanfong's face darkened. He shouted, "Don't block the way." The Elder was horrified. How can this be? I couldn't feel any aura at all if I hadn't heard his voice. CC Fanfong flew past, knocking the Elder down. then flew away again. His expression was indifferent, his eyes fixed only on his target, the Poya demon, without caring about anything else. The Grand Elder's face flushed slightly. Cool, so cool. But it was clear that just being touched by a force even more terrifying than a peak dragon transformation realm expert caused a greater impact than taking the Poya demon's full attack. He fell to the ground again, spitting blood, this time even more seriously than before. The spot where the Grand Elder fell immediately cracked and shattered, dust and smoke rising, obscuring everyone's vision. Cici Fanfong flew high above, looking confusedly at the human-shaped crack below. I think I just bumped into an old man. However, the ore seems to belong to a master of the dragon transformation realm. No problem. Thinking this, Gu Qingfeng turned his attention back to Po Yao, gritting his teeth. This Po Yao runs too fast. I can't let him widen the distance between us. Gu Qingfeng quickly chased after Po Yao through the forest, past a large sect. He had already followed him to a desert region. He tiptoed onto a rock and used its force to fly up, and the huge rock immediately shattered into small pieces. Gu Qingfeng looked back. Sorry, how can the speed of stepping on air be equal to the speed of stepping on land? He leaped from one mountaintop to another, his expression subtly turning serious. At the foot of the mountain, unnoticeably, stood a figure in armor, holding a spear. This person's face was devoid of expression, standing still and solemn as if on guard. Suddenly, he looked up, gazing towards the sky. It's a strong cultivator of the dragon transformation realm. He tiptoed and leaped into the air. Po Yao, who was flying away, was blocked by this person. He looked confusedly at the newcomer. Po Yao frowned slightly, killing intent overflowing from his eyes. He looked perplexedly at the one blocking his path. The general, with a cold expression, raised his hand and shouted, "His Majesty has decreed. This place is forbidden. Entry is prohibited. Any who dare trespass into the jade." Before he could finish his sentence, Po Yao impatiently punched him in the mouth. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Po Yao punched the one who dared to block his path in the mouth and flew off again. The general lay on the ground, one side of his face swollen, and a crack had appeared on his armored helmet. His Majesty only told me to protect it with my life, not what to do if I can't win the fight. He groaned, comforting himself. I guess this counts as completing my mission, right? Before he could get up, a foot stomped on his face, making the injury hurt even more. Gu Qingfeng said without a trace of remorse. Sorry about that. Using the force of kicking the man's face to fly after Po Yao in the distance, leaving the general, who had now lost his teeth and whose helmet was completely cracked. Po Yao, relentlessly pursued by Gu Qingfeng, thought angrily, "Gu Qingfeng, you're not an orphan without relatives. If you're going to push me, then don't blame me for harming your Gu family." Po Yao instantly flew to the imperial capital of the Great Yan dynasty. He hovered high above, looking down at the imperial city below, which was covered by a golden barrier. Po Yao, filled with killing intent, raised his hand and gathered a crimson stream of energy. He raised his hand and struck the imperial city's protective barrier. The barrier immediately shattered. The fragments of the barrier caused the soldiers and citizens below to look up at the sky in fright. The soldiers quickly shouted as they saw a ferocious red stream pierce through the barrier, rushing down to attack the imperial city. This is bad. It's a peak dragon transformation realm great demon. Quickly, summon the national preceptor. Stop him. Don't let him get near the imperial palace. The citizens watched in horror as the red shadow flew straight in one direction. Where is he headed? That direction seems to be the Gu family's residence. The Gu family, when did they offend this formidable demon? To think he'd go so far as to forcefully enter the imperial capital just for revenge. Patriarch, it's bad. The city wall bells are ringing. Someone has broken into the imperial capital. Patriarch, it's bad. The general guarding the city sent word that it's a peak dragon transformation realm great demon. He's charging towards our Gu family. Inside the Gu mansion, chaos erupted at Po Yao's powerful appearance. What did you say? Quickly, invite the old ancestor to come out of seclusion. Hearing this, the Gu family patriarch hurriedly and frantically ordered his subordinates to invite their old ancestor, but he was interrupted by another person. No need to invite him. The Gu family patriarch wasn't angry. Hearing this familiar voice, he quickly turned his head, and indeed, the Gu old ancestor had emerged from seclusion, his hands clasped behind his back. With a serious expression, he observed the approaching enemy from a distance. The Gu family patriarch joyfully shouted, "Old ancestor!" The Gu old ancestor solemnly ordered, "You all quickly gather all the Grand Masters in the family and immediately activate the defensive formation. I will go meet him." The servants in the mansion immediately shouted, "Yes, sir!" But before they could go find people, Po Yao appeared in the mansion courtyard. The Gu old ancestor and the Gu family patriarch were surprised and terrified by the sudden appearance of the enemy. Po Yao arrogantly hovered in the air. He turned his head, observing his surroundings, not bothering to pay attention to the two humans below. For the safety of the family, the old ancestor spoke up, hoping to reconcile. "Let's turn hostility into friendship, fellow demon cultivator. I wonder why you've come to the Gu family. Our Gu family disciples have always been law-abiding and surely haven't offended you." Po Yao ignored the old ancestor, idly thinking since he didn't see Gu King Feng, "If you can't catch up to me, then don't blame me." Thinking this, Po Yao immediately channeled his power. His blood energy surged out, forming a domain, the blood-killing realm. The blood energy spread like tentacles, rushing straight down into the Gu mansion. In an instant, Po Yao's blood-killing realm was formed, shaped like a blood-red dandelion. The Gu family disciples and their leader turned pale at this sight. They realized how dangerous these streams of blood energy were. Po Yao hovered, surrounded by a thin barrier, looking down at the Gu mansion as if they were ants. Po Yao arrogantly raised his hand, and a beam of light gathered in his palm. Po Yao then clenched his fist, and immediately, all the disciples of the Gu mansion felt an invisible hand squeezing their throats. They struggled, trying to find a way to survive. The Gu old ancestor's face darkened. Only he and the Gu family patriarch remained standing in the courtyard, the rest of the disciples having collapsed to the ground. Of course, that was just a display of brute force. The Gu family patriarch clutched his chest, and the Gu old ancestor's face also turned ashen. He spoke with difficulty. "By this fellow demon cultivator, when exactly did the Gu family offend you? Please explain clearly. I am the Gu family's old ancestor, and I will surely give you a satisfactory answer." He rested his hands on his hips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he was utterly resolute, unafraid to confront the formidable Po Yao. "No matter what divine being you are, this is the imperial capital of the great Yin dynasty, under the Son of Heaven's rule. If you dare harm anyone from the Gu family..." Po Yao unceremoniously cut him off. His tone was completely different from when he attacked the Gu family. Now, Po Yao seemed somewhat fawning. "Supreme Being, you finally arrived. This humble demon has been waiting for a long time." To the astonishment of the Gu old ancestor, Gu King Feng landed with a thud from the sky right beside Po Yao. The Gu old ancestor observed the young man who had suddenly appeared and knocked Po Yao to the ground, along with Po Yao's words. He immediately guessed this person's identity and became even more astonished as he looked. The Gu old ancestor couldn't help but sigh in his heart. So the world truly has gods, and a god actually has such a handsome face. He looked at Gu Qingfeng's calm and composed demeanor. Then he looked at Po Yao, who had been arrogant and tyrannical moments ago, attacking hundreds of Gu family members with a mere wave of his hand, now lying flat on the ground. "This supreme being is so handsome. Damn Po Yao, didn't you say you didn't have a domain? You tricked me again." As soon as Gu Qingfeng appeared, he pointed at Po Yao's nose and cursed him. Po Yao, surprised by the sudden attack, quickly bounced off the ground and jumped away. The Gu old ancestor, with a serious face, watched the two men fighting in the distance, thinking to himself, "So this is what a god is like. I didn't expect them to be so approachable. Not cold-faced towards the mortal world." He stroked his chin, pondering for a while. So that's it. Suddenly, he laughed as if discovering a new continent. The Gu old ancestor threw his head back and laughed heartily, his face contorting. I understand now. I understand now. Ha ha ha. I understand now. So this is a god. So this is a divine revelation. Even Po Yao and Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but turn to look at the old ancestor in confusion. Gu Qingfeng stared back at Po Yao, the cause of all this. Po Yao quickly waved his hands fearfully under Gu Qingfeng's devouring gaze. Supreme Being, you are not guilty if you didn't know. Before, I didn't know your identity, which is why I offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and spare this humble demon's life. Otherwise, though it was a plea for mercy, it was also a threat. At this point, Po Yao suddenly pointed towards the Gu family members standing to the side, led by the Gu old ancestor and the Gu family patriarch. Gu Qingfeng, puzzled, looked in the direction Po Yao was pointing, his face like he was asking, "What the hell is this guy barking about?" Po Yao still believed that Gu Qingfeng was a member of the Gu family. Thinking he had found Gu Qingfeng's weakness, he threatened him. Even if this humble demon dies, I'll drag the entire Gu family to their grave with me. Gu Qingfeng asked again, puzzled. Do you have a grudge against the Gu family? It must be a profound blood feud, so deep that even before dying, you wish for revenge. He nodded inwardly. No wonder he ran to the Gu family, even on the verge of death. Po Yao saw Gu Qingfeng's emotionless expression and assumed he was trying to deceive him. He pointed towards Gu old ancestor again. Supreme Being, you are the Gu family's ancestor. You can't fool me. Gu old ancestor, hearing these words, jumped up with joy. What? Seeing Gu old ancestor's joy and Gu Qingfeng's attention drawn to it, Po Yao exclaimed, thinking, he truly cares about the Gu family. I gambled correctly. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, silently looking at the surviving Gu family members who were hugging and cheering in celebration, thinking, I'm the Gu family's ancestor. Since when? On the other side, Gu old ancestor and Gu family had embraced, crying tears of joy. The Gu family's ancestor is actually a god. Ha ha ha. My Gu family is a descendant of a god. I can't believe I'm named Gu, a descendant of a god. Ha 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 ha. The more Gu Qingfeng looked, the more confused he became. Did I forget something, or was the original host's memory sealed, and I haven't unlocked it yet? Or does Po Yao know something? Po Yao confidently said to Gu Qingfeng, you are a god. Not only are you named Gu, but you also possess the Gu family's dragon god bloodline. This is the evidence by which I deduce your identity. He began to negotiate with Gu Qingfeng, as well as threaten him. As long as you give me a way out, I won't harm your clansmen. Gu Qingfeng's face immediately darkened. This old man thought there was some secret on me. Turns out it was just you, an idiot, making wild guesses. Po Yao was momentarily confused by Gu Qingfeng's suddenly darkened face and this sudden pressure. He was worried he had touched a raw nerve. Gu Qingfeng yawned, saying languidly, sparing you is impossible. As for the Gu family, you can do whatever you want. Po Yao was startled. Watching Gu Qingfeng slowly approach, he retreated in fear. I don't believe you don't care about your descendants. Gu Qingfeng opened one eye, responding indifferently. Care about your head. This old man doesn't know anyone here. Po Yao didn't believe it. He backed away, immediately raising a hand to block Gu Qingfeng, while clenching the other to activate his domain. Don't you come over here. If you take another step, I'll kill the Gu old ancestor first. As if to prove his words, Po Yao immediately clenched his fist. A giant hand emerged from the ground, grabbing Gu old ancestor tightly and lifting him into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Ancestor, save me. Gu old ancestor coughed, then panicked and turned his head to shout at Gu Qingfeng. Po Yao was full of killing intent, raising his fist to threaten Gu Qingfeng. He growled, step back quickly or I'll kill him. Gu Qingfeng stopped, crossed his arms, and thought, this is Po Yao's domain. If he doesn't let anyone in, no one can enter. But this action, in Po Yao's eyes, held a different meaning. He saw Gu Qingfeng suddenly stop and rejoiced, thinking, he really does care about his descendants. Gu Qingfeng moved closer and stopped outside the domain barrier, thinking, he's at the peak of the dragon transformation realm, and I'm at the early stage. I wonder if I can forcibly break his domain. Gu Qingfeng turned his head to look at the chaotic Gu family trying to rescue Gu Old Ancestor, who was held tightly in the air, and sighed, just now, I was mistaken for a god. If I failed to break it, that would be very embarrassing. This action of Gu Qingfeng turning his head was again misinterpreted by Po Yao as him worrying about Gu Old Ancestor. So he said, Supreme Being, there's only a small issue between us, no need to fight to the death. Po Yao sweated, negotiating, as long as you agree to spare me, I will offer all my possessions to atone for my mistake. Gu Qingfeng suddenly broke into a mischievous smile, his eyes flashing at these words. He was more than willing to use the ladder Po Yao offered him. Gu Qingfeng feigned a light cough. Very well, for the sake of my clansmen, I will spare you today. Immediately after, Gu Qingfeng pointed at Po Yao, adding, but you must agree to one condition. Gu Qingfeng circulated his qi, and spiritual energy surged, enveloping him like a beautiful starry night. Gu Qingfeng slowly floated upwards. You must swear before me. Gu Qingfeng's expression was indifferent and cold, but he radiated the aura of a true god. The god lowered his eyes, looking down on the mortal world with pity. From now on, you shall absolutely not harm any living beings in the world, nor slaughter the people of my human race. Otherwise, even if it's to the ends of the earth, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Po Yao looked up at Gu Qingfeng and quietly asked, does Supreme Being speak truly? Gu Qingfeng coldly replied, a god does not jest. Hearing this, Po Yao raised his hand, and his blood energy immediately returned to his body. The hand that was tightly gripping Gu Old Ancestor also disintegrated into blood energy and vanished. Po Yao didn't care that Gu Old Ancestor suddenly fell. He approached Gu Qingfeng, cupping his hands. Thank you, Supreme Being, for not dwelling on past matters, and for sparing this humble demon's life. On the other side, Gu Old Ancestor fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. The Gu family disciples rushed over, helping him climb out of the pit. But Gu Old Ancestor didn't care about his injuries and immediately shouted, Ancestor! After climbing out of the pit, Gu Old Ancestor and the Gu family disciples immediately bowed and cupped their hands. Thank you, Ancestor, for saving this disciple from this perilous situation. Gu Qingfeng paid no attention, just a small matter. But Gu Old Ancestor immediately knelt down upon hearing this, thanking Gu Qingfeng. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, Ancestor. Seeing their old ancestor kneeling, the disciples also knelt to thank Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng indifferently crossed his arms, turning his head to look at Po Yao behind him. You swear to, otherwise how can I trust you? Po Yao readily agreed. Alright, he raised 3 fingers to the sky, and swore a solemn oath. I, Po Yao, swear before the gods, that from now on, I will not do anything to harm the living beings of this world. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning, my soul scattered, and my body utterly destroyed. But in his mind, he was thinking, I swore before so many people like this. You're a high god. You surely wouldn't go back on your word, would you? A surge of red chi suddenly shot into Po Yao's chest, startling him. Po Yao immediately recognized what it was. The heavenly demon blood oath. Po Yao curled up, clutching his head, enveloped in a mesmerizing crimson chi. He's not a god. He's even stronger than a god. Moreover, he's incredibly mysterious. He's an outer domain heavenly demon, so he can control the heavenly demon blood oath. And I was arrogant enough to try and use the heavenly demon blood oath to control him. Po Yao was in agony, unable to stand steady. He knelt down, this time truly kneeling with sincerity. Gu Qingfeng looked down at him coldly from above, and slowly said, Alright, you may leave now. Po Yao spoke with genuine gratitude. Thank you, High God, for sparing my life. To fulfill his earlier promise, Po Yao extended his hand, and treasures flowed out like a torrent towards Gu Qingfeng. A small gift, not enough to show my sincerity. Thank you for your guidance, High God. Countless shimmering golden artifacts were offered to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng, holding the sparkling golden treasures, didn't understand what Po Yao was up to, so he asked, "What are you doing?" Po Yao clasped his hands. "High God, please forgive me. I will abide by the agreement. Please don't refuse, High God." Gu Qingfeng pretended to sigh, but his hands were very honestly putting away all the good stuff. "All right, I am a man who values promises, so of course I don't want you to break yours." Gu Qingfeng stood tall, crossed his arms, and said loudly, with a solemn and imposing demeanor, "I hope you will repent from now on. Remember your oath, and start anew. Go!" Po Yao knelt down, clasped his hands in farewell. Po Yao immediately turned to leave, but unexpectedly, something happened right then. An old man with white hair and beard, with a scar on his face, appeared out of nowhere and blocked Po Yao's path. The old man said, "Po Yao, it's been 200 years. I can't believe you're still alive. Do you think relying on your peak dragon transformation cultivation allows you to barge into the Imperial City and cause chaos here?" Po Yao paused, killing intent erupting. "Siju Kong, do you think you can stop me?" Countless people drew their swords, surrounding Po Yao. He calmly crossed his arms and looked around coldly. He gritted his teeth, angrily thinking to himself, "Damn it, if I hadn't just sworn an oath, I'd tear you all to shreds right now." At this moment, Gu Qingfeng, from behind, slowly walked through the menacing crowd. Approaching, Po Yao watched Gu Qingfeng's shadow slowly pass him. Gu Qingfeng stepped forward. Facing Sichu Kong, the old man said, "High God, there's something you don't know. This person before you is Po Yao, the leader of the 7 demon generals of the Blood Demon sect. He's cunning and deceitful, and very good at lying." Gu Qingfeng replied coldly, "I believe he won't lie." Sichu Kong exclaimed in alarm, "High God, I can sense the lingering aura of the Blood Demon on him. If I'm not mistaken, he must have swallowed the Blood Demon to achieve his current cultivation. A traitor to his own master. His words are absolute." Gu Qingfeng interrupted him. His true chi surged around him, turning a dangerously eerie red. Gu Qingfeng coldly stared at the old man in front of him. "You don't believe me?" Sichu Kong fearfully stepped back. This junior wouldn't dare. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng retracted his pressure. He smiled, clapping his hands as if greatly amused. "How about we make a bet? What do you say?" Sichu Kong was bewildered. High God, please speak." Gu Qingfeng pointed at the old man and slowly said, "You try swearing an oath in front of me and see if you can break it." Sichu Kong was startled. He thought to himself, "Could this oath have another meaning? Why do I feel so afraid in my heart?" Seeing no reply from Sichu Kong, Gu Qingfeng again gestured towards the other cultivators the old man had brought. "If you don't believe, you can try it yourselves." Gu Qingfeng smirked, raising his fist. "I also want to see who can break their word in front of me." He put his hands on his hips, looking arrogantly at the crowd. "Does anyone want to try?" Bo Yao next to him looked in surprise as Gu Qingfeng stood up for him. Of course, the crowd below, having called Gu Qingfeng the High God, wouldn't dare to resist. They jumped and quickly shook their heads. No! We wouldn't dare." Gu Qingfeng was satisfied then. He turned his head and made a gesture towards Bo Yao. "Go on. No one will stop you." Bo Yao bowed and clasped his hands again, this time completely convinced and impressed. He turned into a red gust of wind and flew away into the air. Gu Qingfeng calmly clasped his hands behind his back, watching Bo Yao disappear. Believing his task here was done, Gu Qingfeng contentedly slowly walked away. But before he could go far, Sichu Kong behind him hurriedly shouted, "High God, please stop." Gu Qingfeng turned back with a serious face. "What is it?" Sichu Kong was completely different from his murderous demeanor when facing Bo Yao. He clasped his hands. "It is my great fortune to meet the High God today. I hope the High God can visit the Imperial Palace. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty will surely welcome you with great joy." Gu Qingfeng sighed. shaking his head, putting on a profound and inscrutable air. The time for fate has not yet arrived. But in his heart he thought, what a joke. Go to the imperial palace. What if my true identity is exposed? Gu Qingfeng helplessly looked at the old man who kept trying to hold him back. This old man is not weak when facing demons, but he's very weak against powerful cultivators. No, a man shouldn't say he's weak. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly turned to flee, but Sichu Kong grabbed Gu Qingfeng's hand and wouldn't let go. He quickly stopped Gu Qingfeng. High God, His Majesty is old. I fear he cannot wait for this destined encounter. I beg the High God to consider His Majesty's many years of reigning over the world and extend His Majesty's lifespan. Gu Qingfeng was no less flustered. He thought to himself, extend lifespan? If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? But he suddenly stopped, thinking of something. That's not right, a way to extend lifespan. Elixirs. Gu Qingfeng's sudden stop made Sichu Kong, who was hurriedly following, bump into his back. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng was still thinking about the destined encounter. In the Jade Dragon's secret realm a year from now, there might be useful elixirs. Most of those who enter the Jade Dragon's secret realm are in the True Chi realm. But I am already in the Dragon Transformation realm. Even if I don't pass the trial of the secret realm, I can forcibly break in and seize the immortality elixir and the divine refinement art. Thinking this, he turned around and said to Sichu Kong, not long after that, the Emperor's fated benefactor will appear and offer him the immortality elixir. A benefactor in his destiny. Sichu Kong rubbed his head and asked again. He pondered Gu Qingfeng's divine prophecy. The god certainly wouldn't speak nonsense. But who would this benefactor be? Gu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Sichu Kong, who was confusedly rubbing his head, then hurried away. Finally, he could leave. But once again, Gu Qingfeng was stopped. Old Ancestor Gu tightly grasped Gu Qingfeng's hand, refusing to let go, and spoke loudly. Ancestor. Gu Qingfeng's face twitched, helplessly watching old Ancestor Gu cry, clinging to him. Ancestor, please don't abandon our clan members. Though he appeared this way, old Ancestor Gu was calculating in his heart. He smiled slyly. It's so rare for a god to appear in our clan. If we bring him back to the family to worship, the Gu family will be able to hold their heads high in the great Yan dynasty. Old Ancestor Gu knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Qingfeng. Your unfilial descendants did not recognize the ancestor's divine face, but the ancestor saved the family from dire straits. Your descendants are deeply regretful. We hope the ancestor can return to the Gu family, so we can recognize our ancestor and return to our roots, and fulfill our filial piety to the ancestor. Gu Qingfeng frowned, instantly realizing old Ancestor Gu's scheme. You want to show filial piety and kill me, that's what you mean. I don't want to expose you. Is that recognizing the ancestor and returning to our roots? Clearly, it's recognizing a god and returning to our roots. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes and shook his head, his face full of vexation. He placed his hand on old Ancestor Gu's head, feigning sadness. The Gu family now is no longer the Gu family I once knew. You have disappointed me greatly. These words were like 1,000 arrows piercing old Ancestor Gu's heart. This time, he truly cried because of Gu Qingfeng's words. But then, Gu Qingfeng raised his hand again, with a righteous expression, like an old ancestor lecturing his descendants. However, among the younger generation, there is still one who caught my eye. The Gu family disciples knelt on the ground, looking at each other in confusion. Who is it? Who is so fortunate to be chosen, valued, and affirmed by the god? Amidst the solemn atmosphere, the keen gaze of the old ancestor swept across the crowd, stopping at a fidgeting disciple, sowing a seed of false hope in his heart. Could the divine ancestor be speaking of him? Unconcealed joy was etched on every feature of the fortunate disciple. His face brightened radiantly. The ancestor looked at me. Could the divine ancestor be speaking of me? He quickly prostrated himself on the ground with an arrogant posture. But Gu Qingfeng didn't bother to affirm him, only letting out a heavy sigh. Alas, I am truly disappointed in all of you. With that, he turned and soared into the sky, leaving behind a cryptic remark. Figure it out yourselves. Both the Gu family and Sichu Kong could only watch him go, their minds in turmoil. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng glided across the sky above the capital, his face filled with satisfaction. It just so happens there's a Gu family in the capital, and my surname is also Gu. When I give the old emperor the immortality elixir, I can conveniently use the Gu family's reputation to establish my own influence. As he moved, he was excited by the perfect plan in his head. This way, I'll avoid suspicion when suddenly offering such a precious elixir. What if those powerful fools refuse me because of my low origins? Gu Qingfeng sighed, landing in a deserted forest. Alas, it's a pity I'm not a real god. Otherwise, I'd just stay in the imperial capital and live a life of luxury. Then there would be chariots as long as dragons, concubines ranged in flocks, and every day I'd enjoy delicacies from land and sea. Just thinking about it makes me ecstatic. He stretched, then continued forward, encouraging himself as he walked. My ideal hasn't come true yet. Still, you have to keep trying, comrade. Let's get back to cultivation. A good life has to be built with your own two hands. However, the path of cultivation isn't always smooth sailing. A few hours later, as dusk fell, Gu Qingfeng dazedly realized he was lost in an endless sea of sand. He looked at the shoreless sand in front of him, then looked up at the night sky dotted with a myriad of stars. Feeling confused, he wondered, isn't Newtong County to the west of the imperial capital? Gu Qingfeng gently raised his hand to his face. A layer of human skin slowly peeled off in the direction of his hand, returning to his original appearance. He looked at the human skin mask in his hand and thought to himself, I forgot to take off my mask. Chasing after Pu Yao, too many people saw this face. Oh well, let's just head west for now. Gu Qingfeng decided to ignore the trivial matter. He clenched his fist and continued optimistically. Still using King Gong, his body lightly soared upwards. After moving for a while, he landed back on the ground. Gu Qingfeng looked around, but all that greeted him was still a vast, endless desert. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his sight. In this desolate land, the sudden appearance of a figure that didn't quite look human was indeed a bit scary. But Gu Qingfeng was no ordinary person. He quickly raised his hand, stopping the other. Wait, let me ask for directions. The figure was startled and immediately stopped. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingfeng quickly approached and patted the mysterious passerby's shoulder. It turned out it wasn't a person, but a golden weasel wearing human clothes. The weasel flinched and turned to look at Gu Qingfeng. The small weasel tried to look dignified, clasping its hands behind its back as if it were a master. It grandly turned back, looked at Gu Qingfeng, and thought to itself, I thought it was a strong cultivator. Turns out it's just a minion at the 7th level of Qi Gathering Realm. It pretended to be profound and asked, You want to ask for directions? Gu Qingfeng squinted and smiled. MHM. The weasel cleared its throat. You can ask for directions, but before that, I hope you can answer me a question. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes and looked directly at the weasel. Ask away. It slowly showed a creepy smile. Do you think I look like a human? Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this the classic question when a Huangshilang transforms? The Huangshilang clan has a special transformation method called asking passersby. When their cultivation reaches a certain level and they want to transform, they must find a passerby to ask. Do you think I look like a human? If someone answers yes, their transformation speed will rapidly increase. Conversely, their cultivation will be damaged. If they answer no, they will face the Huangshilang's revenge. And if they answer yes, the Huangshilang will cling to them and drain their yang energy. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, smirked, and said, in short, whether you answer yes or no, it's a dead end. He pointed at the weasel, cursing directly, I think you look like an idiot. The weasel's eyes widened, not understanding what kind of nonsense was in this guy's head. It stared blankly. Huh? The weasel trembled with anger, its killing intent overflowing. And yet you dared to ruin my cultivation. Gu Qingfeng mumbled to himself, feigning deep thought. No, an idiot is still a person, right? I said you look like an idiot, which actually means I'm saying you look like a human, and you're still ruining my cultivation. The Huangshilang swung its hand, furiously attacking Gu Qingfeng. I want you dead. It flexed its legs and soared into the air. Gu Qingfeng indifferently watched the flying weasel, thinking to himself, what if I just take the blow? Maybe I'll get a new skill. It opened its mouth wide, its eyes red, but Gu Qingfeng didn't care. What he noticed was its mouth full of saliva. Don't you brush your teeth? With just one hand raised, Gu Qingfeng had a firm grip on the weasel's neck. It choked, thinking in fright, he's not afraid of my attack, and he can easily grasp my lifeline. It squinted, terrified in its heart. Who exactly is he to possess such terrifying power? Gu Qingfeng lifted it by the scruff of its neck with one hand, shaking it. Stop yelping. Tell me which way Wudong County is. The weasel immediately shrank, the spiritual energy on its body gradually disappearing. It knew how to adapt and begged for mercy. And mercy, mercy. Gu Qingfeng annoyedly pulled the weasel's cheeks with both hands, making it squeak. Mercy my ass, stop wasting my time. I'm asking you how to get to Wudong County. Tell me now. The weasel had shrunk to the size of a hand. It squeaked and cried. I don't know. Gu Qingfeng angrily threw it far away. You don't know, damn it. You don't even know the way and you want to be human. Die. It screamed in panic. Although I don't know, I know where there are people nearby. You can ask them for directions. But Gu Qingfeng didn't have time to retract his hand, or perhaps he had no intention of doing so. He swung his hand and the afterimage of the Huangshilang stretched into a long line, with only a whooshing sound like a heavy object being thrown far away. With a thud, the Huangshilang was splattered flat on the ground, its limbs spread out, motionless. Gu Qingfeng found his stick from somewhere and poked it. Not dead yet? Get up and lead the way. Wouldn't it have been over if you just said so earlier? Half an hour later, under the full moon, the Huangshilang walked on all fours, sniffing, leading Gu Qingfeng to a grand gate. Gu Qingfeng followed it, straining his ears to hear the laughter inside. Come on! Cheers! Elder Wong, you've gotten quite fat lately. Young masters, I heard you've taken on a new beautiful concubine. When will you bring her for us to see? The Huangshilang stood up and said, My lord, this is the place. You heard it too. It's full of people inside. Gu Qingfeng spun around and cursed. Do you think I'm an idiot? The Huangshilang gradually grew larger amidst Gu Qingfeng's curses. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed its neck. He frowned, filled with killing intent, gripping the Huangshilang's neck tightly. He growled, Look round you right now. Gu Qingfeng lifted it high, cursing even more fiercely. In such a desolate and deserted place, where there's not even a single soul, how can there be such a big house here? I ask you, what kind of idiot would build a house in this cursed place? The Huangshilang panicked and raised its paw. My lord, I can explain. But Gu Qingfeng didn't care. He raised his hand and twisted the Huangshilang's neck into a spiral. Gu Qingfeng indifferently walked into the house. Damn it, this petty trick wants to deceive me too. On the ground, the Huangshilang's corpse was still warm, blood flowing out and soaking an entire area. Gu Qingfeng touched the wooden door. Suddenly, he channeled his energy, blowing the door into splinters. He stepped inside, coldly observing those within. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at everything. The scene inside was both vivid and eerily terrifying. The lively sounds of laughter and chatter came from countless diners, yet the banquet table was empty, without a single dish, without a single lamp, only the cold, silvery moonlight shining, making it inexplicably chilling. Gu Qingfeng realized that none of them paid attention to his sudden appearance. They all turned their heads to look up at the high platform, where the wind blew, carrying falling leaves. He frowned, cautiously walking through the crowd. Everyone was pale-faced, bowing their heads, so their expressions weren't visible. Suddenly, someone sitting to the left as Gu Qingfeng passed by showed a bizarre smile, the corners of its eyes turning red. It cackled, looking completely inhuman. As if on cue, the others also twisted their necks in unison, turning to stare at Gu Qingfeng with ghostly eyes. No one at the entire banquet was real. They surrounded him with deadly, dangerous gazes. Gu Qingfeng channeled spiritual power into his eyes. He saw through everything behind this illusion. This was, in his eyes, a strange object like a hideous monster with giant, mountain-like spikes, and on it, a girl perched, observing him. The lightly dressed beauty curved her lips into an evil smile, looking down at Gu Qingfeng from above, surrounded by countless paper figures hovering, awaiting orders. These strange paper figures were infused with purple spiritual energy. They slowly flew down to the ground, walking towards Gu Qingfeng. The blonde beauty also descended to the ground, gracefully approaching him. Distinguished guest from afar, this old one couldn't welcome you in time. Please, have a seat. Please try some. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. He channeled his energy, raised his hand, and sliced through all the paper figures. He suddenly advanced and grabbed the girl's hand, startling her. With a boom centered around Gu Qingfeng and the girl, the surrounding ground cracked like a spiderweb. The servants and dancers suddenly stopped their movements, enveloped by a golden spiritual aura. With a whoosh, those flesh and blood people instantly turned into paper figures. Not just paper figures, but also golden huangshiling. The girl had transformed into a huangshiling, unconscious in Gu Qingfeng's hand. He indifferently tossed it into the air. Then he lifted his foot and kicked it with a thud, sending it flying far away. The surrounding huangshiling trembled when they saw their boss kicked away like a bag of trash. Gu Qingfeng seemed to care about nothing. He casually walked up and sat down in the chair placed in the middle. The surrounding huangshiling trembled as they looked at this fierce god. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. Continue playing music, singing, and dancing. He irritably crossed his arms and leaned back in the chair. I definitely can't return to Wudong District today, nor can I go to Tangxiang Tower. Staying here for a night is fine. Those paper figures just now, they're alright, I guess. The huangshiling were stunned, each one fearfully looking at Gu Qingfeng, not understanding what he wanted. Gu Qingfeng grew even more annoyed. He casually kicked a huangshiling right in front of him, raising his voice. What are you doing standing there? Didn't you hear what I said? In an instant, the courtyard regained its lively atmosphere. People were laughing, singing, drinking, and watching beautiful women dance. By the other wall, who knows how many huangshiling Gu Qingfeng had beaten black and blue to restore the scene. The huangshiling looked utterly miserable. They trembled and begged for mercy. Lord, spare us, Lord, spare us. These little demons have always guarded this land and have never harmed anyone. That's right, that's right. Gu Qingfeng was still not satisfied. He pointed at the food plate in front of him, which only had a few cakes and dried seeds. He was extremely annoyed. You all quickly bring some food for me. The huangshiling were puzzled. Clearly, Gu Qingfeng was displeased by this. He angrily kicked over the food table and cursed loudly. Don't you know how to hunt and roast things? Send someone quickly. I can't go home now, and I'm in a very bad mood. He gnashed his teeth, raising his fist threateningly. From now on, you all shut your mouths for me. Just listen to my commands, understood? The huangshiling, holding plates of seeds, nodded blankly. Understood, understood. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng grabbed its neck and squeezed tightly, making it cough up blood and its eyes pop out. Gah! Gu Qingfeng indifferently turned it into a pool of blood, saying, his gaze was cold. I'll say it one last time. You just need to listen to my commands. Not a single word, understood? The huangshiling immediately covered their mouths and nodded frantically. Gu Qingfeng shouted. Half an hour later, Gu Qingfeng's table was covered with delicious, steaming hot food, including chicken, pork, and rabbit. The aroma spreading, making mouths water. In the courtyard, the dancers were also singing and dancing joyfully. Gu Qingfeng was satisfied, overjoyed, eating, drinking, and singing comfortably, with a gentle beauty massaging his feet below and a resigned subordinate serving him fruit above. At the same time, in Wudong District, Demon Suppression Town. In Li Tianren's study, he stood by the window under the bright lamplight, thoughtfully reading the letter in his hand. Suddenly, Li Tianren's eyes widened in surprise at the information in the letter. Behind him, the Fox Beauty stepped forward and asked, "What happened? Has the matter of losing the blood divine seed been exposed? Is the imperial court blaming you?" Li Tianren replied. Li Tianren handed the paper to her. "I've carefully hidden the matter of losing the blood divine seed. No one knows about it. See for yourself." The Fox Beauty took the paper. After reading it, she was equally astonished. What? There really are gods in this world, and they even trampled and damaged the Jade Dragon's secret realm barrier while chasing demons. Li Tianren did not answer. He stood deep in thought with his hands clasped behind his back, looking out the window. He said in a deep voice. Li Tianren turned his head and said to the Fox Beauty, "Even a powerhouse of the dragon transformation realm could only guard the barrier. It took their full effort to save the secret realm. But because of this god's single step, the Jade Dragon's secret realm will emerge earlier than expected." He secretly thought, moreover, this step also caused the secret realm to lose most of its power. "I'm afraid this will be the last time the Jade Dragon's secret realm opens." The girl raised her hand, perplexed. "Is this fate?" Li Tianren turned back, waved his hand, and said in a loud voice, "I don't believe in fate." The girl was flustered. Li Tianren clasped his hands behind his back. She sighed, bowed her head. Li Tianren, in his room, ordered his subordinate, "Someone bring Gu Qingfeng here." His subordinate entered, cupped his hands, and reported, "Lord Li, Gu Qingfeng is not in Demon Suppression Town." Li Tianren's face darkened. His subordinate replied awkwardly, "He's not at Tianxiang Tower, and we haven't seen him in Demon Suppression Town for days. We've searched everywhere we could." It was then that Li Tianren paid attention. He turned his head and asked, "Did he take people out?" The subordinate immediately reported, "No, even the young lady close to him said she hasn't seen him for days." Li Tianren ordered, "Send more people to search. Comb through all the brothels in Wedong district." The subordinate knelt to receive the order. "Yes, Lord Li." Li Tianren pondered for a moment. Gu Qingfeng is deeply infatuated with Tianxiang Tower. He normally wouldn't go anywhere else. If he's not there now, could something have happened? He is a crucial part of my plan. The Jade Dragon's secret realm is about to open. I can't allow anything to happen to him. At this moment, in Huang Shiling's residence, Gu Qingfeng ate and drank his fill, letting out a satisfied groan. He held the waist of a beauty transformed from paper, smirking and thinking to himself, "Using paper to wipe one's mouth is perfectly fitting." Gu Qingfeng happily flopped onto the large, soft bed. He rested one arm over his head, holding a green orb in the other hand. He began to examine the magic artifacts Puyo gave him. First was a heaven-grade mid-tier spiritual weapon, both offensive and defensive. Its Buddhist light primarily targeted demons, and its defense mainly focused on soul protection. Next was the lightning-struck wood from the Emperor Willow Heart. The Emperor Willow Heart is the main material for crafting the Wood King sword. Then there was the 9 reversal soul return pill, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Gu Qingfeng happily caressed the piece of wood, unable to help but exclaim, "Lightning-struck wood from the Emperor Willow Heart. Can Puyo really acquire such a fine item? Nice." He drew his sword, excitedly shouting, "Old friend, it's time to level up." Gu Qingfeng solemnly placed the sword on the wood, beginning to circulate his energy. In an instant, the sword and the wood fused into one. Gu Qingfeng admiringly looked at his new sword, which was covered in a layer of golden spiritual energy, looking very high grade. He set the sword aside and picked up the medicine bottle to examine it. This item is a treasure recorded in ancient texts. Even the Demon Suppression Division doesn't have it. Puyo must have spent a lot of effort to get it, right? He took out a pill, muttering to himself. He used this to deal with the blood demon, but unfortunately it ended up in my pocket. Gu Qingfeng lounged on the large bed, looking at the 2 weasels sweeping the room, thinking to himself, "Weasels are really useful. With the Paperman technique, I won't have to fear being left out in the open anymore. Of course, I'll have to use my alternate dimension." The weasel suddenly startled, turning its head to look at Gu Qingfeng. wondering why this guy called it. Gu Qingfeng clasped his hands behind his head, smiling slyly, looking extremely wicked. Where's your leader? Gu Qingfeng smirked heavily. Hi, if you don't tell me, I'll roast you. The weasels trembled, no different from food delivered right to Gu Qingfeng's mouth. One weasel fell to the ground with a thud. Another, noticeably fatter than the rest, pointed at the skinny weasels and fawned with a smile. My lord, these 3 will be your guides. At your command, they swear on the Weasel clan's honor to be absolutely loyal to you. Gu Qingfeng grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, satisfied. That's better. 3 days later, Gu Qingfeng followed the weasels and finally found his way back to Wenong District. The weasel happily pointed towards the wooden gate, overjoyed to have seen off the god of plague. Master, we're here. Gu Qingfeng replied, all right, you can go back now. Remember, don't run around if I find out. You know the consequences, right? The weasels quickly nodded, go, go. With Gu Qingfeng's urging, the group of weasels swiftly jumped into the teleportation barrier. Gu Qingfeng immediately dashed into Wenong District, his heart filled with eagerness. Paper beauties are still just paper beauties. How can they compare to my little enchantress? Little enchantress, I'm coming. At the Demon Suppression Division, it was a beautiful sunny day. Returning to the Demon Suppression Division on a beautiful sunny day, Gu Qingfeng had just stepped into his workplace when a subordinate blocked his path. Gu Qingfeng frowned, unhappily saying, how dare you stop me? Li Tianren's subordinate wasn't feeling comfortable either. Gu Qingfeng, where have you been these past few days? Lord Li has turned Wudong District upside down looking for you. Gu Qingfeng indifferently asked back, looking for me? Why are you looking for me? The subordinate no longer held back. He grabbed Gu Qingfeng's arm and pulled him along. I don't know either. Just come with me to see Lord Li right away. A voice rang out. You two as demon slayers, wrestling in the courtyard. What kind of behavior is that? Li Tianren clasped his hands behind his back, slowly approaching the two of them. The subordinate quickly let go of Gu Qingfeng, bowing respectfully. Lord Li! Gu Qingfeng scoffed, ignoring him. Old Li, why are you so anxious to find me? He proudly put his hands on his hips. I've been traveling these past few days. Young people should go out and see the world, right? Li Tianren's pressure surged out like green snakes. Just by looking, one could tell he was furious. Gu Qingfeng frowned, suddenly looking at Li Tianren with tension. He thought to himself, what happened to the Demon Suppression Division while I was gone for a few days? No wonder he was so desperate to find me. Li Tianren waved his hand, telling his subordinate, I have something to say to Lord Gu. You may withdraw. The other person respectfully bowed. Yes. Li Tianren strode closer to Gu Qingfeng, who was still casually rubbing his head. That book on alchemy I gave you, have you finished reading it? Gu Qingfeng was startled. Almost done. He scratched his head, forcing a laugh, feeling like a teacher was quizzing him. Although I only read 1 volume before going to Tianxiang Tower, there was nothing I could do. The beauties needed me, but reading 1 volume is still reading. There was no trace of a smile on Li Tianren's face, but he was quite satisfied with Gu Qingfeng's answer. That's good. Get ready. We'll depart for the Jade Dragon Secret Realm in 3 days. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. He confusedly asked again, 3 days? Isn't the Jade Dragon Secret Realm supposed to open in a year? Why are we going now? Even if we go there to get acquainted, we don't need to go a whole year in advance. Li Tianren was annoyed. Just looking at Gu Qingfeng's face, he knew the guy had no idea about recent news. Li Tianren frowned, recounting the story of the Jade Dragon Secret Realm being stepped onto Gu Qingfeng, his expression briefly showing understanding. After hearing it, he was even more surprised. I'm the culprit. Gu Qingfeng curled his lip in disdain. The Jade Dragon Secret Realm is too fragile. It breaks with just 1 step. Li Tianren was silent for a moment, then continued. When Pilking Qiu Yulong was alive, he was merely a Grand Master level expert. He emotionlessly asked Gu Qingfeng, do you think the secret realm he set up could withstand a stomp from a god? Gu Qingfeng's face darkened, unhappily asking, If the Jade Dragon secret realm was only set up by a Grand Master level expert, then why bother participating in the trials? Couldn't a few Grand Masters just team up and force their way in? Li Tianren was at a loss for words at his thought process. Gu Qingfeng, meanwhile, was busy suspecting that this guy was teasing him. Li Tianren spread his hands, replying to Gu Qingfeng, "The secret realm is easy to break, but once it's broken, everything inside will be destroyed." He turned, his figure like a pine tree. Therefore, people in the world can only obediently follow the rules of the Jade Dragon secret realm and participate in the cultivation. Gu Qingfeng fell silent in thought, finally understanding why these people were so cautious. "Alright, we're departing in 3 days, right?" "Yes, and a girl will be coming with us." Gu Qingfeng was briefly stunned by this answer. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly rushed to fawn over Li Tianren. "Is she pretty? How old is she? Is she married?" Li Tianren retreated in fear. "Go back and pack your things." Li Tianren's face was expressionless, saying, "Unwavering king." Gu Qingfeng dejectedly put his hands on his head, left, and cursed under his breath. "Just wait until I become a prince. I'll show you first." He frowned, torn between going home and seeing the little charmer. He stood in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze for a while. "Damn it, I've been looking at those paper figures for so long. I need to have the little charmer cleanse my eyes." Gu Qingfeng quickly made up his mind. He smiled and turned back. A graceful figure appeared before Gu Qingfeng. He sat contentedly on a chair in the room, watching the beauty. The scantily clad beauty appeared with seductive movements, her fair skin highlighted by the purple fabric, making her even softer and more voluptuous. The alluring beauty approached Gu Qingfeng, sat on his lap, and sweetly called out, "Master!" She leaned on Gu Qingfeng's arm, hugged his neck. "Master, I've missed you so much." Gu Qingfeng teased her, reaching out to pull at the soft fabric on her body. The little charmer sweetly cried out, "My lord." Gu Qingfeng lifted the little charmer by her waist, and they both moved towards the only bed in the room. The soft fabric gently fell to the floor, unnoticed. "Master, gently." Gu Qingfeng placed the beauty on the mattress, their hands intertwined, holding her firmly on the bed. A moment later, the priceless spring night began. The creaking of the bed resounded. Gu Qingfeng tightly held the little charmer's delicate, soft wrists, pressing her down beneath him. The little bat shyly hid behind the curtain. Sometime later, Gu Qingfeng was satisfied and put on his clothes properly. He sat cross-legged beside the bed, examining his body. Long periods without sleep, even the immortal black dragon body couldn't endure it. The little charmer had long fallen into a deep sleep. Her soft, seductive body, like a water snake, was hidden beneath the soft blanket. Gu Qingfeng began to plan for the future. Still unaware of the true situation of the Jade Dragon's secret realm, he had to prepare thoroughly. It was time to cultivate. He gently caressed the beauty's small face on the bed. She softly called out in her daze, "My lord." Gu Qingfeng sighed, The little charmer's dancing was too wonderful. I didn't want to miss a single moment." He smiled, gazing at the sleeping beauty. "I need to get a bigger place for the little charmer. Otherwise, she can't perform properly." Finally, Gu Qingfeng gently leaned down and kissed the beauty's forehead. He carefully moved away from her, gazing at her one last time. The little charmer seemed to sense it. She slightly opened her misty eyes, her cheeks flushed like a blooming flower. But there was no one left in the room, only she remained on the bed. The little charmer sat up, hesitantly calling out, "Master." Elsewhere, Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate his energy to cultivate. Spiritual energy appeared, swirling round him. They swirled around and gradually gathered into a small pellet in his palm. Gu Qingfeng bowed his head. The spiritual energy grew denser and denser, swirling around him without order, like currents of water. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. At the same time, a system notification appeared. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Your strength has broken through to the 8th heaven of the Qi realm." Gu Qingfeng fell back, gasping for breath. Indeed, the spiritual energy around him grew more and more abundant. He looked down at his hands. Gu Qingfeng slightly curved the corner of his mouth. To do anything well, one must prepare thoroughly. Honing one's Dao heart is essential. I must visit Tianxiang Tower more often. Gu Qingfeng, it's time to leave. Hearing this voice, Gu Qingfeng quickly got out of bed. He loudly replied, "Coming right away." Gu Qingfeng rushed out of the room, thinking to himself, "Alright, I'll continue cultivating when I get back." The door gently opened. As soon as Gu Qingfeng opened the door, he saw Li Tianren standing outside with his arms crossed, waiting for him. Behind him was a small figure. He was curious. "Old Li, who's this?" Li Tianren leaned to the side, revealing the person behind him. He introduced, "This is the descendant of an old friend of mine, Li Xiaokui. This time she will accompany you to the Jade Dragon's secret realm." Li Xiaokui's face looked tired as if she lacked sleep. She gently raised her hand as a greeting to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng was stunned, thinking to himself, "It's a human, not a demon. Is this guy trying to hide a fox demon?" He looked down at the rather petite Li Xiaokui. "Is that your real name?" Li Xiaokui also quickly caught onto the name. Real name? Gu Qingfeng grew even more curious. Why does that name sound so rustic? Li Tianren immediately grabbed Gu Qingfeng by the scruff of his neck, making him jump. He lifted Gu Qingfeng like a bear. "This is Gu Qingfeng. Alright, you two have met. Let's go." Li Xiaokui's face remained as indifferent as before. All three rode on a large blue bird named Azure Cloud Sparrow. It soared over mountain ranges with just a few swift glides. Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, bored, curiously watching Li Tianren and Li Xiaokui standing side by side up front. Li Tianren is going out to do such an important task. Why would he bring along a girl who can't even tie a chicken? The two standing side by side made Gu Qingfeng feel more and more that something was off. He started to overthink. Could it be that these two have a secret they can't tell anyone? Or does this girl have some strange hobby? I must ask clearly, otherwise, what if their grudges affect my promotion later? No sooner said than done. Gu Qingfeng sidled up to Li Xiaokui first. He cleared his throat and tried calling out, "Li Xiaokui, what is it?" She immediately turned her head. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, ready to gossip. Hey, I heard old Li say you come from a pilled-out aristocratic family. I wonder which family it is. I also want to get into this pill-refining profession. Want to?" Li Xiaokui cut him off again, her face devoid of expression. "Just a minor family, not worth mentioning." Gu Qingfeng was confused. He raised his voice. "At least it must have a name." Li Xiaokui turned her head, answering perfunctorily, "The Li family," which made Gu Qingfeng so angry he fell backward. He lay silently on the back of the Azure Cloud Sparrow, unable to understand. He suddenly sat up. Gu Qingfeng slowly approached Li Tianren. He raised his hand and began to circulate his energy. Spiritual energy shot out in all directions. Then from midair, a soft pillow appeared. Gu Qingfeng lay down on the bird's back, resting his head on the newly materialized pillow, finding a comfortable position. From this position, he could see Li Tianren quite clearly. He cleared his throat. "Old Li." Gu Qingfeng frowned, looking at Li Tianren awkwardly. "Old Li, this is." The Azure Cloud Sparrow soared through the clouds. Gu Qingfeng propped his chin, carefully observing Li Tianren. His expression became more serious. Old Li's injuries were heavier than 3 days ago, and his aura was increasingly unstable. Could this kid have fought someone else in these 3 days? Gu Qingfeng propped his chin, observing Li Tianren walking side by side with Li Xiaokui. The more he thought about it, the more tense he became. Who knows what mysterious things these two are up to? I'll quickly leave once I get what I need. With my current strength, no matter what schemes you have, leaving won't be a problem. After thinking it through, Gu Qingfeng felt a little tired. He turned around, looked up at the blue sky, and yawned. Gu Qingfeng slowly drifted off to sleep. In Qingshan Town, countless cultivators gathered around the tea houses. Have you heard? It seems this is the last time the Jade Dragon's secret realm will open. I've heard, otherwise, I wouldn't be rushing here like this. Ha, the god's power is truly terrifying. One kick destroyed the entire Jade Dragon secret realm. What a pity, now there's one less sacred place for studying alchemy. Gu Qingfeng strode behind Li Tianren, pricking up his ears to listen. The immortality pill, refined by a god-tier alchemist, who in this world wouldn't want it? I hope I can find it this time. Gu Qingfeng felt overjoyed hearing people praise him. He mumbled, "Is this what it feels like for a king to enter a bronze-ranked rookie zone?" Someone suddenly shouted loudly. "Look quickly!" This caught Gu Qingfeng's attention. He looked in the direction the person pointed, turning his head to gaze at the sky. In the sky, a large bird appeared, carrying a palanquin on its back. It's someone from Spirit Medicine Mountain. Countless people around looked on with admiration mixed with envy. As expected of the famous alchemy sect in the Great Yin Dynasty, to use a black-feathered eagle to pull a palanquin, they're truly wealthy. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng rubbed his chin with interest, observing the black-feathered eagle. Rich! He frowned curiously. An alchemy sect, yet they're so domineering? Its wings gently opened and flapped a few times, making the cultivators below quickly raise their hands to shield their heads. Spirit Medicine Mountain is a renowned alchemy sect in the Great Yin Dynasty, controlling most of the nation's medicinal pills. Its strength is immense. The sect has an old ancestor at the Dragon Transformation Realm, boasts extensive connections, forms alliances with various forces through medicinal pills, and acts domineeringly towards cultivators everywhere. Its wings flapped a few times, and the black-feathered eagle slowly landed on the ground. The palanquin also gradually descended to the ground. The strong wind from its wings prevented weaker cultivators from opening their eyes. From inside the palanquin, an old man and a young boy slowly emerged, both possessing the demeanor of immortals, worthy of the sect's reputation. Gu Qingfeng completely separated himself from the crowd rushing to flatter the two and strode over, shifting his attention elsewhere. He stood in front of the black-feathered eagle, propping his hands on his waist in thought. What could be more imposing than riding a peak dragon transformation realm great demon? After this is over, I must find a demon companion. He pondered, lost in thought. I didn't expect selling medicinal pills could make one so rich. After the Jade Dragon Secret Realm business is finished, I'll have to go back and come up with a new plan. Gu Qingfeng rubbed his chin, already planning to find a mount. How can I make a demon companion willingly become my mount? I wonder if the celestial demon blood physique will work a second time? He sensed an unfamiliar aura and suddenly glanced behind him. A man in armor radiating golden light in all directions was hovering in midair. Gu Qingfeng frowned, scratching his head. Isn't this the guy who got slapped by the demon companion when I was escaping? He's quite good at pretending. The surrounding cultivators had already knelt down, respectfully saluting him. Greetings, Senior General. The Senior General said in a deep voice, his voice amplified by spiritual power, echoing throughout the town. Previously, the Jade Dragon Secret Realm was accidentally damaged, and much of its power was depleted. This will be its final opening, lasting approximately 3 days. After 3 days, the Jade Dragon Secret Realm will cease to exist. Remember this. Gu Qingfeng stood behind the crowd, emotionlessly watching the Senior General in the sky, while the surrounding cultivators responded. Thank you for the reminder, Senior General. The Senior General, high above, looked down at the crowd below. Spiritual power began to surge intensely. His eyes glowed brightly. Gritting his teeth, the Senior General began to unleash his power, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Thunder rumbled in response, astonishing the crowd of cultivators, including Gu Qingfeng. Spiritual power surged through the general's meridians, erupting into a dazzling halo that tore through space, forming a radiant golden portal and transforming him into a true divine messenger. The Senior General, still with clasped hands, announced sonorously, "The Jade Dragon Secret Realm is open. Quickly enter." The cultivators immediately flocked into the newly opened spatial portal, as numerous as a festival crowd. While the throng rushed in, the trio of Gu Qingfeng, Li Tianren, and Li Shaoqui chose to observe from outside, in no hurry. Gu Qingfeng exclaimed, "I didn't expect the entrance to be so high up." Li Shaoqui immediately said, "Let's go too." However, Li Tianren, who had been in a hurry before, was now unusually leisurely. He calmly stopped them, saying, "Wait a little longer." Some wished to seize the first opportunity and rush ahead, while others wished to profit from observing, remaining still. Gu Qingfeng glanced to the side, reluctantly listening to the lecture. The three of them hovered in the air, in no rush to enter the secret realm. Li Tianren continued his lecture. But one thing is certain, the path ahead is extremely perilous. The disciples of the 10 great sects and the 4 great clans haven't moved yet. Let's wait and see. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips, he turned his head, and spiritual power began to emanate from his palm. The corners of his mouth curved into a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with unconcealed arrogance as he declared, "Before absolute power, all schemes are meaningless." Li Tianren and Li Shaoqui were dumbfounded, staring blankly as Gu Qingfeng shone like a proud peacock displaying its tail. Gu Qingfeng decisively waved his hand, leading the way forward. "Let's go!" He paid no mind to others and immediately rushed into the secret realm. Li Shaoqui also hastily followed closely, leaving only Li Tianren frozen in place, still trying to process what had just happened. Gu Qingfeng passed through the spatial gate leading to the secret realm, with Li Shaoqui following right behind him. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Gu Qingfeng was stunned by the scene before him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Volcanoes!" The entrance led straight to a boiling sea of lava. Gu Qingfeng swiftly flew up, his mind working at full speed. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his body struggled in midair. Hey, why is flying forbidden here? A system notification appeared, answering his question. This is the first trial, testing everyone's fire control talent. Only those with strong talent can pass through the lava, climb the volcano, and enter the next trial. This place has an anti-air formation. Flying is forbidden. To climb the volcano, one can only walk through the sea of fire. Immediately after, Gu Qingfeng lost his support and plummeted straight down by gravity. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Those who arrived earlier were gathered on a small rock, seemingly accustomed to this sight. They calmly spoke up. Another one! Gu Qingfeng fell straight into the sea of molten lava, just like a stone thrown into a bubbling hot pot. The cultivators who entered earlier could only sweat profusely at this sight. They calmly commented, "Although this posture isn't the best, his scream is the loudest." The person next to him breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, we have senior brother's earth controlling art. Otherwise, we would have died in that sea of fire too." But Gu Qingfeng, who was presumed dead, unexpectedly surfaced, gurgling, perfectly fine as if taking a hot spring bath. Before they could recover from their surprise, another figure fell. That senior brother looked up. Another one. Gu Qingfeng also curiously looked up. Humph, he emerged from the lava. The person who just arrived was Li Shaoqui, who entered right after Gu Qingfeng. Li Shaoqui was completely taken by surprise by this scene. She had no preparations and just free fell. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, "I almost forgot about her." He immediately stood up, extending his hand towards Li Shaoqui. Li Shaoqui fell but landed safely in a steady embrace. Gu Qingfeng carried Li Shaoqui in a princess carry. Still nimbly jumping, he solemnly recited the incantation, the fire control art. Then Gu Qingfeng gently placed his feet on the lava, as if walking on solid ground. He carried Li Shaoqui, calmly walking on the sea of fire, surrounded by a radiant red barrier. The two cultivators now looked pale. "This guy isn't dead yet." "Senior brother, look, the lava has stopped flowing." Gu Qingfeng also noticed something unusual. He looked at the barrier around him. Soul power! Gu Qingfeng tiptoed, jumping out of the lava flow. He handed Li Shaoqui to the two cultivators, instructing, "Take care of her." The two cultivators watched Gu Qingfeng lightly jump up again like a wisp of wind. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they instinctively replied, "Okay." Li Shaoqui had been so frightened that she was crying. Gu Qingfeng said in a deep voice, suddenly asking a question out of nowhere. "You're behind this trick, aren't you? Come out." He walked on the lava as if on solid ground, silently looking down at the layer of lava beneath his feet. No sooner had he spoken than the sea of lava beneath his feet churned, slowly coalescing into the form of a fiery monster. This lava person's eyes were tearful, looking very pitiful. At this moment, it trembled as it called Gu Qingfeng, "Lord, my lord." The two cultivators again looked up into the air, following the new group of people entering. "Senior brother, look, disciples from the 4 great clans have entered." One of them frowned, looking down. "What's happening? The lava has stopped flowing." Another voice rang out, "Look at the flame demon." The green-haired man who had just entered also looked down. Then he finally saw Gu Qingfeng arrogantly standing with his hands on his hips in front of the flame demon. He was astonished. Who is that person ahead? Why is he so powerful? At this moment, Gu Qingfeng was facing the flame demon, and the flame demon was trembling uncontrollably, no different from the group of yellow rats a few days ago. The flame demon suddenly knelt down, the fire on its body still blazing. "Great Elder, please spare me. I absolutely dare not show off my meager skills in front of you. Please spare me, please spare me." Gu Qingfeng didn't understand what was happening, his head slowly showing question marks. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, its expression as if comprehending something profound. "I understand." Gu Qingfeng asked, puzzled. "What do you understand?" The entire flame demon also lit up as if enlightened. "I will definitely not obstruct the Great Elder's path." It slowly backed away, then the flame demon channeled its energy, and the surrounding lava gradually gathered. The cultivators watched in astonishment as the lava flow seemed to think. Some carelessly fell into the current with a splash. They quickly gathered into a crowd. What in the world happened? The lava is receding. They looked towards the distant flame demon. The lava flow had disappeared. What is going on? Could it be that the first gate was just to scare us? Actually, we can pass through easily. No, that can't be. Why do I feel like this is an omen that the Jade Dragon's secret realm is about to collapse? The flame demon knelt, placing one hand on the ground. The lava, at its command, had completely vanished. It exhaled a sigh of relief. From beneath the ground, a powerful stream of light appeared. The flame demon stood on the ground, the stream of light surrounding it growing denser. With a boom, an entirely red dragon appeared in the surging lava, allowing Gu Qingfeng to ride on its head. Gu Qingfeng comfortably stood on the head of the fire dragon. Its eyes glowed, its mouth holding a fire orb, ready to attack at any moment. The cultivators stared in shock at the dragon that suddenly appeared. Look, there's someone on top. The Jade Dragon's secret realm has existed for hundreds of years and opened countless times, but no one has ever heard of a dragon at the first gate. I feel like we're no match for that person. Is this trip going to be for nothing? This is the last chance. The cultivators huddled together, discussing. The other one was suspicious. That imposing aura, that technique of transforming lava into a dragon, surely he must be a Grand Master, right? Why would he appear in this secret realm? Gu Qingfeng contentedly watched the cultivators below incessantly discuss him. Who in the world is he? Just now, I used my soul power to investigate, and this person's cultivation is only at the 8th layer of the Qi Gathering realm. Only at the 8th layer of the Qi Gathering realm. Great Master, please accept me as your disciple. I am willing to eliminate all your opponents here. I'll listen to whatever you say. Others, afraid of being outbid, quickly spoke up. I am willing to. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. Too noisy. Get out of the way. The dragon joyfully thought. This is the divine aura a god should possess. The fire dragon, at Gu Qingfeng's will, immediately turned its head and headed in another direction, leaving the cultivators bewildered. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, looking at the tiny spirit in front of him, whose colors were in complete contrast to this fire-filled pass. It spoke, "Congratulations, martial artist, on reaching Fire Mountain Pass. Passing through the light gate of Fire Mountain Pass will lead to the next gate. Please prepare for battle." Gu Qingfeng frowned, starting to calculate. It's been so hard to come here. How can I only take these dead items like the elixir of immortality and the divine refining method? Those well-prepared family disciples are all mobile gold vaults. He began to ponder the cultivators below, smirking heavily. I spent so much effort to drain the lava. Getting those things shouldn't be too much to ask, right? But I also have to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Gu Qingfeng broke into a sweat. He wondered if his previous fabricated identity as a god's disciple could fool these family disciples. I'll probe them first, then decide. It's possible to do little and gain much. No sooner said than done. Gu Qingfeng turned his head and called, "Hey, you guys." He suddenly stopped, looking at the group of people huddled together in one spot. Gu Qingfeng felt helpless. Why were these family disciples acting so stupid? They really hadn't experienced life. Why were they all so timid? Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat, ready to confront them. He scowled, put his hands on his hips to show his displeasure, and said loudly, "I've already cleared the way for you. Why aren't you hurrying up and going?" The family disciples were stunned. They wondered, is he really that kind? He's already reached the realm where he can control lava dragons. I don't think he needs to trick us. So what's his purpose in helping us? Whatever his purpose, we'll know if we go up and ask. Gu Qingfeng thought, bored. Do you think I'm deaf? You're talking so loudly, I heard everything. The family disciples immediately cupped their hands respectfully, shouting thank you loudly before running off. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, standing imposingly, blocking the entrance to the next secret realm. Someone came forward to thank him. "Many thanks, senior." But Gu Qingfeng said indifferently, "No need to thank me. Thanks for your support of 1,000 liang." That person was startled. What? Someone else looked at Gu Qingfeng with different eyes. Are all-powerful experts so vulgar now? Gu Qingfeng repeated. "I said thanks for your support, meaning I'm taking 1,000 liang from you." At the same time, he used his power to control the lava dragon, making it quickly surface to threaten the crowd. What? You don't want to? You're from the esteemed Spirit Medicine Mountain, and you don't even know how to repay a favor. Their attitude instantly changed, and they obediently handed money to Gu Qingfeng. "Please accept it, senior." He happily replied, "That's more like it. Teachable youngsters, go on in." With permission granted, this person immediately stepped through the gate. Gu Qingfeng stood nearby, urging, "Next. Next." Seeing the person before them pass so smoothly, the people behind lined up to hand over money one by one. Gu Qingfeng happily accepted the money. Those behind who had no money were dumbfounded and speechless. Suddenly, someone approached. Gu Qingfeng looked up. It was Li Shaoqui. "Oh, you're here?" He remained seated and quickly named a price. "Considering we're acquainted, I'll give you a discount. 500 taels of gold will do. If you don't have money, you can use another method." For example, before Gu Qingfeng could finish speaking, Shaoqui threw a banknote in front of him and quickly headed for the gate. "Here, take it. Don't say anything else to me." Gu Qingfeng watched Li Shaoqui step through the gate. "I haven't even finished yet. For example, personally thanking me would have been enough." The first trial of the Jade Dragon Secret Realm has concluded. The pass rate is 1/10. The second trial of the Jade Dragon Secret Realm. All those who passed the secret realm gathered in an open space, exclaiming, "What a beautiful sight! I've long heard that the second gate is a wonder of the human world. Seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. However, some were highly vigilant. The illusionary realm is beautiful, but unfortunately, it hides murderous intent." In contrast to the curious crowd, these two people didn't pay any attention. Gu Qingfeng was dozing off, while Shaoqui was calmly reaching out to play with a small butterfly. The system announced again, the test for the second gate is soul perception power. There are 100 spirit guides hidden everywhere, appearing and disappearing. Only those with strong souls can sense their location. Those who obtain a spirit guide can pass through the light gate to the next round. Shaoqui reached out, wanting to wake Gu Qingfeng. The guardian spirit of the Jade Dragon Secret Realm has announced the start. Before she could do anything, the crowd in front of them immediately scattered, each go in their own way, quickly trying to pass this secret realm. Shaoqui vigilantly turned her head to look for Gu Qingfeng. Sure enough, he was still sitting there. Gu Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. 100 spirit guides. That means 100 people can enter the next round. Then don't blame me, okay? Gu Qingfeng stood up and said, one must find the spirit guide and pass through the light gate. If the two sides are not in the same position, there will be a time difference in advancement. One can obtain spirit guides by snatching them. A formation appeared in the sky, another bloody struggle. With that, Gu Qingfeng began to cast a formation. Blue light pillars struck directly down to the ground. Gu Qingfeng sighed, well, I'm so kind, I'll save you all again. I'm sacrificing myself for others like this. When I get back, I must tell old Li to give me a commendation banner. With that, Gu Qingfeng turned in one direction and disappeared. At the same time, elsewhere, someone luckily found a spirit guide right at their feet. He bent down to pick it up, happily saying, I've got the spirit guide. Now I just need to go to the light gate. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange blue light vortex appeared. The spirit key also disappeared in a blink of an eye. That person, shocked, held their head and shouted loudly. Clearly, I had already picked up the spirit key, so why is it nowhere to be seen in a blink of an eye? Other spirit keys also appeared, following one another as if attracted by something. Gu Qingfeng landed on the ground from somewhere, a bag in each hand. After fiddling around for a while, Gu Qingfeng gathered everything from the bags into one brown bag and threw it onto the ground with a thud. Gu Qingfeng stood in front of the Gate of Light, pulling a ring out from inside his clothes. He performed some actions, then pulled out another spirit key. The last one, that's enough. From afar, Li Xiaodai quickly ran over. Give it back to me. Gu Qingfeng looked at her, puzzled. Return what? Xiaodai angrily shouted, the Qianqin ring. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened, but he still held out the ring to return it to her. So it's yours. I was wondering who was so unethical as to litter here. Luckily, a good young man like me found it. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't return it to you. Li Xiaodai quickly took the ring. She turned her back, trembling, which made Gu Qingfeng curious enough to want to take a look. Xiaodai turned back and continued to hold out her hand, demanding from Gu Qingfeng, give me back all the spirit keys too. But he leisurely sat down. Little sister, there's a limit to making trouble for no reason. Gu Qingfeng crossed his legs, propped up his hand, his demeanor casual and teasing. I found the spirit keys by my own skill, and you want to reap without sowing? Xiaodai asked. What do you want? Gu Qingfeng looked at the spirit key in his hand and replied, I'm about to organize an auction. You can bid later. He glanced. If you win the bid, it's yours. How about that? Isn't that fair and just enough? Xiaodai was about to reason with him when suddenly a voice echoed, frantic. What? Your spirit keys have also disappeared. From afar, a group of people advanced towards the gate, complaining angrily as they walked. It's gone. I even touched it, but in an instant, it was gone. Someone asked, hey, which of you managed to get a spirit key? That person replied again. Who got one? What's going on? Could it be that the gods' initial descent messed up the rules of the Jade Dragon's secret realm? They suddenly remembered what Gu Qingfeng had done in the previous secret realm. Have you forgotten the person who swindled our money and the white-haired woman who was with him? The girl next to them worried. Could it be that person used some strange trick to steal all the spirit keys, then entered the next gate by himself? That way, no one would be able to compete with him anymore. The men at the front affirmed. That must be it. They saw Gu Qingfeng and Xiaodai in front of the Gate of Light, angrily surmising he had been waiting there for a long time. Suddenly, just as he finished speaking, he made a face of extreme panic. That is! He pointed at the glowing bag next to Gu Qingfeng and shouted loudly. It's the spirit keys! The crowd began to shout in rage. It was him after all. All 100 spirit keys are with him. Who exactly are you? How dare you pull a trick in the Jade Dragon's secret realm? Do you not respect the gods? Someone calmer in the crowd grabbed the shoulder of the person in front and said, this person can openly do such a thing here. Their cultivation must be extraordinary. Someone agreed. That's right, that's right. What if we oppose him and the people from Spirit Medicine Mountain? Will he take revenge on us after we leave the Jade Dragon secret realm? That person added, exactly, they have Spirit Medicine Mountain to protect them while we are all alone. Gu Qingfeng, who had been sitting silently all this time, put on a pitiful expression and spoke. I just wanted a peaceful way for you to advance, but I didn't expect you to think of me like that, wasting all my painstaking efforts. The calm man from earlier asked him, then tell us, what method do you have for us to advance peacefully? The woman next to him immediately cursed. Indeed, you stole our spirit keys. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's attack now. There are many of us. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Qingfeng raised his hand, exerting pressure. They immediately stared in shock. Gu Qingfeng asked, may I continue speaking? No one dared to argue. He stood up and yawned lazily. My method is very simple. I'll organize an auction for 100 spirit keys. Whoever bids the highest gets them. Any objections? The crowd, indeed, was scared and dared not disobey Gu Qingfeng. They answered in unison, none. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the still panicked crowd. Very good. It seems everyone is like me. You prefer peace and hate bloodshed. I declare the auction officially open. The starting price for a spirit key is 1,000 gold taels. Any objections? They replied, frightened, none. Lord, whatever you say. Xiaothai spoke up first. 1,000 gold taels. Gu Qingfeng picked up a branch, using it as a prop. He began to call out, 1,000 gold taels once, 1,000 gold taels twice. Gu Qingfeng's voice gradually faded. 1,000 gold taels. He didn't even bother to finish the sentence, questioning the crowd. None of you want to bid? Don't you want to pass the gate? Don't you want to obtain the inheritance of the Jade Dragon's secret realm and become a peerless king? Gu Qingfeng slammed the branch onto the ground, breaking it in half. Alright, 1,000 gold taels, third call. Congratulations, Miss Li Xiaotsui, on obtaining the third entrance ticket. He handed Li Xiaotsui a spirit guide. She was filled with confusion and thought to herself, how could he possess power beyond the Zongshan realm? But wasn't he body snatched? Who was the one who body snatched him? Why is he so strong and yet pretends to only have the power of the 8th layer of Qi Gathering realm? Even though her heart was full of questions, she still accepted the spirit guide and immediately ran through the light gate. This level of power isn't beneficial for carrying out the plan. It seems I'll have to discuss it again with Lord Li. Gu Qingfeng lazily yawned again. Alright, let's continue the auction. The second spirit guide. Starting bid 1,000 gold taels. Someone couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked him, you just said you're auctioning all 100 spirit guides. Don't you want to enter the next gate? Gu Qingfeng replied indifferently. No, I don't. He said with a noble air. As your senior, I want to give this opportunity to the younger generation. I solemnly promise that all 100 spirit guides will be auctioned, not a single one held back. The crowd looked at each other, buzzing. Gu Qingfeng continued. Now, let's continue the auction. Don't you want to be the first one to enter? The earlier you enter, the more time you'll have, and the easier it will be to obtain the inheritance. Someone in the crowd immediately pointed and shouted, I bid 1,000 gold taels. After that, more people wanted to compete, and the price gradually increased. 1,200, 1,500. I bid 2,000 taels. Someone else asked curiously, may I ask, senior, can spirit weapons and elixirs be exchanged? Gu Qingfeng agreed. Yes. The crowd became even more boisterous than before. Alright, I'll offer a mid-grade profound tier spirit weapon. 2 mid-grade profound tier spirit weapons. A bottle of profound origin pills. Market price 8,000 gold taels. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. My Gu family is a descendant of the gods. I must have this second spirit guide. I hope everyone will show respect to the Gu family. Indeed, no one in the crowd spoke up anymore. Gu Qingfeng frowned, annoyed, and thought, how dare he use this old man's name to cheat? This old man wants to see what you can say. The self-proclaimed person said to Gu Qingfeng, my Gu family is a descendant of the gods. I must obtain the spirit guide. I hope this fellow Taoist will be considerate. Gu Qingfeng replied, What if I say no? Gu Qingfeng said with his arms crossed. I just said this auction is fair competition. You dare to rely on your power to oppress others. This time it doesn't count. He continued. Young man who offered the profound origin pills earlier, make your bid again. He was extremely annoyed in his heart. Dare to use this old man's name to make money. Do you want to die? The person who claimed to be from the Gu family was astonished. In this world, there's actually someone who dares to disrespect a god. Does he want to die? He was arrogant and conceited. Senior, my Gu family is a descendant of the gods. Although we are currently in the secret realm, can you guarantee that you'll never leave in this lifetime? You should know offending a god will have consequences. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Qingfeng sent him flying with a single punch. Gu Qingfeng dusted his hands. Can we continue now? The crowd responded in unison. Continue, continue. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's display just now, everyone was surprised and frightened. The descendant of a god was sent flying. This person doesn't care about gods. Could he be a madman? Who exactly is he? He's not afraid of offending a god. Could he be an otherworldly master? Gu Qingfeng, seeing no one speak up, asked, What are you doing, bid now? Do I have a price written on my face? Who offered the profound origin pills earlier? Continue. A man quickly replied, It's me. I'll offer 2 bottles of profound origin pills. He thought to himself, this person is truly a madman. He's not even afraid of a god. If he targets me after leaving the Jade Dragon secret realm, I should just obediently spend money. Gu Qingfeng asked again, Does anyone have a higher bid? Only silence answered. He then said, Alright, then you win. That person received the spirit guide. Thank you, senior. Gu Qingfeng smiled. Look how actively the young people are pressing forward. The crowd was speechless. Isn't it because you scared them? Truly a madman with principles. Gu Qingfeng held the spirit guide in his hand. Let's continue with the third one. After some time passed, all 100 spirit guides had been auctioned off. Gu Qingfeng was happily sorting through the pile of auctioned items. He looked and thought, the second gate should have been a bloodbath, but under my leadership, 100 people were successfully chosen to advance, and no one was injured. He stood up and raised both hands to the sky. I truly have boundless merit. I must ask Old Lei for a reward. After that, he used a primordial pill, channeled power to create a blue flame around it, and then easily stepped through the door of light into the next secret realm. The next secret realm appeared with a strange orange-yellow light. The third gate tests alchemy skills. Use the alchemy tools in the secret realm to refine a jade blossom pill. The high-grade elixirs will be able to break free from the seal within 2 hours and enter the inheritance grounds, which only the first 10 people are allowed to access. Purity Then STC is the quality of the elixir. The process of forming an elixir through collecting, storing, selecting the alchemy furnace, controlling the fire, and refining techniques, each step can inevitably affect the quality. Losing 1 part of quality means the elixir is 9 purity. Losing 2 parts of quality means the elixir is 8 purity. 7 purity elixirs are top grade. 8 purity are rare supreme grade. 9 purity is a masterpiece that only peak alchemists can refine. And 10 purity is a legend. Gu Qingfeng stood outside the golden barrier, looking at the crowd inside who were busily refining elixirs, full of doubt. This is the third gate. It surely isn't a prison, is it? He saw Li Shaokui and called her name. Li Shaokui, can you get out? Li Shaokui was extremely surprised to see him. Gu Qingfeng, you don't have a spirit guide. How did you get in? She thought the 100 people had already entered long ago. Didn't he sell his spirit guides and give up on entering the next gate? How did he get in? Hearing that, everyone looked towards Gu Qingfeng. The crowd's voices simultaneously cried out in shock. How can this be? Someone began to question Gu Qingfeng. Why aren't you trapped but outside the barrier? That's not right. How did you get in without a spirit guide? Who exactly are you? Why did you enter without needing to refine pills? The first gate, you drained the magma and commanded the Dragon Mother. Block the gate to collect tolls. The second gate, you took everyone's spirit guides and held an auction. Why did you do that? Too many questions. This place is about to turn into a million questions. Why? Gu Qingfeng smiled. I'm just like you, someone who entered the secret realm. He bared his teeth with a smug look. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you all step in? Everyone is completely done for. I don't believe a word you say. We're called breaking into the secret realm, but you're called going home. Going home. Gu Qingfeng glanced away. I won't babble with you anymore. Is this the final gate? It seems you all have to finish refining pills before you can leave. He looked at the door of light next to him. Does stepping through that door grant inheritance? I'll go scout ahead for you first, to prevent you from getting hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately approached the door. Alright, I'm going in then. Li Shaoqui finally spoke. This is indeed the final gate, but it could also be called the second to last gate. Gu Qingfeng's foot, which was about to touch the door, stopped. Shaoqui continued. Behind this door is the inheritance area, and inside there's a stone tablet. The stone tablet is inscribed with the content of the entry-level alchemy method. Only by comprehending that content can one be qualified to receive the true inheritance. Li Shaoqui was busy carrying firewood to refine pills, but her mouth kept talking. Gu Qingfeng, the entry-level alchemy method belongs to the divine realm. After so many years, no genius has been able to comprehend it. You can tell how difficult it is. Wait for me a moment. Once I finish refining the pill, we'll go in together. I have a way to help you obtain the inheritance. Gu Qingfeng cursed. Damn, I've known you for so long, and this is the first time you've talked so much. Li Shaoqui replied. Lord Lei told me to go in with you precisely because of this final gate. You can't go in alone. Only with my cooperation can we succeed. Gu Qingfeng said again. So according to you, I can just go in there and wait for you, right? Shaoqui was surprised but calmly said, You have a strange personality. I'm afraid you'll go in and destroy the stone tablet, causing our plan to fail. Shaoqui secretly thought, since entering the secret realm, this guy hasn't followed the plan. He has too many secrets. What if he goes in and comprehends the entry-level method? Wouldn't the inheritance then belong to him? My plan cannot fail, Gu Qingfeng said. But I don't know your plan, tell me about it. Human power cannot fully grasp the content of the entry-level alchemy method. This is also why, for over 100 years, many geniuses who entered the final gate and saw the stone tablet still couldn't obtain the inheritance. Therefore, to obtain the inheritance, one can only use force. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. So, I just smashed the stone tablet? Then what do I need you for? Isn't it something anyone with hands can do now? Shaoqui snapped. Listen to me completely first. The stone tablet possesses an independent microspace. The stone tablet is very fragile. Once violent means are used, it will cause the space to shatter, destroying the inheritance. The correct way is to comprehend the tablet inscription. After comprehending it, the inscription will automatically disappear, and the inheritance space passage will automatically open. Shaoqui refined pills while talking. According to the experience of previous adventurers, we must use our soul power together to erase the tablet inscription. Furthermore, this tablet inscription was written by Pill King Q Yulong using his soul power. It requires two people with Grand Master level soul power to cooperate to erase it, which is why we must go in together. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, so Old Lei told me to come to the Jade Dragon's secret realm for this purpose, wanting to use my hands to erase the tablet inscription. He crossed his arms. I gained Grand Master level soul power because of Bai. This little girl also has Grand Master level soul power. Could it be that she also has Bai, or was she possessed? He broke into a sweat. Soul power, possession, cooperation, erase tablet inscription. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then suddenly placed his hand on Shaoqui's head. Wait, there's a problem here. Li Shaoqui was startled. What is it? He continued, although the conditions for erasing the tablet inscription are strict, it can be successful. Under the allure of the immortal elixir and the divine refining method, Grand Master level powerhouses would certainly take risks. As long as someone successfully possesses a Grand Master, and then enters with another Grand Master. That should be enough, right? In these past 100 years, hasn't anyone done that? Moreover, if one can't even comprehend the basic entry, what good is having the full content? Xiao Tu picked up the pill. I can't get the divine refining method, but I can get the immortal elixir. However, only I know how to open the tablet inscription now. She thought to herself, at a crucial moment, he can still think carefully, analyze calmly. Could it be that his strange personality before was just an act? It seems I must be careful to guard against him. Gu Qingfeng asked, "How do you know such a secret method?" Lai Xiaotu replied, "Because I am a descendant of Pil King Qiu and Gok Long." Gu Qingfeng casually Ed. Is that so? Lai Xiaotu was surprised, a huge question mark appearing above her head. Is that all? Gu Qingfeng replied. Or else what? He thought, what's there to be surprised about? Am I just a descendant of a Pil King? I'm also a descendant of dragons, a child of Yan Huang, and an heir of socialism. Am I arrogant? Xiaotu awkwardly cleared her throat. So, do you understand now? Only if I bring you in can you obtain the true inheritance. He replied casually again. Yeah, I get it, so I want to go in first and see. Xiaotu felt a headache coming on. I said so much, and you didn't hear a single word? Gu Qingfeng said. It seems you're very afraid of me going in there alone. She looked startled. Gu Qingfeng continued. Lai Xiaotu, I see you don't consider me a companion at all. If you don't tell me the truth, then we go our separate ways. He glanced at Xiaotu, seeing how tense she was. She was definitely hiding something from him. He wouldn't let her take advantage of him. Xiaotu hastily replied, "Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you." Gu Qingfeng declared, "That's better. Go ahead and speak. I'll listen and see if there's anything I want to know." Xiaotu's cheeks puffed out in anger. He's indeed not easily fooled. Once we're out of the secret realm, I can't keep him around. However, she still had to tell the truth. I want the inheritance to appear to the world, to prove to everyone that the immortal elixir and the divine refining method exist, and to vindicate my ancestors. As for who obtains the inheritance, it doesn't concern me. That's the main thing. After my ancestor created the Jade Dragon secret realm and passed away, it has been so long, and no one has obtained the inheritance. Many people have started to doubt whether the immortal elixir and the divine refining method truly exist. Some spread rumors that the immortal elixir, which can defy heaven to increase lifespan, was obtained from a 1,000-year-old Tai Sui. It has nothing to do with the divine refining method created by the Pil King. The divine refining method is just a hoax. They even brought out fake evidence, saying that when the Pil King was alive, he refined 3 immortal elixirs because there was only enough 1,000-year-old Tai Sui for 3. They also said if he could truly refine immortal elixirs, then why did he die so young? Actually, my ancestor died young precisely because of the immortal elixir. Refining it goes against the way of heaven and incurs heavenly punishment, which is why only 3 pills were left. If it weren't for the new Pil King, Gu Qingfeng was full of curiosity. New Pil King, can this title be passed around? A Pil King is simply the monarch of alchemy. As long as someone has the ability to overpower all alchemists, that person will become the Pil King. The new Pil King is the sect master of Spirit Medicine Mountain, Gu Chen, because he refined the legendary 100% pure medicinal pill. Xiaotu's face darkened. My ancestor said that no one can refine a 100% pure medicinal pill. Gu Chen's 100% pure medicinal pill is definitely fake. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng thought, your ancestor has been in his grave for over 100 years. His information stopped over 100 years ago. Can't people develop new techniques? She continued, moreover, he once entered the Jade Dragon's secret realm, but failed to comprehend the inheritance. He resented my ancestor, so he lied, claiming to have refined a 100% pure medicinal pill, and used this as an excuse to ruin my ancestor's reputation, saying the inheritance was fake. Lai Xiaotu stood up. Because of him, my ancestor's reputation declined. I must restore my ancestor's reputation. Gu Qingfeng asked, if so many people doubt the authenticity of the immortal elixir, Why are there still so many entering the Jade Dragon secret realm? Xiao Tu replied, the temptation of the immortal elixir and the one-character parallel king is too great. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance is enough for them to take the risk. Gu Qingfeng still turned to leave, saying, exactly, so I'm not playing with you anymore. I prefer to have the reward all to myself. Xiao Tu was surprised. What? She ran to stop Gu Qingfeng but was blocked by a seal. Gu Qingfeng ignored her and walked on, thinking, you've said too much by mistake. You don't want anything. You just want to restore your ancestors' reputation and even help people become the one-character parallel king. Are you the reincarnation of the Leshan giant Buddha? Moreover, Old Li's injury was too coincidental. He's a demon-slaying envoy, but he keeps Fox spirits in the demon suppression division. He stood before the light door. If it's a win-win situation, why wouldn't he tell me if I didn't ask? There's clearly something fishy. He turned back to look at Lai Xiao Tu, and even deliberately waved goodbye. If Xiao Tu came to restore her family's honor, then what about Li Qingren? Too many questions. I must find the answers. Gu Qingfeng stepped through the door. Inside was a vast, white space. Gu Qingfeng looked up in surprise. A colossal, sky-piercing stone pillar appeared before him. Suddenly, a voice asked him. Rage erupted, and Gu Qingfeng vented his anger on the stone tablet, continuously cursing, Qiuing Gok Long, you bastard. You even plan to use mystic arts to erase my memory and cut off my path to wealth. He raised his fist, determined to destroy this deceptive thing. Today, I will destroy this fraudulent nonsense of yours. After I return, I'll settle scores with those two dogs. He threw a punch intending to destroy the deceptive object, but unexpectedly activated a mechanism, and screens of blue spiritual energy suddenly appeared. The scene before him left him stunned. What's going on? Is there really an immortal elixir? A white figure appeared, though it was just a phantom. Its six-pack physique was enviable. Though he looked like a phantom, he had an enviable six-pack. He asked, Gu Qingfeng, who exactly are you? How did you enter the inheritance space? Ignoring the question, Gu Qingfeng casually took out paper and pen. He placed the paper on the stone tablet, his mind filled with monetary calculations. If these things can be sold at a high price, I'll forgive you. If not, see if I don't dig up your grave. But the system continuously warned, you are under illusionary attack. The opponent is trying to erase your memory. Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized, no wonder so many people comprehended it over hundreds of years, but no one could remember the content. It turns out the secret of not being able to remember wasn't because the divine refining method was too profound for people to recall, but because someone deliberately erased it. If you enter with a low cultivation realm, you cannot resist the illusion. Even with a high cultivation, you might not understand alchemy. These jumbled books make it impossible to figure anything out. He moved closer, and the characters on the stone tablet continuously shifted at a dizzying speed. A minute later, Gu Qingfeng rubbed his eyes, feeling extremely uncomfortable. What the hell is written? It's all jumbled up. How come I only see half the content of those books? He suddenly realized it was actually because his knowledge base wasn't enough, so he couldn't understand it. Gu Qingfeng pointed and cursed the deceased. Qiu Yulong, you bastard. You copied these books just to deceive others. And you've been deceiving for so long, causing me to be busy for over a month, only earning a little money with no other benefits. The ghost spoke smugly. Do you know that this entire mystic realm is under my control? If you want to comprehend the golden characters, you need my permission. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Unexpectedly, Gu Qingfeng's face darkened, his eyes glinting with anger, and a terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. Do you know that one punch from me can shatter the mystic realm you guard? The ghost was utterly astonished. He didn't expect this person to have such heaven-defying soul power. I'm no match for him. Gu Qingfeng continued to threaten. I can also smash you to pieces. But before he finished, the ghost vanished without a trace. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, looking disdainful. I thought he was powerful. Turns out he's just a coward. The ghost hurriedly reappeared. His attitude completely changed. You're strong. so whatever you say is right. I'll endure it. Gu Qingfeng then asked, "You're the guardian spirit beast of the mystic realm?" The ghost quickly replied, "That's right. I find it difficult to understand why you can enter the third gate without a spirit guide." Gu Qingfeng looked helpless. "You find it difficult to understand? I find it even harder to understand why I could pass the third gate without even refining any pills, leaving me no place to display my god-tier pill refining techniques. Others might think I cheated." The guardian spirit beast then explained, "The third gate only has 100 alchemy cauldrons, corresponding to 100 spirit guides. You didn't rely on a spirit guide to enter, so there was no spot for you." The guardian spirit beast secretly marveled in his heart. Perhaps even the Pill King of yesteryear couldn't have imagined a martial artist below the Qi realm could freely move around this grand master-level mystic realm. Truly a formidable successor. Gu Qingfeng stepped forward, pointing out a problem. "Your Jade Dragon mystic realm has a fatal flaw. Fix it quickly." The guardian spirit beast was still puzzled. "You still haven't answered my question. How exactly did you enter the third gate?" Gu Qingfeng frowned in annoyance. "Without any patience, answer your head. Get lost quickly. Don't delay me from comprehending the divine refining method." Gu Qingfeng changed his tone. "I'm asking, do you only know how to ask such boring questions? I'm asking you, where is the immortality pill?" Seeing the situation was not good, the guardian spirit beast turned to flee. "This person is not a kind soul. It's better not to provoke him." But Gu Qingfeng was faster. A surge of spiritual energy quickly enveloped the guardian spirit beast, freezing him in place. Gu Qingfeng coldly laid out a condition. "Did I tell you to run? I'll give you two choices. 1. Give me the immortality pill, or 2. I'll send you to the Western Paradise." The guardian spirit beast stiffened, his voice trembling. "It's useless to capture me. There is no immortality pill in the inheritance space." Gu Qingfeng was surprised. "What did you say?" The guardian spirit beast quickly covered his mouth, regretting his slip of the tongue. "Why did I tell the truth?" Gu Qingfeng's anger flared. "Repeat that again, now." His pressure made the guardian spirit beast tremble uncontrollably. He knelt down, pleading desperately, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Although there's no immortality pill here, there's the divine refining method." Gu Qingfeng's hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. "It's one thing for Qiu Yulong to deceive me, but even a tiny guardian spirit beast like you dares to lie to me. Do you think I don't know the divine refining method is fake? Go to hell." The guardian spirit beast struggled uncomfortably. He uttered each word distinctly. I didn't lie to you." Saying that, he produced a scroll. Gu Qingfeng released his hand, warning, "If I find out you're lying to me, I'll make you wish you were dead, but unable to die." The guardian spirit beast plopped to the ground. Gu Qingfeng snatched the scroll from his hand. He opened it and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy cow! This scroll looks so similar to the Heavenly Demon Blood Oath scroll, but the aura seems different." The guardian spirit beast wondered, "You've seen another Heavenly Demon scroll?" Gu Qingfeng retorted, "If you're the guardian spirit beast here, then you must know the origin of the scroll. Tell me everything you know." The guardian spirit beast wanted to refuse. "I absolutely won't." Gu Qingfeng sat down in front of him, coldly declaring, "Then die." The guardian spirit beast remained unyielding. "I absolutely won't tell you." Gu Qingfeng suddenly sat on the ground, more patiently. "Go on, tell me." The guardian spirit beast finally gave in. "This scroll is indeed a heavenly demon scroll. It records the lifespan heavenly demon. My master obtained it by chance during an encounter. It all started 100 years ago. My master, Qiu Yulong, was a top-tier alchemist, but not the #1 alchemist. But master believed that since he was born into a prestigious alchemy family, his starting point was clearly higher than others, so logically, he should be #1. Therefore, he repeatedly challenged other alchemists, but always failed. He thought he failed because his skills weren't refined enough. But even after master diligently practiced, the outcome remained unchanged. When master obtained the scroll, he was ecstatic, but he had principles. He would sacrifice death row prisoners to refine the immortality pill." Gu Qingfeng interrupted, "Wait, You said sacrificing death row prisoners to refine the immortality pill. What does that mean? The guardian spirit beast explained in detail. This scroll records a method of sacrifice, sacrificing lifespan to the lifespan heavenly demon. One can then absorb ownerless lifespans to refine the immortality pill. You can sacrifice your own lifespan or someone else's. The sacrifice ratio depends on cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the higher the quality of the lifespan. Gu Qingfeng asked with interest, so how is the lifespan calculated? For example, if you sacrifice the lifespan of an ordinary person, it might take 10,000 years to exchange for 1 year. If you sacrifice a Grand Master, then 10 years will exchange for 1 year. Gu Qingfeng exclaimed, "That's amazing. How many times can this scroll be used?" The guardian spirit beast replied, "Forever, with no limit to the quantity." Gu Qingfeng calculated in his head, "I can sacrifice my own lifespan to obtain ownerless lifespans, then wait for the lifespan heavenly demon to come seize my lifespan." Seeing Gu Qingfeng smiling, the guardian spirit beast thought, "He seems very satisfied with my explanation. I should be safe now." Gu Qingfeng suddenly burst into loud laughter, making the guardian spirit beast utterly terrified, screaming internally, "Ancestors, save me! There's a weird psycho here with strange emotions." Gu Qingfeng suddenly paused for about 2 seconds. Gu Qingfeng sharply asked again. He would stoop to deception for a false reputation, so why did he leave behind an inheritance? Was he afraid that someone later acquiring the scroll would ruin his reputation? He secretly thought, Qiu Yulong isn't a fool. There must be something shady going on. The guardian spirit beast said, "Then have you thought about why the inheritance on the stone tablet outside is fake?" Gu Qingfeng unexpectedly grabbed the guardian spirit beast's chin. He gritted his teeth, squeezing the guardian spirit beast's face, growling, "To lure people into the Jade Dragon mystic realm, I've known that for a long time. You'd better tell me everything you haven't finished telling me yet. And it had better be something I haven't heard before, otherwise." The guardian spirit beast was terrified and hastily confessed, I'll tell, don't kill me." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, "Then speak quickly." The guardian spirit beast recounted the story. "Although my master knew that refining the immortality pill violated the heavenly Tao, he didn't regret it. At that time, master refined pills by sacrificing the lifespans of death row criminals or extremely evil people, which was seen as a disguised way to eliminate harm for the people. But master also misjudged someone. Once master killed a mountain bandit and went into his stronghold, only to find out this stronghold belonged to a hero who helped the weak and punished the strong. After that incident, master was very remorseful. He made mistakes every time he refined the immortality pill. Master feared he would again wrongly accuse good people. After hesitating, master decided to seal the scroll and stop refining the immortality pill. But those with ulterior motives wouldn't allow master to stop. Those powerful figures threatened, exploited, and beat master. So master chose to use his own lifespan to refine the last immortality pill. Later, that powerful figure was killed, and master was finally free. Master used his remaining strength to create this Jade Dragon mystic realm. Gu Qingfeng was still puzzled. If he didn't want to harm people, why didn't he destroy that scroll? The guardian spirit beast explained, because it cannot be destroyed. Its purpose is to help the heavenly demon acquire lifespan. He continued, even if you throw it to the ends of the earth, it will still find a way to make fated people discover it. Most importantly, master also wished for generations to remember him as the #1 in the world. Master's purpose in creating the Jade Dragon mystic realm was to protect his reputation as #1. Every year, the Jade Dragon mystic realm can attract a large number of living beings. With a large number of living beings' auras, the scroll won't run away. Gu Qingfeng pondered, finally understanding. So, Qiu Yulong was a deceitful person who valued his reputation. Hearing this, the guardian spirit beast angrily pointed at Gu Qingfeng. "You must not slander master." Gu Qingfeng calmly said, "He really succeeded in brainwashing you. Well, he's been deceiving the entire world for over 100 years, and even now, countless people still admire him." That's enough to show he succeeded very well in brainwashing. The guardian spirit beast leaped up, wanting to attack Gu Qingfeng. What's wrong with my master just wanting to protect his dream, even when his lifespan was almost depleted? He didn't indiscriminately kill innocent people. The mighty powerhouse right in front of him even sacrificed himself to protect everyone. If that's not kindness, then what is it? Gu Qingfeng dodged a punch and then another kick. Then he grabbed the guardian spirit beast's arm. He protects his reputation, attracting countless people to their deaths every year, and you call that kindness? The guardian spirit beast screamed in pain. Gu Qingfeng stood there watching the guardian spirit beast fall, coldly analyzing. He sacrificed himself simply out of fear that the scroll would be exposed. Afraid those people would discover his secret and usurp his position as the number one. The guardian spirit beast lay haggard and in pain on the ground, saying in despair, "No, my master is not that kind of person." Gu Qingfeng indifferently said, "What your master thinks has nothing to do with me. As long as the scroll is real, that's all that matters." Gu Qingfeng turned and left. Cracks began to appear above them. The secret realm was breaking apart. The guardian spirit beast lay there, muttering in despair, "What's the use of me telling you all this? The Jade Dragon secret realm is about to collapse. No one will remember my master anymore. You have obtained the complete inheritance. The Jade Dragon secret realm no longer has any reason to exist. I will follow my master. I will prove my loyalty to my master myself." Just then, Li Shaotsui suddenly appeared. She was surprised. Based on a Grand Master level soul power, the text on the stone tablet couldn't be erased. "How did you get in after all?" Gu Qingfeng casually replied, "Of course I walked in." "Why is everyone asking me this today?" Shaotsui asked again, "Could it be that you've comprehended the inheritance?" Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly. "It's not a big deal. Your demeanor really displeases this old man." The space beneath their feet also began to crack. Gu Qingfeng grabbed Shaotsui's hand. He ran and said, "All right, the Jade Dragon secret realm is about to collapse. Let's talk outside." Li Shaotsui refused and pulled him back. "If you don't hand over the elixir of immortality, don't even think about leaving." Gu Qingfeng helplessly pulled her. "Little friend, wake up. There's no elixir of immortality." Shaotsui was still very persistent. "I don't believe you. You're definitely hiding it, aren't you?" A voice rang out, answering Shaotsui. "He's telling the truth. There's no elixir of immortality." Li Shaotsui turned back in confusion. Gu Qingfeng suddenly let go of her hand, realizing something. "Wait." The guardian spirit beast stood there from a distance, its voice devoid of strength. "There isn't any, it's all gone." Shaotsui looked at him, puzzled. "You're the guardian spirit beast." He smiled weakly. "That's right." Shaotsui continued, "Then you must be able to sense that I am a descendant of Patriarch Qiu Yulong's bloodline." He replied, "I can." She extended her hand, her voice full of authority. "Then this inheritance should be mine. I will represent my ancestor in changing the world's perception. I must let everyone know that my Qiu family is the #1 alchemy family in the world. You cannot help outsiders." After speaking, she burst into laughter. The guardian spirit beast said again, "In the master's inheritance, there was no elixir of immortality left behind, only the divine alchemy technique." Li Shaotsui's mood seemed to shatter. "No elixir of immortality?" She rushed towards the guardian spirit beast. "Then where is the divine alchemy technique?" The guardian spirit beast replied, "The divine alchemy technique." He looked at Gu Qingfeng and said, "It was taken by the person in front of you." She looked at Gu Qingfeng, gritting her teeth. "The divine alchemy technique you took belongs to our Qiu family. Give it back to me." Gu Qingfeng irritably cursed at her. "How many times have you demanded things from this old man? Don't think that just because you're a woman, I won't dare hit you." Li Shaotsui suddenly channeled spiritual power into her hands and began tearing at her clothes. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's head had a question mark. "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, beneath her modest attire, Li Shaotsui had a muscular physique with six-pack abs. She said, "Then let's have a competition. Whoever wins gets the inheritance." Gu Qingfeng smirked. This old man also wants to see what kind of ability you have to dare demand things from this old man again and again. Li Xiaotsui began to pose, showing off her muscles. Half an hour later, she was still showing off. The guardian spirit beast could only cough awkwardly. He said that inheritance is extremely profound and difficult to understand. With your current level, you won't comprehend it. Let him have it. He secretly thought, this girl in front of me is definitely not his match. I absolutely cannot let my master's lineage end. The guardian spirit beast's body was beginning to dissipate into space. The inheritance has appeared. The secret realm is collapsing. There's no more time. Little girl, listen to my advice. Half of the guardian spirit beast had already disappeared. He said, after you get out, live a good life. Don't cling to the false title of #1 in the world anymore. Li Xiaotsui was puzzled. What do you mean? She cried, tears welling up. No one inherited the divine alchemy technique. It's our descendants' disrespect. Now that we are strong, we must prove ourselves for our ancestor. Could it be that we were wrong? A false title that originally belonged to our ancestor. So how can it be a false title? The guardian spirit beast completely vanished. The secret realm space also collapsed, and Xiaotsui and Gu Qingfeng fell. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. This place is the third gate cave of the Jade Dragon secret realm. The crowd was puzzled. Didn't they say the secret realm could last for 3 days? Why did it suddenly collapse for no reason? They clamored. What exactly happened? Someone exclaimed in surprise, look, the person who went in before and the white-haired girl. They're both out. Could it be? Someone speculated. They must have obtained the inheritance, which caused the secret realm to collapse ahead of time. Xiaotsui looked around. The crowd was still buzzing non-stop. Gu Qingfeng suddenly stepped in front of Li Xiaotsui, signaling that he wanted to protect her. He channeled spiritual power into his hand, his voice full of disdain, truly disgusting. Hey, there are children here. He smiled. No matter how many ants there are, they're still ants. Come on, attack together. At the same time, outside the Jade Dragon secret realm, many people were waiting. Seeing movement from the secret realm, they immediately got into position. Later, no matter who gets the inheritance, as soon as he comes out, seize it immediately. Another sect was assigning tasks. You watch the others. You watch the movements of the Jade Dragon secret realm. If you find the person who took the inheritance, kill them without question. Another side was more moderate. Watch carefully. We only need the inheritance. It's best not to harm the opponent's life unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a majestic armored figure appeared in the sky. He arrogantly declared, the inheritance has appeared. Everyone stay still. Do not move, otherwise you will be killed without question. A terrifying stream of power struck down from the sky. The crowd was horrified. What's happening? More pillars of light struck the ground. Look quickly. There's something in the pillars of light. Several armored figures floated in the sky. He smirked. Now, we just have to wait. Wait. The gate of the secret realm exploded with a loud bang. The gate of the secret realm gradually disappeared. The inheritance has appeared. After the explosion, dust and rocks flew everywhere. Gu Qingfeng was shielding Li Xiaotsui with his arm. A voice spoke. Which of you has obtained the Alchemist King's inheritance? Step forward and come with me to meet His Majesty. Gu Qingfeng worried, are you alright? Gu Qingfeng continued, I'll go meet them. Li Xiaotsui at this moment took out a black sphere from her spatial ring. She used the power from the black sphere to create a whirlwind. Gu Qingfeng shielded his face, resisting. What are you doing? The armored man from the imperial court shouted, HMPH, you scoundrel. How dare you? Li Xiaotsui used that power to create a barrier. The armored man leaped forward, disdainful. Child's play. He used a palm strike to shatter the barrier. Then, looking back, he found that the person inside had disappeared. He was astonished. How could this be? How could someone so powerful disappear right before my eyes? He gathered his troops and gave orders. Quick, search with all your might. We cannot let the inheritance escape Mount Qingshan, or we'll have to bring our heads to His Majesty. The surrounding crowd also started to clamor and run off. Hurry, quickly inform the sect to search with full force. quickly informed the family head. Bring more people here. Just say someone got the inheritance and ran off. I saw them running east. Chase them quickly. In a certain mysterious mountain valley, Gu Qingfeng gently landed on a tree branch. He was annoyed. Do you guys know that I, your old man, hate being disturbed the most when I'm trying to look cool? Who can tell me what exactly is going on? Hu Lijing stood with her hands on her hips. What are you going to do now? Without the immortality pill, I'm afraid revenge won't be easy. Old Lei said, I didn't expect Gu Qingfeng could obtain the inheritance either. If so, he can only be allowed to refine the immortality pill. Li Xiaotsui added, but soon, everyone will know that Gu Qingfeng has obtained the inheritance. Even if you have the immortality pill, you won't be able to become the one-word parallel king. Old Lei said, it's fine, I can change my face again. Gu Qingfeng had been listening to them discuss as if it were real. He spoke up, I say, you three ants, there's a limit to how much you can ignore me. Old Lei frowned. Gu Qingfeng, don't force me to make a move against you. You can rest assured as long as you. Gu Qingfeng immediately cut him off. You said you wanted to force me to make a move? Old Lei continued, Gu Qingfeng, I hope you recognize the current situation, although you have the strength of a Grand Master. But he stopped, his pupils constricted, looking utterly terrified. Hu Lijing screamed, watch out! Old Lei quickly raised his hand. Wait! But Gu Qingfeng's palm strike had already landed, hitting him squarely in the chest. Gu Qingfeng flicked his hand. Old Lei was sent flying directly towards the mountain behind, creating a scene of crumbling rocks and dirt. Hu Lijing and Li Xiaotsui watched Gu Qingfeng vigilantly. Gu Qingfeng walked closer to Li Xiaotsui and Hu Lijing. Hu Lijing asked in astonishment, how can this be? Aren't you only a Grand Master? How can you be so powerful? Gu Qingfeng, with both hands, gave Li Xiaotsui and Hu Lijing each a slap. Damn it, you two sluts! Did I give you permission to speak? He channeled his power again. He unleashed the palm strikes, and Li Xiaotsui and Hu Lijing met the same fate as Old Lei. Gu Qingfeng walked to where they had fallen. He cracked his knuckles. I really want to know who gave you to such courage. You dare discuss your plans in front of me. Clearly, you don't even put me in your eyes. They were severely injured. Blood spilled from their mouths, their bodies bruised and aching, lying on the ground. Gu Qingfeng threatened, if your explanation satisfies me, perhaps I'll give you a way out, otherwise. Before finishing his sentence, Gu Qingfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. Old Lei rushed out from somewhere, missing him with a palm strike. Gu Qingfeng took advantage of his imbalance and punched him in the stomach, causing bile to spew from Old Lei's mouth. This time, Gu Qingfeng sent him flying, shattering the entire mountaintop. He crossed his arms smugly. How old are you guys already? Yet you don't know how to size yourselves up. Old Lei, covered in injuries, rose from the rubble. Who exactly are you? Gu Qingfeng chuckled. It's not impossible for you to live. Let's play a game of to choose one. He said to Old Lei, of these two girls, you can only take one. You to live, the other will die. Old Lei bowed his head in silence. He continued, I'll count to 3. If you don't choose, then you all die. Gu Qingfeng began to count down 1. Old Lei stepped forward and grabbed Li Xiaotsui. I choose Li Xiaotsui. Then Old Lei carried Li Xiaotsui and left. Hu Lijing watched them go. Gu Qingfeng smiled. Hu Lijing, you've been abandoned. How do you feel? He suddenly stopped, speechless with terror. In the light, two people were merging. Gu Qingfeng cursed, damn it, there's even fusion in this world. The fusion was complete. Old Lei appeared. The power around him was immense. It really feels good not having to suppress my strength. He crossed his arms and looked at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng, I admit I underestimated you. I never thought you'd reach the Grand Master level. Too bad only your physical body's strength has reached Grand Master. My full strength has already reached the half-dragon transformation realm. Old Lei said the difference in our strength is too vast. Now release her and I'll spare your life. Gu Qingfeng replied, Little Lei, you're talking too big. Just now, I was afraid of killing you, so I only used a fraction of my power. Old Lei didn't believe him and said, "You're just putting on a show." Gu Qingfeng sighed. "Oh, it's my fault for making you mistake my mercy for weakness." He added, "There's a saying that's very true." Gu Qingfeng also exuded oppressive spiritual power. "It really feels good not having to suppress my strength." Old Lei couldn't believe his eyes. "Impossible! This kind of soul pressure. Even a grand master can't compare. Who exactly are you?" Gu Qingfeng smiled. "Who am I? Your old man is your ancestor." Hu Lijing rushed at Gu Qingfeng. "Don't you dare speak so arrogantly." Before she could even look cool, Gu Qingfeng punched her in the face, causing bile to spew, and she fell backward with a thud. Gu Qingfeng walked closer. "Little Lei." He condensed his spiritual power into a hand and reached out. "I don't know who you are, nor do I know what your schemes are, but I do know one thing." Old Lei coughed, spitting out blood. Gu Qingfeng's spiritual power hand grabbed his head and lifted him. "That is, you shouldn't have deceived me, and you shouldn't have tried to snatch my reward." Another hand reached towards Old Lei. "I hope you remember this in your next life." Hu Lijing screamed, "Don't kill him!" The hand that was about to touch Old Lei's neck stopped. Hu Lijing, from behind, struggled to say, "Don't." Gu Qingfeng was surprised. "You can not only stop my soul power, but also move." Old Lei had tears streaming down his face. "Get lost, get out of here. I don't need you to save me." Little Hu Lijing cried, "No, I will never leave you alone." Gu Qingfeng found this scene very interesting. A live version of a farewell train scene in another world. Not bad at all. He chuckled. "You clearly tricked this old man first, and even wanted to steal my position as the one-word Duke of Jingjian. You only failed because I'm strong, yet now you're crying as if I'm the villain." Gu Qingfeng grabbed little Hu Lijing with his other hand. "I'm so kind-hearted, you're making this very awkward for me." Little Hu Lijing shouted, "Gu Qingfeng." However, Gu Qingfeng's spiritual hand had no intention of harming her. It merely grabbed her collar and pulled her along, much to her surprise. Gu Qingfeng placed both of them down in front of him. Little Hu Lijing immediately pleaded, "Please don't kill him. He only wants revenge. He never intended to harm you. If you want to kill someone, then kill me." Old Lei stopped her. "No, don't beg him. One person does, one person bears. I planned this whole thing from start to finish. If you want to kill someone, kill me." Gu Qingfeng silently stroked his chin, as if contemplating something very difficult. Little Hu Lijing conjured a pill. "I am willing to exchange our clan's protective treasure for his life." Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Little Hu Lijing continued, "The black-like curtain that transported you here is its power. Even a dragon transformation realm expert cannot break it, which shows how mighty it is." Old Lei was startled. "That's your clan's treasure. What are you doing?" Little Hu Lijing continued, "If you let Lei Tianren go, I can also tell you a secret to becoming a god." She conjured a small dagger, her eyes brimming with pitiful tears. "If you don't release him, I will immediately destroy my heart meridian, so you will never know that secret." Gu Qingfeng finally spoke. "Alright, but first, you must honestly answer a few questions. If you answer well, I might, considering the secret to becoming a god, spare your lives." They agreed with Gu Qingfeng. "Go ahead and ask." Gu Qingfeng asked seriously, "Lei Tianren, who exactly are you?" Old Lei replied, "I am the sole descendant of the Pill King Qiu Yulong. My name is Qiu Tianren." Gu Qingfeng continued to ask, "What about Li Xiaogui?" Little Hu Lijing replied, "That is his flesh and blood avatar. He used a secret technique to tear apart his soul and flesh to cultivate it." Gu Qingfeng was utterly shocked. "What?" Gu Qingfeng's jaw dropped in extreme shock. "That's an eyesore." He turned away, retching, which left the other to utterly bewildered. Gu Qingfeng wiped his mouth and said to Qiu Tianren, "Are you sick? Did you really have to create a female avatar?" They replied, "Because the deity caused the Jade Dragon secret realm to open prematurely, he had no choice but to use an incomplete avatar. Furthermore, the flesh and blood avatar technique is an ancient forbidden art, and it takes longer to create a male than a female. So," Gu Qingfeng made a disgusted face, "so that flat-chested imposter was a shoddy product." Little Hu Lijing pleaded again, For the sake of the spirit weapon and the divine secret art, can you release us? Gu Qingfeng said, "Unfortunately, I cannot. I hate being deceived more than anything." He looked at the two of them. Anyone who deceives me must die, and he is no exception. He thought to himself, and that demon supplement too. But that guy isn't human. He'll quickly become my mount anyway. I don't kill my own mounts. Logical reasoning. Little Huli Jing knelt down in fear, tears streaming down her face. As long as you release him, I can agree to anything you want. She cried loudly. Don't you like go into Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to find women? I'm still a virgin. I'm willing to become your maid, to serve you wholeheartedly. Qiu Tianren shouted. Sumei, no! He stood up. Today, I abducted Gu Qingfeng in front of so many people. It won't be long before the emperor investigates. Do you think he'll spare my life? He despaired. Without becoming the one-word Duke of Jingjian, there's no hope for revenge. Take my life if you wish. Fortunately, the inheritance has appeared. Now, the world will know that the elixir of immortality and the divine refinement art are real, which proves it to my ancestors. Little Huli Jing said to Tianren, no, I don't want you to die. Gu Qingfeng suddenly gave a cold laugh. You two are really putting on a show, aren't you? Sumei and Tianren were startled. Gu Qingfeng said, this concerns my image, so I must make it clear. I go to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to temper my Dao heart, not for lust. Today, I see your deep affection for each other. I will let you die knowing the truth. Gu Qingfeng took out a scroll. The secrets and inheritance of this Jade Dragon secret realm are real, but there is no elixir of immortality. He flung open the scroll. This is the divine refinement art left by your ancestor. See for yourselves before speaking. They sprang to their feet. Qiu Tianren couldn't believe his eyes, repeatedly saying, impossible, impossible. How could this be? His voice gradually became frenzied. My ancestor was the greatest alchemist in the world. My Lei family is the greatest alchemist family in the world. He tore at his hair. It's fake. It's all fake. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. Is it really that big of a deal? It's just fleeting fame, and not even his own fleeting fame. Does it really need to be taken so seriously? Sumei was heartbroken. He's grieving for the lives of his entire clan. Gu Qingfeng asked, what? Sumei replied, that year after Qiu Yulong died. Because of the allure of the inheritance and the elixir of immortality, countless people rushed into the Jade Dragon secret realm. No one succeeded, and as time passed, some people began to conspire against the Qiu family. They felt that the Jade Dragon secret realm was a lie, and that the elixir of immortality and the divine refinement art were definitely with the Qiu family. You wouldn't have thought that those who once had good relations with the Qiu family now massacred them. Saying all is a bit much. Some members of the Qiu family managed to escape and live in seclusion, avoiding their enemies. Although the world is vast, it is not as vast as desire and human greed. They fled for a very long time, but were eventually discovered by people from Spirit Medicine Mountain. Gu Qingfeng wondered, Spirit Medicine Mountain? Didn't Gu Chen say the divine refinement art was fake? How did they get involved? Upon hearing that name, Sumei couldn't help but curse that Gu Chen is a despicable opportunist, a hypocrite. She continued, he said that to deceive the world and monopolize the Qiu family's belongings. For many years, Spirit Medicine Mountain has never stopped searching for the elixir of immortality. Gu Qingfeng was excited, and then what? Sumei cleverly replied, if you want to know what happened next, let's make a deal. Gu Qingfeng gave a chilling laugh, saying, otherwise, I'll send you both to the Western Paradise. He said, if your story entertains this old man, I'll consider giving you a way out. Sumei nodded and asked, really? Gu Qingfeng replied, really? Gu Qingfeng sat down. Tell me quickly, sit and tell. Standing is tiring. Qiu Tianren began to tell. Before, he was very gentle. It was only for revenge that he became like this, because of the powerful influence of Spirit Medicine Mountain. He thought of becoming the one-word Duke of Jingjian to fight against them. Gu Qingfeng suddenly shouted, this is too ordinary, tell me something else. Sumei was puzzled but indulged him. I am the princess of the Chinkyu Fox tribe, the youngest who ran away secretly for fun. Before she could finish, Gu Qingfeng cut her off. I'm tired of reading about main characters with deep blood feuds and counterattacks. He continued, are you going to say that you later encountered danger and were saved by a young Qiu Tianren? The image of the two of them in Gu Qingfeng's mind suddenly became ambiguous, with rose petals flying everywhere. He always raised you, helped you heal, and you developed feelings over time. Not wanting to go home, and your family threatened you with his family. Are you going to say that because of him, you defied your clan members multiple times? You also helped Lei Tianren escape the pursuit of Spirit Medicine Mountain and helped him transform into Lei Tianren, following the development of the plot. Soon after, you two will encounter an evil villain, and then, in a critical moment, you will sacrifice yourself to save him and touch his heart. Sumei and Tianren listened to Gu Qingfeng speak if he knew it by heart and were astonished. Could it be that you are the legendary powerful expert who can foresee the future? Gu Qingfeng smiled. Then I will reveal to you that your melodramatic soap opera is over, because I am that villain. Gu Qingfeng asked, what do you want to do? A final desperate struggle. Sumei suddenly cried out, no. Blood splattered onto Gu Qingfeng's face from somewhere. Qiu Tianren held the blade, intending to stab his own neck, but Sumei quickly grabbed the blade with both hands, and blood flowed from them. Sumei resolutely said, if you want to die, kill me first. I'll die with you. Qiu Tianren softened. Sumei, why are you so foolish? He threw the blade aside, rubbing the cut on Sumei's hand. My life is just a joke. Let me die. Haven't you seen his cruel face? He won't spare us. They paid no attention to Gu Qingfeng, engrossed in their intimate moment. Gu Qingfeng shivered. Are they addicted to acting? He thought. As for performance, Little Thimi combined with Big Eyes is the best. Then he sighed again, suddenly missing Little Thimi. He wondered how her dancing lessons were coming along. The image in his mind was of a graceful and alluring Little Thimi. He mused, Little Thimi, demon suppressing division, demons, demon exorcist. Suddenly, he realized something. That's right, Lei Tianren is now a demon exorcist of the demon suppressing division. What if I order him to bring those demons to attack me? Gu Qingfeng cast an illusion enveloping Sumei and Lei Tianren. Gu Qingfeng said, Sumei, Lei Tianren swear an oath. Under the influence of the illusion, they complied. I, Lei Tianren, and Sumei swear to accept Gu Qingfeng as our master. From now on, we will act on our master's behalf with absolute loyalty. Otherwise, we shall pay with our lives. Tianren slowly regained consciousness and asked Gu Qingfeng, what did you just do to us? Gu Qingfeng didn't answer but gave him the order. First command, you are to capture all demons in the demon-suppressing prison of Wudong County within 3 days. They looked at each other, puzzled. What did you say? Gu Qingfeng cast something again, and the two immediately stood up. Understood, master. Gu Qingfeng instructed, remember this. Thimi is in room number 6 from the left on the first floor of the demon-suppressing prison. You must bring her out safely. If even a single hair on her head is harmed, neither of you will need to live anymore, understand? They obediently bowed their heads. Understood, master. Gu Qingfeng pointed, all right, Lei Tianren, you go first. Sumei, you stay. Tianren left. Gu Qingfeng continued, I release you and Lei Tianren, and you also. Sumei took out a supreme treasure. This is the Fox Clan supreme treasure, the Eye of the Sky Fox, a top-grade heavenly spirit weapon with rare spatial attributes. If you possess it, you can tear space to move and also activate a spatial barrier. It's a supreme treasure for escape and defense. Gu Qingfeng took the supreme treasure in his hand. If the Eye of the Sky Fox is so powerful, why didn't you use it to escape earlier? Sumei obediently replied, earlier, Lady Wang used this to teleport Master and his clone here, and its energy was depleted. It can't be used again in a short period. It will automatically absorb spatial power to replenish energy. Once full, it can be used again, but that will take about 3 days. Gu Qingfeng then asked, what about the secret to becoming a god? Sumi replied, the ancestor of the Fox clan was a true god. The ancestor once left the secret to becoming a god in the Fox clan's ancestral land. The Eye of the Sky Fox is the key to opening the ancestral land. Gu Qingfeng asked, if you have the key, why didn't you go in and look? Su Mei replied, the gate of the ancestral land only opens for those who are worthy, because the ancients once taught that gods cannot be looked at directly, and neither can divine artifacts. This place contains divine artifacts. If one's soul doesn't reach the god-seeing indestructible realm, entering is a sure path to death. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself, a flash of insight in his heart, God-seeing indestructible, isn't this what Donnie's making shoes for me for? It seems I should become a god. He frowned, pondering for a moment, then turned to Sume and said, all right, you and Li Tianren go catch the demons. I don't need your service here. She obediently bowed her head and complied. After her figure disappeared, a mysterious scroll suddenly appeared in Gu Qingfeng's hand, and the corner of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. The scroll unfurled, blossoming in midair like a paper dragon. Standing at the center of the formation, Gu Qingfeng circulated his spiritual energy. Ancient characters, like golden fireflies, shimmered in the air. He cursed under his breath. This tattered formation left by Qiu Yulong is truly a waste of energy. When the formation was fully activated, space suddenly solidified, and a dark, ancient voice echoed from the void. Petty human, you summon me because you wish to make a deal with me? Gu Qingfeng showed no hesitation, casting his eye of void breaking to look directly at the source of the sound. Before his eyes was a skull-headed demon, its massive figure hidden beneath dark robes. He narrowed his eyes and spoke firmly, I want to sacrifice my entire lifespan. The sky demon paused, seemingly unable to believe its ears. Entire? Gu Qingfeng asserted definitively, that's right, my entire lifespan. A hoarse laugh emanated from the sky demon. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met anyone who wanted to sacrifice their entire lifespan. Its empty eyes looked at Gu Qingfeng. Little brother, if you're sure you want to sacrifice, why don't we make a deal first? What do you say? It thought to itself, it's been a while since I met someone so arrogant. I should tease him a bit to relieve the boredom. Gu Qingfeng feigned humility, inviting the sky demon to speak first. Please, you speak. You speak. The sky demon began to narrate. I recall the last time. It was about 2,000 years ago. A woman used her entire lifespan to save her beloved's life. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng felt a strange sensation in his heart. Why do I feel like this is odd? The sky demon continued. Unfortunately, that guy was a scoundrel. 3 years later, he married a beautiful woman and completely forgot his old wife. Only then did Gu Qingfeng realize, is his deal for me to sit here and listen to his stories? The sky demon's voice continued steadily. After that, whenever a woman came to me wanting to sacrifice her lifespan to save her lover, I would. Gu Qingfeng's patience finally ran out. He picked up a stone from the ground and thought to himself, if I weren't afraid he'd run away, I'd really smash him to death. Immediately after, Gu Qingfeng continuously threw stones at the sky demon, snapping, can you hurry up? I'm in a rush. He threw stones, thinking, I came to you to sacrifice my lifespan. Who wants to hear your stories? I've heard enough stories these past 2 days. I'm practically going to sprout cocoons. The sky demon remained calm, letting Gu Qingfeng throw stones, its tone mocking. So hasty, are we? It seems your beloved's life isn't long, eh? Asterisk cackle 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 asterisk. Human emotions are truly amusing. To actually sacrifice one's own life to fulfill another's. Gu Qingfeng threw the last stone. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly calculate my lifespan. The sky demon caught the stone and pointed directly at him. Your lifespan is only 200 years. Your physical body and soul are quite interesting, but your cultivation is too low. All in all, I'll allow you to exchange for 20 years. Gu Qingfeng was unconvinced. My physical body is at the dragon transformation realm, and my soul has reached God-seeing indestructible. The result is only 200 years, the same as a Grand Master? Are you mistaken? The sky demon explained. The dragon transformation realm is a metamorphosis of the life layer, but you haven't yet, so even if your physical body is at the dragon transformation realm. It's not truly dragon transformation. The soul cannot increase lifespan, it can only endure after you die, so your soul isn't worth much. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, no wonder those people risked everything to cultivate, so realm is that important. I must diligently train when I get back. He agreed, alright, Lord Sky Demon, 20 years it is, hurry up and make the exchange. But in his heart, he sneered, just wait until you try to take my lifespan. Let's see how I teach you a lesson. The Sky Demon extended its hand, and a red ray of light flew towards Gu Qingfeng. That light withdrew from Gu Qingfeng's hand, turning his lifespan into a small sphere. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. This is how lifespan is absorbed. Is it really a payment first, work later type of deal? He smirked. Ha-hee, today you are destined not to collect any payment. Gu Qingfeng released his spiritual energy, clenching his hand to prevent his lifespan from escaping. The Sky Demon became enraged. Arrogant human, you will pay the price for daring to disrespect me. The Sky Demon's sharp sight swung down, but Gu Qingfeng was unafraid. He challenged, come on, if you have the guts to boast, you should have the guts to hit me. The scythe struck several times, but Gu Qingfeng was unharmed. In fact, the system even delivered good news. Host attacked by Lifespan Sky Demon. Lifespan plus 200 years. Gu Qingfeng beamed with joy. Lifespan doubled. That's a profit. The Sky Demon was furious. What kind of human are you, after all? Why are my artifacts useless against you? Gu Qingfeng laughed heartily. Lord Sky Demon, how does it feel not to be able to take my lifespan and instead suffer a backlash? The Sky Demon flew into a rage. Insignificant human, I don't care what your objective is. Today, I will make you pay for disrespecting me. Not only was Gu Qingfeng not afraid, but he was delighted. This guy wants to kill me himself. Profit, profit. The Sky Demon reached out and cast an energy orb, but immediately, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky. The Sky Demon gasped in horror. The Eye of Heavenly Tao. It yelled angrily, damn Heavenly Tao of this minor world. If the distance wasn't so vast, this venerable one could destroy it with just a finger. He looked down at Gu Qingfeng, and you vile ant. How dare you insult a supreme being like me? You wait there, don't let me see you again, or else. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Qingfeng coldly cut him off. You won't have another chance. The Eye of Heavenly Tao then extended an arm, directly flicking the Sky Demon away until it was out of sight. Its shouts echoed from afar. I will definitely return to settle scores with you. Gu Qingfeng merely waved his hand dismissively at him. The scroll fell. Gu Qingfeng sighed, then once again channeled his spiritual energy. The Sky Demon's voice echoed again. You vile ant, how dare you summon this venerable one again? Gu Qingfeng simply replied, welcome back. He reminded, you should speak softly. What if you attract Heavenly Tao again? You just hate not being kicked away like a dog again, don't you? The Sky Demon went mad. You vile ant, how dare you be so insolent? Do you know what a great existence stands before you? Gu Qingfeng picked up the scroll, cutting off the Sky Demon's words. You're yelling again. If you yell again, do you believe I'll destroy this scroll? The Sky Demon was a little startled and stammered, You dare. Gu Qingfeng sneered, I already have a way to summon the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Do you think I don't have a way to destroy this scroll or to stop you from finding the destined one? He tossed the scroll aside. I've seen many demons like you. Other than bragging, what else can you do? If any of you kept your word, I would have become a god a long time ago. You cowardly, bullying dogs, Gu Qingfeng pointed at himself. Come on, make your move. I want to sacrifice my lifespan. I'm standing right in front of you now. Damn it, make your move. The Sky Demon was anxious and sweating. You established the link first. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand. I was so furious with you just now that I forgot. The fiery red orb reappeared in Gu Qingfeng's hand. He urged, hurry up. I want to sacrifice my entire lifespan. The Sky Demon's hand reached out, grabbed Gu Qingfeng, and tore at him for a while. Strangely, he was unharmed, and the system reported an additional 500 years of lifespan. Gu Qingfeng gloated. Not only buy one get one free, but also an extra 100 years. He's panicking. He's panicking. The Sky Demon was annoyed. Again, I really want to live another 500 years. How can this be? He felt extremely confused. No way. Why is it like this? Why is my lifespan being taken away? Who exactly are you? Gu Feng teased him, sticking out his tongue. Naya, I'm your daddy. Hey, aren't you mad? If you're mad, come and hit me. Son, I want to sacrifice my entire lifespan. This time it's 900 years. How many more hundreds of years are you planning to give your daddy? The Sky Demon was furious, fuming, I'll kill you. It once again lunged with its blade. Gu Feng remained unscratched, and the system added another 2,000 years of lifespan for him. He chuckled again, son, I want to sacrifice my entire lifespan. The Sky Demon had already turned its back and fled. Seeing this, Gu Feng quickly called out, hey, don't go! The Sky Demon ran while looking back. You vile ant, this venerable one remembers your aura. Just you wait, my true form will come and drag you into the Sky Demon realm to torment you forever. Gu Feng spat in annoyance. Damn it, I knew you Sky Demons were all bark and no bite, only knowing how to run. He turned to look at the scroll still on the ground, snorted and began to summon again. Gu Feng squinted. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight. He mumbled to himself, the weather's not bad. He summoned again with a few hey hus. A very, very long time later, Gu Feng was pale and panting from exhaustion. Damn it, this guy really isn't coming. He mused, the Sky Demon must have remembered my aura. He suddenly thought, aura. His expression turned sly. That's right. Wouldn't it work if someone else called? After all, the Sky Demon remembers my aura, not anyone else's. Thinking this, he pulled out a weasel spirit and threw it to the ground with a thud. It looked up at Gu Feng. Master, what are your orders? Gu Feng tossed the scroll to it. Take this scroll, summon the Sky Demon for me according to the method written on it. The weasel spirit was terrified. Master, please don't sacrifice me. Just give me 3 more days. No, 1 day. 1 day is enough. This humble one guarantees to build a 3-story Lakeview villa with a swimming pool, rooftop, and a 1,500 square meters flower garden. Gu Feng looked at the trembling weasel in confusion. Sacrifice you? Do you think such a good thing would fall to you? What are you dreaming about? The weasel made a sound of bewilderment. Gu Feng looked at it with disgust. I told you to summon the Sky Demon, then sacrifice all of my life to the Sky Demon. Understood? The weasel froze, wondering if it had misheard. Gu Feng grew impatient. What Hurry up and do it. Stand where I just stood. The weasel didn't dare ask any more questions, simply replying, yes. Then it opened the scroll and recited a series of incantations. After a while, the Sky Demon appeared. Wretched demon, how much lifespan do you wish to sacrifice? The weasel immediately said, Most Supreme Sky Demon Lord, this humble one does not wish to sacrifice my own lifespan. This humble one wishes to sacrifice all of my master's lifespan. The Sky Demon found this amusing. Oh, an ant rebelling against its master, is it? Where is your master? Gu Feng lightly coughed. My good child, your daddy is here. The Sky Demon furiously cursed. Damn it, it's you again. Will you stop, you lowly human? Just you wait until I catch you. See if Gu Feng cut him off. Torment you forever, right? Can you change the dialogue? The Sky Demon was seething with rage, pointing at him. Do you believe I'll summon my true form to kill you? Gu Feng calmly replied, if you have the guts to brag, then come and do it. He scoffed, you're a Sky Demon. After all, why do you only know how to brag but have no actual skill? The weasel narrowed its eyes at Gu Feng. It never expected this Gu Feng to be so ignorant, daring to offend the Sky Demon Lord. As it thought, it stepped forward. If the Sky Demon Lord can kill him, then wouldn't my brothers and I be free? The weasel then pointed at Gu Feng. Sky Demon Lord, this humble demon wishes to sacrifice him. I wish to sacrifice all of his lifespan. On the contrary, the Sky Demon angrily cursed. Damn it, You two ants dared to conspire to deceive this venerable one. Its eyes flashed with a chilling light. Then its sight descended. When my true form arrives, I will definitely imprison you two ants in the Sky Demon realm and torment you forever. Gu King Feng was enveloped by the Sky Demon's red spiritual energy. The terrifying power created a fiery red explosion. When the smoke cleared, the surrounding land where it struck was dented several feet deep. Only the spot where Gu King Feng stood remained untouched. Not even a blade of grass harmed. The system announced, host attacked by Lifespan Sky Demon. Lifespan increased by 2,900. Gu King Feng cursed, "Damn it, so stingy." He said to the Sky Demon, "I want to ask you, can you be a bit more generous next time?" The Sky Demon said nothing, hastily created a portal, and fled. The formation immediately disappeared. Gu King Feng lamented, "Why run so fast? I'm not some kind of demon or monster." He picked up the weasel and put it into his spatial storage. "Well done. I'll reward you when I remember." Gu King Feng wiped his sweat. "Been busy for so long. I need to go home and catch up on sleep. Then I'll think about how to create the immortal elixir and demand things from that old emperor." He looked around. The cool breeze blew, and the mountains were majestic. What a beautiful view. He cursed, "Damn it. Where am I?" Then in Wudong County, something suddenly appeared in the sky. The guards shouted, "Look up at the sky. There seems to be someone up there." In the sky was an enormous spiritual bird. Gu King Feng stood on its head. Indeed, riding a mount is awesome. The spiritual bird seemed unwilling but still let him ride. Gu King Feng thought to himself, if that idiot at Lingyao Mountain hadn't run out of money after the auction and used this thing as collateral, I wouldn't know how long it would take me to enjoy this. Gu King Feng jumped to the ground, and the soldiers immediately ran to surround him. They questioned, "Who are you?" Gu King Feng took out a wooden token. "Look closely." The soldiers immediately put down their swords, cupped their hands respectfully. "Welcome, Demon Exterminator Lord." Gu King Feng walked past them and entered the city. In front of the bulletin board, many people were gathered. Voices could be heard from the crowd. The name Gu King Feng sounds so familiar. He seems to be a demon exorcising envoy. Once attacked Madi Town. I heard he's very arrogant. They clamored and pointed, not expecting the one who obtained the Jade Dragon Secret Realm inheritance to be someone with no reputation. Others added, I heard that Gu King Feng was captured on the spot. His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for the immortality elixir to prolong his life. Gu King Feng pushed through the crowd to look at the notice board. They were startled to see him, some still gossiping. At that time, His Majesty the Emperor was furious, mobilizing manpower nationwide to search for Gu King Feng. Gu King Feng saw his face plastered on the paper, utterly astonished. The crowd clamored. It says here that if Gu King Feng is found or a clue is provided, there will be a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? But we never leave Wudong County all year round, so don't even think about that gold. Just watch the excitement. Voices of agreement, exactly. Gu King Feng reached out and tore down the notice without hesitation. The people of Wudong County saw him do it and gossiped. He tore it down. Gu King Feng simply turned and laughed. A guard there asked, was it you who tore down the proclamation? Gu King Feng replied, that's right. They said, young master, please come with us. The people in Wudong County gossiped. Is this person crazy for money? He really doesn't know his place, daring to tear down the proclamation. I really want to see how Lord Magistrate teaches him a lesson. That person replied, exactly. This kind of person should be locked in jail for 2 days. Is the Yeoman's proclamation something you can just tear down whenever you want? The person next to him said, oh, what if he really has a clue? How could that be? Our Wudong County is huge, but there aren't many masters, and he claims to be looking for the inheritor of the immortality elixir. He's dreaming. That person retorted, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. A loud yell came from inside the official hall. What? You are Gu King Feng. You've come to claim your own reward. Gu King Feng replied, that's right. He thought, look at his inexperience. He probably never thought of this. He slammed the table and stood up, but Gu Qingfeng remained calm. Are you afraid of earning too much money? The official replied, no, I'm not afraid. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, that's right. What if I don't get the reward? His face lit up, but I can find someone to cooperate with. Gu Qingfeng was now in a superior position, his face like a devil's. The official stammered, my lord, what do you want to do? I have a wife, not to reunite. Gu Qingfeng suggested, I only like beautiful women, don't flatter yourself. You go tell the bandits that you found me, then you go claim the reward, and then give me the money. He spoke loudly. What, my lord, are you telling me to deceive the emperor? Gu Qingfeng said nothing but summoned his power. The official sat down and hugged his leg. My lord, this humble official has an 80-year-old mother above, the 3-year-old child below. Gu Qingfeng replied, damn, you think I don't know that cliché movie line? If you don't do it, then think about the consequences. Gu Qingfeng immediately threw fire in his hand towards the wall, and the flames made a huge hole in the wall. He held onto the official. Now what? The official stammered and trembled. Help, help, of course I'll help. It's my honor to be able to help my lord with his work. Gu Qingfeng kicked him away. You must understand what a Yizi Bingjian Wang is. That's someone who can sit on the dragon throne alongside the emperor. Half of the great Yin dynasty belongs to this prince. What's the crime of deceiving the emperor? Isn't it just a word from this prince that settles it? The official replied, this humble official will obey the prince. He thought to himself, he just got the immortality elixir and is already so arrogant. If he can't become a Yizi Bingjian Wang, you'll cry. If it's exposed then, and the higher-ups blame me. All the people in Wudong County, Yemen are mine. At that time, I'll bribe a few demon-exorcising envoys and push all the blame onto him. Then we'll see how arrogant you still are. The humble official said, then, Lord Gu, please rest at the county Yemen and wait for this humble official to finish the matter. Will you then return to Madi Town? Gu Qingfeng patted his shoulder. You're quite sensible. Do as you say. Work for this prince, and this prince will not treat you unfairly. Understand? The humble official pointed to the door. My lord, please come this way. What you want to eat tonight? As he was speaking, sunlight pierced through the roof. Gu Qingfeng immediately used a shield to protect his body. The humble official was surprised. He shouted, my lord, are you all right, my lord? In his heart, he secretly thought, serves you right, who told you to be so arrogant? This time I'll send you up, and all 10,000 taels of gold will be mine. Ha ha ha. The roof cracked more and more, and Gu Qingfeng was surrounded by intense spiritual energy. He sighed, then pushed the humble official away. A voice rang out, Gu Qingfeng, it really is you. The humble official approached. Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng pushed him down. Luckily, it's an old acquaintance. It really is you. We tracked your soul aura here, and indeed, we weren't wrong. How did you escape? The general asked. Gu Qingfeng replied, this prince was captured along the way, and a mysterious person rescued me. After rescuing me, he vanished without a trace, and then this prince returned by himself. He thought, someday I'll have to use a mask to make myself a bit more handsome, then go out and pretend to be that mysterious person. The general asked, what was the identity of that mysterious person? What were his characteristics? He said, if this prince knew his identity, would I still call him mysterious? However, this prince remembers he wore a black cloak and a mask, and I don't know anything else. Gu Qingfeng smiled, thinking, I'll use a charm to trick him for now, and then create a mysterious person later. The general was recalling. Gu Qingfeng continued, could it be that after hearing this prince's description, General, you remembered someone, or are you acquainted with this person? The general evaded. Ahem, your description is so vague. One could catch a dozen such people. I'm just wondering if some scoundrel wanted to take the immortality elixir from you, so he staged your capture and then rescued you. Gu Qingfeng replied, General, rest assured, the inheritance is still in my hands. The general turned around. Then come with me, His Majesty is waiting for you. If His Majesty waits too long, I'm afraid your reward will turn into punishment. Gu Qingfeng calmly said, then let's go. He grabbed the humble official's head. Don't forget to claim the reward for this prince. After you're done, this prince will reward you when I return. Then he used a rope to fly through the hole in the roof. Leaves rustled in the green forest as Gu Qingfeng rode a bird, flying back with the general. The general thought, this person's actions are strange. I should still ask him clearly, just in case there's any mistake and His Majesty punishes me. That would be dangerous. He asked, did you really obtain the immortality elixir and the divine refinement technique? Gu Qingfeng replied, there's no immortality elixir in the inheritance, only the divine refinement technique. The general was surprised. What? He replied, look at your inexperience. The general asked, then you're guilty of deceiving the emperor. How do you plan to explain it to His Majesty? Gu Qingfeng countered, explain what? How could I deceive His Majesty? No, Jade Dragon never left behind an immortality elixir, only the divine refinement technique that can refine the immortality elixir. He thought to himself, doesn't the old emperor want to prolong his life? At that time, I'll just find the longevity heavenly demon. The general continued to ask, then, how confident are you in refining the immortality elixir? Gu Qingfeng replied, 100% confident, as long as there are enough medicinal ingredients. He thought, who could refuse to exploit an emperor? There must be many medicinal ingredients in the imperial palace. I need to stockpile some valuable ingredients for refining elixirs. At a crucial moment, they might even save my life. The general continued to ask, how much of the divine refining method have you mastered? Gu Qingfeng said, don't ask if you ask. It's 100%. You just need to get me there safely. You don't need to worry about anything else. The general said, the news of you inheriting the immortality elixir, the divine refining method, has reached the palace. You must be careful when entering the palace. Gu Qingfeng replied, got it. They continued flying like that, and the scene shifted to the crown prince's mansion. A soldier reported, Your Highness, this subordinate just received news that General Kim Jiab has escorted Gu Qingfeng, the successor of the immortality elixir, into the imperial capital. General Kim Jiab's cultivation has now reached the 6th heaven of dragon transformation. None of us are his match. The crown prince was furious. What did you say? The soldier replied, Your Highness, we can't do that. Cooperating with demons is like asking a tiger for its skin. We still need a long-term plan. The crown prince said, shut up. The crown prince advanced towards the soldier. He kicked him, and the soldier immediately spat blood. The crown prince was enraged. You bunch of good-for-nothings. What else do you know besides making long-term plans? I've been the crown prince for decades. These past years, I've been like thin ice, always having to guard against my imperial father and brothers. Seeing my imperial father's lifespan is almost up, and then the immortality elixir appears. They block my path. Damn it. All of them deserve to die. Now, only the nation of 10,000 demons can save me. You still want to stop me? Do you want to harm me? Don't you? The soldier trembled and replied, No, no, Your Highness, spare my life. You want to harm me. I won't let you have your way. Now, it's either I die or you die. The soldier continued to plead, Your Highness, spare my life. The crown prince threw him aside. Guards, if anyone dares to take my command token to the nation of 10,000 demons and eliminate the successor of the immortality elixir for me, they will be heavily rewarded. A group of people were carrying a sedan chair. Inside, sounds echoed, like flowers, like jade, little alluring servant, friend, cheers. Gu Qingfeng was enjoying good wine with beautiful women. He laughed and drank happily in the sedan chair. A beam of light struck directly. Gu Qingfeng's head was dizzy. My Jiang wine. Someone cursed Taoist Huo Ya. How dare you invade the territory of my great Yin dynasty and snatch an official sedan chair? What is your intention? Gu Qingfeng wondered, are demons robbing us? He summoned a mask to cover his eyes. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I will find that person to settle the debt. It would be even better if they could beat me up in the process. The person outside commanded, Heh heh, Qin Rusong, I heard the successor of the immortality elixir has appeared, so I specially came to ask for a taste. Subordinates, attack. All beams of light surrounded the sedan chair. Gu Qingfeng leaped out. He then disappeared into the mist. Gu Qingfeng summoned his power. Gu Qingfeng said, interrupting my cool appearance will cost you. Do you understand? He angrily pointed, are you the culprit? He replied, heh heh, this is the successor of the immortality elixir. With me here today, you won't escape. Gu Qingfeng said, you not denying it means you admit it. Someone patted his shoulder and said, Gu Qingfeng, you're not his match. Go back to the sedan chair quickly, leave the rest to us. The others also agreed, that's right, hurry back. Don't worry, we swear to protect you safely, nothing will happen to you. Gu Qingfeng firmly said, I'll count to 3, let go of my hand. He started counting, The general said, such powerful soul energy. Even I can't compare. Who exactly is he? The sound made the leaves rustle and all the birds fly away. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were full of determination as he exerted all his internal energy. Then he attacked and the force sent everyone sprawling. His opponent was also incredibly surprised. How can this be? Isn't he only at the 8th layer of Qi condensation realm? He said, get rid of the obstacles. Gu Qingfeng reminded, you're next. Gu Qingfeng lunged forward. You can still apologize to me now. The opponent stammered, what did you say? Me, afraid of a good-for-nothing at the 8th layer of Qi condensation realm? Gu Qingfeng smiled maliciously, I've given you a chance, so don't blame me for scolding you. He yelled, it's you bastard, my bottle of wine worth 10,000 gold was broken by your grandson. I know you're ugly. You look like a crow, don't you? Today, I'm going to beat the living hell out of you. Consider it a cleansing for your insides. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. You dare to disrespect me? I'll kill you. He used his young birds to attack Gu Qingfeng. The birds flew towards Gu Qingfeng, and his eyes shone brightly at them. The general also summoned his power. The general stood in front of Gu Qingfeng, taking the blow for him. The general commanded, quickly activate the teleportation formation, escort Gu Qingfeng away. The soldiers received the order. Yes, general. The general said, the formidable enemy before us is extremely terrifying, killing intent from all directions. Or is it just my illusion? Gu Qingfeng patted the general's shoulder. You move aside. Let me handle it. He thought, I want to get beaten up. The general replied, no, protecting you is my duty. Don't worry, I won't let this demon harm you. Gu Qingfeng helplessly said, don't worry, my soul energy is stronger than yours. The general created a protective shield around Gu Qingfeng from the opponent's power. That won't work. General, the teleportation ray is ready. The general grabbed Gu Qingfeng's hand. The general supported his back. Then the general embraced and carried Gu Qingfeng in his arms. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Damn it, you guys know how to. The general immediately leaped up. The general carried Gu Qingfeng away like that. His eyes welled up, and his hand reached out regretfully. My experience bag. The opponent froze rigidly on some mountain peak. Oh no, I forgot to teleport the sedan chair as well. How will young Master Gu meet his majesty now? Another person said, where are young Master Gu and the general? They entered the teleportation ray first. Let's look for them. Young Master Gu and the general went together, so they should be fine. Another person shouted, something's happened, something's happened, something's happened. The general and Gu Qingfeng fell down. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes and looked. He frowned and grimaced. Whose butt is this? He stood up, swaying, damn. The others there looked with puzzled expressions. Gu Qingfeng panted. The white-haired soldier said, listen to me, it's terrible, Gu Qingfeng patted his shoulder from behind, making him jump. Oh? Gu Qingfeng asked, I just want to know, which way is the road back? The general said, young Master Gu, give them a way out. If you don't go to the Imperial Palace, all of them will have to be buried with you. Gu Qingfeng replied, alright, if you don't let me go back, then I won't go back. Gu Qingfeng asked, if there's no sedan chair, how do we go? They replied in unison, we'll make one. He secretly thought, can't shake off these idiots. After I return to the imperial palace and become a peerless king, then I'll think about finding that Taoist guy. The general was standing guard over Gu Qingfeng in the night. Everyone announced, young master, general, it's done. They brought a new sedan chair. Everyone was laughing joyfully. Suddenly, the sedan chair exploded into blackness. Someone had fallen. The general's men were stunned. One of the demons spoke up, catch him. He is Gu Qingfeng. Don't let him escape. Gu Qingfeng still didn't understand what was happening. A group of various demons stood before them. The general said, young master Gu, there are many enemies. Hurry, I'll stop them. You go first. He thought, those grand masters suffered heavy casualties. It seems there's no way to set up the teleportation array. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, just a few grand master level demons, and you're already suffering such heavy casualties. How are you going to protect me like this? Are you sure you won't implicate me? Gu Qingfeng warned, if you keep blocking me, I'll deal with you all too. The demons said to each other, we're being looked down on. He lunged forward, you'll pay for your arrogance. The general immediately pushed Gu Qingfeng away. His eyes seemed to manipulate others. As the demon's hand came close to his face, Gu Qingfeng said, kneel. The opponent's heart pounded. Gu Qingfeng froze him stiff. The other demons worried, what's going on? The boss is under control. We should retreat quickly. The leading demon said, no. He warned, don't come over here. His eyes glared. The demon subordinates were also attacked. Click, click. Gu Qingfeng commanded, I said kneel. The demon immediately complied. Gu Qingfeng asked, tell me, why is it so hard to be a prince? What's wrong with a young man from a small town gaining his princely title through his own strength? The demon trembled, no, nothing's wrong. Gu Qingfeng wondered, then why do you keep bothering him? He replied, I was wrong. He stammered, please, please spare me. He kowtowed repeatedly, I have an elderly mother above me and young children below. Please, please give me a way out. Please. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand. It's always this line. Gu Qingfeng grabbed his neck. If I spare you, who will spare me? He asked Gu Qingfeng in his eyes. This seems like a partial sentence from the original story, kept as is per instructions. The demon begged and pleaded, great, 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 great immortal. Just as long as you spare me. You can have anything I have. Gu Qingfeng replied, it's too late for you to realize now. His eyes welled up with tears. Gu Qingfeng grinned menacingly, pay attention in your next life. Don't mess with me. Gu Qingfeng lifted the demon, and everyone looked up at the light converging above their heads. The general and Gu Qingfeng stood still. Gu Qingfeng said, quickly collect the valuables from the corpses for this king. The general replied, yes, your highness. He thought, this person acts unusually. His cultivation is unfathomable. It's better not to provoke him. The other matters about the imperial capital can be dealt with later. The general looked at Gu Qingfeng, full of questions. Gu Qingfeng said, rest. Gu Qingfeng leaned against a tree, deep in thought, then fell asleep. When dawn broke, their sedan chair continued on its way. The clatter from the sedan chair sounded as Gu Qingfeng held up a gold ring. He looked at it and said, no wonder these demons resort to robbery. They're so poor, dozens of demons, and not a single decent spirit weapon among them. Well, this life is over for them. Since you're all dead, I'll fatten you up a bit in your next life. Then I'll come find you again. Gu Qingfeng chugged the bottle of wine in his hand. I don't even know what kind of demons you are, or if you have anything valuable to offer. Someone spoke up, heh, we meet again, successor of the immortal elixir. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes. That voice, the opponent from earlier has appeared again. The opponent prepared to attack, sending energy towards Gu Qingfeng's sedan chair. It blew up the area, but Gu Qingfeng remained seated in the sedan chair. He looked even more confused. Gu Qingfeng shouted again, it's you again. The opponent scoffed, hey, Qin Rusong has been killed by me, and all your bodyguards are dead. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I'm in a good mood today, so I might spare your life. Gu Qingfeng replied, "You're smart. You didn't confront me directly, but chose to poison me." He pointed at Gu Qingfeng. Heh. Of course, it's to prevent you from using some teleportation ray to escape. I spent a lot of effort yesterday trying to find you all. Gu Qingfeng asked, "So you're saying you absolutely must have the immortal elixir and me?" The opponent replied, "Yes." Gu Qingfeng said, "TSK, you say that as if you're certain, but I still have to check if you have the ability." He used the Divine Will Unharmed Kinth and BCT Ha, and the opponent immediately dodged. It thought, who exactly is this person? How can he possess such terrifying soul pressure? I can't give up, not even for the rewards. Gu Qingfeng continued to use his abilities. It transformed into giant hands. The opponent panicked. Damn, what is this? Gu Qingfeng prepared to send the hands forward. The opponent summoned its power, using it to block the attack. He thought, this person's inner strength is terrifying. I'm no match for him right now. It seems I'll have to use all my strength to take a gamble. He continued to resist, determined to unleash all his inner energy. Gu Qingfeng smirked. Want to hit me now? Want to hit me now? Want to hit me now? Gu Qingfeng said, come on. The opponent warned, don't be so arrogant. He attacked Gu Qingfeng back, who seemed to stand in the eye of a storm. The mechanical sound of the system echoed in Gu Qingfeng's mind. The system announced, Bing, host attacked by Firecrow Taoist. Fire attribute plus 1000, plus 1000, plus 1000. Fire attribute has reached its limit. Congratulations, host, for upgrading your Fire Mastery talent to Fire Spirit Body. Feeling the power no longer increasing, he felt a bit disappointed. That's it? Meanwhile, the system coldly confirmed, that's it. A thought echoed in his mind, this demon is useless now. The system quickly echoed, useless now. Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng completely drained the opponent's power, leaving him with a bewildered, disbelieving expression. Immediately after, a strong force pulled him flying towards Gu Qingfeng, who mercilessly delivered a powerful kick straight to his face. The kick was so powerful it deformed his face and sent him crashing hard into a nearby tree. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were now icy cold, filled with killing intent as he stared at the severely wounded enemy. The demon struggled to get up from the ground, his blood-red eyes flashing with terror. He spread his gigantic wings, and a surging demonic aura erupted. He exclaimed in shock, a cultivation of Chi-gathering Realm 8th layer, yet with such powerful soul force, a physical body of Dragon Transformation Realm 1st layer. And that strange fire control ability. Kid, who exactly are you? In response to his surprise, Gu Qingfeng calmly offered a series of choices. Colloquially, I'm your dad. Formally, I am your father. Internet slang, I'm your daddy. Which one do you prefer? The demon roared, and powerful demonic energy coalesced into a gigantic vortex. Ha, you arrogant fool! This venerable one is a Dragon Transformation Realm 6th layer Great Demon. I was just playing with you earlier, and you're already acting so arrogant. This place has been sealed by this venerable one. Unless you defeat me, you won't escape. Gu Qingfeng just crossed his arms, an indifferent expression on his face. Okay, whatever you say is right. Then he asked in a provocative tone, done talking? Then it's my turn. Old geezer, don't cry to daddy later and say daddy bullied you. With that, a terrifying surge of power erupted from Gu Qingfeng, turning the entire sky a fiery red. The energy surged like a ferocious beast in the demon's horrified gaze. Gu Qingfeng mockingly repeated his words, this place has been sealed by this king. Unless you defeat this king, you won't escape. The demon gritted his teeth. Kid, don't you dare be so arrogant. Gu Qingfeng simply closed his eyes, seemingly unconcerned. The demon spun to build momentum and then shot forward like an arrow. In Gu Qingfeng's mind, a different thought rose. Is he about to attack me? He's a Dragon Transformation Realm 6th layer. I wonder if adding a few more of him can upgrade me from Intermediate Black Dragon Undying by 1 level. The demon roared, die, then launched an attack from behind Gu Qingfeng. His energy vortex had now turned pitch black. He sneered triumphantly, ha, So this is all the immortal elixir successor amounts to, such a quick display of arrogance. Just now, you were so arrogant, and now you're pushed to this point by me, huh? Don't dare to say anything? However, Gu Qingfeng secretly sighed. He doesn't intend to attack me, so why is the system not reacting? Sigh, I thought if it transformed, I'd get new games. A single demon probably only has one use. He opened his eyes, his voice tinged with regret. If I'd known, I shouldn't have held back earlier. Immediately, an aura even more terrifying than before erupted from him. The demon was rambling on. Tiny humans, weak strength, not enough for me when he suddenly froze, sensing the terrifying power behind him. He turned back in horror. What is this? Dragon Transformation Realm Second Layer? How did he suddenly get so much stronger? Could it be that he was always hiding his true strength? Gu Qingfeng asked coldly. Do you still think I'm a tiny human now? A lightning-fast strike sent the demon flying far away, his fur shedding profusely in his own daze. When he came to his senses, Gu Qingfeng was already standing right in front of him. Holding a freshly shed feather from his opponent, Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Didn't you say I was weak? Now I'll show you who the true powerhouse is. The demon was still stunned. How can this be? Just then, the system chimed again. Ding! Host attacked by Taoist Fire Crow. Defense attribute plus 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Fire attribute plus 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Gu Qingfeng frowned and asked the system, didn't you just say he was useless? The system explained, Taoist Fire Crow's form and attack weapon are different now, so the host's added attributes are also different. Gu Qingfeng seemed to realize, so, doesn't that mean I can exploit many types of demon attributes later? The system replied, theoretically, yes, but it also depends on the situation. Gu Qingfeng nodded, understood. He looked at the demon and said, go on. He looked at Gu Qingfeng with wary eyes, don't be arrogant. Then he dashed forward, attacking Gu Qingfeng continuously. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng just stood still, taking the blows, secretly thinking, well, getting hit is the main thing. His defense and fire attributes continuously skyrocketed. The more the demon fought, the more panicked he became. Did he get the wrong script? Why is he standing still? Gu Qingfeng called out to him, hey, do you have any other forms? The demon hesitated. That's all, a human form and an original form. Gu Qingfeng pointed straight at him, his face full of judgment. All right, you're useless now. He rushed forward like lightning. The demon couldn't react and was kicked savagely by Gu Qingfeng. He placed his hand on the demon, ready to drain all its life force. A surging torrent of power like a ferocious black dragon was drawn out, the energy explosion sending both of them flying far away. The demon thought in horror, how could he advance from Dragon Transformation Realm 2nd layer to 3rd layer in such a short time? This kid is very strange. I can't keep fighting. He turned back to look, but was stunned again. The demon said, kid, it's over. Gu Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, is there another surprise? The opponent smirked sinisterly. I forgot to tell you, my poison can't kill your followers. After they were poisoned, they died under this move of mine. You enjoy it too. He shouted loudly. Yang Extreme gives birth to Yin, Underworld Yin Ghost Fire. Gu Qingfeng flew into the air. He smiled triumphantly. It seems I was careless just now. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Ding! Host attacked by Taoist Fire Crow. Fire attribute plus 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Fire attribute has reached its limit. Congratulations, host, for upgrading from Fire Spirit Body to Fire God Body. Special announcement. Fire God Body is the god among fire, controlling all fires in the world, and can also enhance the power of fire. Gu Qingfeng calmly asked, how many other forms do you have? He yelled in panic, no way. Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. This king will answer your question, then ask you why. Heh, watch carefully. He raised his hand, the demon bewildered. Where's the fire? Immediately after, Gu Qingfeng unleashed the opponent's own move. Yang Extreme gives birth to Yin, Underworld Yin Ghost Fire. A giant black lotus of fire bloomed, beautiful yet deadly. The demon's eyes widened in horror. He flung his hand, retracted, then turned and fled frantically. As he ran, he muttered, "You play by yourself. I'm not playing anymore." He thought, "The black lotus will take your life. I'm not stupid. I won't play with you until I die." No sooner had he finished speaking than he crashed into an invisible wall, falling flat, his head spinning. Gu Qingfeng burst out laughing. "Heh heh heh. Are you walking without looking where you're going?" The demon turned back in fright, seeing Gu Qingfeng channeling powerful qi, an energy ball filled with anger. The ball flew straight towards him. The demon cowered, hastily creating a defensive barrier. He yelled, "No," but everything shattered. The demon stared blankly at the scene before him. Gu Qingfeng asked, "Do you want to live?" He quickly replied, "Yes." Gu Qingfeng nodded, "Very good. Then let's go back to the original question. How many forms do you have, or to put it another way, besides your original form and human form? Do you have a third form?" He stammered, No, I don't have any other forms, do I?" Gu Qingfeng scratched his head. "I forgot. You demons have no culture. Well, I'll think of a way to educate you when this king goes to the imperial capital. Now get up and hit me." The demon trembled. I don't dare." A resounding slap landed. Gu Qingfeng shouted, "Are you going to hit me? If you don't hit me, I'll chop you up and make soup. I'm asking one more time, are you going to hit me?" He immediately shrunk, trembling, and said, Hit. Can't I just hit you?" Gu Qingfeng gently pointed at himself. "Hit here, understand?" The demon looked at him with disbelief, then complied. Gu Qingfeng roared again, "Haven't you eaten?" The demon thought, "You're asking for this. Don't blame me for not holding back." He roared, "Go to hell." The system announced again, Bing, host attacked by Taoist Fire Crow, defense power plus 20,000. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Why isn't it upgrading yet? Could it be that getting beaten too much makes the bonus points weaker? He ordered, "Keep hitting faster, you're too slow." Then he casually punched it in the head. He cried and pleaded, "My lord, please don't tell me to hit any more. If I hit any more, I'll die. Please spare me." Gu Qingfeng refused. "Don't waste words. One last hit. Quickly, I'm stuck between levels right now. The discomfort is about to come." The demon whined, "My lord, all my bones are broken. I can't hit anymore." Gu Qingfeng was angry. "Are you stupid? Use your head to hit. Either hit, or I'll pickle you. Choose one quickly." The demon had to choose, crying, "I'll hit." He stood up again, rushed towards Gu Qingfeng, then headbutted him straight in the body. A flock of birds flying by had to change direction in fright. Gu Qingfeng cursed. "This is the first time I've seen a demon hit someone until they pass out. You good for nothing. Whose demon is this, anyway?" The exhausted demon mumbled. The system continued to announce, "Congratulations, host, defense power has reached its limit, upgrading to advanced undying black dragon body." Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. He looked at the fallen demon, then used his power. He removed the mark, then mumbled, "When this good-for-nothing wakes up, maybe I can make use of him more." He then stuffed the pill into its mouth, and the demon immediately woke up. It asked in confusion. Then it opened its eyes wide in terror when it saw Gu Qingfeng. It stammered. Gu Qingfeng said. The demon quickly replied. It hung its head. Gu Qingfeng asked. It firmly stated. Gu Qingfeng was stubborn. "So die or keep fighting, choose one of the two." The demon wanted to cry, it thought. It changed the subject. "I'm just a mere dragon transformation realm 6th heaven demon. How could I easily sneak into the great Yin dynasty's interior? Also, how did the other party know your whereabouts so well?" Gu Qingfeng thought it over. It quickly said. Gu Qingfeng pressed it down, preparing to attack. "I'm asking your head. You've already spilled all the questions. Wouldn't it be simpler to just answer directly?" The demon quickly confessed. He contacted the 10,000 Demon Nation, promising many benefits, and then I was sent here. Gu Qingfeng nodded. The demon frantically stopped him. "My lord, I've seen you riding in a palanquin all the way. I wonder if this humble demon has the honor of being your mount." Gu Qingfeng replied. The demon trembled and quickly summoned a fire phoenix. My lord, I also have a trace of the Golden Crow's bloodline, which is why I can control fire. You riding me is almost the same as riding a golden crow. Gu Qingfeng thought. First, tell me about the 10,000 demon nation. He thought to himself. The demon explained. Just cross the 2 mountains at the westernmost part of the Great Yan Dynasty, and you'll reach the territory of the 10,000 demon nation. If my lord wishes to go, I am willing to be your most loyal guide. He crossed his arms and said, seeing the sincerity in its eyes, Gu Qingfeng said. The demon broke into a cold sweat. It stared intently at Gu Qingfeng. Finally, it knelt before him, saying, I swear that from now on, I will only be loyal to my lord and work for my lord. If I break my vow, I will be struck by heavenly lightning, die a horrible death, and lay eggs without an anus. It repeated again, loyal to my lord, working for my lord. If I break my vow, I will be struck by heavenly lightning, die a horrible death, and lay eggs without an anus. Gu Qingfeng had tied its hands. The demon asked, Are you satisfied? Gu Qingfeng replied. The demon secretly laughed in its heart. Gu Qingfeng said coldly, Look what you have on you. Next time you want to be subtle with someone, don't smile so lewdly. The rope tied around its body loosened and gradually disappeared, coiling round its body. The demon was startled. Gu Qingfeng said. The demon thought. It stammered. Gu Qingfeng warned. You are now this king's person. Pay attention to your image when you're out. If you make this king lose face, this king will hang you up and beat you. The demon quickly knelt. Gu Qingfeng replied. The demon bowed 180 degrees. Gu Qingfeng said. He took a surge of energy from the ring. Gu Qingfeng raised his power to the sky. The demon replied. Gu Qingfeng said. The demon answered yes and then left immediately. It thought. Gu Qingfeng stood up. He looked into the distance. He channeled his power, thinking. An old man suddenly appeared, asking. Gu Qingfeng asked back. The 10,000 demon nation sent people to kill me. General Qin and his men unfortunately met with misfortune. Then a mysterious person appeared and saved me. And then that person left. The old man wondered. Then he thought. The old man took Gu Qingfeng to the Great Yan Dynasty, the imperial capital, the imperial palace. They landed, *thump*. The old man was in a hurry. He said, a line of beautiful women stood in a row. He thought. They approached a bed. The 2 of them clasped their hands. The old man said. Gu Qingfeng observed. The emperor, lying on the bed, whispered. The strong expert beside him turned to look. Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. The emperor heard him, and the strong expert flicked his sleeve. He said. Gu Qingfeng replied. The strong expert looked up and down. That old man replied. He thought. If you can find the immortality elixir on me, I'll call you daddy. Gu Qingfeng said. He secretly thought. They are humans, not demons, so the system is useless. I can't beat them. I'll endure for now. Once I become the one-character parallel king, if I don't grind you 2 into the ground, then I'm not named Gu. The old man said, whether it's there or not, we'll know after searching. The 2 of them immediately widened their eyes in surprise, as Gu Qingfeng only had gold, silver, and jewels on him. The old man said to the strong expert, Indeed, there isn't any, but why do you have so much money? Gu Qingfeng replied, I'm used to scavenging regularly. I don't like spending money, so I've accumulated a little bit. Gu Qingfeng bent down to pick up the gold. It's just a little bit of money, and you're making a big deal out of it. If you saw my dimensional space, wouldn't you be scared witless? Such lack of ambition. The old man asked, Gu Qingfeng, how long does it take to refine the immortality elixir? Gu Qingfeng replied, if I have all the ingredients, it'll be done in 7 days. The strong expert smiled kindly and asked, do you want to live or die? Gu Qingfeng just looked. He was tied up with thick chains. He said, is there a connection between these 2 questions? The strong expert made a demand. I'll only give you 3 days. Gu Qingfeng shouted, 3 days. This is refining the immortality elixir, not buying vegetables at the market. The strong expert turned around. If you can't refine the immortality elixir in 3 days, I will bury you with His Majesty the Emperor. Gu Qingfeng stood frozen. He thought, damn it, I thought I'd get to exploit the Emperor, but now I'm being put on the chopping block. All the experts here are human. I can't use the system. There are no demons here, not even a shortcut for me to increase my abilities. Gu Qingfeng said, take me to the alchemy place. The old man took his arm. Follow me. He thought, run. With my current strength, I definitely can't escape. He then said, didn't the old emperor want the immortality elixir? I'll just refine it. Gu Qingfeng approached the emperor's bed. He thought, anyway, I can control the lifespan in the immortality elixir. As long as I can control the old emperor, what do I have to fear from these grandsons? He walked but looked back. They had arrived at the alchemy place. To soldiers standing in front of the door said, sorry to trouble you, Grand Tutor. You may enter now. Gu Qingfeng thought, my god, even a single guard is at the early dragon transformation realm. It seems my decision to humble myself just now was a wise one. The old man said, follow me. Gu Qingfeng looked up, his eyes wide in surprise, as expected of the imperial treasury. The old man said to Gu Qingfeng, your alchemy place is inside. Follow me. Gu Qingfeng ran after him. Coming. He was still very impressed. I can't believe the alchemy place is in the national treasury. I'll uncover all the secrets here. Ha-he, the old man stood in front of a door. We're here. Gu Qingfeng said, this is the medicine room where medicinal ingredients are stored in the national treasury. As long as there are medicinal ingredients in the world, Gu Qingfeng opened the door and entered. They are all here. He brushed the old man's hand away and observed an item. The old man also poked his head in and said, quickly choose the ingredients you need for the immortality elixir. Once you're done, follow me. Gu Qingfeng asked, so, I'm not refining alchemy here? The old man replied, of course not. This is just a medicine room. There are no alchemy tools here. When you leave the national treasury, your spatial ring will be inspected. If the quantity is unusual, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Hurry up and choose, the old man urged. Gu Qingfeng thought, as long as I stay in the imperial palace for a long time, I'll have plenty of opportunities to exploit you all. He sighed and said, then you go outside. The old man stood still, not moving, and looked at Gu Qingfeng indifferently. Gu Qingfeng said, ultimately, are you afraid I'll steal medicinal ingredients, or do you want to spy on my divine alchemy method? The old man said, the divine alchemy method has existed for hundreds of years, but no one has been able to comprehend it. Do you think that just by knowing the necessary ingredients, you can refine the immortality elixir? Gu Qingfeng replied, although I quite like hearing these words. Sorry, this is my and family's main mission to become the one-character parallel king. It cannot be revealed. The old man looked at him. When you leave the national treasury, the guards will inspect your spatial ring. What should be revealed will still be revealed. Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized, how could I have forgotten about this? He said, I don't like having other people around when I refine the immortality elixir. Is there a problem? From the moment I start choosing ingredients, I prefer to be alone. Do you have an opinion? You're still talking nonsense to me. What you're wasting isn't my time, but the old emperor's time. Grand Tutor, what do you think? The old man walked past him, went to the door, and then waved his hand. The old man slammed the door shut and left. Gu Qingfeng said, wouldn't it have been better to be sensible sooner? He smiled excitedly. Gu Qingfeng ran towards the medicinal ingredients. Here I come. The old man stood guard outside. Gu Qingfeng finished collecting and opened the door a crack. The old man said, let's go. He secretly thought, sigh, so many treasures. I can only let the emperor suffer by drinking medicine a few times. The immortality elixir saving him once a year should be enough. The old man suddenly stopped, causing Gu Qingfeng to bump into his back. Gu Qingfeng asked, what are you doing? The guard replied, the imperial guards are ordered to inspect spatial rings. The guard stopped him. The soldier said, Grand Tutor, this young master took over 100 kinds of precious medicinal ingredients from the national treasury. May I ask what they are for? I need your assurance. We will also explain to our superiors later. The old man said, this person is the successor of the immortality elixir. He took medicinal ingredients to refine the immortality elixir for His Majesty. If your superiors don't believe it, just tell them to come find me. The soldiers made way for them. Understood, sir. The old man led Gu Qingfeng to a place. Gu Qingfeng asked, this place is? The old man replied, the Hall of Cultivating Mind. You will refine alchemy here. I will come for you in 3 days. Remember, don't even think about escaping. Gu Qingfeng patted his shoulder and said, got it, got it. There's food and drink here, and treasures too. Why would I run? He brushed Gu Qingfeng's hand away, and don't even think about touching anything in the Hall of Cultivating Mind. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, am I someone who's greedy for this little bit of money? The old man then asked, if you're not, then where did the mountain of gold in your spatial ring come from? What you said in His Majesty's inner chamber might fool others, but it won't fool me. Gu Qingfeng sneered. The old man then gave him a push. Gu Qingfeng fell backward, unable to brace himself. He asked, damn it, what do you want to do? The old man used his ability. The old man said, it's just an extra layer of assurance. Remember, you only have 3 days. You can tell the palace staff inside if you need anything. He snapped his fingers. Where are the people? A group of palace staff jumped out from inside. Gu Qingfeng gasped, my goodness, you sent Dragon Transformation Realm experts and grandmasters to guard me. How afraid are you that I'll run? The old man instructed, for these 3 days, you will guard here, protect the successor of the immortality elixir. If anyone approaches the Hall of Cultivating Mind wanting to attack, kill them without mercy. Yes, Grand Tutor. Gu Qingfeng said, I'm used to having people wait on me and dress me. Without dozens of palace maids serving me, I wouldn't know what to do. At least one meal must be worth 100 taels of gold. Furthermore, I only drink purple yang wine and wear lingless silk. The old man listened, then turned and walked away. Gu Qingfeng thought, if you don't want to listen, so be it. When this old man becomes a prince of the first rank, there will be plenty of opportunities to make demands. Gu Qingfeng stepped inside. That old emperor really is rich. This time I must exploit him a bit. He thought. Someone called Young Master Gu. A light source appeared behind him. He turned to look. A group of maids bowed to Gu Qingfeng. Your humble servant greets Young Master Gu. Your humble maid greets Young Master Gu. Gu Qingfeng thought. This old man thought they were just beauties. I didn't expect all of them to be in the qi cultivation realm. Damn it. Are they serving this old man or watching this old man? He said, what young master? Call me prince. The maids and servants were bewildered and didn't know what to say. Gu Qingfeng shouted loudly, hurry up, or this old man won't refine the elixir. They replied, greetings, your highness. Gu Qingfeng smiled. Now, this prince's first command is, all eunuchs must leave and be replaced by palace maids for this prince. They must be beautiful, with big chests, understand? A maid stepped forward. Your highness, this is not in accordance with the rules. Gu Qingfeng said, rules? This prince's words are the rules. Just now, Sichu Kong said he would agree to all of this prince's requests. What? Now, you can't even fulfill this prince's first request. Do you think this prince needs many palace maids because he's lustful? This prince needs them for refining the elixir. The immortality elixir can extend lifespan. It is a yang-sustaining object. During the refining process, there's too much yang energy, which is extremely dangerous. It needs the gentle yin energy of women to neutralize it. Now, you don't want to change the palace maids for me. You want to prevent this prince from refining the immortality elixir. Do you want the emperor to die? The maids bowed their heads deeply. Your highness, spare us. Your highness, spare us. Your highness, this cannot be spoken carelessly. Your humble servant will go and do it immediately. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. All right, go do it. Don't delay this prince's elixir refining time. Gu Qingfeng grinned slyly and everyone vanished. At the Hall of Cultivating Mind, Gu Qingfeng took out the jade. This old man still has 3 days. No rush to find the heavenly demon. If I can't get out and have nothing to do, then I'll cultivate. Gu Qingfeng put the pill in his mouth. His power seemed to increase manifold. He closed his eyes and felt a powerful force like a green dragon and wind above his head. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes. He felt every force flowing within him. The system announced, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 9th heaven of the Qi Gathering Realm." Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. "In just 1 hour, I've broken through to the 9th heaven of the Qi Gathering Realm, just 1 step away from the inner Qi realm. The next step is to use the peak Qi Gathering original energy in my body to temper the 5 organs, stimulate the essence of life, and then refine inner Qi, and it's done." He immediately felt the power. Gu Qingfeng was utterly delighted. A long time later, Gu Qingfeng thought, could it be that my posture just now was wrong? He sat down and tried again. He said, "What's going on? You've consumed so much of my original energy. You should spit some out." This original energy is mutated original energy from the undying black dragon body. Its quality far surpasses that of the 9th heaven of the Qi Gathering Realm. Gu Qingfeng realized, that's right, my physical body has now reached the 6th heaven of the Dragon Transformation Realm, and the 5 organs are also a part of the physical body. The original energy of the 9th heaven of the Qi Gathering Realm is indeed not worth mentioning in front of the 6th heaven of the Dragon Transformation Realm physical body. Gu Qingfeng looked at the Qi he had just cultivated. Alas, once I enter the inner Qi realm, how terrifying of an existence will I be? He was extremely confident. At that time, I'm afraid I won't need to rely on my physical body to suppress enemies. Just relying on my inner Qi realm cultivation will be enough to suppress grandmasters. Ah, I'm so strong. 3 days later, the system announced, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 1st heaven of the inner Qi realm." Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. A surge of inner Qi entered his abdomen. "My destiny is not determined by heaven. Ha ha ha." Gu Qingfeng put the immortality elixir into the bottle. Chop. The immortality elixir is successfully refined, and I've also reached the inner Qi realm. I'll have to ask the old emperor for a reward later. A purple light source appeared at the door. It was the old man, your humble servant, who asked, "Gu Qingfeng, have you finished refining the immortality elixir?" Gu Qingfeng asked back, "Isn't this something you can refine if you have hands?" He threw the bottle of immortality elixir to him. The old man looked closely. "How much lifespan?" Gu Qingfeng replied, 1 year. He asked, "Why is yours only 1 year?" Gu Qingfeng explained, "Please, they are grandmasters and I am just a beginner. How can we be the same? Besides, I just learned, refining 1 year is already not bad. If you don't want it, then don't take it. Give it to me." The old man ran away. Gu Qingfeng shouted, "Hey, the immortality elixir is refined. When will you let me go?" He replied, "Of course, you will be released when the time comes." Gu Qingfeng asked, "So, when will you give me the reward you promised?" He also said, "Tomorrow." The old man came and went so quickly. Gu Qingfeng looked through the lingering aura where the old man had just been. All the beautiful women, plump and full of vitality, seemed to call out to him. Gu Qingfeng drooled, "Oh God, aren't you joking with this old man? They seduced him, Your Highness, with slender legs like beauties." A beauty said, "Your Highness, please enjoy your meal." Gu Qingfeng's eyes filled with affection. "Not bad, not bad. This is what this prince wants." He charged towards the beautiful girls. "I'm coming." A voice shouted, "Imperial Edict," bringing him back to reality. Gu Qingfeng wondered, Imperial Edict. These officials brought many items. The one holding the Imperial Edict snorted, opened it, and read, "By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees. Gu Qingfeng has rendered meritorious service by offering the immortality elixir, and is hereby granted the title of Prince of the 1st rank, bestowed with a hall of cultivating mind, gold, jewels, and 10 chests of brocade." Gu Qingfeng looked at them. "I said we would sit on the dragon throne together. That old emperor is untrustworthy." A prince locked in the hall of cultivating mind. What's there to be proud of? The one holding the edict continued to read, Prince Gu, accept the edict. Gu Qingfeng didn't take it. He clenched the imperial edict. The emperor said any request could be granted, right? The soldier replied, Your Majesty's word is golden. Of course, it's true, as long as your highness refines elixirs in the hall of cultivating mind. All requests will be accepted. Gu Qingfeng said, Then my first request is for you to commit suicide. All the soldiers were alarmed. The one reading the edict said, Please, your highness, don't joke. Gu Qingfeng replied, Who are you? You don't even deserve this prince's jokes. He was furious. Gu, Prince Gu, this old servant has served his majesty for decades. He is his majesty's red. Gu Qingfeng rushed forward and punched him directly in the face. Blood splattered everywhere, and the soldier was instantly decapitated. Everyone shrieked in horror. The door opened. A person walked in and asked, What happened? He was surprised by the scene before him. Gu Qingfeng said, This is the consequence of disrespecting this prince. Is it clear to everyone now? He looked and said, Your Highness, can't you be a little more peaceful? Gu Qingfeng said, How audacious! Just a guard dares to question this prince. Quickly call that old rogue. Sit you here for this prince. The guard replied, Did we give you a chicken feather and you think it's a command token? Just a mere elixir refining tool, a false position, yet you consider yourself a true prince. The guard drew his sword. If you know what's good for you, refine elixirs properly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Qingfeng said, I gave you a little color, and you want to open a dye shop today. If I don't make you call me father, then I'll share their surname with you. Gu Qingfeng thought, technique, illusion sight. Then the guard yelled, petty tricks. The guard attacked Gu Qingfeng first. Gu Qingfeng said, Flood dragon's female form. He slashed his sword at the guard. Go die. The guard fell unconscious. Gu Qingfeng said, overestimating yourself. Oh well, just now, let's pretend I didn't say anything about making you call me father. Gu Qingfeng cast a glance, and all the servants stared wide-eyed. He said, Who among you will go call such a queue for me? This prince has something to say to him. They replied, reporting, Your Highness, the imperial preceptor is currently at morning court. Gu Qingfeng wondered, morning court, huh? Then this prince must also go to morning court for some fun. He flew up and said, You all carry these to corpses and follow this prince. They replied, Yes, Your Highness. Gu Qingfeng continued, looking towards the beautiful women, You all served very well just now. This prince liked it very much. Just stay in the hall of cultivating mind and wait for this prince. Once this prince is done with morning court, I will return to arrange things for you. The beautiful women replied, Yes, yes. A bright red circle appeared over the palace city. The gate slowly opened and Gu Qingfeng walked out. The guards turned to look at him. Gu Qingfeng walked out with the others, two swords crossed in front of him. The guard said, Gu Qingfeng, without the imperial preceptor's permission, you cannot go anywhere. Gu Qingfeng said, I'll give you a chance to correct your mistake. Look at this before you speak. The servants brought out the corpses. The guards outside were bewildered. Gu Qingfeng pointed at the corpses. Well, do you dare to stop me now? The two guards looked at each other. Gu Qingfeng said, Have you finished discussing? Will you let this prince out or not? The guard stood up and said, Even if we let you out, it's useless. Not anyone can open the barrier in the hall of cultivating mind. Gu Qingfeng replied, It seems you're sensible enough to know how to act. Only then can you live. Today, I'll give you a chance to know what a true powerhouse is. A strange light flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. His eye of shattered hope was activated, followed by a surge of powerful energy. Gu Qingfeng waved, All right, throw those two corpses away. They're useless now. The scene changed, taking us to the majestic Golden Palace Hall, where the powerful figures were bowing in reverence. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, an official spoke, Your Majesty's fortune is boundless. The Jade Dragon's secret realm has existed for hundreds of years, yet no one inherited the elixir of immortality. However, just when Your Majesty needed it, the inheritor of the elixir of immortality immediately appeared, proving that Your Majesty is an enlightened ruler favored by heaven. Another official then added, Lord Li is right. In my humble opinion, heaven must have seen your majesty's dedication to the country and the peace of the people on earth. Another official also added, therefore, it specifically extended your majesty's lifespan, so that our great Yin dynasty may enjoy eternal peace. Your majesty obtaining the elixir of immortality is a great fortune for great Yin. The great Yin dynasty must be ruled by your majesty to become an immortal imperial dynasty. Hearing these flattering words, his majesty spoke, as long as I can live another 100 years and reach the dragon transformation realm, then I can have another 500 years of lifespan. With the inheritor of the elixir of immortality, the dragon transformation realm will be within reach. Immediately, all the officials knelt down and bowed in unison. We, your humble servants, wish your majesty eternal immortal blessings, a lifespan as long as heaven and earth. Suddenly, someone announced, First rank parallel king has arrived. His majesty was surprised. Gu Qingfeng rushed in aggressively and asked, Huh, everyone's here? Why didn't anyone inform this prince about the morning court? He pointed directly at the old man. You're here too. You really are. Such an important matter as morning court. Why didn't you tell this prince? The old man also pointed back and replied, Gu Qingfeng, how did you get out of the Hall of Cultivating Mind? Gu Qingfeng was not to be outdone, pointing back at his face. Sichu Kong, you dared to call this prince by his full name, a crime of insubordination. Do you want to die? The other officials began to whisper among themselves. Isn't the first rank parallel king just a nominal title? Indeed, wasn't he said to be confined in the Hall of Cultivating Mind? How could he escape here? Who gave him the audacity to speak so loudly to the imperial preceptor? Sichu Kong turned to his majesty and said, Your majesty, there might be a problem with the Hall of Cultivating Mind. I will take Gu Qingfeng to investigate the cause. His majesty ordered, Go. Gu Qingfeng immediately rushed forward. Old imperial brother, listen, Sichu Kong truly disregards everyone. This prince is the first rank parallel king. He is just an imperial preceptor. How dare he be so rude? His majesty frowned. What did you call us? Gu Qingfeng casually replied, Old brother, this prince is the first rank parallel king, which means I'm someone who enjoys the realm on par with you. You're also older than this prince, so calling you old brother is very normal. His majesty angrily shouted, Guards, take this man down. The soldiers immediately rushed in. Gu Qingfeng coldly said, Old emperor, you brought this upon yourself. His majesty growled. Guards, a group of imperial guards quickly surrounded Gu Qingfeng. He laughed heartily. This prince originally intended to interact with you all as a normal prince, but what I got in return was distance and suspicion. If that's the case, I'll show my hand. In reality, I am a divine being. All the officials there gasped in astonishment. He continued, a disciple of a divine being. In other words, the true divine being who came to the imperial capital to capture the demon spirit earlier was my master. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Really, this. Two officials began to converse. Some time ago, a venerable divine being came to the imperial capital. Everyone knows about this. Why is a disciple of a divine being suddenly appearing today? The other replied, I remember there were rumors back then that the divine being could save the great Yin dynasty. Another official asked, Where did you hear these rumors? I heard that the divine being said there would be a noble person of the emperor who would offer the elixir of immortality, and also said that among the Gu family, only one person caught the divine being's eye. They bust with discussion. Yes, I heard that too. The first rank parallel king's surname is Gu. Could it be a coincidence? Sichu Kong and a close powerhouse looked at his majesty. The powerhouse frowned. What an audacious fellow, daring to deceive everyone, so young, yet his cultivation is only at the initial energy realm. Would a divine being truly take someone with such aptitude as a disciple? The old man, Sichu Kong, quickly intervened. Wait. He turned to his majesty. Your majesty, please grant me some time. I have some matters to confirm. His majesty replied, Granted. The old man bowed. Thank you, your majesty. Then the old man looked at Gu Qingfeng. You said you are a disciple of a divine being. Do you have any proof? Gu Qingfeng confidently replied, "Of course. My external identities were all created by myself, after all." With that, he held up a gem. Everyone exclaimed, "The Buddhist treasure, the Shaolin Pearl." Sichu Kong thought to himself, could he really be a divine being's disciple? That day, I personally saw the demon spirit offer this item to the divine being. If he isn't a disciple of the divine being, then how can this item be explained? The two officials turned their backs and whispered, "No wonder he's so arrogant, so his backing is a divine being." Exactly, otherwise how would he dare call his Imperial Majesty old brother? Another agreed, "I think so too, I said it before, he's so arrogant because he has a divine being backing him up." Sichu Kong thought again, if Gu Qingfeng is telling the truth, then us confining him is. Gu Qingfeng spoke up, "This is the protective spiritual weapon my master gave this prince. It's what the demon spirit offered that day. Surely you've heard of it. Is this enough proof?" The old man said, "Your Majesty, this Shaolin Pearl is real." His Majesty replied, "We understand." Gu Qingfeng said, "I never expected that worthy brother is not only the inheritor of the elixir of immortality, but also a disciple of a divine being." His Majesty smiled and said, "Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. The great Yin dynasty is truly fortunate to have a first-rank parallel king like worthy brother." Gu Qingfeng slung his arm over his Majesty's shoulder. "Still, old brother has good judgment. Otherwise, how could you be emperor? This emperor certainly knows how to be flexible." His Majesty ordered, "Guards, bring a chair for the first-rank parallel king." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. "No need." His Majesty thought to himself, "Why? Could it be that he wants revenge for us confining him?" Gu Qingfeng stepped forward, pointing at the throne. "Isn't there one already here?" He felt the chair. "This prince finds this dragon throne quite spacious. I'll just sit here. After all, the meaning of first-rank parallel king is that we sit as equals, right?" A powerhouse grabbed his arm. He cursed, "Gu Qingfeng, the state has its laws, and a family has its rules. The imperial court also has its regulations. If you do this..." Gu Qingfeng ignored him and kicked him, knocking out a tooth. Gu Qingfeng said, "Damn dog, now you know to call me your highness, yet you dared to mention rules to this prince? Don't you see that my big brother hasn't even spoken? Who are you to bite wildly in front of this prince?" He was furious. "You dare." Gu Qingfeng laughed. "All right, you want to fight me, do you? Then don't blame me. Now I'll tell my master that you all bullied me. You have the old emperor backing you, and I have my master backing me." He observed and thought, why isn't anyone stopping this? Do these people really not fear a divine being coming to unleash mass slaughter? In another world, you have to rely on acting. Who's afraid of whom? At worst, I'll take out the heavenly fox eye and tear through space to escape. His Majesty quickly interjected, "Worthy brother, please wait." Gu Qingfeng shouted loudly, "Old brother, don't stop me. Today, your little brother will help you teach these disobedient dog servants a lesson." His Majesty held him back. "Worthy brother, don't be angry. It's our poor management that offended worthy brother. It's a small matter, no need for the divine presence to intervene." Gu Qingfeng brushed his hand away. "Ha, old brother just says poor management and that's it. Then where do you put my master's face? Are you saying that from now on, anyone can step all over me and then apologize?" His Majesty said, "Today, we will give worthy brother a satisfactory answer. If worthy brother is still not satisfied, then by all means, call the divine being to preside over justice." How about that? Gu Qingfeng accepted. "All right, for the sake of our brotherhood, I'll give old brother a chance." His Majesty said, "Dog servant, brother Gu is the first-rank parallel king. You, as a servant, dare to commit insubordination?" He ordered, "Guards, drag this dog servant down and give him 100 lashes." Gu Qingfeng stopped him. "Wait." He approached, "Dog servant, offending this prince and thinking you can just leave. How can things be so easy in this world?" The servant asked, "What do you want?" Gu Qingfeng smiled sinisterly. "Hurry and kowtow to this prince to apologize." He was angry. "You." His Majesty then kicked the servant. His Majesty said, You dog servant, hurry and kowtow to the first-rank shoulder-to-shoulder prince to apologize. The servant had no choice but to agree. Yes, yes, Gu Qingfeng remarked. This acting is too poor. The servant kowtowed. This servant offended your highness. I beg your highness for forgiveness. Gu Qingfeng said, speak louder, this prince can't hear you. He was extremely angry. This servant begs your highness for forgiveness. Gu Qingfeng scratched his ear. Speak louder, this prince can't hear you. You mother of asterisk cur, didn't you want to lock me up for life? Today, I'll play you to death, to let you know what a gentleman's revenge is not too late in tenures means. And a petty man seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. The servant kowtowed again. This servant begs your highness for forgiveness. Gu Qingfeng stepped on the servant's back. He sat on the throne and said, who told you to speak so loudly? You've deafened this prince's ears. The officials looked at the servant lying on the ground, horrified. This is a peak dragon transformation realm expert. A peak dragon transformation realm expert was actually kicked away by him. How strong must this god's disciple be? Truly worthy of being a god's disciple. It seems the great Yan dynasty will undergo changes after this. He didn't hide his strength in front of his majesty and the high-ranking officials. Could it be that we've offended the god somewhere, so the god sent him to warn us? Gu Qingfeng thought, I can't even discipline you all. What am I doing this for? It's called, in the face of absolute power, all authority is fleeting. One can only submit. He ordered, take that dog servant away. He's annoying this prince. The entire court was silent. An old man nodded and they carried the corpse away. Gu Qingfeng observed and said, old brother, why are you still standing there? Come up and sit down quickly. This chair is big enough for us to sit on. His Majesty had no choice but to sit down. Gu Qingfeng turned left and right, looking around the chair. The craftsmanship is very exquisite. Are there any memorials? Quickly submit them or dismiss the court. The officials all said in unison, reporting to your majesty. Your humble subjects have no matters to report. His Majesty said, dismiss the court. These people at least have some discerning eyes. How can national affairs be left to an insignificant, ignorant person like you? Gu Qingfeng said, wait, this prince hasn't said anything yet. Dismiss the court. Dismiss what court? Are you not taking this prince seriously? As they approached the door, they turned back to look. His Majesty, standing beside him, thought, I'm only tolerating you out of respect for the god, yet you're taking an inch and asking for a mile. Doesn't the god's disciple know how to observe? Am I supposed to listen to you? Out of respect for the god, of course I'll listen. His Majesty was furious. His Majesty said, my dear brother, if you have something to say, please speak. Gu Qingfeng replied, old brother, this prince has something I'd like to discuss. This is a good opportunity. What do you think, old brother? The officials sat down again. Gu Qingfeng said, the saying goes, the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. Although this prince is the first-rank shoulder-to-shoulder prince, I can't bear to shirk my duties. So this prince has decided to take on some positions, as a way to share the worries with you, old brother. He glanced and said, His Majesty asked, I wonder what position my dear brother wishes to take on. Gu Qingfeng pretended to think, old brother, this prince is not someone who craves power. I simply want to share with you. He said, everyone knows that this prince comes from Jinmosi, so this prince wants to take on the position of commander of Jinmosi. The current commander of Jinmosi is Lin Mubai. Gu Qingfeng asked, Emperor old brother, what do you think? Lin Mubai said, Your Highness, please reconsider. Lin Mubai knelt, Your Highness, forgive this humble official for speaking frankly. Your Highness is of noble birth, and a disciple of the god, truly a person of immense value. He asked, demons are mostly cunning and treacherous, with vicious methods. Your Highness wishes to take charge of Jinmosi's work. Of course, this humble official is very welcoming, but if Your Highness were to be injured, how would this humble official explain it to the god and His Majesty? Gu Qingfeng asked, You are? Lin Mubai introduced himself. This humble official is the commander of Jinmosi, Lin Mubai. Gu Qingfeng smiled. You're not wrong, demons are indeed vicious and brutal, which is precisely why this prince wants to take on this commander position. Everyone was puzzled. Gu Qingfeng continued, "This is what's called, how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This prince is the first-rank shoulder-to-shoulder prince. So of course I must set an example for the people of the world." Lin Yubai was stunned. Gu Qingfeng grabbed His Majesty's hand. "Emperor, old brother, look, my master taught me so many skills. Now that I'm the first-rank shoulder-to-shoulder prince, I can't just sit back and enjoy prosperity without doing anything, right? If I do that, my master will be disappointed in me. And what if my master gets angry?" His Majesty quickly replied, "Right? His Majesty thought, damn it, he's clearly threatening me with the god, but I can't refute him." He said, "Issue my imperial decree." Sichu Kong answered, "Yes, your majesty." In this humble official's opinion, Prince Gu is devoted to the people and the nation, truly possessing the demeanor of a god. Commander Lin has been diligent in his duties for many years and has rich experience dealing with demons. He turned back to look at Lin Mubai. Why doesn't His Majesty add another commander position in Jinmo Sea, allowing Prince Gu and Commander Lin to work together? With the two of them assisting each other, they will surely be able to eliminate all demons and monsters in the Great Yan Dynasty. His Majesty replied, "I think the Imperial Advisor is right. How could I not have thought of that? It both keeps Lin Mubai and controls Gu Qingfeng, killing two birds with one stone, a brilliant plan." His Majesty asked Gu Qingfeng, "My dear brother, what do you think?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Old brother, this prince thinks it's very good." Gu Qingfeng secretly thought, "I was still worrying about who would handle those trivial matters. Now I can openly dump them on Lin Mubai. As for the demons, I don't care if you agree or not, they all belong to me." His Majesty said, "Imperial Advisor, you and Commander Lin, go to the Imperial Study and help me draft the decree." His Majesty slammed down his teacup. "Recently, you two must secretly pay attention to Gu Qingfeng's every move. Imperial Advisor, you must ascertain if he is truly the god's disciple. Rumors cannot be trusted." "I want proof," Sichu Kong replied. "Yes, your majesty." His Majesty said, "Commander Lin, you must observe Gu Qingfeng's activities in Jinmo Sea. Even minor matters must be reported to me." Lin Yubai replied, "Yes, but what if he misbehaves in Jinmo Sea?" His Majesty answered, "Just let him be. The more complacent and arrogant a person is, the easier it is for them to reveal flaws. This humble official understands. This humble official will certainly not fail your Majesty's expectations," said Lin Mubai. His Majesty continued, "As for the matter of alchemy, I entrust it to eunuch Gonggong. I only trust you." Gonggong replied, "This servant will certainly not disappoint your Majesty's trust." He secretly thought, "Gu Qingfeng, you've made me lose so much face. I will definitely turn you to ashes." His Majesty waved his hand, giving a command. "All right, you may all withdraw. I wish to be alone in peace." They all said in unison, "Your humble servant takes his leave." His Majesty watched their retreating figures. His neck went crack, crack, crack. His Majesty swept everything off the table. The cup fell to the ground and shattered. He yelled loudly. At Guang Manor, Gu Qingfeng looked up at the sky, leaves rustling. He chirped his song, then suddenly blushed deeply. A group of beauties were dancing and singing in front of him. A beauty waved and called, "Your Highness." She ran over, "Your Highness." Her hand intertwined with his. The beauty held on tight. The rustling of leaves all around. She said with sparkling eyes, "Come here, Your Highness." Gu Qingfeng also squeezed her hand. Then he looked down. The beauty said, "Your Highness, would you like to play a game with your humble servant?" Gu Qingfeng had a nosebleed when he saw her chest. Yes, yes, yes. The atmosphere at this moment was fruitful. Both of them were extremely happy. The beauty pressed close to him. Gu Qingfeng asked, "What kind of game do you want to play?" She said, "I want to." The cloth on her body fell off. The beauty on the other side was still playing the zither. Afterward, Gu Qingfeng went out and put his clothes back on. He looked at the two girls leaning against each other, lightly clad, and thought, what if these people get bored? I need to ask the old emperor for more beauties. Someone came and called, "Your Highness." This person handed him a letter. Your Highness, someone just delivered this letter, saying you'd understand after reading it. Gu Qingfeng opened the letter. He thought, news in the imperial capital spreads so fast, someone already wants to give me gifts and curry favor. Isn't this more exciting than those idiots giving gifts? After reading, Gu Qingfeng said, this prince suddenly remembers he hasn't finished the assignment master gave him today. This prince needs to go into seclusion for 2 days. Even if the sky falls, you must wait for this prince to come out before speaking. The person replied, yes, your highness. Gu Qingfeng stood at the door, turned around, took a jade from his ring, then quickly disappeared. He appeared in a forest. He said, come out. A group of people appeared and stepped out. The two of them said, master. Gu Qingfeng turned his head. You said you brought all the demons from Wudong County's demon-suppressing prison here. Where are they? Take me there quickly. The two of them replied, please follow me, master. The three of them walked together. The man held a torch and led the way, while Gu Qingfeng looked around in a daze. Suddenly, they stopped. The man said, this is the place. Gu Qingfeng's face turned pale. A pile of demons was in front of them, and wailing echoed all around. He shouted loudly, little corpse demon, have you switched to the pure and innocent path now? Little corpse demon said, master, do you like it? Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. Like it, of course, I like it. Little corpse demon replied, little corpse demon likes master the most too. The man from earlier called master. Gu Qingfeng said, you've done very well this time. You deserve a reward. Next, I'll give you your second task. Go steal from other demon-suppressing prisons. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, quickly send these two away, then I can watch little corpse demon dance. The man replied, what? He was angry. I absolutely will not continue to aid the enemy. Gu Qingfeng condensed his power. He said, look what this is. The blinding light made him dizzy. He couldn't believe his eyes. How did he become stronger in such a short time? How is that possible? Gu Qingfeng said, you are not my opponent. Either obediently work for me or die, choose. The fox demoness accompanying them cried, we barely managed to survive, don't. The man replied, I'm sorry. The fox demoness stepped forward. Master, please calm your anger. Tian Ren exerted considerable effort to bring the demons from Wudong County's demon-suppressing prison here. He was just surprised and only wanted to ask Master for 2 days off, with no other intentions. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, really? Tian Ren bowed his head. Really? Gu Qingfeng said, alright, considering your recent hard work, I'll give you a few days off this time. Within 2 months, this prince wants to see the next batch of demons. Any problems? He replied, no. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. Alright, get out of here. He held Little Corpse Demon in his arms. Little Corpse Demon turned back suddenly. Gu Qingfeng was also startled by the creature in front of him. He said, let's go, Master will take you to an interesting place. Little Corpse Demon was excited. Wherever Master goes, I will follow. The two of them vanished. They arrived in an anomalous space. A demon there asked, Master, have you come to supervise our work? Gu Qingfeng replied, exactly. There are some new demons who just arrived to work here. I want to range them in this place and also come to see how your work is progressing. It said, Master, please follow me. It said, the manor is almost complete. Master, please take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with. I'll arrange for demons to fix it. Gu Qingfeng looked into the distance. Well done. It replied, thank you for your praise, Master. Master, I'll take you inside for a walk. The three of them opened the door and stepped inside. The demon's expression changed. Gu Qingfeng pinched its cheek. I just praised you for being sensible, so why are you being senseless as soon as we step inside? You need to find some maidservants with big chests and slender waists to walk around the courtyard. That way, other demons will be motivated to work. Understand? It replied, understood, I understand. Gu Qingfeng said angrily, find a slightly larger courtyard. He said, bring all the newly arrived demons over there. I have something to tell them. It obeyed. Yes, Master. The demon pointed over here. A group of demons lay on the ground, some sleeping, some relaxing. Gu Qingfeng used his power. He shot each one with a blast. That power enveloped each demon. One woke up. He said, "Where is this?" Another one also wondered, HMM. They asked, "Human, where is this place? Did you send someone to capture us? What exactly do you want to do?" Gu Qingfeng smiled sinisterly. "Capture you to do what?" "Demons, I want you to help me cultivate." The demon screamed, "You human are too boastful, so arrogant. You don't think that just because you've captured us here, you can do whatever you want, do you?" A demon charged forward. "Foolishly, today, I'll let you know the consequences of releasing me." General Duck. The demon rushed forward with its weapon. Before it could reach, a giant foot stomped on it, killing it. A group of people rushed forward. Gu Qingfeng used his ability again, and the power made everyone retreat. He asked, "What about now? Can I do whatever I want?" The demons were scared. "Yes, you can." Gu Qingfeng laughed, "Cack, cack, cack. Today, you only have two paths to choose from, either kill me or be killed by me." The demons shrieked wildly. They ran in all directions. Help! Someone wants to kill demons. Help! Humans are too scary. I want to go home. Have mercy, sir. Have mercy. I don't want to die young. I have old folks. No, I'm married in Demon Suppression Division. I have children. A frog stood trembling. Gu Qingfeng said, "You're not running, that means you're good. Come on, hit me." The green frog replied, "SS sir, I just have numb legs." Gu Qingfeng said, "Don't be shy." The green frog then attacked him. System notification, *Bing, *host attacked by frog spirit. Cultivation plus 1000. The panicked demons turned back to look. Gu Qingfeng was delighted. He said, HMM, not bad. Keep going. The green frog's eyes welled up. "Sir, I really didn't mean to." Gu Qingfeng clenched his fist. "Keep going." The frog demon glanced at him. Gu Qingfeng said, "If you don't hit, I'll hit you. Choose for yourself." The frog demon lunged. "Hit then, hit." The green frog attacked Gu Qingfeng's abdomen. System announced again, *Bing, *host attacked by frog spirit. Cultivation plus 1000. Gu Qingfeng still told him to continue, which stunned the frog. The green frog said, "Sir, then don't blame me for being impolite." The demon seized the opportunity and rushed forward. "Ha ha ha ha. Our chance to turn the tables has arrived. Brothers, quickly hit him for me." Gu Qingfeng sent them all flying with one strike. An explosion occurred. System notification, *Bing, *host attacked by frog spirit. Cultivation 1000, 1000, 1000. *Bing, *host attacked by spider spirit. Cultivation plus 99 plus 99 plus 99. *Bing, *host attacked by snake demon. Cultivation plusin 11. After 1 hour, Gu Qingfeng was completely unharmed. He thought, attacked by so many demons, why haven't I broken through to the second heaven of Energy Realm yet? He scratched his face. If it weren't for too many elixirs being bad for the body, I wouldn't need to find these demon ways to fight. Forget it. I'll return to the Demon Suppression Division in 2 days to take up my post. Hopefully, the demons in the Imperial Capital's Demon Suppression Division are a bit stronger. A demon trembled in a corner, so strong, so strong. It suddenly stood up. Gu Qingfeng knocked on the door, *clack***. He said, "Which courtyard is Little Shimmy in? Take me there." The demon obediently, "Yes, yes." Gu Qingfeng paused. The demon stammered, Master, please enter." Gu Qingfeng stepped in. "All right, you can go about your business." He pushed the door open. Little Shimmy was relaxing inside. She took off her glasses and looked at him. "Master." Gu Qingfeng looked around. He said, "Not bad, not bad." He asked her, "Little Shimmy, do you have the confidence to manage this place?" Little Shimmy was bewildered. Little Shimmy asked again, "Master, what did you say?" Gu Qingfeng said, "Just tell me if you have confidence or not." Little Shimmy replied, "Master, if Master trusts me, I will try my best." Gu Qingfeng was satisfied. Not bad. This is more like my little shimmy. From now on, you will manage all the demons here. If any don't obey, just kill them, understand? Little Shimmy wondered, all of them? Gu Kingfeng replied, that's right. He handed her elixirs. Do a good job. Eat these elixirs and quickly raise your cultivation. Little Shimmy bowed. Thank you, master. She said, master, wait a moment. Little Shimmy ran off. She put it down. She pressed a button and a system appeared before them. Gu Kingfeng asked, what are you doing? All the lights turned on. Some beasts were lifted up. Little Shimmy said, it's just finished. It's a realistic stage. Gu Qingfeng's eyes gleamed like stars. Oh, truly amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen such modern architecture. I knew Little Shimmy would manage it very well. Little Shimmy said, it's beautiful, isn't it? I designed it based on a phantom realm. There are also many other scenes that can be changed, master. Master, I have this too. Quickly sit down. She pointed to a throne chair. Little Shimmy continued, this chair belongs only to master. She danced in front of him. The performance is about to begin. Little Shimmy lowered her top, then took it off. She danced with silk ribbons, like a young rabbit before him. The beautiful woman was seductive, my lord. Gu Kingfeng also finished laughing and immediately stood up. He smiled affectionately. Gu Kingfeng ran naked towards Little Shimmy. I'm coming. The beauty cried out, my lord, gently. That evening, in front of the gate of Gu Wanfu, Gu Kingfeng slept soundly with his legs crossed. He yawned. He thought a fun day has come to an end. Gu Kingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, realizing something. He sat up. Who's there? An old man sat at the table. Little friend has truly keen senses, worthy of being a disciple of a God realm expert. Little friend, there's no need to worry. This old man comes without ill intentions. I just wanted to confirm if you truly are a disciple of a God realm expert. Gu Kingfeng thought, first, clarify his purpose, then it's not too late to drive him away. The old man continued, your cultivation is only at the energy realm, yet you possess the indestructible God-viewing soul realm and the dragon-transformed physical body realm. Such a prodigy could only be taught by a God realm expert. This old man is now certain you are a disciple of a god. Gu Kingfeng thought, he knew my cultivation with just one look. If he has ill intentions, then there's no need to keep him around anymore. Gu Kingfeng asked, may I ask if Senior is a human? The old man said, little friend, rest assured, this old man is not a demon. Gu Kingfeng thought to himself, damn it, you're human, that's why I'm worried. If you hit me, I won't get any points. He asked, why are you hiding your identity? That old man, of course, wants to talk nicely with little friend. After I confirm a few things, I will naturally tell little friend my identity. The two of them sat observing each other. The old man continued, little friend, your master is a god. Furthermore, your physical body is so strong, and you are the one character pure vision king of the great Yin dynasty. The royal mansion is heavily guarded. Although I am confident I can enter and exit your royal mansion freely without being discovered, I have no reason to confront the royal family and the imperial family of the great Yin dynasty, do I? Gu Kingfeng quickly turned his head. Who knows if you're trying to trick me? The old man swore. I can swear on my life. What do you say? Gu Kingfeng said, alright, you give me a feeling similar to my master. Could it be that you are also a true god? He glanced. First, I must probe him. The old man said, little friend, there's no need to probe. It's fine to tell you, there are no true gods in this world. Those are merely the delusional words of ignorant people in the world. Martial artists in the divine realm are just a bit stronger than ordinary people. Gu Kingfeng looked utterly confused. He relaxed. Alright, whatever you say it is, that's what it is. The old man stood up. A few days ago, this old man heard that a divine realm expert was chasing a peak dragon transformation great demon to the imperial capital. This old man specifically came to the imperial capital to meet him, but after several days in the imperial capital, this old man couldn't find any trace of the expert. Just as I was about to leave, you, his disciple, appeared. Gu Qingfeng wondered. This old man replied, "Today, this old man is here to ask little friend, where is your master now?" This old man wishes to discuss something with him. Gu Qingfeng suppressed a laugh. He replied, "My master has gone traveling. Junior doesn't know his exact location. Senior, you can tell Junior, and when master returns, Junior will relay the message." You are kind, but this matter is very important. It must be discussed directly. The old man wondered. I wonder if little friend has a way to contact your master, even if it's just to send a message. Gu Qingfeng replied, "No, master goes traveling and doesn't like to be disturbed. If senior only wants to meet my master for me to tell him, then forget it." Gu Qingfeng cursed inwardly. If I teach you how to contact me, wouldn't I be exposed right away? This old man sighed. I'll tell you then. He started to leave. Then he turned back. Gu Qingfeng asked, "Are you going to tell me or not?" This old man flew up. This matter concerns your master's life. This old man absolutely must tell him personally and quickly. Gu Qingfeng was flustered. What? The old man replied, "Little friend's master must have only recently entered the divine realm, right?" Gu Qingfeng wondered, what does this have to do with the divine realm? He said, "Let's say so, why?" The old man said, "You are his disciple, not only not hiding, but also becoming the one-character pure vision king known throughout the world." This old man guesses he must have just entered the divine realm, otherwise he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Gu Qingfeng with a myriad of questions. Low-level mistake? Senior, can you explain clearly? I don't understand. This old man said, "Your master made a mistake. Only I can help him correct it, but I can only tell your master, not you." This old man turned away. You are young and in the future, you have hope of entering the divine realm. If you know too early, this old man fears it will destroy your Tao heart. I only mean well for you. This old man pulled something from inside his clothes. He gave it to Gu Qingfeng. Little friend, take this communication jade talisman after you meet your master. Just tell him that the heavenly Tao has changed, and the 100-year great calamity will begin in 2 years. Tell him to come find this old man. Gu Qingfeng thought. He said, I won't say it, you haven't told me who you are, so why should I relay your message to my master? Moreover, what if you use me to harm him? Then wouldn't I become a historical sinner who killed his own master? If you don't speak, I'll have many people wanting to harm my master. You also know this is my royal mansion, and you know my master is a divine realm expert. How confident are you that you can leave here? The old man laughed heartily. This old man is Zhu Mingzi, the leader responsible for guiding in the shadow realm, specializing in guiding some experts in the mortal world to ascend to the divine realm. He thought to himself, I haven't met the true God yet. I can't conflict with his disciple. This brat is not easy to fool. Gu Qingfeng was curious. Shadow realm. He suddenly jumped to the ground. He said, you really are from an organization. Zhu Mingzi said, if you flaunt yourself like this, they won't let you off. Gu Qingfeng said to the old man, still trying to trick me. Zhu Mingzi sat right on the young man's bed, casually replied, oh, why would I trick you? Haven't you wondered why there are only legends of gods in this world, but no actual gods? He pointed his index finger to his head, telling the young man to think. Why? Gu Qingfeng asked again. Because gods always hide their existence. This is also my first time seeing a god's disciple flaunt themselves like you. Do you think those with ill intentions will miss this opportunity to contact a god? I see those who cultivate evil paths will miss this opportunity to seize a true god. So I silently listened to the words of the predecessor, reaching inside his robe to take something out. The old man continued to suggest, if you understand, then find your master. You must tell him to come to the shadow realm to find me. The old man gave Gu Qingfeng a golden talisman. After that, the old man simply left. Turning back to look at Tiet Mintu's retreating figure, the young man felt a bit curious. He ran really fast, afraid I'd asked too many questions. Ignoring the young man's trivial words, The guide of the Shadow Realm simply vanished into space, leaving Gu Qingfeng with several unanswered questions. Without overthinking, he lay on the bed, with his hands clasped behind his head, and sighed deeply. Then the young man closed his eyes and got to work. Specifically, he went to sleep. Sometime later in Jinmosi Imperial City, the bustling street was filled with people coming and going. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng and Lin Mubai were walking on the street, when a stranger approached and greeted them. Lord Lin, Imperial Prince Gu. Lin Mubai spoke to the side. Imperial Prince Gu, your inauguration procedures are all ready. Regardless of what the man next to him was babbling about, Gu Qingfeng focused all his attention on the magnificent green tower ahead. He silently appraised it. This place isn't bad. It's just a pity that it lacks the presence of stunning beauties. After a long moment, the lewd scoundrel warily turned his head. Zhang family with an extremely provocative sneer. What did you say? Lin Mubai was furious, but, being of lower status, had to suppress his anger. Patiently repeating, I said, your inauguration procedures are complete. How about we discuss the main work of the Demon Suppression Division? Gu Qingfeng immediately waved his hand, showing his indifference. I don't understand those tasks. You just handle them as you see fit. My specialty is suppressing demons. Just put me in the Demon Suppression Prison, and that'll be fine. The white-haired young man worriedly exclaimed. Your Highness! Gu Qingfeng continued casually. Before, in Wudong County, I researched a way to manage demons. It can make demons obedient and also make them serve the court. I want to spread this method nationwide. Lin Mubai quickly expressed agreement, but inwardly he sneered. I thought he was a smart person who knew how to contend for power. Turns out he's just a foolish content with his lot. I understand. From now on, the Demon Suppression Prison of the Imperial City Demon Suppression Division will be as you say. As for himself, Gu Qingfeng also had his own calculations. There are seals in that demon-suppressing pagoda. Do you still need to manage those demons? Lin Mubai cleared his throat and made a suggestion. Ahem. Well, Imperial Prince Gu, shall I take you to see the Demon Suppression Prison? The two walked and whispered about the Imperial City Demon Suppression Division. Not long after, they stood before the demon-suppressing pagoda of the Demon Suppression Division. The pagoda exuded a terrifying surge of evil energy, so dense that it enveloped an entire area of the sky. The two of them simply walked inside. Suddenly, the person walking in front stopped. Lin Mubai spoke. Imperial Prince Gu, ahead. I'm afraid I cannot enter with you, he said, looking up at the terrifying appearance of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him with a suspicious look, then coldly asked, why? Lin Mubai quickly explained, reporting to Imperial Prince Gu. This demon-suppressing pagoda contains countless demons, and also thousands, tens of thousands of seals. There are many demons with higher cultivation than us, he said, looking at the pagoda covered by a thick layer of barrier talismans, preventing the monsters inside from escaping and causing chaos, unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the demon exterminating envoy will issue a prohibition against entering the demon-suppressing pagoda. You have true divine protection, and an indestructible sword, God's body. How can we compare to you? A very convincing excuse. He bowed and requested permission. Therefore, I cannot go inside. Ignoring the man bowing outside, Gu Qingfeng simply walked up the steps. All right, I know. You go do your work. Please enter, Your Highness. Be careful. As he walked, the young man secretly guessed. Talking so much isn't just about being cowardly and not daring to go in, right? Those standing outside thought. Indeed, he's a reckless fool. Just like that, Gu Qingfeng stood before the tower gate. A moment later, footsteps echoed on the ground. Gu Qingfeng had now entered inside, walking and observing the surroundings. Suddenly, two arms stretched out, blocking the entrance. Two men in rugged uniforms raised their hands, signaling to stop. The bald one shouted. The other added, "Who is it?" Gu Qingfeng could only stare blankly at the two guards in front of him. Then, He took something out from inside his clothes. A token was presented before the two guards. They peered at it for a moment, then read the inscription on the token. Commander of Ma Ti Town, Gu Qingfeng. Immediately, they raised their hands, signaling permission to pass. Identity confirmed. Please. The gate opened just like that. At this moment, he looked at a sign placed nearby, on which was written, List of demons imprisoned in the Demon Suppressing Tower. First floor, Inner Chi Realm Demons. Second floor, True Chi Realm Demons. Third floor, Watch Chi Realm Demons. Fourth floor, Grand Master Realm Demons. Fifth floor, Dragon Transformation Realm Demons. Sixth floor, Special Demons. Gu Qingfeng read the explanatory notes, no matter which floor he wanted to enter. He just needed to press the floor number. Special demons, huh? Gu Qingfeng put his hand to his chin, thinking. He then imagined a blurry succubus, the dream of many men, along with a notification appearing. Ding, congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Grand Master Realm, becoming a powerhouse of the Grand Master Realm. Below that flawless, toned abdomen was also a love mark, making the young man show an expression full of interest. Immediately after, he immediately pressed the 6th floor, Special Demons, and started to move, with each step up the stairs. The young man entered the teleportation gate. The light from the gate enveloped Gu Qingfeng's body, transporting him to another space. At this moment, a meditating Buddha sat on the floor. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene before him, his whole body halting slightly in astonishment. The space seemed to darken, leaving only the Buddha statue emanating Buddha light, along with Gu Qingfeng. The young man was a bit dazzled, so he covered one side of his face and wondered, is this a ceiling formation? He looked around for a while, and it seemed there was nowhere else to go. Gu Qingfeng moved forward, facing the Buddha statue. He looked up at the statue's face and thought, this Buddha statue is also a demon. Can it talk? Speak up. Suddenly, the closed eyes of the Buddha opened. Along with that, a golden energy also poured out, making the young man a bit surprised. Holy cow, the Demon Suppressing Tower is playing like this. The statue then spoke. Amitabha, Amitabha. I wonder why this benefactor has come here. Gu Qingfeng immediately asked, are you a demon or a Buddha? So what if I'm a Buddha? And so what if I'm a demon? It's all baseless. Such profound words were not to Gu Qingfeng's taste. He stared blankly, feeling annoyed. The young man's eyes sharpened. Did I just stumble into a den of people who like to pretend to be mysterious? The one yesterday was like that, and you are like that now. I also want to see what you all really are. Then he opened his eyes wide, activating his skill, Eye of Void Breaking. A halo in his eyes shone, revealing the true nature of all things. Gu Qingfeng, now able to see the true nature of the one before him, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, honored thief, you're quite good at pretending, aren't you? Did you graduate from film school? Did you graduate from film school? You're overthinking it, benefactor. All things in this world are originally, the Buddha statue that was once there had now become a demon with a necklace of human skulls around its neck, a grimacing face, and a stream of dark crimson evil energy surrounding its body. The monster just realized it had been exposed and couldn't help but wonder, my Buddha's light, how could it be? Even the ceiling formation. Gu Qingfeng's hand formed an energy sphere, suppressing that evil aura. He replied with a confident laugh. Ha ha ha, nothing is impossible for this king. The seal here is only so-so. The demon's eyes suddenly lit up. It then spoke in the tone of a cultivator. Goodness me, benefactor, you are a kind person. I see that you, benefactor, have a connection with my Buddha. Why not convert to my Buddhism? Before it finished speaking, the monster couldn't suppress its beastly nature and gathered power, preparing to rush forward for a preemptive strike. From now on, you will forever enter nirvana. Its two hands created a stream of dark energy, which it then threw directly towards Gu Qingfeng. The nimble young man could easily dodge them, but this guy was inherently reckless and only liked taking hits from monsters. A large explosion occurred inside the tower, and then a notification panel appeared. Ding! Host was attacked by the evil Buddha, yin attribute plus 10,000, plus 10,000, plus 10,000. The demon's eyes blazed, and it shouted, "It's not over yet." Continuous magical attacks rained down. The damage was so powerful that even though the tower was well sealed, it still suffered structural damage. The system's notification panel continued to display information. Ding! Congratulations! Host's yin attribute has reached its limit. Congratulations! Host has acquired the talent Evil Buddha Demonic Sound. Smoke billowed profusely. A moment later, Gu Qingfeng brushed away the smoke and walked out. This made the monster's eyes show a hint of disbelief. Not only did he calmly take the full force of an attack from one of the tower's strongest monsters, but he also yawned as if it was nothing. Gu Qingfeng then asked the system, "What the heck is a yin attribute?" The system replied, "Evil Buddha Demonic Sound Function can unleash sound wave attacks. In severe cases, it can shatter souls. It carries the effect of enchanting minds, not just a simple attack, but it can also bewitch people's hearts." Suddenly, something in front of him caught the young man's attention. He looked at the monster sitting in one spot and praised it. As expected of a monster from the 6th floor of the Imperial Capital Demon Suppressing Tower. How interesting. With his hands on his hips, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, since you're so useful, I absolutely cannot spare you." His hand once again formed an energy sphere. The magical currents from outside were absorbed by the sphere. Gu Qingfeng thought, "You're right, we have a great connection and it's not a small one." Raising the energy sphere high, its power and might enveloped the entire space, and Gu Qingfeng chanted a spell. Heavenly Fox Eye Spatial Power. The monster could only stare wide-eyed. Then it shouted, "Treasure!" Something caused the monster disguised as a Buddhist to recover its power, and it raised its hand to stop Gu Qingfeng from activating his skill. The two energy sources collided, surprising Gu Qingfeng a little. That attack caused quite a hindrance in the young man's power crystallization, but the system's notification rang out again. Ding! Host was attacked by the evil Buddha. Cultivation increased by 10,000 points. The young man, who had just been punched in the face by the monster, felt a bit odd. The bonus points increased more and more. Host was attacked by the evil Buddha. Cultivation increased by 10,000 points, plus 10,000, plus 10,000. Ding! Congratulations! Host's cultivation has reached the peak of internal chi. Gu Qingfeng smiled contentedly. Her. Looking at the energy flowing out from his body, he couldn't hide his joy. Excellent, excellent. This power is truly intoxicating. While attacking, the monster yelled loudly with an expression of disbelief. How can this be? How can you block my punch? It quickly retracted its hand to minimize the chance of getting hurt. No longer sitting smugly, the monster's feet quickly touched the ground. So he's a hidden master. How interesting. The monster thought. Amitabha Buddha, benefactor, you are too deeply entrenched in evil. There's no saving you. Today, this humble monk will. The monster clasped its hands, preparing to gather strength for the next attack. Exterminate demons. A massive surge of demonic power was unleashed from its hands. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Whoosh. Gu Qingfeng calmly looked up at where the monster's attack was launched. He raised his leg and leaped up. Today, this old man will make you an example for this demon-suppressing tower, so that all the demons inside will see my might. As he rushed to meet the magical sphere, he thought. The moment that skill exploded was also when the system's notification panel appeared. Ding! Host was attacked by the evil Buddha. Cultivation plus 20,000, plus 20,000, plus 20,000. At this moment, the entire area was stained crimson with the monster's evil energy. It didn't stop there. To be sure, the monster continuously poured more magic power into its attack to ensure it would completely destroy Gu Qingfeng. Shine everywhere, evil shine, shine. A moment later, the magical explosion gradually faded, revealing Gu Qingfeng standing firm, without a single scratch on his body. And the system's cultivation increased notification continued to ring, plus 20,000, plus 20,000, plus 20,000. Something was happening inside the young man's body. What's going on? It's so hot. The notification panel immediately explained. Ding, the internal energy in the host body has reached its limit, about to enter the explosive regeneration phase. Sweat dripped down his face. Gu Qingfeng was a bit confused by this information. Internal energy explosive regeneration? As a drop of sweat fell to the ground, his entire body erupted with a crimson energy flow. The notification appeared. Ding, congratulations host, internal energy has reached the first layer of True Qi realm. The uncontrollable red energy flow from before now turned green, neatly twisting and gracefully flying around Gu Qingfeng, disappearing the moment he opened his eyes. The monster continued to unleash furious attacks towards the young man, but he just stood still without even resisting. Suddenly, his heel retreated. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and spoke. Ha, your evil Buddha is only so-so. Then he threw a punch towards the monster's hand. The two sides thus engaged in a clash of palms. Demon, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back and you'll find the shore. Why not convert to my Buddhism? Gu Qingfeng was not to be outdone, fighting and cursing at the same time. Convert my ass if you have the guts to shout, then hit me. After a series of power struggles, the monster's face showed signs of fatigue. Phew, this won't do. This time, instead of frantically punching and kicking, the monster pulled something out of space. A swastika character script was drawn, surrounded by countless Buddha statues. 10,000 Buddhas returned to origin. A colossal palm energy shot straight towards Gu Qingfeng. The young man didn't dodge, but simply stood still, arms crossed, waiting for the attack to hit him. Just as he wished, the system continued to add cultivation to his body. Cultivation plus 30,000, plus 30,000, plus 30,000. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your internal energy has broken through to the second stage of the True Qi realm. After just a slight clash with the monster from the 6th floor, Gu Qingfeng's cultivation had increased by 2 levels. Contrary to his relaxed demeanor, the bald monster now dropped the swastika script, his eyes wide as he stared at his enemy. Now, Gu Qingfeng finally glared at that thing in front of him and spoke. Hey, you're done hitting, now it's my turn. Gu Qingfeng sprung up with a hand already charged with energy, ready to demand some blood from the monster. He said with an angry expression, "You think getting big makes you strong, trash." Then he threw a punch right at the bald monster's forehead, sending it flying backward. He landed softly while the monster lay sprawled on the ground. Something made the young man a little surprised. The monster's entire body seemed to crack. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Could this guy be like that Firecrow Taoist, also having multiple forms? The monster spoke up at this moment. I didn't expect such a demon lord to exist in this world. Damn it, in the end, Buddha is 1 inch tall, while demons are 10 feet tall. Hearing those nonsensical words, Gu Qingfeng started acting like a bully. He rushed forward, kicked the monster in the mouth, and cursed. This old man hates it when people call me a villain. Damn it, you're getting too deep into character. You're the one locked in the demon-suppressing pagoda. You're the evil demon. The shattered cracks on the monster's face grew denser, and it loudly warned him. Don't think that just because you defeated me once, I won't fight back. Its body was now covered in cracks spreading to its chest, and it closed its eyes in pain. Then, the monster suddenly sat up, and at the same time, Gu Qingfeng also jumped high into the air. The young man did a backflip over the bald monster's head, and stomped his foot down on the skull on its neck, his gaze directed backward. He spun around and unleashed a barrage of punches on the monster's nape, making it cough up blood. Fight back, your mother. Did I say you could fight back yet? After a satisfying flurry of punches, until the bald demon was completely unconscious, the system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your internal energy cultivation has broken through to the 3rd stage of the True Qi realm. Looking at the hideous head of the demon pretending to be a Buddha, the young man had a few thoughts. The demon-suppressing pagoda in the imperial capital is indeed extraordinary. My True Qi and internal energy are now on par with the dragon transformation realm. Besides being slightly weaker in strength, I can almost grudgingly fight a fleshly body cultivator. Would you like to consider joining my ranks? He made an offer. Instead of agreeing, the demon stubbornly refused loudly. Demon, this poor monk is devoted to Buddha. Give up that thought. Seeing this monster was incredibly stubborn, Gu Qingfeng immediately flicked its head and cursed. Damn you, full of evil energy. Yet you have the nerve to say you're devoted to Buddha. The demon, looking weak, exclaimed, Power has no good or bad. Good and evil lie only in the heart. Though this poor monk is full of evil energy, I have a Buddha's heart. You, demon lord, though human, have a twisted nature like a demon. It's just that the world is ignorant, only able to look at external appearances, not recognizing true nature. The demon was actually right. Gu Qingfeng continued to hit and curse, despite the demon covering its head and enduring the beating. Stop wasting words. If you don't submit, fine. I'll come back tomorrow and beat you every day. Sooner or later, you'll submit. He continued to beat it until the monster was smoking and kneeling and begging. Only then did the young man leave. Damn it, this old man doesn't believe that in such a large demon-suppressing pagoda, there isn't a single one who will submit to me. Patron, please stop. That voice stopped Gu Qingfeng. He turned his head and asked, What is it? The monster reached out a hand to hold him back. Since ancient times, there was the Buddha who cut his flesh for the eagle. Now, there is this junior monk who offers his body to serve the demon. This junior monk is willing to follow Patron, to use the Buddha's will to enlighten you, to help Patron turn back to the shore, he said while clutching his stomach. The demon said fine words, but in its heart, it couldn't help but be terrified, being beaten every day. I'll die. When Gu Qingfeng heard these words of surrender, he couldn't help but show off. This old man just gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it. Now my opportunities are very precious. If you want to submit now, wait until I defeat you another time, then we'll see. Before leaving, the young man didn't forget to absorb the energy from the 6th floor and from inside the demon fox orb. Then he abandoned the poor bald monster and continued to torment others. A moment later, the young man finally arrived at the next location. On the 5th floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda, the young man looked around and observed. Only 5 monsters are imprisoned on the 5th floor. That's a bit few. Then he walked to a relatively old iron door. With just one hand, he easily broke the door's seal, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Starting with you, the door opened and immediately Gu Qingfeng encountered a demon beast. Its body resembled a leopard, its dark brown eyes looking straight at the young man. Gu Qingfeng approached and consoled himself. Why is it only at the early stage of dragon transformation? Oh well, I'll make do with it. The demon asked. Suddenly, the demon, not knowing its place, pointed directly at Gu Qingfeng and cursed. Stupid demon-slaying envoy, didn't your superior teach you the consequences of carelessly opening the door to a dragon transformation realm demon's chamber? Despite the leopard-like creature babbling nonsense, a true man acts. He doesn't just talk. The young man immediately raised his hand, preparing to give it a punch. With just one punch straight to the face, the demon couldn't stand firm. It flew far away, slamming into the wall. Looking at the flattened body of the demon, Gu Qingfeng finally spoke. Haha, I'll tell you, my fist is the consequence. While gathering energy in his hand, the young man demonstrated. Sometime later, on the 5th floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda, Gu Qingfeng walked from room to room. Every place he passed through had beasts beaten black and blue, crying and begging for mercy. The fish demon was a typical example. Hahoo, please have mercy, great lord. Despite the beasts wailing, he just kicked open the door, then rushed in to hit them without saying a word. Great lord, no more, I'll die. Along with that was the system notification. Congratulations, host. Your internal energy cultivation has broken through to the 5th stage of the True Chi realm. After stripping everything off the fish and hearing it kneel on the ground, tears streaming down its face, begging, Hahoo, from now on, you are my master. So Gu Qingfeng continued to open doors and slaughter those chickens. After a satisfying round of punches and kicks, He took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands and exclaimed, as expected of the demons in the Great Yan Dynasty's headquarters. At the same time, the system continued to announce, "Congratulations to the host for receiving a new talent, Damage Reflection." Leaving a corpse sprawled on the ground, Gu Qingfeng stepped out. Although they couldn't withstand many blows, they still brought him joy. The notifications appeared. Damage Reflection talent can return 10/100ths of the damage dealt to the attacker. This talent has a growth potential. The important point in the talent's growth level is the porcupine spirit. The stronger the porcupine spirit, the more attributes the host will gain from it, thereby strengthening the Damage Reflection talent. After reading, he tossed the handkerchief aside and continued to move. "I need to find a way to get some demons in here." A moment later, he walked out with a weary expression, unable to help but yawn. "Yesterday, I finished dealing with the 5th and 6th floors of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Today, I'll start from the 4th floor." From a distance, a man came running. Gu Qingfeng immediately put on a superior tone to admonish him. "Haven't I had someone teach you the rules? So flustered like that, if others see it, what will they say about my Gu Prince's mansion?" The man was Zano from this mansion. He pointed outside and announced, "Your Highness, there are a few people claiming to be from the Gu family, saying they met you in Wedong County. They refused to leave, insisting on meeting you." Before he finished reporting, Gu Qingfeng's hands had already grabbed Zano's lapels. He growled, "Tell them this prince has official business and is not free to meet them. Tell them to get lost." That demeanor made the servant a little scared. Then the young man directly threw the poor fellow to the ground and thought to himself, "They're like stubborn dog plasters. Can't get rid of them, knowing I'm a prince. They come trying to claim kinship? No way." Zano scrambled to his feet and obeyed. Yes, I'll go right away, Your Highness." "Wait, Your Highness, do you have any commands?" Gu Qingfeng broke into an ambiguous smile and ordered, "Go tell the Gu family, it's fine if they want to meet this prince, but they must offer the complete Dragon God technique to this prince." "Yes, Your Highness." Watching the back of his servant, he couldn't help but think, how could I forget that the Dragon God technique I cultivated was incomplete? It can only be cultivated to the Qi sensing realm. I must get the complete volume from the Gu family's hands. A moment later, at the demon-suppressing pagoda, a series of notifications appeared from the system. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring flesh transformation technique." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring heavenly demon illusory spirit eye." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring control of the 5 elements. Flesh transformation technique, originating from the white bone spirit, Grandmaster realm, controls flesh and blood, completely transforms flesh and blood, changing into any appearance. Even a strong practitioner of the dragon transformation realm cannot see through it. Heavenly demon illusory spirit eye, originating from the illusionary technique of the demon painting tower, an enhanced version of illusory sight. Control of the 5 elements, originating from the 5 element demons of the demon suppressing pagoda, can freely control water, earth, metal, wood, and fire. All of these were assimilated when Gu Qingfeng meditated. In the room, a letter infused with spiritual power suddenly flew in from outside. This made the young man open his eyes and pay attention. It was an invitation letter. Then, a line of text was written in the air. "The 13th demon-suppressing prison has been successfully looted. The demons have been protected by Sumi to the imperial capital." Li Tianren, Gu Qingfeng looked up and read. Then he jumped out of bed, excitedly praising. Not bad. Li Tianren and Sumi are very reliable. It seems the distance to my next promotion is not far. I must celebrate." When he opened the door, 2 women were already waiting. The 2 young women with ample and fair bosoms and delicate faces stood at the door in elegant postures, boosting Gu Qingfeng's morale. He raised his hand and loudly proclaimed, "This prince wishes to go to the 1,000-year residence." "Yes, Your Highness." The 2 women bowed respectfully and obeyed. Gu Qingfeng immediately revealed a rascally look and remarked, "They learned the rules quickly. Go make arrangements." Standing still, he ordered. They came to the Gu prince's mansion. They learned the rules very quickly. The young man then walked back into his room. If I want to go out for a meal, this prince must also dress up. A moment later, on the streets of the imperial capital, the scene was very lively. Two guards went to either side of the road and shouted loudly, "Move aside! Everyone move aside!" Along with them, a horse-drawn palanquin followed behind. First-rank prince has arrived. Everyone quickly move aside. Thus, the common people all had to squeeze to the sides of the road to make way for the carriage to pass. As soon as the palanquin left, some people began to discuss. The emperor uses 6 horses to pull his carriage. The noble just now also used 6. Is he the emperor? Wrong. If the emperor were coming, this street would have been surrounded by the imperial guards long ago. Not the emperor, but daring to use 6 horses. Could it be the first-rank prince? It is Gu Qingfeng, the divine disciple of the immortal pill, the one who is said to sit on the same imperial throne as the emperor in legends. It's him. I thought divine beings were only in legends, but I never expected to meet a disciple of a divine being today. Truly a blessing for 3 generations. Do you think there are really divine beings in this world? If so, why do we only see disciples and not the divine being himself? The discussions reached inside the palanquin. Gu Qingfeng heard everything and smiled happily. There certainly are. Haven't you seen His Majesty's portraits of the first-rank prince and his deeds spread throughout the world? It's precisely to let everyone know that the great Yin dynasty has a divine being helping. The important thing is that the divine being gave His Majesty the immortal pill, saying he wanted His Majesty to live for thousands of years. Yes, I also heard that His Majesty was on the verge of death some time ago. Now he's healthy as ever. The slightly incorrect deductions and discussions made the young man put his hand on his chin in thought. Damn it, is this emperor doing it on purpose? He can't possibly be unaware of the principle of avoiding suspicion for an official. He clearly fears that this old man will die too slowly. Wait, there's something contradictory in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. This old emperor might be doing it on purpose. Doing this both raises his own prestige and reveals his identity, so he can use the name of a divine being to drive away those who want to kill him. Furthermore, he can use this opportunity to probe whether I am truly a disciple of a divine being. The young man clenched his fists, trembling with anger, and couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it, you dog emperor, although half of it is for my sake. I'm still very unhappy, HMPH. This old man needs to find a way to vent some anger. Outside, a voice rang out. First-rank prince has arrived. Those from the crown prince's mansion move aside. The crown prince, Gu Qingfeng, heard a little indistinctly. He immediately lifted the curtain and ordered the soldiers. Wait, to the crown prince's mansion? Yes, your highness. Before closing the curtain, he revealed a calculating smile. Now, if this old man hits the emperor, it will cause public outrage, but hitting the emperor's son as a warning should be fine. A moment later, the carriage stopped at the crown prince's mansion. A soldier shouted loudly, "First-rank prince has arrived." Why isn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince quickly coming out to welcome him? The servants inside the Crown Prince's mansion immediately came out to greet him. This humble one greets the first-rank prince. May I ask what brings your highness here? Gu Qingfeng asked innocently, "Is my nephew home?" This made the guards a little worried. We haven't heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince brought anyone new to the mansion recently. May I ask, your highness, who is your nephew? Seeing the bewildered crowd, he reminded them, "It's your crown prince. Is my nephew there?" The guard eagerly extended his hand, inviting him in. Yes, he is. This humble one will lead you to meet the crown prince. Suddenly, while walking, the poor fellow received a kick from the arrogant Gu Qingfeng. Instead of opening the door with his hands, the guard flew directly inside for convenience. Gu Qingfeng walked in with his foot steaming. The people of the crown prince's mansion truly have no rules. Lead this prince to meet the crown prince. There's no principle of an uncle going to meet his nephew. He simply stepped over the weak body of that soldier. Just then, a voice rang out. Who dares to cause trouble in my crown prince's mansion? A foot stepped out. The crown prince stepped out. With messy pink hair and a crescent moon mark on his forehead, he approached and uttered, "So it's Nhat to Tin. This prince greets Nhat to Tin." Gu Qingfeng also approached, scratching his butt as a greeting. Nhat to tin is to formal, call me uncle. What? The crown prince couldn't help but be surprised. He extended his hand to get acquainted. Your imperial father and I call each other brothers. Shouldn't you call me uncle? The old emperor is so intelligent. How could he give birth to such an idiot? The crown prince was a bit annoyed by Gu Qingfeng's attitude. How dare he be so insolent? But his eyes suddenly showed a hint of caution. Word by word, the king's son struggled to utter an uncle in his mind. He couldn't help but calculate his next move. Recently, even imperial father has to listen to him. I shouldn't go against him to avoid bringing disaster upon myself. Gu Qingfeng at this moment played the trick of taking advantage of the situation. You ill-mannered brat, calling me uncle so unwillingly. Just now, I was worried I had no reason to hit you, but you handed me your weakness yourself, you fool. After thinking, he spoke. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. This made the crown prince feel a bit confused. Before he could finish speaking, he was immediately slapped by Gu Qingfeng. The slap was so strong that it sent him rolling several times backward. Then he fell with a thud, his face swollen on one side, looking up at the sky, asking life, what the F stock market? Then the crown prince stood up, loudly warning, I am the current crown prince. Nhat to tin, you have violated the rules. He cursed like that, but something in front of him made him completely intimidated. Gu Qingfeng stepped forward, asking indifferently, violated the rules, you say? Let me tell you, right now, I am the rule. The young man looked at his newly adopted nephew with the eyes of a superior. Then he grabbed the crown prince's shirt and lifted him up. Leaning in close, Gu Qingfeng continued to threaten. Let me tell you, if I want to hit you, I will. No one can stop me. At this point, it was the last straw. The crown prince secretly gathered strength in one hand, preparing to ambush. He threw a punch, but Gu Qingfeng's movements were clearly faster, easily deflecting backward to dodge the blow. After that, he immediately condensed an energy ball in his palm. The ball hovered in the air, right above the crown prince's head, making him a bit confused. At this moment, shouts echoed outside the mansion, getting louder and louder. This made the patrolling soldiers all notice, pointing behind the wall and speculating. It's the crown prince's mansion. You guys keep watch, the other to follow me. Yes, after receiving the order, they immediately rushed through the gate with King Gong. The three of them stood on the wall observing the situation. The scene before them astonished the soldier. Inside was a chase and beat scene by Gu Qingfeng for the crown prince, who kept running, holding his head, crying and screaming. Oh, uncle, I'm wrong, uncle spare my life, uncle spare my life. Now you call me uncle, it's too late, and with that came loud smacking sounds. Seeing the injustice, the three soldiers immediately rushed down. Your Highness, we've come to save you. And so, the three soldiers were mercilessly kicked away by Gu Qingfeng. Instead of a one-on-one fight, Gu Qingfeng now took on all four of them for satisfaction. A moment later, Gu Qingfeng was a bit speechless, not knowing what excuse to find to continue hitting, while the crown prince, with several bumps on his head, sat weakly before his uncle and spoke. Ho! Something caught Gu Qingfeng's attention. Everyone in the crown prince's mansion was now knocked unconscious, except for the crown prince, who was a bit better. This guy, relying on being the king's son, was not yet completely subdued. He spoke up. You treat me like this. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the court tomorrow? Gu Qingfeng replied with a challenging tone. Have you forgotten what the crown prince did? What happened? At this moment, the two soldiers beside him also just woke up. Gu Qingfeng replied, Before this prince entered the capital, I met some demons from the myriad demon nation. They said the crown prince sent them to kill me. You have proof. Just as he was about to argue, the crown prince helplessly lowered his head in silence. Gu Qingfeng spoke. This prince painstakingly searched for the immortality pill for my imperial brother, the emperor. Yet you dared, for personal gain, not only to want to kill this prince, but also to want to kill your own father. You are so malicious. My hitting you is still light punishment. Gu Qingfeng spoke in an ice-cold tone. The crown prince continued to argue stubbornly. If there's no evidence, then you're slandering me. I am the evidence. After saying that, he kicked that annoying guy in the face again, making him kiss the ground once more. The soldiers sitting around saw their lord being beaten like a dog, yet they didn't utter a word. Gu Qingfeng then put forth a hypothesis. What if I told you that those great demons from the myriad demon nation have already submitted to me? By this time, it was much darker. Gu Qingfeng reached out and retrieved the energy ball. Just like that, he walked while reminding him, "This prince advises you to behave yourself a bit. Otherwise, this prince will tell the whole world about the myriad demon nation matter. Do you think your position as crown prince will still be secure?" The young man walked without looking back and wondered how the old emperor chose a crown prince like him. Aren't you afraid of national annihilation? Walking out to the gate, he put his hand behind his head and thought to himself, after teaching that cowardly crown prince a lesson, I feel much better. After all, aren't those the people? Outside, other soldiers were lined up in front of Gu Qingfeng's carriage. As he got into the carriage, one of the soldiers shouted. Inside the luxurious sedan chair, the crown prince's eyes flashed with unwillingness, his heart filled with resentment. 2 years, I don't believe I can't find a way to kill those good-for-nothings. Night fell. The full moon shone brightly on the regular patrol steps of the guards, who stood solemnly like statues in front of the crown prince's mansion. In contrast to the quiet atmosphere outside, inside the mansion, joyful sobs echoed. This is great, Your Highness, you've finally woken up. Before the servants, the crown prince snapped, interrupting their tears. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Yes, this old servant overthought it. His body wrapped in white bandages, he continued his thoughts. Imperial father has always been quick with news. Today Gu Qingfeng came to me. Imperial father must already know. Yes, the old servant could only bow his head and agree. He then turned and asked, what did Imperial father say? Tell me, don't miss a single word. When only the two of them were left in the room, the old servant finally dared to speak. Today's incident has reached His Majesty. Your infiltrator in the palace sent word that His Majesty has dispatched people to investigate thoroughly. Hearing that, the crown prince felt a sudden pang of guilt. He stood up, walking nervously, and asked further, what about Gu Qingfeng hitting me? The old servant replied, His Majesty did not mention it. This information made the crown prince even more furious. A terrifying suspicion rose in his mind. Could it be that Imperial Father also knows about the myriad demon nation? Then I can only act first. After smoothing his robe, he gave an order with a decisive tone. It seems the war between me and Imperial Father is about to begin. Even if Imperial Father is truly immortal, even if I have no fate with the throne, I must still take a gamble. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes flashing with recklessness. The old servant nervously stepped forward, intending to advise him, Your Royal Highness, you. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded from somewhere, interrupting the conversation. This young master doesn't think so. Just outside, a strange figure suddenly appeared, as if materializing from thin air, passing through the dense guard barrier in front of the room, stunning everyone into silence. They frantically drew their weapons and shouted in unison, Protect the Crown Prince! At this moment of extreme tension, the Crown Prince stepped out and questioned aloud, Who goes there? The stranger turned his head and calmly replied, I am young Master Ngan. Breaking into my Crown Prince's residence in the middle of the night, you must be truly tired of living. Suddenly, young Master Ngan fanned himself with the fan in his hand. He calmly spoke, This young master is someone who can help you become emperor. Your Royal Highness, do you wish to retract that statement? The Crown Prince scoffed, just based on. Before he could finish, young Master Ngan confidently tapped his shoulder with his fan, based on me. As he gently fanned it open, a surging wave of energy immediately spread out. There was only a single character, Net One, on the fan. The Crown Prince couldn't help but be astonished by the mysterious power emanating from the strange man before him. He began to grow wary. Who exactly are you? Young Master Ngan merely gave an enigmatic smile. Then he floated in midair, looking down as he replied, by your mortal standards, you can call this young master a god. Even so, the crown prince remained skeptical and asked further, what proof do you have? Proof? Why should this young master prove his identity to ants like you? He stopped floating and approached the frightened crown prince. If it weren't for this young master hearing that a god appeared in the great Yan dynasty, even if you are the crown prince, you wouldn't be qualified to meet this young master. You should thank this young master for recognizing your status and choosing you to work for him. He reached out and gently lifted the crown prince's chin. If you do well, this young master will help you ascend to the throne. If you don't do well, then this young master will help someone else and kill you. With that, he grabbed the pink-haired man's collar, lifting him completely off the ground. What do you want? The crown prince's face showed extreme pain. Just a moment later, young Master Ingon released his hand, smiling. Not bad. This young master likes obedient people. I only want the god behind Gu Qingfeng and a million living souls. As he spoke, he unrolled a scroll with Gu Qingfeng's portrait. The crown prince covered his face and asked further, what do you want these things for? It's none of your business. If you do these things, aren't you afraid that Gu Qingfeng's true god master will find out and disadvantage you? True god, haha. The god you speak of is merely this young master's prey. The black-haired man spoke with an utterly disdainful tone. Gathering a flame in his hand, young Master Ingon threatened, I know what you want to say, and I know you want to probe this young master. This young master's patience is limited. Out of consideration for your ignorance, I'll spare you this time. If there is a next time, this will be your outcome, understand? Just as the crown prince watched the energy beam young Master Ingon shot out, someone in the residence had been mercilessly killed by him. Then he growled. This young master asked if you understood. The pink-haired man, now terrified, sweat pouring down his face, hastily replied, understood. So what should I do next? He secretly calculated in his mind, I must not act rashly. Probing the enemy's true intentions is the best strategy. The black-haired man looked for a moment, then ordered, do well in your position as crown prince. Don't provoke Gu Qingfeng and reveal any clues. The crown prince asked further, if you want me to cooperate, for me to work for you, then I must know your plan to arrange for people to carry out the tasks. Plan? What plan? Of course, it's the plan to find the true god and assist me in becoming emperor. The pink-haired man explained. Young Master Ingon put a hand to his chin in thought, then said, this young master will kill the emperor of Great Yan, and then you will set up the scene. Just announce to the outside world that the emperor died from poison in the immortality elixir. After that, Gu Qingfeng will become an enemy of the court. You then send people to kill Gu Qingfeng. As for how to kill him, you figure it out. During the process of killing him, you force him into a desperate situation. Find a way to make his true god master come to his rescue. It's that simple, and all the work is done by me. Otherwise, the simpler the plan, the greater the execution power. Don't you understand this principle? Young Master Ingon said casually. He added, this is your territory, asking you to do the work. Is it more convenient for you or for me? The pink-haired man couldn't argue, thinking to himself, I can't refute that. Pointing at the portrait, young Master Ingon reminded him, remember, my goal is the god behind him. You must force him into a desperate situation. To force his master out. Once you force his master out, I will appear. You don't need to worry about what happens next. The crown prince wanted to stop him but held back. Is he really not joking with me? Do you have any other questions? If not, I'm going to kill the emperor now. With that, young Master Ingon turned to leave, but the crown prince suddenly stopped him. Wait, what else? The black-haired man looked back with an annoyed expression. The crown prince knelt down with clasped hands and asked for his identity. You know me clearly, but I know nothing about you. How can you expect me to cooperate with peace of mind? If you're unwilling to reveal too much, you should at least tell me your name, shouldn't you? Young Master Ingon smiled and replied, Myriad Demon Nation. Young Master Ingon. What, the Myriad Demon Nation? The crown prince was startled and astonished, while the black-haired man simply left, leaving a message, Little Crown Prince. The Myriad Demon Nation is far more complex than you think. This move is one you played incorrectly yourself. With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving the Crown Prince in a tangled mess of thoughts. No way! How could he be from the Myriad Demon Nation? A moment later, that source of energy had escaped outside. Young Master Ingon flew away, sneering, "With this foolish Crown Prince, many things will be much easier. A god plus a million living souls. Master will surely be pleased." As he flew, young Master Ingon continued his thoughts. Once Master is pleased, who knows? He might even welcome this young Master to the upper realm. This is truly luck arriving. Unstoppable even if I wanted to. It's just that this young Master didn't expect there to be such a foolish god in this world, who would let his disciple act so presumptuously as if afraid others wouldn't know he was a god. A moment later, young Master Ingon arrived at the Imperial Palace. A shadow appeared beside the bed where the Emperor was lying. This person's face and body emanated a significant amount of murderous intent directed straight at the sleeping Emperor. Then he struck without mercy. Outside, the sun was blazing. At the Nyanku, people were coming and going quite busily. A group of people marched forward. The Crown Prince shouted, "Surround the Nyanku for me. Don't let even a fly get out." "Yes, your Royal Highness." Inside the Nyanku, Gu Qingfeng sat up naked, yawning to wake himself. As was his habit, there was always a girl serving him, clinging to his shoulder and pouting, "Your Highness," but with the personality of a notorious bad boy. This man pushed the girl away. Outside, the door opened. The Crown Prince and his armed companions entered and spoke. "Gu Qingfeng, my men have surrounded the Nyanku. You'd best surrender obediently, or don't blame me for being ruthless." After getting dressed, Gu Qingfeng calmly replied, "Nephew, you've brought so many people to rest me. You should at least give me a reason. Otherwise, I don't know where to start with you all." The pink-haired man angrily replied, "Gu Qingfeng, you used the immortality elixir to kill Imperial Father, and now you're asking me why I'm resting you." Ming was a little surprised. "What? The old Emperor is dead?" Holding a knife to the young man's neck, the Crown Prince threatened him. "Gu Qingfeng, you put chronic poison in the immortality elixir. Last night, my Imperial Father died of poisoning in his bedchamber. The coroner has already examined the body. I had a palace made with no cultivation use the immortality elixir you gave Imperial Father. The maid died immediately, with witnesses and physical evidence. Gu Qingfeng, what more do you have to say?" The young man didn't flinch, merely calmly replying, "This king understands now. You are cruel, wanting to seize power and ascend to the throne. Your father disagreed. So you poisoned and killed your father, then framed this king." The Crown Prince strained his neck to refute. Regarding the immortality elixir, all civil and military officials can testify. He thought to himself, "Anyway, Imperial Father is dead. Whether it's black or white is up to me to say." Then the pink-haired man turned and ordered his subordinates, "Guards, kill this demon to avenge Imperial Father." All the experts immediately surrounded Gu Qingfeng. The Crown Prince now smiled triumphantly. "There are people here, and many more outside. I have mobilized 100,000 Imperial Guards, plus over 20 Dragon Transformation Realm experts, more than 100 Grandmasters, and you, all alone. What do you have to resist me with?" Gu Qingfeng retorted, "Am I all by myself? Heh heh heh. Who said this prince is alone?" The young man smiled smugly, then he opened a teleportation gate. "You all, come out for this prince." The Crown Prince's eyes widened as he looked at the scene before him. Aha! Sounds of screaming rang out. That face was now pale, devoid of blood. The Crown Prince gaped in horror. From within the gate, demonic beasts surged out with an overwhelming surge of evil energy. The soldiers, seeing this sight, were somewhat speechless. Could this be the gate to the demon realm? They spoke with worried tones, causing the Crown Prince to feel uneasy. The sword dropped to the ground. The pink-haired man fell backward, looking at Gu Qingfeng without being able to utter a word. How? How can this be?" Gu Qingfeng smiled and replied, "Look at how inexperienced you are. How can you even be the Crown Prince?" At the same time, A slender foot in red high heels stepped out. Xiao Shaimei, dressed in a seductive nightgown, came out with two demon guardians, coquettishly calling, "Master." He turned his head and praised, "Not bad, you've improved. Have you been diligently practicing your dance?" "Still practicing as Master requested." "Good, then quickly resolve this matter. Master wants to go back and watch you dance." "Yes, Master," the woman replied sweetly. She then pulled out a whip from her belt and stretched it taut. She pointed forward and ordered, "Master's command, all forces attack." The demon beasts fiercely charged towards the experts summoned by the Crown Prince. The pink-haired man's face was indescribable. He looked left and right, filled with anxiety. Now surrounded by many demons, he tremblingly asked Gu Qingfeng, Who exactly are you?" The young man, being affectionately caressed by Xiao Shaimei, replied, "Ha ha ha, with so many demons subjugated to this prince. Isn't it appropriate for this prince to call himself the master of demons?" "Your Highness," one of them approached and spoke to the Crown Prince. "This person is just putting on a show. Although his demon army is numerous, it lacks top-tier dragon transformation realm great demons. It's just a rabble." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." After hearing his subordinate's advice, he stood up. The other man continued, "This subordinate's cultivation ensures I cannot be mistaken about the cultivation of these low-level beings." "Damn it!" The Crown Prince then raised his voice, "Gu Qingfeng, don't show off in front of me." The young man just smiled faintly. Then he replied, "Aren't you still scared speechless?" Hit where it hurt, the Crown Prince felt a bit uneasy. He added, all right. You're not afraid of these demons, are you?" Suddenly, the young man created an afterimage of himself. The Crown Prince observed and deduced, "A clone?" "You wait there," both Gu Qingfeng entities said in unison. Then one of them took out a sparkling golden token. He handed the item to the afterimage and ordered, "Tell them to come out and act." After that, the afterimage disappeared, and Gu Qingfeng turned back towards the Crown Prince. As he approached, he said confidently, "Nephew, your uncle will play with you." The pink-haired man now showed arrogance, challenging, "I am His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Why would I be afraid of a rebellious scoundrel like you?" Despite being restrained, the Crown Prince still wore a confident smile, making Gu Qingfeng exclaim, "Not bad, you've got backbone." The young man encouraged him slightly, "I hope you'll still have this much backbone later. Inform those outside to prepare for battle." "Yes, Your Highness," the pink-haired man ordered a subordinate. At this moment, the demonic beasts, full of killing intent, were still patiently looking down at their prey, awaiting their master's command. The Crown Prince turned around with an angry expression. Then he scoffed, "You think you can escape my grasp just by relying on these monstrous demons putting on a show?" Without many words, Gu Qingfeng pointed upwards, his hand imbued with his own energy. He said indifferently, "Look outside, at the Demon Suppression Division." The Crown Prince's face went blank, at a loss for words. He then asked, "What do you mean?" "I told you not to look at me. Look towards the Demon Suppression Division. You'll understand." At this moment, the pink-haired man's eyes darted into the distance. He gasped in shock as he looked into the distance. A colossal bolt of lightning was about to strike down upon the town from the sky. A moment later, it struck the ground, causing the people to scatter and run for their lives. One of them shouted, "Look, something's coming out." Two lightning bolts converged, like two hands clasped together. Creating a gate from within, high-level demonic beasts rushed out. All of them gathered in the room where Gu Qingfeng slept, all of them creatures that had been thoroughly defeated in the great capital's demon suppression pagoda. They all respectfully clasped their hands. "Your subordinates greet master." Looking at the bald demon with a necklace made of skulls, one of the Crown Prince's men spoke up, That is Ta Buder, an 8th-level dragon transformation realm expert. And also the Red Ghost King, a 3rd-level dragon transformation realm expert." He was referring to the man in white robes with white hair. Finally, a strange individual with dark skin, whose face and upper body were covered in scales like thin armor, the underworld demonic lord, a 5th-level dragon transformation realm expert. All the experts in the pink-haired man's party were utterly astonished. He summoned all the demons from the Demon Suppression Pagoda. Your Royal Highness, you clearly told us to go to our deaths. Having boasted not long ago, the Crown Prince was now silenced. He could only think, I summoned more than half the power of the imperial capital to force Gu Qingfeng into a desperate situation, but now it has reversed. He gritted his teeth, worried and bitter. Those silver-haired young masters have lost faith in me and are supporting someone else. The Crown Prince clutched his head in fear. No, absolutely not. I have. He recalled the scene of the massacre at his own father's throne. Looking at the dragon-embroidered and phoenix-embroidered chair before him, he lamented, I was so close to the throne. I absolutely cannot. He openly showed his defiance. Before the sight of Gu Qingfeng taking control and sitting on that throne, the Crown Prince angrily shouted, Gu Qingfeng, Imperial Father trusted you, which is why he allowed you into the White Tomb to jointly manage the Demon Suppression Division. You, Gu Qingfeng immediately interrupted. Less noise. You are the Crown Prince. Don't you understand the principle that the victor is king and the loser is a villain? Taking out a dagger from his sleeve, Gu Qingfeng spoke. Good nephew, this prince will give you one chance. A moment later, the dagger was thrown at the Crown Prince's feet. At this, the pink-haired man made a confused expression. Gu Qingfeng indifferently ordered, self-destruct. He also turned to address his subordinates. As for the rest of you, this prince doesn't want to kill you. If you don't want to die, get out now. The situation was now completely out of the Crown Prince's control. He showed a worried expression. Kill him for me if you don't obey my command. Beware for the lives of your families. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was still well-behaved at this moment. Everyone felt confused standing before two doors of death. Gu Qingfeng smiled shrewdly. Then he drew a sword from a spatial gate in his hand and said, I called you here to boost morale. Don't move. These grunts, I can handle them myself. The young man brought his sword forward, ready to meet the mob rushing towards him. At this moment, the young man confidently faced a crowd several times his size. The first sword energies were unleashed. One slash, the same sword technique but from a different angle. With just that, all those sent by the prince were wiped out. After performing a few basic moves, he struck a cool pose, placed the sword on his shoulder, and declared, That's all there is to it. The prince gaped at the power disparity. Just one strike? No, there's a second strike. Gu Qingfeng replied and walked forward. At this moment, an immense amount of energy had gathered on that sword. Once it reached its peak, the young man swung it towards the prince who dared to frame him. The sword energy got closer and closer to the prince's head. He immediately yelled, Quick, protect her. Two soldiers took the order and held their swords forward to block the attack. Gu Qingfeng just said with a mocking tone, Wasted effort, it's useless. The energy within the sword strike now burst forth, creating an explosion. The soldiers' swords were too small to block it completely. The other one also got hit. The explosion now spread to where the prince was. He was stunned. How can this be? Looking at that helpless scene, the red-haired man couldn't help but freeze. His mouth could still speak, so he screamed, Young Master Ingon, save me. Suddenly, the handsome man with the fan slowly descended from the air. As he appeared, he sneered, Ha! Truly useless. As soon as he entered the fray, he swung his fan, creating a grand surge of energy that enveloped an area. Seeing that imposing power, the prince rejoiced. Excellent. With young Master Ingon here, you don't have to worry about not killing Gu Qingfeng today. At this moment, he also assessed the stranger. The power of this strike of mine is greatly amplified by many things. Even a peak dragon transformation realm expert couldn't easily block it. But he shattered it with just a flick of his fan. His strength is almost at the divine realm. Where did this useless guy find such a savior? Is he daring to come here to capture me today because he has this backup? The young man silently watched the man's somewhat exaggerated entrance. The prince confidently exclaimed, Young Master Ingon, you finally appeared. As he was about to rush to embrace him for coming to his rescue, young Master Ingon immediately used his fan to block the stinky body from getting close. "Shut up." He added, "If you dare to bother this young master, do you think I won't kill you right now?" The prince wailed, I know I was wrong." After that, he finally put away his fan. Young Master Ingon took out a portrait and compared it to the real person standing opposite him. He crumpled the paper, smiling smugly, exactly like the painting. "It seems you are indeed Gu Qingfeng, the disciple of the deity. Who are you?" he asked in a probing tone. "Could he be the one absolutely evil mentioned who wants to make a move on me? Until his identity is clear, I can't act rashly." The young man then told the little maid standing by, "Take them back first." "Yes, master." Just like that, the girl entered the teleportation gate. Before completely leaving, she turned back and encouraged, "Master, please take care." I know. A moment later, the gate shrunk. Young Master Ingon tapped his fan and chuckled softly. "Now that it's quiet, this young master will answer your question." He walked over and patted the young man's shoulder, saying, "You're not worthy to know who this young master is. I'll give you one chance. Quickly call your master out here." Hearing these words, Gu Qingfeng realized, indeed, he's one of those people. Gu Qingfeng's eyes became wary. "Why are you looking for my master?" Young Master Ingon immediately held his fan to the young man's throat. "Do you even deserve to know this young master's affairs? If you don't quickly call your master out, be careful with your little life." The handsome man warned in a stern voice. Gu Qingfeng then made a request. "One last question. As long as you answer me, I'll immediately call my master." Young Master Ingon put away his weapon and said, "This young master will give you a chance if you dare to play tricks in front of this young master." He fanned himself open. "You know the consequences. Ask silver." This guy implied Gu Qingfeng's head would be severed from his neck. Knowing he couldn't beat this guy, he respectfully asked, "Please, if I may ask, are you of the human race?" Young Master Ingon couldn't hide his anger. "How dare you compare this young master to those lowly humans?" The young man smiled happily, thinking to himself, "Not human is good. Not human is good." The other man then growled, "This young master is of the holy race, the most powerful holy race in the world." Holy race. Gu Qingfeng found the name a bit strange. He then thought, "What is that? Holy race?" Suddenly, the young man ran to a corner, surprising young Master Ingon. "You, huh?" The young man timidly whispered, "System. Is it true that besides the human race not being able to become powerful, all other races can? Is it true that all races other than humans are considered demons?" The system replied, "No, if all races other than humans were demons, then even dog bites could become powerful." "You make a good point. I can't refute that." Gu Qingfeng immediately returned with a humble attitude. "Ha ha ha. It's fine if you're looking for my master. I'll call him for you now." Gu Qingfeng looked up and pretended, "Master, how did you arrive so quickly?" Young Master Ingon discovered the trick and loudly criticized, "Gu Qingfeng, you dared to play tricks." He was about to rush forward when, whoops, he slipped. Even as he fell, he still warned Gu Qingfeng, "You dared to play tricks on this young master." The young man continued to act. "I told you my master is here. Why don't you turn around and look? The true God is here. How could he?" Gu Qingfeng said urgently, "Turn around. If you miss my master this time, I won't call him a second time." Young Master Ingon immediately turned his head and said, "Gu Qingfeng, if you dare to deceive this young master will definitely make sure you die without a burial place." Next to him, a teleportation gate opened. The long-haired man thought to himself, "Is this how a true God appears? I'm one step closer to the day my master ascends me to the upper realm." The more young Master Ingon looked, the more he dreamed. Could this be the feeling of being close to success? It's wonderful. Just as he was happy, the music stopped. Gu Qingfeng stood to the side and cursed, "Idiot, I'm leaving." Young Master Ingon, knowing he had been tricked again, hastily launched an attack to stop the young man. You want to die." But unfortunately for him, what he touched was only the afterimage of the teleportation gate. And so, Gu Qingfeng vanished into thin air. Suddenly, another spatial gate opened above his head. His afterimage had returned at some point. Seeing this, young Master Ingon gasped, "A mirror clone?" Suddenly, the clone unleashed an X-shaped sword strike directly towards the enemy. Showing no hesitation, the handsome young master calmly extended his fan-wielding hand to meet the attack. With just one flick of his fan, the sword energy was blown away in midair. It backfired onto the afterimage itself. Watching the shadow slowly dissipate, young Master Ingon couldn't help but be annoyed. "You ain't." Then he took a step back, preparing to find a way to chase. At this moment, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, 1,000 miles away, Gu Qingfeng casually stepped out of the teleportation gate. At this point, the afterimage had also returned to the main body, mirror clone, Heavenly Foxeye. The young man meticulously prepared for another deception. A moment later, young Master Ingon appeared. Despite starting later, he was still able to keep up. Suddenly, he covered his face and burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, running. Let's see where you can run to." And so, the two played a game of cat and mouse across the continent, everywhere echoing with young Master Ingon's angry shouts, "Stop, stop, stop right there." A moment later, the two finally caught up to each other. Young Master Ingon seized the opportunity, landing a kick on the young man, causing him to lose balance and fall. The young man fell face first to the ground. Young Master Ingon then spoke up, "You ain't. Why don't you keep running, huh? Asterisk cough cough asterisk. And you dare to resist this young master, relying on yourself?" The handsome man chuckled smugly and sneered. Gu Qingfeng immediately drew his sword to launch a sneak attack. But young Master Ingon's foot was already above his head, ready to stomp down. Gu Qingfeng hastily changed his posture, flipping backward to avoid the non-human's attack. He landed and maintained a safe distance to gain some time to maneuver. He looked up at the other man. Young Master Ingon calmly commented, as expected of a true immortal's disciple, "Your reactions are much faster than ordinary ants. Considering we've been running for so long and still managed to reunite." He looked down and spoke, simultaneously fanning out his fan, which leaked a great deal of malevolent energy. Raising his fan high, young Master Ingon declared, "Today, I shall show you the power of a god." He flicked his fan, and the energy accumulated within it shot out, heading straight for the young man. Gu Qingfeng tried to resist, and while taking the blow, he intentionally squinted to observe. A moment later, young Master Ingon stared blankly, full of confusion. Seeing his attack absorbed by that ant's body, both were surprised. How is he unharmed? He also observed his own body, bewildered. "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Young Master Ingon covered his mouth with his fan to hide his surprise and said, "Indestructible and God's spirit, you're just a chi-sensing realm cultivator. Yet your soul has reached the level of an indestructible and God's spirit. No wonder my spiritual power has no effect on you." "Spiritual power," Gu Qingfeng countered. The long-haired man waved his hand in denial. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My soul has reached the divine soul realm. That's the divine soul realm. How could a mere ant look directly at it? How could an ant in the chi-sensing realm have an indestructible and God soul? Impossible. Not even a god's disciple could." Young Master Ingon firmly believed that what he saw defied all reason and natural order. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng was still bewildered. Divine soul realm. What is it that humans cannot look directly at? Suddenly, he closed his eyes. He imagined himself standing on the water's surface. If what humans couldn't look directly at was just a soul entering the divine soul realm, then where did true gods come from? Master Juming was right. There are no true gods in this world. A god is just a powerful person. From chi gathering to Xiantian Grand Master is the process of chi refinement, absorbing the primordial chi of heaven and earth, refining it to the extreme. Dragon transformation is the qualitative change of the life layer. And the reflection of life is the physical body. Refining essence and refining chi to the limit causes the physical body to transform into a dragon. The god realm is when the soul transforms into a divine soul, which is what is called soul refinement. The physical body reaches a state where it can contain a divine soul. Transforming the soul into a divine soul. A series of theories formed in Gu Qingfeng's mind. and everything around the young man oscillated more and more violently. Opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "I get it, I get it." Young Master Ngan stood by, appearing confused by the ant's antics in front of him. Realizing his situation, the young man returned to his gloomy demeanor. "What good is enlightenment now? I still can't fight a God Realm expert." Suddenly, young Master Ngan pointed his finger at the young man. He then said, "I underestimated your strength. Now I'm serious." As he fanned out his fan, a surge of dark energy from within his body gushed outwards. Seeing the torrent of demonic power flowing like a stream from young Master Ngan, Gu Qingfeng replied, "You're serious, so I'm serious too." The young man gripped his sword tightly, channeling his energy into it. The sword chi he unleashed pushed back the demonic power, one strike after another. This time, young Master Ngan swung his fan, creating a large, circular attack. Taking advantage of this moment, Gu Qingfeng vanished into thin air. Swinging his fan decisively, the handsome man thought, "Overestimating yourself." But to his surprise, Gu Qingfeng had lunged out from behind him. He used the energy from his sword to control the man's body. Young Master Ngan, finding it difficult to move, realized Azure with Dragon Binding. The demonic power was immediately suppressed, and a binding area pressed the handsome man within it. Not only the young man's energy, but also sharp thorns restrained young Master Ngan. But that was still not enough. Young Master Ngan unleashed a continuous barrage of palms, shattering the cocoon Gu Qingfeng had created. He slowly stepped out of the barrier, his body completely unscathed. The man then said, "A self-overestimating ant." As he scoffed at the young man, a voice from behind him echoed, "Who are you scoffing at?" Young Master Ngan then praised, "You're quite something for an ant." The young man, with some parts of his body covered in that strange energy, declared, "The best part is yet to come." Those streams of demonic power crystallized into a dragon right behind the young man. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists and explained, "If my soul power and cultivation can't directly defeat you, then let's compare physical strength." The young man landed forcefully, seemingly taking a run-up for an extremely long leap. And so, he charged forward, as two sources of red and purple energy clashed. Young Master Ngan's energy was fractured by the blow, causing him to show surprise, Mai Chi sensing body wrath. Meanwhile, he continued to pour all his strength into his punch, aiming to break through the barrier and hit the handsome scoundrel's face. The young man then suddenly turned around. Seeing that he couldn't block it, young Master Ngan teleported behind him and said, "Ant, I never thought your physical body would be so strong. I originally intended to force your master out by killing you, but now I've changed my mind. I've decided." The man pointed forward. Unleashing his power once more, young Master Ngan boldly declared, "To give you and your master to my master." Gu Qingfeng thought, "Master, damn it, I knew this guy was arrogant for a reason. Turns out he has someone backing him up. Damn it, I thought by becoming the one-word parallel king and summoning countless demons, I could become strong and invincible in the world. Now I run into this guy, and my plan is dead before it even started." Young Master Ngan laughed as he warned, "Obediently surrender and be bound. Don't waste any more energy. You're already locked down by my divine soul. No matter what method you use, you won't be able to launch a successful sneak attack." Gu Qingfeng loudly retorted, "Want me to surrender? Dream on." The young man then charged straight forward. He put all his strength into a punch, aiming to create a miracle. Young Master Ngan calmly judged, "You don't know your place." The man then fanned out his fan. He swung it once, and the energy inside the fan formed a net heading towards the young man. A moment later, Gu Qingfeng was completely restrained. A moment later, the previously faint energy strands became dense, forming a small cage that trapped him inside. Young Master Ngan chuckled triumphantly, "Let me properly savor this." He had now fallen into a desperate situation. He felt a bit annoyed by the situation, but suddenly a familiar sensation rushed through him. What's going on? Why doesn't it hurt? "Sorry, I'm late." The system suddenly appeared, looking embarrassed. The stat increase notification then appeared. Ding! Host attacked by Little Moon Silver Wolf. Defense plus 100, 100,000 points. Seeing the notification meant the power was completely harmless to the young man. He relaxed a little and said, "You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have resisted." Cultivation plus 100,000, etc. Wind attribute plus 100,000, plus 100,000, plus 100,000. Gu Qingfeng then took the opportunity to reflect on the memories he had just comprehended. The notification continued to assist. Ding. Defense energy has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. Your undying black dragon body has evolved. Advanced ultimate form, acquired innate talent, divine birth, thunder control. Ding. Cultivation has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has advanced. Ding. Hostful has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. Energy in Gu Qingfeng's body erupted. His cultivation soared non-stop, continuously breaking through from Qi Sensing Realm 2nd Heaven, 3rd Heaven, then 4th Heaven, and stopping at Qi Sensing Realm 5th Heaven. A mechanical ding sound rang in his head. Wind attribute has reached its limit. Congratulations, host. You have achieved Wind Prince. The young man's entire body immediately underwent an astonishing transformation. Standing outside, young Master Ngan couldn't help but be stunned, stammering, What is this?" From his elevated position, Gu Qingfeng gazed down with boundless confidence. "How can this be? Ha ha ha. What do you think of me now? Are you satisfied?" he asked young Master Ngan. The handsome man then looked up and cursed, "You lowly ant. Although I don't know where you got your strength, if you think you can show off and flaunt your power in front of me, you're still far too naive." Gu Qingfeng scoffed, "Show off in front of you? Are you worthy? You're just a wolf demon, yet you dare to call yourself a divine race. I haven't even settled the score for you deceiving me." Young Master Ngan was stunned to hear this, not understanding why his true identity had been seen through by this ant. He thought, "He saw through my true identity. I absolutely cannot let him escape." Furious and enraged, he condensed a colossal energy orb to destroy the young man. The roaring energy orb flew straight towards Gu Qingfeng. But now, Gu Qingfeng's position was different. He merely waved his hand, easily batting away the weak attack and disdainfully remarked, "Overestimating yourself. Today, I will show you what true power is." His palm also glowed with a mass of red demonic energy. With that, he fired an even more terrifying energy orb in retaliation. Young Master Ngan couldn't react in time and took the full force of the destructive attack. The moment the energy orb dissipated, Gu Qingfeng, like a phantom, lunged forward, delivering a vicious blow to his blind spot. After a spectacular reversal, Brother Men cursed with all his bitterness, "You damn bastard made me think I discovered a new species that I could exploit for cultivation. And it turns out to be just a little wolf. Look at your effeminate appearance, your parents having you. Truly, they got both a son and a daughter," he said, arms akimbo, cursing profoundly. Young Master Ngan, now completely exasperated, lifted his disfigured face. He roared, summoning a gigantic magical vortex more than 10 feet high. The 9 heavens Jiang whined, then channeled all his inner power to unleash the fierce whirlwind towards Gu Qingfeng. Being immune to all damage from other races except humans, Cici Thanfang simply stood still, taking the full brunt of the attack and smugly looking up. "That's all." That guy growled, "Ha ha ha, you're so arrogant, too." He was cut off by Cici Thanfang. "I just said that's all, didn't you hear me? And you dared to use this trashy move on your dad." As he absorbed the storm, Cici Thanfang flew high up, startling young Master Ngan. "What? How can this be? Yet you managed to mess up my hair. This move isn't bad at all." Cici Thanfang feigned surprise. "Your move, young master of the myriad demon nation." That guy was genuinely scared. Even human god race powerhouses couldn't take this move of mine without any harm. "Who exactly are you?" He gradually revealed his beast form and roared the question. Cici Thanfang tilted his head up parallel to the sky, haughtily replying, "You want to know who I am? You insignificant ant, are you worthy?" "You," he paused, squinting. However, Before I kill you, you must answer me one question. Are you a wolf or a dog that likes to howl so much and claims to have such extraordinary innate talent? Why do you call yourself a holy race? The silver wolf dog angrily screamed, "You insignificant ant! You insult me! I will kill you!" CC Fanfong feigned innocence. "I'm speaking peacefully to you, yet you want to kill me. Why aren't you friendly at all?" Young Master Ngan was now so enraged that he dropped the fan in his hand. He could no longer maintain his appearance and gradually revealed his true form. Fangs grew long, his body swelled, and his eyes became wild like an animal's. His hands grew so large they tore his clothes, and his limbs transformed similarly. At this moment, he looked no different from an oversized fatty. CC Fanfong laughed excitedly. "You also have a second form?" Young Master Ngan's body grew dense clumps of fur, covering his face, and his physique swelled accordingly. CC Fanfong simply stood still, observing the horrifying transformation of his enemy. On the other side, a dark demonic energy began to leak out. His teeth gradually became sharp and pointed, and saliva dripped profusely. Sharp claws grew on his hands. After the horrifying transformation, young Master Ngan had completely turned into a giant wolf-like demon, his massive body towering over CC Fanfong, crackling with menacing magical lightning. CC Fanfong stood with hands on hips, commenting, "This is the little moon silver wolf. This is the true form of that young master. A second form, looks pretty cool." Suddenly, the wolf let out an earth-shattering howl. "Yet you dared to transform into your second form in front of me? You're really pushing my limits. To meet such an understanding demon as you today, it's worth me becoming a god today," CC Fanfong said with a joyful demeanor. Immediately, the young man summoned his black dragon spirit to attack. "I'll test out the black dragon undying body's ultimate level. Let's see what your second form can do." CC Fanfong's finger pointed forward. The dragon obeyed, rushing forward at astonishing speed. After transforming, young Master Ngan's reactions also became sharper. It immediately detected the attack and let out a growl. Then it swung a powerful punch forward to counter CC Fanfong's dragon illusion. A notification appeared in the young man's mind. "Ding! Host attacked by Little Moon Silver Wolf. Defense increased by 20,000, plus 20,000, plus 20,000. Cultivation increased by 20,000, plus 20,000. ETC! Ding! Congratulations! Host's cultivation has reached the 7th heaven of the Jiangxi realm." After breaking through the realm, CC Fanfong flew forward with his fist ready. The black dragon undying body has leveled up again. Then the young man suddenly pulled back his attack and gently landed. The wolf couldn't help but be puzzled by this strange situation. How can this be? Under the powerful attack of my true form, he wasn't harmed at all, and there are even signs of his cultivation increasing. No matter who you are, this young master, will absolutely not let you leave here alive. Furious, young Master Ngan accumulated chi in his palm, creating a destructive bomb. Then he swung that deadly blow straight at CC Fanfong, but the young man's agile movement immediately dodged to the side to avoid the attack. Continuous attacks rained down on CC Fanfong's position, but having broken through the realm, he could completely avoid them by simply shifting slightly in various directions. After a while of attacking, the wolf showed signs of weakening. It knelt down, panting heavily with exhaustion. As for CC Fanfong, the system displayed another notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Cultivation has reached the 8th heaven of the Jiangxi realm." This time, the young man felt a bit troubled. What does this thing eat to grow so big? Why is it so good at taking hits? The system continued to notify. "Ding! Host's defense has reached the ultimate limit. Black Dragon Undying Body has leveled up. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Undying Demonic Dragon Body." Elementary level. A verdant flame enveloped CC Fanfong's body, causing him to look around in surprise for a moment. Undying Demonic Dragon Body. So fast? Got something new. Gotta try it right away. The young man clenched his fists, tensing to unleash his demonic power. From within his body, a dragon illusion emerged. This time, the dragon was not in an attacking state, but coiled its body around its master. With the powerful dragon head on his hand, CC Thanfong spoke, "Just right to use you to test my undying demonic dragon body." The wolf's eyes widened in astonishment as it watched CC Thanfong charging towards it. It frowned angrily. "Preemptive strike, full of openings. Do you want to die?" Seizing the initiative, young Master Ingon formed an energy construct on his arm and swung it towards CC Thanfong to seize him. CC Thanfong then used a punch enhanced by the dragon soul, striking directly at that hand. The two conflicting energy sources created flashes of lightning and a disintegrating reaction. The wolf was somewhat at a disadvantage. A hint of worry appeared on its face, while CC Thanfong, now in a superior position, spoke in a disappointed tone. "Is this all the ability you have?" Then a surge of energy suddenly erupted from within the beast's body, causing it to vomit blood in agony. The previous move had expended so much of its strength that it could no longer maintain its full beast form, having to somersault in midair and shrink itself. Catching the drops of blood flowing from his mouth with his hand, young Master Ingon asked himself in shock, Why is this happening? He's just an insignificant ant from the lower realm, yet he can block all my attacks. Is that all? Are these your last words?" CC Thanfong approached, asking indifferently. The wolf clearly sensed danger from behind at this moment, causing it to turn around and panic. "You only rely on your powerful physical body, but your soul is just an undying ant spirit. It hasn't even transformed into a divine soul yet. If I can't injure your physical body, then I, this young master, will shatter your soul." Young Master Ingon then circulated his inner energy again, his eyes flashing with lightning, preparing for a new move. His feet shot across the ground, the villain flying towards CC Thanfong to strike. CC Thanfong gently covered his chest with both hands, letting the sharp claws cling to him, and spoke, "Knowing that I just strengthened my physical body and cultivation, and that my soul is my weakness, you deliberately came to help me strengthen my soul? Understanding demons like you are rare these days. How should I reward you?" He gently pushed the monster's hand away, making it angrily declare, "You will pay for your arrogance." Suddenly, the wolf's eyes glowed brightly. CC Thanfong was a bit bewildered as he was brought into an illusion this time. All around him were eyes staring intently. The heavy pressure in the illusion was also considered a type of damage. The system's notification appeared. Ding. Host attacked by Little Moon Silver Wolf. Soul power increased by 200,000, plus 200,000, plus 200,000. The young man seized this opportunity to circulate his inner energy, preparing to level up. Ding. Host soul power has reached its limit. Congratulations. Host soul has ascended to a divine soul. CC Thanfong looked at the notifications with satisfaction, wondering, a divine soul? Outside, the wolf's voice echoed, "What kind of monster are you?" To actually break through in battle, CC Thanfong returned to reality with a troubled look. "You helped me break through, and now you're asking me?" Young Master Ingon growled in anger, saying, "So what if you broke through in battle? It's just a divine soul that just entered the divine realm. This young master, can destroy it as easily as flipping a hand." He formed a ball of dark energy on his fingertip. From that abundant power, eyes opened above the divine power the wolf unleashed. Facing that mental attack, CC Thanfong just crossed his arms calmly and commented, "The wrong word choice, clearly all eyes. Where are the ears?" Young Master Ingon's mental power now covered a whole area of the sky, then it coiled into a vortex aimed directly at CC Thanfong. All of it slowly flowed into the young man's body. The villain couldn't help but panic. "How can this be? My cultivation. Yet you swallowed my cultivation." Realizing the situation wasn't good, the wolf thought to himself, "If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be drained dry. If there are green mountains, there'll be wood to burn." Just a moment later, young Master Ingon transformed back into his human form. Seizing the opportunity, CC Thanfong teleported behind him, preparing to launch a sneak attack. A precise elbow strike to the villain's body sent him flying into the air. As young Master Ingon flew through the air, He carelessly turned his head to look. Damn it. Hey, this is what? Before he could finish his sentence, the killing intent warned him to turn back. Suddenly, his eyes widened at CC Thanfong. When did he get above him and use the dragon soul? The punch aimed directly at the villain's chest gave him no chance to resist. Along with the lightning bolts from the initial power of the move, the sheer force CC Thanfong generated covered a vast expanse of the sky. Young Master Ngan was slammed into a crater in the ground, still leaving residual energy from that move. Looking down at the handsome fellow's state, sprawled on the distorted, plowed ground, he struggled to get up. But CC Thanfong gave him no chance to do so, using the force of inertia to deliver a sky-shattering kick to the villain's stomach. CC Thanfong looked down with disdain. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will use the method you used to trick me to force your master to appear. If you want to live, call your master out now. He then stepped on the half-human, half-beast's face in a humiliating manner. Young Master Ngan's mouth suddenly curled into a sneer. His master's power far exceeds your imagination. Avoiding eye contact, he tried to threaten in my master's eyes, you're not even an ant. Feeling like he was wasting time, CC Thanfong pulled out his wooden sword and warned, enough with the nonsense. Do you only learn your lesson when I teach you a hard one? Young Master Ngan now showed panic and shouted, what do you want to do? CC Thanfong then slashed at his lower body while the villain tried to scream, stop. His scream echoed through the green forest, heard by all living things. CC Thanfong held a lock and to cherries in his hand, full of mockery. Young Master Ngan, with his constantly bleeding lower body, cried and threatened, you're dead for sure. In 2 years, when my master descends, you'll definitely die. The young man threw the tea set away and replied, no, I can't wait. Call him down now. Young Master Ngan seemed to quickly forget the pain in his lower body, raising his hand to his face with a mysterious look. How can a frog in a well like you understand my master's terror and greatness? He looked at the young man and continued to show off. To tell you the truth, this world is my master's backyard. Clenching his fist, young Master Ngan continued, you are my master's toys. As for himself, he appeared mysterious, and me, my master says I'm his most loyal hound. The villain's face showed clear happiness and pride. Though I am a wolf, when others say that, they're insulting me. But when my master says it, he's praising me. CC Thanfong was speechless at this guy's brain rot. How can someone be so proud of being a dog these days? Young Master Ngan scoffed. Being my master's dog is an immense, supreme honor. Human beasts like you aren't even qualified to be dogs. CC Thanfong then took out a bone and provoked, if you're a dog, bark twice and let's hear it. Feeling insulted, the fellow shouted, you bastard, you think just because you luckily beat me, you can. Before he could finish, the villain was punched in the mouth, spitting blood. Quiet. Watching the battered man collapse, CC Thanfong spoke, no ability, yet you like to talk so much. Your master is the formidable one. What does that have to do with a hound like you? It seems asking you to call your master out is impossible, so I'll give you a chance to live. Young Master Ngan was face down on the ground, spitting out puddles of blood. With an arrogant gaze, CC Thanfong offered, as long as you acknowledge me as your master and become my dog, you can live. What do you say? Slowly getting up, young Master Ngan said deliberately, I am your father. With a defiant look, something suddenly shot out. This time, not with fist techniques, CC Thanfong unleashed a palm strike to his face. The villain was now decapitated, and the young man cursed, useless trash who doesn't know his own limits. From the corpse, an item like a ring appeared. CC Thanfong picked it up and curiously asked, a Qiankan ring? From within the ring, a strange energy seeped out, which surprised the young man a little. Inside the ring space was a massive pile of gold. CC Thanfong hastily rushed inside, shouting as he ran, heavens! The young man immersed himself in the pile of treasures and exclaimed, these days, being a dog for the Saint Clan brings this much money? Looking at the pile of gold in his hand, the young man wondered, but if the Saint Clan doesn't come for these 2 years, how am I supposed to live? Suddenly, an idea struck him. No, that's not right. If they don't come, I can go find them. Looking towards the spatial gate, at young Master Ingon's corpse, the young man sighed. If the Saint clan doesn't come to the mortal realm yet, still wants to control it. How could there be only one dog? Throwing the gold crown to the ground, CC Thanfong's expression was somewhat pensive. I should have asked for details before killing him. A stream of thoughts emerged in his head. Tuyet Min Ti, he's from the underworld, and he knows the Saint clan will strike my master in 2 years. CC Thanfong's smile now grew increasingly twisted. So he must know something. Finding him might reveal some useful information. With that, he left the corpse. Before I find Tuyet Min Ti, there's one more thing I haven't finished yet. The young man used King Gong to leave the forest. At this moment, in the Great Yin Dynasty, the imperial capital's bustling streets were now empty. Someone was hiding behind a house, looking around cautiously. Behind him appeared a rather haggard uncle carrying a child on his back, saying something. By the roadside, soldiers patrolled, loudly announcing, "Citizens of the imperial capital, listen up. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has ascended the throne. His Majesty has captured the demon CC Thanfong, who poisoned Emperor Tuyan, released demons, and massacred the imperial capital. You are now safe and can return home." The squad of soldiers passed by, leaving reminders. From now on, the imperial capital is the only place in the entire Great Yin Dynasty where no demons will appear. One patrol team on the street, one team escorting the elderly citizens home. The commander ordered the subordinate team behind him. A moment later, on the golden throne, a figure in imperial robes repeatedly stroked the chair, laughing gleefully. Ha-hee, ha-ha-ha. The crown prince, now crowned emperor, couldn't stop smiling. In the Great Yin Dynasty, Golden Luan Hall, a commander entered and spoke. "Your Majesty," cough, cough. "What's wrong with me?" The commander clasped his hands respectfully and reported, "Reporting to your Majesty, the demons in the imperial capital have been dealt with completely. Our men have safely escorted the elderly citizens home. The citizens of the imperial capital are all incredibly grateful to your Majesty. Your image in the hearts of the people has now surpassed even Emperor Tuyan's." The soldier enthusiastically flattered. The crown prince stood up, overjoyed. "Really, indeed," the commander replied. The new emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty continued to ask, "What about CC Thanfong? No trace found, no whereabouts known." The pink-haired man's face revealed a malicious expression. "I didn't expect young Master Ingon to be so powerful. Not only did he single-handedly eliminate all demons in the imperial capital, but he also dealt with CC Thanfong." He then imagined a beautiful future where young Master Ingon stood by the throne, chatting happily with him, "As long as I curry favor with young Master Ingon. With his help, when I still fear not sitting firmly on the throne, or not being able to deal with those foolish younger brothers eyeing the imperial seat. Young Master Ingon is a demon, and demons like to eat people, so I must please him." The pink-haired man thought about his plan with such delight that he drooled. "By then, I'll just blame everything on CC Thanfong." Afterward, he ordered the commander, "Go find 100 virgin boys and girls after they've been thoroughly cleaned. Lock them up." "Yes, your Majesty." With that, the commander left. The crown prince now returned to his happy state, touching everything in the golden Luan Hall. From outside, a shadow entered with a familiar voice. "T, nephew." This startled him, and the pink-haired man turned around angrily, asking, "Who's there?" CC Thanfong walked closer, smiling elegantly. "Your tone is quite aggressive now, isn't it, CC Thanfong? You're not dead." With fear in his heart, the king unconsciously retreated, backing up until he fell onto the throne. He then shouted loudly, "Guards, to my aid! To my aid! To my aid!" The king's personal guards finally rushed over. CC Thanfong also began to move. With his cultivation, the young man quickly approached the one who dared to frame him and said, "Nephew, how should we settle the debt of you wanting to kill me?" A threat that made the other man's face turn pale. The guards immediately moved in to protect the emperor. They simultaneously attacked CC Thanfong, but a source of energy emanated from the young man's body, automatically blocking the surrounding dangers. His hands also gradually formed flames. Like a volcano, that demonic power surged into the air, throwing the guards out of the safe zone. One of the guards' maces fell right at the crown prince's feet, his face revealing fear. Si Thanfong's shadow gradually covered the cowardly fellow's face. The young man created a terrifyingly suffocating atmosphere as he stood before the new king of the great Yan dynasty. That hand grabbed the crown prince's lapel. He threw him straight down to the hall. Then he sat his rear down on the throne. The young man casually sat down. Go on, kneel and beg for mercy. Gu Qingfeng arrogantly took his seat on the Dragonan Phoenix embroidered chair, adopting the posture of a monarch. His fingers tapped lightly on the dragon chair. He spoke up, TSK, not long ago. This prince was sitting on this dragon throne with my imperial brother. Who would have thought that my imperial brother would be killed by his unfilial son? How regrettable. He pointed directly at the pathetic loser lying in the hall. The furious crown prince stood up and lunged at the young man, ready to fight to the death. Gu Qingfeng, don't you dare speak nonsense. It's clear that imperial father was poisoned to death by your immortality pill. Don't think that escaping young Master Yin's pursuit and bringing your demons back to the imperial capital makes you safe. He continued, I absolutely will not let you harm the common people, nor the great Yan dynasty. Gu Qingfeng replied, young Master Yin, safe, harm. This prince was concerned for the common people of the imperial capital, unwilling to start a war with that ant-like fellow within the city to avoid harming innocents. As for the young Master Yin you speak of, he is that very ant-like fellow, the young man said coolly, answering each question. Wait a moment. He waved his hand to the side, and a spatial gate opened, bring the corpse of Little Moon Silver Wolf from outside the city to this lord. The young man ordered. Yes, master. Several demons stepped out of the gate and carried out the order. As they passed, the crown prince felt a chill down his spine. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng yawned, looking tired. He said indifferently, my people are now looking for Little Moon Silver Wolf's corpse. I'll give you 10 minutes to find your people. Upon hearing this, the crown prince immediately left, not forgetting to leave a few words. Gu Qingfeng, don't you dare regret this. Outside, the weak king yelled, 2 arms. In an instant, he had gathered a group of martial arts experts behind him to ensure his safety. Pointing at Gu Qingfeng, the king shouted, Gu Qingfeng, if you surrender now and confess your crimes, it's still not too late. Fortunately, I had a plan beforehand and gathered many masters here. Gu Qingfeng, let's see how you'll escape this time. Facing countless people, Gu Qingfeng showed no sign of wavering. Outside, a demon spoke up, Master, we have found and brought Little Moon Silver Wolf's corpse. The young man then offered, I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy, surrender, and confess your crimes to this prince? The red-haired man remained stubborn, pointing directly at him and shouting, Gu Qingfeng, don't you dream. The young man closed his eyes, out of options, all right, threw Little Moon Silver Wolf's corpse down. From above, a gate opened, and something fell, catching the attention of the masters summoned by the new king. Even the red-haired man's mouth hung open at this truth. Looking at the headless corpse, he trembled and said, You killed young Master Yin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Qingfeng replied calmly, what's impossible if you don't submit? This prince will kill you two in a bit. 2 arms, quickly, 2 arms. Everyone, attack. The villain ordered his subordinates to act quickly. Noisy footsteps on the tiled floor. All those present rushed forward to attack Gu Qingfeng. The young man showed disdain. Is that all there is? A surge of demonic power emanated from Gu Qingfeng's body. Then he formed it into magical rays, aiming directly at those petty minions. Those who were hit could not move and were controlled by that energy. Those energy bundles wrapped around the masters, summoned by the red-haired man, and lifted them into the air. The new king of the great Yan dynasty shouted loudly, Gu Qingfeng, what kind of demon are you? Me, I'm your father, Gu Qingfeng replied with a condescending tone. You've seen your new father's power, haven't you? Now this prince will take you to meet your real father. With that, the young man extended his hand, forming a magical energy rope. The rope connected directly to the unfilial one's face. Then the young man transmitted an explosive energy directly into his face. The new king of the Great Yin Dynasty thus lost his head and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfei also stopped controlling the guards by retracting his energy. The minions were thus able to land without a single scratch. Gu Qingfei then spoke, "Tell me, what's so good about being an emperor?" Pointing towards the headless corpse wearing the dragon robe, he continued that it's worth a child killing their own father. This prince is truly curious. How about this prince tries being an emperor for a bit too? He clasped his hands together and acted regal. Originally, this prince intended to rule the world with my imperial brother, but now he's dead, and the most capable crown prince is also dead. So this prince can only reluctantly take over this world in his stead. All the former guards pricked up their ears, listening to these statements. They all had the same attitude and thought in their heads, "You think being an emperor is easy?" Gu Qingfei then asked for their opinion. "Tell me, this prince isn't wrong, am I?" All the masters spoke in unison, "No, you're not wrong, prince." But in their hearts, there was still much defiance. Who exactly killed the crown prince? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Gu Qingfei revealed a profound expression. Humans, you see, must experience life once in their lifetime. Only then is it not lived in vain. His eyes also exuded a surge of energy. Swear now! He used the charm in his eyes to enchant the masters standing below. No one could resist this technique. The young man continued to instill his ideology. "I swear to serve Gu Qingfei as my master for this life, and henceforth to work on my master's behalf, never to be disloyal or forfeit my life." After finishing the ideological work for his new puppets, he looked bored, waving his hand to dismiss everyone. "Alright, now that you've sworn, go summon all the great ministers of the Great Yin Dynasty here for me." One person, holding a sword, was secretly gathering power on his blade. He stepped forward among the young man's new followers and called out, "Gu Qingfei, we will not." He raised his sword to assume a defensive stance, seemingly still able to resist Gu Qingfei's illusionary power. But after a few cool seconds, a palm strike from Gu Qingfei decapitated him, sending blood splattering. Suddenly, a perfectly healthy man became a headless ghost lying lifeless on the ground. Gu Qingfei then spoke, "Let me remind you, you have all sworn to accept me as your master. If you don't obey my orders, then what just happened to him will be your fate." He warned everyone, putting a hand to his chin. The people below, after witnessing the fate of those who resisted, hastily flattered him. "Who cares who the emperor is? What does it have to do with us?" That's right, the previous emperor and crown prince weren't good people anyway. Right. The crown prince just now told us to find 100 virgin boys and girls. Just hearing it, you know, it's nothing good. Indeed, we don't care what the emperor's surname is. Anyway, the throne won't fall into our hands. Boom, boom, life is more important. Before the Hall of Golden Mausoleum, all the survivors knelt, hands on the ground, paying respects to a newly born king. Long live the emperor. Live, live, live. Gu King, alright, go carry out my orders. Yes, your imperial majesty. Sometime later, night fell before the palace. A shadow stood outside. Gu Qingfei, now the new king of the Great Yin Dynasty, looked up at the sky with a contemplative expression. "Imperial brother, you dog grandson, you can rest assured and go," he began. "The Great Yin Dynasty is about to welcome a prosperous and peaceful era belonging to me." Gu Qingfei, the young man's confident declaration to those he himself had killed. Looking to the side, where people were walking back and forth, he thought, "Isn't this the peaceful era that belongs to me? No corrupt officials, entertainment flourishing, pretty young girls walking on the streets." As he walked down the stairs, yawning, he raised a hand to his neck. "If I've started playing the villain, then in this world, only I need to be the bad guy." Suddenly, a voice directed at the young man, "Your Majesty, may I ask which lady's palace you wish to sleep in tonight?" Gu Qingfei turned back in slight surprise. A eunuch stood behind him, bowing low. "Your Majesty, which consort's sleeping quarters do you intend to stay in tonight?" "Consort? That's right, according to procedure, if your majesty doesn't call for any consort, then a card will be flipped. The young man was still a bit confused, so the eunuch presented a book titled Harem Roster. Only then did Gu Qingfeng realize, wasn't this the treatment of emperors in movies? The man added, you are the new emperor, so you should choose a palace to reside in, so that whenever you don't want to flip a card, you can rest there. Gu Qingfeng gleefully flipped through the pages of the book. TSK, the old emperor certainly knew how to enjoy himself, full of beautiful women. The eunuch urged, Your Majesty, have you chosen yet? Gu Qingfeng pointed at the book and said, Call Consort Shu, Consort Yan, Consort Hui, Consort Di, and Consort are you to me. His mind was full of mischievous thoughts. He wondered what the former emperor would think when he found out that the beautiful women he had brought into the harem now belonged to him. Oh well, you're dead anyway, so rest in peace. I'll take care of these beautiful women for you. The eunuch bowed and retreated after receiving the order. Yes, your majesty. Gu Qingfeng was also quite impatient, loudly urging, Go quickly, don't make me, don't make the consorts wait too long. My elder brother, the emperor, left too suddenly. If I inherit the throne, of course I have to manage the harem for him. The eunuch offered his opinion. Yes, your majesty, but you will have to wait a little longer. It will take some time for the consorts to come over. Gu Qingfeng's expression showed 9 parts perversion, 1 part resembling 9 meaning, very perverted. Understood. I've decided. I'll stay at Yangshan Palace. Just have the consorts come to Yangshan Palace. In his mind, he couldn't help but anticipate beauties need to put on makeup when they go out. I understand. It's best if they put on a little extra beautiful makeup. As you command, just like that, the young man left in high spirits. I also need to prepare well to welcome the beauties. A moment later, a peaceful scene inside the palace. At Yangshan Palace, Gu Qingfeng had taken a fragrant bath and was sitting down, yawning repeatedly. It's been so long. Why haven't they arrived yet? Does makeup take that long? He stood up restlessly. Could it be that those consorts think the old emperor died because of me, so they're discussing how to get revenge on me? Just as he had a bad thought, a voice came from outside. Your Majesty, the consorts have arrived. Gu Qingfeng was startled. Small, delicate shoes slowly stepped inside. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The eunuch led in 5 old women, who were probably 3 times the young man's age. Your Majesty, Consort Shu, Consort Yan, Consort Hui, Consort Di, and Consort are you have arrived. The young man immediately shouted, Are you kidding me? The young man pointed at the eunuch in annoyance. Damn it, the book showed beautiful women. Why did you bring all these old ladies? Are you playing tricks too? The eunuch fearfully explained, Reporting to your majesty, the book shows the consorts when they were young. When the late emperor was alive, he was already 120 years old, and he only selected consorts until he was 80. After that, the late emperor was only engrossed in elixirs of immortality and the empire, and no longer selected consorts. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Selected until 80 years old? You mean the youngest consort in the harem is round 40 already? That's right, the youngest beauty is 52 years old. The eunuch offered, however, Your Majesty, didn't you want to comfort the consorts on behalf of the late emperor? What does comforting them have to do with the consort's age? Gu Qingfeng now realized he had shot himself in the foot, his expression showing a not-so-pleasant look. At this, he scratched his head and explained, my intention is, if the noble consorts are over 50, they must have become indifferent to life and death, being mature in spirit. Surely they don't need my comfort anymore. Sitting back down, Gu Qingfeng continued, I should rather comfort my granddaughters. That's right. How old is my eldest granddaughter? The eunuch thought for a moment and replied, Reporting to your majesty, the late emperor stopped having children at 40. They are all over 50. Surely they have become indifferent to life and death, being mature in spirit. They don't need my comfort anymore. Gu Qingfeng repeated exactly what he had just said. Covering his face in disappointment, he thought to himself, Hahoo, damn emperor, You hogged the toilet but didn't want to use it. The entire imperial palace has no young maidens. Hahu, are you worthy of your position as emperor? The eunuch then asked, Your Majesty, what about the consorts? Shall I send them all away? Send them away. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Qingfeng suddenly had something to say, so he stopped the eunuch. Wait, that's right, go to Guang Manor and bring all my original maidservants here. Yes, Your Majesty. He couldn't stand a night without beauty, so he called over the newly recruited girls from his old residence. Sometime later at Yangshan Palace, a peaceful scene unfolded. At Yangshan Hall, after a period of waiting, Gu Qingfeng contentedly changed out of his cumbersome robes, while the beauties were still eagerly waiting outside. Gazing at the beautiful figures, waving charmingly, a surge of excitement rose in his heart. This is how an imperial palace should look. Just then, a figure approached. The eunuch stood aside, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, it's time for morning court. Gu Qingfeng replied concisely, All right, let's go. After a journey inside Jinling Palace, all the court officials bowed in unison to the new emperor. Long live our emperor! Long live, long live! Clad in majestic dragon robes, Gu Qingfeng sat grandly on the throne, clearing his throat with an air of authority. Ahum, rise, all my ministers. Thank you, Your Majesty. The eunuch standing nearby then began the court session. If there are matters to report, report them, otherwise, the court is dismissed. Immediately, an official stepped out of line and spoke. Your Majesty, your humble servant Lu Xiangfei has a matter to report. Gu Qingfeng then asked, Who are you? What are you doing in court now? What do you wish to report? Facing the new emperor, the elderly man with a weathered appearance replied, Reporting to Your Majesty, your humble servant is Lu Xiangfei, currently serving as Prime Minister. The matter to report today concerns the late emperor's funeral and the arrangements for the imperial princes, princesses, the harem, and consorts. I respectfully request Your Majesty's decision. The young man listened and paid a little attention. Related to my elder brother, the late emperor? He thought for a moment and then declared, My elder brother was accustomed to simplicity during his lifetime. Simple and unadorned. After his death, he surely wouldn't want extravagance. There's no need to build an imperial mausoleum. Just find a place to bury him. His index finger rose, and the next commands were issued without hesitation. As for the imperial princes, as the saying goes, Jade unpolished is not precious. They are my nephews. How can they idle away their days in pleasure? Today, I will demote them to commoners and send them to train on the border. As soon as he finished speaking, the eunuch standing nearby could not hide the fear on his face. Gu Qingfeng continued, As for the consorts and princesses, I previously promised him that I would care for his wives and children. My elder brother, if he has a spirit in heaven, will surely be comforted. Upon hearing this, the eunuch couldn't help but inwardly judge. His imperial majesty is truly reckless. How will this be explained to the civil and military officials? However, completely contrary to the eunuch's expectations, all the ministers in court uniformly knelt and obeyed the decree. Your Majesty is benevolent and kind-hearted. A peerless emperor of all ages, we, your humble servants, are deeply impressed. Witnessing this, the eunuch's apprehension eased somewhat, and he thought to himself, All right, I was overthinking it. The new emperor is indeed very good at winning people's hearts. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng yawned repeatedly. All right, do you, my beloved ministers, have anything else? If not, I shall return first. There are still a bunch of matters waiting for me. His meaning was, he couldn't let the beauties wait any longer. At this moment, the Prime Minister still had something to report. Your Majesty, your humble servant has one more matter. A few days ago, the Northwest suffered a severe drought, and the common people had no harvest. I request the court for relief. Relief? Another official interjected. Your Majesty, there are many victims this time, and the grain in the national treasury may not be enough for relief. In my humble opinion, why not increase taxes? Gu Qingfeng interrupted. Wait, Your Majesty. The young man brought up a sensitive issue. First, let's put aside the relief matter. and talk about your corruption and bribery. Upon hearing this, all the ministers looked anxious. Half of your family's assets. What kind of joke is this? Gu Qingfeng suddenly shouted in surprise. Everyone began to whisper amongst themselves. On the throne, Gu Qingfeng asked again, "You don't want to give it? Surely you don't think I became emperor by sheer luck, do you?" He read the intentions of the corrupt officials like an open book. Then we can talk about your corruption and bribery. Gu Qingfeng's gaze sharpened. Immediately, all the ministers knelt in fear. Your humble servants dare not. The young man's expression darkened. All right, I don't want to talk about your nonsense. Let's decide it this way. Other matters I will not pursue further. Saying this, the new emperor stood up. As he walked, he reminded them, from now on, for issues like this, you should discuss them amongst yourselves before coming to ask me. All the officials obeyed. Your humble servants understand. Seeing that everything was done, Gu Qingfeng immediately declared, "Court dismissed. I still have unfinished business. If you have anything, discuss it amongst yourselves first, then come tell me." By this time, the sun was shining brightly outside. Inside his residence, Gu Qingfeng was still engrossed in a game of chase with some pretty girls. While he was having fun, a hand suddenly reached out. Before he could fully enjoy himself, the eunuch pulled him aside and reminded him, "Your Majesty, it's time to approve the memorials." In the study, Gu Qingfeng let the documents pile up on the table and floor, while he himself dozed off. The eunuch approached, a look of disdain clear on his face. Then he threw the pile of documents onto the floor, leaving the emperor to deal with them, and slammed the door shut. An extremely loud bang startled Gu Qingfeng awake. He turned around, smiled faintly, and reminded, "Your Majesty, it's time to wake up and approve the memorials." Gu Qingfeng felt a chill of fear looking at that expression. However, that sound, like a haunting loop, echoed incessantly, reaching outside. "Your Majesty, it's time to approve the memorials. Your Majesty, it's time to approve the memorials. Your Majesty, it's time to approve the memorials." Gu Qingfeng's patience finally reached its limit. He roared, his voice echoing throughout the residence. "This damn emperor position, whoever likes it can have it. I'm not doing it anymore." He kicked the door open with a bang. After that, he changed back into his common clothes and ran away. The eunuch tried to stop him. "Your Majesty, the late emperor's princes have all been reduced to commoners. There are no more descendants to inherit the throne." The eunuch tearfully pleaded, "The other princes are all following you now. They refuse to be emperor. The administrative office hasn't responded for several days. Let's quickly go back and review the memorials." Gu Qingfeng thought, annoyed, "Damn it. So this is what it feels like to shoot yourself in the foot." Trying to cool his head, the young man told himself, calm down. A nation doesn't only function with an emperor." Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Gu Qingfeng's mind. He mumbled, "That's right, a democratic republic works too. Look at country 20. Hasn't it prospered for hundreds of years?" The eunuch standing beside him listened, bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. "Your Majesty, what is country 20? What are you talking about?" The eunuch began to worry. Did I push His Majesty too hard these past few days? Has His Majesty gone mad? At this moment, Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists and spoke. "It's decided then." He ordered the eunuch, summon the civil and military officials. No, hold court. The man's eyes widened and mouth agape, not understanding. With that, the young man left, leaving a message. "Hurry up, I'm going to change clothes. Assemble at the Hall of Golden Chimes." The eunuch could only exclaim, "Oh, His Majesty truly still prioritizes the people of the realm." A moment later, in the Hall of Golden Chimes, the officials were abuzz. "Why are we holding court at this time? Could His Majesty be what? There must be something important for His Majesty to call us. Don't overthink it. What exactly happened?" The civil and military officials in court excitedly discussed. Gu Qingfeng then spoke. "Don't overthink it. I summoned you here for affairs of state. Today, I wish to discuss with my beloved ministers the matter of changing the national system." Everyone paid close attention to the issue Gu Qingfeng brought up. He began to elaborate. From ancient times, the Great Yin dynasty has been ruled by an emperor, but as you can see, although my old emperor brother was skilled in governance, his sons, the image of Emperor Gu suddenly appeared. The crown prince wholeheartedly wanted to kill his father and usurp the throne. The other princes were reduced to commoners, yet couldn't even live normal lives. They couldn't do anything, not even possessing basic survival skills. Therefore, I have decided. The young man clenched his fists to establish a cabinet and divide imperial power. Everyone first widened their eyes in surprise, then unanimously objected. Your Majesty, no, you cannot. Absolutely not. Gu Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then spoke. Have you forgotten your vows? Do you think I called you here today to discuss this matter? Seated on the throne, Gu Qingfeng clarified his stance. I merely wish to inform you. Based on your performance, I will select several great ministers to join the cabinet, and from there, govern the realm with me. The seasoned officials were shocked upon hearing this news. What? He wants to change people. Gu Qingfeng stood up. Chancellor Lu, I see that you, the imperial advisor, and Lin Mubai are all dedicated to the Great Yin dynasty. I entrust this matter to you. The three men named bowed and accepted the order. Your command shall be obeyed. After that, Gu Qingfeng left the Hall of Golden Chimes. He declared that the Great Yin dynasty would establish a cabinet, divide imperial power, and jointly govern the realm. The cabinet, led by Lu Xianfei, Lin Mukuk, and Sichu Kong, was officially established. Selected ministers must be virtuous and talented and care for the common people. Every citizen must participate in certain resolutions. One night, on a bustling street, fireworks shot high into the sky. Now, the Great Yin dynasty officially entered the era of Democratic Republic. End of story. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng threw the end of story sign to the ground and said, I wasn't here to rule the country. A moment later, in the outskirts, Gu Qingfeng found an open field and remarked, Not bad, I've been emperor for 3 days now. Having said that, he took out a mask radiating dark magic and put it on his face. In a flash, he transformed into a completely different person with fiery red hair, murmuring to himself, Now I must go and become a deity. He took off the ring from his finger, and with a few gestures, a teleportation portal opened for him to enter. Gu Qingfeng looked up. The teleportation gate opened. The young man was somewhat surprised as an old man approached. Zhu Mingzi, not recognizing Gu Qingfeng due to his disguise, asked in confusion, May I ask, who are you, sir? Gu Qingfeng then acted mysteriously, You must be Taoist friend Zhu Mingzi, right? The old man showed a rather surprised expression. That is indeed me. This old man, how should I address you, Taoist friend? I am Gu Shengxiong. I heard from my disciple Gu Qingfeng that you were looking for me. I'm free now, so I came. The two humbly greeted each other. Zhu Mingzi was a little shocked to learn that this was Gu Qingfeng's master. He immediately asked again to confirm, You are Gu Qingfeng's master. That's right. The young man added, I came to find you precisely because I wanted to ask you. What is this 100-year calamity you spoke of? He then brought up the issue he was still unclear about from their previous meeting. Who are these that you mentioned, and what is the Dark Realm? I am very curious. I can answer your questions, but before that, Zhu Mingzi said seriously, I must ascertain whether Taoist friend is of the human race. I hope Taoist friend does not take offense. Gu Shengxiang replied, I understand the underworld has its rules, and the mortal realm has its rules. I just don't know how Taoist friend wishes to test me. Zhu Mingzi unhurriedly pulled an item from his robe. It was a small, palm-sized mirror. He explained, This mirror is called the Demon Illuminating Mirror. It is very sensitive to demonic energy. It instantly reveals whether someone is human or demon. Just shine it on them and you'll know. Gu Qingfeng looked at the treasure and remarked, Isn't this the Demon Illuminating Mirror from the Demon Suppressing Division of the Great Yan Dynasty? Zhu Mingzi proudly replied, Indeed, the Demon Illuminating Mirror of the Demon Suppressing Division is a replica of this mirror. Even the method of illuminating demons was passed down from the underworld. So that's how it is. The young man nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, No wonder the demon illuminating mirror can even detect blood demons who have reached demigod status. So the crafting method belongs to a divine realm powerhouse. The original function must be even stronger. The old man added, although we people of the dark realm do not easily manifest in the mortal world, we are still humans, so we wish to bring blessings to the world. Which is why we created the demon illuminating mirror. Gu Qingfeng knelt down, agreeing to the test. Alright, Taoist friend, Shanit, Taoist friend, my apologies. Zhu Mingzi did not hesitate but raised the mirror high, simultaneously chanting a spell that made the mirror glow. Gu Qingfeng stood up and received the light. The result was clear. The old man retrieved the mirror and examined it, then put the treasure away. Since Taoist friend is one of us, I will now tell you the truth. Zhu Mingzi spoke. Now, the heavenly Tao is leaning towards demons. It's becoming harder and harder for our human race to survive. We can only be extremely cautious. Gu Qingfeng asked again, the heavenly Tao, is it close to demons? That's right, as the cultivation realm of our generation's cultivators deepens, our perception of the heavenly Tao also becomes clearer. Taoist friend must have also sensed the strangeness of the heavenly Tao when you entered the divine realm. Gu Qingfeng, who hadn't truly reached the divine realm but was only faking it, nodded and replied, exactly, I feel the same way. In his head, he had another thought. Feel what? I've only just reached the peak of the Qi manifestation realm. How could I sense the heavenly Tao? Zhu Mingzi showed a serious expression. These past years, the heavenly Tao has been invaded by demonic energy, becoming increasingly unfavorable for human cultivation. That's why fewer and fewer people have ascended to the divine realm recently. The young man was surprised. The heavenly Tao is infected by demonic energy. Which demonic path is so powerful? The old man replied, the Azure Underworld realm. The Azure Underworld realm, he looked bewildered. If Taoist friend wishes to hear, I will tell you slowly. Zhu Mingzi stroked his beard. Worlds are successively divided from low to high, small heavenly realms, mid-heavenly worlds, and great heavenly worlds. Before Gu Qingfeng's eyes, a vast universe seemed to unfold as the old man continued. The space between these worlds is called the Realm Sea. The world we are currently in is called the Clear Realm, and it is merely a small, heavenly realm. As for the Azure Underworld realm, it is a great heavenly world. The Clear Realm is just a tiny grain of sand in the Realm Sea. An image of a giant figure manipulating an entire world appeared in his mind. 5,000 years ago, our ancestors committed a sin, leading to the Clear Realm being captured by a powerful Saint Race entity from the Azure Underworld realm. After capturing the Clear Realm, this entity intended to refine the heavenly Tao, thus completely controlling the Clear Realm. The heavenly Tao gradually became demonic as a result. Gu Qingfeng showed indignation. Do you mean that the so-called Upper Realm Saint Race is actually a demon? A thought popped into his head. Isn't this a good opportunity for the ancestor of demons to be served on a silver platter? Zhu Mingzi confirmed. Taoist friend is not wrong to understand it that way. Gu Shengxiang spoke up. I've decided I'll join your dark realm. Zhu Mingzi couldn't hide his surprise. What? He agreed so quickly. It's probably not a trick, right? Gu Qingfeng now realized, oh no, I got too excited, agreeing a little too quickly. He quickly came up with an excuse to cover it up. As you know, it was extremely difficult for me to cultivate to this realm. If I were to die trying to resolve this calamity, it would be a great pity. Gu Qingfeng continued to sigh. Alas, to be honest with you, before I came here, I heard about the underworld, but the common folk know too little about it. Fortunately, I found a book about the Dark Realm in the Great Yin Dynasty's Immortal Emperor's archives. He clenched his fist emphatically, asserting, and just now, hearing what you said, I realized that you genuinely care for all living beings. You have a unique insight into the heavenly Tao. I've decided you and the Dark Realm will be the alliance I've been seeking. Zhu Mingzi was a little disbelieving. Did I say that much just now? He asked again. Did I say that much just now? Gu Qingfeng nonchalantly replied, of course. But behind his back, he was gathering power in his palm, He opened a small teleportation gate. Then he pointed forward to distract the old man. Look, a heavenly demon. The old man actually believed him and turned to look. Gu Qingfeng, seizing the moment when the other party wasn't paying attention, said to the demons inside the gate, I want a tea table, teacups, a teapot, melon seeds, everything for a chat. The old man was still engrossed in observing. Where? While the demons were setting up the tea table. After everything was prepared, he spoke up. Just now, a flash of light passed by, exactly like the heavenly demon I once faced. Perhaps I was overly agitated and my eyes deceived me. Zhu Mingzi replied dismissively, so Taoist friend has faced heavenly demons before. You said a lot just now, you must be parched. Why don't we sit down and talk slowly? The old man looked down in surprise. How can there be a tea table in this wilderness? Gu Shangxiang smiled smugly and poured himself a cup of tea. Revered one, you and I have both entered the divine realm. The ability to teleport and transmute objects is quite common. I wanted to get closer to you, which is why I prepared tea here. As he sat, he said, however, time is pressing and the tea service is simple. I hope you don't mind. That was politeness on the outside. Inside, he cursed. Old man, still daring to scheme in front of me. If not for the fact that you're still useful, I'd spend this free time cultivating with demons instead. Zhu Mingzi hastily replied, oh no, how could I refuse Taoist friend's kind intention? The old man slowly sat down on the chair. We should still talk about the powerful entity who is attempting to refine the clear realm. Alright, he further explained, these demons are not clear realm demons, they are upper realm demons, calling themselves the saint race. Their methods and strength far surpass those of clear realm demons. The image in his mind was of demonic beasts, with extraordinary power from dark space. Gu Qingfeng sipped his tea and asked, so, what was the sin committed by our ancestors? The old man immediately explained, the primordial energy in a small, heavenly realm is limited, thus cultivation is also restricted. We cultivators can only reach the divine realm at most. To continue cultivating to higher levels, one can only go to places with more primordial energy. He looked at those who followed the path of Taoist cultivation day and night. Gu Qingfeng nodded, I see. He thought, although divine realm powerhouses have a lifespan of 1,000 years, their lifespan will eventually run out. Zhu Mingzi added, 5,000 years ago, some peak divine realm powerhouses, nearing the end of their lifespan, always sought eternal life but failed eventually. They found inspiration from a heavenly demon scroll. A heavenly demon scroll? Gu Qingfeng showed curiosity about this item. The old man then asked, I wish to ask Taoist friend, if Taoist friend has engaged with heavenly demons, how much do you understand about the heavenly demon scroll? Gu Qingfeng casually crossed his leg, rested his hand on his cheek, appearing both cool and inscrutable. Very well, if I tell you, what can you give me? Then it depends on what Taoist friend can tell me. Zhu Mingzi spoke. The old fox won't act without seeing the rabbit, Gu Qingfeng thought. The heavenly demon scroll is a medium foreign heavenly demons use to deliver what they need into the realm sea. Gu Qingfeng continued to ponder. It's a type of interworld communication magic. Some people use it as a basis to create methods for contacting other worlds. Gu Qingfeng explained, yes. Zhu Mingzi agreed. Then someone used this method to contact the Azure Underworld realm. But the news was intercepted by a powerful demon, which then exposed the location of the clear realm. This was the beginning of the calamity. Gu Qingfeng said, it seems Taoist friend truly understands heavenly demons. Zhu Mingzi remarked, you flatter me too much. I merely read a few books and experienced a few things. Gu Qingfeng said modestly, but I want to know, what is the saint race's objective? They are powerful beings from the upper realm. Why are they interested in the clear realm? Gu Qingfeng asked, it's not that they're looking at the pure realm, but at the people of the pure realm. Zhu Mingzi explained that demons like to eat people, and upper realm demons are no exception. Their goal is to turn this pure realm into a sheepfold, raising all of humanity. Zhu Mingzi continued, could this be the sheepfold that young Master Yin mentioned? So his master is, Gu Qingfeng thought. The Holy Clan's purpose in raising the Pure Realm is to sell the people of the Pure Realm to other demons. They want to turn the Pure Realm into a food supply for demons. Zhu Mingzi said with disappointment. Can that be true? Gu Qingfeng slammed his hand on the table. These Holy Clan members treat the people of the Pure Realm as pawns and commodities. Don't they resist? Gu Qingfeng wondered. Resist? Ha ha. Zhu Mingzi laughed loudly. In the eyes of the world, you and I are gods, but in the eyes of the Holy Clan, we are just ants. Moreover, the gap is too vast. Even if we resist, there's no chance of winning. As for the Dark Realm, it's just a group of people huddling together for warmth. Most importantly, we Divine Realm powerhouses are nothing but high-quality products in the eyes of the Holy Clan. They can sell us for a high price, which is why we're constantly hiding. Zhu Mingzi explained. That's not right. If the Holy Clan is that powerful, can you really escape with your strength? Gu Qingfeng was suspicious. Of course not, but because they are too strong, exceeding the highest level restrictions that this world can accommodate, it's very difficult for them to descend. Zhu Mingzi explained. Typically, they only send a holy emissary once every 100 years. Moreover, these holy emissaries are the weaker members of their clan, which is why we've barely managed to escape. Could the century-long catastrophe you mentioned be the day the Holy Clan comes to hunt? Gu Qingfeng asked. It's almost that. Zhu Mingzi replied. What approximate level of strength do their holy emissaries have? Gu Qingfeng continued. Normally, a holy emissary is one major realm higher than the Divine Realm, but no one knows their exact strength. Zhu Mingzi explained. It all started 2,000 years ago. Zhu Mingzi recounted. At that time, the Dark Realm was at its peak, possessing hundreds of Divine Realm powerhouses. Everyone united to fight against the Holy Emissary, hundreds of Divine Realm powerhouses sacrificing their life energy, fighting to the death. But in the end, they couldn't even injure the opponent a little. Zhu Mingzi recounted. I didn't expect them to be that strong. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. He thought to himself, Holy Clan demons, extraterrestrial demons, aren't these just self-delivering level-up tools? Fellow Taoist, I understand your desire for a low-level duel with a powerhouse, but if you encounter the Holy Clan, don't confront them head-on. Saving your life is more important. Zhu Mingzi advised. I know, I just want to ask. Can I join you now? Gu Qingfeng asked. If fellow Taoists can join us, of course. We couldn't ask for more, but have you thought it through? Zhu Mingzi asked again. Ahem, of course. But there's one thing I don't understand. Gu Qingfeng said. If the Holy Clan is unstoppable, why does your Dark Realm recruit Divine Realm cultivators? Do you have another scheme? Gu Qingfeng wondered. This concerns a secret of the Dark Realm. You'll know once you become a member. Zhu Mingzi replied. Fellow Taoist Gu, please come with me to the Dark Realm. We've been here too long. It's easy for the holy emissaries to discover us. Zhu Mingzi suggested. Alright, let's go. Gu Qingfeng agreed. Stop, fellow Taoist Gu. Zhu Mingzi called. Why aren't you bringing your disciple, Gu Qingfeng, with you? Zhu Mingzi asked. Haha, my disciple has other tasks. His current location is very safe. Gu Qingfeng evaded the question. He thought to himself, I'm leading myself along. I'd be crazy to agree to you. Is there any place safer than the Dark Realm in this world? Zhu Mingzi wondered. Anyway, this is between their master and disciple. It's not my place to interfere. Zhu Mingzi murmured to himself. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Zhu Mingzi said. What's wrong? Gu Qingfeng asked. The old man took out a strange piece of paper with notes. This is an invisibility talisman crafted by Lord Dark Emperor, used to evade the pursuit of the Holy Clan. Activate the talisman and then we'll go. Zhu Mingzi instructed. Who is the Dark Emperor? Gu Qingfeng was curious. Look at me, just talking about the Holy Clan and forgetting to introduce our Dark Realm to you, fellow Taoist. Zhu Mingzi realized. Take your time, don't hurt yourself. Gu Qingfeng replied. You activate the talisman first, just burn it with fire. Zhu Mingzi continued, okay? Gu Qingfeng agreed, and with that, he used fire to activate the talisman. A surge of energy enveloped him. It feels really special, Gu Qingfeng commented. Gu Feng followed the old man to the next gate. Lord Dark Emperor is our leader and the strongest person in the Dark Realm. Zhu Mingzi recounted. Another teleportation gate? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Back then, the Dark Realm was built by the ancestors of Lord Dark Emperor. Zhu Mingzi continued. As soon as he finished speaking, they both rushed in. The Dark Realm, meaning a world hidden in the shadows. Your Dark Realm being hidden here is truly very simple and down-to-earth. Gu Qingfeng commented. No, this is just because I'm hungry and wanted to come here to enjoy some delicious food. Zhu Mingzi replied, Your Excellency, I truly want to take you to the Dark Realm. Zhu Mingzi emphasized, after going in a big circle, I can't believe you brought me here to eat fish. Gu Qingfeng complained, if you wanted to play a trick on me, you didn't have to go to such lengths. Gu Qingfeng was annoyed. Seeing this, the old man quickly grabbed Gu Qingfeng's hand. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. Fellow Taoist. Zhu Mingzi tried to explain. Fellow Taoist, please let me explain first. If my explanation doesn't satisfy you, then it won't be too late to leave. The old man pleaded, but fellow Taoist Gu coldly shook off the old man's hand. Ahem, I didn't immediately take you to the Dark Realm, but chose to come here to eat, not to trick you, but because the time isn't right yet. Zhu Mingzi further explained, the time isn't right yet? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Exactly. Zhu Mingzi affirmed, the Dark Realm, how can one enter during the day? We can only wait for night. In fact, we also have no choice. During the day, there are many people, many eyes. If the entrance to the Dark Realm is discovered and someone tells the Holy Clan, then we'll become sinners of the Dark Realm. Zhu Mingzi whispered to him, that makes sense. Gu Qingfeng thought, fellow Taoist also agrees with my words, right? Zhu Mingzi asked, since it's not time yet, why don't we enjoy these delicacies here and wait for the evening when it's quiet? Zhu Mingzi suggested, sir, let's go eat the fish first. Zhu Mingzi said, haha, if we stand here too long, people who don't know might think I have some kind of relationship with that crazy old man. Gu Qingfeng smiled and both walked in. The atmosphere in the restaurant was lively and the smell of food was fragrant. Alright, fellow Taoist, please go upstairs. Zhu Mingzi invited. Customer, your food is here. The waiter spoke. The table is full of food. To esteemed guests, please enjoy. Feel free to order anything else. The waiter added, alright. Zhu Mingzi replied, this is... Many Divine Realm powerhouses come here after hearing its reputation. It's said that once you eat it, you'll never forget it, and you'll definitely come back often. Zhu Mingzi explained, is this fish that magical? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Of course, fellow Taoist will know once you taste it. Zhu Mingzi affirmed, then I won't be shy. Gu Qingfeng replied, then picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. It's incredibly delicious. Gu Qingfeng praised, fellow Taoist, eat slowly. Zhu Mingzi reminded him, after the two finished eating, their stomachs were full. Thank you for your hospitality today, sir. Gu Qingfeng said, fellow Taoist, you're wrong to say that. Today, fellow Taoist agreed to come with me to the Dark Realm, so this meal is a welcome ceremony for you. Zhu Mingzi replied, fellow Taoist, it's almost time, let's go. Zhu Mingzi reminded him, okay? Gu Qingfeng agreed and followed the old man to a secluded small inn. In front of the door was a bizarre-shaped mannequin. Seeing someone approach, the mannequin swayed and then fell down on its own. Is this the entrance to the Dark Realm? Gu Qingfeng asked. Just follow me, fellow Taoist. Zhu Mingzi reassured him. Zhu Mingzi knocked on the door, and an old man inside opened it to greet them. Do you two wish to buy coffins? Old Zhang asked. Buy coffins. Zhu Mingzi replied. For whom? What material? What size? Old Zhang continued, for ourselves, golden silk Nanmu. As for the size, just make it to fit us. Zhu Mingzi replied, heh heh. The old man let out a terrifying laugh. Customers are here, come in. Old Zhang said, a strange dark aura emanated from his body. Are these two coffins suitable for you? Old Zhang asked, yes. How much is it, boss? Zhu Mingzi replied, 200 taels. Old Zhang answered, You go ahead. This old man has already spent all his money at the restaurant. Zhu Mingzi said. Gu Qingfeng thought, are people from the dark realm that poor? You're a divine realm powerhouse. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for saying that? Can I buy one get one free? Gu Qingfeng suggested. He then thought to himself, forget it. I've already spoken. It's not too late to get it back once we enter the dark realm. No! Old Zhang replied. Doesn't this sign say bargaining is allowed? Gu Qingfeng wondered, that's for others, not for you too. Given your identities, don't you have 200 tails? Old Zhang replied, you. Gu Qingfeng was angry. Fellow Taoist Gu, hurry up or we'll miss the time. Zhu Mingzi reminded him, 200 taels it is then. Gu Qingfeng accepted. He couldn't miss the opportunity to go to the dark realm over a small sum of money. Gu Qingfeng thought. Welcome to come again next time. Old Zhang said, fellow Taoist Gu, let's go. Zhu Mingzi urged, coming. Gu Qingfeng replied. The two carried the coffins to a plot of land surrounded by upright coffins. Is this the right place? Gu Qingfeng asked. Of course it is. Zhu Mingzi replied. Why buy two coffins? Gu Qingfeng wondered. He said to himself, I can't believe that to enter the dark realm, you even have to buy coffins and pay real money for them. Does this count as collecting tolls from our own people? And you can't even bargain. Aren't you afraid of hurting feelings? Old Zhang, who sells the coffins, isn't exactly our people. He doesn't know about the dark realm or our identities. Zhu Mingzi explained, I'm just a dying man. I don't ask anything. I don't say anything. Zhu Mingzi added, he just gives us the coffins according to our request. Zhu Mingzi continued, if there are any issues, we'll talk about them when we reach the dark realm. You get into the coffin first. No matter what happens later, don't open it. Don't come out. Zhu Mingzi reminded him, otherwise unexpected things will happen. I'll open it for you when we get there. Zhu Mingzi reassured him. Gu Feng stepped into the coffin. He makes it sound like he's digging my grave. Gu Qingfeng said it feels really weird. Gu Qingfeng thought, but this way of going to another world is truly miraculous. Gu Qingfeng continued to think. Gu Qingfeng was almost losing his patience. He was about to use his cultivation to break out of the coffin. But he remembered Zhu Mingzi's warning, no matter what happens later, don't open it, don't come out, otherwise unexpected things will happen. I'll open the coffin for you when we get there. Gu Qingfeng decided to hold back. The coffin shook violently. He was stunned to find chains slowly binding him. It's a trap. Gu Qingfeng thought. Calm down. Who made a move? Was it Zhu Mingzi or the coffin shop owner? Gu Qingfeng continued to ponder. Or are they working together? Zhu Mingzi, I considered you a friend, yet you betrayed me. Today, I'll show you the consequences of tricking me. Gu Qingfeng continued to think. Fellow Taoist Gu, we've arrived at the dark realm. Come out. Zhu Mingzi said. With that, Master Gu's coffin shattered, revealing Brother Gu tied to the wall inside. Welcome to the dark realm. Everyone's been waiting for you for a long time. Zhu Mingzi continued. You think this old man will believe you again? Gu Qingfeng was startled. Gu Feng flinched. His eyes turned black. Whether you believe it or not, it won't affect everyone's anticipation of you. Zhu Mingzi emphasized. Come out. It's time to eat. Zhu Mingzi said. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of monsters flew out from within the clouds. Old rule. Each person can only cut one piece of meat to eat per day. Although cultivators of the divine realm heal quickly, cutting too much will affect the quality. Zhu Mingzi explained, we'll eat for 2 years, then after 2 more years when the holy emissary descends, we'll give him to the holy emissary. Zhu Mingzi continued, oh right, when you eat, remember to avoid vital spots, don't bite him to death. Zhu Mingzi added, don't scare him anymore. If he wets himself, it'll affect the taste. The python said that makes a lot of sense. Zhu Mingzi, transformed into a lion monster, agreed. Fellow Taoist Gu, this is a feast we deliberately prepared for your rival. Are you satisfied? The lion beast asked. This venerable one is extremely satisfied. Gu Qingfeng laughed excitedly. However, the rules of the feast must change now. Has he gone mad from us scaring him? Zhu Mingzi asked. I don't know, the python replied. After being scared, does his taste change? The birdman wondered. I don't know, the crocodile beast replied. He, Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. Looks like he might be trying to make himself happy before he dies. The lion monster guessed. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, you truly have prepared a great surprise for this venerable one. To express my gratitude, how about this venerable one gives you two choices, Gu Qingfeng said. First, tell this venerable one where the entrance and exit of the dark realm are, and this venerable one will spare you all. Second, wait for this venerable one to properly teach you a lesson. Then tell this venerable one where the entrance and exit are. Gu Qingfeng continued. Ha 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 ha. The group of monster beasts burst into laughter. Alright, if you sincerely threaten us, we will be greatly merciful and tell you. See that blood moon? That is the only entrance and exit to the dark realm. I'd like to see how you escape from here surrounded by us. Zhu Mingzi said, you misunderstood. This venerable one is only afraid you'll run away. Gu Qingfeng replied, did I hear wrong? He just said he was afraid we'd run. Ha ha ha, I heard it too, the python said. I suddenly don't want to give this person to the holy emissary anymore. How about we keep him to entertain us? The purple lightning lion suggested. Indeed, this world always has people who don't like to hear the truth. Then today, this venerable one will broaden your horizons. Gu Qingfeng sneered. A shadow flashed by. Did a black mouse just fly by? What black mouse? Zhu Mingzi asked. Oh no, senior brother Gu ran away. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, look up, Gu Qingfeng called out. He, you have been surrounded by this venerable one. Today, not a single one of you shall escape, Gu Qingfeng declared from above. You arrogant little rat, you truly don't know your place. The lion monster was enraged. The angrier you get, the more excited this venerable one becomes. Gu Qingfeng laughed. Come quickly and help this venerable one level up. He rushed forward excitedly. He. Come, my darlings, let's have some fun. Gu Qingfeng said, and the whole group was beaten by Gu Qingfeng, scattered in disarray. System, are you asleep? Demon beasts of the divine realm are attacking me like this. Why aren't you increasing my attributes anymore? Gu Qingfeng complained. This system is called to become stronger when demon beasts attack system. Please comprehend it yourself. Host, the system coldly replied. Damn it, Gu Qingfeng was annoyed internally. A thought flashed through Gu Qingfeng's mind. No, that's not right. If their attacks don't make me stronger, then there's only one truth, which is, you are not real demon beasts. Everything here is strange. I need to be careful. He immediately became vigilant. Fellow Taoist Gu, your performance in the dream realm just now was not bad. Zhu Mingzi spoke up. Bastard, Gu Qingfeng roared, rushing forward to give him a fiery beating. This old man congratulates fellow Taoist Gu on getting the chance to meet Lord Dark Emperor. Zhu Mingzi added. Meet the Dark Emperor? Gu Qingfeng asked in surprise. Yes, the Dark Emperor, Zhu Mingzi confirmed. Lord Dark Emperor has seen all your performance just now and now wants to meet you. Let's go! With that, Zhu Mingzi led the way, and the two soared towards the mountaintop, with a group of other people also flying in the same direction. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, I see people in the dark realm flying on clouds and wind. Is this a divine realm ability? Gu Qingfeng asked curiously. Divine realm cultivators can borrow the power of heaven and earth through their divine soul, thereby casting spells like flying on clouds and wind. The dark realm has a scripture pavilion, which records many divine realm spells. After meeting Lord Dark Emperor later, this old man will take you to see it, Zhu Mingzi explained and suggested. Then thank you, fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, Gu Qingfeng said gratefully. You're welcome. From now on, fellow Taoist Gu is a member of the Dark Realm. We should help each other, Zhu Mingzi emphasized. Excitement surged in Gu Qingfeng's heart. TSK, riding clouds and treading wind, summoning rain and wind, is much cooler than fists. I must visit the scripture pavilion later to see if I can learn any divine realm spells. That way my trip here won't be in vain. The scenery of the Dark Realm is not bad. It's still a ways to Lord Dark Emperor's palace. Fellow Taoist Gu can admire the scenery here, Zhu Mingzi said. Alright, Gu Qingfeng replied, and the two landed on a building next to the mountaintop. Lord Zhu Mingzi, two guards bowed. Lord Dark Emperor, Zhu Mingzi replied, "This is Gu Shenghui, the newly arrived fellow Taoist Gu. I am Gu Shenghui, greetings to all fellow Taoists." Gu Qingfeng also saluted. "Welcome to the Dark Realm," a majestic voice rang out. Fellow Taoist Gu. Gu Qingfeng looked up and couldn't help but be surprised. The Dark Emperor turned out to be a woman. How interesting. Fellow Taoist Gu kept not look directly at Lord Dark Emperor. Zhu Mingzi quickly whispered in his ear. Gu Qingfeng was startled, muttering to himself, "This venerable one, no. Now I am Gu Shenghui who has entered the divine realm. At this crucial moment I cannot ruin my image." Thinking this, he cupped his hands. I was just shocked by Lord Dark Emperor's extraordinary aura and momentarily forgot my manners. "I beg Lord Dark Emperor's forgiveness." "It's alright," the Dark Emperor replied. "If fellow Taoist Gu has joined my Dark Realm, then he is a member of my Dark Realm. Everyone is here today, so take this opportunity to get to know them." Everyone listened to Lord Dark Emperor's arrangement. Gu Qingfeng agreed. "Invite them in," the Dark Emperor ordered. A group of people walked in through the main entrance. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Gu." "Pleasure to meet you," Gu Feng replied. "Fellow Taoist Gu, a pleasure. I've heard much about you." "Fellow Taoist Gu, welcome to the Dark Realm. I hope we can all help each other from now on," Gu Qingfeng said. Lord Dark Emperor, another person rushed in, calling loudly. "Lord Dark Emperor, Lord Long just sent someone to relay a message. The demon-devouring divine weapon has been forged." "Is this true?" the Dark Emperor asked. "Yes," the attendant replied. "Go tell Lord Long to prepare for a counterattack at any time," the Dark Emperor ordered. The crowd immediately stirred. "Great, it's time to counterattack those holy race servants. With the demon-devouring divine weapon, our Dark Realm has hope. After hundreds of years, our Dark Realm finally has hope." Finally, another person said emotionally. "Fellow Taoist, what is the demon-devouring divine weapon?" Gu Qingfeng wondered. "Fellow Taoist Gu, you wouldn't know. We are hiding from the holy race envoys. The demon-devouring divine weapon is our Dark Realm's secret weapon to deal with the holy race and those demons," the person wearing sunglasses said. "We've been forging this treasure for 100 years. Even a peak God Realm demon can't withstand a single blow from it. But this treasure has no effect on you. We want to use it to cut off the holy race's fangs, reducing their false power." "So that's it," Gu Qingfeng nodded, but thought to himself, "But if you guys play like this and kill God Realm demons, how will I live for the next years? I have to find a way to stop them." Fellow Taoist Gu, Zhu Mingzi called. "Why do you seem unhappy and troubled after hearing this news?" "I'm just as shocked. I didn't expect such a treasure to exist in this world," Gu Qingfeng replied. Fellow Taoist Gu, the Dark Emperor called. "Since the demon-devouring divine weapon has been forged, we need to start discussing how to deal with the demons and the holy race. Now that fellow Taoist Gu is one of us, let's discuss it together." Gu Qingfeng was surprised. "Fellow Taoist Gu, this is a crucial moment. One more person means a little more strength," the person wearing glasses said. "Then I shall try along with the seniors," Gu Qingfeng agreed. "We'll proceed based on this. Does anyone find anything unsatisfactory?" the Dark Emperor asked. Gu Qingfeng secretly thought, "You guys really don't treat me as an outsider, telling me everything right after we met. If I happen to be a spy, wouldn't you all be finished? How did these people manage to hide from the holy race for so long?" Fellow Taoist Gu, the Dark Emperor called. "What do you think of our approach? What do you think of our defense plan just now?" "Damn, I didn't hear anything. How could I have any thoughts?" "No thoughts at all," Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Then he spoke. "Lord Dark Emperor, this is my first time here, and I'm already fortunate to participate in this grand plan. But I don't understand the whole situation, so I don't dare to draw any conclusions. I will listen to all of Lord Dark Emperor's arrangements. Fellow Taoist Gu is too modest. With your strength, participating in our plan is absolutely no problem," the Dark Emperor encouraged. Lord Dark Emperor praises me too much. I humbly accept, Gu Qingfeng replied. In his head, he was wondering, what should I eat tonight? Then he spoke, Lord Dark Emperor, we shall take our leave. Later, fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi will lead you to your residence, the Dark Emperor informed him. Yes, Gu Qingfeng replied. The old man led him to a small mountain range. Fellow Taoist Gu, this is your residence. You've had a tiring day. Rest well. Tomorrow, I will take you to the library. Alright, thank you. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, Gu Qingfeng thanked him. If fellow Taoist Gu has nothing else, I'll be going, Zhu Mingzi said. Alright, we'll talk tomorrow, Gu Qingfeng replied. The environment isn't bad, he thought to himself. But there isn't a single beautiful maid. The people of the Dark Realm truly lack vision. I'll just bear with it. After I learn the God Realm techniques, I'll find an opportunity to slip away. As soon as he sat down, a loud noise made Gu Qingfeng jump. What happened? Ha ha ha, you bugs of the Dark Realm. So you've been hiding here. This emperor has been looking for you for too long. My children, shoot them all down, a commander ordered. Damn, I can't be this unlucky, can I? I just got here and already have to fight, Gu Qingfeng complained. Kill, the whole horde of monsters charged forward. It's over, it's the Azure Demon Emperor. How did these damn demons of the holy race find this place? The group was in an uproar. Quickly go inform Lord Dark Emperor. The people clamored. Demons, all demons, Gu Qingfeng was excited. He swung his fiery sword and charged forward. Fellow Taoist Gu, don't get agitated, the group reminded him. Come here, Gu Qingfeng challenged. Fellow Taoist Gu, get out of the way, a voice from above rang out. Big Brother Gu cursed under his breath, damn it, at least wait until I'm done fighting before you show up. The Dark Emperor from above unleashed a move, and a massive sword appeared in midair, slicing straight down at the grotesque figures. Could this be the divine weapon? Gu Qingfeng thought. Yes, Lord Dark Emperor. He quickly moved away. Once I get it, I'll settle the score with you for scaring away my demons, Gu Qingfeng continued to think. What kind of treasure is this? The Azure Demon Emperor wondered. Prepare to die, the Dark Emperor ordered. This is bad, the Azure Demon shouted loudly. He quickly created a protective layer against her attack. It's not enough! He was still hit by the move. I thought it was much more powerful, but it seems it's only this much. Come help me tomorrow. Just one sword strike can cut down demons and devils, the Dark Emperor said disappointedly. Damn it, these demons are so strong. If you kill them, where will I find another one like it to level up? I have to keep this demon. At that time, I'll make them swear loyalty to me, and then tell them to steal this divine weapon, Gu Qingfeng decided. Suddenly, old Zhu Mingzi ambushed the Dark Emperor, quickly advancing to snatch the divine sword. My goodness, that's allowed too? Zhu Mingzi, what exactly do you want? The Dark Emperor yelled. Zhu Mingzi sneered, of course, to announce that I've joined the holy race. What? A double agent? Gu Qingfeng was astonished. Now Zhu Mingzi is restraining the Dark Emperor's group. They are temporarily too busy to bother this great demon. It seems he doesn't intend to give up, still waiting to counterattack. If that's the case, then let me bear this pain on behalf of the Dark Emperor's people. Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself. Then suddenly a treasure sword fell to him, and he caught it. It's only falling now. Fellow Taoist Gu, quickly hand over the demon-devouring divine weapon to Lord Dark Emperor. Gu Shenghui, the human race cannot defeat the Saint race. If you're smart, quickly hand over the divine sword to Lord Azure Devil Emperor. The Azure Devil Emperor said, Human, as long as you hand over the divine sword to this emperor, this emperor will allow you to join us. From now on, you won't have to worry about becoming food. Human, this prince is merely a subordinate of the Saint race, yet he is already this powerful. This weapon can't kill this emperor. Do you delude yourself that it can kill a great Saint race member? If you're smart, hand it over to me. Fellow Taoist Gu, don't listen to him. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been irreconcilable. Anyone not of our race certainly has ill intentions. You cannot trust them. Shut up! Gu Qingfeng yelled in annoyance. It's just a trash sword. Why are you talking as if I covet it? And you dare threaten me? Do you not want to live? From now on, this place is mine to command. You, woman, take your people and leave the Dark Realm. Don't cause trouble here. You, is there any other woman here? The Dark Emperor thought. What are you staring blankly for? Hurry up and get out. Thank you. The Dark Emperor said, do as he says. I cannot fail his kindness. He even said thank you. Is his brain broken? Gu Qingfeng thought. Human, this emperor knows you want to save them. How about this? As long as you hand over the divine sword, we'll let bygones be bygones. This emperor promises not to kill you beforehand. Did I give you permission to speak? You! Now take your subordinates inside for me, and stay far away from me. Got it? The Azure Devil Emperor thought. Wait for the Saint Emissary to descend, and I'll show you how he punishes someone like you who doesn't respect the Saint race. Azure Devil Emperor, right? Gu Qingfeng flew over and blocked the group of monsters. I'm giving it to you to play with out of respect for your good sense. What exactly do you want to do? I want to make a bet with you. If you win, this sword is yours. If you lose, you must submit to me and obey my commands. What do you say? The Azure Devil Emperor thought, if I can't even defeat a lowly human today, how can I lead all these demons? This emperor agrees to bet with you. Good. How do you want to bet? Alright, you win. You didn't mishear. You won. You're so formidable. You're too powerful. I cannot defeat you. I concede without a fight. This isn't a trap, is it? I'm giving you the demon-devouring divine weapon. Is my sincerity enough? Gu Qingfeng emphasized. How could I have forgotten about it? You're the one who willingly put it in my hands. Don't you dare regret it. Attack for this emperor. The entire group of beast humans charged at Gu Qingfeng simultaneously. Zhu Mingzi, damn it, will you stop already? Gu Qingfeng was furious. Fellow Taoist Gu, don't be angry. After all, the human race is currently weak and reluctantly had to resort to this low tactic. This is also because, hey ha ha, now I suspect you're fake. Don't move, let me test you. His cultivation and physical strength are too great. Gu, fellow Taoist Gu. Fellow Taoist Gu, please bear with it. To compensate you for your losses, this old man is willing to open the entire scripture repository to you. From now on, you can read all the divine methods in the scripture repository. That is the accumulation of thousands of years in the Dark Realm. What does that have to do with me? Zhu Mingzi resisted his move, trying to rush forward. This old man is also willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold as compensation to fellow Taoist Gu. Really? Gu Qingfeng asked. Truly? This old man has tricked me so many times. I need to get a clear answer now. Alright then. This old man knows that fellow Taoist Gu is a man of principles. It's good that you know. My money! Anyway, this is the Dark Realm's territory. People know when to stop. 10,000 taels of gold is acceptable. In that case, fellow Taoist Gu, please follow this old man to meet Lord Dark Emperor. Don't be in a hurry. Fellow Taoist Gu, do you have something to ask? Zhu Mingzi wondered. Tell me, where is this place? The second level of the Eternal Dream Realm. Also, the final level of the Eternal Dream Realm. The first level uses the Blood Moon demons to make people lower their guard. The second level is the real test. The second level simulates the real scenes and people of the Dark Realm. Except for the events not being real, everything else is identical. If there were real demon spies, they would surely be well prepared and might pass the first level. That's why the second level is needed. This place completely replicates the Dark Realm, which makes people lower their guard, reduce their defenses, and easily reveal their flaws. Therefore, only by passing the second level of the Dream Realm can one be considered to have truly passed the test. Are you guys too free? We are only doing this to escape from demons and the Saint race. A little caution is not wrong. Fellow Taoist Gu, your imposing spirit and your self-sacrificing spirit for the human race deeply impress us. Huh? Just now, for the sake of the human race, you told Lord Dark Emperor to lead us to flee, and you faced the demons alone. And you even sacrificed yourself to buy us time to rest and counterattack. It truly makes one admire you. If I have joined the Dark Realm, then this is what I should do. It's a small matter not worth mentioning. He secretly thought. If there's no third level, then take me to meet Lord Dark Emperor. Fellow Taoist Gu, please follow me. This idiot has tricked me so many times. I'd better be careful. Eye of Dispelling Illusions closed. Fellow Taoist Gu, congratulations on passing the test. The Dark Emperor welcomes you. You can officially join the Dark Realm. Ha, I passed your test. But you haven't passed mine yet. Gu Qingfeng warned with a smile. Fellow Taoist Gu, do you know what you're saying? Zhu Mingzi was surprised. For me to join the Dark Realm, I still need to see if the Dark Emperor is qualified. Gu Qingfeng replied. Gu Shenghui, how dare you try to test His Excellency the Dark Emperor? Wei Guyan objected. How do you want to test me? The Dark Emperor asked. At the very least, you should take off your mask. As the master of the Dark Realm, hiding your face like this truly makes one suspicious. What if you're a demon spy? Gu Qingfeng challenged. Don't talk nonsense. His Excellency the Dark Emperor is the leader of the Dark Realm. How could they be a demon spy? If they were a demon spy, the Dark Realm would have been destroyed long ago. Wei Guyan lost control and drew his sword, pointing it directly at Gu Feng. Alright, I agree, the Dark Emperor replied. Your Excellency, the Dark Emperor. Wei Guyan was surprised. Wei Guyan, don't say another word, the Dark Emperor ordered. Understood, Your Excellency, the Dark Emperor, Wei Guyan replied. Earlier, fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi already told fellow Taoist Gu the principles of passing the Eternal Dream Realm. The Dark Emperor asked. It was said, this is also what I wanted to say. As you said before, everyone who joins the Dark Realm must go through 2 layers of heart-questioning dream realms. This method is indeed very strict, ensuring that members are aligned with humanity. But the rules were set by you. In this entire Dark Realm, only you can avoid this kind of examination. If you were a demon, no one would be able to tell. It's only natural for fellow Taoist Gu, new to the Dark Realm, to have doubts about me. As the Dark Emperor of the Dark Realm, I should dispel your doubts. I have nothing to hide from others. The reason I wear a mask is simply because this mask is a spirit weapon I like. If fellow Taoist Gu finds this spirit weapon good, I can just give it to you. The rules of the Dark Realm were left by the ancestors, not set by me alone. In a while, someone will tell you the whole story. The Dark Emperor added, then took off her mask to reveal a beautiful face. Oh my god, I'm in love again. The Dark Emperor's sense of sophistication is something that even the little enchantress couldn't achieve after many transformations. Is she human? Is she a demon? Doesn't matter as long as she's beautiful, as long as she's sophisticated, Gu Qingfeng thought. Fellow Taoist Gu, do you still want to conduct the test? The female Dark Emperor asked. Test? What test? What are you saying? Gu Qingfeng asked. You just said you wanted to test His Excellency the Dark Emperor, and now you've forgotten. What kind of memory is that? Zhu Mingzi chastised. Ahem, it was my arrogance. I know a little about physiognomy. By looking at a person's face, I can tell their life and fortune. I'm sure His Excellency the Dark Emperor is who I thought she was, realizing at once that what she said made a lot of sense. Therefore, I want to join the Dark Realm. Why didn't I notice your talent for talking nonsense before? That disciple, Gu Qingfeng, was taught by you to be so glib, wasn't he? Zhu Mingzi asked. There's a lot you don't know. His Excellency the Dark Emperor is here now, so I'll hold back. Otherwise, I might just hit you, Gu Qingfeng threatened. Your Excellency the Dark Emperor, what should I do next? He knelt, ready to receive orders. If fellow Taoist Gu's doubts have been dispelled, then does fellow Taoist Gu sincerely wish to join the Dark Realm? The Dark Emperor asked. Yes, Gu Qingfeng replied. Before we officially welcome you, fellow Taoist Gu has already seen my true face. How about you also reveal your true face? The Dark Emperor suggested. Gu Qingfeng thought she could see through his disguise. It seems her strength has surpassed the peak of the divine realm. Perhaps she has even reached the true God realm. With a chuckle, he took off his disguised mask. Gu Qingfeng, why is it you? Zhu Mingzi was surprised. The disciple you met earlier was one of my clones. Actually, I have another identity, Gu Qingfeng revealed. What? Zhu Mingzi was surprised. It means I have another identity? Gu Qingfeng replied. What is your other identity? Zhu Mingzi asked. Gu Qingfeng, Gu Qingfeng, Gu Qingfeng answered. Your Excellency, the Dark Emperor, shouldn't you officially introduce me to everyone next? Gu Qingfeng suggested. Fellow Taoist Gu is right. Since it's an official welcome, how can it be done so simply? Fellow Taoist Gu, please follow me. The Dark Emperor agreed. His hands and feet were trembling. Fellow Taoist Gu, are you not confident enough? Seeing His Excellency the Dark Emperor, he's actually afraid of her imposing presence. Zhu Mingzi supported him. Shut up, Gu Qingfeng snapped. Welcome, welcome. Fellow Taoist Gu, the common people cheered. With fellow Taoist Gu joining us, we will surely defeat the holy race and the demons. That's right, we all witnessed fellow Taoist Gu's heroic performance in the Eternal Dream Realm. Everyone rejoiced. You flatter me. Gu Qingfeng replied politely. Gu Feng and the old man chatted happily with the crowd. What is this? Gu Qingfeng looked at the book. An introduction to the Dark Realm. Read it, and you'll understand this place better, Zhu Mingzi explained. Gu Qingfeng read silently. The Dark Realm was originally an independent, movable place discovered by the Dark Emperor thousands of years ago. It then became a base for human cultivators in the Divine Realm. After the Dark Realm was found by the Holy Race, it suffered heavy losses, and its lineage was almost severed many times. After the Dark Emperor led everyone to escape, to ensure the lineage, the Dark Realm had no choice but to seal itself, creating a way to open it called the Water Moon Cave Heaven. The way into the Water Moon Cave Heaven is to enter the Dark Realm through the moonlight reflecting on the water. To enter the Dark Realm, besides finding the correct location, you need a special incantation and time. The incantation is fixed by the Dark Emperor, but the location and time will change according to the Dark Emperor's command. Each time someone goes out on a mission or returns, it is uniformly coordinated by the Dark Emperor. Outsiders can hardly enter the Dark Realm. The daily missions of the Dark Realm: 1. Guiding new Divine Realm cultivators. 2. Seeking talented humans with potential to become gods, taking them as disciples, and bringing them back to the Dark Realm for training. 3. Resisting the Holy Race and demons. The headquarters of the Holy Race and demons is in the Myriad Demon Nation. Oh my god. Oh my god. The old man thought the demons in the Myriad Demon Nation were all worthless, like those demons the Demon Prince found to stop me. He couldn't find helpers in the realm, so he sought help from the Holy Race. Who knew? Damn it. The lair of the Holy Race is in the Myriad Demon Nation. Damn it, so the demons in the Myriad Demon Nation were all raising pigs, Gu Qingfeng deduced. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Gu to be so excited about joining the Dark Realm, Zhu Mingzi commented. Having such an enthusiastic companion as fellow Taoist Gu is truly an honor for the Dark Realm, the old man agreed. Ah, by the way, was that demon divine weapon real? Gu Qingfeng wondered. Of course not. If it were real, why would the Dark Realm fear the Holy Race? Zhu Mingzi explained. That's true, Gu Qingfeng agreed. Another divine weapon lost. My heart aches, he thought. Welcome, fellow Taoist Gu, to the Dark Realm. From now on, we will share glory and hardship, and work together for the inheritance of the Dark Realm, the Dark Emperor said, walking from behind. In the future, I hope Your Excellency, the Dark Emperor, will guide me further, Gu Qingfeng humbly replied. Gu Feng looked at the banquet table, his eyes lingering on the peerlessly beautiful Dark Emperor. The two flew to Qingfeng's resting area. He was stunned by the surroundings. Damn it, why is it this dilapidated place? Eye of Dispelling Illusions, it's better to be cautious in this place, Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself. Eye of Dispelling Illusions closed. Alright, you go rest. I'm familiar with this place, Gu Qingfeng said. Fellow Taoist Gu, then you should rest early. All Dark Realm caves have defensive mechanisms near the entrance. You can open them yourself. Zhu Mingzi instructed. Alright, I know, Gu Qingfeng replied. He pressed the defensive mechanism button of the cave dwelling. This time it's safe. At least, the people of the Dark Realm won't discover it. A two-layered defensive formation. Little Corpse Demon, come to your master's room for your master to check the results of your dance practice. Gu Qingfeng ordered. Yes, master. Little corpse demon replied. Ah, yes, yes, this is the look. Don't be coquettish, be a little cold, like the person in the illusion. That's right, exactly like that. Gu Qingfeng instructed, Master, is it like this? The woman impersonating the Dark Emperor stepped forward. Yes, yes, that's it. Yes, that's it. You need to refuse a little. Make people feel like you're being forced, then dance for your master to see. Gu Qingfeng instructed, Yes, master. Little corpse demon replied, Wink asterisk gasp asterisk master. Practice the dance I taught you last night these past few days. Afterwards, your master will call you out to perform again. Gu Qingfeng said, Yes, master. Little corpse demon agreed. Fellow Taoist Gu, are you awake yet? Zhu Mingzi called, Fellow Taoist Gu, Fellow Taoist Gu. Zhu Mingzi continued, Coming. Gu Qingfeng replied. He thought, damn it, doesn't this old man have a nightlife? So early in the morning? Zhu Mingzi, what do you want with me so early in the morning? Gu Qingfeng removed the charm and opened the door. Fellow Taoist Gu, are you facing a bottleneck in your cultivation? Zhu Mingzi asked. What? Fellow Taoist Gu, this old man sees your face flushed and your spirit weary, as if you've encountered problems in cultivation. This old man will take you to the scripture pavilion to find a way to break through your bottleneck. Zhu Mingzi suggested, a way to break through a bottleneck. I can take this opportunity to see if the Dark Realm has a way for me to truly enter the Divine Realm. Gu Qingfeng thought, fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi has a keen eye. It's true that after entering the Divine Realm, I immediately entered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Gu Qingfeng replied, Then why didn't you say so sooner? Fellow Taoist Gu, there are no longer any inheritances of the divine lower realm outside. If you don't have them, don't be foolish enough to try. This old man will take you to the scripture pavilion. Perhaps when you have finished learning the divine lower realm, the situation will improve. Zhu Mingzi added, grabbing his arm. Really? Indeed, the scripture pavilion is the result of thousands of years of effort by the Dark Realm. It contains countless divine law realm insights explored by predecessors, along with some cultivation secrets and techniques developed by later generations. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, please tell me more. The human race is small now. Everyone must unite. Many people have contributed their cultivation methods. Gu Qingfeng requested. At the scripture pavilion, Gu Qingfeng exclaimed, as expected, it's the largest book repository in the Dark Realm. So rich, it seems the Dark Realm has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years of hiding everywhere. He thought, fellow Taoist Gu, please, come in, Zhu Mingzi said. What's with the please, hurry up and come in? Gu Qingfeng quickly stepped forward. He was astonished by the towering shelves of books. As expected, it's the accumulated experience of many predecessors. He picked up a book, The Art of Riding Clouds and Wind. Fellow Taoist Gu, you have sharp eyes. This is one of the introductory great techniques of our Dark Realm. Zhu Mingzi praised, an initiation technique. Tell me more, Gu Qingfeng requested. Fellow Taoist Gu, after learning this, you'll be like me, able to ride the clouds and wind and go anywhere. However, this method can only be used here, because if used in the human world, it would be tracked by the saint race. As long as fellow Taoist Gu learns all the initiation techniques on this bookshelf, you can freely learn the others. These books are free, then I've hit the jackpot. Gu Qingfeng thought, freely learn? He asked again. That's right, Zhu Mingzi replied. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, you go back first. I don't know how long I'll be reading. If you need anything, just come find me here. Gu Qingfeng added, excellent, excellent. Zhu Mingzi agreed. I never thought fellow Taoist Gu would be so eager to learn. He's sure to make great contributions to the Dark Realm in the future. This is a good thing for our Dark Realm. Zhu Mingzi thought, fellow Taoist Gu, you need to balance reading with rest. Don't overexert yourself. The old man reminded, I know, you go first, Gu Qingfeng replied. He opened the book and poured spiritual power into it. Ah! Gu Qingfeng exclaimed as lines of text flew out, floating in the air. Is this the power of knowledge, gained only through extensive reading? Gu Qingfeng thought. A month later, he muttered to himself, The Dark Realm's understanding of the Divine Realm is indeed different. With the help of these books, my power has increased significantly. Fellow Taoist Gu opened the door quickly. This old man has something to tell you. Zhu Mingzi called, damn old man. He knocks on my door every single day this month. My soul has almost been called away by him. Gu Qingfeng thought, just wait till this old man takes control of the Dark Realm. I'll show him a lesson. Fellow Taoist Gu, fellow Taoist Gu. Zhu Mingzi continued, what do you want with me? Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, do you know that I am cultivating at a critical moment? Why are you disturbing me at this time? Gu Qingfeng scolded, Lord Dark Emperor just ordered this old man to notify all members to gather at the main hall. He said he has something to announce. You go ahead, this old man will go notify the others and then follow. Zhu Mingzi explained. The Dark Emperor. Gu Qingfeng exclaimed, I don't know what it is, but Lord Dark Emperor's expression isn't very good. Gu Qingfeng deduced, with my month-long understanding of the Dark Realm, the only thing that could make the Dark Emperor's expression not good is the Myriad Demon Nation. Myriad Demon Nation, that's great! Anyway, I've already finished learning the Dark Realm's cultivation methods. The Dark Emperor can't belong to me. Why not go to the Myriad Demon Nation to find demons to fight me and level up? I'll go see what's happening there, if there's any reason for me to leave the Dark Realm. Lord Dark Emperor has arrived. A person announced, greetings, Lord Dark Emperor. The crowd saluted. Rise! The Dark Emperor commanded, I summoned you all here today to make an announcement. The core of the 108 heaven-slaughtering demon formation has been completed. It's time for the Dark Realm to counterattack. Counterattack? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Great! Finally, we don't have to hide anymore, a person exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha! Those vermin of the Myriad Demon Nation, prepared to die. It's time to exterminate all demons in the world and restore peace to the land, another person shouted. Gu Qingfeng thought, are these people really Divine Realm powerhouses? They're so naive. Don't they know that even if they exterminate the Myriad Demon Nation, there's still the Saint race? As long as the Saint race exists, rebuilding the Myriad Demon Nation is only a matter of time. Fellow Taoist Gu, you must be new here, so you don't know. The 108 heaven-slaughtering demon formation is the key to the Dark Realm's success. A person explained. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, what does that mean? Gu Qingfeng asked. This formation can borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao to counterattack the demons, and it can also cut off the passage from the Myriad Demon Nation to the Azure Realm created by the Saint race. Without this path, the Azure Realm will return to the Realm Sea, no longer controlled by the Saint race. This is the only hope for our Dark Realm now, Zhu Mingzi explained. So that's how it is. However, didn't you say the Heavenly Tao is close to becoming a demon? How can we borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao then? But I never said the Heavenly Tao is entirely a demon. Refining the Heavenly Tao is not a simple matter. Although thousands of years have passed, and the Heavenly Tao is getting closer to being demonic, it still retains a trace of consciousness, allowing us to use a part of its power. Therefore, before the Heavenly Tao is completely refined, we can still borrow this power. Our Dark Realm, in order to protect this world from being harmed by the Saint race, can borrow it even more easily. So you don't actually want to confront the Myriad Demon Nation directly. Fellow Taoist Gu, you're so naive. The Myriad Demon Nation is the territory of the Saint race. We can't defeat them. Zhu Mingzi quickly explained, if the passage is cut off, then I won't be able to go to the Myriad Demon Nation. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng secretly calculated, my plan for the demons to fight will be ruined. He decided to get to the bottom of it. No, I have to ask for clarity. At worst, I'll just run. At that moment, the Dark Emperor solemnly declared, everyone to activate the 108 Duqian Lu Mo Grade Formation. We need the cooperation of 108 Divine Realm experts. Recently, I will organize drills until we are proficient and cooperative. Otherwise, it will greatly affect the Great Formation we must all strive to cultivate. His voice became even sharper. We will definitely not fail the Dark Emperor's instructions. Gu Qingfeng immediately responded, all for humanity. Zhu Mingzi also quickly chimed in. A thought flashed in Gu Qingfeng's mind. This is truly bringing firewood in snowy weather. A formation activated by many people will have huge loopholes. He secretly rejoiced by then, I just need to break the formation and it'll be done. The more he thought, the more determined he was to understand. The more I understand now, the smoother things will be later. Dark Emperor, I have a question. Please speak, fellow Taoist Gu. This formation requires 108 Divine Realm experts, but we only have 100 to people. What about the 6 missing people? I will make up for it. You, with the strength of one person, can replace 7? Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but doubt. Yes, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the Dark Realm has cultivation methods that the Scripture Pavilion doesn't? Dark Emperor, please continue. I will explain to fellow Taoist Gu. Zhu Mingzi quickly interjected. The Dark Emperor has the art of incarnation. If you don't have enough, you can create incarnations until there are enough. The Dark Emperor's strength is immense. Even if split into 7 people, each can still be at the peak of the Divine Realm. He patiently explained further that formidable Gu Qingfeng couldn't hide his astonishment. Of course, if he wasn't unimaginably powerful, why would Divine Realm experts willingly pledge allegiance to him? Zhu Mingzi affirmed with certainty, that's not right. Didn't you say the highest only reaches the peak of the Divine Realm? Gu Qingfeng immediately retorted, could it be that the Dark Emperor is even beyond the Divine Realm? He continued to probe. Due to the limitations of heaven and earth, the highest one can reach is only the Divine Realm, but that's just the realm. Power can continue to stack. Zhu Mingzi patiently clarified, stacking? Gu Qingfeng still didn't understand. Yes, it's always been this way for every generation of Dark Emperors. Zhu Mingzi confirmed. Moreover, every generation of Dark Emperor has been the strongest expert in the Divine Realm. He concluded the matter. A unique heavenly destiny? Gu Qingfeng muttered. But the current Dark Emperor, although possessing a unique heavenly destiny, his power does not come from that, but from inheritance. Zhu Mingzi revealed a shocking secret. Inheritance? Gu Qingfeng wondered. Yes, the highest divine beings in the Dark Realm can only reach the Divine Realm and cannot break through further. The ancestor of the Dark Emperor, in order to break through this bottleneck, created the bloodline inheritance method. Zhu Mingzi continued. This method is very simple. He added, after he dies, he uses the inheritance method to transfer his power to his direct descendants. The descendant cultivates on their own, and after reaching the Divine Realm, they can inherit the power of the Divine Realms. He explained in detail, passed down through generations, gradually accumulating. He concluded, so if I learn the inheritance method, I wonder if I can seize the demon's power and stack it on myself. Gu Qingfeng suddenly came up with a bold idea. Therefore, the Dark Emperor's clones also possess Divine Realm power. Zhu Mingzi finished his last sentence. Everyone besides the 108 Duqian Lu Mo Grade formation, I have another matter to announce. The Dark Emperor suddenly changed the subject. Everyone froze. The Dark Emperor has something to announce. Pay close attention. Zhu Mingzi quickly reminded the crowd. I will be getting married in 3 days. The Dark Emperor's announcement was like a bolt from the blue. Getting married? Gu Qingfeng was stunned. What? Getting married? Everyone around shouted in unison. Dark Emperor, why are you suddenly getting married? That's right, especially at such a critical life and death moment. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Unconsciously, the image of Xiao Thimi appeared in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Xiao Thimi transforms into her every day to dance for me. Why do I feel like my wife is getting married? He thought in confusion. I don't agree. Gu Qingfeng stood up abruptly. This is a life and death moment for humanity. At such a critical time, how can we talk about matters of romance? He loudly objected. The demons haven't been eliminated. The saint race hasn't been destroyed. How can we discuss marriage? He questioned. I am getting married for the sake of humanity. The Dark Emperor calmly replied. What? Gu Qingfeng was bewildered. I'm sure everyone is aware of the Dark Emperor clan's inheritance method. The Dark Emperor began to explain. This time, Even though I am fully prepared and have a 90% chance of success, there is still a 10% chance of failure. He continued, "For the sake of the Dark Realm, I have decided to marry in 3 days to extend our bloodline, ensuring the Dark Realm's lineage is not severed." He emphasized solemnly, "The Dark Emperor is mighty. How can we stop this?" Gu Qingfeng was extremely worried. "Dark Emperor, do you already have someone to marry?" Just then, Wei Guyan walked in. "Isn't this the Dark Emperor's sycophant?" Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. "Dark Emperor, marriage is no joking matter," Wei Yun said seriously. "Later, my descendants will need to bear the responsibility of revitalizing humanity," the Dark Emperor explained. "Therefore, I will choose a Divine Realm expert with a unique destiny body and cultivation talent to be my husband. But it must all be voluntary. I won't force anyone." He added, "So don't I have a chance? I also have a chance." The crowd below immediately buzzed with excitement. These people don't even consider their own virtues. How can they be worthy of the Dark Emperor? I will absolutely not let them defile the Dark Emperor, Wei Guyan thought indignantly. "Dark Emperor, may I ask what your criteria are for choosing a husband? How will talent be tested? Besides the unique destiny body, are there any other requirements?" Someone quickly asked. "First, we must confirm the unique destiny body. Then we can discuss the tests. If you don't have a unique destiny body, you're not qualified to participate in the tests," the Dark Emperor explained clearly. "Dark Emperor, my unique destiny body is the congenital sword physique," Wei Guyan confidently declared. "Those with a unique destiny body who are willing to participate in the tests, please step forward," the Dark Emperor commanded. This old man steps forward. Zhu Mingzi also refused to be outdone. "Zhu Mingzi, how old are you? Aren't you clear on that already?" Gu Qingfeng taunted. "We are Divine Realm experts. Who cares about age?" Zhu Mingzi retorted. "The Dark Emperor wants to bear the strongest descendants, and this old man's myriad phenomenon origin spirit physique is a top-tier unique destiny body." He explained confidently. "It's all for the human race." He added, "So he's participating too." Gu Qingfeng was surprised. "Taoist Gu, if you also want to participate, what is your unique destiny body?" Zhu Mingzi asked. "What does that have to do with you? If an old man like you can participate, why can't I?" Gu Qingfeng shot back. "Taoist Gu, you!" Zhu Mingzi was about to say something but was cut off. "What kind of uproar is this in front of so many people?" Wei Guyan interjected. Then all three approached the stone monument. This testing monument can verify who truly possesses a unique destiny body, the Dark Emperor explained. "Let's test for authenticity first, then decide later." Someone added, "Beep, are they starting big right away?" Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, "This old man can easily pass." Zhu Mingzi was confident. "I thought it would be a test, but it's actually this simple. Who's first?" the Dark Emperor asked. "This old man first," Zhu Mingzi replied, then stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone pillar, transmitting his spiritual power. The monument received the power and immediately projected a magnificent scene. As expected of the legendary myriad phenomenon origin spirit physique, it is indeed extraordinary. Everyone witnessing it praised endlessly. The myriad phenomenon origin spirit physique is the most suitable constitution for casting spells because it relies on closeness to heaven and earth, making any spell easy to learn. I thought it was just a legend, but it's real. Pass. Next one, the Dark Emperor called out. Wei Guyan stepped forward. Next one, the Dark Emperor repeated. Here I come. Gu Qingfeng stepped up. Beep, I can't believe these two bastards are so strong. He thought, this old man doesn't have a unique destiny body. What should I do? Gu Feng was worried, but still braced himself. No reaction. Could it be that he doesn't have a unique destiny body? Voices of people around debated. He doesn't have it, but still dares to participate. Truly reckless. Beauty has clouded his mind. I didn't expect that. The Dark Emperor was stunned. How could this be? The surrounding crowd watched the scene before them in shock. Look, what is this? A golden lotus in fire. What kind of physique is this? Above, a huge golden lotus appeared, displaying a powerful scene. Look, there's something inside the lotus. That person pointed at the lotus. Beep. So I'm that strong? Gu Qingfeng thought blankly. A 6 or 7-armed demon holding a mace appeared in the lotus. This physique seems to be the fire spirit body among the heaven-defying anomalies, but its power is much stronger than the fire spirit body. The crowd buzzed with discussion. This isn't a fire spirit body. This is a fire god body. One level higher. What? The legendary fire god body, the god of all fires? That person couldn't believe their eyes. So the fire god body obtained from the system is that powerful. From what they're saying, it's even stronger than the primeval spirit body and the innate sword body. Gu Qingfeng thought. Fellow Taoist Gu, quickly retract your divine ability. The main hall is about to burn down. That person reminded him. Oh, Gu Feng replied. Qingfeng observed the situation and immediately retracted his divine power. Your Majesty, Dark Emperor, it's not over yet. Gu Feng turned and said, I also have the Wind God body, indestructible dragon body, and so on. He recounted. Then, fellow Taoist, please demonstrate your divine abilities. The Dark Emperor invited. Hearing this, Gu Feng continued to display his divine abilities, revealing a birdman. As soon as it appeared, the fire spirit rushed forward, ready to combat. Seeing this, the Dark Emperor immediately unleashed his divine ability to dispel it. Fellow Taoist Gu, that's enough! The Dark Emperor stopped him. It's not over yet. I probably have a third heaven-defying anomaly as well. Gu Qingfeng affirmed. What? The Dark Emperor was surprised. Red spiritual energy flowed into the stone tablet, and immediately afterwards, a black dragon surged out. Oh my heavens! Is this demonic dragon real? The people around exclaimed. This is my third heaven-defying anomaly, the indestructible demonic dragon body. Gu Qingfeng said proudly. This is bad. It broke the main hall's pillar. The main hall is about to collapse. The crowd scattered in panic. It's too late to run. Quickly use vital energy to hold up the falling pillar. Don't let it hit anyone. Gu Feng's face turned pale. The hall is about to collapse. Gu Qingfeng worried, his face changing as he thought to himself. The hall shook violently, and the ceiling couldn't withstand the power, cracking and falling. This is a demonic dragon. The man gaped. How can there be such a heaven-defying anomaly? This has already surpassed the green realm. It must be a product of the upper realm. What kind of heaven-defying anomaly is this, that there are no records of it in history? Just the anomaly alone makes one's soul tremble. How terrifying must this type of heaven-defying anomaly be? Is this the indestructible demonic dragon body that fellow Taoist Gu mentioned earlier? Is it also a heaven-defying anomaly? The Dark Emperor asked. That's right, he replied. Fellow Taoist Gu, do you have any other heaven-defying anomaly inheritances? The Dark Emperor continued to ask. To be honest, within my body, there's a fourth heaven-defying anomaly called the Despairing Demon Body. He said, Despairing Demon Body. The Dark Emperor was surprised. Despairing Demon Body is the name I gave it. Its real name is actually the Demon-Slaying Immortal Body. Gu Qingfeng explained. The Demon-Slaying Immortal Body is a physique specialized in dealing with demons, and it can even be said to be the bane of demons. Based on this physique, demons of the same realm cannot harm me. He continued. If you don't believe me, you can capture a few Divine Realm demons and try it out. Gu Qingfeng challenged. If the demon-slaying immortal body is that powerful, wouldn't fellow Taoist Gu alone be able to flatten the myriad demon nation? The brawny man asked. A normal stone tablet can withstand it. Moreover, the myriad demon nation has countless great demons. The Dark Emperor explained. Limit. Does my physique system have a limit? Gu Qingfeng thought. What's a limit? The system asked back. Meaning there's no limit, I understand. Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself. Your Majesty Dark Emperor, my physique has no limits. Gu Qingfeng affirmed. You lie. How can there be a heaven-defying anomaly without limits in this world? Wei Gaian rushed forward. The Green Realm has been evading the Saint race and the myriad demon nation for thousands of years. How could it be put in danger to prove your undefined heaven-defying anomaly? He gritted his teeth. I think you know it can't be confirmed, which is why you're deceiving His Majesty Dark Emperor. Wei Guyan accused. You slander this venerable one like this. Do you want to fight? Gu Qingfeng challenged. I'm ready. Even if I die, I absolutely cannot let His Majesty Dark Emperor marry a swindler like you. Gu Yun drew his sword, ready to charge. I have a way to prove the authenticity of the waste demon immortal physique. The Dark Emperor said, my subordinate has a 7-colored Zhuan bird, which I usually use for travel. It is a peak demon king in the dragon transformation realm. The Dark Emperor continued, fellow Taoist Gu, do you wish to fight it? The Dark Emperor asked. Of course. He replied. In the sky, a massive phoenix appeared. This bird looks a bit underwhelming. Gu Qingfeng thought. Fellow Taoist Gu, you cannot use any power. The Dark Emperor reminded him. Of course. Gu Qingfeng replied. We can start now. Gu Qingfeng said. Fellow Taoist Gu, please excuse my offense. The phoenix received the command, charged forward and struck him directly in the chest, but the large bird was stunned and fell. In this world, such divine power actually exists. We've waited so long. Heavens, there's truly no damage at all. His Majesty Dark Emperor's 7-colored Zhuan bird is a great demon in the dragon transformation realm. The crowd buzzed. It seems Gu Qingfeng was right. His priority physique is indeed powerful. I once read in a book that the indestructible demonic dragon physique is for defense. The reason he wasn't hurt must be because of it, right? A person analyzed. Being attacked by a peak dragon transformation realm demon and not getting injured cannot prove that you have a waste demon immortal physique. Wei Guyan said loudly. So what? Gu Qingfeng retorted. I have 3 heavenly fate physiques, and you only have 1. Are you afraid you won't get the Dark Emperor, so you're cornered and fighting back? He continued. You! Wei Guyan was furious. If His Majesty Dark Emperor hadn't chosen a husband for the sake of humanity, sacrificing herself, Gu Qingfeng emphasized, then why would I have to sacrifice my free life? You're using your petty mind to gauge a gentleman's heart. Gu Qingfeng continued. Gu Qingfeng, all you know is how to talk big. Wei Guyan drew his sword and charged forward. So what if you have many physiques in this world? There is no invincible physique, only invincible people. If you're so good, why don't you fight me? He challenged. Enough! The Dark Emperor intervened. Your Majesty Dark Emperor, it's not me, it's all Gu Qingfeng. Wei Guyan explained. Fellow Taoist Wei, you're being a bit too much today. The Dark Emperor remarked. I see fellow Taoist Wei's complexion isn't looking too good. The Dark Emperor added. Guards, escort fellow Taoist Wei to rest. The Dark Emperor ordered. Fellow Taoist Jumingzi, do you have anything else to say? The Dark Emperor asked. Your Majesty Dark Emperor, I am a self-aware person. I cannot compare with fellow Taoist Gu, and I am willing to withdraw. Zhu Mingzi replied. All right. The Dark Emperor agreed. If those to have withdrawn, then only fellow Taoist Gu remains. The Dark Emperor said, Your Majesty Dark Emperor, I am willing after all. It's for humanity. Gu Qingfeng replied. All right, then our wedding will be set for 3 days from now. The Dark Emperor announced. Gu Qingfeng shyly admired the Dark Emperor. Then he fell to the floor. Mother, I've seen the most beautiful goddess. Gu Qingfeng thought. Fellow Taoist Gu, what kind of cultivation are you doing? The ground is cold. Zhu Mingzi reminded him. 3 days later, amidst cheers. Congratulations, congratulations, 100 years of happiness. The ceremony concluded. The announcement loudly proclaimed. Into the bridal chamber. The couple held hands. Let us escort Her Majesty Dark Emperor to her bedchamber. 2 men stepped forward, offered to help, and then led the bride away first. Today is my happy day. Why are you pulling me? Gu Qingfeng wondered. Today is your happy day. You are the groom. How can you abandon us guests and go with the bride? Zhu Mingzi reminded him. So what else do you want me to do? Gu Qingfeng asked. Now that this old man has married the Dark Emperor, I absolutely cannot lose face. I need to build a good image. Gu Feng thought. Have a drink with us. Zhu Mingzi suggested. Alright, today I will drink to my heart's content with you all. Gu Qingfeng agreed. Alright, fellow Taoist Gu, congratulations. Her Majesty Dark Emperor is the most beautiful woman in our dark realm. People lined up one after another to toast him. Today you've embraced a beauty. You must drink it all, the red-haired man said. Fellow Taoist Gu is very straightforward. I like your personality very much. The man continued. Fellow Taoist Gu, you certainly have a high alcohol tolerance. I toast you again. Fellow Taoist Gu, from now on your status is different. We hope you will work together with Her Majesty Dark Emperor to develop our dark realm. These people want to get me drunk, but this old man has the undying demonic dragon body, so I'm not afraid of you. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. The group of men were already tipsy, but showed no sign of stopping to toast Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng happily accepted the wine. He carefully sniffed it. Poisoned wine. You don't want this old man to successfully marry the Dark Emperor, and this old man certainly doesn't want you to get your way. Gu Qingfeng thought. Then he gulped it down. This old man will make you reveal yourselves. Gu Qingfeng continued to think. Good alcohol tolerance, again. Your Majesty Dark Emperor, the banquet has ended. We've brought fellow Taoist Gu here. I and that other guy helped Gu Feng into the room. You may withdraw. The Dark Emperor ordered. Yes, Your Majesty Dark Emperor. Zhu Mingzi replied. The two men left the room. Only then did he drop his act of being drunk and approached his bride. My dear wife, your husband will lift your veil. Gu Qingfeng said. MHM. The Dark Emperor replied, and they looked into each other's eyes shyly. Husband, we've only met a few times, so you probably don't know my real name, do you? The Dark Emperor asked. I suppose so. Gu Qingfeng replied. Husband, my name is Shang Xinyan. The Dark Emperor revealed. Shang Xinyan. Gu Qingfeng repeated. MHM. The Dark Emperor confirmed. This is the name my father gave me. He said that when I was little, I loved to cry and nothing could console me. He said if I loved to be sorrowful so much, then from now on I should be called Shang Xinyan. The Dark Emperor explained. Xinyan, Gu Qingfeng called. Do you have anything else you want to tell your husband? Gu Qingfeng embraced her shoulder. Gu Qingfeng, you don't blame me, do you? The Dark Emperor asked. Will you think I'm selfish for making you marry me for the sake of humanity? Later, if you like someone else, we'll already have an heir. You can just consider our marriage a play. Shang Xinyan added. Xinyan! Gu Qingfeng lifted her chin. Today is our wedding night. Why are you saying such disheartening things? Gu Qingfeng scolded. Don't do anything reckless. I still have something important about the Dark Realm to tell you. The Dark Emperor stopped him. Gu Feng pushed her onto the bed. Xinyan, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Whatever it is, we can talk about it tomorrow. Gu Qingfeng emphasized. Alright. The Dark Emperor agreed. MHM, outside the palace. Wei Yun secretly peeked inside by prying open the roof. Let's see how long you can last. Wei Guyan thought. A sensual scene appeared before his eyes. What kind of techniques are these? Wei Guyan's expression changed as he thought. It's finally over. Gu Yun was dazed. Damn it, my legs are completely numb. Gu Qingfeng is like an ox. Wei Guyan thought. He accidentally made a noise. Who's there? Gu Qingfeng asked. It seems Gu Qingfeng wasn't poisoned. Could it be the power of the undying demonic dragon body? Gu Yun thought, then quickly ran off. The days are long, Gu Qingfeng, we shall see. Gu Yun thought to himself. That figure looks a bit like that idiot Wei Guyan. He doesn't even dare to confront me directly. Useless fellow. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. You dare to marry the Dark Emperor with just this. You only deserve to hide in the corner and watch me and the Dark Emperor. Gu Feng thought. He returned to the bed to continue the battle. The next morning, the servants prepared the couple. Give me your hand, Gu Qingfeng said. What do you want to do? The Dark Emperor asked. Gu Feng lifted Xinyan's hand and kissed it. He looked at her and smiled. Xinyan, I have something to tell you. Qingfeng began. Husband, We are one, just say it. Xinyan replied. Xinyan, I have to go out today and will be back late. I just placed a book under the pillow. If you have time, please read it. Gu Qingfeng instructed. This book is about harmony in our marriage. You must read it. He continued. Marriage needs an exam? Shang Xinyan was surprised. Of course, if you want a good marriage, you need to study. This book is very beneficial for our marriage. Gu Qingfeng explained. I will definitely read it carefully. Xinyan agreed. My little Xinyan is so obedient. Gu Qingfeng lifted her chin and kissed her. I'll miss you dearly. Then he left first. How dare you disturb my wedding night? Wei Guyan, you will pay for this. King Feng thought. He instructed his subordinates. If there's nothing important today, don't disturb me. Dark Emperor ordered. She picked up the book Gu Feng left behind and opened it to read. Why is Gu Qingfeng such a person? Shang Xinyan wondered. He's really not serious at all. Dark Emperor was embarrassed. She continued to study the documents Gu Feng gave her. Fellow Taoist Gu. Zhu Mingzi called out. Fellow Taoist Gu, are you alright? Mingzi asked. What happened that made you so flustered? King Feng wondered. Yesterday, Wei Guyan poisoned your wine, wanting to harm you. Zhu Mingzi revealed. Just that? Gu Qingfeng replied. Just that, you already knew? Zhu Mingzi was surprised. That's right. Yesterday, I didn't want to ruin my wedding with Xinyan, so I didn't make a big deal out of it. Yesterday, he even secretly came to Xinyan's sleeping quarters, wanting to kidnap the bride. Gu Qingfeng explained. I want Wei Guyan to pay for this. He said. How did you know Wei Guyan poisoned me? Gu Qingfeng asked. He accidentally poisoned a powerful God realm expert, and that led to him being found out. Zhu Mingzi explained. Why do I feel like I overestimated Wei Guyan? Fanfeng thought. Where's Wei Guyan now? Fanfeng asked. He's imprisoned in a cave dwelling by several divine realm powerhouses. Zhu Mingzi replied. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Fellow Taoist Gu, I still have to go deal with Wei Guyan. See you later. Zhu Mingzi added. Wait. Fanfeng stopped him. This dog dared to poison me, ruined my wedding with Yanner, destroyed the peace of the Dark Realm. His crime deserves death. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, I'll also lead the way. Today, I must make an example to prevent such things from happening again in the future. Gu Fanfeng decided. Fellow Taoist Gu, please follow me. Zhu Mingzi invited. It's right here. Zhu Mingzi pointed. Fellow Taoist Gu, the henchman respectfully. Long time no see. Wei Guyan. Gu Fanfeng said while Wei Guyan lay tied on the floor. Fellow Taoist Zhu Mingzi, take them outside. I want to talk to Wei Guyan. Fanfeng requested. Okay. Zhu Mingzi agreed. In the cell, it was just him and Wei Guyan. He was furious and kicked him hard. Your legs must have been numb from kneeling last night. Does it feel good to watch? Are you satisfied with Yanner's reaction? Fanfeng asked. You defiled the Dark Emperor. How can a person of unknown origin like you be worthy of the Dark Emperor? Wei Guyan objected. I married my wife legitimately. How can you say I defiled her? Fanfeng grabbed his neck and squeezed hard. Gu Fanfeng, will kill you. Wei Guyan yelled. Just with this little skill? Gu Fanfeng replied. He's only reluctantly playing with you. He continued. Then he untied Wei Yun. Come here. Let's see if you have that skill. Fanfeng challenged. Gu Feng deployed dark spiritual energy. Wei Guyan, with just your ability, I'd rather invite you to my rooftop to watch Yanner and me consummate our marriage. Gu Feng mocked beast. Wei Guyan was enraged. Where's my sword? The two sides rushed at each other, chasing each other everywhere. I've run all over the Dark Realm. My legs are almost broken. So it turns out you old geezers are hiding here. Gu Feng thought, where can I land that would be both cool and attract everyone's attention? He thought to himself, Gu Fanfeng, if you're so good, don't run, come and compete with me. Wei Guyan challenged, Gu Fanfeng, don't run. Gu Yun panted, exhausted. Fellow Taoist Wei Guyan, you said you wanted to kill me. Why shouldn't I run? Gu Fanfeng asked back, standing in midair. Is this the power to simultaneously possess all three types of anomalous celestial destinies? The people below discussed. Fellow Taoist Gu has married the Dark Emperor. How should we address him now? A great battle is coming. Why are you still worrying about how to address him? Let's just call him Fellow Taoist Gu for now. Someone suggested. Moreover, if I don't run, should I perhaps fight you, disturbing the peace of the Dark Realm and causing chaos before the Great Formation starts? Gu Feng explained, that's right. This way Gu Yun is also a Divine Realm powerhouse, a member of the Great Formation that the Dark Emperor will activate. He suddenly thought, I wanted to get revenge for you poisoning me last night, making me lose face in front of everyone. Gu Feng thought, I didn't expect you to have this use too, then I definitely can't let you off. Fellow Taoist Wei, I know you admire Yanner very much, but now Yanner is my wife. Gu Feng said, what do you want to say? Wei Gu Yun asked, I know you didn't want Yanner and me to get married for the sake of the human race. That's why you poisoned me last night. Gu Feng explained, fellow Taoist Wei, you actually. The surrounding people exclaimed, Gu Feng, you not only defiled the Dark Emperor, but you also defiled my honor. Wei Gu Yun was enraged. I will kill you. He shouted loudly. Thank you. Gu Feng placed his hand on his shoulder, smiling scornfully. You! Wei Gu Yun roared. Only now do you understand. Fan Feng sneered. It's too late. He said, then knocked him down. Because he secretly loved the Dark Emperor, his mind became unstable when the Dark Emperor got married. Gu Feng explained, I am the Dark Emperor's husband. Fan Feng affirmed, of course, I must deal with this person on behalf of my wife. He continued, fellow Taoist Gu, the Dark Realm's Great Formation is about to open. Don't quarrel with fellow Taoist Wei anymore. The surrounding people advised, fellow Taoist Gu, our Dark Realm has always been united. Don't harm the harmony. Yes, fellow Taoist Gu, please resolve this peacefully. That's right. Now that you're married to the Dark Emperor, the future of the Dark Realm is more important than your personal grudges. Put it aside for now. Someone suggested. Gu Feng has wolfish ambitions. He married the Dark Emperor for other purposes. Don't let him deceive you. Wei Gu Yun yelled. Gu Feng rushed over and punched him. Fan Feng called, take Wei Gu Yun down and lock him in the dungeon, awaiting instructions. I want to see the Dark Emperor. I want to see the Dark Emperor. Dark Emperor. Wei Gu Yun screamed, I am truly devoted to you. He said, even now, I still can't believe fellow Taoist Wei would do such a thing to me. Gu Feng sighed. I originally didn't want to conflict with him. I ran all over the Dark Realm until there was nowhere left to hide, so I sought everyone to help mediate for me. He explained, however, as long as fellow Taoist Wei truly repents and doesn't interfere between Yanner and me, I will overlook the past. Fan Feng added, if you want to morally constrain me, there's no way. He thought to himself, fellow Taoist Gu, don't blame yourself. We also didn't expect this person to be so narrow-minded and attack his own people. The people surrounding him explained, we will report to the Dark Emperor later. For now, let's just lock him up for a year to let him calm down. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoists. Gu Feng said, fellow Taoist Gu, what are you saying? It's just what should be done. Someone replied, what were you all discussing just now? Perhaps I can help. This main hall is usually used for discussions. Today, we're discussing formation arrays. The woman replied, farewell, everyone, please don't see me off. Gu Feng added, these people are no longer as wary of me as before. They've said a lot. Later, I must find a way for these people to betray the Dark Realm so the formation cannot be activated. Gu Feng continued to think, but the more important matter is Yanner. Gu Feng thought to himself, then returned to the hall. Yanner, it seems you've seriously studied the materials I gave you. You've made great progress. Gu Feng praised. No, don't say it. Shang Xin Yan was embarrassed. Alright, if you don't want to talk about that, then let's talk about things we can talk about. Gu Feng agreed. Husband, please go on. The Dark Empress encouraged him. Yanner, I remember you said you know the incarnation technique. Could you show it to me? Fan Feng asked. Yanner stammered. Yanner, if you're uncomfortable then, Gu Thanfang began. You're my husband. How could I be uncomfortable? Shang Xin Yan replied, it's just that I remembered my father. She said and sobbed. I'm all right. Shang Xin Yan reassured him. The secret of the incarnation technique cannot be known by others. I swear, Yanner, if you tell me the incarnation technique, I won't tell anyone else. This will be our secret as husband and wife, if Gu Thanfang instructed. You don't need to swear, you're my husband. I trust you unconditionally. Shang Xin Yan affirmed. Yanner, you're so good. Thanfang praised. Actually, the 108 Dao Heavenly Devil Grand Array wasn't created by me, but originated from the upper realm. Shang Yan revealed, after my father created this ray in the upper realm, he passed it on to me. She continued, what? My father-in-law is in the upper realm. I'm human and my father is also human. Shang Yan explained, that's good. If my father-in-law were of the saint race, I'm afraid the people of the dark realm. My father was captured by the saint race and taken to the upper realm. Shang Xin Yan recounted. However, you possess the seven Norphis exquisite body, a heaven-defying physique. The saint race only imprisons people. They don't kill them. The seven Norphis exquisite body is so miraculous that it makes the saint race concede. Yes, it's that miraculous. However, this physique only enhances comprehension. It has no other effects. Having the exquisite body means you are a genius with extremely high comprehension. Furthermore, eating their flesh can enhance one's comprehension. She explained. Oh my god, a mobile living Tang monk in another world. Gu Thanfang thought in alarm. Now my father is trapped in a cage, his flesh cut daily in exchange for treasures. Shang Xin Yan recounted with pain. The saint race is too much. Yanner, don't worry, I will definitely rescue your father-in-law for you. He said, it's useless, my father voluntarily sacrifices his flesh for the dark realm. Shang Yan was sad. Let's talk about my father later. Let's talk about the ray first. Alright, Yanner, you speak. I'm listening. Gu Thanfang encouraged her. That year, the human race of the pure realm, through the heavenly devil realm's communication scroll, was allowed to transmit messages across realms to summon the saint race. After that, the saint race captured my father. My father, relying on his extremely high comprehension, has been combining it with the knowledge he learned in the upper realm all these years, then created this ray. After my father was captured for breaking the situation, he also transmitted this grand array technique to me through the heavenly devil realm scroll. She added, father-in-law's plan is very meticulous. Then that's right, he was prepared to sacrifice himself for the pure realm. My father knew the terror of the saint race, and also knew that if he didn't learn the knowledge from the upper realm, the human race of the pure realm would never have a chance to rise. So he passed the position of Dark Empress to me. I will protect the dark realm for my father. I will use his ray to bet on the future of the pure realm. Yanner, you're not decisive at all. What are you worried about? Gu Thanfang asked. I want to save my father, but I know I can't. Compared to my father being alive, I'm more afraid that he won't die as he wishes. Shang Yan was distressed. Because my father's flesh brings countless treasures to the saint race, how could they let him die? The saint race's methods are cruel. They placed countless cruel restrictions on my father to make him suffer. Gu Thanfang, I hope you agree to one thing for me. Gu Thanfang said, his heart aching. Speak slowly, no matter what you say, I'll agree to it. After I give birth to an heir, I'll bring people from the dark realm to sever the passage in the 10,000 demon nation. Shang Xin Yan explained, if successful during the process of the passageway being severed, I will give you the Eye of the Ray. I hope you will preside over the ray for me. Shang Xin Yan continued. Gu Thanfang exclaimed, I want to go to the upper realm to save my father, to help him find liberation, and no longer be tormented by the saint race. Leave everything to me. He affirmed. I trust you. She replied. She added, it's not my style to risk everything to save my wife. I must save my father-in-law and also protect my beautiful wife. There must be a way in this world to have the best of both worlds. The dark clouds will part, and the blue sky will appear. Than Fong thought. Today, Gu Than will rely on a comprehensive approach to ensure everyone has a perfect ending. He mused, so beautiful, did my original world have such scenery? Gu Than wondered. Unknowingly, it's been so long since I arrived in this world, and my past life is becoming more and more blurry. A question kept lingering in Gu Than's mind. Why did I come here? Is it all for her? His voice softly echoed Yenner. Looking at her focused expression, he couldn't bear to disturb her, thinking to himself, she's too concentrated, I really can't bear to disturb her. His heart churned with choices. What should I do? He told himself, if Yenner values this array so much, if I destroy the array, wouldn't that be ruining our marital relationship? A bold plan suddenly came to Thanfang's mind. If the connection point is in the Myriad Demon Nation, wouldn't it simplify things if he just raised the Myriad Demon Nation? His interwoven thoughts continued to flow. That's right, the Myriad Demon Nation is full of demons, which can help me level up. He calculated further. Moreover, if the Myriad Demon Nation faced disaster, the Holy Clan would surely manage their junior, and then he could just clean up the entire Holy Clan, saving so much trouble. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out right behind him. So you're here? Thong Taming softly asked. You like reading too? This book is, she asked curiously. He replied, the Four Seas Cloud Record. Thong Taming smiled and explained, this is my father's journal from his travels when he was young. Hearing that, Thanfang couldn't help but be surprised. What? My father-in-law traveled to so many places when he was young. He suddenly became serious again. That's right, and he and me, I have to go out for a trip. It'll be at least half a month, possibly up to a month. Ko Thanfang announced. Thong Ying looked bewildered. What? He gently explained, I want to prepare a surprise for you. Before leaving, Thanfang instructed Ang Hien-ni, I'm leaving, you must take good care of yourself. She asked worriedly, are you tired of me now? Thanfang was surprised. What? She poured out her heart. I've heard that after men get a woman, they soon get bored and want to find someone new. She looked directly into his eyes. Thanfang, I don't object to you finding someone else. It's not wrong for you to be bored with me, but you can't leave. Her voice full of pleading, I hope you'll bear with me for a while, for the sake of the human race. Wait until I'm done with my pregnancy before you go. He quickly asked back, who told you I was bored with you? She questioned, if you're not bored, then why do you want to leave? Ko Thanfang patiently explained, I'm going to prepare a pleasant surprise for you. She was still curious. What kind of surprise? He smiled mysteriously. If I tell you, how can it be a surprise? Then he whispered sincere words, and Hien-ni, you are as beautiful as a fairy and understand people's hearts. You're innocent and kind. How could I bear to let you down? There's no one better than you in the whole world. Seeing her still hesitant, he added, this time I'm going to do something big. If it succeeds, it will benefit the Green Realm, your father, and the entire Holy Clan. Now I am your husband, and your responsibilities are my responsibilities. From now on, you must learn to share with me. My promise to give you an heir won't change, but it'll have to wait until I return. She asked joyfully, really? He confirmed firmly, really. Then he teased, Ang Hien-ni, do I need to prove that I'm not tired of you yet? She quickly waved her hand, her cheeks flushed. You go quickly, I trust you. Thanfang smiled and praised, my Hien-ni is so adorable. He said his goodbyes, I'll miss you dearly. She cautioned, be careful on your way. As he turned to leave, she suddenly called out, wait. He turned back, his gaze gentle. What's wrong, Ang Hien-ni? She asked, didn't you say you were going to prepare a wedding gift? This is a wedding gift for you, she said, then handed him the book. Ko Thanfang couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the contents. Ang Hien-ni, is this a secret technique from your dark realm? She nodded, that's right, this martial art comes from the upper realm. My father sent it back, and its grade surpasses the heaven level. To his surprise, she explained further, is it that valuable? The Imperial Ultimate World-Shaking Fist focuses on explosive power. If successfully cultivated, one can unleash their strength multiple times over. However, there are also limitations, but to this day, no one knows what its limitations are. Furthermore, the stronger the explosive power, the greater the self-inflicted damage. Hearing this, Fan Fong had a cunning thought. If I use the Imperial Ultimate World-Shaking Fist to strike demons, wouldn't the injured party be the demons? I'll have to ask the system later. Also, with the indestructible demonic dragon body, I can instantly revive with just one cell left. This really pairs perfectly with the Imperial Ultimate World-Shaking Fist. Lost in thought, her voice pulled him back to reality. Ko Fan Fong. He was startled and Hien Ni. What's wrong? She earnestly urged, promise me you won't use it unless absolutely necessary. I may not ask what you're going to do, but you must return safely. He solemnly promised, don't worry, I'll return safely. This is my promise to you. She smiled, okay. Go, Ko Fan Fong. He looked at her one last time and Hien Ni, wait for me at home. Then Ko Fan Fong rode the clouds and flew away. Between two worlds, there existed a village named Qiu Chung, a place not governed by any nation. Here, humans and demons coexisted, a paradise for the wicked. To stand firm in this place, one had to be very strong. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Lord Bo has arrived. Here, there was one who stood above all, the manager of Qiu Chung, Bo Yao. The green demon respectfully reported, Lord Bo, the demon slayer who broke in yesterday is up ahead. In the bustling market, a cry echoed, high-grade goods, only 10 when, no tricks. Bo Yao narrowed his eyes, high-grade goods, they're talking about that girl. He turned to the green demon and asked, do you know why no one buys her for 10 won? I told you, don't mess with demon slayers. It seems you didn't listen to me, he said angrily. The green demon quickly explained, my lord, she broke in herself. This subordinate only acted in self-defense. My lord, if you're worried, this subordinate will release her immediately, he added. Seeing Bo Yao remain silent, he trembled and called out, my lord, Bo Yao ordered, after you're done, bring the demon slayer to my mansion. A moment later at Bo Yao's mansion, a henchman brought her in. Lord Bo, we've brought the person. Bo Yao looked at the girl in front of him and asked, tell me, why did you come here if you're so weak? The demon slayer coldly replied, I didn't come here as an enemy. I was just passing by and got captured. Do what you want with me. Bo Yao frowned, a demon slayer who doesn't want to be our enemy. Passing by and breaking in are two different concepts. The demon slayer maintained her calm expression. Sorry, that's just my style. Bo Yao stated, Qiu Chung is a place where no one asks questions, no one cares, a place abandoned by the world. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from above. Ko Fan Fong appeared out of nowhere and landed safely. He called out loudly, Bo Yao. The demon slayer exclaimed in surprise, Ko Fan Fong. He clasped his hands in greeting, Senior Angel Sister. She asked in surprise, why are you here? He explained, I went to the Myriad Demon Nation to do something, so I came here to find a guide. What about you, Senior Sister? She replied, I came to kill a traitor from the Demon Suppression Division. That scoundrel caused our entire army to be annihilated. She continued with a voice full of hatred. Fan Fong quickly reassured her, don't rush, tell me slowly. She began to recount, there was a divine weapon forged from the flesh and blood of its wielder. Later generations called it the demonic martial demonic weapon. This weapon was stained with countless blood, and anyone who wielded it died suddenly. Afterward, it was sealed at Jingang Temple, where scriptures were recited daily to lessen its resentment. 3 months ago, Jingang Temple held its centennial celebration, and everyone was busy. Vice Commander Qin Ziheng took the opportunity to steal the demonic martial demonic weapon and fled. Our squad was ordered to pursue and capture him, but we couldn't stop him. Afterward, the entire squad was annihilated. She said with a resentful attitude, that Vice Commander Qin Ziheng, I will definitely kill him. King Feng asked, is he here now? She replied, he was here before, but now he might have already reached the Myriad Demon Nation. Myriad Demon Nation, demonic weapon, excellent. King Feng thought to himself. He turned to the demon exterminating envoy and said heroically, Envoy Li, Your problem is my problem. Rest assured and leave it to me. With that, he walked over to Pu Yao, put his arm round him familiarly. Old friend, have you reached the divine realm? Congratulations! I can't believe it. You're quite handsome without your mask. If it weren't for the soul tracking technique, I wouldn't have recognized you. He pointed to the ceiling, smiling. I'm really sorry for ruining the ceiling. Pu Yao sighed. No need. If you want me to be your guide, just say so directly. You're scaring me. King Feng happily said, then thank you very much. He nudged his shoulder. Hey, are you afraid of breaking some rules? Pu Yao gloomily replied, what rules? You not being here is the rule. King Feng suggested, is there a suitable place to talk, with wine, meat, and beautiful women? At this moment, the demon exterminating envoy was still bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Why Pu Yao would ask Qiu Cheng to be a guide? Did Gu King Feng completely control Pu Yao out of love? King Feng turned back and called, come on, envoy sister. She quickly replied, coming. King Feng teased Pu Yao again. You're not bullying the girl, are you? He quickly explained, no, big brother, there's a contract. The three of them flew off. Ahead was the border of the myriad demon nation. Pu Yao reminded them, everyone, remember to conceal your aura to avoid being targeted. Young Master Gu, what are your plans next? Gu King Feng replied arrogantly, this deity has been quite bored lately and wants to try being the emperor of the myriad demon nation. He sensed the dense demonic aura ahead and thought, such a thick demonic aura means there are quite a few demons. Not bad, even more than I expected. He looked around and scratched his head, thinking, too bad their strength isn't very high, mostly dragon transformation and Grandmaster realm. There are no divine realm demons, so no worthy opponents. After assessing the situation, Gu King Feng took his mask and broke it in half. He told himself, I can't just barge in, it would waste time and create too much commotion. If they find out they can't beat me and run, I'll be at a disadvantage. It's definitely safer to sneak in. King Feng decided. He gave half the mask to the demon exterminating envoy to avoid trouble. Let's wear these. They can conceal our aura. She took it, okay. As soon as she put it on, the demon exterminating envoy transformed into a beautiful pink-haired girl. The two young men standing next to her looked spellbound. Pu Yao praised, 9 dragon physique. Brother, you still know how to play. The short skirt made the girl blush with embarrassment. Gu Feng also put on the mask and transformed. The group set off. The demon exterminating envoy quickly urged, stop joking around. Young Master Gu quickly put it on. Then let's go. Gu King Feng commented, the mask's form reflects one's inner thoughts, so that's what her inner self is like. Pu Yao urged, don't space out anymore. Whatever we do, we should leave early and return early. With that, all three ascended. Ahead was the South City area of the Myriad Demon Nation, not far from the Demon Palace. Pu Yao explained, little girl, if the person you're looking for didn't take a detour, this is the first place he'd arrive when he came to the Myriad Demon Nation. King Feng agreed. South City area, taking down the demonic weapon first isn't bad. Standing outside the city, Gu Feng seemed to have discovered something. He raised his hand to stop the two. Something's happening ahead. Pu Yao was surprised. I thought it was an illusion. You sensed it too. King Feng wondered, how could this be? He used his divine vision to observe. The demonic aura is very strong, but I can only sense a few souls. He speculated. Suddenly, a giant demon roared, despicable human, how dare you kill my demon race? Considering you came here alone, your courage is commendable. Do you have anything you want to say? He pointed his arrow directly at the young man's throat. The young man replied, you're not a qualified villain. Qinzi Hang sneered, thinking you have the upper hand makes you speak arrogantly. At most, you're just a minion. You're not evil enough. He held the black sword and grinned sinisterly. The demon angrily cried, a mere ant dares to resist. Qinzi Hang charged forward and cut him in half. He mocked, you were so powerful. Why aren't you saying anything now? Speak, speak, speak. Qinzi Hang continuously struck the demon with his sword. Become a part of my power. Qinzi Hang delivered the final blow, finishing him off. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng spoke up. Did you kill all the demons here? Qinzi Heng arrogantly replied, more minions have arrived. How annoying. This old man isn't obligated to answer you. King Feng grumbled to himself. This brat stole all my experience points and is still so arrogant. He asked the system, is this guy human or demon? The system replied, human, only affected by the spiritual weapon, very close to demon. King Feng wondered, isn't a spiritual weapon a demonic weapon? The demon exterminating envoy roared, a person like you only deserves to die. She charged forward and Qinzi Heng also charged, overestimating yourself. She yelled, Qinzi Heng, you betrayed the demon suppressing division and killed your comrades. Today, I will kill you. He recognized her, so it's you. She threatened, this time, you won't escape. Qinzi Heng scoffed, escape? The girl delivered a powerful punch, knocking down young Qin. Gu Qingfeng worried, envoy elder sister. Qinzi Heng stood up, dusted himself off, and evaluated. To puny, this level is too weak to even scratch me. He asked, don't you understand yet? Even if I stand here and let you kill me, you still couldn't do it. You knew you couldn't beat me before, and now you definitely can't, yet you still come seeking death. Why don't you cherish your own life? Qinzi Heng unleashed his dark demonic power, striking her without mercy. The demon exterminating envoy trembled before this attack, thinking, my comrades also came here. It's a pity I can't avenge you. Gu Qingfeng quickly jumped to her, picked her up, and said, this isn't about whether we can win or not. As humans, we must take responsibility for what we've done. He looked at Qinzi Heng and continued, oh, I forgot, you're not considered human anymore. Qinzi Heng pointed his sword directly at Gu Qingfeng, provoking him, such a glib tongue. Sending a woman to fight, what do you count as? Gu Qingfeng replied, what do I count as? Extremely wealthy, talented young man, martial arts prodigy, the nation's highest leader. What? Qin Heng was confused. He continued, the leader is asking you why you betrayed the demon suppressing division and ran all the way to the myriad demon nation to slaughter the city. The demon exterminator explained, young master, there's something you don't know. Previously, the demon weapon wasn't sealed by a great monk in the temple, but forcefully sealed by a powerful demon realm being. Because this demon weapon can devour demonic power for its own use. You wielded it for cultivation, which led to heavy losses in the demon realm. He's probably here to devour demonic power. King Feng thought to himself, damn, so primal energy isn't much different from my system. That won't do, that's not enough for me to level up. Oh right, isn't this thing cursed? Why hasn't it killed him yet? Qinzi Heng rushed over impatiently. You even brought an explanatory book with you? Are you done talking? It's time for bed. Gu Qingfeng also drew his sword. Ha, right. Some pre-sleep exercise. A sword fight erupted. Gu Qingfeng assessed. He can use a saber with both hands. It seems he's better at saber techniques. My close combat experience is too little. I can even run away from a fight. Change. Qinzi Heng provoked. You're a bit too disdainful of others. The demon exterminator intended to step forward. Gu Qingfeng, I'm coming to help you. The Bodhi demon stopped her. She worried, Bo, Mr. Bo, what are you doing? Let's quickly help young Master Gu. The Bodhi demon laughed. Is the Gu Qingfeng you know only capable of this much power? That man is a god. Go in there would only get in his way. Gu Qingfeng unleashed a move, Cruciform Solar Slash. Qinzi Heng resisted but couldn't withstand it and was sent flying. He took the full force of Gu Qingfeng's attack and passed out. Gu Qingfeng sneered. He was so arrogant at first. How come he couldn't even take one blow? Whatever, he's human anyway. I'll take the demon weapon. Alright, he said. Qinzi Heng quickly got up to flee, thinking, arrogant. It's just that the previous battle consumed too much energy. The demon power I devoured earlier isn't enough to sustain my body. Running is the best option. I must find a place to absorb and refine demon power. Gu Qingfeng sighed. All I smell is flesh. He wants to run. How annoying. I'll go catch the demon weapon. You guys head home first. King Feng said, turning back, then quickly gave chase. The Bodhi demon reminded, be careful. He couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe Gu King Feng is so formidable. The demon exterminator curiously asked, Mr. Bodhi, how did you two meet? The Bodhi demon replied, it's a long story. Seeing the Bodhi demon going in a different direction, the demon exterminator wondered, Mr. Bodhi, the way back to the city is this way. Where are you going? The Bodhi demon explained, where else? This place is a ghost town now. The gold, silver, and jewels are untouched, silently weeping somewhere. I'm a demon who can't bear to see others cry. The Bodhi demon joked. The demon exterminator called out, Mr. Bodhi. Suddenly, she was unexpectedly choked by a monkey demon. The Bodhi demon asked, who are you? The demon exterminator was choked until she bled by the monkey demon, then thrown aside. The monkey demon swiftly moved right next to the Bodhi demon. It's not you either. He threatened, I'll give you one chance to tell me everything you know. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed, who dares to run rampant in my territory? Xitigarbadisar appeared. The Bodhi demon broke out in a cold sweat, terrified, so it's the southern city demon lord, Xitigarbadisar. He quickly explained, you've got the wrong target. There's a brat who stole the demon weapon to devour demons for cultivation. We're chasing and trying to kill him. So our goal is the same. There's no need to fight. Xitigarbadisar emphasized, someone who broke into the myriad demon nation without fear and even slaughtered the entire city along the way. And you're saying just the two of you are chasing him down? That's a bit hard to believe, isn't it? The Bodhi demon agreed, exactly, I'm curious too. Clearly knowing he's not an opponent, why continue to chase? If not for me and Gu King Feng, she would have died 8 times today. And some people call it responsibility. Haha, how foolish. The Bodhi demon scoffed. Xitigarbadisar kicked him hard. What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly tell me where the brat who took the demon weapon is. No one cares whether you and this woman live or die. Xitigarbadisar flew away. He warned, when I return, if I find any money missing from the city, don't blame me for causing trouble for you. Meanwhile, with Gu King Feng, Qinzi Heng thought, why won't this guy give up chasing? What a monster. Gu King Feng excitedly asked, little darling, where are you taking my demon weapon? Qinzi Heng replied, you old pervert, what do you want? This is my demon weapon. Gu King Feng demanded, it's yours, all yours, just stop and we can talk it over. You run really well, kid. This old man is already tired of chasing. Gu King Feng praised softly. Qinzi Heng accepted, yes, if we ever meet again, good sir, this is where we part ways. Please stop here. Gu King Feng said, it seems my mercy has led you to misunderstand. I originally just wanted to retrieve the demon weapon simply, but now it seems a fight is inevitable. He unleashed his power, delivering a powerful strike to the top of his head. Gu King Feng challenged, go ahead and try to run. Qinzi Heng wondered, even if I absorb all the demon power, can I fight him with that strength? Gu King Feng was surprised. How did I encounter such a monster the moment I arrived in the myriad demon nation? Suddenly, memories flooded his mind. Why are memories appearing now? From childhood, poverty and ordinariness had clung to me. Only my parents' love made me overlook it. My father was a teacher, where the sound of students reading often echoed. My mother was a dyer. To this day, I still remember the color of the fabrics drying in the sun. When did I realize the gap between people? I no longer remember clearly. Because of frequent exposure to highly concentrated dyes, my mother fell ill. I gave her my favorite toy, but candy I couldn't bear to eat. Even though I knew what she needed wasn't these things. My father ran around constantly, seeking justice for my mother. Until one rainy night, mother said she was in too much pain and ended her own life. I knew she didn't want to burden us. What killed her was poverty and ordinariness. At that time, this incident had a very negative impact. To stabilize public opinion, I was forced to become an employee of the demon suppressing division. Even though I knew nothing, no one cared. I could only strive to live on, become stronger. Qinzi Heng thought, I can't lose. He determined, come on. Qin Ziheng charged straight ahead. He fiercely counterattacked with powerful strikes and flexible dodges. Finally, I have destiny in my hands. Qin Ziheng proudly. How can I let others snatch it away? He said. Blood fell. Qin Ziheng was surprised. I clearly hit him. Why? Gu Qingfeng commented. Indeed, too weak. Qin Heng fell. Gu Qingfeng declared. I'll take the demon weapon. Don't go, don't go. If this thing doesn't kill them instantly, it'll end their bloodline. Should I give it to someone else? King Feng thought. Gu Qingfeng realized the demonic energy is too strong. Ling Shi cast a divine artifact to detect enemies. Dizangdi saw threatened. You're good, kid, using soul power to bind me. Let's see if I won't turn you to ashes later. He was surprised to see Gu Feng blocking him right in front. That fast? Gu Feng struck him. Gu Qingfeng joked. Monkey hair. Don't tell me it's the great sage equal to heaven? Suddenly, a stream of energy poured down from above, and a dozen puppets appeared around him. Gu Qingfeng thought, what's grandpa's grandpa called? What's dad's mom called? Are these monkey descendants? It's rare to find a demon, but it led to this result. I feel like I've been scammed on a trip. Gu Qingfeng sighed. System notification. Attacked by a monkey demon. Illusion attribute plus 50. Gu Qingfeng speculated. I've been hit. When? Could it be murderous hypnotic music? He found the monkey sitting among the demon puppets. He rushed forward. You monkey, what are you doing sneaking around here? Come out and fight me. Dizangdi saw thought. He's not tied up yet. He's not running away. Humans are truly foolish, clearly knowing I'm stalling for time. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. Dizangdi saw unleashed a move. King Feng was surprised. You dared to play tricks again. Why do you have so little offensive power? A light flashed by. Gu Qingfeng fought back against all of them. The monkey demons were as if burned, falling to the ground in pain. The flame blazed brighter and the monster descended into it. He said, Kid, your death has come. Gu Qingfeng was fearless. You've worked hard. Let's start quickly. He then embraced the flame, after which he fiercely lunged towards Gu Qingfeng. System notification. You've been attacked by a monkey demon. Defense plus 1358. Cultivation plus 2460 magic. The monkey demon sneered. How dare you kill my kin? Foolish human. How do you plan to block this attack, which condenses all my true demonic power? Gu Qingfeng thought, this guy thinks I'm a traitor to the demon suppression division. Alright, no problem. He yelled, it hurts so much. One more hit and I'm done for. Keep it up. The monkey demon thought, how can this be? An attack that condenses all my demonic power couldn't kill him. Gu Qingfeng added fuel to the fire. Come on, give me another hit. Why are you so weak? He was furious. You're the one who's weak. Your whole family is weak. With that broken sword, you'll definitely be useless. Gu Qingfeng replied, you better hurry. It's almost my lunch break. The monkey demon was enraged. Damn it. I don't even get a break on New Year's Eve, and you dare to take a lunch break. So arrogant. Are you a leader and boss, perhaps? Today, I'll beat you to death. Gu Qingfeng emerged from the ground and said, your antisocial personality is unacceptable. It will ruin the work. I represent all members of the Demon Suppression Division in stopping you. He charged forward. The monkey demon fell. Gu Qingfeng remarked, you're quite humane too. The demon lord of South City, Dizangdi Sa, is dead. Gu Qingfeng had cut him in half. He asked, so how do I absorb this demonic power? Gu Qingfeng stabbed his sword into the monkey's backside, muttering, I remember this move. Absorb, 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 leaves rustled. Gu Qingfeng said, it doesn't seem to be working. He pulled hard to retrieve the sword, but it didn't budge. He muttered, damn it, it's stuck. Ah, the weapon is stuck in a strange place. Gu Qingfeng used all his strength to pull his sword out. He cursed, damn it, even after death, you still want to seize my demon weapon? He then fell to the ground. He panted, this battle was the most severely wounding one. After entering the Myriad Demon Nation, it was so hard to find a great demon, and this is the result. Gu Qingfeng was speechless with anger. My demon weapon. Gu Qingfeng was drenched in sweat, muttering to himself, I didn't even use that much force, and it's already covered in feces. This sword doesn't have a hilt. That's right, no hilt. He left the hilt covered in feces in its backside. Gu Qingfeng jumped away. Sunlight streamed through the canopy in a forest. A hand peeked out. Qinzi Hang, covered in blood, muttered, "Give me back my demon weapon. Give me back my demon weapon." Qinzi Hang walked to the corpse of the monkey demon from before. His face turned purple. Demon weapon. He held the hilt, covered in feces, that was in the monkey demon's backside. Qinzi Hang trembled, muttering, "Could something like this really happen?" He pulled out the hilt. "Even if it's a fragment, even if it's ordinary, we can still make them feel fear. I offer myself to you, become one with me." As he spoke, he plunged the hilt into his own head. His body erupted. Qinzi Hang was determined, "I will definitely chop that stinking brat down myself." In Baiqiu City, Gu Qingfeng asked, "How did this happen?" Mr. Pu replied, "I've searched for doctors throughout the city, and they all say Miss Li's heart meridian is severely damaged. Even immortals would struggle to save her. There's no hope. Miss Li was severely injured by that monkey. You should see her one last time." Gu Qingfeng said, "Heart meridian. Then maybe she can still be saved." Mr. Pu complied, "I'm not allowed to enter without permission." Gu Qingfeng opened the door and walked in. He said, "Though I don't understand medicine, alchemy is my strong suit. When I practiced alchemy with Li Tianren before, I did practice alchemy for repairing heart meridians. It's worth a try." He put the jade elixir into Miss Li's mouth. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. She couldn't swallow it. He stared at her. Then he kissed Miss Li to make her take the medicine. He observed carefully. Gu Qingfeng said, "What should we do? It can't be absorbed anymore. I can use my internal energy to guide it for her. Miss Li, forgive my offense." He lifted Miss Li up. Gu Qingfeng took off her clothes. Gu Qingfeng transmitted energy from her back. Then he put her back in her original position, muttering, "It's finally stable. Her complexion has returned to a rosy color." Miss Li turned over to one side. Gu Qingfeng was unexpectedly surprised. Miss Li was lying curled up. Gu Qingfeng covered her with a blanket. Then he let her rest and stepped out of the room. Outside, Gu Qingfeng said, "It went smoothly enough. Now the young lady needs to recuperate on her own." Mr. Pu was stunned. Damn, she's saved, as expected of a god, saving someone who was on the verge of death. Gu Qingfeng slapped him. "What are you shouting about? Our big sister needs to rest right now." Mr. Pu replied, I understand. I was just too astonished by young Master Gu's skills earlier. I'm truly ignorant." Gu Qingfeng said, "Stop looking. Follow me. We're going to avenge Miss Li now." A sound from the room door made both of them turn their heads. Mr. Pu asked, "Didn't you kill that monkey?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "One stinking monkey isn't enough. I want you to take me to the Imperial Palace of the Myriad Demon Nation. Hurry up. Let's get back before Big Sister wakes up." Alright, the two of them also left. At the Imperial Palace of the Myriad Demon Nation, Gu Qingfeng said, "Ahead is the Imperial Palace of the Myriad Demon Nation." Mr. Pu looked at him. "The Azure Demon Emperor of the Myriad Demon Nation and his consorts are all here." Gu Qingfeng asked, "The Azure Demon Emperor is alive? That's great. This time, nothing unexpected should happen, right?" Mr. Pu was startled as Gu Qingfeng charged down. Mr. Pu panicked. "So fast? Charging indirectly? As far as I know, the Azure Demon Emperor be in Empress White Tiger's bedchamber right now. Empress White Tiger is known as the most beautiful fox demon, with profound cultivation, and has recently been greatly favored by the Azure Demon Emperor. If you want to assassinate the Azure Demon Emperor, it's best we sneak in from the east." Then Gu Qingfeng interrupted, "Shut up." Gu Qingfeng stood in the hall and shouted, Azure Demon Emperor, get out here for this venerable one." The two of them stood frozen. Clouds floated by, but still no one appeared. Gu Qingfeng glanced. "They're here." A swarm of demon servants surrounded them. They said, "Just a human beast dares to cause trouble in the Imperial Palace." Gu Qingfeng replied, "Demon Master Realm, barely acceptable." The two sides began to fight. The demons were slammed through walls. Gu Qingfeng was greatly amused. This is truly wonderful. The myriad demon nation is indeed a human paradise. Why didn't this venerable one come sooner? You all save some time. Come at me all at once. The demon roared, arrogant. Gu Qingfeng looked up. The Master Realm demon said, soldiers, form ranks, capture him alive. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, just a Master Realm, yet you dared to be so presumptuous? Mr. Pu said, Western City Lord, Jinxian Wang Jianguer. He's furious. Gu Qingfeng calmly, Jinxian Wang Jianguer. Jinxian Wang Jianguer. Why is it called Jianguer? Divine chains flew towards them, as if to bind Gu Qingfeng tightly. Jinxian Wang Jianguer said, now's the time. The giant demons charged up. Mr. Pu had to strike, dispel. The chains were still flying towards them. The demons attacked. Mr. Pu yelled, go quickly. I came for this matter. How can I leave? Gu Qingfeng replied. Mr. Pu looked back in surprise. The area behind him had exploded. Mr. Pu thought, he's risking his life to avenge Miss Li. Is this the bond of humans? If that's the case, even if I have to stay and clean up the mess, I must go. Mr. Pu turned back around. He was helpless. Oh well, dying and returning to nature is good. I don't have a body, so what's the point of staying? He quickly ran. I'll take care of Miss Li for you. The system announced. Ding ding ding. You have been counterattacked by the myriad demon slaughter formation. Defense plus 100, 100, 100. Cultivation plus 100, 100, 100. Gu Qingfeng enjoyed it gleefully. Ha ha ha. Come on. Let this venerable one have more fun. An hour later, the demons were puzzled. This guy seems impossible to kill. Gu Qingfeng mocked. Do you only know how to call these useless guys? He stood up. Now this venerable one gives you two choices. 1. You attack this venerable one. 2. Call more demons to attack this venerable one. Jinxian Wang Jianguer was enraged. Arrogant. He charged forward. Gu Qingfeng was ready, waiting for him to attack. Jinxian Wang Jiangu's eyes widened and he froze. Mr. Pu had attacked him from behind. His body was injured. He was surprised. Impossible. Gu Qingfeng immediately struck, making Jinxian Wang Jianguer fall. Gu Qingfeng said, you should have taken that blow just now. Oh well, there's no shortage of him anyway. Gu Qingfeng stood amidst the defeated demons. The atmosphere fell silent. Night had fallen, so where should I go now? The lakeside was very noisy. The Azure Demon Emperor sat amidst a group of beautiful women. My beauties, don't stay in the water too long. This emperor will miss you. The beauties splashed in the water. Empress White Tiger replied, Your Majesty, your concubine cannot help but miss you. Your power, your magnificence, your concubine is overjoyed. Gu Qingfeng bit an apple, observing them. The Azure Demon Emperor started, turned around. Who's there? Gu Qingfeng calmly took another bite of the apple. He said, you all just keep playing. I'll grab a bite first. The Azure Demon Emperor raged. A mere human god realm cultivator dares to be insolent in this emperor's palace. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Just eating some food. No need to be so petty. The Azure Demon Emperor furiously clenched his fist, and a light flared. A demon flew up into the sky and asked, Azure Demon Emperor, what are your orders? Gu Qingfeng and this demon looked at each other. The Azure Demon Emperor, naked, carried the White Tiger Empress ashore. The Azure Demon Emperor commanded, capture him alive for this emperor. The demon immediately followed the order. The demon said, prepare to die. He punched directly towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng stood still, completely unmoving. The other person couldn't understand. How can this be? Gu Qingfeng said, you don't believe it, you scrawny chicken? He replied, I didn't expect you to have such powerful cultivation. Interesting. Gu Qingfeng responded, alright, since you complimented me, go on. The demon was surprised. What? He was furious, damn it. The demon channeled all the internal energy in his body. He charged towards Gu Qingfeng, who still stood still, ready to receive the attack. Gu Qingfeng glanced. The system announced, ding, the host was attacked by a metal-eating cicada. Metal attribute plus 300,000 plus 300,000, plus 300,000. Congratulations, host, for breaking through cultivation to the peak of Kanchi realm, reaching Grandmaster realm. Ding, the metal attribute has reached its limit. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the metal spirit body. Ding, the system announced, the metal attribute has reached its limit. Congratulations, host, the metal spirit body has evolved into the metal god body. Feeling the surge of new power, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself with satisfaction, metal god body, not bad. He spoke with authority. This venerable one is very satisfied with your strength. If you are willing to submit to this venerable one, and also help this venerable one capture the Azure Demon Emperor, offer the White Tiger Empress to this venerable one. This venerable one can consider sparing your life. How about it? The demon gritted his teeth in anger and roared. Want me to rebel against His Majesty the Azure Demon Emperor? Dream on. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him disdainfully. You don't know what's good for you. An unexpected sight made him pause. He pulled out another weapon. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, putting all his strength into striking Gu Qingfeng with a determined look in his eyes. However, the attack that seemed to hit its mark caused no harm. Gu Qingfeng easily lifted him up. The demon was stunned. How can this be? It clearly hit. The weapon pointed directly at Gu Qingfeng's face, but couldn't advance an inch. He began to struggle. Wings suddenly unfurled from his back, helping him break free from Gu Qingfeng's grasp. Gu Qingfeng was a little surprised. Wings? Taking advantage of the opportunity, the demon immediately flew up into the sky. Gu Qingfeng looked up and asked, You don't need your weapon anymore? The demon angrily pointed at him. Damn it, you'll regret this. Having said that, he swooped down to attack again. This time, Gu Qingfeng showed no mercy. An invisible surge of power knocked the demon backward onto the ground, leaving him utterly helpless. How can you be so strong? Gu Qingfeng sighed. Alas, this venerable one gave you a chance to live, but it's a pity you didn't cherish it. No sooner had he finished speaking, he appeared before the demon, and a merciless attack was immediately unleashed. He grabbed the demon by the neck. The demon screamed in panic. What are you doing? Gu Qingfeng grabbed one of his wings and mercilessly ripped it off. The other screamed in pain. You dare! Gu Qingfeng maintained his cold expression, then suddenly he glanced to the side. Two other figures were rushing towards them. He casually threw the broken wing to the ground, stood tall, and observed. Gu Qingfeng spoke mockingly. This venerable one has already struck. Isn't it too late for you to ask if I dare now? Weak chickens like to squawk. Do you need to stabilize your emotions before taking action? The old man who had just arrived angrily shouted, No matter why you came here, you're going to die. He unleashed countless iron chains, lunging towards Gu Qingfeng. I'm very curious to see what you rely on, young man. Gu Qingfeng immediately performed a skillful maneuver. All the chains were drawn to a single point. The old man smiled smugly. My iron chains are forged from the blood essence of 1,000 people. Even a powerful God Realm expert will turn into white bones upon contact. The chains suddenly froze in midair. The old man proudly said, Young man, enjoy it. Gu Qingfeng laughed. You talk a good game. As long as I don't get touched by these chains, I'll be fine, right? But then he suddenly felt helpless. A group of zombies was already clinging tightly to his feet. The old man laughed heartily. The demons have arrived too. My weeping staff is refined from the primordial spirits of 1,000 people. Young man, you won't be lonely when you enter there later. Gu Qingfeng said with interest. You even know how to cooperate. Not bad. He looked up at the countless opponents surrounding him and roared, Go to hell. A terrifying wave of power erupted. Gu Qingfeng was a little disappointed. Too weak. There isn't even a system notification sound. You truly are useless. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. Manjushri's was a soul weapon. How could it be cut down? Just as the old man was still astonished, Gu Qingfeng had slipped behind him and delivered a blow that left him no time to react. A single move terrified all the remaining demons. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, Only you are left. What are you waiting for? Why don't you come at me? The old man's companion saw this and muttered, "'Tis strong, I need to escape." But Gu Qingfeng blocked his path. Two powerful forces clashed fiercely, evenly matched. Gu Qingfeng wore a sinister smile, while his opponent's eyes were full of determination. In a flash, his weapon was snatched by Gu Qingfeng. The two slammed their heads together. The demon's head immediately exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Gu Qingfeng casually delivered a final blow to finish him off. He looked at the fallen subordinates and said mockingly, "Your master ran away. Why are you sacrificing your lives? Azure Demon Emperor, let's see where you can hide." With that, he calmly walked away. A moment later, a black crow flew down to peck at the corpses. But when a figure appeared, it flew away. That person was Qin Kai Hang. He flashed a sinister smile, then broke off a finger from a corpse and ravenously ate it like a delicacy. The black crow perched nearby was startled and flew away. He whispered, "She's scared now." At this time, in another place, the Azure Demon Emperor said to the person next to him, "Empress, you rest here. This emperor will quickly deal with that kind." The White Tiger Empress reminded him, "Your Majesty, please be careful." The Azure Demon Emperor reassured her, "Empress, rest assured, by now, that small human noble has been captured by General Jin. This emperor will return to find you soon." She replied, "All right, your concubine will wait for your return." The Azure Demon Emperor smiled, "Don't worry." A sudden voice rang out, "Don't worry, all your subordinates have been killed by me, and you're still there worrying?" Gu Qingfeng slowly stepped out. The Azure Demon Emperor raged, "Human, how dare you come here?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "There's no one to play with me outside, so if I don't look for you, who should I look for?" The Azure Demon Emperor was stunned. "What trick did you use? I truly can't sense any souls outside." The White Tiger Empress roared, "Presumptuous! How dare you speak so insolently in front of royalty?" Gu Qingfeng raised his hand, gently caressing the White Tiger Empress's cheek. "Royalty, no matter what you say, I'm also a human king, or perhaps I should be a demon king?" The Azure Demon Emperor thought to himself, "Wait, if he's a human king and also a demon king, wouldn't that make him a human demon king?" He shouted, "Empress!" The White Tiger Empress turned to look at him affectionately. My king." Gu Qingfeng smirked, lightly hooking the White Tiger Empress's dress with one finger. She immediately shyly held it back. Seeing this, the Azure Demon Emperor grew even angrier. "Damn it, human, even if your cultivation is stronger, you're no match for me." Gu Qingfeng provoked, "So, do you want to kill me now?" The Azure Demon Emperor suppressed his anger, warning, "This emperor will give you one chance. What do you want in return for releasing the White Tiger Empress?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Oh, and you still won't attack? Perfect. Then summon all the demon gods of the 10,000 demon nation here. Remember, all of them." The Azure Demon Emperor asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Qingfeng shouted, "Why are you so talkative? Do you want me to live stream the scene before you'll comply?" The Azure Demon Emperor was puzzled. "Live stream? What's that?" Gu Qingfeng, losing patience, pointed at the White Tiger Empress. "Are you going to hurry up or not? Do you believe I'll deal with her in a bit?" The Azure Demon Emperor quickly stopped him. "All right, as long as you don't harm the Empress, this emperor will agree to your terms." Gu Qingfeng scoffed, "Sacrificing your people for a beauty, truly a touching love story." The Azure Demon Emperor said, "This emperor has done as you said. You must also keep your promise." Gu Qingfeng replied, "Who are you to be worthy of giving orders to this venerable one?" The Azure Demon Emperor said, "This emperor has followed your request and called everyone here. The number of demons this emperor has summoned this time is double the previous casualties. I don't believe you can escape this time." After finishing the summoning, he asked, "So, now what?" Gu Qingfeng's jaw dropped in surprise. "Not bad, not bad." He pushed the White Tiger Empress towards him. "This venerable one always keeps his word. Here's your Empress." The two looked at each other affectionately. "Empress, your Majesty." The Azure Demon Emperor growled, "Empress, step back. This emperor won't spare this bastard." He channeled his power, Heavenly One Divine Water. Gu Qingfeng seemed utterly unconcerned. The Azure Demon Emperor launched a kick. Die. Gu Qingfeng stood still, but as the attack neared, he deftly dodged it. The Heavenly One Divine Water merely grazed him, its power exploding behind him. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Oh, you can play like this too? The Azure Demon Emperor continued his attack. Countless streams of power were unleashed, striking directly at Gu Qingfeng. This time, he simply extended his body to receive them. The system immediately announced, Water Attribute 500,000 plus 500,000, Cultivation 500,000 plus 500,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Water Spirit Physique. Water Spirit Physique has upgraded to Water God Physique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through Cultivation, Grand Master Triple Heaven, Grand Master Quadruple Heaven. Gu Qingfeng's power violently erupted. The massive energy current shattered the entire area where they stood. The Azure Demon Emperor had to fly into the air, while Gu Qingfeng stood tall in the middle of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. All the demons also flew into the air. Gu Qingfeng said with interest, "Ha ha, are all the demons here? Then this venerable one shall begin." The Azure Demon Emperor ordered, "Quick, form a formation, absolutely don't let him escape. He has injured so many demons of our 10,000 demon nation. We must capture him alive. This emperor wants him to suffer a fate worse than death." Gu Qingfeng flew into the air, charging into the crowd. One by one, he struck them down, each demon falling. The White Tiger Empress said to the king, "Your Majesty, look, this person has been fighting for a long time, and except for General Jin at the very beginning, almost none of our demons have died." The Azure Demon Emperor replied, "That's right." He looked at his fallen subordinates. The Azure Demon Emperor suddenly realized, this emperor understands, his strength is limited. To deal with so many demons, he can only injure them to protect himself. He doesn't have the power to kill them as long as his strength is completely depleted. The Azure Demon Emperor shouted, "Soldiers, this human only has strong defenses. Continue to attack. When his strength is exhausted, that's when we can cut him down." The demons chorused, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Azure Demon Emperor continued to command, "No need for formations. Charge. Kill this damned human. Witness our true strength. For His Majesty." Gu Qingfeng laughed. "Perfect timing, Azure Demon Emperor. Azure Demon Emperor. How should this venerable one reward you later?" He lay flat in midair, casually saying, "Then this venerable one will reward you by letting me play with the White Tiger Empress." He lay still, allowing the demons to attack. After a while, the demons were exhausted. They cried out in panic, "It's the palace! The palace is destroyed! Hurry to the palace to help Lord Azure Demon Emperor." But when they arrived, the palace had completely collapsed, leaving only a pile of ashes. Amidst the rubble was Qin Shi Huang. The demons wondered, "Who is this guy?" Qin Shi Huang exhaled a breath. They whispered, "This guy has no demonic aura." Another one said, "Could he be that invader?" They charged forward. "A puny human dares to block our way." But with just a few kicks, Qin Shi Huang defeated them all. He licked his fingertip and then grabbed the leading demon by the neck. All of them have been defeated. Meanwhile, in another palace, a bull-headed demon rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, we suspect this person is not human. In 1 hour, we used all our strength and magic, but he was completely unharmed. We were even injured by the power deflecting from his body." The Azure Demon Emperor was aghast. "What?" The disciple said, "Your Majesty, please think of a solution quickly, or we will die by his hand." At the same time, the demons attacking Gu Qingfeng reported, "Your Majesty, we're almost successful." Gu Qingfeng still lay motionless. The Azure Demon Emperor thought, the opportunity has arrived. As long as all the demons combine their strength, they can surely make this arrogant human pay the price. The Azure Demon Emperor said, "All demons, heed this emperor's command. Form a formation." Gu Qingfeng still lay still. Gu Qingfeng said, "Azure Demon Emperor, do you have any more tricks? If not, it's my turn to counterattack." The Azure Demon Emperor growled, "Insignificant human. Don't be unreasonable. If you beg for mercy now, this emperor will consider giving you a way out." Gu Qingfeng stood up, dusting himself off. This venerable one just took a nap to enjoy a little sweetness, and you thought you could win against this venerable one? The demons felt that something was wrong. Gu Qingfeng said, overestimating yourselves. The demons still charged to attack, but an invisible hand struck Gu Qingfeng, making him vomit blood. The demons continued to attack. One reported, Your Majesty, this person has been beaten to vomit blood by us, but there are no external injuries. The Azure Demon Emperor ordered, Then find a way to smash his internal organs. The fat pig replied, Yes, Your Majesty. But after only a moment, all of them collapsed. The Azure Demon Emperor couldn't help but be surprised. The fat pig walked around, holding his back. Your Majesty, we subordinates can't hold on any longer. This person has extremely perverse defense. He seems to have a counter system. Almost no attack power works on him. In this subordinate's opinion, it's best to imprison him and wait for the Holy Envoy to descend. What if Holy Envoy Lu takes an interest in him? Not only can we get our revenge, but we'll also earn merit with the Holy Envoy. The Azure Demon Emperor agreed. You're right. He took out a token. Gu Qingfeng observed him, then was suddenly trapped inside an iron cage. He was a bit annoyed. Out of tricks already, no more demons left, just this little skill. The Azure Demon Emperor said, I want to see how long you can remain stubborn. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, It seems they have no more demons, that's why they imprisoned me. Thanks to these more than 1,000 demons just now, my indestructible demonic dragon body has advanced from beginner to advanced level. And there are many other powerful physics. Now, surely no barrier can hold me. Why not test it with this cage? The Azure Demon Emperor walked to the cage. I thought you had some extraordinary skill, but it turns out you're just good at taking a beating. I also want to see how many days this skill of yours will last in front of the Holy Envoy. Just now you insulted my White Tiger Empress. Now I want you to pay the price. The Azure Demon Emperor immediately attacked, but he was utterly surprised, involuntarily falling backward. Gu Qingfeng called out, Azure Demon Emperor, look here. Look at this. The Azure Demon Emperor turned, startled, watching Gu Qingfeng effortlessly break through the iron cage to his astonishment. Gu Qingfeng flew up, landing directly in front of the Azure Demon Emperor, making the ground explode. All the demons could only lie at his feet. The Azure Demon Emperor couldn't believe it. How can this be? Clearly, your attack power is very weak. How could you break the seal? No, who exactly are you? Gu Qingfeng approached, replying, If you want to know who I am, I'll give you a chance, but what do you intend to trade for it? The Azure Demon Emperor said, Do you think you're worthy of bargaining with me? Gu Qingfeng slapped him. You're already a prisoner, yet you still put on airs like an emperor. Are you worthy? I'm giving you a chance to live. You can contact the Holy Clan, right? Immediately summon them down here. The Azure Demon Emperor screamed. What? Gu Qingfeng grabbed his neck, preventing him from getting up. I told you to call them, so call them. Why talk so much? Don't waste my time. The Azure Demon Emperor still struggled. You wish. I'd rather die than let you have your way. Gu Qingfeng asked, You really won't call them? He began to torture him. The Azure Demon Emperor, in pain, still declared, I am the ruler of the Myriad Demon Nation. How can I compromise with a human? I'll tell you this, only I can contact my master. If you're so capable, come and kill me. Gu Qingfeng released the Azure Demon Emperor, stood up and said, I like demons with your resolve. It's fine if you're not afraid of death. But there are many things in this world more terrifying than death. Gu Qingfeng turned and walked away. The Azure Demon Emperor laughed, Even if you defeat me, you won't make me submit. Bring on whatever tricks you have. If I so much as frown, then I am not the ruler of the Myriad Demon Nation. Gu Qingfeng grabbed the White Tiger Empress, his weakness. The Azure Demon Emperor panicked. Human, release my Empress. Gu Qingfeng said, You reminded me. He held the White Tiger Empress. If I want to threaten you, what's the fun in you not seeing it? He looked at her. You agree, right? Gu Qingfeng was absorbing the White Tiger Empress's energy. The Azure Demon Emperor lay on the ground, screaming, Human, what do you want to do? Gu Qingfeng kissed the White Tiger Empress right in front of him. A truly passionate kiss. The Azure Demon Emperor was enraged. You bastard. Gu Qingfeng continued, even licking the White Tiger Empress's neck. He fondled her body all over. The Azure Demon Emperor was going mad. Human, I will definitely kill you. You scoundrel, if you're so capable, come at me. What kind of skill is it to lay hands on a woman? The White Tiger Empress also seemed extremely pleased. The Azure Demon Emperor kept screaming, release her, release her. Gu Qingfeng ignored him. He still refused to speak. He said to the White Tiger Empress, he would rather abandon you than betray the Holy Clan. That proves you're not as important as the Holy Clan. If I can't find a way to contact the Holy Clan, Gu Qingfeng held her, intending to leave, carrying her over his shoulder. Then savoring the taste of the Fox Clan's #1 beauty today isn't so bad. The two left amidst the ruins. Gu Qingfeng carried her into the room, held her tightly, then put the White Tiger Empress down. Gu Qingfeng prepared to enjoy this plump prey. The system announced, ding, host attacked by White Tiger Empress. Yinchi 1000 plus 1000 plus 10,000. The two looked at each other. Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Yinchi increased again. The White Tiger Empress cowered in a corner. Gu Qingfeng looked at her and said, I didn't expect you to have this function. No wonder you're the #1 beauty of the Fox Clan, truly skilled. To let you die clearly, I'll give you a few minutes to clearly see the cultivation levels around you. The White Tiger Empress wondered, what exactly does this human want? How can this be? Clearly, I was absorbing his true chi, so why is he now absorbing my yin origin chi? Gu Qingfeng grabbed her ankle, spreading her legs. The White Tiger Empress then had both her hands and feet tied. Tears welled up in her eyes. You beast in human skin. Gu Qingfeng turned back to look, reaching out his hand. He picked up the rope binding her feet. Gu Qingfeng said, a vixen like you is playing too deep. Have you forgotten when you slaughtered humans for the Holy Clan? What I'm doing now isn't even a 10,000th of what you did to humans. He lifted her skirt. From now on, think carefully before you speak. Tell me, are you ready for death or are you preparing to beg for mercy? Remember, clinging weakly means he's ready for death. The White Tiger Empress pleaded, please spare me. Gu Qingfeng wiped his mouth. You're smart enough, I see. He pushed her down again. I'll give you a chance to live. Swear to recognize me as your master. He sent her a contract. Gu Qingfeng said, you are a woman, so swear that if you betray your master, Gu Qingfeng, your head will rot, your feet will fester, your skin will decay, and your body will reek until you die. The White Tiger Empress obediently, The White Tiger Empress swears, if I betray my master, Gu Qingfeng, my head will rot, my feet will fester, my skin will decay, and my body will reek until I die. Gu Qingfeng reminded, you are an external heavenly demon. Knowing too much will lead to a quick death. You only need to know that I am your master. The White Tiger Empress obediently listened. Gu Qingfeng asked, I ask you, in this entire myriad demon nation, besides the Azure Demon Emperor, is there anyone else who can contact the Holy Clan? The White Tiger Empress replied, that's all. He asked again, what does the Azure Demon Emperor care about most? She answered, not entirely sure, you age. Gu Qingfeng scoffed, care about you, my foot. If he cared about you, he wouldn't contact the Holy Clan. He ignores you because he's afraid of death. Is that caring? The White Tiger Empress explained, that's because he wouldn't dare. The Holy Clan is brutal. They don't consider us demons as equals. Once, if the Azure Demon Emperor contacts the Holy Clan about this matter, the Holy Clan will definitely kill him when they descend. Gu Qingfeng continued to ask, he's afraid the Holy Clan will kill him, so he's not afraid I'll kill him? Doesn't he know that even if he doesn't contact the Holy Clan will descend on their own a year later? The outcome will be the same then. The White Tiger Empress said again, Your Majesty, Gu Qingfeng threatened, if you hesitate and don't tell me the truth, do you think I won't kill the Azure Demon Emperor right now? The White Tiger Empress trembled in fear. She grabbed Gu Qingfeng's leg. No, please, Master, don't kill the Azure Demon Emperor. I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'll tell you everything. Gu Qingfeng said, speak quickly. The White Tiger Empress revealed, the Azure Demon Emperor has another trump card. Gu Qingfeng wondered, a trump card? The White Tiger Empress replied, yes, according to the Azure Demon Emperor, he has a trump card. Even if he resists the Holy Clan, he can still retreat safely. Gu Qingfeng looked at her. Consider yourself wise. So what exactly is this trump card? Tell this venerable one clearly. The White Tiger Empress obeyed. She recounted, the Azure Demon Emperor's confidence comes from a divine weapon bestowed by the Holy Clan. It's called the 10,000 Demon Banner. The power of this divine weapon is extraordinary. It can surpass the great killing artifacts in this world. Gu Qingfeng was interested. A divine weapon, something from the upper realm? Keep going, keep going. The White Tiger Empress said, humans in the Azure realm can reach the cultivation of a god guard. The cultivation of weapons also has a limit in the Azure realm. The highest realm for weapons is heaven grade, and a divine weapon is an existence that surpasses even heaven grade spiritual artifacts. Gu Qingfeng asked, if he has the 10,000 Demon Banner divine weapon, why doesn't he use it? The White Tiger Empress answered, that's because the 10,000 Demon Banner needs to devour demons. The more demons it devours, the greater its power. He hasn't had a chance to prepare it yet. Gu Qingfeng continued to ask, is there such a miraculous divine weapon in this world? He secretly thought, if it's true, then heaven is helping me. The 10,000 Demon Banner is a weapon tailor-made for me. Anyway, now in the 10,000 Demon Nation and the Azure Realm, I am invincible. It wouldn't be bad to go to the upper realm to play. The White Tiger Empress thought, Your Majesty, I have wronged you, but if we all die, we truly won't be able to rise again. Gu Qingfeng grabbed the White Tiger Empress's wrist. He said, let's go, let's find the Azure Demon Emperor. The White Tiger Empress thought, Your Majesty, can you understand my suffering? The Azure Demon Emperor was sitting amidst the dead soldiers. He was surprised when Gu Qingfeng and the White Tiger Empress emerged. Gu Qingfeng threw the White Tiger Empress back to the Azure Demon Emperor. The Azure Demon Emperor asked, my beloved consort, are you all right? The White Tiger Empress thought, how did Your Majesty become so desperate? He's like a dog that's lost its owner. It's disgusting. Gu Qingfeng called out, Azure Demon Emperor. The Azure Demon Emperor stood in front of the White Tiger Empress to protect her. Human, what do you want to do? Gu Qingfeng replied, Azure Demon Emperor, you still have a divine weapon from the upper realm hidden on you, don't you? As long as you're willing to give it to this venerable one can spare your life. How about it? The Azure Demon Emperor was stunned. How did you know? He thought, if he snatches the divine weapon from this emperor has no chance of winning. But for my beloved consort, this emperor cannot easily admit defeat. The White Tiger Empress bowed. I told Master. The Azure Demon Emperor asked, what, my beloved consort? Why? He looked at the White Tiger Empress standing with Gu Qingfeng. You slut. Even if you wanted the moon from the sky, this emperor would only regret not being able to pluck it for you. Yet you betray this emperor. The White Tiger Empress replied, what good does it do if you treat me well? When I was in danger, did you save me? Can you defeat my master? I'm the one who told Master. So what? What can a dog that's lost its owner like you do to me? The Azure Demon Emperor went furious upon hearing that. What did you call him? Master, you too. The White Tiger Empress looked at Gu Qingfeng. A dog that's lost its owner. You got that right. Now I've become Master's person. Fan Ma Hong raised his fist and charged forward. You wretched couple. Today this emperor will make you pay dearly. No sooner had he finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng retaliated with a palm strike. He stepped on him, saying, now this exalted one isn't in the mood to watch your melodramatic love play. Now this exalted one only cares about the 10,000 demon kingdom, understand? Fan Ma Hong resisted. You want this emperor's 10,000 demon fan. Dream on. Even if this emperor dies, I won't hand it over to you wretched couple. Gu Qingfeng said, this exalted one doesn't just want the 10,000 demon fan, but also wants to deal with you. Fan Mahong roared. A mere human dares to demand this emperor's surrender. Dream on. Gu Qingfeng said, you truly won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Besides Empress White Tiger, your harem must have quite a few beauties, eh? Fan Mahong asked, what do you want to do? Gu Qingfeng asked, you have sons and daughters, don't you? Empress White Tiger spoke up, Master, this dog from a disgraced household dotes on his daughter, Princess Kinglin. Fan Mahong was furious and helpless. You slut, human, if you dared to lay a finger on my daughter, this emperor will surely hack you into 8 pieces. Gu Qingfeng pressed down harder on his head. How many disgusting things have you done for the Saint race? How many human children have you touched? Why can't I touch your daughter now? Fan Mahong cursed. How can lowly beasts compare to my daughter? Gu Qingfeng stomped, nearly crushing his head. This exalted one won't just touch her, but I also want her to be my concubine and treat her just like Empress White Tiger. How about that? One demon came back to life, and other demons also gained summoning power, brimming with strength. Fan Mahong said, human, this emperor has already told you, if you dare to lay a single finger on this emperor's daughter, this emperor will chop you into 100,000 pieces. Gu Qingfeng suddenly swayed. Fan Mahong had stood up, his eyes filled with hatred. Fan Mahong launched an infinite barrage of attacks. Gu Qingfeng quickly dodged the attacks. Power gathered in his arm, and he punched Fan Mahong without missing a single blow. Fan Mahong was hit and sent flying far away, the force creating many layers of powerful shockwaves. Fan Mahong slammed into the wall, unable to resist any longer. Gu Qingfeng said, you don't know your own limits. Fan Mahong had to admit, you are very strong, but the Saint race is even stronger. After our master descends to the mortal realm, they will avenge me. Gu Qingfeng grabbed him by the collar. He draped his arm over Fan Mahong's shoulder and walked. Are all of you demons from the 10,000 demon kingdom so rude? Can't you let someone finish their sentence? And when did this exalted one say I wanted to kill you? Fan Mahong asked. Then what do you want to say? Gu Qingfeng said, this exalted one wants to say that I'll let you go heal your wounds. After you recover, bring the 10,000 demon fan and come seek revenge. This exalted one wants you to lose willingly and completely convinced. He shoved a pill into Fan Mahong's mouth. You're as weak as a chicken. Don't you dare die. Gu Qingfeng walked off. Alright, now scram. After you've healed, remember to come seek revenge on this exalted one. Seek out the Saint race, or use the 10,000 demon fan. Either way is fine. You can also choose not to return, in which case your daughter will become this exalted one's concubine. Fan Mahong was still stunned. You're really letting me go? Gu Qingfeng turned his head. Otherwise, what? Do you want me to keep you here for lunch? You have so many demons. How much of my money would that cost? Now scram. Fan Mahong thought to himself, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood. Gu Qingfeng then left, landing on the ground. In front of Gu Qingfeng was Empress White Tiger. Gu Qingfeng walked past her. Empress White Tiger asked, Master, why did you let him go? He'll definitely come back for revenge with the 10,000 demon fan. Gu Qingfeng replied, for better or worse. You were his consort. Why do you want him dead now? Empress White Tiger shyly said, that was before. Now that I follow Master, of course, I want to completely cut ties with him. Gu Qingfeng asked, are you afraid that if he gets strong enough to seek revenge, he'll kill you instead? Empress White Tiger replied, Master, I'm just worried about you. The power of the 10,000 demon fan depends on how many demons it consumes. Once Fan Mahong consumes a large number of demons, it will be a major threat. Gu Qingfeng glared, and Empress White Tiger's face turned pale. She knelt down. Master, spare me. Your servant is only worried about you. I wouldn't dare meddle in Master's affairs, and certainly wouldn't dare doubt Master's decisions. Gu Qingfeng looked. For now, this exalted one believes you. Talk less, and go summon Princess Kinglin here immediately. Empress White Tiger quickly responded, it's just that. Gu Qingfeng said, just what? Speak quickly. Empress White Tiger replied, it's just that girl Kinglin is a divine realm expert with a fiery temper. She usually despises your servant, So if your servant goes, I'm afraid. Gu Qingfeng roared, useless. He summoned his boundless power. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand, and a vortex of power swept up all the demons. A sky-shattering punch was unleashed, and sparks exploded into hundreds of pieces, falling down. It was like a rain of blood falling on Empress White Tiger's face. The handsome Gu Qingfeng, showing off his six-pack abs, said, if you don't obey this exalted one, then you'll die just like those demons. It's best to work for this exalted one, and become a special existence by this exalted one side. Empress White Tiger replied, your servant will go immediately. Gu Qingfeng asked, can you personally bring Princess Qinglin here? She fell to the ground. Yes, I can. They turned their backs to each other, each going about their business, with only the rustling of leaves remaining. At the imperial palace, Gu Qingfeng sat imposingly and said, I'll give you a choice, either submit or die. Everyone objected. Human, don't dream. Tell us to submit. We'd all rather be beheaded. The remaining people looked at them, trembling with fear. Gu Qingfeng said, is there anyone else who wants to die? Step forward quickly. Don't waste this exalted one's time. Everyone bowed their heads. This humble demon is willing to submit. Gu Qingfeng was satisfied. Very good. Now swear your loyalty to this exalted one. You must swear a deadly oath, or else the fate of those demons just now will be yours. This exalted one's name is Gu Qingfeng. The demons readily obeyed. We swear to be loyal to Master Gu Qingfeng until death. If we violate this oath, our feet will fester and our demon power will be lost. Another demon agreed, me too. The demons raised their hands, me too. Your oaths, the heavenly demon of the outer realm, the heavenly demon of oaths, has heard them. If you violate your oaths, they will surely come true. All knelt and bowed before Gu Qingfeng. We swear our loyalty to Master until death, and will never be disloyal. Gu Qingfeng replied, not bad, very enlightened. He continued, all right, after you return, go about your business and get the 10,000 demon kingdom running again. Also, pay attention to Than Ma Hong's movements. If you see Than Ma Hong devouring demons, ignore it. When necessary, you can even help him devour other demons. Furthermore, spread the news that his daughter and concubines are living very well, understand? The demons obeyed, we understand. Gu Qingfeng added, all right, Empress White Tiger is too slow. Send someone to help Empress White Tiger bring Princess Qinglin here for this exalted one. The demon bowed, yes, master. Gu Qingfeng replied, all right, go do your work. Watching them leave, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, I still feel like something is missing. He then realized, that's right, it's been a long time since I checked Little Succubus's dance practice results. I remember Little Succubus cultivates by drinking blood. These demons are mostly divine realm experts. Their blood might help Little Succubus cultivate quickly and perhaps even transform into many different forms. Gu Qingfeng called out, Little Succubus, Master has something good here. Come quickly. He said, Little Succubus, the blood of these demons is beneficial for your cultivation. Don't waste it. Little Succubus hugged Gu Qingfeng. Thank you, Master. After a brief cuddle, Little Succubus ran off. She sucked the blood dry from all the demons there. Little Succubus returned, full of vigor. Master, I've sucked them all dry. Gu Qingfeng replied, go back and cultivate well. This exalted one will check on you today. Suddenly a voice called out, Master, where is Master? We've brought Princess Qinglin here. Gu Qingfeng told Little Succubus, you go back first. Master will check your dance practice results another day. Little Succubus obediently said, yes. Gu Qingfeng returned to his seat. Sitting down, Gu Qingfeng said, this exalted one is here. Empress White Tiger had brought the person. Princess Qinglin was bound and kneeling before him. Empress White Tiger reported, Master, we have brought Princess Qinglin. Princess Qinglin struggled. Let me go. Let this princess go, you traitors. Gu Qingfeng replied, not bad. Well done. Lift your head. Let this exalted one see. Princess Qinglin spat in disdain. You lowly and despicable human. You dare to capture this princess. You just wait. Empress White Tiger stepped forward and slapped her. Dare to disrespect the master, you've got some nerve. Princess Kinglin resentfully said, "You're just a servant attending my imperial father, yet you dare to hit me." Empress White Tiger said, "Master, this servant has taught her a lesson for you. Are you satisfied?" Gu Qingfeng pointed, "Well done, but it seems Princess Kinglin still doesn't submit to this exalted one." Empress White Tiger immediately focused all her vital energy. She raised her palm. "As long as I ruin your face, I'll be the one and only person by Master's side." Empress White Tiger slapped her, making her shed tears and her face turn purple. "Master, she submits now." Gu Qingfeng was satisfied. "Not bad. Well done. Return to your former palace to rest. The two of you may also withdraw." Empress White Tiger and the two servants obeyed. "Thank you, Master." "Yes, Master." They left, leaving only Gu Qingfeng and Kinglin. "Princess." Gu Qingfeng leisurely stood up, his gaze sweeping over the figure kneeling at his feet. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to help her up, and a pure surge of power entered her body, quickly healing her injuries. He commanded, "Lift your head. Let this exalted one see." At that command, Princess Kinglin was a little embarrassed, but still complied. As her beautiful face looked up, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but secretly praise, "What a breathtaking beauty! The Green Demon Emperor really knows how to sire daughters." He teased, "I didn't expect your foolish father could produce a beauty like you." Hearing this, Princess Kinglin quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze. She snapped, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Qingfeng sneered and asked back, "Why do you think? Does this exalted one need a reason to look at his prisoner?" Princess Kinglin was stunned, stammering, "No need." Gu Qingfeng then held her beautiful face, his voice full of authority. "Since you are so beautiful, this exalted one is willing to make an exception and let you choose." Princess Kinglin was utterly surprised. What? A thought flashed through her mind. He's so handsome, it might not be impossible. In contrast to her confusion, Gu Qingfeng appeared extremely confident. He boldly declared, "Acknowledge this exalted one as your master, and swear allegiance to this exalted one." His words were like a thunderbolt to Princess Kinglin. "What?" Gu Qingfeng grew impatient. What? This exalted one is asking if you are willing. If not, this exalted one will kill you and use your death to lure your father to his demise. Choose." Facing life and death, Princess Kinglin immediately submitted. "I am willing to be loyal to Master." Gu Qingfeng reminded, "This exalted one's name is Gu Qingfeng. When you swear, remember not to mispronounce it." Princess Kinglin had no choice but to make a solemn vow. "I, Princess Kinglin, swear eternal loyalty to Master Gu Qingfeng. If I betray, my appearance shall be ruined." He casually added, "Say, and my legs will rot. My eyes will discharge pus." She helplessly repeated, "My legs will rot. My eyes will discharge pus." A surge of contractual power immediately flowed into her hand. Gu Qingfeng calmly walked away. The oath is complete. He continued his plan. Now, for the next step. He turned and asked, "Where is the national treasury of your myriad demon nation?" Princess Kinglin could only stare blankly. Immediately after, Gu Qingfeng sat down to cultivate, muttering to himself with a contented expression, "No rare treasures left behind, no spiritual weapons or divine artifacts missed, no gold ingots overlooked." He laughed heartily, his voice echoing everywhere. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." His maniacal laughter resonated outside the main gate, sending shivers down the spines of the demonic guards. They saw Gu Qingfeng's sinister smile, but dared not look him in the eye, only stood trembling. When Gu Qingfeng peeked out, one of them was so scared he fell backward, stammering in a panic, "Master, do you have any orders?" Gu Qingfeng flashed an inhumane smile. "I have a task for you that will bring you promotion and wealth. From now on, find all the delicious delicacies and beautiful female demons of the myriad demon nation and bring them to this exalted one." The demon hastily ran off. "Yes." Gu Qingfeng continued and spread a rumor for this prince, saying this prince is extremely debauched, to make the Green Demon Emperor drop his guard. The demon immediately complied. "Yes, Master." He quickly fled. Gu Qingfeng mumbled in confusion, "Am I that scary? Such a coward." Meanwhile, in another place, the Green Demon Emperor was practicing martial arts. Countless demons had fallen at his feet. He stood there with great majesty. As the Green Demon Emperor was about to leave, someone called out, "Your Majesty." He turned his head. It was his people returning with several demons. "Your Majesty, we have searched so hard for you." The Green Demon Emperor asked, "Why have you called this emperor?" The subordinate quickly prostrated. They reported, "Your Majesty, we have investigated Gu Qingfeng's crimes. We deliberately chased after your Majesty to help your Majesty reclaim the myriad demon nation. They brought down to other demons. These 2 demons are gifts we offer your Majesty to express our loyalty to your Majesty." The Green Demon Emperor was visibly pleased. "Good, good, good," he said in a loud voice. "With you all, I will soon reclaim the myriad demon nation." Suddenly, a demon stirred, causing the Green Demon Emperor's followers to fearfully bow down and prostrate themselves on the ground. At the Imperial Palace, Empress White Tiger was walking. She went straight to Gu Qingfeng's room and pushed the door open to enter. The scene before her was Gu Qingfeng being served amidst a host of beauties. Empress White Tiger spoke, "I have something to discuss with Master. You all may leave." Without the Master's command, these servants only looked and dared not comply. Gu Qingfeng then spoke up, "Leave." He looked at Empress White Tiger and continued, "Chasing away my beauties. You'd best have something important to say, otherwise." Empress White Tiger moved closer. "Of course, it's something important." She lightly kissed Gu Qingfeng's lips and whispered, "This servant just remembered that the Myriad Demon banner has acknowledged the Green Demon Emperor as its master." Gu Qingfeng was surprised. "What?" Empress White Tiger replied, "Master, divine weapons have spirits. If the master isn't dead, others cannot use it. Furthermore, the Myriad Demon banner is hidden by the Green Demon Emperor in his personal space. Only he can open it." Gu Qingfeng angrily pushed her away. "Then why haven't you quickly sent someone to monitor the Green Demon Emperor? If he runs off with the Myriad Demon banner, can you take responsibility?" He glared, making Empress White Tiger fall to her knees in fear. Gu Qingfeng sat in deep thought. "But this isn't a solution. If he doesn't come back, am I supposed to just wait forever? I can wait, but my father-in-law cannot. I must find a way to make this fellow return on his own." At this moment, Empress White Tiger spoke up, "Master, the Green Demon Emperor is suspicious by nature. If you use an empty fort stratagem." Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "That's right, the empty fort stratagem. Why didn't this exalted one think of it?" He gave her a thumbs up, praising her. "Well done. When this exalted one captures the Green Demon Emperor, I will reward you according to your merits." He commanded, "Then you must diligently keep an eye on the Green Demon Emperor for me. Report any news quickly. This exalted one has other matters. I must lead the demons away from the Myriad Demon Nation for a while." Gu Qingfeng put on his shoes. "During this time, the Myriad Demon Nation is entrusted to you to guard." Empress White Tiger accepted the order. "Yes." Gu Qingfeng then walked away. Outside, the sky was blue, the sun was golden, and birds flew about. The Green Demon Emperor was cultivating in a quiet place, sitting motionless in silence. Suddenly, he glanced over. Someone had landed nearby. This person reported, "Your Majesty, we just received news that Gu Qingfeng took many demons and left the Myriad Demon Nation." The Green Demon Emperor immediately turned around. "Is that true?" His subordinate replied, "It's true. Many demons saw him. He left very hastily." The Green Demon Emperor thought, "This fellow acts arrogantly and against common sense. This emperor must be cautious." The Green Demon Emperor ordered, "Investigate further and report to me." This person replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Green Demon Emperor approached. Today, this emperor is preparing to depart for the next destination. He threw a piece of paper down in front of his subordinate. The subordinate picked it up, asking blankly, "This is?" The Green Demon Emperor explained, "Just follow the markings on the map to find this emperor." His subordinate replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the Green Demon Emperor departed. The subordinate looked up, but could no longer see anyone. At the window of an imperial palace, Lord Shadow Emperor sat by the window, gazing into the distance. Sorrow was evident on her face. Gu Qingfeng has been gone for over half a month. When will he return? Or... Suddenly, a frantic cry rang out. Lord Shadow Emperor. A soldier ran in panic. It's not good. Lord Shadow Emperor. Lord Shadow Emperor calmly said, "What's the rush? Have you forgotten the palace rules?" The soldier reported, "Lord Shadow Emperor, please come quickly. Daoist Gu has betrayed the Shadow Realm and brought demons to invade." Lord Shadow Emperor couldn't believe it. What? She immediately rushed out to see. As she went, she muttered to herself, "It can't be. I trust Gu Qingfeng. He wouldn't betray me." Indeed, Gu Qingfeng and a group of demons had arrived and were being blocked by soldiers. A voice rang out, "Lord Shadow Emperor has arrived." All the soldiers parted and Lord Shadow Emperor stepped forward. The soldiers said, "Lord Shadow Emperor, Gu Qingfeng has betrayed the Shadow Realm. Please quickly punish him." That's right, the Shadow Realm has been peaceful for 1,000 years. Recently, only he went out. If it's not him, then who is it? Damn it. Today this old man will definitely kill Gu Qingfeng. Lord Shadow Emperor still trusted Gu Qingfeng. I don't believe he betrayed the Shadow Realm. He must have his reasons. An old man snapped, "Lord Shadow Emperor, don't be foolish. There's ample evidence now. You cannot show favoritism just because he's your husband, and you certainly can't let him destroy our Shadow Realm." Suddenly, a voice spoke. "This venerable one is Yanner's husband. If she doesn't love me, will she love an old man like you?" All the demons retreated and Gu Qingfeng stood in the center. The demons all bowed their heads in unison. "Welcome, master." Gu Qingfeng looked at them and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" He turned to Yanner and asked, "Are you so happy to see me return?" Yanner looked at him lost in thought, but an old man quickly blocked her, protecting her with his arm. The old man asked, "Gu Qingfeng, who exactly are you?" Gu Qingfeng pushed him away. Move aside, move aside. You tricked me into coming here, so tell me, who am I?" The old man stood watching them reunite. Gu Qingfeng gently called, "Yanner." They seemed lost in their love. He continued, "Yanner, do you like the surprise gift this husband prepared for you?" Yanner was astonished. She said heartbrokenly, "Gu Qingfeng, I trusted you so much. Yet you." Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. He immediately explained, "Yanner, you've misunderstood. These past few days I've leveled the Myriad Demon Nation. These demons are my newly recruited subordinates. Today I brought them to show you." Yanner pouted, "Do you enjoy deceiving me like this?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Just wait, I'll prove it to you." Gu Qingfeng ordered, "Call me master." All of them simultaneously bowed their heads. "Greetings, master." Gu Qingfeng was satisfied. Not bad. He continued, "This time, you all." Yanner's soldiers were ready for battle. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. "What are you doing?" Gu Qingfeng hastily explained, "Yanner, don't cry. Have you misunderstood something? Your husband isn't deceiving you. It's true I leveled the Myriad Demon Nation, and then recruited these demons as my little brothers. I'm telling the truth." Lord Shadow Emperor, with tears in her eyes, ordered, "Form ranks. Everyone, to your positions." Gu Qingfeng yawned. "Do I always have to use force for you to talk properly?" He then unleashed his power to flatten them. Yanner's people grumbled. "Gu Qingfeng, don't think that destroying the Shadow Realm will earn you the respect of the Holy Clan. To them, you're just a hound. Gu Qingfeng, if you're so brave, release us. This old man will fight you to the death." Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms and asked, "Fight this venerable one to the death? Are you jealous that this old man has a wife?" He asked Yanner, "Can you listen to me now?" "Yanner, your husband knows what you're thinking, but I'm truly not from the Holy Clan, nor am I their minion. These demons are indeed ones I recruited from the Myriad Demon Nation. I have a special secret technique that can make demons acknowledge me as their master and never betray me." Yanner, with tears in her eyes, asked, "Gu Qingfeng, do you think I'm stupid?" Gu Qingfeng was helpless. "Sigh, if you don't believe me, your husband will prove it to you." Gu Qingfeng pointed his finger. "You, come here." A demon stood up. "Master, what are your orders?" Gu Qingfeng ordered, Cut off your own head to prove to my wife that I am not one of you. He immediately complied, his head separated from his body, causing everyone to gasp in alarm. Gu Qingfeng turned back and asked Yanner, "Do you believe me now?" Yanner's face showed fear. Gu Qingfeng continued to point his finger, startling the demons. They quickly sent a few people back. A rat demon pointed, while another demon bowed respectfully. Gu Qingfeng looked at Yanner and asked, "Yanner, do you want to see?" He ordered a demon, "You project it. Let my wife see." It immediately did as Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Qingfeng used his power to fly high. Then he dragged the green demon emperor to the ground. Everyone's mouths hung open. It's truly the playback spell. This is one of the supreme military techniques of the demon race. The playback spell can project past memories, and it cannot be altered. Gu Qingfeng truly has extraordinary ability. Yanner took a step forward, then hugged Gu Qingfeng tightly. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I misunderstood you." Gu Qingfeng replied, "It's alright, your husband forgives you." Yanner looked up, "Husband, ah." Gu Qingfeng cut her off, "I understand, tonight." Yanner pointed to the sky, "This is." Gu Qingfeng also looked in the direction of her hand. "Ah." An image of Gu Qingfeng intimately embracing the White Tiger Empress appeared. Gu Qingfeng was also surprised. He used his power to destroy the image. Gu Qingfeng glared, "If you had this technique, why didn't you use it immediately?" Making Yanner misunderstand this venerable one is truly unforgivable. The demon hastily explained, "Great king, listen to me explain. I didn't know the content would be like that." Gu Qingfeng had to use his power again. He struck directly at the demon, who could only scream, "Damn it." The demon gave Gu Qingfeng the middle finger and roared as he unleashed his power. One of Yanner's soldiers bowed, "Taoist Gu, we misunderstood you just now." Everyone changed their attitude. "Taoist Gu, we misunderstood just now." Yanner snuggled into his embrace. Gu Qingfeng turned his head and said, "Why are you all so insensible? Everyone's just standing there like a bunch of third wheels. Hurry up and retreat." Everyone laughed and left. "Ha ha. Look, the sun is so beautiful tonight. Ha ha ha. That's right. That's right. Let's go moon gazing." When he first arrived, he called us Taoist friends, but now that he's married Lord Shadow Emperor, he calls us third wheels and you all. Gu Qingfeng watched them leave. "That's better." He yelled at the demons, "And you all too." Gu Qingfeng let go of his hand. He ordered, "Hurry and go back, all of you. Wait for this venerable one's orders at any time." They replied in unison, "Yes, master." One by one, they left until no one remained. Gu Qingfeng called out, "Yanner." Yanner was stunned. "Husband, you really?" Gu Qingfeng said, "Yanner, today you misunderstood your husband, which made your husband very sad." Yanner stammered, "Husband, Gu Qingfeng leaned in and whispered, "Yanner, tonight, how about your husband checks the homework he left you before, okay?" Yanner blushed and replied, "Okay, okay." Gu Qingfeng then picked Yanner up. The two of them left just like that. By the window, Gu Qingfeng was combing Lord Dark Emperor's hair. Yanner asked, "Husband, why have you become so powerful after just one trip outside?" Gu Qingfeng paused, then continued, "Perhaps it's because I missed you too much, and also because of the waist priority physique." Yanner wondered, "Waist priority physique?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Yes. Besides not being harmed by attacks from demons of the same level, it can also be tempered when attacked by demons, just like refining steel, becoming stronger and stronger." Yanner couldn't believe it. "I can't believe such a terrifying physique exists in this world." "Husband, do you think our child might have this waist priority physique in the future?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Perhaps." He thought to himself, "Of course not. The system is unique. It can't be passed down through bloodline, but for my child to be a second-generation god isn't bad either." Gu Qingfeng said, "Yanner, I also want to tell you something. I've decided not to sever the void path. I plan to defeat the holy emissary and rescue your father-in-law." Yanner was startled. "No, you can't go." Gu Qingfeng embraced her. "Yanner, calm down a bit. You've seen the power of my waist priority physique now. I have confidence that I can save your father-in-law. It's not just a momentary impulse." Yanir still resisted. No! Your waist priority physique might be invincible against demons of the same level, but the Holy Emissary is an existence above the God realm. You can't contend with them. Gu Qingfeng asked, what if I told you I have a way to become invincible? Yanir was surprised. What? Gu Qingfeng continued, Yanir, actually, I haven't told you everything. My waist priority physique isn't just invincible within the same realm. Even if it's one realm higher, as long as I diligently cultivate for 77 days and 49 nights, I can become invincible across all realms. Yanir replied, I don't agree. Gu Qingfeng asked, why? Yanir replied, how can such an abnormal physique exist in this world? Husband, I already saw that scene. Under the attack of thousands of God realm demons, you vomited blood. How can you face such a powerful holy clan? Gu Qingfeng was helpless. I should have known better than to let her see that part. Trying to look cool backfired. Yanir took Gu Qingfeng's hand and said, I know you want to save my father, but you've already done enough for me. Leave other matters to me. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. He could only sigh. He suggested, how about this? First, I'll use those demons to cultivate. As long as I can prove my strength, then you'll let me go, okay? The two were immersed in love again. Husband. Yanir said, all right then. Gu Qingfeng replied, good girl, Yanir, there's something I want to tell you. Although I flattened the 10,000 demon nation, the Azure Demon Emperor isn't dead yet. Yanir was surprised. What? Gu Qingfeng said, he escaped during the chaos. During this time, you must keep a close watch on everyone in the Dark Realm and not allow anyone to go out. The Azure Demon Emperor is no match for me, but I fear he might harm everyone else. The two shared a passionate kiss, an intoxicating kiss. Gu Qingfeng said, good girl, Yanir, I don't want you to get hurt, so please be obedient and wait for me to destroy the Azure Demon Emperor before everyone goes out, okay? Yanir obediently complied. At the entrance of the demon realm, a person arrived to relay an order by Lord Dark Emperor's command. From now on, no one from the Dark Realm is to leave the Dark Realm. Violators will be severely punished. The guards at the gate understood. Inside the Dark Realm, deeper into Gu Qingfeng's room, all was silent as he concentrated on his thoughts. A demon hurriedly reported, Master, the Azure Demon Emperor, with the help of the 10,000 demon banner, has now devoured all the demons of the 10,000 demon nation who swore allegiance to you. This humble one believes the time is ripe. You can now depart to settle accounts with him. Gu Qingfeng, still reading, calmly replied, continue to probe, then report back. The demon replied, yes. Gu Qingfeng fell silent again. Yanir asked, husband, are you leaving again? Gu Qingfeng replied, yes, the Azure Demon Emperor is ultimately a threat. I must eliminate him before I can stay in the Dark Realm with you in peace. Yanir worried, but the Azure Demon Emperor has the 10,000 demon banner. It's a divine weapon left to him by the Holy Clan. Gu Qingfeng asked, his current realm is definitely above mine. Isn't this a good opportunity for me to prove my strength to you? Yanir hesitated, but Gu Qingfeng quickly covered Yanir's mouth, not letting her speak further. Yanir, trust your husband. He said, your husband promises not to let anything happen to himself before you give birth. Will you wait for your husband to return? Yanir replied, yes. After that, Gu Qingfeng left. In Bikao City, many demons had lost their lives. Mr. Bo worried. How could this happen? Heavenly Emissary Li asked, how is he still alive? Qinji Hang has grown even stronger. He said, the 10,000 demon nation is destroyed. I can't believe this is the last territory. Qinji Hang stood at the door, his body scratched and full of vigor. He smirked, then Qinji Hang stepped forward. Heavenly Emissary Li shouted, he's in. Mr. Bo added, does he want to slaughter the city again? Bikao City doesn't have much power left. He's here to absorb demon energy. This has nothing to do with you. Hurry and hide. She objected, how can that be? When Mr. Bo suggested, or you hold him off so I can escape, Qinji Hang continued to charge forward, absorbing life force. He didn't miss any juicy prey. Qinji Hang then fell among the fleeing crowd. Mr. Bo reminded, don't look anymore, run. They started to run for their lives again. Kinji Hang sat huddled to one side. His eyes suddenly lit up, a familiar face. He then darted off. Kinji Hang appeared behind them. He asked, long time no see, where are you all rushing off to? He wound up delivering a kick. Kinji Hang said, stay and catch up, won't you? Mr. Bo yelled, block him. They all turned back to attack Kinji Hang, knocking him flat at their feet. Mr. Bo told Heavenly Emissary Lee, don't look back, go. Kinji Hang smirked, you can't fool me. The fat pig was horrified to see him get up. How is this guy still alive? The two people opposite said in unison, this guy isn't human anymore. They immediately rushed to attack him, but with one strike, Kinji Hang took their heads. Continuous blows were thrown. Kinji Hang smiled, deflecting blades with bare hands. Kinji Hang absorbed their life force. Li Tianqi was surprised. How can this be? Even powerful guards were killed in an instant. Mr. Bo continuously reminded, don't get distracted. They continued to run faster, faster. Which bastard built such a huge place before? Mr. Bo was out of breath. He was still running with all his might. Kinji Hang was full of ferocity. Mr. Bo was surprised. Demonic energy transforming. Li Tianqi's life force was being drained. Mr. Bo thought to himself, too fast. Li Tianqi was caught. She said, Mr. Bo, hurry and go. Her face was contorted in pain. He was excited. Very interesting. Not running anymore. Mr. Bo replied, who said I wanted to run? Can't I go close the door? Didn't you want to become stronger? I am a demon, come on. Kinji Hang asked, are you misunderstanding something? He lifted Li Tianqi, I kill people just for fun. Li Tianqi screamed in pain as her head was grabbed and her arm was severed. The arm was cut in half. Mr. Bo rescued Li Tianqi. Mr. Bo asked, can you still bear it? Li Tianqi replied, I'm completely a burden now. You should leave quickly. Li Tianqi screamed, Mr. Bo. Kinji Hang said, none of you are getting away. Mr. Bo replied, who said I wanted to leave? This is my territory. As soon as Mr. Bo finished speaking, he attacked. Kinji Hang countered. Mr. Bo was battered and bruised. Li Tianqi was afraid. Mr. Bo, Mr. Bo. Kinji Hang transformed back. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. However, that might not be the case now. Kinji Hang licked the fresh blood. Li Tianqi ordered, stop. Kinji Hang glared at her. He originally had the chance to escape himself. He stood in front of Li Tianqi and said, but he clearly wanted to save you, just like your previous comrades. Li Tianqi covered her ears. Don't say any more. Kinji Hang thought to himself, how can I not speak? None of you can escape. There's no way, because I really enjoy seeing your despair. Something startled Kinji Hang. It was Gu Qingfeng who had appeared. Gu Qingfeng said, let me see what's happening. He stood and observed them. Kinji Hang asked, who is this guy? Gu Qingfeng was wearing a mask last time, so he didn't recognize him. Li Tianqi pleaded, Gu Qingfeng, quickly save Mr. Bo. Gu Qingfeng jumped up. He attacked Kinji Hang directly. He was beaten until he was raw and bloody. He thought to himself, too weak. Why is the hilt of my sword stuck in this guy's head? Wasn't it stuck in that other guy's butt? Gu Qingfeng asked Li Tianqi, are you alright? She replied, I'm fine, but Mr. Bo. She cried bitterly, Mr. Bo is an idiot. He didn't care about his own life to save me. Gu Qingfeng replied, don't worry, he's not dead. The soul tracking art can sense it. Li Tianqi replied, really, that's great. She yelled, Gu Qingfeng, be careful. Kinji Hang was attacking him. Gu Qingfeng immediately dodged in time. He said, just a human demon daring to impersonate a true demon. Kinji Hang attacked relentlessly. Continuous slashes were delivered. Gu Qingfeng retreated, while he constantly advanced. A huge explosion occurred. Gu Qingfeng immediately flew up out of control. It was like forming a cosmic vortex, a powerful strike like never before. Gu Qingfeng continued to dodge. Kinji Hang kept attacking. Gu Qingfeng managed to dodge all of it. He said, I was too gentle with you before. It seems I should just kill people after all. Kinji Hang sneered, arrogant words. How will you kill me? Wait until I hack you, then let's see if you can still talk tough. Gu Qingfeng picked up his sword. Speaking of tough or soft talk, that would be you. Hurry up, I have important things to do. Qin Ji Hang charged forward. Gu Qingfeng showed no mercy, his eyes widening fiercely. Qin Ji Hang was cut in half. Gu Qingfeng watched calmly. Qin Ji Hang healed again. It's useless. Your sword can't kill me. Gu Qingfeng and Qin Ji Hang prepared to fight. Gu Qingfeng said, you can regenerate, then burn it all. Extremely powerful blows came towards him. Each blow was decisive. Qin Ji Hang screamed in vain. His power couldn't contend Gu Qingfeng, and his strength executed him. Li Tianxi thought to herself, strong, so strong. Gu Qingfeng asked, can you stand up? Li Tianxi replied, I'm fine, I'll rest a bit. Gu Qingfeng looked at Mr. Bo. This guy is also about to kick the bucket. Wake up, don't sleep anymore, the ground is cold. He thought to himself, if he keeps sleeping, he will definitely die from blood loss. Gu Qingfeng said, oh, I have an elixir, I'll use it to save your life. Gu Qingfeng took out an elixir. As he put the elixir into Mr. Bo's mouth, he said, this entire sewing city, besides you two, there's probably nothing alive left. Wake up, damn it. I still want to go to the Myriad Demon Nation. Gu Qingfeng, leave him to me. Li Tianxi said. She trembled as she stood up. I can take care of him. Do you have something else to do? Gu Qingfeng asked worriedly, a patient taking care of a patient. Are you sure? Li Tianxi replied, I'm fine. She collapsed again. Gu Qingfeng sighed, I guess I'll get them settled first. Li Tianxi said awkwardly, I'm sorry. Gu Qingfeng said, don't force yourself. At least I'll get you two settled before I leave. He helped Li Tianxi up. They entered the resting room. Gu Qingfeng said, this is a demon soldier. I feel it should be handed over to T. Li Tianxi replied, really? Someone's turning in this heaven-defying weapon? Gu Qingfeng replied. Li Tianxi agreed. Gu Qingfeng smiled and said, Li Tianxi looked at Mr. Pu. Mr. Pu was injured because of me, so I'll take care of him for a while, then return to Demon Suppressing Pi to report. Gu Qingfeng said. Li Tianxi wondered. Gu Qingfeng continued. Li Tianxi replied. Gu Qingfeng nodded. He turned and left. Goodbye. Li Tianxi also said goodbye. Mr. Pu was still unconscious, and Li Tianxi sat sadly by the bed. She thought to herself, at that time, if only I had been a little stronger. Mr. Pu woke up. Huh? Li Tianxi leaned close and asked. Mr. Pu sat up dazed. I'm still alive? Li Tianxi was overjoyed. Mr. Pu asked. Li Tianxi said. Mr. Pu looked bewildered. Li Tianxi cupped Mr. Pu's face, tears streaming down. In the 10,000 Demon Nation, white smoke spread thickly throughout the air. Gu Qingfeng flew for a long time, finally entering the city and hovering in midair. He looked around and exclaimed, inside the 10,000 Demon Nation, corpses lay scattered everywhere, blood dyeing the roads red, and the ground was riddled with large cracks, as if on the verge of complete collapse. Looking at the scene before him, Gu Qingfeng felt endless grief. Then he gently leaped down to the ground. It was clear that even the sturdy city gates had not escaped his influence, being cracked and leaning precariously. The more Gu Qingfeng looked, the angrier he became, his hands clenched into fists, ready to unleash his fury at any moment. Immediately after, he punched the ground hard, letting out a resounding roar. As soon as he shouted, numerous giant moles unexpectedly emerged from underground. As soon as they appeared, they hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed their heads, pleading earnestly, their faces filled with fear and panic. Gu Qingfeng found them bothersome, so he didn't hesitate to wave his hand, unleashing a powerful move that startled the mole. The moles gaped. He then turned back to look at them and warned. The moles hugged each other in fear and replied. Gu Qingfeng stood tall and asked them. One representative stood up and replied. Gu Qingfeng chuckled and assured them. Upon hearing this, they were overjoyed, immediately embracing and jumping up and down, shouting in unison as if they had just received something incredibly important. One mole then stepped forward, offering a respectful gaze, and reported to Gu Qingfeng in a deferential tone. Another added. Gu Qingfeng quickly asked after hearing this. One mole replied. Gu Qingfeng listened for a moment, absorbing the information from them, then nodded and softly said. Having spoken, Gu Qingfeng immediately waved his hand and soared into the sky, leaving the moles below. The moles hastily prostrated themselves, bowing respectfully as if seeing off a deity, continuously kowtowing. In the capital, the situation with scattered corpses was not much better than in the 10,000 demon nation. Gu Qingfeng arrived and landed on the ground. Gu Qingfeng looked around at the scene and wondered. While Gu Qingfeng was still hesitating, an unexpected explosion from behind interrupted his thoughts. The thunderous explosion shook the surrounding air, and immediately a voice boomed. Immediately after, the figure of the Azure Demon Emperor appeared, his face full of resentment, his eyes bloodshot. He charged straight towards Gu Qingfeng with lightning speed, without hesitation. As he lunged closer, he immediately drew his weapon and swung down a deadly blow. However, Gu Qingfeng quickly reacted in time, dodging the attack and retreating a few steps to maintain a safe distance. Gu Qingfeng said. The Azure Demon Emperor did not bother to hear the rest of Gu Qingfeng's sentence and roared. Gu Qingfeng only smiled at his words and replied. The Azure Demon Emperor ignored him, pointing his sword at Gu Qingfeng and threatening. Gu Qingfeng, of course, showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, he calmly stepped forward, his eyes cold and full of confidence, ready to face the enraged Azure Demon Emperor. He reached out and pushed the sword aside, then chuckled. However, the Azure Demon Emperor could not be patient any longer and immediately lunged forward, thrusting the sharp sword tip directly at Gu Qingfeng. The spear blade whistled past, just missing his neck, and he angrily roared. Gu Qingfeng sighed helplessly and chuckled. Heh, your concubine and daughter are well taken care of by me. They both said that only after following me did they truly experience the joy of being women. Upon hearing this, the Azure Demon Emperor immediately could no longer contain his rage. He roared. Then he raised his sword to the sky, gathering a large amount of demonic power. He aimed directly at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng stood still. Gu Qingfeng did not evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide, ready to receive the Azure Demon Emperor's attack. But suddenly Gu Qingfeng felt strange and wondered. Gu Qingfeng frowned in confusion and immediately asked the system. The system immediately explained. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but be stunned, his expression darkening. He frowned and roared. The system appeared. Against the systems. Faced with the system's sharp reasoning, Gu Qingfeng was speechless, unable to utter any rebuttal. The system's words were completely accurate, making him unwilling to dwell on it further. With a soft HMPH, Gu Qingfeng immediately focused on the main task. A surge of demonic power began to gather around him. Immediately after, he frowned, his eyes sharp and cold as he cursed his enemy. You good for nothing. I think you should change your name to Green Demon Emperor. Don't you have anything more impressive than that? As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering wave of demonic power erupted from Gu Qingfeng, momentarily startling the Azure Demon Emperor standing opposite him. The Azure Demon Emperor's expression twisted. He gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Qingfeng defiantly. Don't be so arrogant. The real show has just begun. So what if you're stronger? I've gathered the power of billions of demons. Can you withstand a single blow from it? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his scepter, his voice resounding powerfully. As soon as the incantation was uttered, the scepter in the Azure Demon Emperor's hand blazed, emitting a brilliant blue demonic energy. From the tip of the scepter, dense demonic chi began to gather, swirling violently, gradually forming a hazy shape. In a flash, a gigantic, three-headed green demon appeared, roaring, shaking the entire space. Gu Qingfeng stared at the summoned monster, showing no fear but instead a smile of amusement. He gave a thumbs up, nodding in praise. The Azure Demon Emperor quickly raised his scepter, his eyes cold and full of authority. He pointed directly at Gu Qingfeng, his deep voice resounding like an undeniable command to the demon. Hearing the command from its master, The demon immediately charged fiercely towards Gu Qingfeng. However, at that very moment, a dazzling light unexpectedly gathered and flashed in the air. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng nonchalantly lay flat on the ground, his face relaxed as if enjoying himself, ready to receive the demon's attack without showing any worry. Suddenly, something surprised him. The demonic power was swirling in the air. Gu Qingfeng looked at the scene before him, his heart growing more excited, his eyes sparkling with delight. This piece of heaven and earth could no longer contain it. Didn't that mean this power had reached above the divine realm? Gu Qingfeng excitedly spread his arms and lay flat on the ground, waiting for the demon's attack. He didn't forget to shout out excitedly, "Come here, my darling, come on up." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, "Ding, host attacked by Azure Demon Emperor. Cultivation plus 1 million, plus 1 million, plus 1 million. Ding, cultivation has reached its limit. Congratulations." Host, on breaking through to the divine realm. Gu Qingfeng immediately raised his hand, quickly clenching the palm-sized green orb. Eerie light emanated from it. He frowned, squeezing the orb tightly with his hand. Gu Qingfeng compressed the orb with immense force. Immediately, cracks appeared on its surface, and a brilliant green light began to flash violently as if it were about to explode. Immediately after, the orb shattered into pieces, releasing a huge amount of energy. Powerful energy waves soared into the air. The Azure Demon Emperor witnessed the terrifying power Gu Qingfeng had just unleashed. His astonishment was unimaginable. He involuntarily exclaimed in horror, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Azure Demon Emperor, thank you for helping this venerable one break through to the divine realm. Are there any more powerful demons? Come quickly so this venerable one can continue to advance his cultivation." The Azure Demon Emperor, who was once proud of his ultimate technique, which he had spent so much effort practicing, was now helpless as he watched Gu Qingfeng easily shatter it. He slumped down, his face haggard and weary, his eyes unfocused as he involuntarily uttered in despair, "Why? Why is it like this? My citizens died in vain for this emperor, all for naught." Gu Qingfeng looked at the Azure Demon Emperor, squinted, smiled, and said to him, "This venerable one will show you one path. Find the sacred clan." Gu Qingfeng approached, bending down next to the despondent Azure Demon Emperor, and said, "Think of your wife and children. They endure suffering and humiliation day and night. Yet they live resiliently, all waiting for you to save them. You carry the hopes of so many people on your shoulders. You must cheer up. If you just give up like this, do you want me to continue?" Upon hearing this, the rage surging within the Azure Demon Emperor could no longer be restrained. He roared with hatred, his eyes flashing with red bloodlust as if wanting to tear apart the surrounding space. "Gu Qingfeng, I'll kill you." Immediately, the Azure Demon Emperor swung his hand, putting all his strength into a punch aimed directly at Gu Qingfeng's face. However, even with the Azure Demon Emperor's powerful swing, his hand couldn't touch Gu Qingfeng. An invisible defense, like an unbreakable wall, blocked all attacks, leaving his punch suspended in space, hopeless and powerless. Not only that, the Azure Demon Emperor's punch backfired, causing his arm to ache sharply, and blood spurted from his mouth. Gu Qingfeng looked at the Azure Demon Emperor, smiled, and said, "You can't hurt me now. Your only chance is to contact the Sacred Clan. This venerable one knows you don't want to act according to your enemy's wishes. But do you want to implicate many people because of your momentary anger?" The Azure Demon Emperor, despite being backfired and in pain, still did not give up his stubbornness. This made him roar furiously, shouting loudly. He yelled at Gu Qingfeng, "This venerable one doesn't believe it. This venerable one can definitely kill you." With that, the Azure Demon Emperor immediately charged, attacking Gu Qingfeng from all directions, constantly changing his moves, determined to find an opening to break through his opponent's defense. But in the end, it was all in vain. After a period of continuous attacks, not only did he fail to affect Gu Qingfeng, but the Azure Demon Emperor also felt exhausted, his breathing becoming ragged and his body weary. Finally, the Azure Demon Emperor collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, his whole body trembling, unable to get back up. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng remained standing, unaffected, his face calm, as if it were all just an entertaining game to him. Gu Qingfeng didn't need to say another word. He simply raised a finger. The Azure Demon Emperor lay on the ground, his eyes full of rage and hatred, muttering to himself, "Even if I have no fate with the upper realm this time, even if I die, I will make Gu Qingfeng pay." Then the Azure Demon Emperor suddenly sprang up. However, instead of rushing to attack, the Azure Demon Emperor suddenly turned, walked away, and headed straight for the exit in silence. The Azure Demon Emperor strode forward, leading Gu Qingfeng to a ruined wall. Then he stopped, his sharp gaze fixed ahead, his face radiating absolute seriousness. The two stood silently before the crumbling stone wall. Gu Qingfeng watched the Azure Demon Emperor attentively, seeing him slowly bend his knees slightly, a movement both slow and solemn. The Azure Demon Emperor remained still, his gaze fixed on the crumbling stone wall before him, as if drawn into its deep cracks. Then he suddenly waved his hand, creating a mysterious circle in the air, as if summoning some invisible force. Intricate blue patterns began to appear from thin air. Both Gu Qingfeng and the Azure Demon Emperor intently watched the patterns forming, their eyes serious. The Azure Demon Emperor quickly extended his hand forward, and immediately, a deep black streak appeared, like a gigantic, dangerous crack in space. Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, his eyes wide with surprise, his mouth slightly agape, thinking to himself, the path to the sacred clan was hidden here. After that, the strange patterns suddenly lit up, emitting a powerful glow. Immediately, an ancient mirror appeared before the Azure Demon Emperor. The Azure Demon Emperor didn't hesitate. He immediately swung his hand and lunged into the mirror. Gu Qingfeng's face quickly crumpled, his eyes revealing clear disdain, as if he couldn't believe the Azure Demon Emperor's hasty and thoughtless action. Both of them were free-falling into a giant, bottomless abyss. The surrounding space seemed to disappear, leaving only the sensation of endless falling. Everything became blurred. After a period of free fall, both Gu Qingfeng and the Azure Demon Emperor finally landed safely, their feet touching a cold, solid stone surface. The Azure Demon Emperor clutched a glowing orb in his hand, its shimmering light like brilliant shooting stars. His face was utterly serious. His sharp eyes never left the orb, as if it contained an immense and important power. Then the shimmering orb in the Azure Demon Emperor's hand slowly opened, emitting a dazzling light. The Azure Demon Emperor gently placed his hand on a crack in the stone. The Azure Demon Emperor's other hand tightly held a purple orb, its light flickering like waves, concealing mysterious power. His face was extremely serious, his eyes sharp and focused. Gu Qingfeng raised one hand, his eyes slightly narrowed as a strange sound emanated. Azure Demon Emperor, what do you need me for? Before both of them, a gigantic elephant unexpectedly appeared, standing on its hind legs, its head covered in wild, root-like hair, its eyes sharp and majestic. The Azure Demon Emperor quickly knelt, facing the elephant, Sacred Envoy, and bowed his head, saying, "Sacred Envoy, please punish the one who destroyed the Myriad Demon Nation." Gu Qingfeng frowned, silently thinking to himself with ridicule, I thought the Sacred Clan was some kind of high-level demon, but it's no different from a demon elephant from the lower realm. The Sacred Envoy frowned, speaking coldly, who dares to be so audacious as to touch the Myriad Demon Nation? Doesn't he know the Myriad Demon Nation belongs to my Sacred Clan? The Azure Demon Emperor pointed at Gu Qingfeng, accusingly saying, Sacred Envoy, it is he. He knew the Myriad Demon Nation was loyal to the Sacred Clan, yet he ruthlessly destroyed it, even provoking by saying that you are no match for him either. The Sacred Envoy looked at Gu Qingfeng and said, You human, do you know the consequences of doing that? Gu Qingfeng calmly crossed his arms, not hesitating to insult the Azure Demon Envoy. Just a thing with two limbs on its face dares to speak so arrogantly before this venerable one. If you're so capable, come down here. The Azure Demon Emperor was utterly surprised to hear Gu Qingfeng say that. The Sacred Demon Envoy roared in indignation, unable to bear the insult. Human, you dare to insult this Sacred Envoy. This sacred envoy will surely cut you into 100 pieces. Gu Qingfeng remained unfazed, continuing his insults, which made the sacred demon envoy's eyes turn red with anger. Then he nonchalantly picked his ear, frowned, and said, "Is the vocabulary in the upper realm so limited? This venerable one has pointed at your nose and cursed you, yet you only say you'll cut me into 100 pieces." The sacred demon envoy roared in furious anger, as if wanting to shake the entire space. "You're infuriating me to death. I want you dead. I want you to die." Gu Qingfeng said loudly, "Besides the word dead and or whatever, are there any other words? Your complicated face can't even hide your limited intelligence. If you can do it, don't talk so much. Come down here and fight me, understood?" The sacred demon envoy furiously roared, "Ah, human, if the passage wasn't closed, this sacred envoy would definitely kill you." Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, looking up in astonishment. Then Gu Qingfeng turned to look at the Azure Demon Emperor, who was sitting on the ground with a stunned expression, and asked, "The passage isn't open." The Azure Demon Emperor hastily replied, "No, in 1 year. Right now, you can only talk to an illusion of the sacred envoy." Gu Qingfeng frowned, knelt down on one leg, leveling his gaze with the sacred demon envoy, and coldly reprimanded, "You're really wasting other people's feelings, you know?" The Azure Demon Emperor immediately retorted, "You didn't ask either." After that, Gu Qingfeng stood up straight, hands on his hips, looked up at the sacred demon envoy and said with a challenging expression, "Fine, if we can argue, then let's argue." Then he pointed directly at the sacred demon envoy's face, preparing to open his mouth to argue with a look full of challenge. "You?" But before he could speak, the illusion of the sacred demon envoy vanished, leaving Gu Qingfeng bewildered and surprised. Gu Qingfeng, infuriated, quickly grabbed the Azure Demon Emperor by the collar and angrily shouted, "Quick, contact him again for me. I haven't cursed enough yet." Gu Qingfeng looked at the Azure Demon Emperor, then quickly walked towards the stone platform for summoning. Immediately after, the Azure Demon Emperor placed his hand on the stone, and small, lightning-like images began to appear, glowing mysteriously. But unexpectedly, nothing appeared. Gu Qingfeng glanced down, a puzzled expression on his face, and spoke with a doubtful tone, "It's broken." The Azure Demon Emperor, looking bewildered, turned back and said, "I don't know." Gu Qingfeng, enraged, didn't hesitate to throw a punch directly at the Azure Demon Emperor's face, roaring, "Then why don't you fix it quickly for this old master? This old master hasn't cursed enough yet. If you can't fix it, this old master will skin you alive." After that, the Azure Demon Emperor tried to summon, gritting his teeth, and slammed his hand forcefully onto the stone surface, until a blue light began to appear, flickering from the stone surface. In front of Gu Qingfeng, the Saint Demon Emissary appeared once again, a blurry but powerful figure. Gu Qingfeng put his hands on his hips, an extremely self-satisfied expression on his face, sarcastically looking directly at the Saint Demon Emissary. Did that lowly Saint clan member just now run away after this esteemed one cursed them? Did they run off to cry alone? The Saint Demon Emissary replied assertively, "This Saint Emissary ran away?" This Saint Emissary was just too lazy to waste time with a despicable and from the lower realm. Gu Qingfeng looked up and then retorted without hesitation, "Alright, if you look down on me, then I won't save any face for you either." Gu Qingfeng picked his ear, a nonchalant expression on his face, and said coldly, "Despicable Saint Emissary, listen carefully." After that, he and the Saint Demon Emissary plunged into a fierce argument, while the Azure Demon Emperor clutched his head, standing to the side, watching the chaotic scene. After cursing for several hours, the Saint Demon Emissary, after a tense argument, pointed his finger at Gu Qingfeng, his face full of threat and intimidation. "Despicable human, you just wait." Then his illusion disappeared right before Gu Qingfeng and the Azure Demon Emperor's eyes, leaving behind a breathtakingly silent space. From within the summoning stone table, a brilliant ray of light shot upwards. The light shot up, surprising both Gu Qingfeng and the Azure Demon Emperor, who simultaneously looked up with expressions of curiosity and worry. Then both of them took a stance and jumped up, with thick smoke swirling round their feet. Finally, Gu Qingfeng and the Azure Demon Emperor returned to their original spot, a tranquil piece of land with a crumbling stone wall. Gu Qingfeng walked alone across the broken rocks. He looked up at the sky, noticing dark clouds gradually gathering, covering the entire space. The Azure Demon Emperor sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. So what if Gu Qingfeng has a sharp tongue? Soon you'll realize the power of Lord Saint Emissary and regret everything you've done and said. The dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, and soon the sky turned completely black, as if heralding an ominous event about to occur. Gu Qingfeng looked up at the sky, where dark clouds rolled in and fierce lightning struck, as if tearing apart the surrounding space. Gu Qingfeng, with an extremely excited expression, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "He's here! He's brought his head here!" From the sky, a giant foot of the Saint Demon Emissary descended with terrifying power, as if wanting to crush everything beneath it. The colossal foot slammed heavily onto the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the surroundings and sent rocks flying in all directions. The Saint Demon Emissary appeared in a gigantic form, towering above the clouds, making him look like a massive shadow covering the sky. Beneath his feet, Gu Qingfeng and the Azure Demon Emperor were like to tiny ants, completely overshadowed by his majesty. The Saint Demon Emissary turned towards Gu Qingfeng, his eyes full of murderous intent, and began to threaten with a voice as resonant as thunder, "You audacious ant." This time this Saint Emissary has come to the lower realm to definitely. But before he could finish speaking, Gu Qingfeng, with a self-satisfied expression, interrupted without any fear, "Make me wish I were dead, unable to live or die, right? Why haven't you made any progress? Even an idiot who's been cursed for several hours should have improved, shouldn't they?" The Saint Demon Emissary roared, "And, if you want to die, then this Saint Emissary will grant your wish." Gu Qingfeng quickly grabbed hold of the Saint Demon Emissary's trunk. Then he smirked sinisterly, looking up, and said coldly, I'm afraid you'll run. You can fight however you want." The Saint Demon Emissary was enraged, his eyes blazing with fury, as if wanting to tear everything in front of him to shreds. His colossal trunk wrapped around Gu Qingfeng, pulling him high up, but even though his body was rigid, Gu Qingfeng still clung on stubbornly, refusing to let go, while the Saint Demon Emissary continued to roar and squeeze Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng still smiled, a challenging look in his eyes, gripping the trunk tightly, with no intention of letting go. When the system panel appeared, ding, host attacked by Elephant Demon, power plus 100,000, plus 100,000, plus 100,000. Gu Qingfeng smiled and smirked, thinking to himself, power increase, it seems the Elephant Demon is a power-type player. Then the Saint Demon Emissary swung his colossal trunk, pulling him up. He continuously swayed back and forth, trying to throw Gu Qingfeng off, but he still clung on tightly. Gu Qingfeng looked so relaxed that he started to feel sleepy, letting out a soft yawn. Completely unfazed by the violent movements around him, until the system panel appeared. Ding! Host attacked by Elephant Demon. Power plus 2,000,000, plus 2,000,000, plus 2,000,000. Ding! Host's power has reached its limit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the protected elephant physique. Then Gu Qingfeng retreated, gently landing on the ground, surrounded by a powerful amber ore emanating an undeniable strength. Gu Qingfeng said with delight, "It's already reached its limit. Well then, we should switch positions now." Gu Qingfeng jumped up and grabbed the Saint Demon Emissary's trunk. Gu Qingfeng frowned, his face instantly becoming solemn, his eyes filled with determination. Then Gu Qingfeng directly slammed the Saint Demon Emissary's head onto the ground, making everything around them tremble. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, shouting loudly, unable to believe what had just happened. How could this be? Next to him, the Azure Demon Emperor was so shocked that his eyes seemed to pop out, unable to believe the scene before him. Gu Qingfeng, with a resolute expression, kept a firm grip on the trunk of the elephant summoned by the Azure Demon Emperor, pulling it forcefully. Then Gu Qingfeng pulled hard, causing the trunk to be yanked down, bringing the Saint Demon emissary's face down in pain. Then he quickly took a running start, leaping up with a powerful jump. Gu Qingfeng pulled with all his might, dragging the Saint Demon emissary flying into the air, causing the ground beneath to crack open, with shattered rocks scattering everywhere. Then Gu Qingfeng spun around and used all his strength to hurl the Saint Demon emissary to the ground, his head hitting the hard rock surface with a resounding crack that echoed throughout the space. The Saint Demon emissary lay motionless on the ground, blood from his body spread out, staining the stone floor red, and around him, large cracks appeared, with fragments of rock scattered. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred by intense pain. Dimly he saw the majestic, resolute figure of Gu Qingfeng standing tall before him. Until he fully opened his eyes, the clear image before him was Gu Qingfeng standing proudly on the shattered stone ground. The Saint Demon emissary remained prostrate on the ground, his eyes filled with hatred and helplessness. Looking up at Gu Qingfeng, he gnashed his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Then he slowly adjusted his posture, kneeling on one leg, hand on his knee, rapidly transforming, his body gradually swelling. Looking down at Gu Qingfeng, he roared, "A lowly ant from the lower realm couldn't possibly be this strong. There must be someone behind you." The Saint Demon emissary stared intently at Gu Qingfeng, his eyes wide with doubt and indignation. He asked in an angry tone, "Who is it? Who nurtured you?" Gu Qingfeng looked up at the Saint Demon emissary and said, "As expected of a Saint Clan member, this esteemed one has been running rampant among demons for so long. But you're the first to guess there's someone behind this esteemed one." Gu Qingfeng's expression softened slightly, his eyes no longer as cold as before. He spoke gently. "Or more precisely, demons. This esteemed one's achievements today are all thanks to the support of those demons." The Saint Demon emissary looked utterly shocked, his eyes wide with surprise. He shrieked in horror, "What, you actually have demons supporting you?" Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists at his sides and said calmly, "Out of respect for you being defeated by this esteemed one, I will tell you." Gu Qingfeng put his hands behind his back and began to recount. "The strength this esteemed one possesses today is all thanks to the little enchantress. Demon Face Locust Tree Demon, White Bone Sage, Jing Demon, Shadow Demon, Bodhi Demon, Blood Demon, Azure Demon Emperor." The Saint Demon emissary roared in fury, saying, "The Azure Demon Emperor is a servant of the Saint Clan. How could he help you? Are you joking with this Saint emissary?" Gu Qingfeng slowly put his hands behind his back, his gaze unwavering, his voice calm. "This esteemed one does not lie. I will thank you later too." The Saint Demon emissary gaped, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. The Saint Demon emissary looked down at Gu Qingfeng suspiciously, saying, "Arrogant human, soon you'll be begging this Saint emissary for your life. Today, I will show this ant from the lower realm the true power of the Saint Clan." Then the Saint Demon emissary flexed his body and let out a fierce roar that shook the air, strong wind swirling violently, as if wanting to tear everything apart. The Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth. Then the Saint Demon emissary grew even larger. Gu Qingfeng looked up at the Saint Demon emissary with a helpless look and said, "Holy moly, are you afraid you're not big enough?" Gu Qingfeng looked up at the Saint Demon emissary's colossal foot, his eyes filled with coldness. He nonchalantly said, "This is the legendary heaven and earth Dharma manifestation, truly magnificent. This esteemed one must acquire it." The Saint Demon emissary had now transformed to such an enormous size that his body extended beyond the earth. The system panel appeared. Ding, attacked by Elephant Demon. Power plus 500,000. Ding, power reached limit. Congratulations to host for evolving from protected elephant physique to divine elephant physique. The ground beneath the Saint Demon emissary's colossal feet was now crushed, forming a gigantic crater. Gu Qingfeng said, "Still running your mouth? Ha!" The system panel appeared again. Ding, congratulations to host for acquiring the divine ability Heaven and Earth Dharma manifestation. Gu Qingfeng gently rested his hand on his head, looking up at the vast sky, hearing the sound of the Saint Demon emissary. "Aren't you quite the loudmouth, you useless ant?" Then Gu Qingfeng slowly stood up and thought, why did it stop? Then Gu Qingfeng took a run up and pushed off his feet vigorously. His body shot high up like an arrow, soaring into the air, heading straight for the colossal Saint Demon emissary. The Saint Demon emissary still stood firm, hands on his hips, his face filled with disdain. He laughed loudly. Gu Qingfeng smiled happily, hovering right beside the Saint Demon emissary's ear, his eyes still firm. He gently said, "Hey, it's been a long time since this esteemed one felt this good. Keep going." The Saint Demon emissary was so surprised that his eyes widened, as if they would pop out of their sockets when he saw Gu Qingfeng hovering right in front of him. The Saint Demon emissary trembled in confusion. He shouted in panic, "No way! You can't withstand this Saint emissary's Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth." Gu Qingfeng laughed with amusement, his eyes sharp and full of confidence. He firmly said, "Now it's this esteemed one's turn." Then Gu Qingfeng raised his hand. His arm gradually grew larger, his muscles bulging hard as steel. Then Gu Qingfeng reached out and tightly grabbed the Saint Demon emissary's head. Gu Qingfeng then continuously slammed the Saint Demon emissary to the ground. Gu Qingfeng lifted the Saint Demon emissary high up, his hand still gripping his head tightly, without any hesitation. The Saint Demon emissary looked stunned, his eyes wide with confusion, staring at Gu Qingfeng. He tried to ask in a trembling voice, "How do you have such terrifying power?" Gu Qingfeng smiled sinisterly, his eyes cold and full of confidence. He replied coldly, "This must be when you're truly astonished. Come on, let this lord continue fighting, otherwise this lord will kill you right now." The Saint Demon emissary trembled in fear, his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. After that, both of them lunged into battle at a dizzying speed. The battle raged fiercely until the clear blue sky reappeared. Half an hour later, Gu Qingfeng stretched refreshingly, his body relaxed after the intense battle. The Saint Demon emissary, now shrunk in size, lay sprawled on the stone. Gu Qingfeng stepped closer, lightly kicked the Saint Demon emissary's head, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you a Saint emissary from the upper realm? You only gained a little power. Where's your defense? Where's your cultivation?" Then Gu Qingfeng didn't stop. He continued to stomp heavily on one side of the Saint Demon emissary's face, asking, "Do you have any hidden trump cards? Bring them out for this lord." The Saint Demon emissary lay curled up, his face helpless and aggrieved, his eyes filled with disappointment. He whispered in a resentful tone, "Stop messing around, I'm out of trump cards." Gu Qingfeng looked at the Saint Demon emissary, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. Then Gu Qingfeng tightly grabbed one of the Saint Demon emissary's braids. Then Gu Qingfeng quickly pointed straight at the Saint Demon emissary's face, his eyes full of anger and determination, ignoring his pitiful act. "Don't pretend to be dead here. Are you going to talk or not? Now this lord gives you a chance to live. Accept this lord as your master, and be this lord's guide to the upper realm." Then Gu Qingfeng looked down at the Saint Demon emissary, who was crying and whimpering. "Are you going to accept?" Despite being cornered, the Saint Demon emissary did not yield. He shook his head repeatedly, his eyes full of stubbornness and resilience, saying, "This Saint emissary refuses." Gu Qingfeng's expression immediately darkened, his eyes filled with annoyance and anger. After that, Gu Qingfeng began to curse. A small flame on his fingertip. The flame flared brilliantly, emitting powerful light and heat. The fiery light shot out, tearing straight into the holy demon emissary's arm, severing his hand in an instant. The holy demon emissary clutched his injured wrist, eyes squeezed shut, face contorted in pain. Gu Qingfeng's face became incredibly menacing, his eyes blazing with killing intent as the fireball in his hand grew larger and larger. He charged straight at the holy demon emissary like a deadly storm. "Today, I will let you taste the feeling of lightning and fire attacking together. This lord also wants to see how long you can endure." Immediately after, Gu Qingfeng gathered all his strength and launched a powerful palm strike directly at the holy demon emissary. The palm strike exploded, and the holy demon emissary's entire body was immediately engulfed by Gu Qingfeng's fierce flames, burning brightly. Gu Qingfeng stood still, his cold eyes fixed on the large fire consuming the holy demon emissary's entire body. Not bad regeneration ability. Gu Qingfeng yawned languidly, his hand still maintaining the radiating flame, a weary look in his eyes. He rubbed his tired eyes and said, "He actually endured the torture for half an hour. I don't agree." Looking at the holy demon emissary lying motionless on the ground, Gu Qingfeng subtly curled his lips, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Demons with such backbone as you are rare. If you stubbornly refuse to die." Gu Qingfeng smirked, his sharp gaze fixed on the holy demon emissary as he slowly said, "Then this lord will grant you a comfortable death." Immediately, the holy demon emissary sprang up quickly, knelt before Gu Qingfeng, his eyes filled with pleading and fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Then I will accept you as my master." Gu Qingfeng looked down at the holy emissary, his expression cold, with a hint of helplessness, crossing his arms and saying, "Wouldn't it have saved you trouble you had done so earlier?" Gu Qingfeng said, "My name is Gu Qingfeng, accept me as your master." He said, "I didn't expect you to be so strong either." After that, the holy emissary sat up, pointed a hand to the sky, and mumbled an oath. "I, a holy race demon, willingly accept Gu Qingfeng as my master." A red thread began to appear on the holy emissary's wrist as he continued, "I swear eternal loyalty, never to change." The holy emissary asked, "Is it done now?" Gu Qingfeng chuckled, "It's all right for now." Then the two sat down and Gu Qingfeng said, "Tell me about the situation in the upper realm." The holy emissary began to explain, "Actually, the communication channel with you just now was created by a holy race member in the distant Min realm." Gu Qingfeng rested his hand on his face and asked, "If it's a business of the holy race, why don't they set up shop in the holy race's territory?" He continued, "Why find such a distant place? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the human race in the upper realm? After all, no matter how safe it is, it's not as good as your own territory." The holy emissary obediently replied, "The human race, if they discover human trafficking in the lower realm, mostly won't interfere." He added, "But if demons discover it, they will rob us, so we have to find a distant place where demons can find us." Gu Qingfeng stroked his chin, realizing, "So that's how it is. How many holy race members are behind the inter-realm spatial channel?" The holy emissary raised both hands and continued, "Besides me, there are 2 others. The rest are all human race slaves." Gu Qingfeng was utterly surprised upon hearing this. He frowned and asked, Only 3 holy race members managing the Than realm?" The holy emissary replied, "Master, although the Than realm is vast, it has no powerful experts, and with the threat of the myriad demon nation, not many holy race members are needed." He continued, "If there are too many holy race members, it will attract attention." Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng took something out of a vortex, then threw it to the holy emissary and asked, "What are the strengths of the other 2? The holy emissary replied, "One is about my level, considered a mere servant." He continued, "The other is the grand ancestor of my clan, Grand Ancestor Qianxiang, whose strength is unfathomable." Gu Qingfeng excitedly asked, "Grand Ancestor Qianxiang, who is this person?" The holy emissary concentrated his power to display an image of Grand Ancestor Qianxiang. Grand Ancestor Qianxiang came to refine the Than realm. Thud! Gu Qingfeng sat heavily on the chair. He poured tea and ordered the holy emissary, "Come on, my dear friend, continue." He said, "Previously it was the Grand Ancestor who discovered the Than realm." He continued, "For thousands of years, he has been in seclusion in the space behind the inter-realm channel." He added, "He has never left, precisely because he wants to completely refine the heavenly Tao of the Than realm." The holy emissary obediently said. Gu Qingfeng then questioned, "Someone can actually refine the heavenly Tao of a minor heaven world?" He continued, "So, What is the cultivation level of that grand ancestor Qianxian? The holy emissary replied, peak heavenly human realm. Peak heavenly human realm, explain in more detail, Gu Qingfeng said. The holy emissary began to explain. The upper realm's cultivation realms are divided into 3 major stages: Foundation Realm, Divine Core Realm, and Heaven Realm. He continued, the Foundation Realm includes Qi, Dragon Transformation, and Divine Soul. He added, the Divine Core Realm includes Human Origin, Earth Origin, and Heaven Origin. He went on, the Heaven Realm includes Heavenly Human, Heavenly Lord, Heavenly Venerate, Heavenly Supreme Venerate, and Heavenly Emperor. Which realm does the Divine Realm belong to? Gu Qingfeng handed the teacup to the Holy Emissary and asked. The Holy Emissary replied, the Divine Realm is the Divine Soul stage of the Foundation Realm. That's not right, Gu Qingfeng said. He continued, if the Divine Realm is the Divine Soul Realm, the name Dragon Transformation Realm wouldn't change. He asked, so what about Qi gathering, Inner Qi, True Qi, Adamant Qi, and Grand Master? The Holy Emissary politely replied, Master, the realms you mentioned are essentially all about refining one's body. The heaven and earth origin Qi in the upper realm is extremely rich. He continued, upper realm cultivators practice Qi very easily. There's no need to divide it so minutely. He added, they are all called Qi realm, but cultivation also depends on talent, and the results vary from person to person. So what realm are you? Gu Qingfeng unexpectedly asked back. Human origin realm of the Divine Core Realm, replied the Holy Emissary. He explained, the Divine Core Realm involves the fusion of essence, Qi, and spirit, condensing a dual cultivation Divine Core. He continued, cultivators in the Divine Core Realm cultivate Divine Cores within their bodies, categorized into Human Origin Divine Core, Earth Origin Divine Core, and Heaven Origin Divine Core. Then let this Lord see your Divine Core, Gu Qingfeng said. Hearing this, the Holy Emissary was startled and fell backward. Master, if I take out my Divine Core, this little demon will die. I still want to work for you. Gu Qingfeng smiled and said, you're already useless. Now this Lord orders you to give your Divine Core to this Lord. The Holy Emissary thoughtfully stroked his snout. Then he suddenly stabbed straight into his own chest, and blood began to flow out. The Holy Emissary tremblingly held up the Divine Core towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng took the Divine Core and examined it. So this is the Divine Core of the Divine Core Realm. You useless little fiend, this is your reward, Gu Qingfeng said. He continued, as for the Holy Emissary's corpse, tell the other demons to divide it among themselves. Saying that, he tossed the Divine Core behind him. A voice came from the green circle, yes, master. Gu Qingfeng contentedly and leisurely walked forward. Suddenly, a stream of bright, pale green light appeared beneath his feet. Gu Qingfeng was surprised and astonished, his mouth agape. The light then flew up, enveloping Gu Qingfeng's body. This is the upper realm, Gu Qingfeng murmured, looking at the scene before him. No, that's not right, he frowned. He continued, this is a small space formed when the holy race opened a space that the demon had mentioned. He added, those architectural components might be things sucked in by the spatial vortex. Don't rush out yet. Try to sense the surroundings. If there's some powerful expert's realm here, I'll be rich. With that thought, Gu Qingfeng decided to close his eyes and sense. Suddenly, a giant fiery fist appeared out of nowhere, shooting straight towards Gu Qingfeng's back. Gu Qingfeng, who was enjoying himself, was startled and looked back with a surprised expression. He quickly dodged the massive blow, his teeth clenched tightly in tension. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Gu Qingfeng's attention, HMM, Divine Soul Realm Cultivation. He continued, but the aura is strange. Could there be something special about it? Gu Qingfeng looked back in shock. A large figure, quite similar to the Holy Emissary, was sitting majestically on a glowing blue circle. Gu Qingfeng surprisingly raised his hand to test its strength. Then he proudly cheered, HMM, a demon with a physical body, can be fought. Then Gu Qingfeng, full of vigor, launched 10,000 golden fists towards the strange creature. Suddenly, the space changed, flowers and leaves flew out, creating a very romantic scene. The creature turned coquettishly and said to Gu Qingfeng, "Master, this way you won't hit me anymore." "So you like that, huh? You're making me nauseous right now. I'm about to vomit," Gu Qingfeng said. "I don't have time to pay attention to you," Gu Qingfeng replied. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. "Go back to normal," he warned, "otherwise I'll bash your head in right now." He added, "You just accepted me as your master, so from now on, you must listen to me and not resist." "Got it," the holy emissary replied with bloodshot eyes. Gu Qingfeng continued to ask, "Where's Grand Ancestor Qianxiang?" He questioned, "You were screaming so miserably just now, yet he didn't come out. Is he deaf?" The holy emissary replied, "Grand Ancestor has reached a critical moment in refining the heavenly Tao of the Azure Realm. He said even a matter as big as the sky couldn't disturb him, so he's not coming." Gu Qingfeng's face became resolute when he heard that, saying, "All right, if he doesn't come out, I'll go find him. Lead the way." As the holy emissary stood up to leave, Qingfeng stopped him. "Wait, take me to where the humans are imprisoned first." He thought to himself, "I must rescue Yanner's father first. I got carried away fighting just now and almost forgot about this. It'd be bad if I accidentally injured my father-in-law while fighting Grand Ancestor Qianxiang later." "Master, please follow me." Gu Qingfeng trailed behind the holy emissary. Soon, the two of them arrived at a large house, surrounded by surging magical energy like lightning bolts. On the first floor of the Saint Clan prison, the holy emissary pointed inside the house and said, "Master, this is the Grand Ancestor's prison for humans." With that, the Saint Clan led the way in, and Gu Qingfeng followed right behind. The two of them boldly walked into the Saint Clan prison. Gu Qingfeng looked around. There were many prisoners sitting in long rows on both sides. Gu Qingfeng's gaze swept over the captives. Their faces were solely dark and despairing. He subtly frowned, turned to ask the holy emissary who was imprisoned here. "These are the heaven-ordained supernaturals our Saint Clan captured, imprisoned to be harvested for flesh and sold for money. Most here have been locked up for hundreds, even thousands of years. Their minds are gone, they're essentially living dead." After hearing the horrifying truth, Gu Qingfeng not only wasn't angry, but instead offered an inscrutable smile. "I've changed my mind. Letting you die would be too easy for you. The Saint Clan imprisons humans. I've decided to imprison your Saint Clan." With that, Gu Qingfeng crossed his arms, his sharp eyes inquiring, "Where is the 7-aperture exquisite body?" The 7-aperture exquisite medicine can enhance comprehension and is extremely valuable. It's held on the 2nd floor, not here. Break open the seals. This venerable one has decided to free them, Gu Qingfeng commanded with authority. The pot-bellied holy emissary quickly obeyed, and a fiery artifact appeared in his hand. He channeled his power, and his strength, combined with Gu Qingfeng's, made his eyes and entire body glow with dazzling light. A mystical purple aura swirled, enveloping Gu Qingfeng. He spread his arms wide, greedily absorbing the purple energy, while beneath his feet was still the holy emissary's scorching fire energy. His voice rang out with command, "Take this venerable one to the 2nd floor. "Yes, master." No sooner had he spoken than both of them appeared on the 2nd floor of the Saint Clan prison, facing a colossal gate. With an arrogant demeanor, Gu Qingfeng approached and gently raised his hand. A surge of power condensed in his palm, then shot directly at the door. The lock shattered and the heavy door opened, revealing the scene inside, a man suspended by 2 large chains. The man had long green hair, his head drooped, and there was a gaping hole in his chest, from which fresh blood continuously flowed. "Father-in-law," Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed joyfully, "Father-in-law." He happily rushed to the man's side. But his joy was short-lived as Gu Qingfeng's eyes caught sight of the man's fatal wound. He turned in astonishment to question the holy emissary, "Where's the heart?" The holy emissary calmly replied, "The most precious part of the 7-aperture exquisite body is the heart. Once it grows, it's extracted." "Extracted where?" Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and asked again. "Not here. Usually, it's taken outside. because the fresher it is, the better the effect. Gu Qingfeng looked back at his father-in-law, pondering, no wonder he passed on his ultimate skill to Yanner. Open the formation, Qingfeng commanded coldly, yes, master. The holy emissary waved his hand, casting a spell, and the formation imprisoning the man instantly appeared. The blue and white circle in front of him immediately vanished. Father-in-law Gu Qingfeng rushed forward like a child again. He leaned close to his father-in-law's ear, whispering names, Shang Aobai, Shang Xinyan, Yanner. The man suddenly opened his eyes, waking up, and shouted in astonishment. He stared at Gu Qingfeng and questioned, who are you? Why do you know Yanner's name? Has she also been captured and brought here? Gu Qingfeng secretly analyzed. He was clearly pretending just now, not losing his mind at all, but rather very alert. His previous appearance must have been a self-sealing secret technique. Then he quickly regained his composure and replied, as if nothing had happened, Father-in-law, I am Gu Qingfeng, your son-in-law. Yanner is very well and is in the Azure Realm. Son-in-law? The man seemed disbelieving of what Qingfeng said. Seeing this, Qingfeng continued, I am also from the Azure Realm. I married Yanner not long ago. Today, I came to the Upper Realm to rescue you. You don't need to worry about this self-infatuated fellow. He has already recognized me as his master. Gu Qingfeng confidently pointed towards the holy emissary. Break off your ivory tusk to prove it to my father-in-law, he commanded. Immediately, the holy emissary, without hesitation, broke off his ivory tusk. The man was utterly astonished and couldn't believe his eyes. Gu Qingfeng quickly used magic to break the chains and rescue him. Supporting the man, Gu Qingfeng said, Father-in-law, there's no time for more explanations now. Please return to the Azure Realm first. We can talk when I get back. Then he ordered the holy emissary, after you safely escort my father-in-law back to the Azure Realm, quickly come find me. Yes, master. The scene changed, and now the two of them stood before a house floating atop a mountain, appearing and disappearing amidst the clouds. The holy emissary introduced, Master, Grand Ancestor Qianxiang is cultivating here. Gu Qingfeng immediately used a spell. A green circle opened like a spatial portal. Suddenly, the holy emissary was unexpectedly sucked into that circle. Thud, he fell straight to the ground without a trace of mercy. Suppressing the pain, the holy emissary forced his eyes open, barely slits. However, what met his eyes were pairs of feet surrounding him. Children, let's feast. The holy emissary looked up in horror. Enormous, grotesque beasts were looking at him like a plump prey. For today's feast, I wish you all a taste of the Upper Realm's Saint Clan. Is one Saint Clan enough to eat? A tall creature asked. This venerable one will give you another one. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. The holy emissary looked back in astonishment. Little Demoness, you're here to host this feast. Little Demoness looked at the holy emissary, licking her lips. Remember not to kill it. When it grows back, you can eat it again. The beasts immediately pounced and began to tear at him. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng was alone, entering the house where Grand Ancestor Qianxiang was cultivating. He brazenly walked in without a trace of fear. Then he kicked the door repeatedly, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Still nothing happened, and Gu Qingfeng became quite annoyed. He continued to boldly walk through every corner of the house. Suddenly, he froze. In front of Gu Qingfeng, a strong, muscular man was sitting cross-legged in a swirling red aura. That was Grand Ancestor Qianxiang. His entire body was protected by the red aura, his eyes tightly closed and unchanging. Gu Qingfeng spoke without fear. You are Grand Ancestor Qianxiang. I didn't expect that for something as important as refining the heavenly Tao, you wouldn't even set up a defensive formation. Grand Ancestor Qianxiang, who was cultivating, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the noise. He looked quite old, and his voice was deep as he said, You humans lock your doors to guard against thieves, or to guard against tiny ants. Gu Qingfeng's eyes gleamed as he replied, It's been a long time since I've met such an arrogant demon in front of this venerable one. Hearing this, Grand Ancestor Qianxiang became furious. He decided to use a spell. shooting it directly at King Feng to teach him a lesson. The released energy, like a flame, attacked King Feng, but contrary to being afraid, he spread his arms as if enjoying it. The system announcement sounded, "Ding, host attacked by Grand Ancestor Tianxiang, cultivation plus 10 million, plus 10 million, plus 10 million. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes in enjoyment as announcements continuously arrived. Congratulations, host's cultivation has broken through to the second heaven of the Divine Soul Realm. Congratulations, host's cultivation has broken through to the third heaven of the Divine Soul Realm. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang, after unleashing his move, seemed to have become younger, his beard and hair turning black. Seeing Gu Qingfeng without a single scratch, he silently wondered, how can this be? Gu Qingfeng still stood bravely and powerfully before him, completely unharmed, without a single scratch. Gu Qingfeng said with a stern gaze, just a puny heavenly human realm, and from the upper realm dares to strike at this venerable one, truly clueless about life and death. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang heard that and again closed his eyes to channel his energy, his entire body floating in midair. Then he released a bright blue stream of magical energy towards Gu Qingfeng. When that stream of energy struck his arm, Gu Qingfeng immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Host attacked by Grand Ancestor Tianxiang. Cultivation level increased by 10 million plus 10 million plus 10 million. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the fourth heaven of the Soul Realm. Gu Qingfeng's entire body was suddenly enveloped by a dark aura. Then he closed his eyes, began channeling energy, and a dazzling blue light shattered the dark aura. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the sixth heaven of the Soul Realm. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang was even more astonished. Human, your body is very strange. You actually absorbed all of this venerable one's power. Gu Qingfeng ignored his words, stroking his chin in thought. System, how can any random upper realm demon see through your operating method? The system snorted and rubbed its nose. This system has never hidden its operating method. Human, so you have a backing, but so what if you can absorb this venerable one's attacks? Grand Ancestor Tianxiang suddenly spoke. Any absorption has its limits. It can't be without a realm. This venerable one wants to see where your limit is. Saying that, he continued to channel his energy. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the system and said, "Hey system, the demon says he wants to see your limit." "Whatever," the system replied nonchalantly. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang then flew down, his entire body surrounded by a blazing red aura. Gu Qingfeng once again spread his arms, silently and calmly absorbing that aura. Ding! Host attacked by Grand Ancestor Tianxiang. Cultivation level increased by 1 billion plus 1 billion. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th heaven, 8th heaven, and 9th heaven of the Soul Realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the peak of the Soul Realm. The system announced continuously. After absorbing all of Grand Ancestor Tianxiang's attacks, Gu Qingfeng indifferently asked, "Why stop? Are you sure you're not continuing?" Grand Ancestor Tianxiang was utterly astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. How can this be? This venerable one has used the full power of the Soul Realm, yet you can still absorb it. This can no longer be explained by physique. No physique can absorb infinite power. Power exceeding the Soul Realm. Are you not a heavenly human? Come on, let this venerable one witness true heavenly human power, Gu Qingfeng challenged. This venerable one also wants to test your limits, but not now. Right now, this venerable one is using all his strength to refine the heavenly Tao of the Azure Realm. So most of his power cannot be used. Gu Qingfeng frowned and said, "You're very honest, just frankly stating that you can't use most of your power right now. An ant with little power is still an ant." Suddenly, Saint Venerable appeared from nowhere, saying fiercely, "The strongest aspect of the Saint clan is their physical body, not their cultivation level." Saying that, his elephant trunk glowed. Gu Qingfeng suddenly flew up. Congratulations to the host for evolving into the indestructible demonic dragon body, reaching the peak state of the indestructible demonic dragon body. Saint Venerable quickly retracted his trunk, looked up and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, even heaven is helping me." Even heaven is helping me. Holding Gu Qingfeng in his hand, he loudly proclaimed, through a stroke of luck, I obtained the heavenly Tao of the lesser heavenly world. And now I've unearthed an unlimited physique even greater than a heavenly human's. Ha ha ha. Gu Qingfeng looked up at him with disdain. You're celebrating too early. Now it's my turn to mess up your refining of the Azure Realm. With that, Gu Qingfeng gathered momentum and lunged forward. Ephemeral tree, a dazzling pale green light enveloped Saint Venerable. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fist and charged towards him. Imperial Absolute World Fist. Here! Gu Qingfeng tightly grabbed the elephant's gigantic legs. Then he used his strength to hurl it straight into the wall behind, catching it off guard. Gu Qingfeng fired a magical flame ray directly at Saint Venerable. Ding! Divine Idol body evolved. Indestructible demonic dragon body evolved. Checking if the two can be fused. Would you like to fuse? Fuse! Gu Qingfeng quickly replied to the system. Bing! Fusing. Fusion successful. Gu Qingfeng's entire body was surrounded by the system's power, lifting him into the air. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prison-suppressing dragon elephant body. Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly with satisfaction. Saint Venerable, covered in wounds, roared upon hearing this. Human, you are actually absorbing this Venerable One's power. Very good. Human, you have successfully piqued this Venerable One's interest. Now that most of this Venerable One's strength cannot be used, I truly cannot do anything to you, so this Venerable One will imprison you. After refining the heavenly Tao, I will gradually study your secrets. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang reverted from his Saint Venerable form back to his own. His entire body glowed with blue light. He continued to channel energy and cast a spell, 5-element seal. Immediately, intricate swirling characters appeared around Gu Qingfeng. Then they transformed into a gigantic, glowing cage, trapping the protagonist. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang crossed his arms and calmly said, the 5-element seal is an upper realm spell. The 5 elements form a formation, self-propagating, never-ending, with your power. Breaking it is truly *tac***. A finger poked through the cage's barrier, causing it to crack. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang exclaimed in utter shock. How can this be? *clang***. The cage shattered easily with just one finger from Gu Qingfeng, as simple as turning a hand. You wanted to say that, huh? The protagonist stood tall, speaking defiantly. 5 elements divine body. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang was both surprised and a little heartbroken over his cage. Such a rare physique, even in the upper realm. How could a mere human from the lower realm possess it? What earth-shattering secret do you possess to manifest such creation? This Venerable One is becoming more and more interested in you. This Venerable One thought the most valuable thing in the Azure Realm was the heavenly Tao, but I didn't expect there to be you as well. Seeing the old man stall, Gu Qingfeng got straight to the point. You want to buy time to continue refining the Azure Realm. I won't let you have your way. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang replied, Human, don't overestimate yourself. I don't need to buy time with you. If the 5-element seal can't trap you, then what about this move? Saying that, he continued to clasp his hands, creating a bright aura, universe seal. The light of the magical energy flashed, creating a giant straight line, and everything around it crumbled. It quickly trapped Gu Qingfeng, suspended in it. Trapped by the universe seal, the protagonist struggled, trying to break free. But all he got in return was a painful sensation spreading from his arm. You have many tricks up your sleeve. Gu Qingfeng looked at Grand Ancestor Tianxiang and said. Then he quickly landed on the ground and began channeling energy. A blazing red light from his magical energy completely overshadowed the aura of the universe seal. Gu Qingfeng tapped the glowing aura, probing it. Then he used his eye of shattered vision to look directly into it. The protagonist's eyes glowed brightly as he observed and peered around, looking for a weak point. It's right here, Qingfeng exclaimed. He quickly gathered momentum and leapt up. Then, channeling energy, he struck his hand directly at that weak point. Crack, crack, a fissure began to appear. Gu Qingfeng frowned and said, as expected of a heavenly human realm ultimate technique, Even the weakest point of the formation is this tough. One punch isn't enough to break it. So I'll add another punch. Saying that, Gu Qingfeng continued to jump up, attacking the fissure repeatedly. Grand Ancestor Tianxiang outside also exerted all his strength, intensely reinforcing the universe seal, as the fissure showed increasing potential. Gu Qingfeng roared for motivation. Here, Grand Ancestor Tianxiang was now quite afraid that the universe seal would be broken. He frowned. He secretly pulled out a blazing red formation ray from within him. Then he threw it, immediately filling the crack that Gu Qingfeng was trying to break. Gu Qingfeng was immediately repelled, falling to the floor with a thud. Seeing this, he smiled with satisfaction. Don't waste your strength anymore. Even if you have the ability to see the seal, this venerable one's formation ray is a supreme divine weapon. Then he turned and walked away. With its help, given your strength, you don't even have the right to break through its weak point. His task done, the old man returned to his initial meditation posture, ignoring Gu Qingfeng trapped within. Qingfeng was not resigned to this, thinking to himself, "System, your host has been trapped by a demon. What should I do?" This system is called the system that gets stronger when attacked by demons, not gets stronger when trapped by demons. Hearing the system's reply, the male-led roared internally. Now I'm traumatized. What do I do? You can't even do this little thing. What do I need you for? What if he really refines the Than Gigi? What will happen to my wife and father-in-law? Why didn't I think of that? Gu Qingfeng suddenly had an idea. He turned his attention to Patriarch Tianxiang's formation compass. The system's voice rang out. Ding, host attacked by Patriarch Tianxiang. Cultivation plus 20 million. Physique plus 20 million. Many thanks. And so, Gu Qingfeng continuously punched and kicked that formation. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Gu Qingfeng was dejected from exhaustion. Nothing had changed. The formation stubbornly remained there, unmoving. Qingfeng thought to himself, how long do I have to keep punching like this? Now there are only to pause, wait for him to finish refining the Than Gigi and release me, or continuously attack to increase my strength, but I can only break through the seal after 1 year. It seems only the last option remains. Gu Qingfeng held a mini formation in his hand. Then he transformed it into a long scroll. The male lead swung it out and yelled, "Let's test you out. Do my bidding." Gu Qingfeng threw out the scroll and instructed it. Boom! From the scroll emerged a being with a strange face, like a skeleton draped in clothes. That skeleton pointed and secretly cursed Gu Qingfeng. "You bastard! Do you think changing worlds, changing hosts, can fool me? Don't you know I've already recorded the information of the demonic scripture? I won't fall for it again. I'm blocking you." The skeleton crossed its arms, pouting at Gu Qingfeng. Boom! Then it quickly vanished before the male lead's bewildered eyes. The male lead was stunned, shaking the scroll to summon him back, but it didn't work. 3 days later, after Gu Qingfeng had tried everything, the male lead was exhausted, wiping sweat from his forehead. He sat helplessly amidst the piles of items he had pulled out to try. Patriarch Tianxiang suddenly burst out laughing joyfully. "Ha ha! Finally, I've refined it." Gu Qingfeng was equally overjoyed. "Ha ha ha ha! Finally, I can be free. As long as it successfully emerges, the day I break through to the heavenly sovereign realm is near. Ha 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 ha! Now it's time to study you." Patriarch Tianxiang sharply turned to look at the male lead. He slowly advanced towards the male lead. Suddenly, a brilliant crack appeared in the ceiling. The patriarch startled, looking over. Who dares to intrude upon the spatial rift? A gigantic hand with purple nails was prying open the crack. "You mere ants, but you made me search for too long." It was the skeleton Gu Qingfeng summoned 3 days ago. It emerged from the crack. "An outer realm heavenly demon's avatar," Patriarch Tianxiang exclaimed. The male lead smiled joyfully. "Finally, you've arrived. Heavenly demon, your excellency, may I ask why you have come to my secluded cultivation ground?" The outer realm heavenly demon spoke, asking. Patriarch Tianxiang, hearing this, looked up and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, I have no grievances with you. Heavenly demon, your excellency, if your true body were here, I couldn't contend. But for a mere avatar to dare intrude upon the Thinman realm, that's a bit too disrespectful. Get out! Get out! Get out! The Outer Realm Heavenly Demon spoke loudly, then quickly moved towards the male lead, trying to break the key and conceal, but it seemed unsuccessful. Then he turned his gaze to Patriarch Tianxiang, who stood with his arms crossed, at ease. And with his massive body, he swiftly lunged towards the Patriarch, his entire being engulfed in a fierce red aura. Very quickly, Patriarch Tianxiang was no match for him and was thrown far away. He didn't just give up, he quickly gathered his energy to counterattack the Outer Realm Heavenly Demon. The Outer Realm Heavenly Demon was no less formidable. He spat out a massive fireball. The two of them fought to a draw in front of the male lead. The male lead, standing inside the key and conceal, cried out, "If only they'd hit me. What a waste! What a huge waste!" The Outer Realm Heavenly Demon now stood defiantly, watching Patriarch Tianxiang exert himself in attacking. He threatened the Patriarch, "You should honestly hide here and refine the Heavenly Tao. I don't intend to steal the Heavenly Tao of this minor world. I only want this human. If you hand him over, I will leave immediately." Patriarch Tianxiang, hearing this, crossed his arms and replied, "This person has a connection with me. I cannot give him to another." "Are you courting death?" the Outer Realm Heavenly Demon asked provocatively, unable to bear it. "Your Excellency is an Outer Realm Heavenly Demon. If you stay here too long, the Heavenly Tao of the Thinman realm will notice, and then your avatar will be in danger." "You damn ants, everyone dares to be so insolent. Today, even if I don't need this avatar, I must teach you a lesson you'll never forget." The Outer Realm Heavenly Demon gritted his teeth in anger. Demonic descent. His eyes suddenly glowed red with fury. Heavenly Image Earth Law. Expand! Patriarch Tianxiang immediately transformed into a gigantic venerable, now even taller than the Outer Realm Heavenly Demon. His eyes bloodshot, he swiftly charged straight towards the Outer Realm Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon also quickly parried the blow, and the two continued their fierce battle. Gu Qingfeng stood inside the key and conceal, watching intently. Suddenly, he exclaimed joyfully, "Finally, I can escape." But a falling piece of wood made the male lead pause and look. "Ha ha ha, my luck is already bad as soon as I got here." Outside, the spiritual energy of the Outer Realm Heavenly Demon and Patriarch Tianxiang merged, creating a giant, glowing, ominous circle. Gu Qingfeng frowned, muttering, "What's happening? How dare you use secret arts to try and destroy me?" A bald man with an entirely green body suddenly spoke. "Then you can die with me." Saying that, he poked the gigantic circle. A flash of light appeared, and immediately, Patriarch Tianxiang's avatar was attacked and injured, blood splattering everywhere. That power directly affected Gu Qingfeng, even though he was imprisoned. Ding! Host attacked by the Demon of Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao source plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. The male lead braced himself with his hands. His eyes slightly opened. Demon of Heavenly Tao. Previously, someone from the Dark Realm said that the Heavenly Tao was almost demonic because the Great Saint Clan powerhouse was refining the Heavenly Tao. So that's how it is. Patriarch Tianxiang has refined the Heavenly Tao into a demon. The Heavenly Tao is no longer almost demonic. It is a demon now. Boom! A massive fire erupted. Gu Qingfeng murmured, "Patriarch Tianxiang, I really have to thank you." The system's voice now rang out. Ding! Heavenly Tao source has reached its limit. Detection shows that the host's body contains multiple types of sources that can be merged. "Do you wish to merge?" "Merge," the male lead replied decisively. Ding! Deification can be merged. 5 elements can be merged. My Buddhist demonic sound merged. Counter-injury talent merged. Flesh transformation technique merged. Illusory spirit Heavenly Demon merged. Pure young body. The male lead's entire body was enveloped in a green light. Suddenly, those green lights gathered into a circular vortex. Gu Qingfeng secretly wondered, isn't this all the power I painstakingly gained from demons? Why is it all merged? The male lead looked up vaguely. Ding, merge complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate divine sacred body. The system's voice rang out, and instantly a ray shot straight into the male lead's abdomen. Innate divine sacred body, born sacred, a true god, a divine being born from heaven and earth, known as an innate divine sacred. After hearing the notification, the male lead was stunned. So now I've become a divine being, possessing legendary immortal powers? Based on the literal meaning, yes. Host, the system replied. The loud explosions still echoed. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and asked, "It's still exploding. When will it be over?" Ding, the heavenly Tao's origin has reached its limit. Congratulations, host, for becoming the controller of the Qingji heavenly Tao. It has been detected that Qingji can merge with an alternate dimension. Do you wish to merge? The male lead exclaimed excitedly. Ha! That's possible too. Merge. Gu Qingfeng raised his hand decisively. Ding, merge successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining world in hand. How? Gu Qingfeng was suddenly surprised. He gently opened his hand. There was something in his palm. An air-like object glowed in the male lead's palm, with some words written on it. Then it suddenly evaporated and vanished before Gu Qingfeng's puzzled eyes. Gu Qingfeng stood dumbfounded. Suddenly, he was transported to another space. Above was a large vortex, and beneath his feet was a transparent iceberg reflecting his image. Gu Qingfeng looked around blankly. Damn, an explosion made everything disappear. Even space is gone. This can't be the legendary endless void, can it? Suddenly, countless white silk ribbons appeared from nowhere. They quickly tossed Gu Qingfeng into the sky. Gu Qingfeng tried to balance himself, jumping to dodge them in this tiny, unfamiliar space. Thud, then he fell sprawling onto the ice, his hands flailing in vain. The space vortex once again sucked the male lead into the endless dark abyss. Waking up, Gu Qingfeng was stunned to find himself in the middle of a lush green forest, with beautiful sunshine overhead. Where am I? Still bewildered, he held out his hands. They were injured and bloodstains remained in his palms. Each drop of blood fell onto the plants. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. The plants unexpectedly grew vigorously. Gu Qingfeng gasped and stepped back. By now, the bushes had grown enormous, towering above the male lead. He mumbled, "I can't believe my blood is already this powerful. This must be divine blood." Gu Qingfeng stood up and walked deeper into the forest, muttering, "This must be the legendary Shangming realm." Suddenly, something appeared, lunging down from above. Gu Qingfeng instinctively turned his head to look. Two giants, 3 times the size of the male lead, looked down at him with covetous eyes. Such delicious aura. Finally, we'll be full today. Gu Qingfeng was a little horrified, cold sweat pouring down. But he stood tall, looking straight at the 2 giants. Suddenly, one of them extended a massive hand towards the male lead. The male lead quickly leaned aside to avoid being caught. But the giant didn't give up and continued to slam his hand down forcefully. Gu Qingfeng jumped to the side and yelled, "Wait!" The giant spoke, asking, "What is it?" "Excuse me, senior. Is senior a demon?" Gu Qingfeng got straight to the point. "I'm not a demon." The other guy replied, "If you're not a demon, why are you eating people? Don't pretend." A gigantic axe manifested. The giant quickly swung the axe down, replying, "Because it's delicious." Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng dodged the fatal blow. He sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped death. "All of you, come at me." As soon as the giant finished speaking, hundreds of giants appeared behind him. Gu Qingfeng looked at them a little helplessly, unable to think of a solution for a moment. Then he smiled calmly. There's no reasoning with them. Then with a snap of his fingers, his entire body instantly transformed into a sacred venerable. His body was now like a giant elephant, tens of thousands of times larger than those people, and his whole body emitted a brilliant light. Gu Qingfeng continuously attacked the giants with his massive form, but not long after, a brilliant golden light shone, and Gu Qingfeng reverted to his original form. He stood small and defiant, looking up at the giants and cursed, "Damn it." "Great," a giant roared and lunged forward. Gu Qingfeng calmly glanced at him and said, "Let me try the Huangji Jingshi Quan Yer for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead's entire body was once again enveloped in the light of power. Gu Qingfeng focused on channeling his qi. Rings of spiritual energy continuously spun around him. The giants didn't stand still either. They lunged at the male lead with lightning speed. The male lead was busy channeling qi and didn't pay attention, unfortunately getting hit by continuous punches that sent him flying far away. Gu Qingfeng tumbled and rolled several times on the ground. In his heart, he thought, "This is the first time someone has suppressed me in terms of strength since I got the system." Gu Qingfeng quickly got up. Suddenly, a huge invisible qi stream, like an elephant's trunk, appeared before his eyes, continuously attacking him. It turned out to be caused by the giants. They continuously launched attacks at the male lead. The male Li was a bit flustered but still tried to dodge those attacks. Fortunately for him, a time vortex unexpectedly appeared. Gu Qingfeng looked at the giants who were throwing weapons, their faces grim, looking towards him. Before stepping into the vortex, he turned back and said, "This upper realm is interesting. When this venerable returns fully prepared, I'll come back and make a big ruckus. Goodbye for now." As soon as Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, two spatial flames immediately appeared to take him away. The giants were still relentlessly throwing weapons. The scene shifted in a small room. Sunlight shone on a hot teapot, steaming profusely. Gu Qingfeng was lying on a small bed, with Sacred Venerable massaging him beside it. The male lead closed his eyes, enjoying it, and asked, "This Venerable asks you, are there many races in the Shangming realm that look human but are much taller than humans? Quite similar to forest dwellers. What race are they?" After a moment of thought, Sacred Venerable replied, "The race that Master mentioned must be the barbarian tribe. They committed an unforgivable crime and were cursed by the heavenly Tao, losing their souls. Their intellect was lowered, and most of them acted based on instinct. After many years of evolution, they have transformed into a new race that eats everything, including humans and demons. Master, why did you encounter the barbarian tribe? Could it be that you went to the primordial forbidden land, because the barbarian tribe only lives there?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "Tell me more about this primordial forbidden land. Don't stop." Sacred Venerable continued while massaging. The primordial forbidden land is a forbidden land from the ancient era, one of the oldest forbidden lands in the Shangming realm. In those years, the barbarian tribe lived there, but later they were cursed by the heavenly Tao, and it gradually became a forbidden land. The primordial forbidden land is in the Qingmu domain. It contains the heavenly Tao's curse, specifically targeting souls, extremely dangerous. If an ordinary living being falls into it, their soul will scatter. Sacred Venerable pointed at the map and continued, "The deeper one goes, the stronger the curse's power felt by the soul will be. Moreover, once a soul is invaded by the curse, it will turn into a walking corpse, becoming a Tao slave with only its physical body remaining, eternally enslaved by the forbidden land." Gu Qingfeng suddenly sat up and yelled, startling Sacred Venerable, "Damn it! So the barbarian tribe I encountered wasn't the greatest danger in the primordial forbidden land, but the heavenly Tao's curse. That's not right. If the heavenly Tao's curse can erode souls, then why am I fine? Is it because I didn't encounter the curse's power?" The male lead frowned, rubbing his chin, lost in thought. "No, that can't be it. If a normal soul falls in, it would die, which proves that the primordial forbidden land has already been contaminated by the curse's power. It just gets stronger the deeper you go. I don't feel anything, and my innate divine saint body's power is still there. There's no way I wouldn't sense any abnormalities. I get it." He grinned joyfully. "More precisely, I control the heavenly Tao. Although it's only the heavenly Tao of a small world, it's enough to not fear the heavenly Tao's curse of the Thmin realm. Both sides share the same origin as ordinary cultivators, so it's a dangerous place for them, but for me, it's a treasure trove. It's never been explored. There must be many treasures here." Sacred Venerable sighed helplessly. The urgent matter now is to escape this danger, then quickly find a way to condense a new divine elixir. Suddenly, he turned around and asked. Sacred Venerable calmly replied, "The 3,000 Tao domains are boundless. As far as this little demon knows, Even the smallest Dao domain is much larger than the Azure Realm. Gu Qingfeng sat down attentively, listening to Sacred Venerable's explanation. Suddenly, he leaned back in his chair with a dejected expression. I can't do anything there. I should stay in the Azure Realm. Master, please reconsider. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, dismissing him. You stay kneeling there, he ordered Sacred Venerable. In the male lead's small room, he was embracing his wife. He told his wife, Husband, you. Gu Qingfeng quickly wrapped his arm around her waist and gave her a passionate kiss. They intertwined as if they hadn't seen each other in 1,000 years. Gu Qingfeng hugged his wife and lifted her chin. She immediately understood and shyly nestled into her husband's arms. Embracing his wife, Qingfeng said, Yanner asked again, now that I manage the heavenly Tao of the Azure Realm, I'm bound by the realm's limitations. If everyone wants to break through to the divine elixir realm, I must reach it first, so I absolutely must go to the Thmin realm. They intertwined their hands, and Yanner nestled into his arms, pouting. My silly girl, how much lifespan does the soul realm even have? Your husband's goal is to be a divine couple with you for all eternity. If love is eternal, then of course, we must be together until rivers run dry and rocks crumble, right? Yanner's eyes were filled with sorrow. Then I'll go with you. She hugged Gu Qingfeng tightly. The Thmin realm has countless powerful cultivators. I'll pick you up after I establish myself there. Your husband has the Azure realm as his backing. He can return anytime if there's danger. But you are different. Yanner suddenly sat there lost in thought, asking. Gu Qingfeng embraced his wife and kissed her hair to reassure her. Now that I control the heavenly Tao, I can return whenever I want. You don't need to worry. Yanner suddenly sprang up and said. Then she led her husband to the dressing mirror. Gu Qingfeng felt quite puzzled. Yanner slowly touched the tabletop. Unexpectedly, a glowing green heart appeared on the mirror. The male lead asked in surprise. Yanner quickly pulled the heart out of the mirror. Placing it in her husband's hand, she calmly said, The Seven North's exquisite heart. He knew you saved him, so he gave his heart to me and told me to give it to you. Yanner, I can't accept this. Gu Qingfeng gently refused. Yanner smiled. My father, his greatest ambition was to save humanity. Once he succeeded, he no longer cared about worldly affairs, only wishing to enjoy his old age. Husband, if you intend to venture into the Thmin realm, this can certainly help you. Father also wants your cultivation to advance a level. Gu Qingfeng silently looked at the Seven North's exquisite heart in his hand, resolving in his heart. Then he immediately pressed the Seven North's exquisite heart into his chest, and his entire body instantly glowed brightly. The radiant energy enveloped Gu Qingfeng, lifting him into the air. Yanner shyly said. Gu Qingfeng took his wife's hand, reluctant to part. Yanner, your husband must leave now. Take good care of father-in-law, and wait for your husband to return victorious. MHM. Gu Qingfeng quickly rode the clouds and winds, floating leisurely. Suddenly, he looked down, surveying the area. The urgent matter now is to leave the primordial forbidden land, then find a place where humans reside to obtain cultivation techniques. Having said that, Gu Qingfeng flew downwards. The Thmin realm is too dangerous and has too many races. I must quickly improve my strength. The male lead silently glanced at the map of the primordial forbidden land he had placed on a rock. He closed his eyes, contemplating something. Suddenly, a figure dressed in white appeared silently behind Gu Qingfeng, advancing towards him. The person unexpectedly pointed a sword directly at Gu Qingfeng, but he seemed not to have noticed. Ah! Immediately sensing something, Gu Qingfeng sharply turned around. It was a beautiful girl, wearing a tight pink dress, with purple hair, her face serious as she looked at Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng stood frozen, looking at her and thinking. Suddenly, the beautiful girl brandished her sword, which shone like lightning. Then she unexpectedly swung her sword at Gu Qingfeng silently and swiftly. Gu Qingfeng remained calm, looking at the sword's tip and faintly smiling. Those who block my path die. Then he fought the Dao slave barehanded. Gu Qingfeng flew up, knocking the sword out of her hand. The girl was also very agile, flipping backward to regain her footing. After that, she continued to attack the male lead relentlessly without a word. The spiritual energy generated by their battle illuminated a large area of the forest. Both were skilled, with neither gaining an advantage. An hour later, they temporarily paused their fight, exhausted. Gu Qingfeng stood, panting heavily. His eyes remained fixed on her as he analyzed. Suddenly, the girl vanished in an instant. Gu Qingfeng slowly turned around, dumbfounded. Caught off guard, the male lead was kicked directly in the chest by the girl, sending him flying afar. Gu Qingfeng fell sprawling on the ground, immediately spiraling into a spatial vortex. Looking into it, he thought, "Damn it, I don't believe I can't defeat a Dao slave like you." Gu Qingfeng thought it, and he did it. He jumped back, preparing to launch an attack. However, before he could do anything, he received another spiritual attack from the girl. Cow! This time, Qingfeng quickly dodged that power attack. However, once again, he was sucked into that vortex, then tried to rush out to fight. That vortex kept repeating itself many times. After Gu Qingfeng experimented a few times, he stood in space helplessly. After getting out, the male lead stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. "Aren't you relying on that dull sword? Just wait until I snatch that sword, then we'll see what you do." So Gu Qingfeng immediately transformed into 2 or 3 versions of himself to distract that girl. While she was confused and couldn't tell which was the real one, Gu Qingfeng then seized the opportunity to jump up. This was the moment. The male lead's clones were utterly destroyed, and now the male lead had closed in on his target. Quickly snatching the sword from her hand, "Give it to me." Even knowing her sword was stolen, the Dao slave couldn't retrieve it yet, busy fighting the male lead's clone. Gu Qingfeng held the sword in his hand, a little confused. This is the reverse scale of a true dragon. Based on my understanding of this world, a sword forged from such materials is certainly not a divine weapon, but possibly a legendary sacred weapon. The sword in the male lead's hand still emitted immense power. "This sword is actually ownerless. What a steal!" Gu Qingfeng exclaimed. At this moment, the Dao slave had neatly dealt with his clone. She angrily glared at Gu Qingfeng. Then she rushed straight to attack the male lead. The male lead gripped the sword firmly and shouted, "Now it's my turn to counterattack." But the male lead unexpectedly grabbed the sword and ran, saying as he went, "I've got the item. You think I'm still gonna play with you? You think I'm stupid? Bye!" Gu Qingfeng flew straight into the sky, leaving the Dao slave standing there bewildered. Gu Qingfeng hovered in the sky, surveying the world below, then gently landed on the ground. He walked around like an ordinary person, looking left and right as if searching for something. Suddenly, a man stood in front of him, hands on hips, asking Gu Qingfeng, "Excuse me, senior, is this your first time in Lori City? Do you need directions?" Gu Qingfeng looked down in surprise. It was a young boy. The male lead asked him, "Are you a guide?" The boy replied, reporting, "I've lived in Lori City since I was small. I know every corner of Lori City. Whether senior wants to find weapons, elixirs, talismans, or rare treasures, I can find them for you." Gu Qingfeng smiled. "Alright, I choose you. How much silver?" He thought to himself, with him, finding treasures will be easier. Suddenly, the boy shouted, his tone a little angry, "Are you looking down on me, sir?" Then he continued, "Senior, gold and silver are useless except for refining tools. Here, we use spirit stones as currency." Then he suddenly pulled out a spirit elixir and showed it to the male lead. Qingfeng mumbled, "Isn't this for cultivation?" The boy put the spirit elixir away and said, "Spirit stones contain the essence of heaven and earth's spirit energy. They can not only heal injuries, but also be used for cultivation, refining tools, and setting up formations. If you don't have spirit stones, you can use elixirs." Gu Qingfeng replied, "I have some materials. I'll pay you once I've exchanged them for spirit stones. Then please follow me." With that, the boy led the way for Gu Qingfeng. "I'll introduce you to the Myriad Treasures firm. This is the largest firm in Lori City. You can sell and buy here. Auctions usually fetch higher prices than regular transactions. Very quickly, the two arrived at the Myriad Treasures firm, where many people were coming and going, just like them. Gu Qingfeng and the boy stood dumbfounded at the entrance. Suddenly, a girl with long, flowing white hair stepped out and said to fellow Taoists, "May I ask if you've come to auction or to buy directly?" Gu Qingfeng promptly replied, "Auction, call out your highest-ranking manager." The two girls looked at each other in confusion, their faces showing some bewilderment. Then the girl in blue hurried inside to call the manager. A moment later, she led Gu Qingfeng and the boy into a room. In the room, a well-dressed man stood with his back to them. He must have been the manager. He held a teacup, frowned, and asked, "Do you have business?" Before he could finish his question, Gu Qingfeng flicked his finger. Gold, silver, and jewels poured down from a spatial vortex, dazzling the manager's eyes. The gold, silver, and jewels nearly filled his room. He cried out in alarm, "Fellow Taoist, please stop." The pile of gold and silver covered him, leaving him just enough time to raise his hands in supplication. "If this continues, the formation will explode. Let's take it slow." Gu Qingfeng clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "Are you willing to speak properly with me now?" The manager hurriedly replied, "Willing. Convert all of this into spirit stones for me." The old manager was quickly pulled out of the pile of treasures by the two girls. Then he began the inventory process, while Gu Qingfeng sat comfortably in a chair, waiting. After the inventory was completed, the manager handed a paper to Gu Qingfeng and said, "Fellow Taoist, the inventory of these treasures is complete. The total value is 27.92 million jin of spirit stones." Gu Qingfeng replied, "I understand. Give me the spirit stones." "Young master, the amount of spirit stones is too large. We don't have the authority to decide and need to request instructions from above. What do you think?" Without letting the manager finish, Gu Qingfeng grunted in dissatisfaction. "Take me to a more competent manager." Very soon, an old man entered from outside. He spoke, "This old man is Zhao Shilong. Greetings to our esteemed guest. May I ask for the guest's name?" The male lead extended his hand to shake his and said, "Junior Gu Qingfeng greets senior." As soon as he shook Gu Qingfeng's hand, the old man seemed to recognize him as a master and no longer dared to be dismissive. He pulled Gu Qingfeng to sit down and said, "Young friend Gu, you are too polite. You are an esteemed guest. How could this old man be called a senior?" This old man wishes to ask young friend Gu how you reached such a high realm at such a young age. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat seriously and began to speak. Zhao Shilong kept writing notes on the side. After a while, he closed his notebook. He said with a somewhat foolish expression, "Young friend Gu, the amount of spirit stones this time is too large. This old man cannot procure such a large amount temporarily. I wonder if you could give us one day to prepare?" Gu Qingfeng asked back, "Why?" Seeing Gu Qingfeng's suspicious expression, Zhao Shilong continued, "I won't hide it. Our Myriad Treasures firm is holding an auction tonight. Only after the auction is concluded will we collect a large sum of spirit stones. So, young friend, you only need to wait one day." Gu Qingfeng heard this and immediately asked, "What qualifications are needed to participate in the auction?" "You can participate with an invitation card. Young friend Gu, are you interested in the auction?" Zhao Shilong was surprised. The male lead didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "That's right. I truly wish to broaden my horizons." Zhao Shilong immediately took out a token and said, "Young friend Gu is an esteemed guest of our Myriad Treasures firm. With this jade token, no matter which branch you go to, you'll receive the treatment of an esteemed guest." After Gu Qingfeng accepted, Zhao Shilong continued, "With this jade token, you can participate in the auction without an invitation. Young friend Gu, inside this are 15 million jin of raw stones. Please take a look." Gu Qingfeng picked up the item, which resembled a spiritual pill, and observed it carefully. Zhao Shilong continued, "This old man sees that although young friend's treasures are many, most are low-grade items. Although low-grade items are easy to acquire, I've never seen such a large quantity. I wonder if young friend could clear up this old man's confusion? If it's inconvenient, then just pretend I didn't ask anything." Gu Qingfeng put the items into his spatial storage and replied, "A few days ago, an elder from my sect found a small celestial world. These things are what I found inside." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shilong gravely asked, "May I ask, young friend, which sect do you hail from?" "Cultivators who rely on self-improvement are immortal. Our acquaintance has nothing to do with others. You just need to remember the 3 words Gu Qingfeng." Zhao Shilong secretly nodded. What a great saying, cultivators who rely on self-improvement are immortal. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng asked him, "I wonder if manager can let me see tonight's auction list?" Zhao Shilong took out a scroll with a list and respectfully offered it to Gu Qingfeng. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." Gu Qingfeng looked for a while and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Prosperous Heaven Flame Art, 9 Revolutions Star Extreme Art, Myriad Refinements, Heavenly Scripture, these are all superior cultivation techniques. I really like the Myriad Refinements Heavenly Scripture. I wonder if Senior Zhao can make an exception for me to buy it? Zhao Shilong looked a bit awkward. He replied flustered, "These items are all already on the auction list. If young friend wants to buy it right away, it would be a bit troublesome." But this old man pondered for a moment, then loudly exclaimed, "Young friend is our esteemed guest. If an esteemed guest has requested it, then this old man will make an exception this once." With that, he took out a scroll from within his robes. This is the Myriad Refinements Heavenly Scripture. Gu Qingfeng held the Myriad Refinement Heavenly Scripture in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle smugly. But before he could laugh for long, Gu Qingfeng seemed to remember something. He asked Zhao Shilong again, "How much?" Zhao Shilong now unexpectedly revealed a cunning smile. He suddenly grabbed Gu Qingfeng's hand and said, "Young friend, you and I have just met, but it feels like we've known each other for a long time. And you've brought such a big business deal to our Myriad Treasures firm. Although the Myriad Refinements Heavenly Scripture is precious, compared to you, it's not worth mentioning. Of course, I won't collect any raw stones from you." Gu Qingfeng got goosebumps and tried to push him away. Zhao Shilong's eyes sparkled, and he said, "But." However, Gu Qingfeng didn't answer and silently walked towards the door. Seeing Gu Qingfeng leave, Zhao Shilong grabbed his head and pulled his hair, calling out, "Young friend." He then contorted into a series of poses and said, "If you insist on refusing, then." He turned around sharply. "You don't consider me a friend anymore." Gu Qingfeng immediately turned back and pointed at him. "Alright, if you put it that way, I'll accept it then." With that, Gu Qingfeng put the cultivation technique away. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng turned to look in the mirror. Zhao Shilong spoke up, "Young friend Gu, the auction is about to begin. Do you want to go with me or wait a bit for the steward to take you?" Gu Qingfeng coldly replied, "I'll go with you." Alright. As soon as Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, Zhao Shilong extended his hand. "Please, young friend Gu." A moment later, he led Gu Qingfeng to a room. This room is for close friends and family and offers a full view of the auction. Gu Qingfeng immediately asked, "A VIP room?" Gu Qingfeng gently opened the door and entered the room with the young guide. Zhao Shilong politely pulled out a chair for Qingfeng. "Young friend, please sit." Then he continued, "Young friend Gu, this old man is the host of this auction, so I need to prepare in advance. If you have any requests, just call the servant outside the door." Gu Qingfeng replied, Alright. With that, he immediately left. Gu Qingfeng carefully observed the surroundings in the room. Later, the male lead sat back in the chair to rest. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gu Qingfeng ordered, "Come in." From the door entered two beautiful maidservants carrying refreshments. "Greetings, young master." Scene change at this moment at the auction house. A man stood on the stage, shouting loudly, "Please be quiet." This man was none other than Zhao Shilong. He continued, "Please feast your eyes on the first auction item. Originating from the Divine Mechanism sect, an ancient artifact refining sect, he used his chi to open the box, and an object resembling a spiritual pill appeared. The item in the box was the Heavenly Thunder Orb. The audience at the auction was utterly astonished and started murmuring excitedly upon seeing the item. Zhao Shilong held up the box and said, "The Heavenly Thunder Orb is a treasure crafted by the Divine Mechanism sect using secret techniques to collect heavenly thunder. This treasure can only be used once. When fighting an enemy, activate it and throw it out. This treasure will immediately release heavenly thunder to eliminate the enemy. No one below the heavenly realm can withstand its power. Starting price is 5 million raw stones, each increment no less than 100,000. Gu Qingfeng, enjoying a massage from the two maidservants, looking completely relaxed, spoke up. "A one-time use item, not worth it." An old man in the auction shouted, 5.5 million. A monk in an adjacent room bid, 6 million. Then a woman in resplendent attire bid, 7 million. The crowd immediately began discussing heatedly. The profound cloud sect is truly generous, showing a must-have attitude. Suddenly, a mysterious man appeared. He was completely cloaked and bid 15 million. The crowd was surprised. Why is someone arriving so late? Isn't that just a random bid? As one person bid, he saw the man bid higher and cupped his hands respectfully to him, saying, "Fellow Taoist, I am a disciple of the profound cloud sect. My master, revered Qingxuan, is about to hold a birthday banquet." The completely cloaked man didn't wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted. "I wish to present the Heavenly Thunder Orb as a birthday gift to my master. Please yield it to me." With that, the masked man didn't hesitate. He sat down and continued to bid, 20 million. Everyone present was horrified and stared at him. Zhao Shilong closed the box, glanced at the masked man, and said, "Sold for 20 million. Then he looked at the mysterious man and made a guess. Divine movement technique, 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. Legend has it that a heaven realm mighty expert observed a true dragon soaring for 9 days, and gained enlightenment, thus comprehending this divine technique. Next will be the last treasure of today's auction, the supreme divine weapon, Zhangjin Sword Box." Gu Qingfeng stood up when he heard about this auction item. He walked towards the window and looked outside. Zhao Shilong was giving a brief introduction. The main drawback is that this treasure has no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Its only purpose is to nourish swords. The power of the Zhangjin Sword Box is entirely determined by the number and quality of the swords placed inside. Gu Qingfeng suddenly exclaimed, "To think such a treasure exists! It uses the power of Zhangjin to nourish the swords within, making them even sharper. Furthermore, it has a formation that can create a Zhangjin sword array. This sword array is incredibly profound, unbreakable, and victorious wherever it strikes." Gu Qingfeng watched the auction, thinking to himself, "The more swords and the higher their quality, the stronger the power of the sword box will be." Downstairs, Zhao Shilong held up two fingers and said, "The starting price for this treasure is 20 million spirit stones." The hooded man suddenly slammed the table with a thud and bid, 20 million, "I'll buy it." Zhao Shilong's gavel quickly struck. Gu Qingfeng was silent for a moment, saying nothing, just staring intently at the mysterious man. After securing two auction items, the masked man quietly left. Gu Qingfeng then secretly followed him, tracking him. At this moment, it seemed he sensed someone following him. He quickened his pace. A moment later, he and Gu Qingfeng reached a forest. Gu Qingfeng saw something and was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. The hooded figure removed the mask and placed it on the ground. Gu Qingfeng used his invisibility skill and stayed close behind. Suddenly, a swordsman flew out and blocked the masked man. The man said nothing and immediately charged to attack. Clang! The young man's sword struck, but couldn't touch the hooded figure. Confused, he asked the hooded man, a top-grade defensive divine weapon, a mere human UN realm cultivator possesses such a treasure. Who exactly are you? The hooded man suddenly smirked. "I don't want to waste a heavenly lightning pellet, so get lost quickly." The other man immediately retreated, keeping his distance. He said, "This time we were careless. Dare you reveal your identity, esteemed sir?" Before he could finish, the hooded man pulled out a heavenly lightning pellet, and the young man immediately ran without looking back. "See you again." Gu Qingfeng, observing everything, said, I thought I'd get to see an exciting fight. The male looked down again and saw the person remove the hood, revealing a beautiful brown-haired girl, which surprised him even more. Cowards, after I get back, I'll tell my senior brothers and sisters that I played with the Earth UN Realm Cultivator and see if they still treat me like a child. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng swooped down, and with a flash, the heavenly lightning pellet in her hand vanished. She looked around and shouted loudly, "Who dares steal from this young lady?" Extremely angry, she channeled her spiritual energy throughout her body. Suddenly, she smiled, "Found him." At this moment, Gu Qingfeng suddenly saw a giant rat standing next to him. It said to him, "Fellow Taoist, please follow me." Gu Qingfeng followed the rat to what appeared to be its territory, complete with lamps and a stove. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands on his hips, a surprised look on his face. Then he smiled at the rat and said, "This place will do. I'm very satisfied with it." Scene change! Gu Qingfeng recalled that he was running frantically to escape from the mysterious girl. Because she was quite strong just now, she swung her sharp sword down instantly. Fortunately, the male dodged it. Then he immediately ran, and the girl behind him shouted, "Little thief, don't run." Then she followed the male lead's footprints and searched around. But after searching until she was sweating, she still couldn't find him. Where did this person go? At this moment, Gu Qingfeng was using his invisibility technique, standing behind her, not daring to breathe loudly. He tiptoed away, looking back cautiously as he went. When he reached a tree, he leaned against it and sighed with relief. Finally, I'm safe. A little girl with such powerful cultivation, she chased me for a full hour. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a small stall managed by a rat. Sensing someone looking at it, the rat glanced over. It quickly used a sales pitch, waving to Gu Qingfeng, "Fellow Taoist, do you need to rent a room for temporary cultivation?" Gu Qingfeng replied, "You actually have such a convenient place for cultivation." The rat sashayed over and said, "Whatever you want, I have it all here." Gu Qingfeng pulled out a huge money pouch, and the rat's eyes lit up, respectfully saying, "You can stay as long as you wish, honored guest." "Alright, hurry up. I want to cultivate now." "Yes, sir." The rat led Gu Qingfeng into a large cave. The cave was fully equipped, and Gu Qingfeng exclaimed, "A large cave." Then suddenly, he sat down on the ground. He took out the myriad refinement cloud art, placed it in front of him, and began to cultivate. Waves of power radiated around Gu Qingfeng. A moment later, Gu Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide. He unexpectedly let out a loud roar that echoed throughout the cave. He said with a surprised look, "I didn't expect that even the 9 heavens roaming dragon steps, created by a heaven realm mighty expert, would take this venerable one 3 days. It truly is formidable. It wasn't a wasted effort for this venerable one to perfect it." Gu Qingfeng said and slowly stood up. He silently walked over to look at the sword and other treasures he had found on the table. Gently picking up the glowing sword, he said with a dangerous tone, "Now it's your turn." Gu Qingfeng formed a hand seal and channeled spiritual energy into it, and the formation immediately lit up. At this moment, a bolt of lightning seemed to appear on the sword. Gu Qingfeng held up the sword to inspect it, then gently retracted it and stored it in his spatial dimension. Gu Qingfeng silently left the little rat's cave. Then he strode towards Zhao Shilong's manor. As soon as he entered the house, he was startled by Zhao Shilong standing tall in front of him. "Little friend," the old man approached gently. "Little friend Gu, you left without a word. I thought I'd never see you again." He said flatteringly, "Bring out all the treasures of the myriad treasures chamber of commerce. I'll buy them all." Gu Qingfeng decided quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shilong's first reaction was to run towards the door. He slammed the door shut and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. Hurry and prepare, an honored guest has arrived. Bring out all the good stuff." "Yes." He busily ordered the 4 maids. Gu Qingfeng sat regally in his chair, admiring, constantly saying, not bad, I'll take them all." The old man beside him whispered the price. "Honored guest, a total of 61.11 million spirit stones, You can just give 61 million. Gu Qingfeng was stunned after hearing the price. Wait, how much money? Honored guest, this is already a discounted price. Mainly, the 9-yin Mother Sword is a top-grade divine weapon. Just one sword alone is already worth 20 million spirit stones. Seeing the old man's skeptical gaze, the male lead gritted his teeth in regret, but still had to make the decision by, "Please come again next time." The maid standing on both sides bowed to the VIP guest. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng stopped, glanced at Zhao Shilong, and asked, "Do you know if there's any black market nearby?" The old man pondered. A black market? Within 100 miles west of Linyuan City, there's a mountain called Ghost Mother Mountain. On that Ghost Mother Mountain, there's a black market. That black market is self-organized by several Heaven Origin Realm rogue cultivators, and some of the customers are also rogue cultivators. There are also some wanted individuals from major sects. Most of the goods are fake, so whether you find a treasure or not depends on your luck. Moreover, there's no one managing it, so murders and robberies frequently occur. Our 10,000 Treasures Merchant Association is safer. But your place is too expensive, Gu Qingfeng said, and then left. He rode the clouds and wind, flying towards the black market on Ghost Mother Mountain. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng noticed something. On Ghost Mother Mountain, two mysterious, fully hooded figures were fighting each other. Gu Qingfeng immediately landed to mediate. "Please, both of you, hold your hands for now. Where did this young fellow come from, with just a spirit soul realm cultivation? He wants to be the fisherman who profits." They were talking about Gu Qingfeng. The male lead quickly explained, "Please, both of you, don't be hasty. I was just passing by and saw you two fighting. I felt I couldn't bear to watch, so I came to intervene. An acquaintance? Someone so weak must be yours." The two men discussed. A callow youth whose divine core hasn't even formed yet dares to meddle in the affairs of Earth Origin Realm cultivators. Is he tired of living? Exactly. Gu Qingfeng replied with firm eyes. From ancient times, money has blinded people. It's truly not worth fighting to the death over external possessions. Please listen to my advice. You two cannot protect these external items. The waters here run very deep, so how about you hand it over to me, and the two of you shake hands and make peace? So he's a fool. Saying this, the two men rushed to attack the male lead. But Gu Qingfeng remained calm and unfazed, holding a spirit pill in his hand, ignoring the two as they charged at him. This video ends here. Thank you for watching my video. Please like and subscribe to watch new products on my channel.